of minus 50 degrees Celsius. Dozens of people, wrapped in 5 or 6 layers of thick blankets, lay on the cold, hard beds, shivering from the cold. They didn't even dare to turn over, fearing that their bodies would lose the last bit of warmth. Some people gritted their teeth and went out to find something to eat. But after walking less than 10 meters, they watched their companions being frozen into living ice sculptures in the cold wind. On the other side of the city, a man was half lying in a shelter with a constant temperature of 30 degrees Celsius, wearing shorts and shirtless, as if he was on vacation. In front of him was a large plate of steaming king crab, and next to it was a freshly seared tomahawk steak. When he cut it, pink gravy flowed out. While gnawing on the crab legs, he stared at the surveillance footage. In the basement, 10 beauties in black stockings were fighting over a packet of instant noodles he casually threw out. The heated scene was comparable to a reality show. The cause of all this can be traced back to August 11th, 2030. A supernova numbered GH, located 20 light-years from star D, suddenly deviated from its original orbit due to the orbital disturbance of a nearby star and collided with star D at a speed exceeding the speed of light. Major space radars, observatories, and aerospace centers around the world sounded their highest alert levels almost simultaneously. To prevent the destruction of civilization, superpowers jointly launched their most advanced H-class high-energy weapons, attempting to detonate the GH before it entered the atmosphere, thereby weakening its impact. Yet, even if the detonation had occurred 5 minutes earlier, the resulting cosmic shockwave still engulfed Planet D with unimaginable force. The sky was torn apart, the atmosphere was disrupted, the Earth's axis shifted, and the global climate was instantly thrown out of balance. Sunlight could no longer penetrate the atmosphere. The temperature plummeted, and Planet D entered a complete ice age. What's worse is that GH's nuclear explosion released a large amount of cosmic radiation, which penetrated the atmosphere and directly contaminated the Earth. 80% of humanity perished within just 2 weeks. Of the survivors, most underwent internal mutations, with some briefly awakening abilities, others experiencing insanity, or even completely losing their humanity, becoming mere zombies capable of only biting and slashing. During the catastrophe in his previous life, Su Wei endured for 3 years, built a base, and stockpiled hundreds of millions of supplies, thinking that he had survived the darkest moment. However, he never expected that his girlfriend, who had shared his hardships, would bring her lover to pry open the door of the shelter when he was at his weakest. That night, Su Wei was injected with anesthetic and watched himself being stabbed to death. But when he opened his eyes again, he was reborn. He was reborn a month before the end of the world, and unexpectedly gained a storage space. Su Wei's first move was to sell off his renovated apartment in the city at a low price, instantly cashing in $5 million. He then approached the company's shareholders and sold all of their shares, raising tens of millions more. Afterwards, he continued to be considerate to his girlfriend, but in fact he was secretly guiding her to continue to borrow money from the bank. In less than 10 days, he had withdrawn nearly 50 million yuan. In the end, he completely emptied the overseas trust funds through several underground channels and had a full $100 million in his hands. He immediately cleared out all the survival supplies stored in the South China warehouses: compressed biscuits, energy bars, frozen beef, canned food, bottled water, instant noodles, emergency rations, dehydrated vegetables, dried fruits, seasonings. Nothing was left out. Heating equipment, kerosene stoves, electric blankets, generators, solar panels, battery packs, everything is available. Medicines such as antibiotics, painkillers, vitamins, cold medicines, anti-radiation iodine tablets, first aid kits, alcohol, iodine tincture, etc. should also be stocked up. Daily necessities include clothing, blankets, masks, gas masks, toiletries, women's products, thermoses, and even boxes of underwear and socks. Tools include hammers, axes, engineer's shovels, waterproof tents, sleeping bags, lights, walkie-talkies, radios, climbing ropes, nails, saws, and other emergency necessities. He also secretly contacted black market arm dealers and frantically stockpiled arms: AK-47, M4A1, MP5, Barrett heavy sniper, Glock pistol, RPG rocket launcher. Tens of thousands of rounds of ammunition, night vision goggles, body armor, tactical helmets, blast shields, grenades, flashbangs, and poison gas bombs. There are also military drones, flamethrowers, laser rangefinders, and infrared sights. In the end, Su Wei spent hundreds of millions of dollars to build a top-level shelter like a doomsday fortress. The exterior wall is made of titanium alloy and high-density multi-layer steel structure with an embedded shock-absorbing system. The gate is made of a military-grade alloy that is limited in quantity worldwide and cannot be shaken by anything other than kilotons of TNT. The windows are made of super-thick bulletproof glass, and even a close-range shot from a Barrett can only leave a white mark. The internal system is extremely demanding. 7-stage air filtration plus virus purification, solar energy plus micronuclear power generation system, constant temperature control of 30 degrees Celsius all year round, 360-degree infrared acoustic wave AI monitoring without blind spots, and an ultra-large backup power generation system that can be self-sufficient for 180 days without electricity. The water purification system integrates water storage tanks, rainwater purification, and seawater desalination as triple safeguards. The food refrigerator can store food for 10 years without spoiling. Internal facilities also include a training room, medical cabin, entertainment area, and gun room, making it a true fortress in the end times. At that moment, Yantai City's top military, political, commercial, and police officials gathered at the South China Logistics Park. Even the head of the South China military region rushed to the scene and immediately sealed off all traffic in Yantai. Over 20 ports along the lower Yangtze River were also simultaneously sealed off. Nearly 100 billion yuan worth of supplies mysteriously vanished overnight, without warning or explanation. As the intense investigation progressed, police soon discovered that security team leader Zhuang Chang had disappeared. But the disappearance of one person clearly couldn't explain the entire park's evacuation. At that moment, the criminal police captain pushed open the door and brought a key clue. "Chief, someone reported that they saw a man named Su Wei enter the park yesterday and drink with the security personnel." The next day, Zhuang Chang disappeared with him. Lin Shan, one of the responsible persons, heard the name Su Wei, and a flash of coldness flashed at her eyes. She immediately recalled that half a month ago, he had rented the warehouse in Area 8 to store soybeans under the pretext of futures trading. "Could it be him?" she whispered softly. At this moment, the commander of the South China military region, Lin Yinping, slammed the table and ordered coldly, "No matter whether it is him or not, find these two people immediately." Yes, the special forces were dispatched immediately. At this moment, Lin Yinping's phone rang. "This is Lin Yinping." After a brief conversation, his face suddenly changed and he stood up suddenly. "Yes, please rest assured, Commander, I will rush back to the military region immediately." He hurried out of the office, announcing, "Everyone, 10 minutes ago, our satellite system detected a derailed planet, hurtling towards Planet D at high speed." All the senior officials instantly stood up, their faces drastically changed. "Commander Lin, is there any hope of interception?" "Not much hope," Lin Yinping replied gravely. "The space agency's time estimate is 3 hours at most." He finished speaking before getting in his car and leaving only one final sentence. "The country will soon issue a Level 1 alert. All air defense bases in South China will be open for citizens to evacuate. Everyone, take care." At this moment, everyone panicked. Faced with a life-or-death threat, everything else seemed insignificant. The thefts at the campus had long been forgotten as people rushed out of the building in panic, fleeing in all directions. Meanwhile, Su Wei was still lying quietly in bed, lost in thought. According to the trajectory of his previous life, in half an hour, the monitoring satellites of major countries around the world would receive an early warning signal. The new planet GH would collide head-on with Planet D in a destructive manner within 2 hours. The major nations hastily formed an alliance. The three major powers, led by the United States, China, and Saudi Arabia, only managed to intercept and slow the impact of GH at great cost. They were then forced to detonate GH, using a maximum yield H-class weapon. Using the pressure of outer space, they successfully detonated GH outside the atmosphere, plunging the world into an ice age. This change happened so quickly that many people were trapped in their homes before they could even react, let alone any supplies. Su Wei stared at the alarm clock silently. He murmured to himself, "There's still half an hour left. I wonder if the space agency has detected any anomalies in space. Those people should be too busy looking for me by now, right?" At this point, he picked up his phone and activated the villa's control system. After carefully checking all the safety features, he sighed softly. If you don't take care of yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. I hope you can live longer. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Su-wei stood up and walked to the window, his eyes falling on the storage room. He immediately dialed the phone. Brother Chong, I know you have a lot of questions now, but please believe me, wait another half an hour and everything will be clear. Zhuang Chong's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Su-wei, what's wrong with you? I just saw my phone. The logistics park was stolen. Let me out quickly. I want to go back. Can I go back? Su-wei sighed softly. Brother Chong, believe me, wait another half an hour. After that, he hung up the phone regardless of Zhuang Chong shouting. Finally, the alarm clock chimed, marking the exact hour, September 11th. The day had finally arrived. This starry night, the weather station had predicted had failed to materialize. The sky was utterly dark, without even a hint of sunlight. But the next second, a blinding red light suddenly flashed in the distant sky. The light came from far away and approached, piercing people's eyes in just a few seconds. Su-wei stared at the light through the thick radiation-proof glass. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly erupted, as if the entire planet D were shaking. At that moment, people around the world felt the same. The aftermath of the explosion, tinged with destructive energy, was chilling. The red light gradually faded, and the earth returned to a brief moment of tranquility. A cold wind blew from nowhere, and even Su-wei, who was in the shelter, could clearly feel the temperature dropping rapidly. He calmly picked up his phone, started the two oversized generators in the basement, then turned on the air circulation system of the entire house and set the temperature to 25 degrees. Then, he opened a can of ice cola and took a big gulp. Su-wei knew full well that the mere flash of red light had killed hundreds of millions of people around the world. 20 minutes later, the city lights began to fade. Although the explosion hadn't directly impacted Planet D, its aftermath was still devastating. Yuntai City's power system instantly lost 80% of its capacity, and passenger planes in the air malfunctioned due to radiation interference. Fortunately, the worst did not happen. Su-wei couldn't imagine what the world would become if the impact really happened. Another half hour passed, and snowflakes began to fall. At first, just one or two flakes, then more and more, until they blanketed the sky like an impenetrable net, slowly pressing down on the ground. Within minutes, the entire city was blanketed in snow. The north wind howled outside the window, its whimpering sound as if telling of the desolation of this disaster. Nature had displayed an unprecedented and terrifying power, gradually freezing the planet at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su-wei clutched his coke tightly, his heart growing increasingly tense. Even though he already knew where the future was headed, he was still shocked by the scene before him. Fortunately, this steel villa, worth over 100 million yuan, gave him a sense of security. When the air conditioning system started to work and the warm air brushed across his face, Su-wei finally calmed down a little. Meanwhile, Zhuang Chong, who was locked in the storage room, no longer had the anger he had previously felt. He looked out the window at Su-wei, who was standing by the second-floor window, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. Zhuang Chong had no idea the apocalypse was imminent, but the disaster before him had already left him with a lingering fear. The red light and the snowflakes evoked a fear far beyond his imagination. If it weren't for the special glass in the room, he would have died from the radiation by now. In just 20 minutes, the blizzard engulfed the entire city. Mobile phones were flooded with information. The National Weather Service responded immediately, stating that the disaster was caused by atmospheric compression. The People's Livelihood channel also actively reassured the public, saying the sudden weather event was merely an accident, that the country was actively responding, and that normalcy would return soon. Power supply systems were also being repaired immediately. Those who regained light temporarily suppressed the fear in their hearts, but many people still realized the true horror of this disaster. The radiation from that red light, in just a moment, injured a large number of people in the open air, some even killing them instantly. If this were truly just an ordinary natural disaster, how could it be accompanied by such intense cosmic radiation? The WeChat group chat on his phone. The company chat was already abuzz with activity. New executive director Su Jia was constantly trying to reassure employees, repeatedly stressing, "Don't be absent from work tomorrow." Among the countless messages with red dots, there was one from Su shouting, "Is Su-wei home? It was horrible just now. A friend of mine went out to get takeout, and suddenly there was a flash of red light, and he died. Stay safe. If it's convenient tomorrow, could you pick me up and let me stay with you for a few days? Top hunters often appear as prey. Even in this critical moment, Su Shouting still didn't forget to fish. Even though Su Wei knew that she was just treating him like a fool, a warm feeling still rose in his heart. A moment later, he sent a brief message. It's not convenient for me here. I advise you to stay at home and don't go anywhere. On the eve of the apocalypse, the blizzard's power intensified. A global ice age finally began. Although the People's Livelihood channel continued to broadcast reassuring news, Su Wei knew that those words would eventually become a laughingstock. I'm afraid that at this moment, the powerful people in Yuntai City have already quietly evacuated and hidden in the nearest air defense base, leaving only the ignorant people who are still fantasizing about the day when the disaster will finally end. At the same time, a notification popped up in the Cloud City Homeowners Group chat. The manager immediately reassured the owners, promising to do their utmost to ensure their safety and to arrange for snow clearing. Of course, such empty promises were meaningless. When the Ice Age really began, these so-called staff members became the first thugs to loot supplies and even led the security guards to rob the food stores of many homeowners. The overweight woman next door was the first to suffer. It's common sense that overweight people are more likely to go hungry. She usually stockpiled more food than the average person, making her the first target. This was once her advantage, but in the face of disaster, it became her most fatal weakness. As if on telepathic note, the overweight woman posted in the group, "What kind of bullshit positive guarantee is this? My air conditioner can't heat anymore. Send someone to fix it right away." The property manager immediately responded, "Sorry, Ms. Neo, the snow and wind are so strong that the repair workers can't go out." "Bullshit," she retorted angrily. "I don't care if you can go out. The temperature in the house is already below zero. Do you want to freeze me to death if you don't come and fix it?" Someone else interrupted. "It may not sound nice, but it's really too cold. We're in a southern city, and we don't often use the air conditioner. My air conditioner is broken." "Did you hear that?" The overweight woman continued angrily. "Are you guys just sitting around doing nothing? I'm spending so much money on you, and you can't even handle a small matter. Get ready for my complaint." And the group chat intensified. These usually well-dressed and polite upper-class people had already torn off their disguises in the face of extreme weather. From their argument, Su Wei could easily tell that these people had no idea of the true severity of the disaster. They were just complaining about the inconvenience they were experiencing. After a few more glances, Su Wei turned off his phone, picked up the PSP on the table, and continued to play games leisurely. Compared to those anxious owners, he was really not in a hurry. The ending was already predetermined. Now all he had to do was stay quietly at home and wait for time to pass. The hundreds of billions of supplies in his mind were enough for him to eat and drink until the end of the world. Ding! The phone suddenly rang. Su Wei drowsily climbed out of bed, glancing out the window at the blizzard still raging, then slowly picked up the phone and answered it. "Su Wei, are you awake?" Su Shouting's voice came from the other end. He looked at the time and replied with a yawn. "It's only 6:30. Do you think I'll be awake? If you have something to say it quickly. If not, I'm hanging up." "What?" Su Shouting was obviously confused by his impatient tone. Su Wei repeated, "I say, if you have something to say, just say it now, and don't waste your words." His girlfriend, Qin Moyu, had already died at Su Shouting's hands. Su Wei's revenge was half complete. The other half would be taken care of by this natural disaster. He no longer needed to pretend, nor did he intend to maintain a good face towards Su Shouting. There was a moment of silence over there, as if someone was suppressing their anger. However, Su Shouting quickly adjusted her tone and said, "Su Wei, it's really cold outside today, and it's snowing heavily. My air conditioner is broken, and I don't have much food. Can you send some food over?" Clearly, the changes that night had alerted many people. Even Su Shouting, the White Lotus, who had always cared nothing for food and clothing, felt the food crisis. "How did I know it would snow today? The landlord doesn't have any surplus food." Su Wei lazily lay back on the soft Simmons mattress, not wanting to move at all. His tone was also a bit tired. "You are cold, but I am not. It's snowing so heavily, and you asked me to bring food. Are you crazy?" The temperature in the room was maintained at around 25 degrees Celsius, so he didn't feel the cold at all and naturally didn't bother to act. "You!" Su Shouting's teeth chattered from the other end of the line, sounding angry and cold. She trembled and said, "Didn't you say you liked me?" Now you're unwilling to bring me some food? I was thinking of going to the movies with you after the snow stopped. In the past, Su Wei would have been completely captivated by her. But now he just felt sick. TSK, to tell you the truth, this snow won't come for at least a month. If you go out now, you'll either freeze to death or get buried in the snow. Su Wei. Su's shouting finally couldn't help but want to explode, but she swallowed the words back as soon as they left her mouth. The previous sentence, a month of blizzards, made her expression suddenly change. It was hard to tell whether it was true or not. She didn't bother to ask any more questions and quickly changed her tone to a coquettish one. Su Wei, are you serious? A month. But my family only has a few packets of instant noodles and some fruit drinks. What should I do? Su Wei listened and unexpectedly heard a burst of sobbing on the other end of the line. Although the sound was soft, it just happened to reach his ears. He sneered inwardly and replied calmly, "Then save some food. I do have a lot of things at home, but I can't send them over. Is your home in the Cloud City?" Su Wei responded subconsciously. Oh no, this woman wasn't really going to come looking for him, was she? However, he then sneered, "Want to come looking for him? I'm afraid she'll be swallowed by the wind and snow before she even leaves the house." However, Su shouting suddenly exclaimed happily, "Great! I just moved to District F of Cloud City yesterday, right here in Building 2, Room 203. We're really close. District F is an ordinary residential area, but even so, the monthly rent is no less than 20,000 yuan. This White Lotus had indeed invested a lot of money to attract a wealthy sponsor. If I had known we were so close, we might as well have rented together, huh?" She pretended to be relaxed and made a joke, then quickly added, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not that kind of casual woman. I'm just teasing you." Su Wei just sneered and replied calmly, "I told you. How can you share a villa with a high-rise building?" There was a pause on the other end of the phone, and Su's shouting's tone suddenly became stiff. "What do you mean? Idiot." Su Wei was too lazy to talk nonsense with her anymore and decisively hung up the phone. Beep, beep. The phone continued to ring in Su Xiaoting's ears, her face turning from red to blue. "Su Wei, you bastard. How dare you hang up on me? Just wait. Bah, I've been in this industry for so many years, and I actually made a mistake. Wait, I won't let you go." After hanging up Su Xiaoting, Su Wei called Zhuang Chang again. "Brother Chang, there's food in the secret compartment under the storage room. If you want to leave, there's a key behind the mural on the wall." These words made Zhuang Chang feel a little embarrassed. He asked hesitantly, "Su Wei, did you know that this disaster would happen a long time ago?" "Yes," Su Wei admitted frankly, which made Zhuang Chang stunned. Zhuang Chang then asked, "Did you build those warehouses in the park? What do you think?" Su Wei did not respond directly, but asked in return, as if he wanted to observe Zhuang Chang's reaction. Zhuang Chang held the phone, looked at Su Wei through the glass, and said seriously, "I think so. But so many warehouses were emptied overnight. This is not something that one person can do." Su Wei didn't say anything. After a moment's silence, Zhuang Chang suddenly asked, "Do you really have some unknown ability? Otherwise, you couldn't have done this." "Brother Chang," Su Wei became more serious than ever before. "Since you asked, I don't intend to hide it anymore. Please listen carefully to what I'm going to say next. As for your choice, it's up to you." At this point, he no longer had to hide anything. Even if Zhuang Chang leaked these secrets, Su Wei was not afraid without unconventional weapons to suppress them. Moreover, those people were now so worried about their own safety, so busy escaping and stockpiling supplies, that they had no time to pay attention to him. And by the time they remembered these things, who could guarantee how many people would be left in this world? Su Wei gathered his thoughts and said calmly, "Brother Chang, this disaster will not stop. In the days ahead, the entire world may be destroyed. So I must plan ahead and do my best to ensure my survival in the apocalypse. And the reason I brought you here is simply because I used you before. This is my due compensation." Before Zhuang Chang could say anything, he continued, "As you can see, I've transformed this house into a shelter. I'm afraid there's no safer place in all of Yuntai City." Zhuang Chang fell silent on the other end of the line. He subconsciously touched the cold wall. As a veteran, he was well aware of the strength of this material. Add to that the entire building's energy system, and it was clear that it couldn't be built with ordinary materials. Zhuang Chang was initially filled with anger. He resented Su Wei for deceiving him, for inexplicably turning him into a thief. But now, he felt somewhat relieved. If it weren't for Su Wei's foresight, he would likely be trapped in the icy and snowy park right now. Even with ample supplies, he couldn't stave off the threat of death. Brother Chong, Su Wei said sincerely on the other end of the phone. If you can trust me, then stay here for now. After all, a person's world is lonely. I believe in your character, so I hope you will stay. 3 days passed in a flash. Far from stopping as expected, the snowstorm intensified, showing no sign of abating. Many crudely constructed buildings had already collapsed under the weight of the snow, leaving countless people dead in the rubble. They were not defeated by nature, but by the greed of their own kind. During the TV broadcast on the People's Livelihood channel, the host was wearing thick, warm clothes and shivering in the cold studio, still mechanically repeating those meaningless words of comfort. But by this point, any reassurance was no longer effective. The people had realized that this catastrophic snowstorm wouldn't stop anytime soon. They could either sit and wait for death or fight tooth and nail to survive. Some risked their lives to go out and search for supplies in nearby supermarkets, if it were safe to return. Others do not have the courage and are contacting official departments through various channels in the hope of receiving rescue and supplies. Su Shouting was one of them. She huddled under a thick blanket. Though the air conditioner was cranking, the dreaded heating system was useless, and the wind was still icy cold. But she ignored the chill, her eyes fixed on her phone. In the Cloud City Homeowners group chat, everyone was enthusiastically discussing the issue of supplies. Are you kidding me? Didn't your property management company always stockpile some spare supplies for charity? Where are those things? Why don't you take them out? The owner's questions flooded in, and the property manager finally appeared and responded. Dear owners, those supplies were used up last time, and we haven't had time to restock them yet. Bullshit. The shrewd, fat woman reappeared. Her words vehemently stated, I saw you guys bring 2 truckloads of milk biscuits to the basement garage last week. Now you're telling me they're gone. I really don't have any. If you don't believe me, go check it yourself. What the hell? I'm afraid you've already moved those things away. I don't care. Anyway, you, the property management, can't keep those things for yourself. Take them out. Yes, take them out. Even Su Shouting, the newly moved-in tenant, followed suit with a message. She was starving, and the little food she had at home was already running low. Without more supplies, she felt she would starve to death within 3 days. All right. Suddenly, someone in the group chat said, have you heard? There was a news story about Weidu Commerce a while ago. It said that a wealthy man spent $20 million and emptied out the Weidu supermarket in 1 day. Is there such a thing? That person must have inside information, so he stockpiled supplies in advance. Who is he? So cunning. If only he were from our community. 20 million in supplies. Even if everyone gets 3,000 to 5,000, it's enough to survive for a whole year. Yeah, who is that person? Can you find out? When the discussion was heated, a business manager who worked at Weidu Commerce spoke up. That man's name is Su Wei, but I don't know where he lives. Because Su Wei usually has a regular schedule and behaves low-key, and because Yunshang City is a large community with tens of thousands of residents, many owners have no idea about his background. Su Wei? Su Shouting stared at the name on the screen, her expression changing instantly. The next moment, she dialed Su Wei's number without hesitation. Aren't you tired of the endless phone calls? You idiot. Su Wei cursed impatiently as soon as the call was connected. Su Shouting on the other end of the phone had a cold expression, but her tone was gentle and almost seductive. Su Wei, I miss you. How about I come to find you? No. After being choked by the cold words, Su Shouting took a deep breath and said softly, I bought a lace dress a few days ago. How about you come to my house? I will wear it for you to see. Then, a photo of her in a black lace dress was sent via WeChat. The photo showed her graceful figure and extremely sexy, making people's blood boil. The saying, when you are well fed and warm, you will think about sex is true. Su Wei's mind was indeed in turmoil at the moment. Being in a warm villa with nothing to do, it was inevitable that he would have wild thoughts. But in the end, he only replied with one word, get lost. A top-tier white lotus like Su Shouting. In this apocalypse, reason must prevail over desire. Otherwise, the same fate as his previous life would most likely repeat itself. Su Shouting couldn't believe her ears. She'd assumed Su Wei's sudden change in attitude towards her was because he'd known the end was coming, hence his reckless behavior. So she'd already prepared herself mentally. At worst, she'd expose some skin, or at worst, satisfy him once. Men, after all, were just that. But she never expected that Su Wei would be as unmoved as Lu Xiaohui. Since you don't want my kindness, I won't be polite to you. Her tone suddenly turned cold, but a smile appeared on her face. Su Wei, don't think I don't know that you have already stockpiled 20 million worth of supplies at home half a month ago. Oh, Su Wei di Blaith Gamli. Su Xiaoting had originally thought that Su Wei would panic when he heard this. After all, in the current situation, any slight movement could make him the target of public criticism. Imagine if those owners who hadn't eaten for 3 days knew that there was a wealthy and thriving rich man hiding right next to them. Would they go crazy? She didn't believe Su Wei didn't understand such a simple truth. So she continued with a sneer. Now, I'm the only one who knows your secrets. If you're willing to give me half of those supplies, I promise that this secret will never be revealed. I can even live with you in your house. The rental house in front of her was decent. Compared to Su Wei's villa, it was like the difference between a toilet and a palace. Su Xiaoting naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. Anyway, the situation was already like this, and she wouldn't suffer any loss if she followed Su Wei. Moreover, even if Su Wei was willing to give her half of the supplies, given the harsh living environment, she, a weak woman, couldn't protect these things at all. More importantly, she heard that Su Wei had recently renovated his house and had clearly been preparing for disaster. Taking all factors into consideration, Su Xiaoting decided that she had to take Su Wei down. However, fantasy is rich, but reality is extremely cold. Su Wei's response was unusually clear and sharp. I don't care. Get out of here right now. If you keep talking, I'll kill you. Su Xiaoting's long-held emotions finally erupted, and she angrily yelled into the phone. Su Wei, you don't want to be treated like this, do you? Hey, you're not pretending anymore. Su Wei sneered on the other end of the phone. I thought you, a White Lotus, could become the White Lotus Saint, but it turns out you're still not at that level. Go home and continue your cultivation. You bastard. Su Xiaoting was so angry that she jumped up and down. Just wait, I'm going to tell everyone about you now, and see if those people will kill you then. TSK, you idiot. Su Wei hung up the phone nonchalantly, and in the process, extinguished Su Xiaoting's last bit of hope. She immediately edited a message in the homeowners group chat. Are you talking about Su Wei? The male homeowners in the group saw that it was a beautiful woman, and their enthusiasm immediately increased. Yes. Do you know this Su Wei? Does he really live in our community? Su Xiaoting sent a message with a sneer. Of course I know Su Wei. He lives in Villa 104, District D. But what? Tell me quickly. God will not abandon us. I didn't expect that he really is in the City of Clouds. For a moment, the owners group was boiling. Seeing that the situation had cooled down, Su Xiaoting feigned sadness and sent a voice message. I just contacted Su Wei and begged him to give us some supplies to share. At worst, we can buy them. But he not only refused, but also said that our lives have nothing to do with him. What? The men in the group were immediately furious when they heard Su Xiaoting's gentle yet aggrieved voice. Where the hell did this little bastard come from? He's just the owner of a villa in District D. I'm going to take care of him right now. The speaker was an owner of a villa in District A, who among the people living here isn't either wealthy or aristocratic. At worst, they're the owners of listed companies. Where there's a leader, there will naturally be followers. Let's go see who's so powerful dares to speak like that. That's right, let's get him. Su Xiaoting saw that the hatred had almost accumulated and sighed again. Well, after all, we used to be friends. If I hadn't been so low on food at home, I wouldn't have betrayed him. High-end hunters often strike with the most gentle and stealthy tactics. Some had initially thought Su Xiaoting was too pragmatic, selling out her friends at the first sign of a change in the situation. But her words fell silent again. In the face of natural and man-made disasters, who could still talk about character? Forget Su Xiaoting. Anyone would hesitate if it meant staying alive. Some even tried to comfort her. Ms. Su, you're not to blame for this. It's Su Wei who's going too far. We're all neighbors, and he's hoarding so much supplies. What's wrong with sharing some? If you hadn't told us, we would have starved to death, not even knowing he was right next to us. Sister, you're not a bad person. He is too bad. Yes, when we get the supplies, I will share some with you first. At this time, there was still a trace of humanity in everyone's hearts. Soon, a group of men armed with sticks gathered in the villa area of District D of Cloud City. Wrapped tightly in thick cotton-padded clothes, they walked towards Villa 104, cursing and swearing. Even though the villa wasn't far away, only a few minutes away, It took them a full half hour to get there. It was so cold. Not only was it cold, but the wind was so strong it could bend over. The leader walked to the door and knocked on it a few times with a stick. Su-wei, come out. We have something to ask you. Su-wei, come out. However, Su-wei did not respond. It was unclear whether it was because the snowstorm was too strong or because Su-wei had already fallen asleep in his warm bed. However, Zhuang Chang in the storage room was alarmed. After seeing the situation outside the house, he felt something was wrong and quickly called Su-wei. Brother Chang, what's wrong? Su-wei was indeed sleeping, and he had a serious bad temper when he woke up. He hated being disturbed while sleeping. Zhuang Chang said anxiously, Su-wei, it's bad. There are some strangers knocking on the door. Su-wei finally sobered up a bit and chuckled. Don't mind them. Let them knock. But they're trying to climb over the wall. Su-wei got up, drank some water, went into the bathroom, and washed his face casually. It's okay. Let them climb over. They're coming in. Zhuang Chang's voice on the other end of the line was so anxious that it changed its tone. Then he shouted angrily. What are you doing? This is a private residence. Get out now. Several men climbing over the wall also noticed Zhuang Chang. Are you Su-wei? Don't worry about who I am. This is a private residence. Get out. Zhuang Chang shouted and was about to open the door to stop them. At this time, Su-wei's voice came from behind the second-floor window. Brother Chang, don't open the door. Let them break it down. If they can get in, I will kill them. Zhuang Chang then remembered that Su-wei had said long ago that this villa was a doomsday shelter that he spent more than 100 million to build. It was so strong that it could even withstand artillery shells. How could he be afraid of a few fire sticks? What does 100 million mean? Zhuang Chang pondered for a long time, but he couldn't figure it out. But his heart finally settled. Then, imitating Su-wei, he poured himself a beer and sat quietly by the window, watching several men, bundled up like bears, banging on the door outside. Damn it, he's still drinking beer. Get him. The owners who were originally banging on the door immediately turned their attention to the storage room where Zhuang Chang was. If they couldn't get into the villa, then wouldn't this storage room be easy to take? Hearing the sound of banging on the door from outside, Zhuang Chang panicked for a moment. Then Su-wei said with a smile, Don't worry, Brother Chang. This storage room was given to us by Huiwang Jianya. Although it is only 30 square meters, it has all the necessary facilities and the materials are the same as the villa. Let them smash it. Su-wei's tone was relaxed. He also wanted to see how much damage this shelter could withstand. It just so happened that he had a ready-made tester. Several owners braved the freezing wind and hammered away for a while, but eventually, cold and hungry, they couldn't bear it anymore, and some even sat down on the ground in exhaustion. Robbery seemed hopeless, at least for these few people. But they didn't lose heart. Instead, they sneered, We can't break it open with just a few people, but there are over 30,000 people in this community. Su-wei has angered everyone this time. Just wait. I'll flatten this grave for you sooner or later. After they returned, they began to attack Su-wei crazily in the owner group. Meanwhile, Su-wei in the villa was browsing the news with great interest. This Su-wei had anticipated our visit. His house was reinforced, and even a hammer wouldn't leave a mark. The bastard hid inside and refused to come out, drinking and eating meat. What? He even drank and ate meat? This statement instantly ignited the entire group chat. Half the owners were now completely destitute, some even scavenging for food in trash cans. And Su-wei was still drinking and eating meat. This was simply unbearable. Countless owners began to shout in anger, deciding to head to Building 104 and pull Su-wei out. However, some people remained calm. How could a house that couldn't even be shaken by a hammer be easily broken into? At this moment, someone spoke up and called Su-wei. Mr. Su, I'm Chi Wensheng, the owner of the Bai Haiyan Tian Hotel. I heard you have some extra supplies. I wonder if you could give me some. You name the price. This is the way of a businessman, never showing his fangs easily until the critical moment of life and death. Unfortunately, Su-wei did not respond. Soon, someone called him again. Mr. Su, I'm Lu Zhen, chairman of Neptune Real Estate. Can you come out and chat? Mr. Su, I'm Feng Yifan from Hong Kong Communications. Mr. Su, I'm Zhang Miaoyu, general manager of Future Beauty Agency. In just a few minutes, hundreds of people in the group called out to Su-wei, all of them bigwigs in the industry. These people usually stomped their feet and shook the city, but now, in order to survive, they had to beg Su-wei for help. Boss Su, I'm Su Jiang from Buckingham Palace. I think you've heard of me in Yuntai City. As long as you're willing to come out and talk, I promise that no one will bother you again in the future. Upon seeing this message, Su Wei's smile slowly faded. Finally, the culprit who had caused his death in his previous life was none other than Su Jiang. Back then, he teamed up with Qin Moyu to break into Su Wei's home while he was completely unprepared, and even forced Qin Moyu to kill him personally despite Su Wei's desperate pleas. Looking at that cold head portrait, Su Wei's eyes gradually turned bloodshot. Su Jiang, in this life, I will make you wish you were dead. Soon, Su Wei sent a message. Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to live here too. What a coincidence. Seeing Su Wei's polite attitude on the other end of the phone, Su Jiang couldn't help but sneer. Ha! I said, who in Yuntai City dares to offend me? Su Jiang. Then, he replied in the group. Brother Su, I heard that you have a lot of supplies. Can you give me some? Su Wei quickly replied. No problem. Brother Su is so kind. How could I? Su Wei refused. How about this? I still have 6 months' supply, and since the two of us can't eat much anyway, I'll give you half. No problem. Su Jiang replied with a smile. Brother, if you have any problems in Yuntai City in the future, just tell me. It will be helpful. Su Wei replied calmly. Okay, I'll put the things in the yard. You can send someone to pick them up. At that moment, Su Jiang, who was in a villa in the center of area, was leisurely reclining on a sofa, 2 braziers blazing beside him. What kind of bullshit shelter is this? I'll make him come out anyway. As for Su Wei's claim of half a year's supply, he simply didn't believe it. He was kidding. That was 20 million worth of supplies. Even if half of that was food, it would be enough to feed 100 people for 10 years. But since Su Wei was understanding, Su Jiang didn't intend to force him to death right away. He had to take things slow and steady. He had to get the wool bit by bit. Several of his younger brothers fawned over him. Boss, you're awesome. We'll definitely have plenty of food and drink now. Su Jiang was a notorious gangster in Yuntai City, responsible for countless deaths. These younger brothers were also desperate criminals. On the first day of the heavy snowfall, Su Jiang had arranged for food and drink to be delivered, but he hadn't expected the snow to continue until now. While he wasn't starving yet, with over a dozen people to feed, he couldn't survive for more than a few days. Damn, it's so cold. He spat and ordered. You two go chop up those cabinets downstairs to make some firewood. The rest of you, go to building 104 and move some stuff. Okay, boss. As soon as the underlings left, Su Jiang picked up his phone and opened the group chat. Unexpectedly, the group chat was filled with complaints. What the hell is this? We can't even buy it, and he's rushing to give it to us. Hey, stop talking. In Yuntai City, everyone knew Su Jiang, and many people didn't even dare to speak. Yet, a resentful atmosphere spread. Many people began to seek alternatives, calling Su Jiang, hoping he would share some food. However, Su Jiang didn't even bother to respond. So, some people secretly discussed banding together to go to Building 104 to beg for food. Even if Su Jiang was a gangster, he couldn't possibly be an enemy of the entire community. While they weren't as ruthless as Su Jiang, they had the advantage of numbers. They say a good dog can't stand up to a pack of wolves, especially not when these were wolves going crazy with starvation. Meanwhile, Su Jiang's men rushed to Building 104 and saw the huge piles of supplies in the courtyard. Instant noodles, frozen foods, cigarettes, alcohol, and fresh meat. Everything was there. Their faces lit up with joy. This Su guy is quite sensible. We won't have to worry about food and drink this time. One of them called into the house. Hey, Mr. Su. Mr. Su asked us to come move some stuff. Could you please open the door for us? His tone was filled with disdain and contempt. Su Wei simply stood at the second-floor window, smiled at them, then gently pressed the remote control and opened the door. Just as the men were preparing to move the supplies, a large group suddenly appeared in the snowstorm. Their figures loomed in the wind and snow, and they were unstoppable. When they got closer, they saw that they were residents of Cloud City. There were over 300 of them, all of them serious and aggressive. The 3 people walking in front were a middle-aged man, a woman with outstanding temperament, and a slightly older man. The leader of the group was stunned and swallowed his saliva in shock. This scene was much more frightening than they had expected. Although these people didn't look like martial artists, their numbers were terrifying, like a pack of wild beasts bursting out of the mountains. Anger and chill shone in every eye, and before they could even speak, they had already surrounded the villa's gate, completely blocking any escape. What do you want? The younger brother involuntarily defended the supplies, machete raised, and stared at the group with a vigilant look. The old man stepped forward and said calmly, my name is Lu Jun. Go back and tell Su Jiang that he can only take 1/10 of these supplies. We will split the rest equally." The younger brother immediately jumped up and down. "Are you kidding? These are ours. Why should we give them to you?" Lu Jun didn't waste any words. His eyes were stern. "Because we have more people." This simple sentence made people feel breathless. He was hunched over, but his aura was incredibly aggressive, brooking no rebuttal. He barked, "Divide." As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of people from behind him immediately stepped forward. The overwhelming pressure instantly made those underlings afraid to even retreat. In just a few minutes, the supplies in the yard were swept away, leaving only an empty warehouse and messy footprints. Lu Jun's confidence came from his status as a business tycoon, and he was not afraid of a gangster like Su Jiang. He glanced up at the second floor, then at Zhuang Chang in the storage room. He then pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Although the roads were blocked by heavy snow and the signal was spotty, at least the internet wasn't down, so the call was still connected. Su Wei's phone rang. He glanced out the window at Lu Jun and answered the call. "Hello, Mr. Su." Lu Jun's tone was cold. "Let's get straight to the point. I'm willing to pay 200 million for half of your supplies. According to market prices, that pile of supplies is worth 20 million, enough to feed the two of you for 100 years. And according to the information I have, this snowstorm will be over in 3 months at most. By then, even a dog won't be able to eat the things you've stockpiled now." But he had no idea that Su Wei's supplies were not ordinary food. They were all stored in space, not only never spoiled, but also tasted as fresh as ever. Of course, Su Wei would not agree. His real purpose was to ignite the conflict between these owners and let them fight to the death. The safest way would be to wait until everyone was almost done fighting, then come out to clean up the mess. What morality, what kindness, that had already been buried under the snow when he was murdered in his previous life. Su Wei knew full well that even if he distributed the food at this point, no one would be grateful. Instead, it would only make them even more greedy, even more crazy, and even lead to them killing each other for a piece of cake. He was well aware of the tragedy that had played out in his previous life. In this life, he didn't intend to make another foolish mistake. There was no response from the other end of the line. Lu Jun's voice turned a little colder. "Mr. Su, I advise you to be more sensible. Su Jiang dared to kill people, and I, Lu Jun, am not a pushover." Su Wei smiled lightly. "Okay, then come on." "What?" I said, "If you have the guts, come and kill me. I'll wait here." With a smile on his face, he stood by the window and looked at Lu Jun downstairs, not taking him seriously at all. Lu Jun's face turned blue with anger, but he couldn't refute it. He turned around suddenly and shouted at the owners behind him, "Friends, Su Wei has hoarded 20 million worth of food, but we are starving to death. We can't wait any longer. Drag Su Wei out. Yes, drag him out. Steal his supplies." The already starving crowd erupted in fury, charging towards the villa like a pack of mad wolves. The clanging and banging continued as they pounded the villa's exterior walls with iron bars, kitchen knives, and sticks, even targeting Zhuang Chang in the storeroom. However, this villa was no ordinary building. The knocks were merely scratching the surface, unable to damage a single brick or tile. Zhuang Chang leaned back in a recliner, sipping beer after beer, watching the group go wild in the snow with a calm expression. He didn't know when it started, but he'd become so accustomed to such scenes that he couldn't even muster a shred of sympathy. He'd once been a kind-hearted person, softened by the pain of others, but Su Wei had long ago taught him, never be a good person. The truly good people were the first to die in such disasters. When you give away your food out of soft heart, the people you saved will one day eat you until not even a bone is left. After witnessing Su Wei's foresight, Zhuang Chang no longer showed any softness, but became a complete bystander. About half an hour later, the commotion outside finally died down. The hundreds of rioters huddled in the yard were already shivering with cold, and after days without food, some of them finally gave in. "Someone's dead," a cry came. One of the owners collapsed in the snow, motionless, completely dead. Lu Jun was stunned. As a business tycoon, he had seen dead bodies and killed people before, but seeing someone frozen to death with his own eyes was a shock to his heart. Especially the powerless coldness that passed from the corpse to him suddenly made him feel a chill that penetrated his bones. The owners, who had been making a lot of noise, fell silent at this moment. Some began to retreat quietly, eventually turning and fleeing into the wind and snow, preferring to live rather than freeze to death. Lu Zhan exchanged a glance with the two leaders beside him, then led his men to retreat. The yard was finally quiet. Su Wei stood by the window, drinking beer with a smile on his face. If you can really break into this house, my 20 million will be wasted. After saying this, he suddenly laughed again. 20 million for 100 million. I wonder what Mr. Wu, the head of Brilliant Jianya, is thinking right now. I'm afraid the final payment of 80 million is going to go down the drain. The next evening, the snow finally subsided a bit. Although the snow was thick, at least people could go out. To collect supplies, the property management company organized residents to clear the snow and encouraged everyone to go out and work together. This time, no one declined, and no one said anything about each one sweeping the snow in front of his own door. Because right now, over 90% of people are barely making ends meet at home. If they don't go out to find food, they might starve to death at home. This isn't about high consciousness or solidarity, but rather a survival instinct driven by the pressure of survival. Of course, Su Wei wouldn't get involved. He had ample reserves, so he didn't need to compete with anyone for supplies. And his popularity right now, how should I put it? He'd practically become the target of public criticism in Cloud City. Going out now would be like being caught in a trap. He wasn't afraid of death, but there was no need to take the risk. Besides Su Wei, there was another person who hadn't moved either, Su Jiang. He squatted in the villa, lighting 2 braziers to keep warm, but the flames had long since died. With little fuel left, he could only rely on the remaining warmth to keep going. Instead, he sent all his minions out to clear the snow. He gnawed on a quick chicken drumstick, cursing, "Lu Zhan, you old bastard. Sooner or later, I'll let you know how powerful I am." He has always held a grudge against Lu Zhan. If the other party had not caused trouble, he would have gotten half of Su Wei's supplies long ago, and he would not have had to gnaw on a chicken leg in small bites. Although he had robbed a lot of things, he still had more than a dozen people at home who needed to eat every day. If he didn't save money, he would soon be broke. By then, he was afraid that these brothers would turn against him. Not to mention, he also hated Su Wei to the core. He stared at his phone and sneered, "You're so arrogant. Sooner or later your things will be mine too." Yesterday's siege of Qinwei by 300 men was a complete failure. 1 man died, dozens suffered frostbite, and nothing was gained. With the current shortage of medicine and medical care, the injured and sick are essentially waiting to die. Su Wei currently has sufficient supplies and confidence, so even if he's timid, he won't give in. Thinking of this, Su Jiang was so angry that he wanted to smash his phone. Idiot Lu Zhan. He's always causing trouble for me. He ruined our good plan, and he deserves to be wiped out. As he was speaking, someone suddenly called out in the WeChat group, "Su Wei, everyone is clearing the snow. Why don't you come out and help?" The person who said this was the fat woman who lived next door. The other owners were amused. This was a question she already knew the answer to. Everyone knew that if Su Wei showed his face right now, he would be beaten up. Now that people were starting to die, no one would care if one more died. Everyone thought Su Wei wouldn't respond, but a voice message immediately caused an uproar. "What do you care about me? Idiot, you're as fat as a pig. Did you grow up eating shit in your previous life?" Su Wei didn't discriminate against fat people. In fact, he thought that most fat people had good personalities, but he was really annoyed by this fat woman. When they first moved in, she complained about the noise his renovations were making and refused to allow any work to begin. He eventually used his connections to settle the matter. Later, Qin Moyu often came to see him, and this woman started gossiping behind his back, saying he was a shady person and that woman wasn't a good person either. Naturally, Su Wei didn't tolerate her and started scolding her directly. The fat woman was so angry that she was shaking after hearing this. "Do you know who my father is? How dare you scold me?" Su Wei was not afraid at all. "Anyway, it's not me. If I were your father, I probably wouldn't live past 30. The whole group immediately burst into laughter. After all, this woman was not very popular. Everyone posted emojis and laughed secretly. She was furious and roared back, "My father is Hao Jianzhong from Yinshan Mining. Just wait for death." Su Wei smiled faintly. "Oh, you bastard. This name really suits you." She instantly exploded, cursing and sending voice messages one after another, but Su Wei ignored them until the last one. "Are your parents still alive? If they can survive for more than a month, ask them to come to me, and I'll give them each a roast duck." The group chat fell silent. A few seconds later, someone sent a voice message. "This Su Wei is too harsh. Right now, everyone's family is struggling with life and death. How can they tolerate such words?" I feel the same way. I feel uncomfortable when I hear about death. The atmosphere suddenly changed from tense to sad. Suddenly, the fat woman sent another message. My phone is running out of battery. Su-wei, wait, I'm gonna kill you, you bastard. Su-wei had just taken a sip of beer when he spit it out, almost choking. He curled his lips and sent a message. Your phone is running out of battery? Do you have a backup power supply? The moment these words were spoken, the group fell silent. The city's power supply was nearly collapsed, with only 2 hours of power per day available, and even that didn't allow for high-power appliances like electric stoves. Anyone with electricity was a true treasure. She quickly explained, I have a power bank, but no one believed her answer. Everyone in the group lived in villas, and quite a few were wealthy. So many had already prepared generators. In times like these, a device that could generate electricity was a lifesaver. It could cook, heat, and even maintain communication. Su-wei took advantage of the situation and added, I remember that I kept hearing a buzzing sound next door to your house a while ago. Is it your generator running? Bullshit, she quickly replied. But the group remained silent. The strange silence made the fat woman panic, and she quickly added, I just have a few power banks. Don't you have a generator at home? Su-wei said bluntly, yes, and then he showed a picture. It was his living room, brightly lit, with a thermometer on the wall, clearly visible, 25 degrees Celsius. The entire group chat went wild. Oh my god, his house actually has electricity? And it's still so bright. How long has the light been on? Look at the thermometer. 25 degrees. It's minus 50 outside. His house is like a resort. Su shouting curled up her bed, staring at the photo for a long time, her eyes growing increasingly jealous, her eyes red with anger. She had originally guessed that Su-wei's life must be good now, but she never imagined that he would live such a luxurious life. Supplies, food, a warm house, everything was available, yet she couldn't even get a sip of hot water. The more she thought about it, the more regretful she felt. Her heart 1,000 shouldn't have done that. If she had been able to hold back a little longer, even if Su-wei continued to disgust her, she wouldn't have completely fallen out with him. If she had continued to pretend, she would have been the one enjoying herself in that paradise-like villa today. Unfortunately, this wrong move had led to a complete loss. The more Su shouting thought about it, the more regret she felt. Tears were about to fall, and she cursed herself countless times in her heart. After hesitating for a moment, she finally made up her mind. No matter how shameless it was, she had to grasp this life-saving straw. She gritted her teeth, turned on her phone, and pressed the video call button. Beep, beep. The sound before the call was connected was particularly harsh, as if mocking her. Su-wei immediately piqued his interest when he saw the call request on the screen. He smiled and muttered to himself, That's interesting. She's very flexible. He easily answered the call. The screen went dark for a moment, then a few seconds later, a figure in a flimsy, lace nightgown appeared. Su shouting forced a smile. Even though her face was purple from the cold, she still put on her most delicate attitude. Su-wei, it's all my fault. I miss you. Can you forgive me? Her voice was as soft as cotton. I wore this dress specially for you. I can come and see you now. Su-wei was almost completely captivated by this scene. Her curvy figure was indeed alluring. Her attitude of both rejection and acceptance would have made any other man surrender long ago. However, this wasn't his first time seeing this, and reason quickly overrode his instincts. He asked calmly, Aren't you cold dressed like this? Bang. On the other end of the video, Su shouting dove back into the covers, shivering for a long time before emerging again. I'm cold. Su-wei, I'm really cold. Can you come hug me? Her voice was intermittent, with a hint of coquettishness that made anyone's bones weaken. Su-wei smiled casually and said, I do want to go, but I'm afraid of the cold. Upon hearing this, Su shouting's eyes immediately lit up. Then I'll go find you. That's fine. Su-wei pondered for a few seconds and pretended to be embarrassed. But there are people watching in front of my house now, so it may not be so easy to get in. Su shouting was not willing to give up. It's okay. I will be careful and will definitely not be discovered. Then come on, Su-wei said with a smile. Don't blame me if you freeze to death. This sentence actually made Su shouting feel warm all over. She immediately got out of bed and began to put on her thick cotton clothes. She even opened the wardrobe and picked out a few sexy outfits and stuffed them into her bag, ready to take them to serve Su-wei. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly stopped. She thought for a moment, gritted her teeth, and ran back to her room. pulling out a whip and a few small props from a drawer. Since she decided to throw herself into his arms, she might as well do it thoroughly. For a seasoned expert like shouting, being able to take on challenges and let go is fundamental. At this moment, she had already regarded Wei as her savior in the apocalypse. As long as she could enter his house, she would never have to worry about food and clothing, and a good life would be just around the corner. Shouting was confident that once Wei saw her performance, he would be reluctant to send her away. She fantasized about the warm soup and hot meals in her villa as she set out on the snowy road. Her H block was a full 2 kilometers away from Wei's villa in D block. It was a long walk even under normal circumstances, let alone in the snowy and windy conditions, with temperatures nearing minus 50 degrees Celsius. But she had only one thought in mind. If she could just get through this, she could turn things around. After walking for 3 hours, her legs were almost numb, and she relied entirely on willpower to keep going. Finally, she stumbled to the door of Villa 104 and knocked on it. Bang, bang, bang. Her knocks were weak and barely audible, but Zhuang Chang, who was in the villa's storage room, heard them. At this moment, Wei was sitting in the living room, singing karaoke, drinking, and enjoying life. Hearing the ringtone, he paused and answered the call from Zhuang Chang. "What's wrong, Brother Chang? Are you out of food?" Zhuang Chang whispered back. "There seems to be a woman at the door, almost frozen to death." "What?" Wei immediately stood up and walked to the window to see that it was indeed shouting. She was standing shivering in the snow, her face blue with cold, but her eyes still held a certain determination. Wei couldn't help but admire secretly in his heart. This woman is really ruthless. In such windy and snowy weather, even men can't stand it, but she actually came. Zhuang Chang couldn't bear it any longer. "How about? Let her come in to keep warm." This made Wei laugh. "Why? Are you attracted to her?" No. Zhuang Chang waved his hands repeatedly, his tone a little panicked. Wei looked at this honest man in his 40s, chuckled and teased. "Don't be nervous. If you really want to play, I won't stop you. But let me be clear, she's not an ordinary person. She's very skilled. If she really gets you, I won't save you." Zhuang Chang replied righteously. "You've done me a favor. I would never do such a thing." Wei just smiled, not completely believing these promises. After all, in the end times, human hearts are the most unreliable thing. "Then you decide. Do you want her to live with you?" Zhuang Chang was silent for 2 seconds, but finally relented. "I'll take her in and let her live in the storage room. She won't be in the main house. If she does anything untoward, I'll deal with it myself." "All right," Wei nodded in response. "Let me remind you, don't get emotional. In the apocalypse, getting emotional means you'll die the fastest. Also, in a few days, once the resources in the community are released, you can throw a piece of meat out and attract countless women. By then, you can do whatever you want and no one will stop you." On the other end of the line, Zhuang Chang's breathing quickened, clearly filled with fantasy about the future. The apocalypse was upon us. The Ice Age had completely arrived, all rules were reset, and the world was ushering in the most primitive laws of survival. In this cruel new world where supplies are king, whoever controls resources holds supreme status and the right to speak. Wei is well aware of this truth. The reserves he holds are almost unmatched, making him a target and a supporter in the eyes of many. Zhuang Chang was one of them. By following Wei closely, he not only had enough food and drink, but also began to fantasize about marrying a beautiful woman. Looking back on his lonely life for more than 40 years, Zhuang Chang now felt like he had been reborn. Wei never minced words when speaking to Zhuang Chang. He simply wanted to make one thing clear to Zhuang Chang. If he followed him, he would have food, wine, and women. To win people over, simple promises were useless, and Wei knew this. So he presented Zhuang Chang with the facts to make him see the reality. Everything Zhuang Chang relied on to survive, including food, shelter, and a sense of security, was provided by Wei. If Wei ever cut off this connection, Zhuang Chang would definitely not survive a week, and it would only be a matter of time before he starved to death in the snow. Furthermore, the house was incredibly fortified, impervious even to artillery shells. Even if Zhuang Chang wanted to regret his decision, he couldn't. Wei's resources were all stored in his mind. Even if he were killed, no one could take a single grain of his food. We were all adults, living in this day and age, and thinking clearly about survival was paramount. How many people would actually risk their lives and turn against someone? At this time, Su Wei was still thinking about how to continue to control Zhuang Chang, while Zhuang Chang downstairs could no longer help but take action. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he carefully carried the unconscious Su Shouting into the storage room. A warm feeling washed over Su Shouting, and she slowly woke up. She opened her eyes, but instead of seeing the familiar Su Wei, she saw an old man staring at her intently. She subconsciously screamed and instinctively shrank back. You don't come over here. Zhuang Chang didn't respond. He simply filled a cup of hot water from the dispenser and carefully placed it beside the bed without saying a word. Su Shouting's throat felt dry, and when she saw the glass of water, she didn't care about anything else. She immediately reached out and grabbed it, drinking it all. As her body recovered a little, she looked at Zhuang Chang with frightened eyes and whispered, "Brother, I want to drink more." This request, which was a bit coquettish, made Zhuang Chang's heart confused. She looked so pitiful, and her posture was so adorable. Her face was as white as snow, and her delicate features shone with a hint of coldness. This fragile look made Zhuang Chang completely unable to resist. He immediately stood up and poured another cup of hot water, handing it to her. But this time, Su Shouting didn't move. She just lay on the bed, her eyes misty, and said softly, I have no strength left." If Zhuang Chang couldn't even understand this, then he had lived in vain all these years, and he probably deserved to be alone. He gently picked her up and carefully fed her water. He then tore open a bag of self-heating rice and mixed it with hot water to make porridge. He gently placed the porridge in her mouth and reminded her, "You haven't eaten in a long time. Drink something warm first to calm you down." Half an hour later, Su Shouting finally recovered. She felt her body gradually warm up and her whole body relaxed. She glanced out the window and could see the villa across the street. The warm room temperature must have been over 20 degrees Celsius. She knew what was going on, but she said nothing, just nestled quietly in Zhuang Chang's arms. At this moment, the storage room seemed to be filled with spring, but Su Wei upstairs couldn't help laughing. He hid behind the curtains, took out a military-grade telescope, and observed the situation downstairs through the glass with a sense of malice. Fortunately, there was no reflective glass installed. Otherwise, he would not be able to see this big show. "Fisk, why hasn't Lao Zhuang taken any action yet? He's still feeding me. It's like an idle drama." Su Wei muttered as he watched, feeling a little anxious. Finally, Su Shouting whispered, "I'm so hot." As soon as she uttered this, the atmosphere shifted instantly, almost like she was saying, "Come on." Zhuang Chang couldn't contain himself any longer, and his trembling fingers began to untie her layers of clothing. Cotton-padded clothes, sweaters, hoodies, thermal underwear, one after another, Su Wei almost dozed off. Until the last moment, when the black lace pajamas appeared before him, Su Wei's eyes suddenly changed. It turns out the video wasn't clear enough, but the effect now was beyond imagination. In the ordinary world, a woman of this level wouldn't be easy for Zhuang Chang, not even Su Wei. Complain about Qin Moyu in his heart. Your beauty is nothing compared to Su Shouting. Finally, the main show began. Zhuang Chang rushed forward and pushed Su Shouting onto the bed, pulling her clothes all over the floor. But at this moment, an accident happened. Something fell out of their clothes, shocking them so much that they were stunned on the spot. After the passion, the room returned to silence. Zhuang Chang collapsed on the sofa, exhausted, while Su Shouting fell asleep on the bed. He picked up the phone and called Su Wei, his voice full of satisfaction. "Brother, this is the first time I've seen such a quality. Those outside can't compare at all." Su Shouting's mouth twitched slightly as she listened to the laughter coming from upstairs. Although she was pretending to be asleep, she heard everything clearly. She thought she was in control of the situation, but she didn't know that Su Wei's telescope had already captured her every move. Su Wei held the telescope and said with interest, "Let's get down to business." Su Jiang called yesterday and said that the previous batch of supplies was stolen by Lu Zhen. Zhuang Chang was a little slow to react. "You have the final say on these things." "I have no objection." "Okay, then I'll hide the supplies behind the electrical box next door tomorrow and let them get them." Su Wei's voice was calm, but there was a deep meaning in his words. "I'm afraid others will find them, and then Su Jiang will come to trouble me again." It was late at night. Zhuang Chang was sound asleep when Su Shouting quietly opened her eyes. She glanced at Zhuang Chang, who slept beside her, with a look of disgust, then slipped under the covers and pulled out her phone. She opened the group chat and quickly flipped to Lu Zhan's contact, moving with extreme caution, not making a sound. A week later, the blizzard showed no sign of abating, with howling winds and blanketing snow. The official power supply had been reduced from 2 hours a day to a measly one, and electricity was so intermittent that even the heating couldn't be turned on much. Strangely, the homeowners group chat had been eerily quiet for the past few days. No one had gone to Atsaway to request food aid, and no one had continued to complain about the inclement weather. That night, the wind was biting, and a blizzard of snow, accompanied by icy debris, lashed the windows. The quiet villa seemed forgotten by the world. At that moment, Zhuang Chang quietly opened the door to the storage room, and a gust of biting cold wind immediately rushed into the room, making people shiver. But miraculously, the cold wind did not wake Su Xiaoding, who was lying in bed. She was still sleeping soundly, with a strange smile on her lips. After Zhuang Chang left the room and the door closed gently, Su Xiaoding opened her eyes, picked up her phone with a swift movement, and dialed a number. "Director Liu, he's out. You can start now." A man's sinister laughter came from the other end of the phone. "Women are indeed cruel. Don't worry, as long as he shows up, don't even think about coming back alive. And Su Wei, he must die too." Su Xiaoding gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with venom. Lowering her voice, she added, "That villa isn't just any house. Su Wei has long since transformed it into a refuge. Force him out, and the house will be yours." The other side suddenly laughed. "I knew Su Wei was not that simple. I must take this house. Mr. Liu, don't forget the agreement between us." Su Xiaoding's voice suddenly became cold. "Haha, little devil, wait until I'm done with you. Then I'll give you a proper test." The man laughed obscenely. After hanging up the phone, Su Xiaoding looked up at Su Wei's room, her eyes as fierce as a knife. "You old thing, you dare to humiliate me? Prépare tout dit." Meanwhile, in the darkness of the night, Zhuang Chang, wrapped in a thick cotton coat, quietly crept to the back wall of the villa. The cold wind almost froze him to death. He called Su Wei and said, "I'm here. Just as you said, there are people lying in ambush next door." Su Wei sat on the sofa, swishing his red wine. He turned on the TV and checked the surveillance footage, which clearly showed several people sneaking towards the neighbor's villa. The show is about to begin. It's a dog-eat-dog scene. It's quite exciting, Su Wei said in a relaxed tone, as if he had seen through everything. "Brother Chang, find a place to hide. If a fight breaks out, don't show mercy and kill." Su Wei said calmly. "Understood." Zhuang Chang's eyes suddenly became fierce. He was no ordinary person, but a veteran, decisive and ruthless. Soon, Lu Zhan led a dozen strong owners into the villa next door. As soon as the fat woman heard the noise outside, before she could open the door, a gun was pointed at her forehead. "Get in here if you want to live," Lu Zhan said in a cold voice. The fat woman was so frightened that she immediately retreated back into the house, not daring to say another word. Lu Zhan snorted coldly, turned around, and ordered, "Find a place to hide, and when Zhuang Chang shows up, go up and take him down immediately." Everyone hid in hidden corners, holding all kinds of weapons in their hands. The gatekeeper whispered, "Boss Liu, they're coming. Get ready." They raised their weapons, held their breath in the darkness, and waited, so nervous that even their breathing slowed. But soon, someone whispered, "Boss Liu, it seems there's more than one person." 7 or 8 men armed with machetes approached from the street corner. The leader's face was unclear, but his voice sounded like Su Zhang's. "Boss, number 105, that's it," a younger brother whispered. Su Jiang nodded, a smile etched in his voice. Su Wei is quite clever. He hid the supplies first. "They're behind the electrical box. I'll go check." The men rushed into the villa and were about to search for supplies when a sudden commotion broke out in the darkness. "Boss, there's an ambush in the house. Damn, Su Wei's tricked us again." Lu Zhan, hiding in the shadows, was also startled, immediately realizing he'd been tricked. "Fuck, he's deliberately setting us up for a fight with Su Jiang." In the biting cold, the two groups of strangers met, and before they could ask any more questions, a melee erupted. One of Su Jiang's men was the first to be hit, screaming and falling to the ground. Both sides instantly turned bloodthirsty. "Kill them!" someone shouted, and for a moment, the yard was filled with shouts of killing. Lu Zhan's group was large, but most were ordinary residents. Su Jiang's men, on the other hand, were fierce and fierce, their fighting power clearly on a different level. Within a few minutes, 7 or 8 of Lu Zhan's men had fallen, and he himself had been stabbed and was bleeding profusely. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Lu Zhan stood up, covering his head, and shouted, "Don't move. If anyone moves again, I'll shoot." Su Jiang stepped out of the crowd, also pulling out a gun. He sneered, "Do you think you're the only one with a gun? Who are you trying to scare?" Lu Zhan was overwhelmed by the other party's momentum, his face pale. "Calm down, we've all been fooled by Su Wei." Su Jiang's eyes widened with anger. "Fuck you. If you hadn't robbed my supplies, would I have gone out in the snow?" Lu Zhan immediately argued, "I didn't take it alone. It was shared by everyone. We have to survive." He cleverly said this, and he dragged the other owners into it. But Su Jiang didn't buy it all. He sneered and scolded, "Stop pretending. You took half of the supplies for yourself and gave others just the leftovers." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the owners around Lu Zhan changed. It turned out that Lu Zhan was ostensibly the boss, but in reality, he was secretly enriching himself. The crowd whispered among themselves, and those who had once trusted him became wary. Lu Zhan's expression flickered as he tried to defend himself. "I'm doing this so everyone can hold on a little longer." "I don't believe you," Su Jiang interrupted angrily. "I'm giving you 2 choices. Either hand over the supplies or keep your life. Don't even think about it." Lu Zhan naturally refused to give in. Supplies were his life, and there was no way he was going to let go. "Then don't blame me for being rude." Before Su Jiang finished speaking, he flashed his gun. Bang! A homeowner standing behind Lu Zhan was shot and fell to the ground, eyes wide open, his face etched with confusion. "Why me? How dare you kill someone?" Lu Zhan, enraged, immediately fired back. Another of Su Jiang's men collapsed, shot in the chest, killed instantly. Several more gunshots rang out, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. Screams and wails echoed. Many men, struck in vital areas, fell to the ground, breathless, unable to even struggle. The entire yard turned into a blazing battlefield with gunshots, shouting, and crying all mixed together. It was completely out of control. Chapter 24. The most poisonous thing is the human heart. At this moment, Building 104. Su Wei was holding a .54 pistol, lying on the skylight on the 2nd floor, and said with a pout, "So this is what it feels like to shoot a pistol. It's just that my accuracy is a bit poor. I need to practice more." He was the one who fired the first shot just now. It's just that his technique was too poor and he didn't hit Lu Zhan. The second shot was fired by Lu Zhan, but his technique was even worse and he failed to hit Su Jiang even at such a close distance. But Su Wei did not feel sorry because he did not want Su Jiang to die so soon. He wanted to torture Su Jiang and make him suffer so much that he could neither live nor die. With the addition of hot weapons, many people died quickly in this chaotic battle. Su Jiang and Lu Zhan also ran out of bullets, and the two began to fight hand-to-hand. However, compared with a gangster boss like Su Jiang, Lu Zhan was simply inferior. He was knocked out by Su Jiang with one punch, and then he was beaten and kicked like a storm. "Su Jiang, I was wrong. Forgive me, please forgive me." Lu Zhan was beaten so hard that he screamed in pain. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and hugged Su Jiang's legs to beg for mercy. "Pooh!" Su Jiang spat fiercely on Lu Zhan's face and cursed. "You idiot! How dare you fight me? Do you dare to do it again?" "I don't dare anymore, I don't dare anymore." Lu Zhan was beaten black and blue, with 3 of his 4 front teeth missing. He mumbled, "Boss Su, spare my life. I'll bring the supplies to you right away." "Send it." Su Jiang spat again and said with a smile, "You want to run away, don't you?" No, I don't dare." Su Jiang ignored Lu Zhan's pleas for mercy and waved his hand, saying, "Let's go to his house and move his things. As for that Su Wei, I'll settle this score with him later." This time, he and Lu Zhan were badly tricked by Su Wei. Although Su Jiang's side was good at fighting, he also suffered heavy losses in the icy and snowy environment. But Su Wei's villa is too sturdy. Last time, more than 300 owners smashed the glass for a long time, but couldn't even break a piece of glass. Su Jiang would not waste his energy. His idea was the same as Lu Zhan's, which was to find a way to force Su Wei out. But the present matter is the most important. Lu Zhan should still have a lot of supplies. Once he gets them, he will be able to live comfortably for a while. At this time, the owners had suffered heavy casualties, with only 5 or 6 left standing. The others were either shot to death or crippled by Su Jiang's men. In this extreme environment, Everyone lacks medical care and medicine, and getting injured at this time is equivalent to losing life. Seeing Su Jiang carrying Lu Jin away, the injured owners quickly begged for mercy. "Boss Su, please take us away too, please." They were unable to move, and if left here, they would freeze to death within half an hour. "Go away." Su Jiang kicked one of the owners away and asked, "Do you have any food? If you do, I'll take you away." "Yes, I have." Another homeowner who was hit in the calf cried out, "I still have 5 packets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of mineral water at home. I have biscuit bread." "I have." "Boss Su, I have a girlfriend who is absolutely stunning. If you can save me, I'll give her to you." Su Jiang was so angry that he almost laughed. He cursed. "People like you are considered social elites? Damn, a bunch of beasts. Let's go, I want to see how awesome that woman is." A group of people left the villa. The remaining owners were lying on the ground, screaming and wailing. The fat woman in the villa was so scared that she looked at the dead and injured people. She curled up in the corner like a meatball, covering her mouth tightly. Of course, don't think she will save anyone. At this time, even a pure saint would not do such a stupid thing. Su Wei raised the telescope and watched those people walk away, the sneer on his face becoming more and more intense. "Haha, Su Jiang." At this time, Zhuang Chang also came back. As soon as I entered the storage room, I saw Su shouting, holding a bowl of instant noodles, and wolfing it down. "Damn it!" Zhuang Chang rushed forward angrily and kicked Su shouting against the wall. "Ouch! Brother Chang, what's wrong with you? Why are you hitting me?" Su shouting was stunned by the sudden kick and shivered in pain. "What?" Snap! 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 Zhuang Chang became even angrier and picked up the whip on the bed and whipped Su shouting so hard that her eyes rolled back and she almost fainted. He finally sat down on the bed, panting heavily, and cursed, "You stinky bitch! I provide you with food and shelter, and you actually want to harm me? You have lost your conscience." At this moment, Zhuang Chang has changed his previous honest and simple image and is like an angry lion. Su Wei had told him before to be careful of Su shouting. At that time, he didn't quite believe it. He thought that such a pitiful woman could not have any bad intentions. As long as he treated her well, she would definitely be grateful to him. After all, in this environment, what Zhuang Chang gave her was simply heaven. But he never expected it. Last night, she was trying hard to please me in bed and kept saying that she was grateful for being my lifelong white lotus. But in the blink of an eye, she turned into a poisonous scorpion. She actually colluded with outsiders to attack herself and wanted to use herself to force Su Wei. Fortunately, Su Wei's vigilance saved his life. Otherwise, it would not be those owners who died tonight, but him. Thinking of this, Zhuang Chang became even angrier. He grabbed Su Shouting's head and slapped her dozens of times on both sides. I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, Brother Chang. I will definitely listen to you from now on. I will do whatever you ask me to do." Listening to the screams and wails downstairs, Su Wei drank a sip of red wine comfortably. He looked at the furious Zhuang Chang thoughtfully, wanting to see what Zhuang Chang would do this time. If he still softened his heart and wanted to keep Su Shouting, or if he was horny and believed Su Shouting's lies again, then Su Wei would have to seriously consider whether to kick him out. Compared to the harsh environment in the end times, the most terrifying thing is human nature. He did this to make Zhuang Chang face reality and understand that it was already the end of the world. If he still couldn't adapt to this environment, no matter how much he helped him, it would be in vain. If you are not ruthless, you cannot stand firm. Go away. After calming down, Zhuang Chang looked at Su Shouting with disgust and said indifferently, "Now, immediately, get out." "Brother Chang, I was wrong, Brother Chang." Hearing this, Su Shouting immediately hugged Zhuang Chang's legs like crazy and begged for mercy. "Please don't chase me away. I will die if I go out." Zhuang Chang kicked her away and said coldly, "What does your life or death have to do with me? If you don't get out of here, I'll really kill you." "I won't leave, even if I die." Su Shouting crawled to the bedside, hugged the bedside tightly, and said madly, "I will die if I go out. I won't go out." Damn it. Even though Zhuang Chang wanted to kill someone, he still couldn't get over his conscience. After all, it was a human life. He could ignore Su Shouting and let her die, but he still didn't dare to kill her, nor did he have the heart to do so. Chapter 25. A box of instant noodles costs 200,000. Zhuang Chang ultimately didn't have the heart to kill Su Shouting. He opened the door, threw her out, and gave her a cotton coat and 2 packets of biscuits. Su Wei smiled as he watched this scene, feeling much more satisfied with Shuang Chang. If he kept Su shouting, unqualified. If he drives Su shouting away, qualified. After he drove Su shouting away, he still gave her a glimmer of hope for life, which shows that there is still a trace of humanity in this man's heart. At least he has not become a cold-blooded animal. Human nature in the end times is difficult to understand, especially towards the people around him. Su Wei dare not relax at all. Unless he trusts them 100%, he will not let anyone threaten him. After watching 2 big shows in a row, Su Wei was in a good mood and went back to the living room to play games. This time he tricked Su Jiang. With the temper of this gangster, he would definitely not let him go. However, he probably didn't dare to break up with him now. Besides, I'm not afraid of falling out. Come if you have the guts. You'll be awesome if you can get in. As for going out on his own initiative, it is impossible to beat him to death unless there is no one in the community who poses a threat to him, or the doomsday disappears. After playing games for most of the night, Su Wei slept until noon. After getting up and washing up, he took out a steaming hot sandwich from the space and poured a glass of milk. Now he was even more grateful for his rebirth. Not only did it give him a chance to return, but he also possessed such powerful spatial abilities. What's even more abnormal is that time seems to be still in this space. The pancakes he had stored half a month ago were still fresh and hot when he took them out. In the end times, such ability is simply a bug. Su Wei hummed a little tune and came to the window. The blizzard that had lasted for 7 or 8 days finally showed signs of abating, but the cold wind was still howling. There were actually people outside clearing the snow, trying to clear a path out to find food. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that the outside was covered with ice and snow at the moment. Even if they could find places like supermarkets and convenience stores with food, it was still unclear whether they could get in. And what's even scarier is that zombies are coming. According to the time calculation of the previous life, on the 20th day after the end of the world, some humans who had died long ago showed terrible corpse transformation. Although only a small number of them turned into zombies, their attack power was terrifying. Those zombies that had long lost their minds could not only break through iron doors, but also bite anyone they saw. At the beginning, many citizens who were unaware of the situation were bitten, and in the following 24 hours, their bodies gradually mutated and eventually became zombies. At this moment, the fat lady in the group suddenly sent a message. We buy food at high prices, and those who are willing to sell it will do the talking. Haha, this is a food shortage. However, they were able to hold out for a week before running out of food, which showed that the fat woman had stockpiled a lot of food at home. I still have 2 boxes of instant noodles at home. How much do you want to pay? Seeing this news, Su Wei smiled unhappily. Oh my god, there are really people who value money over their lives. This person probably saw that the wind and snow outside had subsided and thought that the environment would gradually change, so he started to think about money. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Although the blizzard will no longer rage, the environment will become more severe. Not to mention the impending zombies. Even the temperature of minus 50 degrees Celsius is enough to make people despair. And who knows whether the temperature will drop again in the future. How about 2,000? The fat woman then sent a message. Soon the group erupted in laughter. Do you think this was 10 days ago? Stupid. You want to buy a box for 2,000? I'll give you 20,000. Don't even consider the time of year. I'll give you 25,000. This is the city on the clouds, and 90% of the people here are middle and upper level elites in society. Even a foreign player like Su Shouting has economic strength that is unmatched by ordinary people. Soon someone else made another offer. I'll give you 30,000. Sell it to me, brother. If it's not enough, I'll give you more. For rich people, money is just a tool. They know the value of money very well, which is to exchange it for resources. Now, 80% of the surviving owners in the community have run out of food. Some people have even been hungry for several days, but they're willing to exchange for any amount of money, let alone 2,000. I'll give you 100,000. Sure enough, someone offered a sky-high price. A box of instant noodles costing 100,000 yuan. No one would have dared to imagine this in the past, but now it is the reality. Damn it, shut up. Su Jiang, who had just fought the night before, appeared and said, I'll offer 200,000. If anyone dares to raise the price again, Lu Zhen will be your fate. When mentioning Lu Zhen, the owners suddenly remembered the gunfight last night. Although they didn't know what had happened, Su Jiang's words meant that Lu Zhen was definitely in danger. And up to now, Lu Zhan hadn't said a word. Could it be? The fat woman was instantly speechless. The gunfight last night happened right in front of her eyes, and it was horrifying to think about it now. And those dead people are still lying in her yard. Soon, the transaction worth 200,000 was completed. As for whether Su Jiang would kill the man and take away all his food after getting the instant noodles, that depends on Su Jiang's character. So why isn't it? It seems that Su Jiang didn't find much food at Lu Zhan's house yesterday. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so anxious today. Come to think of it, how could a shrewd person like Lu Zhan put all his eggs in one basket? As for whether he was killed by Su Jiang, Su Wei said he didn't care. In such an environment, is it surprising if a few people die? After the disaster, the world lost at least 50 to 90% of its population. Then came the strong winds and snowstorms, and the atmosphere suddenly dropped. At this moment, no more than 5% of the population could still survive. And with this 5%, it would be good if only 1% is left when the zombies arrive. Su Wei had experienced all of this in his previous life, so naturally, he had become indifferent to life and death. Now, he can only ensure his own survival first. As for others, in his previous life, he had been full of compassion, but what did he get in return? Qin Moyu and Su Jiang killed him, and those so-called neighbors also started killing each other, and no one said a word to help him. Thinking of this, Su Wei was suddenly stunned for a moment. By the way, where's that bitch Qin Moyu? In her previous life, she moved into her own home after the end of the world, but in this life, because Su's shouting exposed her disguise, she was abandoned by Su Wei early on. Damn, that bitch got away with it. If he could find Qin Moyu, Su Wei would definitely torture her to death in the most cruel way. However, after more than 10 days of heavy snow, the old and dilapidated community, like the Qin families, has probably lost all its energy reserves, and there is little hope of survival. Even in the end times, the advantages of the rich are still so obvious. For example, the owners of the villa area in Yunshang City, although they're also short of food and clothing, at least they can still keep their lives. The city's energy supply will also be given priority to them. In addition, the construction materials of these villas are much better than those of high-rise buildings. So naturally, they have a greater chance of survival than those of ordinary owners. Chapter 26. People really resisted. Su Wei was lying in a 25 degrees room, wearing only pajamas. He turned on the People's Livelihood channel on TV, and there was actually still content being broadcast, with several hosts wrapped up like dumplings constantly trying to comfort the people. However, now only these official personnel can still have basic protection. As for those civil groups, they have long been in chaos. In the video, the female host, speaking in clear Mandarin, shouted, "Dear people of the country, please rest assured. The country has mobilized all its forces to actively prepare for war. We Chinese people will definitely survive this disaster. The country has mobilized all its manpower and resources, and the first priority is to actively repair the energy supply in major cities. The state has distributed a large amount of supplies." Su Wei suddenly laughed when he heard this, because just as the female host was speaking, in the camera behind, several directors stopped working and were scrambling for a pack of compressed biscuits. Obviously, this disaster has long been beyond human control. Although the country is still trying hard to appease the people, in the face of reality, such appeasement not only does not work, but makes people feel deceived. The power of the universe is transcendent. Once it unleashes its power, everything is false. Even though the three major powers have made the fastest response plan and prevented the impact of the new planet GH, they still cannot stop the sweeping of the residual power. The ecosystem of Planet D had already been destroyed by the explosion, and all kinds of unpredictable dangers followed. It will take a long time to solve these problems. Maybe it will be decades, maybe hundreds of years, maybe... Bite. Just when Su Wei was lamenting the uncertain future, he suddenly received a long-lost message on his phone. "Su Wei, I'm sorry. A familiar sentence." This message was actually sent by Qin Moyu, who had disappeared for a long time. Su Wei subconsciously replied, "Oh my God, you are still alive?" Qin Moyu here had long lost her former glory. Like many others, she curled up in a thick quilt, shivering and starving. After seeing Su Wei's reply, Qin Moyu was happy at first, but then suddenly coughed twice. "Bastard Su Wei, you actually cursed me." She cursed, but her voice was full of pity. "I'm sorry, Su Wei. I was wrong about what I did before. Let's make peace, okay?" The community where Chin Moyu lives has been experiencing a power outage since the first day of the blizzard. At first, she didn't feel anything. But after a few days, even the water supply system was paralyzed. Chin Moyu then became nervous, but it was too late. If she hadn't suddenly had electricity for half an hour, she wouldn't even be able to turn on her cell phone. The first thing she did when she turned on her phone was to try to contact Su Wei. After all, the villa area where Su Wei lives is much better than her home. And Chin Moyu just discovered an important piece of news while watching the news. There was a guy named Su Wei who bought out all the Weidu supermarket before the end of the world. Chin Moyu instantly lost her composure and started cursing Su Wei for being shameless. It turns out that he tried every possible way to cash out, not because of any bullshit gambling, but because he had known that the end of the world was coming and wanted to stock up on supplies in advance. What's even more hateful is, at least 9 million of the supplies Su Wei had came from her. However, after being exposed by Su shouting, Chin Moyu learned her lesson and no longer dared to force herself against Su Wei, but instead played the emotional card. Your uncle, do you think the hat on my head is not straight enough? Su Wei spat harshly, and then an idea came to his mind. It would be fine if I didn't see you, but now that you've come to my door, if I don't avenge my past life, my life will have been lived in vain. Then he replied calmly, how can we make peace? Will I be deceived by you again? No. Chin Moyu heard Su Wei's tone wasn't as bad as she had imagined, and she immediately felt hopeful. She explained, I was forced that time. There were several men on me, and I was drunk. I resisted, really. Hearing this, Su Wei suddenly laughed out of anger. Damn, this bitch. Then he pretended to be angry and said, if you hadn't gone out to fool around, would they have taken you away? You still want me to forgive you now? Dream on. The most important thing in acting is authenticity. If I forgive Chin Moyu so easily, it would seem fake. Chin Mo seemed to have expected Su Wei to say this. She said with a hint of tears in her voice, I didn't fool around. I was drugged by those people. It was really just an accident. I really resisted. But how can you ask me to forgive you for something like this? Su Wei's tone was full of helplessness and confusion. Chin Moyu sneered contemptuously and continued, I was wrong, Su Wei. Please forgive me this time. Have you forgotten how loving we were in the past? Have you forgotten that you once said that you would only love me in this life? Have you forgotten the happy times we had before? Su Wei, I miss you so much. I want to be by your side right now. With your protection, I won't be deceived anymore. Su Wei, I'm so cold. Can you hug me? After hearing these voice messages, Su Wei almost vomited out the food he had eaten the previous night. But I'm not cold. After saying that, Su Wei sent a photo of the room and a pile of high-end food on the table. Beer, red wine, steak, caviar, sushi, ham, everything is available. Chin Moyu's eyes widened when she saw these things. And she clearly saw the thermometer on the wall behind her, 25 degrees. How much stuff has he hoarded? They even have power supply, and it's so luxurious. Then she couldn't wait to send a message. Su Wei, I miss you so much. Can we get back together? What about the money I owe you? Chin Moyu on the other end of the phone hesitated. That's 9 million, and their entire family's lifetime earnings may not be worth that much. But the current harsh environment. Chin Moyu made up her mind. What do you mean by yours and mine? Aren't they all ours? I know you borrowed the money to stock up on supplies, and now it's time to use them. This bitch is not stupid. She knows that life is more important than money. And from what Chin Moyu said, it seemed that she was telling Su Wei that half of those supplies belonged to her. Hee. Even if half of it is yours, you have to be alive to get it first. Su Wei sent a voice message. Since you said so, then come on. Chin Moyu was delighted and said coquettishly, then can you come pick me up? It's too cold outside. I will freeze to death if I go out like this. It's not convenient for me to go out now. But what the hell, why don't you come? Su Wei pretended to be impatient and stopped replying. After Chin Moyu sent many messages without receiving a reply, she finally couldn't help it. Looking at the 5% battery on her phone, she gritted her teeth and got out of bed. Just go. Rather than staying here and freezing or starving to death, it's better to give it a try. Judging from Su Wei's tone, he definitely still has feelings for her. She is confident that as long as she goes to Su Wei, she will definitely be able to make him change his mind. As long as I can live with Su Wei, everything will be easy. When the time comes, I will find a way to rob her house and bring her parents and brother over, so that her family will never have to worry again. Chapter 27. I'm just a kid and still guessing. Su Wei stared at the phone screen and sneered. He didn't know if Chin Mayu could withstand the wind and snow to come here. It would be a blessing for her if she froze to death on the way. Then he switched to the owner's group. The property manager was still trying to appease them patiently, but every time he opened his mouth, he was drowned out by countless insults. Especially the fat lady next door. She saw with her own eyes that the property had stored a batch of supplies before, but the owners couldn't find them after searching for a long time. Fortunately, the property management department is some distance away from the community, otherwise the property manager would have been killed by these owners long ago. But these have nothing to do with Su Wei. He looked at the news indifferently, without any ripples in his heart. Even if these people all starved to death, he would not feel any pity for them, because no one felt pity for him in his previous life either. Su Jiang in the villa and area was also watching the group chat. After the last battle, he and his men were not having a good time either. 2 of the injured brothers died when they returned that day, and were found dead in bed the next day. Although he was not injured, the food at home was running out. If he didn't find a way to get some food, even if he didn't starve to death, his men would kill each other because of internal strife. "Boss, give me something to eat. I can't bear it anymore." The younger brothers hadn't eaten for 2 days and were begging Su Jiang. Su Jiang glanced at the locked safe next to him, hesitated for a few seconds, and picked up his phone. "Hello, is this Brother Su?" Su Wei also smiled and said, "Brother Su? What's wrong?" "Damn, you ask even though you already know the answer." Su Jiang said with a cold smile, "Brother Su, I'm struggling to make ends meet right now. You have plenty of food, so why don't you share some with me?" Su Wei played a trick on him last time, so Su Jiang didn't dare to be too tough this time. Su Weigu said in embarrassment, "I don't have much food left." Fart. It only took a few days to produce 20 million worth of supplies. "Are you a fucking pig?" Su Jiang immediately got angry, but he still smiled and said, "Brother Su, everyone knows how much stuff you have. Although your house is sturdy, you can't stay away from it all your life, right? This is a threat." Then Su Jiang said, "As long as you give me some of the food, you can rest assured that you can go out freely from now on. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I will shoot him. You're the only one with a gun, and I don't have one." Su Wei cursed inwardly and said, "How about this, Brother Su? I'll give you half. This is my limit. From now on, there really is no more." "Coward." Su Jiang smiled disdainfully and said, "Okay, let's do it the same way as before. You throw the things out, and I'll bring people to get them." "Good." This time, Su Jiang didn't dare to let his men go again. The owners in the community have long been starving to death. If they are discovered, someone will definitely come to rob them. He opened the safe, took out a pistol, prepared 2 magazines, and hurriedly walked towards Su Wei with his brothers. Su Wei waited for more than 10 minutes, and estimated that Su Jiang had already left. He picked up his phone and sent a message in the group chat. "Everyone, it's not a big deal for you to call me in the group all day long. I have a limited amount of supplies here." He suddenly said this. The owners in the group were immediately shocked. Could it be that Su Wei has a change of heart and wants to help us? Dozens of messages popped up in an instant. "Boss Su, we don't ask for much. Once the disaster is over, we will definitely pay you back double. Yes, Mr. Su, we only need a little bit. After the disaster, we will definitely compensate you well. Boss Su, please help me." Su Wei waited for a few minutes before speaking. "Well, it just so happens that Mr. Su just contacted me. Instead of being squeezed dry by him, why not split up with us? Yeah, Su Jiang is a gangster. Don't worry, Mr. Su. As long as you help us once, we can fight him to the death." Right. Starving to death is the same thing anyway. If Su Jiang dares to cause trouble for you, we'll kill him. After a lot of people died in succession, people's hearts underwent tremendous changes. Everyone knows that this disaster will not end anytime soon. Even if the disaster ends one day, no one can predict what the world will be like. After all, they're all dead, so who would care about how they died? And they also knew that it was impossible to besiege Su Wei. That house is incredibly sturdy. So now they have no choice but to please Su Wei. Even if it means kneeling and licking him, it is better than starving to death. More than an hour later, there was a knock on the villa's door. Su Wei came to the second-floor window, turned off the one-way lighting function on the glass, waved to Su Jiang below, and said loudly, "Brother Su, the things are all in the yard." Su Jiang had already seen the pile of food in the yard, and without saying a word, he let his men in and rushed in. But before they started moving, they heard a commotion outside. A dark crowd of people slowly came over. "Boss, this." The younger brother looked at the endless crowd outside and shuddered subconsciously. There were at least nearly 1,000 people outside, which was probably all the owners in the city on the cloud. This is a full-scale mobilization. Even Su Wei was a little dazed. It seemed that he was really hungry. The scene later would definitely be quite explosive. He was looking forward to it. Su Jiang also subconsciously took a step back, but he recovered immediately, took out a pistol from his waist without hesitation, and fired a shot into the air. Bang! This shot had a great effect. More than 1,000 owners stopped in their tracks at the same time, and the madness in their eyes was dispelled a lot by the fear in their hearts. But after just a moment, they pressed forward again. Su Jiang couldn't help but frown and raised his hand to fire another shot. The owners paused again, and this time they stopped. Su Jiang finally breathed a sigh of relief, pointed his gun at them, and said viciously, "Those of you who don't want to die, get out of here. All this food is mine." "You're talking nonsense." Next door, the fat woman poked her head out and yelled. "Su Wei clearly said in the group chat that these things belong to all of us, and we all have a share. Damn it, Su Wei. You're cheating me again." Su Jiang was furious and raised his head and shouted, "Su Wei, what do you mean?" Su Wei looked at him with a smile. "Guess. I'm just a kid still guessing." Su Jiang was furious, but Su Wei looked calm. "You can't finish all the food, so why not share some with everyone? Brother Su, don't be too selfish." As soon as he finished speaking, someone responded, "That's right. You can't be so selfish. You've already taken so much supplies, and now you want to keep them all for yourself? Impossible." "Yes, we don't agree." "Equal." "Well said. At worst I can just fight him." Chapter 28. Heaven and Hell. Su Jiang has been active in Yuntai City for many years, and his men have killed countless people. But no matter how ruthless he was, he had to be afraid when facing more than 1,000 owners. These people are no longer the social elites and upper-class people they used to be. After being tortured by disasters for so long, many people have long lost their so-called qualities in education, and at this moment they are no different from beasts. This is also the reason why Su Jiang hesitated to shoot and kill people, because he knew that once these owners, who had already gone crazy, saw blood, they would instantly turn into wolves and pounce on him in groups to tear him to pieces. But the food was so tempting. Su Jiang even saw 2 hibiscus kings inside. During the more than 10 days of hardship, this old smoker had long run out of food, and he loved cigarettes more than his own father. After struggling for a bit, Su Jiangxin steeled himself and pointed his gun at the leading owner. "Say it again, get out of here, or I'll be the first to kill you." After years of involvement in the underworld, Su Jiang understood that to catch a thief, one must first catch the leader. As long as the leader is scared, those people won't dare to show their teeth. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. The man was also extremely hungry and shouted, "Stop trying to scare people. You only have one gun. How many people can you kill? If you have guts, just shoot." Bang! Su Jiang shot him in the head without hesitation, cursing, "Damn it! How dare you ask me for something like that?" No one would have thought that Su Jiang would dare to shoot in such a situation. Many people were frightened, and the crowd suddenly became chaotic. Some people began to retreat, but more people did not move, and their anger had reached its limit. Who else? Bang! Another headshot. Su Jiang knew that he had to fight with all his might, and that he could only fight cruelty with cruelty. 2 people died in succession. The owners had never seen such a scene before, and many of them began to retreat. Seeing that these people were backing down, Su Wei had no choice but to add fuel to the fire. "Just to be clear, I don't have much food left, so I'll only share it this once." Wow! Suddenly, nearly 1,000 people rushed forward again. "Su Wei, you bastard!" Su Jiang cursed Su Wei in his heart. He finally realized that Su Wei did it on purpose. He didn't want to give him food at all. He just wanted him and these owners to kill each other. "Grab it!" Someone shouted. Finally, nearly 1,000 people rushed up in a black mass, and countless people began to loot. Su Jiang and his brothers were drowned in the crowd in the blink of an eye. The shouts that rose to the sky drowned out even the sound of gunfire. People push each other, squeeze each other, step on each other, beat each other, and even kill each other. Zhuang Chang, who was in the storage room, was closest and felt the situation most directly. Only at this moment did he suddenly wake up and understand what Su Wei meant. A starving person is a beast. Truth. Look at these people. There was no sanity left in them. They were just like a pack of starving wild dogs. Su Wei was also deeply shocked. In his previous life, he did not have these endless supplies, nor did he have the opportunity to witness this shocking scene. The madness of those owners is terrifying. Su Wei was extremely grateful for his foresight. Fortunately, this super shelter existed. Otherwise, his fate today would definitely be worse than Su Zhang's. The looting lasted for several hours. It was not until the owners, trapped in the heavy snow, could no longer bear the cold that they slowly retreated like a tide, leaving behind wounds all over the ground and wailing roars that resounded through the sky. Among them was Su Jiang. His legs were broken by someone, and he cried out in agony. But he still held the pistol tightly in his hand and was carried away by 3 surviving brothers. "You're so lucky, but I want to see how lucky you are." Su Wei sneered and returned to the room. As for the hundreds of dead or injured owners outside, he didn't even spare a glance. Take out a fragrant roast duck from the space, pour a glass of ice-cold beer, and get a plate of fried peanuts and start to enjoy it leisurely. These things were all hoarded by him before the end of the world. In the days before the end of the world, Su Wei was like a glutton. He wandered around the city frantically, and whenever he came across a shop selling food, no matter what it was, he would buy out everything without hesitation. What happened? Right at this moment, a bloated, tightly wrapped woman, leaning on a mop, limped to the door of Su Wei's villa. Qin Moyu was stunned by the scene in front of her. The ground was littered with dead bodies and dying wounded, as well as some crushed food scraps mixed with red and white blood, frozen solid in puddles. She couldn't help but scream and banged on the door of the villa frantically. "Su Wei! Su Wei!" Qin Moyu cried out in fear. "Open the door quickly! I am Qin Moyu! Open the door quickly!" Inside the house, Su Wei heard the shouting and stopped gnawing on the duck leg for a moment. He laughed in disbelief and said, "Oh my God! What are these 2 women made of? They're both so tough. This journey must be at least 5 kilometers, and she actually made it." Qin Moyu in the surveillance video was banging on the door frantically. Su Wei stood up calmly while gnawing on the duck leg and looked through the window. Qin Moyu also saw him and immediately stared at the duck leg, swallowing subconsciously. Really? As expected, he had prepared everything long ago, even roast duck. This place is really a paradise. Qin Moyu looked at the bright lights inside excitedly, and then subconsciously glanced at the devastation on the ground outside. Heaven! Hell! Although they are separated by a wall, they are completely 2 different worlds. Qin Moyu finally went crazy and shouted loudly, "Su Wei, I'm here. Let me in quickly." But Su Wei inside shook his head at him. Qin Moyu was stunned. "What do you mean?" Su Wei calmly picked up the intercom on the wall and said calmly, "Moyu, you saw the dead people outside. They were trampled to death while trying to steal food. You didn't see the scene. It was too scary." Su Wei patted his chest with lingering fear and continued, "There are quite a few people outside staring at me right now. If I dare to open the door, they will definitely rush in." He is right. At this moment, figures flashed in the surrounding villas. They were all staring at Su Wei's house, and as long as there was the slightest chance, they would rush over. "But didn't you promise me? You can't lie to me." Qin Moyu collapsed and fell to the ground. God knows how she walked all this way. It took her 4 hours to walk through the snow that was taller than a person. If she doesn't get warmth, she will freeze to death. Su Wei ignored her pleading and said calmly, "Why don't you go somewhere else? There are many people living here, and someone should be able to take you in. I still have 2 packets of biscuits that I can't finish, so I'll give them to you." After saying that, Su Wei threw 2 packets of biscuits out from the window, then directly pressed the remote control to close all the curtains. He just wants to torture this bitch to death slowly. Qin Moyu picked up the 2 packets of biscuits on the ground and left with deep resentment in her eyes. Chapter 29. The disaster will not stop. The sky is blue, waiting for the mist and rain. Su Wei was in a good mood, humming a little tune and turning on the TV. Today is the 12th day of the end of the world. The people's livelihood channels on TV disappeared and turned into a sea of white snow. Other national channels also stopped working. Then he turned on his phone again. After losing the channel of disseminating news through television, official departments could only continue to post on the internet and try their best to appease the people. But the intermittent network connection makes people wait impatiently. At this point, I'm afraid even the network infrastructure of these big cities can no longer bear it. After all, no matter how advanced the technology is, it still needs to be maintained by people. According to Su Wei's judgment of his previous life, there are no more than 1 million people still alive in the entire Yuntai city. This number sounds like a lot, but you have to know that Yuntai is one of the top first-tier cities in China, and its population density is second only to Shanghai and Kyoto. A city with a population of over 30 million now has less than 1 million people left. At this rate of decline, in a dozen days or so, only 1 in 10 of the remaining 1 million people will remain. Su Wei opened his hands, and the group chat was already in chaos. Many owners were already exhausted after the previous battle, and the rest were not much better off, complaining about hunger. Property management, why is the water supply suddenly cut off? Yeah, what's going on? My family has nothing to eat and is relying on water to survive. Now that the water supply has been cut off, what are we going to do? Even the People's Livelihood channel has stopped broadcasting. If things continue like this, we will just have to wait for death. Where are the officials? Where's the country? How can they ignore us? Su Wei smiled bitterly and lit a cigarette, and clouds of smoke floated before his eyes. At this time in his previous life, he was also holding his mobile phone anxiously, complaining about the official incompetence like those owners. But now he has already predicted the ending. At this moment, the authorities no longer have the energy to take care of them. If they want to survive in the future, they can only rely on their own tenacious will. Because in 3 days, zombies will arrive. This apocalyptic disaster only truly begins today. Without the protection of modern facilities, what they will face in the future will only become more severe. Su Wei was extremely grateful at this moment. With this shelter that cost nearly 100 million yuan, he no longer needs to worry about safety issues. The nearly 100 billion yuan worth of stored supplies in his mind space also makes him feel extremely at ease. Before the D-ball is destroyed, Su Wei doesn't have to worry about life at all. Even if the world really destroyed, the worst that could happen would be that everyone would just roll up their sleeves and wait for death. Anyway, before that, he had enjoyed what he should have enjoyed. At this time, someone else in the group spoke up, and the criticism was directed at the property manager. Old Qian, didn't you say the snowstorm wouldn't last a few days? What do you say now? Qian Su, the property manager, replied angrily. What do you think of me? The authorities said it was fine, but now they're gone. What can I do? Then you figure out a way. That's right, we spend so much money every year to support you. And this is your attitude? This is a piece of shit. They're like a lapdog when it comes to asking for money. You can't rely on them at all when something goes wrong. At this time, Qian Su was hiding in the basement of the property department, where a lot of milk, biscuits, and other food were stored. Compared to the indoor temperature, which is approaching minus 30 degrees Celsius at this moment, the basement has become a good place to hide. Being fully enclosed, the temperature here is much higher than that above. Listening to the cursing in the group, Qian Su was scratching his head. At this moment, he was even more panicked than the other owners because he had learned some news through the city's internal channels just a few hours ago. This disaster may never stop. It is even possible that this will be the beginning of a new era of mass extinction. Just like what is written in science fiction novels, Planet D will experience a long ice age every few 100,000 years. The harsh climate that follows will freeze or destroy all living things on it. Perhaps in a few 100,000 years, new humans will appear. Perhaps those archaeologists can still find traces left by them at this time. Really, the owners in the group who had some means gradually learned the news. An atmosphere of panic spread instantly. This is definitely not an ordinary disaster. I just received news that this is a global storm that is rare in 10,000 years. Other regions are also in disaster. Several major cities in the country have long been paralyzed, and our Yuntai city is no exception. Furthermore, the top leaders in Kyoto have already started their escape plan, and the air defense bases have long been on combat readiness. We must save ourselves, otherwise only death will await us. The nervous and frightened owners finally exploded. The fat woman who hadn't been seen for a long time suddenly said, Qian Su, do you still have the milk you stockpiled last month? I can buy it. Damn, this stupid woman. Qian Su looked at the message in the group chat and wished he could eat the fat woman alive. Even if you want supplies, at least send me a private message, right? There are so many people in the group, and now everyone has seen it. How can I admit it? He gritted his teeth and sent a voice message, saying, stop talking nonsense here. There's no such thing as that batch of supplies. The food we had in the property management department has already been eaten up. You fart. The fat woman persisted. I saw those things with my own eyes. She had mentioned that batch of supplies in the group before. But the owners at that time did not realize the seriousness of the disaster and did not take this seriously. It's different now. No matter whether the supplies are real or fake, they will not miss this opportunity. Qian Su sensed a strong danger and hurriedly said, "Stop your nonsense. The property management department has absolutely no supplies. Besides, the higher authorities just notified us that they'll be actively repairing facilities and sending people to clear the snow. The disaster is only temporary. Don't listen to those alarmist people. Most of the owners in the group are of prominent status, so they will naturally not be intimidated by this. Why are you exaggerating? Can you guarantee that we will survive the disaster? If you really have food, take it out and share it with us. Otherwise, we won't be polite." That's right. Hundreds of people died yesterday anyway. So if you die one more time, it won't matter anymore. If you don't hand it over, you'll die. Qian Su stared at the group chat, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. Although he was in a basement with a temperature of more than 10 degrees below zero, he could still smell a strong smell of death. How could he not know about the battle yesterday? Su Weili used Su Jiang and the owners to kill each other, leaving dead bodies all over the ground and thousands of owners injured or disabled. Chapter 30. Mr. Su, this is Xiao Su. But the fear is only temporary. Qian Su hesitated for only a moment before saying coldly, "There's no food like you mentioned. I'm out of food too, and I can't even get water." Compared to death, starving to death is obviously more unacceptable. Since it has come to this, is there any difference between being starved to death and being beaten to death? Besides, he is in the basement now, without even a window, only a vent that a child can get in. What is there to be afraid of? Even if they wanted to rob, they would have to open the thick iron door outside first. Thinking of this, Qian Su felt relieved because he remembered the 2 previous battles. Thousands of owners failed to capture Su Wei's villa. Although his place was simple, it was surrounded by steel bars and concrete, and the passages were narrow, so it was not easy for them to get in. Come on, a bunch of idiots. Su Wei looked at the message in the group chat and smiled. Don't look at Qian Su's arrogance now. He won't be able to smile tomorrow. In his previous life, Qian Su relied on the fact that he lived in the basement and thought that no one could threaten him. Not only did he not share food with the owners, he also arrogantly provoked them. Unfortunately, he underestimated the resilience of the owners in the end times. The seemingly solid iron gate only lasted for 1 day after the owners worked together to ram it down. However, Su Wei did not intend to remind Qian Su to be careful. Anyway, the life and death of other people has nothing to do with him. Even if they all die, it will not affect him at all. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. This sentence is fully demonstrated at this moment. In his previous life, he had been a member of the group that attacked the basement, and he had contributed the most, but he had only been given 2 packs of milk biscuits out of half the warehouse. It was because of these 2 packets of biscuits that he lost his life. Thinking of this, Su Wei smiled self-deprecatingly, then continued playing with his PSP. He also made a phone call to remind Zhuang Chang to pay attention to the area around the villa. As for the water and power outages, they don't pose any threat to me at all. The space in his mind contained the supplies of the entire South China storage and logistics area, which included not only food and drinking water worth tens of billions of dollars, but also hundreds of thousands of tons of gasoline and diesel. Therefore, both water resources and energy are enough for Su Wei to squander for hundreds of years. The scene changed. Different from Su Wei's warm and happy environment, Su Jiang and his 3 remaining brothers were shivering in their blankets. In yesterday's battle, his left leg was completely broken by someone and his right leg was also fractured. If he doesn't get emergency treatment, he will most likely be disabled. As for the remaining 3 brothers, the reason they risked their lives to rescue Su Jiang was not because of brotherhood, but because there were dozens of bullets and a lot of food in Su Jiang's safe. At this moment, they are planning how to get the password of Su Jiang's safe. As for Su Wei, they no longer dare to think about him. It's not just because they can't open the abnormally hard villa. They are even more afraid of Su Wei. The first time, he instigated Lu Zhen and those owners to grab food. The second time was even more brutal. He instigated a chaotic fight involving thousands of people, resulting in countless casualties. Now they would rather starve to death than cause trouble for Su Wei again. This is also why Su Wei had the opportunity to shoot Su Jiang, but he did not do so. He wanted Su Jiang to die in the most painful way in the despair of being betrayed by his own people. Su Wei was sitting on a wool carpet worth tens of thousands of yuan, with his back against the sofa. He took out a projector from the space, which stored tens of thousands of movies and TV series. It was pitch black outside, but the house was brightly lit, and the heating system was working smoothly with the power of 5 large generators. There were various drinks on the coffee table, and the best tomahawk steak was still steaming. Such days are equally enviable, not only now, but also before the end of the world. There is no worry about food and drink, and there is no shortage of various entertainment activities. There are 4 floors of space, a gym, a large bathroom, and a small swimming pool. If another woman comes, when people are well-fed and well-clothed, they will think about sex, and Su Wei is no exception. But now he has been reborn, and the lesson of Qin Moyu in his previous life is still fresh in his mind. If he is not absolutely sure, he will not let anyone enter this villa. This is also why he did not dare to let Zhuang Chang in, even though he knew he was a good person. In the current environment, there is no absolute trust at all. Even if Zhuang Chang is a grateful person, there is no guarantee what he will do in such a tempting substitution. In his previous life, he saw with his own eyes that the fat woman next door killed her husband with a vase while he was not paying attention in order to get a bite of food. At this time, Su Wei's cell phone lit up again. It turned out to be a voice call from Su Jiang. Su Wei answered the call with great interest, and a polite greeting came from the other end. "Mr. Su? I am Xiao Su." "Xiao Su." This Su Jiang is really flexible. Su Wei wanted to laugh and said calmly, "Xiao Su? I don't know any Xiao Su. I only know Mr. Su from Buckingham Palace in Yuntai City." Su Jiang on the other end had a cold expression on his face, but he smiled and said, Yes, it's me, Xiao Su." "Oh, what's up, Xiao Su?" "Mr. Su, the market is turbulent right now. Although you're safe in your villa, you should go out for some fresh air, right? I have 2 pistols here. I'd like to see if I can trade them for some food." "Send a gun?" Su Wei sneered. "You want to kill me while delivering the gun, right? How could that be? I've experienced what Mr. Su did last time. Even if you give me the courage, I wouldn't dare to do it again." Su Wei naturally didn't believe his nonsense and hung up the phone directly. Damn it. After being rejected, Su Jiang was so angry that he threw his phone. But the younger brothers next to them were silent at this moment. They looked at each other tacitly, and then suddenly moved. Before Su Jiang could react, he was pushed onto the bed by his 2 younger brothers. The other man fumbled around on his body for a few times, took out a pistol, loaded it, and pointed it directly at Su Jiang's forehead. "Boss, don't blame us. We're just too hungry. As long as you open the safe, we promise not to kill you, and we'll even give you some food." Su Jiang was pinned down tightly, cursing, "Fuck you, are you guys trying to rebel? I'm going to kill you." But no matter how he struggled, he was helpless. After all, at this time he was no longer the frightening tiger, but a sick cat with a broken leg. "Damn it, I'll call you boss to give you face. If you don't give me face, I'll bury you in the ground, believe it or not." The younger brother spat fiercely. Su Jiang looked at him in disbelief and cursed. "You crazy ass. Who gave you the guts to talk like that? If you dare touch me, try it." Bang! The little brother called Crazy Donkey hit Su Jiang in the mouth with the butt of his gun. "Damn it, do you think you're still the boss? Let me ask you one last question. Open it or not." Chapter 31, Crazy Donkey. Over the next 2 days, the group chat became much quieter. Su Wei thought these people had starved to death, but later he found out that they had gone to Qian Su to steal food, and they actually got it. Su Wei discovered through the surveillance camera outside the villa that Qian Su was held down by several people and taken to Unit 2, Zone not far away. But these had nothing to do with him. He still had to eat and drink as usual. When he felt really bored, he would call Zhuang Chang. The 2 grown men would talk heatedly over the phone. Today marks 14 days since the beginning of the Ice Age. Su Wei knew it clearly. The blizzard will stop early tomorrow morning, but the temperature will not improve and the zombies will be here. The food that the owners snatched away did not become a life-saving straw, but instead became the fuse for the outbreak of a war. People are selfish. When all the food was about to be consumed, the food snatched from Qian Su became everyone's last hope. There were only 70 or 80 owners who participated in the battle that day, but there were still more than 700 owners waiting to die in the entire Cloud City. 700 to 80, the result is obvious. They would never watch those people swallow up this last bit of hope of life. Sure enough, someone in the group raised a question. "Chenji, tell me honestly, how much food did you grab?" Someone called a homeowner, who quickly responded, "What the hell did I get? It was just a pack of milk, and you broke my arm." Didn't they say Su stockpiled at least a truckload of supplies? He's alone, and it's only been a few days, so there must be a lot left. At this time, the owner named Chunji cursed. There are quite a few left, but they can't resist the snatching. I was injured the most, but I got the least. The owners who grabbed more food kept silent tacitly. Wang Wan, don't be so silent. You stole a lot of things after opening the door just now. Don't think I didn't see it. You're talking nonsense. I only took 2 pieces of bread. Impossible. Damn it. Whoever sees it gets a share. You can't keep it all to yourself. Soon the group became chaotic again. The world has lost its ability to function autonomously, and only those with supplies can survive. The owner's hearts are also slowly changing. And at this moment, in Su Jiang's villa, Crazy Donkey wiped the blood off his face. Without even looking at Su Jiang, who was already dead, he directly opened the safe and took out all the pistols, ammunition, and food inside. He tore open a bag of Oreos and devoured them all, then said viciously to the other 2, "Su Jiang is dead now. As long as you listen to me, we can share the happiness in the future." The 2 younger brothers were given their share of food and naturally expressed their gratitude to him. "Don't worry, Brother Donkey, we will do whatever you ask us to do from now on." In fact, the food that Su Jiang secretly stored was not much. In order not to follow in Su Jiang's footsteps, Crazy Donkey knew that only if he fed these 2 younger brothers would they work for him wholeheartedly. Then he took Su Jiang's mobile phone and saw the message in the owner's group. A cruel expression appeared on Crazy Donkey's dark and thin face. He grinned and said, "Isn't the food here?" Soon, Crazy Donkey went out with his 2 little brothers. The first stop was the house of the fat woman next door to Su Wei. The 3 of them rushed in without saying a word. "What do you want to do?" The fat woman had already hidden herself away out of fear. But her husband was a skinny guy. Seeing the ferocious look of Crazy Donkey and his men, he couldn't help but tremble. "Hand over the food, or I'll kill you." The skinny guy had a gun pointed at him and had no choice but to hand over the few remaining packets of biscuits and milk in his house. "Haha, isn't there something to eat? Let's go to the next one." Crazy Donkey proudly packed the food into a big sack and left with his brothers. In this way, the 3 of them looted the villa area and quickly got a lot of food. "Brother Donkey, where are we going next?" The 2 younger brothers were extremely excited at this time and were extremely grateful for having killed Su Jiang. Now it seems that Crazy Donkey is the boss worthy of trust. Collect it and go home. The Crazy Donkey did not sweep blindly, but chose to quit while he was ahead. Firstly, those ordinary residential areas are too far away from here, and secondly, the population there is too dense. I am afraid that by then they will not be able to grab food, but will be robbed instead. Besides, although the food they snatched from the villa area was not much, it was enough for the 3 of them to eat for a few days. Crazy Donkey had been with Su Jiang for so many years and was a man of good sense. He said seriously, "We must not arouse public anger at a time like this. We must defeat them one by one to be safe. Besides, many of these villas are empty and there might be food inside. We should take our time and not be impatient." After he said that, the younger brothers felt more and more that hanging out with Crazy Donkey was a wise choice. Su Wei also saw all this on the surveillance camera and said with a smile, "I didn't expect this Crazy Donkey to have such a brain. I can make good use of him in the future." The zombies are coming soon. Although Su Wei is not afraid, he can't stay in this villa forever. So he had to find a way to use the resources at his disposal to clear away the obstacles outside. Meanwhile, Crazy Donkey also returned to Su Jiang's house. He did not hide the food like Su Jiang did before, but generously shared it with his 2 younger brothers and expressed his willingness to eat and live with them. Then the 3 of them had a hearty meal and fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it took. While sleeping, Crazy Donkey suddenly felt his face wet. In this freezing weather, any moisture would turn into ice. He was soon awakened by the coldness on his face, and then saw a pale human face. "Ah!" The mad donkey subconsciously raised his foot and kicked. Although he looks thin, he is very strong and kicked the thing far away. Then, with the dim light from his cell phone, he could see clearly what was in front of him, and he shuddered with fear. Su Jiang. The man in front of him was Su Jiang, whom he had killed during the day. At this time, the 2 younger brothers were also awakened. They were also frightened and looked at the person in front of them tremblingly. Crazy Donkey looked at Su Jiang in front of him in disbelief. This is impossible. You are clearly dead. You are already cold. How can you be alive? Su Jiang did not answer, but stared at the three people in front of him with his full eyes. Boss, A younger brother discovered the situation and pointed at Su Jiang, trembling and speechless. Only then did Crazy Donkey carefully realize that Su Jiang in front of him was like a walking corpse. There was no color on his face, and his skin was covered with black veins. A terrifying thought arose in my mind. Chapter 32, Zombies. Lying on the soft Simmons bed, Su Wei breathed lazily. I had such a good sleep. After getting up and washing up, he called Zhuang Chang. After confirming that he still had food, Su Wei hung up the phone and took out a pancake and soy milk from his space. There's a lot of food in his space, and the varieties are countless. But he didn't plan to share it with Zhuang Chang. It wasn't because he was stingy, but because he knew that people shouldn't eat too much. In such an extremely harsh environment, being alive is a blessing from heaven. He wanted Zhuang Chang to understand that he should always be in awe of him. Otherwise, he would be nurturing a tiger to harm himself. After breakfast, he turned on the TV as usual, called up the monitoring system, and observed the changes in the entire villa area. Su Wei could not observe those owners who lived far away in ordinary residential areas, but he was too lazy to care about them. After all, everyone was far away from each other and should just accept their fate. And even if they wanted to siege him again, Su Wei was not afraid of them, so let them come. Just as he was about to switch the screen, a figure vaguely approached from the villa in Area A. The figure walked very slowly, and each step was very rhythmic, just like an old man taking a stroll in the park in the morning. In this kind of horrible weather, is there anyone still going out for a walk and exercising? Su Wei stared at the screen in confusion. Until the figure came over, he was surprised to find that this person was actually Su Jiang. This is impossible? Didn't Su Jiang have a broken leg? How could he walk out by himself? And judging from his steps, there was no sign of a broken leg at all. Is it cured? This is even more impossible. Right now, we are short of medical care and medicine. Even if there are conditions for treatment, we still need doctors who can treat diseases. Su Wei stared at the screen with confusion. It was not until Su Jiang slowly walked past the door of his villa that Su Wei suddenly discovered that there was a thumb-sized hole between his eyebrows, which was obviously the result of a gunshot to the head. There were also many gunshot wounds on his body. A normal person would have been dead after being shot so many times. How could he still be alive? Su Wei stood up with a bang, suddenly understanding the reason. Su Jiang has mutated. On the 15th day, zombies really appeared, and the first zombie Su Wei saw in this life was actually Su Jiang, who had killed him in his previous life. This is truly the law of karma. Su Wei just felt a sense of relief in his heart, as if he had let go of the worry that had been bothering him for many years. Since Su Jiang has become a zombie, will the dead owners in the community also turn into zombies? Unfortunately, Zhuang Chang had already cleaned up the corpses in the yard and buried them in the green belt opposite while the snow was piled up. It would probably be difficult for them to mutate. He had experienced zombie mutation in his previous life and knew that the conditions for this kind of mutation were extremely harsh. First of all, it has to be a fresh corpse that has been dead for no more than 24 hours, and you also have to be lucky enough that the corpse is not completely frozen for this to be a very small possibility. Unexpectedly, Su Jiang was so lucky that he became one of the first mutated zombies. You have to know that these first batch of mutated corpses were more or less affected by cosmic radiation before they mutated into zombies. As for the zombies that appeared in the next few days, most of them were infected and turned into zombies after being bitten by zombie mothers like Su Jiang. Although they're both zombies, they are essentially different. People like Su Jiang are the source of the infection. After mutation, their bodies become extremely strong and difficult to kill unless they are dismembered or crushed. The infected zombies were just ordinary genetic mutations. Most of them still retained some sanity, and their body structure was the same as that of ordinary people. Su Wei gradually became serious. It seems that he has to find a way to resist these things, otherwise the whole community will become zombies. Even if no one competes with him for food, he will not be able to get out. Then Su Wei turned on his cell phone. He wanted to see if there was any news about zombies in the news. Unfortunately, there's chaos outside now. The official news has long disappeared, and those messy posts are just nonsense vented by the people. In his previous life, he was only concerned with hiding and saving his life, and did not have a deep understanding of these things. It seems that the official is still unaware of this, or perhaps there is no so-called official outside at this moment. Thinking of this, Sui called Zhuang Chang. Brother Chang, what? Are you bored again and want to talk to me? These past 2 days, the two of them have been talking on the phone for hours whenever they have time, and the calls are even more passionate than those of couple in love. It was really boring. Apart from him and Zhuang Chang, it was difficult for Su Wei to find a third person to chat with. Brother Chang, let's get ready to work. Zhuang Chang said without hesitation. What? Just give the order, and I will resolutely carry it out. Do you remember what I told you before about the mutant zombies? Zhuang Chang opened his mouth wide in shock. No way. I thought you were talking nonsense. Is it true that people can mutate? Su Wei was reborn once, but Zhuang Chang was not. He naturally did not believe in the ridiculous plot that only appeared in movies like this. Don't disbelieve it, just look outside. Su Jiang, who had mutated into a zombie, had not gone far. Zhuang Chang leaned against the window and glanced at him, suddenly breaking out in a cold sweat. Su Wei, is that man really Su Jiang? Isn't he already dead? And the bullet hole in his face, could it be? Is this the letter? Su Wei sighed and said, Brother Chang, although we are safe in the villa, we can't stay here forever, right? We have to get out eventually, but zombies appeared outside, and they were more terrifying than the starving owners. If they don't find a way to clean up these things, they might really be trapped here. Su Wei, tell me what to do. I support you. This time, Zhuang Chang was completely convinced by Su Wei and was even more glad that he followed a good boss. Otherwise, even if he could resist hunger, he would definitely not be able to withstand this kind of thing. My plan is to have you lead the owners to clean up the dead bodies around us to prevent them from mutating again. We also need to find a way to completely kill the zombies that have already mutated. This is an extremely dangerous task, and if you're not careful, you will get infected. And there are hundreds of starving owners outside, so this risk cannot be underestimated. Zhuang Chang was silent for the first time. After all, no one wanted to risk his life, even if Su Wei had been very kind to him, but this was a matter of life and death. Su Wei noticed his hesitation and said seriously, Brother Chang, I won't force you on this matter, but there is one thing I still want to say. If we don't do anything now, we might really be trapped here to death in the future. Chapter 33. How did he do it? Many people today are still unaware of the horror of zombies. Many people don't even know that this thing exists. If we wait until they realize it and start thinking of ways to resist it, it will be too late. There are still more than 700 residents in the complex. What if all of them are infected? Even though Su Wei knew he was safe, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he thought about more than 700 zombies appearing around his villa. Zhuang Chang had the same idea, so he hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, Su Wei, honestly, this would terrify anyone, but you've helped me so much after all. I, Zhuang Chang, am leaving my life in your hands. Tell me, what are we going to do? Rather than being trapped here to death, you might as well give it a try. This is what Zhuang Chang is thinking at the moment. Su Wei said seriously, I plan to recruit a group of owners in the group and have them organize themselves to fight the zombies together. You will lead these people. Zhuang Chang said helplessly, but they are all elites. Will they listen to me? The owners of Yinshang City are at least corporate white-collar workers. How can a security guard like me, who hasn't even graduated from elementary school, command so many elites? Shit, elite. Su Wei suddenly laughed out of anger and said unhappily, those people have been starving for several days and have become exhausted. As long as you can give them a bite to eat, you can let them be dogs. Yes. Now, only those who have food are elite, and being able to eat is the kingly thing. Zhuang Chang immediately felt relieved and continued, Okay, don't worry, I'll take care of it. With the participation of these owners, the task of eliminating zombies is not so dangerous. Although Zhuang Chang does not understand management, he also knows the principle of letting others take charge when encountering danger. Su Wei understood this principle even more clearly. That's why he asked Zhuang Chang to come forward. One can ensure his own safety, and the other is that he has raised Zhuang Chang for so long, so it's time for him to do his part. Besides, even if he wanted to show up, it would be impossible. All those owners were eyeing the supplies in his hands, and if he dared to show up, he would have a hard time getting away with it. Then, Su Wei opened his phone and sent a photo to the owners group. Su Wei has sent a message. Many people were stunned after seeing this photo. What kind of paradise on earth is this? In the photo, Su Wei was sitting on the sofa in his shorts, and the thermometer on the wall behind him showed a terrifying temperature, 30 degrees. Note it's 30 degrees, not below zero. Oh my God. After the Ice Age, the highest surface temperature was only around minus 20 degrees Celsius. Now, when people are indoors, the temperature is approaching minus 30 degrees Celsius. But Su Wei's house is so warm. For the owners at this moment, there is nothing more desirable than a touch of warmth that warms the body and soul, and a bite of food. How'd he do it? Before the owners could raise questions, a second photo appeared. It was a dining table filled with food, including lobster, steak, ham, pork knuckle, chicken, duck, fish, and even 2 rosy and juicy turkeys. How does he have so much food? And the food looks freshly cooked. If I could have a meal like this, it would be worth dying for. If someone gives me a table full of food like this, I'll do anything for it. Many female owners began to call Su Wei frantically, and his straightforward and explicit seduction was almost like coming to his house. Even many male owners couldn't help but send messages. Mr. Su, do you like men? As long as you give me something to eat, I'll do anything. The owners of Cloud City are not new to the world, but it is the strong contrast in such an environment that simply shatters their rationality. You know, many people have starved to death at home in the past few days. As for the living, murder usually occurs because of a moldy steamed bun. Not to mention such a luxurious meal. It's simply heaven. Su Wei could hear the owners swallowing through the phone. Then he spoke. There's too much food at home. It would be a waste to throw it away. It's really frustrating. What? The owners were collectively furious. He actually wanted to throw these things away? Boss Su, throw it away quickly. I'll be waiting at the door. Boss Su, throw it into my mouth. Even a bone will do. And me, I just need a sip of the soup. Seeing that the food was almost cooked, Su Wei said, It's not a problem to give you some food, but you have so many mouths to feed, I'm not afraid there won't be enough to share. At this time, Su Jiang's message suddenly appeared. Boss Su, I am Su Jiang's former subordinate Crazy Donkey. Su Jiang has been killed by me. As long as you can give me something to eat, I, Crazy Donkey, will follow you from now on. Although Su Wei has enough food now, he cannot go out. The Crazy Donkey's meaning is very clear. He wants to surrender. Su Wei sneered. So, you already knew that Su Jiang had mutated? Since Su Jiang was killed by Crazy Donkey, he should know about Su Jiang's mutation, which saves him from having to explain to the owners. On the other end of the phone, Crazy Donkey quickly said, Yes, Su Jiang suddenly came back to life this morning, like a zombie, and he can't be killed no matter what. Whenever this incident is mentioned, Crazy Donkey still feels scared. Fortunately, he still had 2 younger brothers, who worked together to subdue Su Jiang and drive him out. Otherwise, the situation would be unpredictable. But the owners in the group were confused. Has Su Jiang changed? What has it become? Su Wei and the others must be confused now. So he explained, Everyone, just this morning, the deceased Su Jiang mutated, and this mutation will turn him into a zombie with extremely strong attack power. It's not just Su Jiang. I believe that many people in Yuntai City have mutated, either turning into zombies or being attacked and infected by zombies. These zombies are extremely ferocious. Not only will they actively attack living creatures, but those bitten by them will either die or mutate into zombies. For the sake of our home, we should all unite and eliminate these monsters now. Otherwise, we will be infected or even killed one day. Then a photo of Su Jiang after the mutation was released. In the picture, Su Jiang's body was covered with bullet holes, his pupils were only white, and his body was covered with dense black meridians, which looked very creepy. Now the owners finally believed it. Su Jiang in the picture doesn't look like a normal person to anyone, and his pale skin proves this. Someone asked in horror, How is this possible? Aren't zombies something that only exists in movies? Su Wei said, How is it impossible? This disaster was caused by the residual power and radiation of the planetary explosion. I don't need to explain how strong cosmic radiation is, right? Most of these owners have received higher education, and they quickly understood. Chapter 34. The corpse removal team is established. Then, Su Wei sent a private message to Crazy Donkey. If you want food, do as I say and find a way to get these people out to eliminate the zombies. Crazy Donkey, who received the message, replied without hesitation, Don't worry, Mr. Su. Please go ahead. In fact, he doesn't care about zombies. Like many business owners, The biggest problem they face now is not infection, but food. If there is no food, even if you're not infected, you will starve to death. And Su Wei's words are the hope of life for Crazy Donkey. Again, eliminate the zombies and protect our home. Su Wei continued in the group chat. As long as everyone is willing, I can provide you with 30 portions of food every day. Moreover, whoever can catch a zombie will be rewarded with a roast chicken. If you have not experienced this disaster personally, you cannot imagine that for these owners at this moment, the value of a roast chicken is enough to be worth 10 lives. At this time, Crazy Donkey also spoke in the group. Really, Mr. Su? Of course it's true. If I catch Su Jiang, will you really reward me with a roast chicken? Su Wei directly sent a photo of a roast chicken and continued. As long as you can capture Su Jiang or eliminate him, the roast chicken will be yours. Damn it, done. Crazy Donkey excitedly said in the group, we're all going to starve to death anyway, so we might as well give it a try. Either we can eat roast chicken or mutate into a zombie. It's already like this anyway. Yeah, that's what happened anyway. Now it is no longer a choice between life and death, but how to live and how to die. As soon as Crazy Donkey finished speaking, a male owner said, Boss Su, I'm willing to work with you, as long as you can give me the good meal. Then many people started speaking. Even the fat woman expressed her agreement. I do too. And me. I'm going too. Su Wei looked at the message in the group chat, smiled with satisfaction, and said, Don't worry, I will definitely keep my promise of 30 portions of food. As for how you distribute them, that's your business, but... He changed the subject and said in a cold tone, if anyone wants to take advantage of the situation and just eat without working, don't blame me for not giving them face. Then he pulled Zhuang Chong into the group. He continued, his name is Zhuang Chong, and he'll be your supervisor from now on. Anyone who wants to join can come and sign up with him. But let me be frank, anyone who dares to have other intentions will be killed if we find out. Before Zhuang Chong could say anything, his WeChat account was instantly flooded with comments. Fortunately, there was enough power in his storage room. Otherwise, these 99+ messages would have run out of power on his phone. But his phone seemed to be too powerful. After adding a few friends, it started to lag. Zhuang Chong had no choice but to tell Su Wei about this. The latter suddenly laughed. Is this a big deal? Open the window, and I'll throw a few Fruit 24s over to you. Although Apple phones are American brands, their quality is indeed excellent. If it weren't for this disaster, Zhuang Chong probably would never have been willing to buy such a mobile phone in his life. At this moment, he was excitedly playing with his new mobile phone, but the continuous WeChat messages seriously affected his experience, which made Zhuang Chong very unhappy. So he cursed in the group. Whoever bombards me with messages again, don't even think about getting a single chicken feather. Suddenly, the world became quiet. Zhuang Chong played for a while before he calmly added the owners one by one and dragged them into a new group chat. Corpse Removal Team. As soon as Su Wei joined the group, he was amused by the group name. This Zhuang Chong is really a talented person. In the group chat, Zhuang Chong had already begun issuing tasks. Everyone in the group gathered at the entrance of Building 104 in an hour. I will lead you in a carpet search of the entire complex. If you encounter any suspicious individuals or zombies, report them immediately. Then someone in the group said something. Isn't Mr. Su going? Zhuang Chong immediately scolded. Are you stupid? Mr. Su is our leader now. If he's in danger, you'll be eating shit roast chicken. Although the owners were very dissatisfied with this statement, they had no choice but to accept it. They also knew that Su Wei would definitely not show up at this time. Otherwise, his end would be even more tragic than that of a zombie. After all, the two extremely tempting photos just now filled the hearts of all the owners with hatred. An hour later, Zhuang Chong came out wearing a space protective suit. This was specially prepared for him by Su Wei. This protective suit is what astronauts wear during their daily training. It can not only withstand extremely cold weather, but also has a very strong anti-radiation function. Not only that, the material it uses is also very light, allowing people to move freely without any constraints. Soon, the owners who had registered also arrived, including Crazy Donkey and his 3 younger brothers. There were a total of 400 or 500 people in the group. There were so many people, but only 30 servings of food. It looks like another big battle is about to happen. But Su Wei would not increase the food share, not because he could not afford it, but because he clearly understood the hungry wolf effect. A sheep is thrown into a pack of wolves. This will stimulate their greatest potential, allow them to constantly compete with each other, and slowly they will develop a domesticated reaction. Over time, they will adapt to this competitive environment, become more submissive to Su Wei, who provides them with food, and even recognize him as their master. As for whether they would fight among themselves and suffer casualties, this was not within Su Wei's consideration. Can people in the last days still be called human beings? In this case, the number of deaths is just a number. All Su Wei wanted was the result. Soon, the corpse removal team was dispatched. More than 400 people were divided into 4 directions. Each team was led by a team leader, and then they launched a carpet search of the city on the clouds. Crazy Donkey is one of the team leaders. This kind of appointment does not require personnel elections. It just depends on who has the hardest fist and who strikes the most hatefully. The captain of the second team is a woman named Zhang Yaoyu. Su had no impression of this person. At the beginning, it was she and Lu Zhen and others who led the owners to besiege the villa. However, Su Wei didn't care about these things. In the end, they didn't get anything, but suffered heavy losses. The captain of the third team is Feng Yifan, who seems to have been the boss of a communications company. Like Crazy Donkey, he should also have a group of followers. The captain of the fourth pair was the most interesting. He was actually an old man in his 70s. But don't underestimate this old man because he is old and weak. Just now, during the election, Su Wei saw with his own eyes that this old man knocked out a strong man weighing more than 200 pounds with one punch. The fact that these 4 people were able to lead these owners in the apocalypse shows that they are quite capable. Chapter 35. The most poisonous thing is the human heart. Su Wei stood in front of the window on the second floor and suddenly smiled. It seems that I was ignorant before. There are so many hidden talents among the owners of this cloud city. But this is normal. After all, those who have survived half a month of suffering are more or less capable. The only exception is that fat woman. She simply has enough fat reserves. Zhuang Chang brought the 100 or so people under Crazy Donkey's command to the villa in Area A. There are not many people here anymore, and since they had just been burned, killed, and looted by the Mad Donkey, they're all frightened birds. This situation not only occurs in Area, but is also not much better in several other villa areas. They had long since run out of food and could only survive by collecting snow water. Fortunately, there was enough snow and their drinking water situation had improved. But without food, they would still die. So they all searched desperately. Everyone wanted to get the roast chicken that Su Wei rewarded them. Judging from the current news, they only knew that Su Jiang had mutated, but as to whether there were other people who had mutated, everything was unknown. After Crazy Donkey and his men searched for a while, they found nothing unusual. Then he glanced at Zhuang Chang, who was smoking in front of him, and leaned over with a lick on his face. "Brother Chang, I think you have a special relationship with Mr. Su." "Well, what's wrong?" Zhuang Chang took a puff of his cigarette and inhaled a gust of cold air into his stomach. This damn weather. He threw away the cigarette helplessly. It was too cold that day, and even smoking was torture. But he didn't expect that his casual action of throwing the cigarette away would suddenly cause chaos behind him, and more than a dozen old smokers rushed over like crazy. Crazy Donkey was closest to Zhuang Chang, and he rushed over and picked up the half-smoked cigarette. "Get out of here." Crazy Donkey glared at those people fiercely and cursed. "You're the only ones who still want to smoke? Do you think you deserve it?" Zhuang Chang frowned and looked at them, with a strange look on his face. Are these people so hungry? Su Wei had previously said that people in the apocalypse were just animals, and he had thought it was a bit of an exaggeration. After all, humans were thinking animals, so how could they become beasts? But now he believes it. They became like this just because of half a cigarette. So what about a mouthful of food? Thinking of this, Zhuang Chang took out a chocolate bar from his pocket and threw it to the crowd. Cokes. The 100 or so people were suddenly in chaos. They scrambled for the things like crazy, and soon the fight got into a fierce one. Crazy Donkey also wanted to go up and grab it, but unfortunately Zhuang Chang threw it too far away. He had no choice but to give up and then advised, "Brother Chang, it's better not to show off your wealth at this time. A chocolate bar is a sign of wealth." It seems that these people are really at the end of their rope. If they knew that Su Wei held the resources of the entire South China storage area in his hands, no wonder Su Wei didn't dare to come out. Hurry up and make them stop. Finding the zombies is more important. Zhuang Chang obviously hasn't adapted to the identity of savior yet, and his words are soft and lack deterrence. But Crazy Donkey was quite charming grinning grimly. "Don't worry, Brother Chong, just wait and see." Bang! Crazy Donkey took out his pistol and fired twice into the air. The noisy crowd suddenly quieted down, and the owners looked at him in horror, standing there cowering. The Crazy Donkey was satisfied and cursed. "Work for me, or you'll get into trouble again, or you'll lose your head." On the other side, Zhang Miaoyu and the 100 or so people he led were also searching area. Eat carefully. This woman has an average appearance, but she exudes the charm of a mature woman, especially her sparkling eyes, which make her look like a smart and capable woman. After searching for a while without success, a burly man came forward and said, "Sister Yu, we've been searching for 2 hours, and those people can't hold on any longer." This strong man is obviously her confidant. Zhang Miaoyu took 2 steps forward, separating herself from the other owners, and then whispered, "We have to find that too. If we don't put in the effort, Su Wei will definitely not give us food." There are more than 400 people in the corpse removal team, but there are only 30 portions of food, which means that whoever can get these foods can live a few more days. The strong man nodded, and then said in embarrassment, "What if these people rebel? There are more than 100 owners here. It will be difficult to deal with if they riot." Zhang Miaoyu had a cruel look on her face and sneered, "What's that gun in your hand for? Kill anyone who dares to cause trouble. In the end, few of these people will survive anyway. But what if they turn into zombies?" Su Wei had said in the group a long time ago that there are not 2 conditions for zombie mutation. One is radiation mutation, and the other is infection. People will have subconscious fear when facing unknown creatures. The mutated appearance of Su Jiang in the photo was vivid in their minds. How could they not be afraid? But Zhang Miaoyu was not worried at all. Instead, she showed a sinister smile. "I'm just worried that they won't mutate." "What?" The confidant looked at her in disbelief. Zhang Miaoyu glanced at the owners without leaving any trace and said softly, "Have you forgotten what Su Wei said? If you catch a zombie, he will reward you with a roast chicken." This. Only then did the confidant understand what Zhang Miaoyu meant. She actually wanted to deliberately create zombies and then use these people to ask Su Wei for a reward. It turns out that the most poisonous thing is the human heart. Zhang Miaoyu said calmly, "There are still at least 800 people in Cloud City, but how many of them will survive? Even if they don't get infected, they'll starve to death." "Damn it." The confidant cursed with some reluctance, saying, "Su Wei is a beast. He just wants us to kill each other." Zhang Miaoyu also nodded and said, "It doesn't matter what he thinks. What matters is how we survive. If only we could get Su Wei out." The confidant's tone was full of jealousy. In the photo, Su Wei's environment is not only warm, but also has various living facilities. He is simply living in heaven. Zhang Miaoyu also showed an envious look, but she quickly calmed down. "Su Wei's house is too sturdy. We can't open it by ourselves. Besides, he is very vigilant and has never come out. So if we want to survive, we have to listen to him. There is no other way. We must not provoke him unless it is absolutely necessary." If possible, Zhang Miaoyu certainly hopes to control Su Wei. But it was obvious that Su Wei was very vigilant, and they had no chance. Since we cannot destroy the other party, we must be prepared to surrender. Zhang Miaoyu, a middle-aged woman, is able to build such a huge beauty empire on her own. She is definitely not an ordinary person. She smiled and reassured her loved ones. "Hurry up and get to work. Once we encounter zombies, our good days will begin." In her eyes at this moment, these owners were no longer human beings, but fragrant roast chickens. Chapter 36. Barbecue. The search continues. Su Wei leaned on the windowsill and watched the owners coming and going in the community. The zombies were not as dense as imagined, perhaps because the mutation had just begun. More than 400 owners searched for a long time, but not only did they not find any zombie hair, they couldn't even find a mutated Su Jiang. Su Wei felt a little relaxed. Fortunately, things are not as serious as I imagined. He casually took out a glass of Remy Martin from the space and took a leisurely sip. These days, he has gradually gotten used to this kind of otaku life. Apart from eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating, he plays various games or watches TV series and reads novels every day. However, not everyone can enjoy the life of otaku. He feels that if he doesn't go out, he may suffer from social phobia. But just when he was playing the game enthusiastically, the alarm system in his mobile phone suddenly sounded. When building this house, Huiwang Jianya not only used the most advanced materials, but also equipped it with the highest level of security system. Sue turned on the TV and called up the surveillance video. The infrared monitor was flashing. It turned out that some sneaky owners were bypassing the main gate of the villa and climbing over the wall at the back. Sue sneered. You still have the will to steal. In the surveillance footage, a middle-aged man brought several owners to the back door of the villa quietly. He was Feng Yifan, the captain of the third team. They did not search for zombies like Zhang Miaoyu and others, but instead set their sights on Sue. One of them took out a small toolbox from his arms. Hurry up, don't alarm Sue. The man laughed softly and said, Don't worry, Brother Feng. This kind of villa door is rubbish in my eyes. It can be opened in 2 minutes at most. Once we open this door, everything inside will be ours. Feng Yifan said viciously, Sue, that idiot, actually wants to use us to kill each other. I have no choice but to teach him a lesson and let him know what wisdom is. That's right. If Brother Feng hadn't come up with this method to unlock the door, we would still be looking for zombies in the snow like those idiots. Feng Yifan really enjoyed the compliment and sneered. Su Jiang and Lu Zhan are two idiots. They have no brains at all. They only know how to fight head-on. I don't know how they earned all that money. At this moment, Feng Yifan felt that he was simply a genius, but he didn't know that Su Wei was looking at them, his eyes full of ridicule and pity. He raised his eyebrows slightly and sneered. Trying to break in and pick the lock? This house isn't just fortified. Brilliant Jianya spent 100 million to build it. How could they possibly let you in so easily? Nowadays, all the doors in this villa are anti-theft doors with the highest security level, which are more powerful than those special safes and have automatic defense functions. As long as the system senses that someone is deliberately damaging the door lock structure, the electronic lock inside will automatically alarm and seal it immediately. And even if they could open the keyhole, there were 2 synthetic metal gates behind it. If you have the guts, pry it open. As he expected, Feng Yifan and others were dumbfounded a few minutes later. How was this possible? There's actually a super combination lock with 13 bearings inside. The guy who opened the lock sat on the ground with a look of despair on his face, muttering, the bank vault combination lock only has 12. This Su Wei is simply a pervert. Feng Yifan frowned and asked, what's going on? He originally thought that even if the front door of Su Wei's villa was reinforced, the back door couldn't be that strong, right? And they didn't break it by force, but chose to pick the lock, but the younger brother said dejectedly, Brother Feng, forget about unlocking it. Even if a top locksmith comes, it will take several days to open this door. Besides, how could Su Wei give them a few days to score? Bang! Feng Yifan angrily punched the door. Damn it, I underestimated Su Wei. At this moment, Su Wei looked at the footage on the surveillance camera and sneered. You giving up now? Since you don't want to pry it open, then I'm here. As he spoke, he turned on his phone, called up the security software, and pressed a button. Outside the back door, a powerful electric current instantly swept through Feng Yifan's body. In just a few seconds, a burnt smell emanated. Hurry, save me. Feng Yifan cried for help and fear. Only then did the others react and hit his arm with a wooden stick, thus rescuing him. Fortunately, they acted in time, and Feng Yifan only lost his left hand. If it had been a few seconds later, he would have been electrocuted. The people nearby also looked frightened. Brother Feng, let's go. This Su Wei is a pervert. Unless you're a pervert, who would install such a powerful electric current defense on their own door? Isn't he afraid of accidental injury? No, my arm is burned. I need to find a way to treat it quickly, otherwise it will be useless. Feng Yifan screamed heartbreakingly. Su Wei, president Su, sábeme. Now he could only hope that Su Wei would take action. Otherwise, even if he could survive, he would become a disabled person. Su Wei arrived at the back door, looked over from the window beside him, and said jokingly, Isn't this Mr. Feng? Is he here to have a barbecue in front of my door? Feng Yifan endured the pain and said, I was wrong, Mr. Su. Please, for the sake of our community, save me. I'm not a doctor. How can I save you? Feng Yifan hurriedly said, You have so many supplies. There must be emergency medicine among them. Please give me some. I will go find a doctor. Doctor? This reminded Su Wei. Although I have everything I need now, it is the end of the world after all. Who can guarantee that I won't have a doctor every time I have a headache or a fever? It really won't work. Do you know a doctor? I know him. He's Mr. Sun Xuanda from District C. He's a legendary doctor in South China. He can definitely cure my arm. Why don't you just go find him directly? Why beg me? How could a miracle doctor not have spare emergency medicine at home? Feng Yifan said with a sad face, Mr. Su, you don't know. Even if Mr. Sun can be resurrected, it's too late now. I'm afraid he won't be able to make anything without the right ingredients. He has no rice, but I have it. Su Wei sneered and cursed. You brought people to my house to pry open the door, and you got injured and still want me to treat you. How big of a brain do you have to hold so much shit in your head? Feng Yifan quickly explained. Boss Su, we have no ill intentions. We're just worried that someone might cause trouble, so we are here to help you guard the door. Su Wei almost laughed out of anger. No, I'm safe here. Heaven and hell are separated by a wall. Feng Yifan was desperate. He knew Su Wei would not save him, so he had to leave in a panic with his men. Chapter 37. Feng Yifan asks for help. In the end times, human nature has long been lost. They will do anything for a bite to eat. Su Wei knew very well that Feng Yifan would not be the last one to pry open the door, so he wanted to teach these people a lesson to avoid worrying about it in the future. Then he took out a pistol from his space, went to the second floor, and opened a small hole in the window. Bang! The shot did not hit Feng Yifan, but instead accidentally injured the locksmith next to him. Seeing their younger brother lying in a pool of blood, several people suddenly let out a cry of fear and then fled in all directions. Su Wei stared blankly at the younger brother and muttered to himself, This is called killing the chicken to scare the monkey. That's right, I'm targeting this person. Feng Yifan and others fled back in a panic. After returning home, they were all covered in cold sweats and gasping for breath with lingering fear. Feng Yifan, in particular, fell on the sofa in pain, wailing constantly. It was too cold outside just now, so Feng Yifan didn't feel any particular pain. But after returning home, the temperature improved slightly, and the piercing pain became unbearable for him. He had to grit his teeth and unbutton his shirt, and when he saw the swollen arm, he finally showed a look of horror. He originally thought that the worst that could happen was that he would lose an arm. But now it seems that in this situation, if he can't get effective treatment, he will be killed by this arm. His palm must have been burned and had to be amputated without timely treatment. But how to remove it? This isn't a TV show. You can just chop it off with a knife. How so? Feng Yifan's pupils constricted, and the fear of death instantly made him shudder. Suddenly, Feng Yifan became excited again. Quick, go find Elder Sunday. He's the only one who can save me now. Then he picked up the phone and called. Who? A girl's voice came from the other end of the phone. Feng Yifan was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, Excuse me, is this Mr. Sun? I'm Feng Yifan from the villa in District B. Feng Yifan? Never heard of him. The girl on the other end of the phone snorted and hung up. Damn it, bitch. Feng Yifan cursed angrily, but still fought back helplessly. Before the other party could say anything, he hurriedly said, Old son, help. My arm was burned by that Su Wei. If I don't get treatment, I will die. On the other end of the phone, the girl said coldly, I'm telling you. Are you annoying? What does it have to do with us if you die? Don't you know what time it is? It was obvious that the girl was not interested in Feng Yifan's request for help and was even disgusted by it. Ahem. Feng Yifan was about to continue pleading when a cough suddenly came from the other end of the phone. Warner, who is that? On the phone, the girl hurriedly said, Grandpa, why are you up? You still have a fever. Go back and lie down. On the phone, the old man's voice was low. Is there anyone asking for help? No, it's just a salesman, so annoying. Depend on. Feng Yifan on the other end almost fainted from anger. Who the hell is calling to sell something at this time? How much do they think they're doing this? Then he hurriedly shouted into the phone, Mr. Sun, it's me. I am Feng Yifan. I should have voted for you when our city selected outstanding figures last year. These upper-class people usually rely on connections and favors to gain favors. People like Feng Yifan know almost all the big and small people in Yuntai City. Otherwise, he would not have been so successful. The old man was silent for a moment, then said, Oh, it's Mr. Feng from Hongpeng Communications. I remember now. Ahem, you just said. Listening to Sun Chuanda's weak voice, Feng Yifan was afraid that he would collapse and die. So he hurriedly said, Mr. Sun, I'm Xiao Feng, and I'm begging you to save my life. My arm was burned by that devil Su Wei. If I don't get treatment, I'm afraid I'll die. He knew Sun Dequan's righteous and kind character very well, so he never mentioned what had happened. Why would he electrocute you for no reason? You must have been the one provoking him. You deserve it. On the other end of the phone, The girl's voice was a little angry. She said, "Grandpa, a lot of people in the community have been besieging Su Wei these past few days, all trying to steal his supplies. Why should we save him?" Suddenly, Feng Yifan on this side became anxious. "Old son, this is not true. We were so hungry that we went to Su Wei for help, but we didn't expect that he not only rejected us, but also deliberately launched an electric attack. One of my friends was shot and killed by him." "Ahem," Sun Xuanda said sadly over the phone. "What a moral decline. At a time like this, we should all unite to resist the disaster, not kill each other." Sun Xuanda only did one thing in his life: saving lives and helping the wounded. Therefore, in his opinion, human life is more important than anything else. Even a life of a bad person cannot be taken away so easily. "Grandpa, he's lying to you. People like him will do anything for a bite to eat these days," the girl said angrily. Yesterday, Su Wei said in the group that he could provide 30 meals a day and asked everyone to help eliminate the zombies. But what about him? He wants to take other people's food on one hand, and on the other hand, he wants to seize other people's things. Such a person deserves death. After saying that, the girl hung up the phone. Feng Yifan gritted his teeth in hatred as he listened to the voice on the phone. If the girl was in front of him at this moment, he would definitely rush up and kill her. At this time, in a villa, Sun Xuanda, looking very haggard, fell on the bed. He had worked so hard to help the owners these days that he became sick. As a doctor, he naturally understood that in such an environment, illness and death had long been equated. But he still chose to save as many people as possible. This is the kindness of a doctor. Sun Xuanda sat up with all his strength and said, "Never mind. It's a human life, after all. As doctors, we can't just stand by and watch someone die." "Ahem, help me over there." Standing next to him was a girl in her 20s, her fair and clean face full of worry. "Grandpa, you can't do this anymore. This is the end of the world, and everyone is only looking out for themselves. You save them, but who will save you? What kind of words are you?" Sun Xuanda said tremblingly, "Warner, we are doctors. We are born to serve the people. Even if we die, it must be worthwhile." "No." Sun Warner cried out in grief, hugged Sun Xuanda, and choked with sobs. "Grandpa, you can't go out anymore. You will die in this weather." Sun Xuanda has had a high fever for the past few days, and the medicine at home has almost run out. If someone goes out at this time, not to mention him, even a strong young man would be frozen to death. "I'll go," Sun Warner hurriedly said. "Grandpa, can I go and save him? You stay home and take care of yourself, and I'll go and save him." Chapter 38, Talk to Su Wei. Sun Warner went out with her medicine box in tears. If it weren't for her grandfather's compassion as a doctor, she would never have saved Feng Yifan. In such an environment, let alone a stranger, even if the other person is your relative or friend, you will still hesitate. Over the past few days, she and her grandfather have treated many owners with frostbite, and the family's own medicine is almost used up. Especially the last stampede involving thousands of people, the number of injured was simply countless. Sun Xuanda collapsed from exhaustion that time. The grandfather and grandson struggled for 3 days without sleeping. However, not only did they not receive the respect they deserved, but they were also abused by the families of the deceased owners. So at this moment, in Sun Warner's heart, those owners did not deserve sympathy at all, and it would be better for them to fend for themselves. At times like this, only good people like Grandpa can be so kind. After a while, Sun Warner arrived at Feng Yifan's villa. Feng Yifan saw that it was not Sun Xuanda. He was stunned at first, then walked over enthusiastically. "Dr. Sun, my life depends on you." Although Sun Warner's medical skills are not as superb as her grandfather's, she's also a famous young doctor in Yuntai City and has even won the honor of National Outstanding Doctor. Sun Warner was wearing a black, knee-length down jacket with 2 thermal underwear underneath, wrapping herself tightly, but still can't hide her tall figure and fair and delicate face. Feng Yifan looked at the pure and lovely face and swallowed subconsciously. If conditions didn't really allow it, he really wanted to taste this young doctor. If only he could have the temptation of a uniform. Sun Warner didn't know what he was thinking, so she simply said, "Just to be clear, I'm not treating you for free this time. You'll need to exchange it for food." "What?" Feng Yifan subconsciously glanced at the cabinet next to him. He didn't have much food left, only enough to last for 3 days at most, and that was what he had stolen from Qiansu's basement. "All right, But he had no choice at the moment, so he had to grit his teeth and take out 2 loaves of bread and give them to Sun Wanner. Sun Wanner carefully hid the bread inside her body and then began to check Feng Yifun's wound. At this time, Feng Yifun's palm had been turned black by the electricity and was covered with burnt dead flesh. His arm was also swollen and thick and was covered with blood vessels that were about to burst. Where did this electricity come from? Why is it so serious? Feng Yifun said with a gloomy face, Dr. Sun, please don't ask too many questions. Saving lives is the most important thing. After hearing this, Sun Wanner did not ask any more questions. After all, she was paid for the treatment. And looking at Feng Yifun's condition, it will take at least 7 or 8 days for her to recover, which means she doesn't have to worry about food sources for at least 7 or 8 days. This is the benefit of having a skill. At this moment, Sun Wanner was extremely grateful that she fell in love with medicine. Otherwise, she would have become one of those owners who starved to death. She first quickly anesthetized Feng Yifun's arm, then took out the pliers and scalpel and slowly removed the burnt palm. After half an hour of treatment, Sun Wanner's head was covered in cold sweat. All right, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, now we can only rely on God's will. If I don't get infected in the next 2 days, I still have a chance to survive. But if, then there's nothing I can do. Thank you. Feng Yifun fell weakly on the bed. Sun Wanner glanced at him calmly and said, no need to thank me. I'm paying for your treatment. We just each get something for ourselves. Then she added, just a friendly reminder, I'm running low on medicine. If you can't find antibiotics to prevent infection, I can't save you. But where can I find antibiotics now? Feng Yifun sighed in despair, then added, that's right. Su Wei must have medicine. It is no longer a secret that Su Wei emptied out 20 million worth of supplies from Weidu Trading. Weidu Trading is not an ordinary supermarket. It sells all kinds of medicines. Then hurry up and find it, otherwise I can't guarantee how long you can survive. Sun Wanner replied nonchalantly, then packed up her medicine box and prepared to leave. Etc. Feng Yifun weakly got down from the bed, took out a bag of bread, handed it to Sun Wanner, and said, Dr. Sun, please help me and ask Su Wei for some medicine. Why should I go? Although Sun Wanner was very envious of the bag of bread, she was still cautious and did not reach out to take it. Feng Yifun smiled bitterly and said, I just offended Su Wei. He definitely won't give me medicine if I come to his house at this time. I have no choice but to trouble you to go there. Then he hurriedly said, don't worry whether it succeeds or not. These foods are given to you. In the future, as long as you need food, I will do my best to help you. Sun Wanner was a little moved. She originally lived alone, and now her grandfather was sick again, and the family had long run out of food. Feng Yifun is a smart man, and he has a few thugs around him. He must have more food than me. Besides, he needs my help now, so he definitely wouldn't dare to do anything dirty. Thinking of this person, Sun Wanner said with some embarrassment, I may not be able to get it even if I go. Feng Yifun shook his head and said, although Su Wei has a lot of supplies, he can't treat illnesses. As long as you go and talk to him, I believe he won't refuse. That's true. Then I'll give it a try. Feng Yifun was angry, but he still sent Sun Wanner away with many thanks. After she left, the younger brother beside her said, Brother Feng, why did you give food to that woman? We don't have much food left. Feng Yifun said unhappily, do you know how important a doctor is at a time like this? In this situation, can you guarantee that you won't get sick in the future? That's true. In the end times, environmental disasters are the main problem, but the invasion of diseases cannot be ignored. What's more, the temperature outside has now reached minus 50 degrees Celsius, so it's only a matter of time before you get sick. 10 minutes later, Sun Wanner arrived at the door of Building 104 carrying a medicine box. But she was instantly stunned by what she saw. At this moment, the lights in the villa were on, and the air conditioner on the roof was running at high speed, which meant that his home's heating system was not broken. Even the storage room was bright and warm. These days, Sun Wanner was only busy taking care of her grandfather and caring about things in the group, so she didn't see the photos that Su Wei sent. At this moment, she suddenly understood something. Such an environment is simply a paradise. No wonder those owners are crazy and want to attack Su Wei. I'm afraid if it were me, I would also fight to the death facing such a huge temptation, right? However, Sun Wanner also knew that so many people had failed to conquer Su Wei, so she, a woman, had no chance of doing so. Otherwise, Feng Yifun would teach her a lesson. Then she rang the doorbell of the villa. Chapter 39, Sun war er. Su Wei was currently dozing off in the oversized bathtub. The life of getting something for nothing these days has gradually made him lazy. He either lies down or lies prone all day long and is too lazy to even get up and take a few steps. Suddenly, he heard the doorbell ring outside. Su Wei just put on a pair of shorts and came to the door. When you open the video intercom above, what comes into view is a beautiful yet embarrassed face. Who are you? Su Wei was stunned, and Sun Wanner was also stunned. She stared blankly at Su Wei, who was naked and muscular, and was shocked beyond words. It is hard to imagine that he was shirtless in the house in the freezing winter with the temperature outside at minus 50 degrees Celsius. It shows how warm the temperature was inside. If you don't say anything, I'll hang up. Su Wei frowned and glanced at Sun Wanner. If he hadn't seen the medicine box slung over her shoulder, he would have ignored her. It's true that she is a beauty, but Su Wei is not so hungry that he would eat anything. These days, as long as he has food, he can get any kind of beauty. Sun Wanner stuttered. Hello, Mr. Su. My name is Sun Wanner, and I work in Area C next door. I'm here to borrow some penicillin from you. Borrow medicine? Su Wei said with a smile. How did you know I had the medicine? Besides, why should I lend it to you? In other words, everyone is waiting to die now. Why do you want to be an exception? Sun Wanner said seriously. I'm treating a seriously injured patient. You know this person, Feng Yifan, who was injured by your electric shock. Mr. Su, don't you think you should take responsibility? Su Wei smiled and said unhappily, they came to my house to pry open the door and wanted to kill me. Now, they're injured and they wanted to take responsibility. Sister, are you okay? Sun Wanner's face turned red. She knew that this sounded a bit saintly, but since she had taken someone else's food, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, Mr. Su, saving lives is a doctor's duty. Unfortunately, I'm not a doctor and have no obligation to have such a vocation. Su Wei sneered and prepared to hang up the call. But can you guarantee that you won't get sick in the future? Sun Wanner quickly said something to stop Su Wei from hanging up. Are you threatening me? No, I'm just telling you a fact, Sun Wanner said calmly. I believe you know how bad the situation is out there right now. Otherwise, you wouldn't have prepared so thoroughly in advance. I have to say, this is a very smart girl. Su Wei smiled faintly and said, So you need me. After saying this, Sun Wanner's face flushed bright red, and she quickly added, If in the future, I only said if, I'm not cursing you. Su Wei smiled. You didn't curse me, but you threatened me, and what I hate most is being threatened. In fact, what Sun Wanner said was not wrong. In the end times, human resistance is very weak. It is indeed a very tempting thing to have a doctor by your side at this time. But Su Wei decisively refused. Mr. Su, will you promise that you will never get sick again? Sun Wanner was a little anxious. She didn't expect Su Wei's attitude to be so resolute. Then can you guarantee that you are the only doctor still alive in this huge community? After saying that, Su Wei hung up the phone without hesitation. He sneered his heart. You are still a bit naive to threaten me. Outside the villa, Sun Wanner dodged her bound feet in anger, then suddenly shouted, But you'll never meet a doctor as good as me again. Inside the house, Su Wei was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. I really don't know who gave her such confidence. Was it Fish Liang? Then he jokingly dialed the video and said with a smile, So you are very good? Certainly. Sun Wanner was delighted and quickly said, I'm the youngest chief physician in Yuntai City, and I'm also a nationally recognized outstanding physician. My grandfather is a renowned medical academician in South China. Isn't that excellent enough? Sun Wanner raised her little face with pride. From childhood to adulthood, what she was most proud of was her medical skills. Although her medical skills are not as good as her grandfather's, she is still one of the best rising stars in South China, so she has reason to be proud. Even in this harsh apocalypse, she still managed to fill her stomach with her medical skills. Then how do you prove your medical skills? Su Wei looked at Sun Wanner with some evil taste. He was now beginning to be interested in this little girl. Sun Wanner was silent for a moment, a cunning look flashing in her eyes. I can let Feng Yifan live. As long as I'm here, he will never die. It's none of my business whether he dies or not. Su Wei checketh. Sun Wanner smiled and said, Don't you want me to prove my medical skills? Feng Yifan is my patient now. If I can cure him, then you should understand that with my help, you will definitely be able to live longer in this apocalyptic world. What if Feng Yifan dies? Su Wei asked with a smile. Sun Wanner also smiled and said, "Isn't it just right that he's dead? It was you who electrocuted him like this anyway, so you didn't suffer any loss." Haha, this girl is really sharp-tongued. Sue smiled and said, "Okay, let's make a bet." "What's the bet?" "Let's gamble on lives." Sue smiled and said, "I can give you the medicine, and even the medical equipment, but the prerequisite is that you can cure Feng Yifan. Of course, when I say cure, I mean to cure him completely, not to survive by amputating an arm. Otherwise, Dr. Sun's superb medical skills will not be demonstrated, right?" Sun Wanner felt that Su Wei was deliberately making things difficult for her. But his hands are already burnt. Without a lot of medicine, it will be difficult to heal. "If you don't have the diamond, how can you do the porcelain work?" Su Wei laughed jokingly and said, "Besides, I've already provided you with all the medicines. Just say whether you want to gamble or not." Sun Wanner hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "Let's bet." "But I need." Then she listed the medicines and equipment she needed. Su Wei's mind space contains 2 large warehouses of high-tech medical equipment and tons of various medicines. These things naturally cannot pose any problem for him. "You even have adrenaline?" Sun Wanner was a little bit unbelievable. She originally wanted Su Wei to give up and cancel the bet, but now she was shocked by Su Wei. Su Wei pretended not to notice her trick and said with a smile, "I have everything you want, but these things are only for treating Feng Yifan. If you keep them for yourself, don't blame me for getting angry." Now the more than 400 zombie removal teams outside all obey his command. If Sun Wanner dares to lie to him, Su Wei doesn't mind adding 1 more zombie to the world. "All right, I'm sure to win this bet." Sun Wanner clenched her fists angrily. "Don't worry, there's still a bet to be made." "Bet Sun Wanner glanced at the Suvai wittily. "Of course, who doesn't gamble? You play landlord and you have to pay for happy beans." Sun Wanner asked cautiously, "What's the stakes?" Chapter 40, Civil Strife. "Since we're gambling with our lives, then the stakes are naturally life. Su Wei said calmly. "If you win, I'll give you half a year's supply of food, enough for you to use for a year if you save a little." Half a year's worth of food. Sun Wanner sighed subconsciously, wondering how many things Su Wei had hoarded. If he could really provide her with food for half a year, then she and her grandfather could survive. If they saved a little more, they could live longer. "What if I lose?" Sun Wanner was about to agree, but quickly calmed down. Su Wei paid such a huge price, so his request must not be simple. "If you lose, you will belong to me. You will do whatever I tell you to do. My orders are the laws of heaven, and you must obey them absolutely." Upon hearing this, Sun Wanner's eyes instantly turned red, and she glared at Su Wei with her beautiful eyes. Looking at his teasing look, it was obvious that he was teasing himself. Sun Wanner wanted to leave, but her feet seemed to have taken root. That was half a year's worth of food. With these things, she and her grandfather would be saved. Compared to these, her own life was not important. In the end times, human life has long been worthless. "I'm going to starve to death anyway, so I might as well give it a try." "Okay, I promise." Su Wei still had a smile on his face, and it was obvious that he had already expected that Sun Wanner would not refuse. Then he hung up the phone and went to the second-floor windowsill. He picked out the medical supplies that Sun Wanner needed from his mind and threw them out through the window. "You?" Sun Wanner shot him a glare and said, "You're really cautious." Su Wei didn't care and said with a smile, "You have to be cautious. Those people outside have been trying to kill me and occupy my villa for a long time. If I die, who will be your master?" "Pooh, shameless." Sun Wanner was so angry that her pretty face turned red with shame, and she ran away with a bunch of things in her arms. But she didn't expect that by leaving, she would become a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. The corpse removal team outside is still searching intensively. Although there was no result for 2 consecutive days, they got 30 portions of food from Su Wei. After all, it was not their responsibility that they failed to catch the zombies. Zhuangchang brought over a big bag of biscuits and instant noodles. Crazy Donkey, Zhang Miaoyu, and the old man in his 70s hurried over and each took away more than 10 portions of food. Upon seeing this, the owners swarmed over. Even though Zhuangchang knew this, he didn't dare to hurt himself, because if he died, Su Wei would definitely not provide them with food anymore. But the sight of 300 or 400 people swarming over food still made his scalp tingle. Soon, the noise was stopped. Bang! Crazy Donkey fired a shot into the air and cursed. "Everyone be quiet. If anyone dares to rob me again, I'll kill him. The crowd really quieted down. Then Crazy Donkey took out half of the food and gave it to the younger brother beside him. He opened the other half and said, 2 biscuits and a quarter of a pack of instant noodles for each person. Everyone line up. But someone in the crowd suddenly became unwilling. This isn't fair. Why should you get half while we only get this little? Fair? The Crazy Donkey grinned, raised his hand, and shot the howling owner dead. Who wants fairness? The Crazy Donkey stared at the owners with a ferocious face, and everyone was silent. Zhang Miaoyu and the owners on the old man's side also saw this scene, and then turned their eyes to the 2 team leaders. Zhang Miaoyu's expression changed for a moment. Then she smiled and said, "You've seen it too. It's not easy for anyone right now. Some people even lose their lives just for a bite of food. But I'm not that Crazy Donkey. There are 8 portions of food here. I'll only take 2, and you can divide the rest equally. After all, someone among us will have to negotiate with Su Wei in the future, right? Su Wei is a cold-blooded person. Thousands of people have failed to move him, so these owners are naturally not qualified to talk to him. Besides, compared to the Crazy Donkey, Zhang Miaoyu's gentle and considerate attitude also makes the owners feel much better. It's better to have it than not to have it." On the other hand, the old man didn't say much, but took out all the food and distributed it equally with more than 100 owners. In the end, he only got half a pack of biscuits. As for the team led by Feng Yifan, it had already fallen into chaos due to the lack of a leader. Hundreds of people were fighting with each other, and cries and shouts could be heard one after another. Zhuang Chang frowned at them and shouted, "Be quiet." Unfortunately, these words didn't work. The owners had already been overwhelmed by the food and were only thinking about getting an extra bite. "Brother Chang," no one could say anything now. "Those people have lost their rationality." Crazy Donkey laughed and said, "We're not short of men anyway. Let them fight. If one more person dies, we can save a mouth to eat." Zhuang Chang frowned. He didn't really care about the lives of those owners. He was just worried that this would delay the task Su Wei had given him. But he didn't have any good ideas at the moment. So he worriedly said, "Why not assign those people to the remaining 3 teams? This, Crazy Donkey laughed dryly twice and said nothing. How could he be willing to let these people share his team's food? Moreover, these people are already crazy. Once they join them, they will become a potential threat. At this time, Zhang Yaoling suddenly came over. She twisted her not-so-flexible waist, smiled, and moved closer to Zhuang Chang, almost sticking her whole body to him. "Brother Chang's idea isn't bad. By assigning these people, can't we also share a quarter of the food? There are pros and cons." Zhuang Chang, who hadn't touched a woman for a long time, felt his blood boiling when he was touched by him. After all, in this snowy environment, he is the only one besides Su Wei who can still use his male function. Of course, this is all thanks to the protective suit Su Wei gave him. As for the others, they probably can't get hard even if they want to. "You stinking bitch." Crazy Donkey cursed under his breath and stood up to leave. "Brother Chang, look at all the people there. It would take a lot of effort for us to recruit them. Can we share more food?" Certainly, Zhuang Chang couldn't resist the temptation of this strong woman and almost lost his position. Fortunately, a gust of cold wind blew by, and he sobered up a lot. He took a step back and said coldly, "No, I said there are only 30 copies, so there are only 30 copies. As for how many you can grab, that's up to you." Seeing that her temptation failed, Zhang Miaoyu had to leave in disappointment. However, the reason she wanted to recruit Feng Yifan's people was not because of the food, but because of these people. Yesterday, they found traces of Su Jiang in Area F, but the mutated Su Jiang was extremely terrifying and escaped from pursuit in just a few jumps. Afterwards, this matter was forcibly suppressed by Zhang Miaoyu. The reason why she didn't report it was that she wanted to use Su Jiang to infect these owners in order to achieve her goal of exchanging supplies. Chapter 41. Dr. Sun, you don't want anything to happen to your grandfather, do you? Here, Sun Wanner first delivered the food she got from Feng Yifan back to her grandfather, and then returned to Feng Yifan's villa. Now, she had only one idea. That is to do everything possible to cure Feng Yifan, and then win the 6 months of food that Su Wei promised. But when she thought of the warm environment in Su Wei's home, Sun Wanner suddenly became dazed again. In fact, it was good to lose. In this way, she would become Su Wei's servant and naturally live in that warm villa. She would no longer have to worry about heat and food. You have to know that those owners have already paid countless lives for this wish. And now the opportunity is right in front of her. As long as she wants, she can immediately realize the wishes that others have longed for. What's more, what Su Wei said was true. There were more than one doctor in the City of Clouds. What if he chose someone else instead of himself? Sun Wanner was shocked by her own shameful thoughts. Impossible. I would never sell my body and soul for a bite to eat. Never. She thought so and kept encouraging herself. But when she saw the lustful look in Feng Yifun's eyes, Sun Wanner's eyes were filled with disgust, and she wished he would die sooner. Feng Yifun was overjoyed when he saw Sun Wanner coming back with a pile of medical materials. Haha, I was saying our doctor's son was capable. I never thought you would be able to pull this off. As he spoke, a sinister look flashed in his eyes again. One day I will kill that Su Wei and take everything from him. Those things and that house will all be mine. Hearing this, Sun Wanner sneered in disgust and said, forget it. Wait until you're fully recovered. Completely cured? Feng Yifun suddenly got excited and said, really? I thought I was lucky to be able to save my life, but this arm is going to be broken anyway. Impossible. Sun Wanner didn't know what she was thinking. She gritted her teeth and said, I can definitely cure you and make you like a normal person. Feng Yifun was stunned when he heard this. Oh my God, what does this girl mean? Judging from the tone of her words, is she attracted to me? That would be great. Not only could I have such a beautiful medical elite for free, but my life would also be guaranteed. Thank you so much, Miss Sunday. Thinking of this, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Sun Wanner's hand. That soft and boneless little hand makes people imagine a lot as soon as they touch it. Sun Wanner was startled and quickly pulled her hand back, glaring at him in disgust. What do you want to do? Feng Yifun chuckled, his eyes wandering over Sun Wanner, and said, as long as Miss Sun stays with me, I will definitely make sure you have something to eat in the future. Sun Wanner wiped her hands on her clothes in disgust and said coldly, no need. Once I cure you, we'll be even. If it weren't for the bet with Su Wei, Su Wanner really wanted to leave here immediately. Feng Yifun said with a sinister smile, it's already this late, Dr. Sun. Are you still trying to act noble? Do you know that now, as long as I say a word in the group chat, as long as I give a piece of bread, countless women will come to my door and compete to serve me. This is not a joke, it's the truth. Although Sun Wanner hated Feng Yifun's face, she had to admit that now, let alone a piece of bread, even a moldy steam bun would drive people crazy. In the face of absolute hunger, does integrity still matter? If that's the case, I'd rather die. Speaking of this, Sun Wanner's mind once again emerged of Su Wei's shirtless appearance. He was sunny and handsome with muscles all over his body, and he was young and energetic. If the moment comes to selling her body, she would rather devote herself to Su Wei. Feng Yifun exclaimed in admiration, don't worry, anyone can die now. But you can't. I'm still waiting for you, Dr. Sun, to save me. You'll be safe until I recover. What do you mean? Sun Wanner's face changed. It's nothing special. I just hope that Dr. Sun can treat me with all his heart. You don't have to leave until I recover. Feng Yifun said calmly, don't worry. I won't be stingy with the reward I promised you. Anyone can starve to death now, but you can't. You want to put me under house arrest? A trace of panic flashed in Sun Wanner's eyes. How can you call this house arrest? I'm just worried about Dr. Sun's safety alone. After all, it's a riot out there right now. We should just do the surgery right away. Feng Yifun stared at Sun Wanner, a fiery flash in his eyes. If he hadn't been seriously injured, he would have brought this delicate little doctor to justice. Sun Wanner stopped talking and began to concentrate on performing surgery on Feng Yifun. Gradually, sweat appeared on her face. The fact that she was sweating in this kind of weather showed how nervous she was at the moment. On the one hand, she was afraid that if she couldn't cure Feng Yifun, he would attack her. On the other hand, she had to win the bet with Su Wei. Until 2 hours later, Sun Wanner finally finished the last procedure and sat on the ground exhausted. She panted and said, okay, as long as you can survive today, your arm will be saved. At this moment, Feng Yifun's heart finally settled down, and he said with some admiration, I have to say, Dr. Sun's medical skills are really amazing. This is the truth. Being able to save an arm that had been electrocuted is simply amazing medical skill. Sun Wanner said nothing. She bandaged her arms silently and said coldly, can I go now? After saying that, Sun Wanner packed up her medicine box and prepared to leave. Walk! With a bang, the door was closed and the thugs looked at her with a sneer on their faces. How could they let such a beautiful girl go so easily? You don't keep your word. Sun var glad att Feng Yifan angrily. Feng Yifan smiled and said, Don't misunderstand me, Dr. Sunday. I just want you to stay and help take care of my injuries. After all, I still need you to change the dressing later. Then I'll come back tomorrow. As she spoke, Sun Wanner was about to open the door, but was stopped by the thug. Dr. Sun, you don't want anything to happen to your grandfather, do you? Behind him, Feng Yifan's cold threat came. Sun Wanner, who was originally angry, suddenly froze in place, her face full of panic. Only then did she realize that Feng Yifan's other little brother was missing. As for where he went, the result speaks for itself. As long as you treat my illness, I promise not to touch your grandfather, and I will give him food so that he can live well. Feng Yifan sneered and said, Of course, if you don't obey, I don't mind throwing that old man out to freeze to death, and then you will still be under house arrest. Shameless. I just saved you. Sun Wanner felt extremely regretful at this moment. She shouldn't have come to Feng Yifan in the first place, otherwise she wouldn't be in such a desperate situation. Even if she defeated Su Wei now, the bet could not be fulfilled. Chapter 42. I didn't force you to do this. Faced with Sun Wanner's verbal abuse, Feng Yifan said he didn't care. And in his opinion, Sun Wanner just hasn't faced the reality yet. In a few days, she will be unable to bear the hunger and will naturally beg me for help. By then, she won't care about her grandfather, let alone her grandson. Helplessly, facing Feng Yifan's threat, Sun Wanner had to bow her head temporarily. She looked at Feng Yifan with a vigilant expression and said, I hope you'll keep your word and let me go when you're well. If you dare to mess around during this time, I don't mind fighting you to the death. Don't worry, I never mess around with women. Although Feng Yifan had long coveted Sun Wanner's beauty, in this situation, fighting with a doctor who was treating him was obviously seeking death. There's still a long way to go. When Sun Wanner can't stand the hunger anymore one day, she will take the initiative to crawl under his crotch without him having to do anything. At this time, another little brother also came back. Oh no, Brother Feng, our team is in chaos. I heard that several people died fighting for food, and the rest were recruited by that bitch Zhang Miaoyu. Oh, that bitch would be so kind. Feng Yifan had long since given up his position as the captain of the corpse removal team. After all, he and Su Wei had already formed a grudge against each other. Even if he took the initiative to apologize, Su Wei would not let him go. Another brother heard this and said, This isn't a solution. There are only 3 of us left now, and those people have banded together. It will be even harder to get food in the future. Humans are social animals. When faced with danger, they will subconsciously unite with their peers around them. Now most of the owners have joined the corpse removal team. For the meager food every day, they have formed a short-term solidarity. But even if it is pitifully small, at least it can guarantee a lingering survival. No, we have to find a way to kill that guy Su Wei. Only if we get the supplies in his hands can we truly be safe in the future. But his house is like a bunker, we can't get in at all. Feng Yifan said with a cold look, We can't get in, but we can let him out. But that grandson is very smart. Everyone is watching him now. He definitely won't come out. Feng Yifan sneered, Don't worry, there will be a way. After a while, Sun Wanner came in to change the dressing. Feng Yifan suddenly smiled and said, Dr. Sun, you haven't eaten all day, right? Come, I have some milk here. Dr. Sun, fill your stomach first. Sun Wanner frowned at him and did not take the half bag of milk. It's like this. Seeing her so alert, Feng Yifan smiled and said, Miss Sun, to be honest, I have an idea. As long as it succeeds, I guarantee that you will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. What's the idea? Sun Wanner looked at him with disgust. Feng Yifan pretended not to notice and continued, I need you to go to Su Wei's house. Whether it's coaxing or seducing him, trick him out. Then we can take advantage of the opportunity to kill him together. Then everything he has will be ours, including that safe villa. Su Wei is not a fool. How could he be fooled? Sun Wanner looked at Feng Yifan as if he were mentally retarded. He'll be fooled. Feng Yifan sneered. Since he's willing to give you so many medicines, it means he must be aware of the importance of you as a doctor at this time. As long as you take the initiative to seduce him, he will definitely be fooled. As he spoke, Feng Yifan glanced frivolously at Sun Wanner, whose pride even her cotton-padded jacket couldn't hide, and said with a smile, Besides, Miss Sun has plenty of capital. Wouldn't it be easy for her to capture Su Wei? Will Su Wei be fooled? Although Sun Wanner never relies on her looks to make a living, She is still very confident about her figure. But the question is, will she feel better if she kills Su Wei? Feng Yifan's hungry eyes could no longer be hidden. If she was not of some value to him now, she would not know what would have happened to her. And deep down, she would rather believe Su Wei than Feng Yifan. Miss Sun, don't hesitate any longer at this time. Your grandfather is still waiting for you at home. This is a naked threat. Sun Wana knew that if she did not agree to Feng Yifan's request, her grandfather would definitely be killed. Just as she was hesitating, her eyes suddenly became distracted. There were a few, barely noticeable traces of blood on the body of Feng Yifan's younger brother who had returned, and his arms were bulging, making a crackling sound when he moved. That was clearly the sound of the bread bag. Really? Sun Wana felt a lump in her throat, and tears almost came out. But she quickly suppressed the grief and anger in her heart and said calmly, "Then you must plan it carefully and don't let anything dangerous happen. I will rely on you from now on." Humph. I said this woman was just pretending. What pure and innocent medical elites are they? They're all fucking sluts. Aren't they easily controlled by me? Feng Yifan was proud in his heart, but he said gently, "Don't worry. As long as I am here, I will definitely make sure you have enough food and drink, and take care of your grandfather until he dies." Feng Yifan said the word "send off" in a very interesting way. He thought Sun Wana knew nothing, but he didn't know that his careless younger brother had already betrayed them all. Sun Wana suppressed her grief and went to the bathroom, then called her grandfather. Sure enough, there was no response from the other end of the phone. In an instant, tears welled up in Sun Wana's eyes. She bit her lips tightly to prevent herself from making any sound, and then sent a message to Su Wei. When Su Wei learned about Sun Wana's situation, he was not very surprised. On the contrary, he had already expected this result. A beautiful woman goes to treat a man as ferocious as a wolf. In such an environment, it is not surprising what happens. "Su Wei, as long as you help me kill Feng Yifan, you will be mine from now on." Tears welled up in Sun Wana's eyes as she gritted her teeth and said, "He is my master." Su Wei saw the news and suddenly smiled. "First of all, don't be so sad. There are countless people out there who want to be my slaves. Also, I'm not forcing you to do this." Emotionless language seems particularly cold. He just wanted Sun Wana to face reality. Now it's not me who wants you, but you who beg me to have you. Not to mention any deal, you are not qualified to trade with me. Although Sun Wana is indeed pretty. But now there are a lot of beautiful and starving women out there, and he can form a reinforced platoon at any time if he wants. When Sun Wana saw this, she felt sad at first, and then silently accepted this reality. Just as Su Wei said, she is no longer qualified to negotiate with Su Wei. Chapter 43. Zombies Appear. The corpse removal team was established for only 2 days, and its number of members dropped sharply from 400 to 300. Although Su Wei did not see with his own eyes what the consequences were after the owners looted, he could guess. The result is obvious when a group of starving people go crazy. So Zhuang Chang suggested to Su Wei that they should just let these people fend for themselves. After all, apart from Su Jiang, they had not found any zombies so far. However, Su Wei insisted, zombies will definitely appear, and they will actively attack humans. If we let it go, the situation will only get worse. But those people are probably hard to control. Zhuang Chang was just a small security captain before, and he had never been in charge of so many people. Especially when these people looked at him, there was obvious mockery in their eyes, and they obviously looked down on him as a lackey who relied on Su Wei to get to the top. Su Wei smiled and said, "Managing these people is actually very simple. You just need to win over those team leaders and make them work for you wholeheartedly. These people are nothing to worry about. To kill a snake, strike it at its most vulnerable part. To capture a thief, capture the leader first. There are so many owners in the community, it is impossible for Zhuang Chang to subdue them one by one. Even if he has the ability, he does not have the experience." So the next day, Zhuang Chang deliberately stayed out half an hour late. It was freezing outside the villa. Crazy Donkey, Zhang Miaoyu, and other team leaders were standing together and talking, and each of them kept pacing back and forth. This weather's really evil." Zhang Miaoyu, wearing thick gloves, covered her mouth and said, "Didn't we say we'd meet at 9? How long has it been? Why hasn't Zhuang Chang come out yet?" The thugs around her also cursed. "Damn it, isn't he just a lackey? Why are you pretending? If you make me angry, I'll kill him." At this moment, Zhuang Chang suddenly came out of the house, glanced at the man calmly and said, "Who are you going to kill?" The thug was stunned for a moment and wanted to speak, but was stopped by Zhang Yaoyu. "My subordinates are ignorant. Don't worry about it, Brother Chang." Zhuang Chang ignored her and waved to the crazy donkey beside him. "Come here." Although Crazy Donkey also looked down on Zhuang Chang, he was much smarter. He didn't look uncomfortable at all and ran over with a smile on his face. "What's wrong, Brother Chang? If you have something to say, please tell me." Zhuang Chang glanced at the thug indifferently, then took out a pack of Furong King from his pocket and threw it to Crazy Donkey. "Beat him to death." The thug's expression changed, and he cursed without any hesitation. "Zhuang Chang, are you pretending to be a black market clerk? Come on, try to touch me." Bang! A shot was fired without warning. Crazy Donkey looked at the dead thug with a grin, then calmly took out a cigarette and lit it. "Whoever dares to act tough again will end up like this." Compare with those intellectuals, Crazy Donkey knows too well how to speak with fists. He did the same when he was under Su Jiang. For those who disobey the boss, there is only one word: death. And he is the typical mother who ever gives him milk. Now Zhuang Chang represents Su Wei, and Su Wei has become a godlike existence. If he wants to have something to eat, he must obey absolutely. "Okay, let's assign the areas." Zhuang Chang's mouth twitched for a moment, but he quickly calmed down and said, "Crazy Donkey, you guys come with me to Area F this time, and Zhang Miaoyu, you guys go to Area H." "Yes, Brother Chang." This time, Zhang Miaoyu didn't dare to say another word. She finally realized that Zhuang Chang was here today to establish his authority. If she dared to show up again, she would be the next to die. Area H is at the northernmost part, and it's full of high-ranking officials. It must be exhausting. That's right. Why do you want us to go so far away? The owners behind him grumbled a few times. "Shut up," Zhang Miaoyu cursed with a sullen face. "If you don't want to die, go work for me, or no one will get any food today." Although the only thug around him died, Zhang Miaoyu was not worried. With her ability, she can find another loyal younger brother immediately. Area F is also a high-rise building, but it is next to the villa area, so the distance is very close. Zhuang Chang led more than 100 people to start the search. When it was almost dark, they suddenly heard a heart-wrenching scream coming from the direction of Area H. Afterwards, many people rushed out from an apartment building. They shouted, "Ghost!" Zhuang Chang's eyebrows jumped. It must be a zombie that appeared. He quickly called out to Crazy Donkey, "Everyone, follow me to Area H. Be careful, don't get too close, or you might get bitten by a zombie." Soon, people from both teams noticed something was going on and rushed towards Area H at the same time. Before I got close, I saw a group of people running back in a panic, shouting that there was a ghost. "Damn it!" Crazy Donkey cursed in panic, then tightened his grip on the gun. He is not afraid of killing people, but zombies, no one knows what the hell they are. Su Jiang was killed by him personally, and they mutated in front of him. That's a creature that even bullets can't kill. As everyone approached cautiously, they saw Zhang Miaoyu in the open space downstairs, shouting with a terrified look on her face. "Surround him, don't let him get away." So the remaining people tacitly formed a circle and used the sticks in their hands to drive this person back and forth. The man's eyes were bloodshot, his face was covered with mysterious red spots, and the meridians in his body were slowly becoming apparent. Many owners were frightened by this scene. Just half an hour ago, they thought Su Wei was just trying to fool them and wanted them to be walked around like dogs. But now everyone believes it. Zombies really appeared. "That's not Su Jiang," Crazy Donkey said in fear. Could it be that someone has been infected? The zombie surrounded by the crowd was a woman in her previous life. At this moment, she was being beaten with sticks by dozens of owners. She wanted to attack, but had no chance, and she wanted to escape, but couldn't. "Quick, control her," Zhuang Chang ordered seriously. But the owners were afraid to step forward, fearing that they would be bitten by the zombies. At this time, Zhang Miaoyu spoke up, saying loudly, "Su Wei has already said that whichever couple catches the zombie will be rewarded with a roast chicken. What are you waiting for?" The allure of food is enormous. These owners no longer hesitated and bravely pounced on the zombies. It is indeed easier to get things done with more people. After a while, the female zombie was controlled. Her hands were tied behind her back, and a gun was stuffed in her mouth as she was led over. It's like walking the dog. No one spoke at this moment, and everyone looked at the female zombie as if facing a great enemy. Only the owners who were holding the ropes had happy expressions on their faces. Since they caught the zombie, That meant the three of them could share the delicious roast chicken equally. Chapter 44. Damn, why is it her? That's meat. Since the end of the world, these people haven't had a hot meal for a long time, let alone meat. But when they reached Zhang Miaoyu, she stopped them. Give me the rope. Why? We caught it. One owner held the rope tightly, looking like he was ready to fight to the death at any time. Zhang Miaoyu sneered. We all discovered this zombie together, and we drove it out together. It's just that you captured it. Bullshit. I was the one who grabbed its hand just now. I caught its foot. I tied it with the rope. Okay, then go and claim your reward, but the angry looks of the three people did not scare Zhang Miaoyu. Instead, she smiled and said, whether they let you go or not is not my business. The three of them suddenly woke up and looked around. At this moment, more than 300 people were standing on both sides, and every pair of eyes was fixed on the zombie. As long as one person stepped forward, the rest would swarm over. The three of them stepped back in fear. Sister Yui, did you see that? Zhang Miaoyu then earnestly advised, we are a collective, so any benefits will naturally belong to the collective. If you try to take them for yourself, I don't need to tell you what the consequences will be, right? When facing a group of equally vicious people, the best way is to stick together. The three of them finally understood what Zhang Miaoyu meant. If they choose to keep the zombie for themselves, they will not only offend the people in their own team, but will also be targeted by other teams. At that time, the people in their own team will definitely not help, and may even join others to rob it. The three of them looked at each other and quickly reached a consensus. The owner holding the rope reluctantly handed it to Zhang Miaoyu and said, we were wrong, Sister Yu. This zombie belongs to everyone. Let's go together to claim the reward. That's right. Zhang Miaoyu smiled and consoled him. But you guys did contribute a lot this time. When we get the roast chicken, I'll definitely give you some more. Besides, there are definitely other zombies in this neighborhood, so everyone will have a chance to eat roast chicken. Brothers, don't you agree? If we all work together, we can definitely have a better tomorrow. These highly inflammatory words gave many owners hope, and they echoed loudly. Right. Sister Yu is right. As long as we work together, we can all have roast chicken. That's right. If we can catch more zombies next time, will we still be worried about not having meat to eat? This is human nature. As long as you give them a little hope, they can imagine a better tomorrow. Let's go and get some roast chicken. Zhang Miaoyu waved her hand, and hundreds of owners followed behind her, heading towards the villas in District D. The people from the other two teams originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to grab something, but when they saw how powerful these people were, they became timid. A victorious army is invincible. No one is more excited than these people right now. If anyone dares to come up and rob them, these more than 100 people will definitely attack together and tear the other person to pieces. Crazy Donkey also looked at those people coldly as they walked by. Bah, this bitch really has something. Zhuangchang nodded in agreement and sighed. She's so good at stirring people up. Look at the looks in their eyes. If Zhang Miaoyu told them to die, they'd probably do it, right? Crazy Donkey sneered with envy and hatred. No wonder he can run such a big company. You can't help but admire him. Soon, Zhang Miaoyu brought a group of owners to the door of the villa. Su Wei had already learned about the situation through Zhuangchang's intercom and was standing at the window watching. Bosu. Zhang Miaoyu took a step forward, pulling the rope, and shouted respectfully, we've caught a zombie, and it's time to fulfill your promise. Su Wei took out a telescope and carefully observed the zombie, then suddenly froze. Oh my god, why is it her? The person Zhang Miaoyu was holding in his hand was none other than Qin Moyu, the person he had driven away. But Qin Moyu's mutation was completely different from Su Zhang's. Her eyes were not white without pupils, but blood red. Although the meridians on her body were obvious, they were not bulging. Could it be that she didn't mutate directly, but was infected by someone? Su Wei recalled the scene when zombies appeared in his previous life. They looked similar to Qin Moyu, and most of the time they were like this. It seems that those mutated zombies are rare, and most zombies are infected. And it seems that the attack power of this infected zombie is not very strong, otherwise it would not be caught so easily. So far, he's only seen two zombies, Su Jiang and Qin Moyu. However, he firmly believed that in this huge city on the cloud, there must be many zombies that are mutating or have already mutated. These things will become obstacles for him to go out in the future, so they must be cleared away. As for the roast chicken, Su Wei smiled, casually took out a freshly roasted chicken from his space, and took out 2 packets of instant noodles and threw them down. He smiled and shouted to Zhang Miaoyu, "Well done. These 2 bags of instant noodles are a bonus. From now on, whoever catches the most zombies will have a reward from me. A roast chicken and 2 packs of instant noodles can be exchanged for a zombie. This is definitely a violent industry. Besides, Su Wei is not short of food. Even if they capture tens of thousands of zombies, he can still afford it." Zhang Miaoyu didn't expect Su Wei to give a reward. He was very stingy before. It seems these zombies are very important to him. "Thank you, President Su. We will definitely keep working hard." Although she didn't know what Su Wei was planning, she was under his roof at the moment and could only obey him obediently. Then Su Wei threw out 30 portions of food, as usual, and ignored those people. The owners who received the food left with joy on their faces. After returning to the storage room, Zhuang Chang called, "Su Wei, what should we do with that zombie?" In the yard, the mutated Qin Moyu was tied to the railing, looking like a watchdog. What is even more incredible is that after the mutation, Qin Moyu seems to be no longer afraid of the cold. She is only wearing 2 thin sweaters, and most of her hot body is exposed to the air. Could it be that after being infected, the body can withstand the cold? Su Wei looked out the window, his eyes indifferent as he said, "I'm thinking the reason these zombies mutated is probably due to genetic mutation. If we can study it carefully, we might get something. Everything is possible in the end times. Since these dead people can turn into zombies, changes must have occurred in their bodies that are different from those of normal people." Others may not believe this, but Su Wei absolutely believes it, because he himself is the biggest change in this apocalypse. Until now, he cannot explain why he has space in his mind. Therefore, if we can grasp this change, it may change the situation of this doomsday. I believe that at this time, the remaining official scientists are also studying these zombies, trying to find more information from them. Chapter 45. I'll take it off. The news about the zombies quickly spread among the owners. Those owners who had seen the zombies with their own eyes immediately repaired their doors and windows, for fear that they would be stabbed by the zombies while they were sleeping. Those owners who had never seen zombies before were also excited, because they heard from the people around them that Su Wei really gave them a roast chicken. Although 1 chicken for 100 people is really pitiful, what time is it now? Not to mention eating meat, even being able to pick up a bone and make soup would be a blessing for them. So more owners sent friend requests to Zhuang Chang. But this time Zhuang Chang did not add them, because Su Wei said so. In this world, if someone eats meat, someone else will be eaten. This is an eternal truth. If everyone can eat meat, they will become lazy and even lose themselves in this comfortable life, thinking that they are good enough. Therefore, ensuring that most people are well fed is the best way to persevere. Sun Wanner also learned about the zombies, but she didn't have time to care about those things now. Instead, she was planning how to escape from Feng Yifun's villa. She had to act quickly, otherwise when Feng Yifun recovered from his injuries, he would kill her or insult her at any time. Although it is very dangerous, there is nothing we can do about it. She knew that this was not only a chance for her to escape, but also a test from Su Wei. If she couldn't even do this, Su Wei would definitely be disappointed in her. That night, while Feng Yifun was drowsy after changing the dressing, Sun Wanner tiptoed to the kitchen and threw all the sleeping pills she had prepared into the bucket. This bucket of water is the last bucket of clean drinking water for Feng Yifun and his friends, so they will definitely fall into the trap. After doing all this, Sun Wanner quickly put the medicine bottle back in her pocket and tiptoed towards her room. It was only a few meters away, but at this moment, she felt her heart was about to jump out of her chest, and her legs were shaking uncontrollably. She gritted her teeth and stared at the 2 sleeping brothers in the living room, and only breathed a sigh of relief after they entered the house. Then she quickly took out her cell phone and sent a message to Su Wei. "I'm done." Su Wei had just fallen asleep when he was woken up by the news. "You killed them." "No, I put sleeping pills in it. As long as you drink it, I can escape." Still timid. At this time, Su Wei didn't know that Sun Wanner's grandfather was killed by Feng Yifun's younger brother, and thought that she let them go because she was soft-hearted. But what he didn't know was that Sun Wanner had added a 100-person dose of sleeping pills into Feng Yifun and the others' drinking water. If anyone drank that water, not only would a human be killed, even a bear would die. Then she fell into a deep sleep, waiting for tomorrow's results. The next day, after applying medicine to Feng Yifun, Sun Wanner did not return to her room. Instead, she took the initiative to ask, "Brother Feng, is there anything to eat? I am hungry." "Aha, I thought you were some chaste heroine." Feng Yifan laughed contemptuously, then took out 2 hard steamed buns from the cupboard and threw them to her. Go to the kitchen and boil them with water. Cook them for a longer time to keep you going. Sun Wanner was still thinking about how to get Feng Yifan and the others to drink the bucket of water. Now it really seemed like God was helping her. She went to the kitchen without hesitation and placed the water filled with sleeping pills on the firewood. After a while, a pot of steaming steamed bun soup was ready. There is no taste, just a warm mouthful. But most people can no longer enjoy this hot meal. So not long after, Feng Yifan and others who drank the steamed bun soup all fell asleep. Sun Wanner cautiously tested Feng Yifan a few times, and seeing that they showed no signs of waking up, she took out the key with confidence, opened the door, and ran out. She ran to Su Wei's door without stopping and banged on it hard. Ouch! Ouch! Perhaps the sound startled the zombie in the yard, Chi Moyu, and she woke up immediately and shouted "Die!" twice to Sun Wanner outside the door. Sun Wanner was startled at first, then stared at the zombie in disbelief. Is this a zombie? She was not afraid of the cold and had lost her mind. But as a doctor from the top medical academy in the country, Sun Wanner always felt that there was something inexplicable about this zombie. But she quickly regained her composure. Now is not the time to study zombies. She glanced around and then knocked on the door faster. At this moment, Su Wei's villa is the focus of everyone's attention. If it is discovered and those people swarm over, Su Wei may not take him in anymore. Because from her 2 contacts with Su Wei, she found that this guy was a complete loser. The character of a tortoise, the temper of an ostrich. If there is even the slightest danger, he will immediately stop his actions. Besides, I am not a necessity to him. Fortunately, Su Wei got up early, and when he heard the knock on the door, he turned on the video call on the door. He glanced at Sun Wanner outside calmly and said, "Take off your clothes before coming in." What? Sun Wanner looked at Su Wei in the video in shock. You've heard it clearly, and I don't want to say it again. Su Wei just replied lightly, and then made a gesture to walk inside. I'll take it off. Sun Wanner no longer hesitated and immediately took off her cotton coat. She was shivering in the cold wind. If you don't want to freeze to death, I advise you to take off your clothes quickly. Su Wei looked at Sun Wanner with interest through the video, and then said, those people will be back soon. If you want to be watched by everyone, it's up to you. Upon hearing this, Sun Wanner no longer hesitated and quickly took off all her clothes except for her underwear. Okay, come in. Su Wei opened the security door. With a creak, the door cracked open a little. Sun Wanner struggled to open the door, then rushed in as fast as she could. She was so cold that if she had been a second later, she felt her blood would have frozen. Then a strong, warm current instantly swept through the whole body. It was a feeling of happiness that made her faint. She felt her feet go soft, and she fell onto the soft wool carpet with a plop. At this moment, she felt like she was in heaven. It's hard to imagine that it's actually so warm here in temperatures of minus 50 degrees Celsius. Soon, Sun Wanner's face began to turn rosy. Her hands and feet became more flexible, and even a slight sweat began to appear on her forehead. It was a long time before she woke up from this warm environment. Then, she saw a smiling face appear in the sky. It was a handsome face with a heartwarming smile. Chapter 46. There is only grace between us. Sun Wanner blushed and quickly got up from the ground. She lowered her head shyly. I'm sorry, I made you laugh. Since the end of the world and the arrival of the Ice Age, Sun Wanner has never taken off her clothes, and the current temperature makes her lost in an instant. You're not done yet. Su Wei returned to the sofa and sat down, crossed his legs, and said, take off all your clothes. Sun Wanner, who was originally immersed in the warm environment, woke up instantly. At this moment, she suddenly remembered her situation. It is true that this is heaven, but if you want to live in heaven, you have to pay a higher price. Although she had struggled for a long time before coming, she still felt a great struggle in her heart when she was asked to take off her clothes. No woman can easily expose her deepest privacy in front of a strange man. Of course, this does not apply to those working people who work to make a living. But is there any difference between me and those people now? Sun Wanner understood that she no longer had the right to bargain at this moment. If she made Su Wei unhappy, she would most likely be kicked out. If that were the case, she would rather die immediately. After enjoying the paradise-like environment here, she could no longer face the cold outside. Sun Wanner stood there and closed her eyes tightly. Then the underwear slowly fell down with a movement followed by the pants, and then Sue stared at the white area intently, and he seemed a little stiff. He coughed unnaturally and said in a low voice, "Continue." Under the pale yellow light, black lace wrapped around the pair of breasts that were about to burst out, and the snow-white skin flowed down along the lower abdomen. Sun Wanner bent down slightly, slowly put her hands to her waist, and the thin fabric was slowly removed. That tightly closed valley was like a shy child who refused to open his eyes. After doing all this, Sun Wanner carefully placed the clothes somewhere far away. She hadn't taken a shower for more than half a month. When she sweated just now, her clothes immediately gave off a fishy smell. She was worried that Sue would dislike her for being unclean. "Take off. Finish taking off?" Sue spoke in a hoarse voice, then moved his body unconsciously, and an indescribable heat instantly surged into his chest, etc. Sun Wanner was startled by his action and subconsciously took a step back. "What's wrong?" Sue looked at her in confusion. "Can you let me take a shower first?" After saying this, Sun Wanner shook as if her body was empty, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. "Of course." Sue subconsciously raised his hand and pointed at the bathroom in the next bedroom. "Actually, there's a bathroom in the hall, but it's not made of transparent glass." Sun Wanner ran into the bathroom as if escaping, and then closed the door tightly. Even after more than half an hour, the sound of running water still did not stop. Sue had no choice but to go in and knock on the door. The sound of running water inside stopped instantly, and a scream was heard. "Don't come in. I haven't finished washing yet." After a short silence, another apology came from inside. "I'm sorry. I was so wasteful. Don't worry. I'll be fine soon." Sun Wanner seemed to realize that she had gone too far. In this era of resource scarcity, every bit of material is extremely precious, and she just used so much water. "You won't be angry, right?" Sun Wanner was feeling uneasy. Sue's laughter came from outside. "I just want to tell you that your clothes are too dirty, so I have thrown them away. I put new clothes at the door." "Oh." A sigh of relief came from the bathroom. Sue shook his head and smiled, whispering, "Are you kidding me? Am I such a stingy person?" Maybe in Sun Wanner's eyes, water resources are very precious now, and energy is even more luxurious, but Sue really doesn't care. Because he has stored a lot of water, and this villa even has a water purification system. In just a few days, the used wastewater can be turned into usable drinking water. Besides, there is such a thick layer of snow outside. As long as he has enough energy, he will never lack hot water. After more than 10 minutes, the bathroom door was quietly opened. A piece of snow-white lotus root stretched out quickly, grabbed the clothes at the door, and then quickly retracted. A few minutes later, Sun Wanner came out wearing a loose and comfortable pajamas and a pair of transparent low-heeled slippers. Her slender, snow-white legs were exposed, reflecting a faint light. That kind of beauty is refreshing. It's different from Chin Moyu's coquettishness and different from Su Xiaoting's pretending to be pure, but it's a kind of indescribable amazement. In just a short moment, Su lost his mind. Just a moment later, he suddenly realized what was going on and couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. Damn, he only remembers eating and not being beaten. When Su thought of his tragic fate in his previous life, he immediately regained his composure. Sun Wanner saw him looking at her warily and subconsciously looked back. Su then smiled and said, "Come and sit down." Sun Wanner sat on the sofa with a blushing face, facing Su in front of her. The two long legs, which had nowhere to go, were stuck together tightly, as if they were afraid that something would fly away if they were opened. Su smiled at the nervous girl in front of him, then said seriously, "I hope you remember what I said before. There is no transaction between us, only charity or gift." A trace of imperceptible disappointment flashed across Su Wanner's fair face, and then she nodded slightly. "So, for now on, my words are orders. You must obey unconditionally whatever I tell you to do. Otherwise, you will lose this gift. Do you understand?" "Clear," Sun Wanner replied in a low voice. "There's no need to act so pitiful in front of me. I've given you hope to live, but I haven't gained anything from you so far. So put away your pity. It will only make me annoyed. Also, I'm sure you understand why I'm keeping you here. So, from today on, you're not allowed to leave the room or walk around without my permission." Su said this, pointing to the top of his head. "I can tell you the truth. This house cost me $100 million to build. It's a super safe house. It has 360-degree surveillance with no blind spots. I can see every move you make. If you can do what I say, I don't mind letting you stay here for a long time. But if you have any second thoughts, that zombie outside will be your fate. Chapter 47, The Superpower. Sue suddenly stared at Sun Wanner and grinned. If one day you betray me, don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll lock you up with the crazy zombie at the door. I think that would be a very interesting thing. The originally quiet Sun Wanner suddenly shuddered. She looked up at Sue with a look of deep fear. Although she also knew that Sue words were just a warning to her to be obedient. But the cold-bloodedness in his words made people feel terrified. Did you hear that clearly? Sue asked with a cold face, ignoring her reaction. Sun Wanner nodded subconsciously. I want to listen to you, not just nod. With a shout, Sun Wanner stood up in fright, and her pajamas were torn off. The smooth body appeared in front of Sue again. She tremblingly picked up her clothes and put them on, then said, I heard it. If Sue is God at this moment, then Sun Wanner is a believer enslaved by God. Whether she likes it or not, she can only obey. Unless she wants to die. Your room is on the basement floor. That's where you're supposed to be. You're not allowed to come up here without my permission. Yes, master. Sue's tone was indifferent, as if he was training a newly captured puppy. I don't keep idlers in this house. You'll be responsible for the hygiene of the house. If you don't know how to cook or wash clothes, you can learn. I have a lot of patience. Yes, master. Sue was very satisfied with this submissive attitude. For a moment, he even felt a bit of perverted excitement in his heart. No wonder many rich people like the cultivation system. The fun in it is really something that cannot be told to outsiders. It can be seen that Sun Wanner is an extremely intelligent woman, and she knows the current situation very well. She knows exactly where she should stand in this situation. If it was a white lotus like Sue shouting, she would probably start scheming against me as soon as she entered the door. But her scheming only works when her appearance is not exposed, and people like Sun Wanner are truly smart. Sue was too lazy to keep testing you, and said directly, I know you have a lot of resentment in your heart. Sun Wanner didn't say anything, just looked at Sue quietly. If she were to say no at this moment, it would definitely be a lie, but her silent attitude represented her acceptance of her fate after knowing the situation clearly. If you're not happy, then be happy. You don't have any other choice now, right? Sue stared at Sun Wanner with a hint of teasing. He continued, Don't even think about resisting because you have no idea what kind of man you're facing right now. Sue raised his hand and waved. Sun Wanner only felt a flash before her eyes, and the next second she was nailed to the spot. He actually conjured up a bag of cookies out of thin air. Is he also an excellent magician? But then Sun Wanner was stunned. A piano weighing nearly a ton appeared out of nowhere in the living room. Sue just waved his hand, and something like this appeared out of thin air, something that several grown men might not be able to lift together. Then all kinds of things appeared one after another, but Sue Ming just moved his hands. There are even some things that he doesn't need to do anything with. He just lets them appear from the air. You are a mutant? You also know about superpowers? Sue originally wanted to use his powerful strength to dispel Sun Wanner's rebellious intentions. But unexpectedly, I was shocked by her words. Sun Wanner nodded without hesitation and said, 5 days ago, my grandfather received a red-headed document from the National Medical Research Institute. After the apocalypse, humans will be affected by cosmic radiation, and some people will awaken superpowers. However, the probability of this happening is about 1 in 10 million. Many people will be killed by the environment before their superpowers awaken or become like those things outside. Sun Wanner pointed at Chin Moyu, who had turned into a zombie outside. What else? Now it was Sue's turn to be shocked, because until this moment he still didn't understand where his abilities came from, and even the term superpower was something he had just learned. I urgently want to know this at this moment, because this concerns his future survival, even his life. Sun Wanner also looked at him in shock and sighed. I thought people with special abilities were a minority, but I didn't expect you to be one of them. Grandpa told me that people with special abilities are rare around the world. Perhaps their number will increase over time, but as cosmic radiation gradually weakens, the abilities of those with special abilities will decrease. They may even just be slightly stronger than ordinary people. But your ability is obviously top-notch, capable of making so many things appear out of thin air. No wonder you're so extravagant and yet so confident. At this moment, when Sun Wanner looked at Sue Weisher again, there was a hint of inexplicable admiration in her eyes. Women all worship heroes, And in her eyes, Su Wei at this moment is an absolute hero. Su Wei didn't care about these things and asked quickly, "Will there be any side effects?" He had seen many such plots in movies before, such as the Hulk who turned green at the slightest disagreement, and Parker who was a cross between a spider and a cricket. What about me? Su Wei felt a deep worry in his heart. Before this, he had never thought about what would happen to his special abilities, but just enjoyed this gift from God with peace of mind. But now that he has learned the news, how can he still remain calm? Sun Wanner shook her head bitterly. "I don't know about that. My grandfather might know, but..." At this point, tears streamed down her face as she choked and said, "He might have been killed by Feng Yifan's men a long time ago, or even infected by zombies. Don't worry, I'll bring your grandfather over right now." Even though Su Wei knew that Sun Wanner was trying to trick him into saving someone, he had no choice now, because that information is so important to him. "Hey, Brother Chong." Su Wei picked up the intercom he was using to contact Zhuang Chong and said quickly, "Don't worry about anything else right now. Go right away." Before he could ask, Sun Wanner said immediately, "Villa in Area B, room 017. Su Wei glanced at her and continued, "Did you hear that? There's an old man in room 107, Area B. You must bring him here safely." In the intercom, Su Wei's tone was more serious than ever before. Zhuang Chong, who was searching for zombies, suddenly became serious and left the crowd under the pretext of going to the restroom. "Don't worry, I will complete the task." Zhuang Chong knew very well that if anything happened to Su Wei, he would definitely not have a good ending. Just looking at the protective suit he was wearing, if Su Wei hadn't tempted the owners with food, these people would have rushed up and stripped him naked. So he can only live if Su Wei is alive, and he can only live well if Su Wei lives well. Chapter 48. More beautiful than the one outside. Be careful. Don't let anyone find out. Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief and told Zhuang Chong to be more cautious. Zhuang Chong also said with a hint of meaning, "You should be careful too. People nowadays can't be trusted." He heard the soprano voice on the intercom clearly. Zhuang Chong knew that an outsider had entered Su Wei's villa. This woman must be extraordinary, since even he is not qualified to enter this place. Hearing this, Su Wei subconsciously glanced at Sun Wanner and said with a smile, "Don't worry about me. Hurry and invite Mr. Sun back. In this environment, even if he is alive, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for much longer." Zhuang Chong naturally did not dare to delay and soon arrived at the Sun family villa. But when he went in, he found that Sun Chuanda was dead in bed, and there were obvious marks of strangulation on his neck. It was obvious that he did not freeze to death, but was murdered. Helplessly, he had to turn on the intercom. "Su Wei, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't complete the task you assigned." Snap! In the villa, the bowl in Sun Wanner's hand fell to the ground. Su Wei frowned and asked, "How did he die?" Zhuang Chong sighed helplessly. "He was strangled to death, and it looks like he's been dead for at least 2 days. His body is stiff." Here, Sun Wanner couldn't stop crying. She bit her lips hard to stop herself from crying out loud, but her body couldn't bear it and trembled slightly. Su Wei glanced at her and sighed. "Find a place to bury him near the door. Remember to dig deep. Time flies. Don't let Mr. Sun die in such a miserable state." Zhuang Chong said solemnly, "Don't worry, I will definitely get it done." Zhuang Chong didn't know why Su Wei cared so much about this old man, but he could feel the loss from Su Wei's tone. No one is happier than Su Wei now, so why would he be sad? In the villa, Su Wei silently poured a glass of water for Sun Wanner. "The deceased is gone. Dr. Sun, I mourn for you." Originally, there was no need for him to be polite to a woman like Sun Wanner who lived under someone else's roof, but the information just now was very important to him. "So, the bento is my reward to her." Sun Wanner looked up at him, her miserable face full of sadness. "Thank you." In fact, there was no need for Su Wei to help her bury her grandfather. After all, he was just a slave now. But he did it anyway. In today's environment, dead bodies can be seen everywhere. Not to mention burial. In a few days, they may become meat to feed their fellow humans. At this moment, Sun Wanner felt less nervous and more grateful. Su Wei waved his hand somewhat disinterestedly. "No need to thank me. We just get what we need. Now that you know my abilities, I hope you'll behave yourself in the future." "Yes, master." Sun Wanner was stunned, feeling a little annoyed. This person always has that sour face. People finally have a good impression of you, but it's all gone in an instant. Sue was no longer in the mood to care about these things, and suddenly asked, "How is your medical skills?" Sun Wanner put away her sadness and said calmly, "Top 10 in the country." Sue was choked. This girl really wasn't modest at all. "So what do you think of that zombie outside?" He said seriously, "The emergence of zombies and superpowers has severely disrupted humanity's original living space. Unfortunately, we still don't know how they mutated." Sue was not worrying about nothing, but just wanted to provide multiple guarantees for his future survival. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Sun Wanner came to the window and observed Qin Moyu carefully. She didn't care about eating, even though she was really hungry. After a long moment, she said seriously, "If conditions permit, I might be able to understand the structure of these zombies through dissection, but in this situation..." Before she could finish, a microscope and several sophisticated medical instruments suddenly appeared in the living room. "Is this enough?" Sue acted as if it was a matter of course and continued, "Or you could just tell me what you need. As long as it's not state secrets, I have everything here." Sun Wanner looked at those things in disbelief, then mechanically turned her head to look at Sue. Fear flashed in her eyes as she spoke. "I heard someone say that the day before the apocalypse, the largest storage and logistics park in South China was emptied overnight. Could it be you who did it? Oh my God. The daily necessities for half of South China are stored there." Sue's expression changed, and he said coldly, "How do you know everything?" Sun Wanner raised her face proudly and said, "If you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself." But it was just a coincidence. Our hospital happened to have a batch of medical equipment that needed to be shipped north at that time, and the storage location was this South China logistics park. Now it seems that these things may never reach the north in the next life. Sue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although many systems no longer exist after the end of the world, the secrets he holds are too great. If it were ordinary people, it would be fine, but what if it were official forces? At this moment, the ice is sweeping across the world, and supplies have become a concern for everyone. Once a powerful force finds out about this, God knows what methods they will use to treat me. This shelter is very strong, but can't stop missiles. I used to hear people jokingly say, "What crime did I commit that warrants bombardment?" But this is no joke to Sue Wei now, because it's too much. Sue was immersed in speculation about the future, until his thoughts were broken by a grunt sound. After the sadness, Sun Wanner felt hungry again. She looked at the rice porridge on the ground with regret, and seemed to be hesitating whether to lie down and lick it clean. This is not an insult. If someone else came now, they would not even hesitate. Sue was a little amused and pointed to the kitchen. "There is food in there, all prepared for you." Sun Wanner could no longer hold back. She walked into the kitchen in her pajamas, not caring whether she was exposed or not, and then there was the sound of her wolfing down her food. Not long after, Sun Wanner came out of the kitchen. Sue smiled faintly and said, "Are you full already? Don't worry, you don't have to save any for me. You can eat as much as you want." Even slaves had to be fed first, so they would have the strength to work. Besides, Sun Wanner is different from those people outside. She came to recognize her master with her skills. Sun Wanner shook her head. "I haven't eaten properly for several days. I can't eat too much for the first time, otherwise my stomach will be upset." It turns out that doctors know how to maintain health. Sue teased, "It seems that you are a good doctor." After Sun Wanner had eaten her fill, her complexion became even more rosy. She pretended to be calm and said with a smile, "Besides, I'm still a very beautiful woman, even more beautiful than the one outside." Chapter 49, The Ruthless Man. She pointed at Qin Moyu outside with her slender fingers. Although Qin Moyu has now been infected and turned into a zombie, it is not difficult to tell from her figure and face that she was once a beauty. But such a beautiful zombie was tied outside the door by Sue like a dog. Moreover, Sun Wanner is a careful woman. In just 1 hour, she had seen the deep hatred and coldness in Sue's eyes when he looked at Qin Moyu more than once. The relationship between him and this female zombie must be unusual. Sue didn't know what she meant, but still smiled and said, "You are very smart, but smart women should often have more self-awareness, so..." Before Sue finished speaking, Sun Wanner slowly stood up and undressed her pajamas in front of Sue. The light flickered again under the lights, and the proud figure made people's blood boil. So Sue gave up suppressing himself and released it fiercely. This night was long and satisfying. The early morning of the apocalypse was still dark, with no starlight visible in the sky. Even the originally bright moon seemed to be covered with a thick layer of dust. Sun Wanner lazily lay beside Su Wei, hugged his arm, and placed it on her proud fullness. Su Wei didn't wake her up. He gently pulled out his arm and got up. After coming out, he locked the bedroom door. After all, this is the first time, so it's better to take it slow when it comes to sleeping together. Although everyone has been honest with each other, no one can guarantee how much trust last night's honesty can gain. Then he went to the bedroom on the second floor, simply found a bed and quilt, and fell asleep. When I woke up, it was still dark outside. Call. Su Wei glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table. He actually slept for 12 hours. I went to the bedroom downstairs and opened the door. Sun Wanner was still sleeping, hugging a pillow. There was still a large pool of blood under his body. Is this her first time? Last night, Su Wei was so focused on rushing forward that he didn't even consider this problem. I know that in today's society, women who are still single at the age of 23 are rarer than giant pandas. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No wonder Sun Wanner's reaction was so strong last night. Even Zhuang Chang outside heard her heart-wrenching screams. However, at that time, Su Wei was only concerned with the charge and did not pay attention to the message from Zhuang Chang. He took out a bowl of morning tea from his mind and then took out 2 baskets of soup dumplings. Su Wei knocked on the door. Come out and have something to eat. There was a rustling sound from inside, and then Sun Wanner came out in her pajamas. The warm environment allowed her to reduce the amount of cloth on her body as much as possible. Anyway, it was like that yesterday. Wearing more clothes now would just be a cover-up. Besides, Su Wei had already made it very clear yesterday. In this villa, he is the only owner. Therefore, as a servant, Sun Wanner is very clear about her position and even more clear about the role she's going to play. She came to the dining table and sat down. After Su Wei nodded, she began to eat carefully. Su Wei ignored her, picked up a glass of milk, and walked to the window. Snowflakes were still floating in the sky, but they were much smaller than at the beginning. The snow that had accumulated over the past 10 days had long since melted into a solid layer of ice. This is the real ice age. Su Wei sighed and looked at Qin Moyu, who was tied outside the door. After being infected, Qin Moyu looked much more seriously ill than yesterday, and her clothes were torn to tatters. But strangely, she didn't seem cold at all. Can mutation really change the structure of the human body? He turned around and ordered Sun Wanner, start working after dinner. The medical equipment is in the basement. Work hard. I don't want to keep idle people here. A trace of loneliness flashed in Sun Wanner's eyes. Yes, master. I originally thought that after the fierce battle last night, even if Su Wei didn't love me, he would still be gentle to her. But this man is so ruthless. That was my first time. Is it so worthless in his eyes? Women always subconsciously regard their first man as the support of their life. But except for the man in front of me, he doesn't love himself, and vice versa. This kind of union is purely an exchange of interests, without even a trace of emotion mixed in. But when she saw Su Wei's sturdy figure and angular face, she felt that she had not entrusted her trust to the wrong person. At least he gave her the greatest sense of security and the happiest environment. The same is true for Su Wei. Last night was nothing more than an outlet for desire. Even if a trace of feeling arose after the outlet, he nipped it in the bud at the first opportunity. This is not the previous life, and there are no restrictions from any laws. Trying to rely on emotions to maintain trust in the apocalypse is something only a fool would do. After a few minutes, Sun Wanner, who had eaten and drunk her fill, leaned back in her chair and burped, but when she saw Su Wei's indifferent face, she sat up straight in panic. Come and work. He ignored Sun Wanner's reaction, walked to the door, and entered several passwords in one breath, then took out a complicated key from the space. Su Wei opened the door, and a cold wind swept in. He shivered unconsciously, and then quickly took out 2 sets of special protective suits from the space. At this moment, he was more aware of his original foresight. If it weren't for this villa that was like a fortress, Su Wei would have been tortured to death by this dam, whether even if he had endless supplies. Then he took out a set of scalpels from the space and ordered, "You come." This is to let Sun Wanner collect samples from Qin Moyu. Sun Wanner, who was putting on protective clothing, showed fear in her eyes. Do you want me to come? Su Weilun looked at her and said, You know, if it's just to solve the problem, I can just find a female celebrity. Why would I need you? The city on the clouds is a typical wealthy area, with many celebrities and rich daughters living here. If Su Wei needed it, Finding a few high-quality beauties to warm his bed was really nothing. When Sun Wanner heard this, her face was filled with humiliation and horror. She gritted her teeth and went out, tremblingly coming in front of Chin Moyu with a scalpel in her hand. Ouch! Sure enough, as soon as someone approached, Chin Moyu immediately became manic, grabbing Sun Wanner with her hands nonstop, and the iron chain around her neck made her creak. Suwei watched at the door without saying anything. There was no hesitation in his eyes, only coldness and indifference. If Sun Wanner couldn't do anything, then there was no need for her stay. Sun Wanner was so frightened that she took a few steps back. But when she saw Su Wei's eyes, she closed her heart, hardened her heart, and stabbed Chin Moyu's lower abdomen with the scalpel. Ouch! The injured Chin Moyu let out a creepy scream, but her movements also paused noticeably. Sun Wanner no longer hesitated. She turned the sharp scalpel in her hand and cut off a piece of flesh. She then quickly put it in a box and fled the scene. It is said that women have the most vicious hearts, and Su Wei has witnessed it today. That delicate little doctor was very ruthless when it came to operating. Chapter 50. A large wave of zombies is coming towards you. After the sample was successfully collected, Sun Wanner immediately got down to work. Looking at the high-tech medical equipment in front of her, she suddenly had the illusion that she was in another world. It was as if none of this had happened, as if she had returned to the job she loved. As one of the top medical doctors in the country, Sun Wanner is even better than the average biologist, and this is not the first time she has extracted genes. After studying carefully for a few hours, Sun Wanner wiped the sweat from her forehead. Then he came downstairs with a test report. Master, your guess is correct. The genes of these zombies are indeed very different from those of ordinary people. I discovered a strange type of cell tissue in that sample. This type of cell has a very low survival rate, but is extremely active, and its fission rate is very fast. In just a few minutes, it can fission into hundreds of millions of cell tissues. Su Wei didn't read the report and said, "Just tell me directly. I believe you." TSK, I don't believe you. Believe me and let me live in the basement? Sun Wanner curled her lips and laughed secretly in her heart. I'm afraid it's true that I can't understand it. But she didn't dare say it out loud. She smiled and said, Master, I have a bold hypothesis. If we can master the laws of cell fission, we can even transplant these cells into normal people to change the human body structure and turn them into strong men. Everyone has seen the horror of zombies. An infected zombie can have such powerful strength. What if the mother zombie is caught? If we could capture Su Jiang and transplant his cells into a normal person? Su Wei was a little tempted, but then frowned and said, if that's the case, then what's the difference between cell transplantation and zombie infection? What's the difference between a human without consciousness and a zombie? Sun Wanner was a little embarrassed. Theoretically, cell transplantation won't affect the brain center, but this is my first time doing this, so I'm not sure. Then let's talk about it later. Su Wei no longer cared about these things. Anyway, he now has a basic understanding of zombies, and his situation is very safe. As for changing the human structure, it seems unnecessary at the moment. At this moment, Su Wei's walkie-talkie suddenly rang. Zhuang Chang's serious voice came from inside. Su Wei, we just discovered a large group of zombies, at least 10 in number, and Su Jiang is among them. Since the corpse removal team was established, Zhuang Chang has been busy. Now, as soon as he opens his eyes every day, he starts sweeping the building and reports the day's progress to Su Wei at any time. Su Wei wasn't too surprised. He said, if one person mutates, countless others will be infected. This is what I expected. But a group of zombies suddenly appeared. Do these zombies have collective consciousness? In his previous life, he only knew about the existence of zombies. Now it seems that he still knows too little about the Tao. If it is true, as Zhuang Chang said, that zombies appear in groups, then the situation in the future will be bad. Just imagine how terrifying it would be if a group of zombies that could be controlled appeared together. Then, Su Wei said, Brother Chang, tell those owners that the number of zombies is increasing. In order to protect our common home, I decided to hold a zombie challenge. Challenge? Zhuang Chang chuckled and said, you cultured people really know how to have fun. Su Wei also laughed, then said seriously, now the number of zombies is increasing, and their infectious ability is even more terrifying. One person can spread to 10, and 10 people can spread to 100. Zhuang Chang finally realized the seriousness of the situation and said with lingering fear, if this continues, I'm afraid there won't be anyone left alive in this community in a few days. Su-wei nodded. So, we must control the spread of zombies, especially those powerful mother zombies. We don't even know how many there are now. These zombies are even more terrifying. Okay, don't worry, I'll arrange it right away. Then an explosive piece of news spread among the owners. Zombie Challenge. The rules of the challenge are as follows. Based on the original 300-man teams of the Zombie Removal Brigade, several 10-man teams will be divided. In addition to being rewarded with a roast chicken for each zombie captured, the number of zombies captured will also be accumulated. After a week, the team with the most zombies will receive half a month's worth of food, and the second-place team will receive 3 days. As for the last one, not only will there be no reward, but the team's food quota will also be deducted. Sun Wana laughed and said, "You've figured out this hierarchical system. Are you planning to use the zombies to turn all these people into your slaves?" Su-wei did not hide it. Anyway, to those owners, he was God now. This world has always been run by a hierarchy system. Even at the end of the world, it will remain the same. Unless all humans on the planet are wiped out, rules will eventually be established. So what do you want to control them for? Heroes emerge in troubled times, and beauties love heroes the most. At this moment, Sun Wanner suddenly imagined a picture in her mind. Under the ice of the apocalypse, Su-wei was holding 2 Gatling guns, standing on the tallest building, with his followers standing below, shouting Su-wei, Su-wei. A month ago, this idea would have been a joke. But now, everything is possible. Su-wei holds most of the supplies in South China. I'm afraid no one in the world has more supplies than him. With such an incredible advantage, he could easily attract a group of believers with just a little effort. As for those institutional regulations, over the past 2,000 years of Chinese history, countless ancestors have already mastered this system. Su-wei only needs to copy and paste it to create a kingdom of his own. And she, Sun Wanner, was fortunate enough to witness all of this. This woman is really imaginative. Su-wei smiled and interrupted her reverie, saying, "Let's do the things at hand first. Those zombies are not easy to deal with. If they're all infected, where will I go to recruit believers?" In the entire Yuntai city, there are currently about 300,000 to 400,000 surviving humans. These 300,000 to 400,000 people are about to face the attack of zombies. If only half of them can survive, it would be good or even worse. Su-wei seemed to look in front of him and saw a large wave of zombies walking towards him. But the owners are not fools. Although they really needed the food Su-wei gave them, they were more aware of the dangers of zombies. Especially those owners who have seen zombies with their own eyes have reinforced all the doors and windows of their homes as soon as possible to prevent infection by zombies as much as possible. However, he was tempted by Su-wei's roast chicken. Coupled with the unyielding reward and punishment system, many people became emboldened and began to search frantically. Chapter 51. Raising Zombies. 20 days after the end of the world, catching zombies became the only job for the surviving owners. On the one hand, they have to rely on Su-wei's rewards to maintain their food and clothing, and on the other hand, they also want to get attractive rewards. Crazy Donkey and his 3 younger brothers were also searching. They came to the bottom of a high-rise building and could faintly hear a few roars from inside. Damn, finally found one. 10 zombies sound scary, but in such a big city on the cloud, who knows where they will run to? Although there is no blizzard outside now, the freezing temperature is still sad. Crazy Donkey didn't hesitate and rushed in first with his pistol in hand. "Be careful, don't scare it away, or I'll kill you." "Don't worry, Donkey brother, we can definitely catch it." Now in their eyes, zombies and roast chicken are equated. Although a chicken has to be shared by 10 people, and the portion is still quite large, at a time like this, just being able to eat a bite of meat is a blessing. Besides, this is much better than sharing 1 chicken among 100 people. But before Crazy Donkey and the others could be happy for a few minutes, they heard a woman yelling and cursing from upstairs. "Third brother, keep a close eye on it, don't let it jump out the window and run away." "Don't worry, sister you. Today it's either it or I'm going to die." After a long period of hunger, many people have gone crazy. Crazy Donkey heard the shouting from upstairs and cursed. "Damn it, this bitch got there first. Brother Donkey, it's just a woman. Let's go get her and take the zombie back." Crazy Donkey knew that Zhang Miaoyu was not an ordinary woman, but he had no reason to back down in the face of interests. "Go, get her." A few people came to the 16th floor quietly and saw a house's door open, with a faint figure flashing inside. Ouch! Suddenly, there was a scream, and a figure rushed out from the door, so fast that it reached the stairs in the blink of an eye. Ah! Crazy Donkey, who happened to be guarding the stairs, laughed loudly. It was so easy to get it. I was just thinking about how to grab it, but I didn't expect it to be delivered to my door. Without saying a word, he picked up the iron rod in his hand and smashed it hard on the zombie's head. The zombie was very agile and dodged the attack with a flash. But the 9 people brought by Crazy Donkey also rushed up, each holding a stick, surrounding the zombies in the middle and constantly hitting the zombies with the sticks. Crazy Donkey! At this time, the people in the room came out, led by Zhang Miaoyu. What the hell do you mean? She glared at Crazy Donkey and the others and said coldly, "We were the first to discover this zombie. Found a mud horse." Crazy Donkey attacked the zombies while grinning grimly. "Boss Su has already said that whoever catches it owns it. Finding it is useless. There's so many zombies out there, so they're all yours, right?" Crazy Donkey came from the underworld, so naturally he was not afraid of Zhang Miaoyu, a woman. Damn it. But several team members around Zhang Miaoyu were angry and rushed forward with curses. Crazy Donkey and his younger brothers quickly pulled away to stop them. Ouch! Although the surrounded zombies had lost their minds, their attack power was reduced. After being relieved of a lot of pressure, they suddenly pounced on one person, who subconsciously retreated. Oh no, it's going to run away. Crazy Donkey didn't have time to care about Zhang Miaoyu. He rushed forward and beat the zombie back to the stairs. Several people surrounded the zombie and kept testing it, but no one could do anything to anyone else in a short period of time. Zhang Miaoyu frowned and said coldly, "If we continue like this, none of us will be in trouble. We might even get bitten by zombies. Crazy Donkey, let's talk. Talk about mud." The Crazy Donkey laughed wildly, constantly looking for opportunities, jumping up and smashing the zombies' heads. Although the zombies are stronger than ordinary people, they can only be beaten when facing the siege of more than a dozen people. However, they seem to feel no pain at all and keep biting. After a stalemate, although Crazy Donkey suffered no casualties, he was exhausted. And there was Zhang Miaoyu watching them closely, which made them even more panicked. The zombies almost escaped several times. "Crazy Donkey," Zhang Miaoyu sneered and said, "Even if you can catch this zombie now, can you stop my men from snatching it away? They are now exhausted, and Zhang Miaoyu can come and take control of the zombies at any time." "Bitch, what do you say we should do?" The Crazy Donkey gritted his teeth, his face full of embarrassment. "Let's split this zombie equally." Crazy Donkey hesitated. "This means that a roast chicken has to be shared by 20 people, and they won't even get to eat the chicken feathers. Do you think I want to snatch that roast chicken from you?" Zhang Miaoyu laughed disdainfully. Crazy Donkey immediately retorted, "Isn't that so? Do you want to bring a zombie back to warm your bed?" "Huh, idiot." Zhang Miaoyu cursed coldly and said, "Even if you can catch it, the most you can get is a roast chicken. But what if you control it?" Crazy Donkey was stunned for a moment and asked, "What do you mean?" At this moment, a bold idea vaguely emerged in his mind. Zhang Miaoyu smiled cruelly and said, "We can work together to control this zombie. And then, will you still be worried about not having roast chicken to eat in the future?" "Yes." The Crazy Donkey immediately understood. It is obviously more cost-effective to kill a chicken or raise a hen that will place an order. This is the zombie version of teach a man to fish. Crazy Donkey looked at Zhang Miaoyu with fear. "You superior people are really smart. Why didn't I think of it?" Zhang Miaoyu sneered disdainfully. "Do you think you'll be the boss just because you kill Su Jiang? Compared to him, you're still far behind." Su Jiang was able to dominate Yuntai City in a few years, not just by relying on his fists. If we compare ruthlessness, Crazy Donkey does have some tricks up his sleeve. But when it comes to intelligence, he is far behind these upper-class people. If you don't get involved in that circle, you will never know that this world is much darker than you imagine. Zhang Miaoyu was too lazy to waste time talking to this kind of person, so she said calmly, "There are still a few living people in this building. If you agree, how about we take down this zombie together first?" Mr. Zhang won't take this opportunity to turn me into a zombie too, right? Keep the zombies in captivity and use living people to create more zombies. The fact that she could come up with such a heartless method shows how vicious this woman is. Zhang Miaoyu sneered, "That depends on whether Brother Donkey will give me this opportunity, but I believe Brother Donkey will be careful. Otherwise, I don't mind exchanging you for a roast chicken. Haha, I will definitely not give you this chance. The cooperation was quickly reached. With the addition of Zhang Miaoyu's 10 people, the infected zombie was quickly subdued. Crazy Donkey was relieved at this time and asked, "What should we do now?" Zhang Miaoyu ignored him and said to the people around him, "Third brother, there's a mother and son still alive on the 13th floor. Go and bring them up." Chapter 52. You should be hypocritical. The man named Lao San is big and strong. But when he faced Zhang Miaoyu, who looked like a weak woman, he couldn't help but shiver. Soon the mother and child were brought in. Zhang Miaoyu just waved her hand, with no change on her face at all. In her eyes, the two living people in front of her were like two pigs and dogs at the mercy of others. The mother and son had obviously been hungry for a long time and did not even have the strength to resist. They allowed themselves to be carried to the zombies. A trace of pity flashed in Crazy Donkey's eyes at this moment, but it was only a trace. He tore off the rag from the zombie's mouth and took a few steps back. The released zombies cried out and pounced on the mother and child. In just a moment, the mother and son were bitten beyond recognition by the zombies. All right, the Crazy Donkey knocked the zombie unconscious with a stick and took the opportunity to tie it up. Although Zhang Miaoyu thought of using zombies to raise more zombies, she was not sure to what extent a person would be infected before mutating. Everyone is watching at this moment. The mother and son fell to the ground dying. After a few minutes, the mother was the first to react. Her dying body suddenly struggled violently. The woman's eyes turned blood red. Her skin gradually turned gray-brown, and the meridians on her face became more and more obvious. "Tie her up quickly." The people around rushed forward. Next came the little boy who was only 7 or 8 years old. But they didn't even have the chance to attack, as they were tied up and their mouths were gagged. One for each person. Zhang Miaoyu signaled his men to take the little zombie away, and pretended to be generous and left the woman to Crazy Donkey. Crazy Donkey sneered, "Don't try to fool me. How would I know if this newly infected zombie can continue to infect others? If you don't believe it, why not find someone to try it?" Zhang Miaoyu sneered and glanced at the people behind Crazy Donkey. "Brother Donkey." Several people were startled and took a few steps back. Crazy Donkey glanced at them and ordered, "Go find a living person and be careful not to be discovered." The men felt relieved and ran away. In front of Villa 104, Zhuang Chang stared blankly at the 6 or 7 zombies in front of him and said in a daze, "When the hell did so many of them appear? They found more than 10 zombies in Area F yesterday, but they caught 7 in just one day. There is something fishy here." Crazy Donkey quickly smiled ingratiatingly and said, "Brother Chang, you don't know. In order to capture these 6 zombies, we suffered heavy losses. Only 7 of the 10 people are left." Zhuang Chang glanced at the people behind Crazy Donkey, and there was deep fear in each of their eyes. There are indeed 3 missing. Zhang Miaoyu, who was standing next to him, was cursing in her heart at this moment. "Idiot, don't you know that taking things slow and steady wins the race? With so many zombies appearing at once, anyone would know that there's something wrong." At this moment, Zhang Miaoyu suddenly regretted cooperating with Crazy Donkey. If she had known that he was a fool, she should have killed him at that time. Then Zhuang Chang reported today's situation to Su Wei. At this moment, Su Wei was half lying on the sofa with his lower body naked, while Sun Wanner was kneeling between his legs, working hard with her head down. 7. Su Wei subconsciously straightened his body. Sun Wanner retched and raised her head, glaring at him coquettishly. Sorry, go on." Su Wei smiled awkwardly, then said into the phone, "Didn't they say that those zombies appeared in a group? There are only 10 of Crazy Donkey and his group. How could it be possible?" On the other end of the intercom, Zhuang Chang smiled bitterly and said, "Who says it's not true? But they did bring in 6 zombies, exactly like the one in your yard, and Zhang Miaoyu's team also captured one. 7 zombies were caught in one day." Su Wei subconsciously thought that a zombie outbreak had occurred, but he changed his mind and shook his head. If that was the case, the people in the corpse removal team must have suffered heavy losses, and it would be impossible for them to come back so smoothly. "Really?" Su Wei's eyes gradually turned cold, and he placed his right hand on Sun Wanner's head and gently stroked it. "This is human nature. It's so ugly." He understood the hidden meaning of this matter without much thought. Someone must have deliberately raised zombies to infect living people in exchange for food. Sun Wanner sensed Su Wei's change and subconsciously looked up and asked, What's wrong? Su Wei stared at the blushing pretty face, then suddenly gently pinched her chin, leaned over, and said calmly, "Do you think this person has a real heart?" Although Su Wei repeatedly reminded himself to be ruthless in the end times. But he is not a beast after all. Living in a happy environment, the ugliness of human nature did not affect him too much. So at this moment, he was more normal and more sensitive than most people. But those people have become numb. Tortured by the environment and hunger, they have long forgotten what human nature is. From a medical perspective, the heart of any living thing is made up of cells, which is what you call flesh. Sun Wana knew that Su Wei must have encountered something. But she didn't ask any more questions, but answered the question half-jokingly. "I forgot you were a doctor." Su Wei was amused, and then said calmly, "It's a pity that you can cure the disease, but you can't cure human nature." Sun Wana spat out the contents of her mouth and said with a smile, "Don't you always say that there is no emotion in the apocalypse?" She was different from Su Wei. She had experienced the blizzard, the torture of hunger, and even had her loved ones killed. So she could better understand the psychology of those people outside at this moment. She slowly stood up and walked to the window. When she saw the zombies tied with ropes outside, Sun Wana immediately understood what Su Wei meant. Su Wei also followed and said calmly, "It seems that they have already thought of a way to survive. Trading human lives for roast chicken?" Sun Wana smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. If it weren't for Su Wei's taking her in, she would have become one of those people by now, or even been forcibly infected and turned into a zombie. "No, it's zombies." But those zombies were once human beings. Su Wei shook his head and said, "At this time, are people still human? I was just being hypocritical." "You should be hypocritical." Sun Wana leaned against Su Wei tenderly, gently caressing the muscles on his chest, and whispered, "If one day you become one of those people, what's the point of living?" Yes, he now has everything he needs and can even dominate the fate of most people. But such a life will eventually become boring. As a human being, survival depends not only on food, but also on human thoughts. Otherwise, you'll be a walking corpse. Su Wei was in a daze for a moment. Then he suddenly touched Sun Wana's perky buttocks and said meaningfully, "That's why I say you are a smart woman." "No, I am just the master's servant. I will do whatever the master tells me to do." As she spoke, she slowly knelt down. Chapter 53. Amazing Speculations. In fact, Su Wei is fully capable of nipping this ugliness in the bud. At this moment, he is the god of those people. God can influence anything, including changing their human nature. But God is just God. He can change it this time, but he can't do it every time. Human nature will eventually change, and no one can stop this change, not even God. Then he said to Zhuang Chang, "Don't worry about what's happening outside. As long as they can get the zombies here, let the rest develop on its own." Since Su Wei had spoken, Zhuang Chang naturally did not dare to question it. He had the zombies taken into the villa next door and locked up, ignoring the crazy screams of the fat woman inside. Living with a large group of zombies, even if you don't get infected, you will probably be scared to death. Sure enough, the fat woman and her skinny husband escaped quickly. Now they would rather freeze to death than go back. Zhuang Chang said into the intercom, "Su Wei, it's time to cook the chicken." But there was no response from the other end, only bursts of panting sounds. "Su Wei, are you listening, Su Wei?" "Isk." Su Wei was extremely annoyed by the voice on the intercom. He said in a low, hoarse voice, "Why are you so anxious? Will you starve to death if you wait a little longer? Let them wait." "Aye." Zhuang Chang was stunned by the scolding. Su Wei rarely got angry before, but when he heard the sound of poker coming from the intercom, he suddenly laughed slyly. You're busy." About half an hour later, Su Wei's weak breathing was heard over the intercom. Then a large bag of food was thrown out of the second-floor window. Crazy Donkey and others happily took the roast chicken and left, but Zhang Miaoyu looked at the villa with a puzzled look. She firmly believed that after being treated like this by the Crazy Donkey, Su Wei must have seen through the clues. But why didn't he point it out? You have to know that with such an operation, Su Wei was undoubtedly cheated. What's the difference between this and a card bug? Even if Su Wei has tens of millions of supplies in his hands, he can't withstand such a toss, right? Ordinary people really can't afford it. Unfortunately, she guessed wrong. Su Wei had more than tens of millions of supplies in his hands. Sister Yu, today is the 7th day. In Zhang Yaoyu's villa, A handsome young man with two dark eye sockets on his face was massaging her shoulders. Zhang Miaoyu closed her eyes slightly, placed a blazing brazier in front of her, and enjoyed the warm and youthful smell. She's now in her 40s, but her mentality is not old at all. She looks as charming as those young women in their early 30s. She stroked the hand on her shoulder and said calmly, 7 days already? So, Su Wei has taken out at least 1,000 portions of food so far. The young man was surprised and said, so many? How much stuff has he hoarded? There's more. Zhang Miaoyu's eyes gleamed. Since the apocalypse, the lights in his villa have never been dimmed, and even the air conditioning has been running all the time. Nowadays, the country's infrastructure has been completely paralyzed, and there is no electricity or water supply. Even if those large-scale infrastructures can withstand the erosion of the cold winter, they're all controlled by the government, and ordinary people have no ability to use them. She continued muttering to herself, even if he can generate his own power, it's so cold. How much energy would it take to withstand what he's doing? Taking diesel generators as an example, a villa with complete facilities like this will consume at least 20 barrels of diesel every day. This does not include other expenses. Didn't he say he had 20 million in supplies? Before the young man could finish, Zhang Miaoyu snorted and laughed. With such a huge expenditure, let alone 20 million, even if he had 200 million, he wouldn't last more than 2 years. And what happens after 2 years? Waiting to die. Since Su Wei had been prepared, he would not put himself in danger. To sum up, the supplies he has are definitely more than 20 million. Thinking of this, Zhang Miaoyu suddenly remembered something and asked, I remember that the day before the blizzard, there was a sudden news of theft at South China Logistics. That's right. The young man quickly said, our company had a batch of beauty products stored in southern China at the time. I even called to inquire about it, but they said it was covered by the claim, so I didn't think much of it. Hearing this, Zhang Miaoyu suddenly stood up. You said, the theft at South China Logistics was caused by Su Wei? The young man was also startled and said quickly, now that I think about it, it's very possible. Everyone knows that Su Wei emptied out Weidu Trading. But does Weidu Commerce have so many energy reserves? Where did Su Wei get all the energy reserves? Zhang Miaoyu's eyes gradually turned red. So, Su Wei must have some shocking secret. He may have moved the supplies a long time ago and hidden them somewhere. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so extravagant. Sister Yu, if that's the case, if we can get those supplies. There was a hint of madness in Zhang Miaoyu's eyes, but quickly disappeared. She shook her head and said, don't make it public yet. Since Su Wei is so confident, it must be difficult to get these supplies. Instead of breaking up with him, why not talk to him first? Early the next morning, the corpse removal team started their day's work as usual. As the number of zombies increased, many people tasted the deliciousness of roast chicken. This made the owners even more crazy. Some of them even searched for traces of zombies outside day and night just to exchange them for a roast chicken. Zhuangchang also led a team to search, but his main role was to look after these people. At this time, Zhang Miaoyu came over with 2 people. Brother Chang, can I use your intercom? I have something to report to President Su. Zhang Miaoyu smiled charmingly, and Zhuangchang, who had been dry for a long time, felt a little restless. What do you want to see Mr. Su for? It's like this. I just got some shocking news. I think President Su would be interested. What news? Zhuangchang looked at her warily. Although this coquettish and charming woman was very attractive, Zhuangchang's brain still won over his crotch. It seems that what happened to Su's shouting did make him more cautious. It's news about the South China Logistics Zone. Zhang Miaoyu lowered her voice, her eyes vaguely looking at Zhuangchang's face. South China Logistics? Zhuangchang was subconsciously stunned for a moment, and then his eyes became dazed. Zhang Miaoyu saw the panic in Zhuangchang's eyes and made up her mind. There is indeed something wrong with Su Wei. She withdrew her gaze without leaving a trace and said with a smile, I don't mean anything else. I just want to talk to President Su. I hope Brother Chang will give me a chance. Su Wei won't talk to you. Zhuangchang rejected her without even thinking about it. But the more he did this, the more it confirmed Zhang Miaoyu's guess. I don't think so. She chuckled lightly, her tone a little cold. Boss Su doesn't want this news to be spread, right? Chapter 54. Kill her and get a roasted lamb as a reward. The logistics area worth hundreds of billions of yuan was actually emptied. Then the end of the world came, with large-scale human deaths and rapid consumption of food and energy. Now everything is clear. It must have been Su Wei who did it. He must have known that the end of the world was coming, so he made these preparations in advance. Regardless of how he managed to secretly clear out the South China logistics, as long as it can be proved that those materials are in his hands, the whole of China will be in turmoil. Zhuangchang was also frightened and went to a secluded place to report the incident to Su Wei. "Give him the intercom." Su Wei's voice was calm, without a trace of panic. Zhang Miaoyu confidently took over the intercom and said with a smile, he was able to empty out the entire South China logistics. "President Su is truly generous. Tell me, what do you want? In the business world, whoever sees something gets a share. I only want 30% of the supplies that President Su has. Isn't that too much?" Su Wei chuckled. "You are not afraid of dying of stuffiness. How can you say that? President Su also knows the current situation. Who would complain about having too much supplies?" Zhang Miaoyu continued, "As long as you agree, we'll be in the same boat from now on. I promise to keep this matter to myself. In fact, 30% of the supplies are nothing. Su Wei has nearly 100 billion worth of supplies in his hands, which cannot be used up in hundreds of years. Even if he gives away 30% of them, his life will not be affected in the slightest. But he doesn't like being threatened." Su Wei's voice gradually turned cold over the intercom. "Let's not talk about whether I have it or not. Even if I do have it, once I give it to you, I will be controlled by you forever, right? Bo Su." Zhang Miaoyu wanted to say something else, but Su Wei didn't want to listen anymore. "Get out of here, you idiot." Zhang Miaoyu became anxious and threatened. "Aren't you afraid that I'll leak this information to those high-ranking officials?" Su Wei's shelter was indeed very strong, and thousands of people could not break it open. But the power of the authorities is far beyond that of human power. If they wanted to, they could destroy Su Wei with just one missile. "Whatever you want." After saying that, Su Wei hung up the intercom. The sneer on Zhang Miaoyu's face froze instantly. At this time, Zhuangchang came over and snatched the intercom from her hand, sneering, "I told you that Su Wei wouldn't talk to you." Looking at Zhuangchang's departing back, Zhang Miaoyu's face showed a ferocious expression. "If you don't let me live, then no one else will live." Zhang Miaoyu turned and was about to leave, but before she could take 2 steps, Zhuangchang suddenly issued an order from behind. "Everyone, listen up. Whoever catches that woman will be rewarded with a roasted lamb." "What?" Roast chicken turned into roast lamb. This is simply inviting to commit a crime. Before Zhang Miaoyu could react, the surrounding owners rushed towards her in an instant. Zhang Miaoyu screamed and ran away. But she couldn't run faster than those men and was caught not long after. Zhuangchang walked up to her, pinched her chin, and sneered, "I was looking for an opportunity to test your skills, but now it seems there is no chance. Why do you have to go against Su Wei when you can go against anyone else?" That look of pity made Zhang Miaoyu fall into an ice cave in an instant. But she quickly struggled and shouted, "Friends, Su Wei is going to attack us. He has a lot of supplies, more than he can use up in several lifetimes. Don't you want to?" Even at this time, she still remembers to struggle to her death. This woman is indeed not simple. But Zhuangchang had already been reminded by Su Wei. He sneered and interrupted Zhang Miaoyu. "Do you think those little tricks can be hidden from everyone?" "Everyone!" Zhuang Qian rushed to the surrounding residents and said, "Do you know why there have been so many zombies in the neighborhood these past few days? It's her. She's using the zombies to actively infect the living. So that's why. No wonder. In fact, many people have noticed something wrong in the past 2 days. At first, they didn't encounter any zombies for 2 days, but then suddenly the zombies broke out. They thought it was caused by cosmic radiation, but now they understand. What a cruel woman." Thinking of their companions who had disappeared inexplicably, the owner's eyes instantly turned red. They glared at Zhang Miaoyu, wishing they could tear her to pieces immediately. Of course, whether they're angry out of sympathy or because they have been deceived, only they themselves know. Zhang Miaoyu was finally scared. She struggled desperately and shouted, "You can't kill me. Otherwise, Su Wei's secret." Bang! Before she could finish, Zhuangchang kicked her. The face collapsed instantly. "What are you waiting for? Kill her, and the roasted lamb will be yours." Wow! In just a moment, Zhang Miaoyu was drowned in the crowd. A few minutes later, a pool of mud and meat was scattered on the ground. Zhuangchang subconsciously retched. But when he looked up at the owners, these people didn't even blink, which showed that humanity has long been lost. Everyone only cares about 2 words: to survive. In the villa, Su Wei said with a gloomy face, "Dare to threaten me. Killing you would be the least of my worries." Sun Wanner was cooking in the kitchen. Upon hearing this, she came out wearing an apron and said, "I've heard of this Zhang Miaoyu. I used to be a member of their beauty company. Then I'm sorry. I'm afraid you won't be able to get your membership fee back in this lifetime." Su Wei shrugged, half jokingly. Sun Wanner covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "I mean, that woman is very resourceful. I heard she had ambiguous relationships with several high-ranking government officials in the past. What if she tells others about you?" As I said, individuals should never think of competing with the official unless you are the official yourself. Let's not even talk about whether she can get the message out now. Even if she does, how many people will believe it? Su Wei walked slowly to the kitchen, tasted the beef in the pot, and said nonchalantly, "This beef is stewed harder than a shoe-in sole. I've never cooked before." Sun Wanner gave her a coquettish look. "I'll get you a recipe later so you can study it carefully. If the food turns out like this, the rest of my life will be ruined." Will he spend his whole life with me? Women's train of thought is so unique that they can imagine countless versions of a simple joke. If Su Wei hadn't spoken in time, Sun Wanner would have probably already thought of a name for the child. Not many people know that I emptied out the South China logistics, so even if rumors get out, I'm not afraid. Sun Wanner smiled and nodded, because they simply don't believe you can empty so many warehouses in one night, unless a person with the same abilities as you appears. If there really is such a person, do you think he would be stupid enough to expose himself? But this is still a hidden danger. After all, many people know about this. Sun Wanner said with some concern, "When new psychics appear, the secret won't be a secret anymore after a long time." Chapter 55, Methods to Improve Superpowers. As time goes by, many secrets after the apocalypse will be revealed. For example, the zombies that suddenly appear and the people with superpowers that are about to appear. The secrets of these people will eventually be revealed, and when that day comes, a new pattern will begin. Su Wei's ability is indeed amazing, but he has a fatal flaw. So far, he does not have any offensive abilities, which means that once he encounters an offensive mutant, he will be defenseless. It's time to study it carefully. Su Wei sat at the dining table, lost in thought. He suddenly looked at the plate of steaming beef on the table and tried to put it into the space. After waiting for a few minutes, I took it out again. The heat was still radiating, with no sign of diminishing. Sure enough, time is invalid in space. What if it is a human? Su Wei glanced at her, and Sun Wanner next to him was startled. She stood up with a red face. "Didn't I ask for it this morning? Can you let me eat first? I really have no energy." During the week she moved in, Sun Wanner was almost busy every day. In the kitchen, in the bathtub, on the sofa, in the basement, even when she was doing research. Was this man a teddy bear in his previous life? The production team's donkey can't be used like this, right? Su Wei ignored Sun Wanner's protest and stared at her without wavering. But after trying for a long time, Sun Wanner was still standing there. It seems that the mind space is ineffective for living people. Su Wei muttered to himself. But how can those live chickens and ducks be stored? Could it be that this supernatural space is also divided into levels? If this is the case, then I should only be able to store some smaller living creatures now, and I cannot do it for larger ones like humans. But if that's the case, that is to say, the supernatural space in his mind can be continuously improved with the level. But how to improve it? Su Wei had never thought about it this way before, until Zhang Yaoyu gave her a sense of crisis, and Sun Wanner reminded him of this. He suddenly realized it. He is not as safe as he thought. Thinking of this, Su Wei put down the chopsticks in his hand, then took out the protective suit from the space and put it on. "Where are you going?" Sun Wanner suddenly became nervous. She thought Su Wei thought her cooking was too bad, so he went out to find a woman who could cook. An inexplicable sense of crisis came over me. Although she was just a servant in Su Wei's eyes, there were both exclusive and inconsequential servants. What if that woman was prettier than him and could cook? In this villa where Su Wei is the only man, too many women mean that his energy will be dispersed. Su Wei had no idea that a small action would cause Sun Wanner to have so many fantasies. He opened the complicated security door and said casually, "I want to try and see if it's a zombie. Can I absorb it?" As he said this, he came into the yard. Qin Weiyu, who had been tied up for a long time, was still struggling from time to time, especially when Su Wei approached. her reaction was obviously more intense. Swoosh! Swoosh! The iron chain squeaked. Qin Moyu waved her long nails and kept biting Su Wei. Su Wei ignored her reaction and stood in a safe range, staring at her closely. Call out! At the moment when he concentrated his mental strength, he felt an inexplicable warm current instantly surge into his mind. It's a wonderful feeling. It was like the moment of release after the battle with Sun Wanner, or like suddenly drinking a sip of ice-cold Coke in the scorching heat. Qin Miyu, who was originally baring her fangs and claws in front of him, suddenly sat down on the ground, as if all her strength had been drained away in an instant. You know, during the days when she was imprisoned by Su Wei, she was in a manic state every moment, as if she had endless energy after becoming a zombie. But now, in just a moment, Qin Moyu collapsed. Su Wei hurriedly took 2 steps forward to observe carefully. I saw that her originally bloodshot eyes had slowly returned to normal, and the red spots and meridians on her skin had slowly disappeared. But at the same time as the change happened, Qin Moyu's breathing gradually stopped. In less than 2 minutes, a lively zombie turned into a dead person. Su Wei's face showed shock, followed by ecstasy. At this moment, he clearly felt that after absorbing the energy from Qin Moyu's body, some changes also occurred in his mind space. How to say it? It was as if the sky, which was originally covered with heavy snow, suddenly became clear. The vast white space in front of me seemed to become clearer. What are you doing? Sun Wanner stood at the door and suddenly looked at Qin Moyu lying on the ground. She asked in surprise, is she dead? Maybe. Su Wei stood up and glanced at Qin Moyu indifferently. After returning to the room, Su Wei remained silent until the night deepened. He glanced at Sun Wanner, who was sleeping in the surveillance video, and walked out of the villa. I heard a slight sound of a door opening outside. While sleeping, Su Wanner suddenly curled her lips. She knew that Su Wei must have some secret that he didn't want to tell her, so she was smart and went back to sleep early. But after so long, why doesn't he trust others? They have given you the most precious thing, so can't they let you let down your guard? At this time, Su Wei had already walked out of the villa gate. This was the first time he had stepped out of the villa since the end of the world. After checking that there was no danger around, Su Wei drew the pistol from his waist, loaded it, and quietly came to the villa next door. This was originally the fat woman's home, but now it's where he imprisoned zombies. After 7 or 8 days of continuous arrests, plus the mischief done by Zhang Miaoyu and his gang, there are no less than 40 zombies here. The roars in the middle of the night can scare a normal person into depression. If the sound insulation of Su Wei's villa was not good enough, he would not be able to live there for a day. When a bedroom was opened, the 3 zombies inside suddenly went crazy and the chains could hardly control them. Su Wei didn't hesitate and focused his eyes on the 3 zombies. 3 warm currents instantly swept through the body, and the space became clearer and clearer. Although Su Wei didn't know what would happen after the white mist dissipated. But he had a hunch. As he continues to absorb the energy of zombies, his superpower abilities will also increase. Then, without any hesitation, he came to another room. In just half an hour, Su Wei finally came out of the villa with a feeling of being unsatisfied, and his feet became much lighter. He subconsciously looked at a trash can in the snow. Brush. The trash can was filled instantly, faster than before. He didn't even need to concentrate his mental energy. Just a glance was enough to complete it. My ability has indeed improved. So Wei laughed happily. Looks like it's time to get more zombies. Because he clearly felt that as the number of zombies absorbed increased, the white mist in his mind dissipated much slower. Just like the experience bar, when leveling up by killing monsters, the higher the level, the slower the leveling. Chapter 56, The Righteous Old Man. Unknown risks will come one day. What Su Wei needs to do now is to improve his strength as quickly as possible. He took out a number of cold weapons such as electric batons and grappling hooks from the space and turned on the intercom. Brother Chong, distribute these weapons to the owners and ask them to capture as many zombies as possible. Don't worry, there will be enough food. No problem. Zhuang Chong didn't ask the reason and went out with a bunch of weapons. What can make people willingly work for you is not only profit, but also food and clothing. In the end times, the interests between people are no longer so obvious. What they desire most now is food and clothing. As long as they have a bite to eat, they can give up everything just to survive. Su Wei, I feel like something is wrong. At noon, Zhuang Chong suddenly opened the phone and said, there were clearly 400 or 500 people in the community yesterday, but today, Zombies are everywhere, and many people are infected. Zhang Miaoyu died, but the advanced experience she left behind was quietly spread among the owners. At this moment, under Su Wei's rule, zombies and food are equated, so the more zombies there are, the more food they can get. These owners who have lost their humanity no longer care about the lives of the people around them. In their eyes, anyone around them may become capital to exchange for food. Su Wei said calmly, "Brother Chong, I need a large number of zombies to provide strength. I will tell you the details later." Zhuang Chang is well aware of Su Wei's abilities. Therefore, the clearer he understood, the more he felt that Su Wei was unfathomable, making him dare not even think of betraying him. He was silent for a moment. Although he thought it was cruel to use zombies to infect living people, he also knew in his heart that even if Su Wei did not do this, those people would still kill each other. Don't worry. Those people don't care even if they are relatives or friends as long as they can have something to eat. Su Wei said calmly, "Don't think I'm cruel. If you want to survive, you must be ruthless. If you don't kill them today, one day when they become stronger, they will turn around and kill you." The emergence of people with special abilities broke the existing balance. No one can guarantee that there will not be a new person with superpowers among these people. And once a new person with superpowers appears, will he attack his own kind? Therefore, quickly improving your strength is the key, and everything else is not important. Zhuang Chang's choice was correct. At the beginning, he was confused and plotted against by Su Wei, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, and he has the life he has now. Therefore, improving strength is no longer Su Wei's responsibility alone, but something that he and even Sun Waner must work hard on. Only when Su Wei's ability grows greater can they live comfortably under this big tree. Brother Chong. At this time, Crazy Donkey came back with a few zombies tied up with iron chains. After a period of training, they had already figured out the details of those zombies. These things may seem ferocious, but they lack human intelligence. As long as you are cautious and set a few more traps, catching zombies is not difficult. Zhuang Chang glanced at him and said calmly, "How was your harvest today?" "Don't worry, Brother Chang. We have set traps at the entrance of each apartment building. As soon as those zombies step out, they will be captured." Crazy Donkey smiled and asked Zhuang Chang for a cigarette and started smoking immediately. He laughed as he smoked. "I never thought this 25 yuan a pack of Furong Wong was so good before. Now, let alone Furong Wong. Even the 3 yuan loose flowers can give me the taste of Zhonghua. Scarcity makes things valuable." Zhuang Chang glanced at him with a forced smile and said, "As long as you're willing to work hard, I'll talk to Su Wei about it. It won't be a big deal to get a few cigarettes." "That's great. Don't worry, these people... No, none of these zombies will be able to escape." Crazy Donkey made a solemn promise. Among the surviving owners, only he and the old man are left of the original 4 captains, and the number of people has dropped sharply from the original 4, or 500, to more than 200 now. Everyone knows where the other half went. But what made Zhuang Chang curious was that there were almost no casualties in the old man's team. He asked doubtfully, "What's the origin of that old man?" Crazy Donkey glanced at the old man with some fear and whispered, "I heard he used to teach martial arts. Don't look at his age. His punches and kicks are so powerful that 5 or 6 people can't even get close to him. It's been so chaotic out there these past couple of days, so logically there shouldn't be many people there. But why do I see that the number of people isn't decreasing? It's actually increasing." Crazy Donkey sneered and said sinisterly, "You want to be a good guy. It's been nearly a month since the blizzard started. They eat and work together, and the food is evenly distributed, so naturally they can live longer." Zhuang Chang gave a wry laugh and said sarcastically, "There's only so much food each day. He's a very nice guy, but how long can he protect these people?" "Who said it wasn't?" Crazy Donkey spat and said, "The day before yesterday we were thinking of getting a few people here, but that old man knocked down 5 or 6 of my brothers with just one move. As the number of zombies increases, it has become an unspoken agreement that zombies can be used to infect living people in exchange for supplies. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Those who are weak deserve to be swallowed up. This applies not only to the end of the world, but also to the past. It's just that everyone used to disguise themselves under the surface of quality and humanity, but now they are more naked." "Got it." Suddenly, cheers broke out from the old man's team over there, and then several people, led by the old man, came over with a zombie tied up. "Mr. Zhuang, we are here to exchange food. The old man nodded towards Zhuangchang while holding the chain. Zhuangchang signaled Crazy Donkey to take the zombies back, then asked the old man, "How long do you think they can live?" "What?" The old man was stunned for a moment, and Zhuangchang said calmly, 30 portions of food a day, but more than 100 people are needed to share it. Even if a zombie can roast chicken all the time, how many people can it feed? There are many heroes in this world who believe that God will give great responsibilities to these people. For the justice in their hearts, they support the collapsing buildings and turn the tide. But being a hero comes at a price. For example, Zhuangchang himself. He used to be a hot-blooded man with a strong sense of justice. But what happened later? Life did not give him the corresponding rewards, but instead gave him many injustices. The old man understood what Zhuangchang meant. His wrinkled face showed a hint of fatigue, and he sighed, "As long as we all work together, we can survive, or at least fewer people will die." But they won't appreciate it. A laugh suddenly came from the intercom on Zhuangchang's chest. The old man's eyes brightened slightly, and he said, "But President Su clearly has the ability to save the world, but he wants to use their lives to gain his own benefits." Chapter 57. Even Buddha can't save the poor, let alone me? Salvation? Laughter came from the intercom. Su Wei said calmly, "I'm not a saint, much less a savior. Even if I don't save myself first, how can I save others? It is said that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. But no one has ever seen a 7-story pagoda. Aren't there many examples of Mr. Dongwu these days? I'm not a saint either." Yu Wei laughed at himself and said, "If I can use other people's lives to buy my own life, I'm afraid I'll go to hell after I die. It's hell now." Su Wei's voice was cold in the intercom. He already knew all about Yu's actions. What you did. He was once the leading martial arts master in Yuntai City, with countless disciples. After observing him for these few days, he was convinced that Yu Wei was a trustworthy person. At least he still retained some rationality and humanity in his heart. Otherwise, he would have exchanged those more than 100 people for roast chicken long ago. If possible, Su Wei wanted to recruit him. The number of zombies in the city on the clouds has been determined. Even if these people are eventually infected, there will only be a few hundred of them. If Su Wei wants to improve his strength quickly, a few hundred people are obviously not enough. He needed to win over a group of forces and then use them to expand outward and capture other surrounding residential areas. As for whether it would be more cruel, Su Wei didn't have time to think about it now. Still the same words. Currently, there are no more than 5% of humans surviving in the world. After the baptism of zombies, it would be great if 1/3 of these people could remain. Therefore, even if Su Wei did not take action, they would be conquered by zombies. It was just a matter of time. He paused and said calmly, "If you're willing, I can offer you some good conditions. At least you don't have to suffer from this damn weather anymore." Not only did he store a lot of energy reserves in his space, but he also had as much charcoal and alcohol as he needed. As long as Yu Wei agrees, he doesn't mind giving some alms. What about them? Yu Wei hesitated for a moment. You have to understand, even if I were God, I couldn't send everyone to heaven. Even Buddha doesn't save the poor, let alone me. So you wanted to turn them all into zombies? Yu Wei's tone was a little stiff. "Sorry, I can't do it." Zhuangchang was a little angry, standing by. Ever since he was gradually conquered by Su Wei, he no longer allows anyone to disrespect Su Wei, not even himself. You old man are totally ungrateful. If there are no zombies in Cloud City one day, those people will naturally run out of food. Even if you don't want them to, they will kill each other and won't even be grateful to you. After a month of erosion, Zhuangchang's heart gradually became hardened. Su Wei has no obligation to support them for free. Upon hearing this, Yu Wei finally showed some struggle on his face. Indeed, if one day Su Wei really stopped giving alms, those people would not be grateful to him for saving them, but would complain and even hate him. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. When they are threatened by hunger again, all their humanity will disappear in an instant. By then, zombies will also infect humans, but they will have no chance of survival. Ouch! Just as Yu Wei was hesitating, there was suddenly a commotion in his team. Oh no, someone is infected. Yu Wei ignored Su Wei and trotted back. I saw everyone in the crowd holding weapons and surrounding a homeowner who had just been infected. The eyes of the people around him were full of excitement instead of sympathy. Everyone quickly subdued the zombies and started talking about it. Another roast chicken, great. What a bullshit. They just kept roasting the chicken, but there are more than 100 of us, and we can't even get a few chicken feathers. I heard that Crazy Donkey's team captured over 30 zombies last week. That's 30 roast chickens. I'm envious just thinking about it. In the apocalyptic world where food is severely scarce, some people can actually eat 3 roast chickens a week. What kind of happy life is this? You know, before the zombies came, many owners died in their homes due to cold and hunger. If they had had a roast chicken at that time, how many people would have survived? Or, suddenly someone in the crowd suggested, why don't we split up and form teams of 10 to eat based on our abilities? That's better than the current situation, right? However, some of the surviving female owners were unhappy and objected. What about us? We are women, and we can't handle those zombies at all. People with ability naturally want to work alone, but people without ability are unwilling to starve to death. So the quarrel arose. Yuzue looked at them with a gloomy face, and a chill rose in his heart. At this time, several strong male owners stood up. Mr. Yu, it's not that we want to disband. It's just that the situation is like this right now. Why should we, who contributed the most, share the profits with those who didn't contribute at all? That's right. If the zombies disappear one day, or if Su Wei stops providing us with food, won't we still be waiting to die? When your father dies and your mother remarries, everyone looks after themselves. Well said. We are clearly capable of living a better life. Why should we be dragged down by those people? At the beginning of the apocalypse, everyone still hoped that the disaster would pass one day. So at that time, the appearance of Yuzue became the backbone of these people. But now everyone knows. The end of the world will not pass, and it will never disappear. If they want to survive, they naturally have to get rid of those useless burdens, otherwise they will be dragged to death by those people. Listening to everyone's words, Yuzue said with some sadness, but we are all on the same team. Do you have to be so heartless? Although the food we are given is not much, we won't starve to death. He was still reluctant to disband, and sighed somewhat unsurely. If we save a little, we can always survive. Because once the strong labor force of women, children, the elderly, and the young are gone, even if the zombies can be caught, the losses will be heavy. This is something he doesn't want to see. What if Su Wei stops giving us food? What if there are no zombies? Everyone knows where those zombies that Crazy Donkey and his gang created came from. We didn't want to do such inhumane things before, but now we have to survive. The series of questions left Yuzue speechless. He can control the behavior of these people, but he cannot control the changes in their hearts. Just as they said, if all the zombies are caught one day, will they attack their own people? What's more, someone has already done this. Let's go, we'll do it on our own. Without waiting for Yuzue to object, several male owners spontaneously formed a team and then left. Brother Nyo, take me with you. One of the good-looking female owners hurried forward, grabbed a man's arm, and smiled ingratiatingly. You? The man looked at the woman, desire rising in his eyes. You can come with me, but you know what you should do next, right? The woman pretended to be coquettish and took the man's arm. Brother Nyo is annoying. I have never given it to other men except my husband. Chapter 58, Jaw-Dropping Snowmobile. If someone starts something, others will follow. Several good-looking female owners in the crowd came up and flirted with the men in a flattering manner. Some people even ignored the gazes of those around them, took the initiative to grab a man's hand, and pushed it hard into their chest. They also knew that once those men left, it would be extremely difficult for this team to catch zombies in the future. In order to survive, they no longer care about shame. Nowadays, cheating women are sold by the ton. Especially at a time like this, as long as they can survive, selling their bodies is nothing. When they really reach the end of their rope, even if they want to sell themselves, they won't have the chance. After the men took a few women away, the remaining women became even more panicked. They are all middle-aged women who have long lost their competitiveness, but they also don't want to die. Mr. Yu. At this time, a woman in her 40s, still charming, came over with a smile and grabbed Yuzue. Yuzue looked at her in disbelief. He knew the woman in front of him. She used to be a teacher at an elite middle school and was still a widow with a 7-year-old son. But now even she has fallen? The woman's eyes were firm as she smiled and said, I still have a son to raise. I don't want to die, and I don't want him to die. Didn't old you always say that I'm a good woman? As long as you can protect me and my son, I will be your woman in the future. A 40-year-old widow and a martial arts master nearly 70 years old. Zhuang Chang watched from the side with a weird smile on his face. I wonder if he still has the strength to fight. It can be seen that Yu Zuowei admires this woman very much. But appreciation and living together are two different things. At this time, no one wants to have an extra burden around them, especially a buy-one-get-one-free deal. Don't be like this, Sujuan. Don't worry, I will take better care of you in the future. Yu Zuowei pushed the woman away somewhat embarrassedly. He has lived for most of his life and ultimately does not want to turn into an animal when he is old. This is completely contrary to his spirit as a warrior. The woman shook her head and held on tighter. Mr. Yu, I know you're a good person, but the better you are, the harder it is to be a good person. Please, just let me follow you. With tears in her eyes, Sujuan slowly knelt down. There was a trembling little boy next to her, who also knelt down like his mother when he saw this. Yu Zuowei looked at the mother and son and sighed. Why are you doing this? Sujuan knelt on the ground, lowered her head, and said, Old Yu, you can't control everyone. They will die one day, but I don't want to die. Zhuang Chong looked at the plain silk on the ground and suddenly felt a sense of admiration. She is a smart woman. It's true that Yu Zuowei is a good person, but good people often have bad intentions. If she can't find a place by Yu Zuowei's side, those people will collapse one day. Will Yu Zuowei still take care of her and her child then? I want to talk to Su Wei. Yu Zuowei raised his head, took a deep breath, and looked at Zhuang Chong. Zhuang Chong seemed to have expected this. He turned on the intercom and handed it to him with a smile. I can agree to your request, but I won't take the initiative to kill, you understand? Yu Zuowei looked at the people around him silently, with pain on his face. Can. In the intercom, Su Wei said calmly, You should know that I'm not a beast, it's just that the world has changed. I need some supplies for heating, and I also need you to provide food for 10 people every day. What's the price? Su Wei did not refuse, but smiled and said, My efforts must be rewarded. The reason why he wanted to win over Yu Zuowei was that he valued his character, but most importantly, he valued his ability. A renowned martial arts master, if he could come forward to lead those owners, would be much stronger than Zhuang Chong. In this way, he could begin to implement his expansion plan, making these people his reserve troops to sweep around. Yu Zuowei nodded and said, I will follow your orders and train these people as best I can on how to capture zombies. If you are in any danger, I will fight to the death. This promise has no real value. Su Wei smiled and said, Let's talk about the desperate things later. I can provide you with a better environment, but the food is 3 servings a day. 3 servings of food may sound like a lot, but it's only enough to fill 1 person. I have 2 people to take care of. 3 portions aren't enough. Yu Zuowei glanced at Su Wan and her son beside him, sighed and said, Don't worry, I won't waste your food. 6 copies at most. You have no right to bargain with me. Nowadays, 6 portions of food are enough for a person to sustain for 4 or 5 days. As for being able to eat a full meal every time, that is impossible. Again, he is not a savior. Okay, I promise. With the addition of Yu Zuowei, the strength of the corpse removal team has increased significantly. Especially after Su Wei's explicit authorization, Yu Zuowei's prestige in the team was second only to Zhuang Chong. Coupled with his powerful military force, his deterrent power was even greater. The team of 200 people was divided into 20 teams, as usual. As the team leader, Zhuang Chong was in charge of distributing food. As the deputy captain, Yu Zuowei is mainly responsible for some areas on the edge of the community and the residential areas around the community. Another deputy captain was captured by Crazy Donkey, but I don't know how many of his more than 100 men will be left in a few days. Old Yu, I have prepared something good for you outside the villa tomorrow. I hope you won't let me down. Su Wei smiled and turned off the intercom. The next morning, Yu Zuowei and his men arrived at Building 104 early. The things placed in the yard almost made him drop his jaw in shock. Snowmobile. There is actually a powerful snowmobile that has been violently modified and parked here. The 4 tires are wrapped with tracks. Just tap the accelerator lightly, and it can move freely in the ice and snow that are several meters thick. The car was nothing. What shocked him even more was the oil. One must have a very rich family background to dare to use such high-powered diesel equipment in such an environment. Is it possible that Su Wei has an oil depot at home? You should know that all types of energy are extremely scarce and non-renewable nowadays. Not to mention such a large snowmobile. Even an ordinary snowmobile is like a divine weapon at this time. There was deep shock in Yu Zuowei's eyes. He had long forgotten about any principles at this moment. He opened the door and jumped into the car. He subconsciously turned on the air conditioner and the gentle warm wind made him subconsciously feel a little dizzy. It has been so many days, he has long forgotten what warmth is. In temperatures of dozens of degrees below zero, even if people are still alive, they would have become zombies and would not even want to think a little bit. Chapter 19, Dam Sujiang. And now, feeling the spring-like warmth in the car, Yuzue felt that if he could live in such an environment in the future, he could live to be 90 years old. Then the shadow of Suwon slowly emerged in his mind, so clear and heartwarming. His heart, which had been somewhat dissatisfied, instantly calmed down. In a trance, he seemed to have forgotten his former teammates and the justice he believed in as the truth. And all this was given by Su Wei. How is it? Is this gift okay? Su Wei's voice suddenly came from the intercom in the car. This? Ju Fuwei exclaimed. Su Wei, no, President Su. How much stuff do you have stored? You even have something this big? Aren't you afraid of wasting energy? Judging from the change in his address, Yu Suawei has been completely convinced by Su Wei's methods. If you don't obey the master, you will die. Yu Suawei was a master before, and now Su Wei has become a master too, so he quickly adapted to this servant-like status and felt fortunate. After all, at this time, few people are qualified to be Su Wei's servants. Su Wei likes smart people, and those around him are all smart people. Hearing this, he smiled into the intercom and said, "Don't worry, old you. As long as you can get the zombies back, you can make as much of this thing as you want. If you run out of oil, tell me." Ah. Yu Suawei seemed to have unloaded a burden from his heart and said with a hearty smile, "Don't worry, Mr. Su. As long as I can find those things, I will risk my life to bring them back to you. Okay, remember to obey the traffic rules." Su Wei yoked. Yu Suawei couldn't wait to start the snowmobile and slowly drove away with the roar of the engine. Sun Wanner was wearing a black maid outfit and moving around the room with a mop in her hand. "I didn't expect that you could even subdue Elder Yu." Su Wei sat on the sofa, and the angle was just right for him to appreciate the curvy curve. He smiled and said, "He's a smart man, just blinded by obsession. So when he gets those irresistible temptations, he will naturally let go of his obsession. What's the point of talking about justice and mercy? When I was killed, did anyone show mercy to me?" Su Wei sneered and said, "Being alive is the most important thing now. Living well is a blessing. Whoever gives him the gift will naturally fight for him." Sun Wanner nodded in agreement and said with a smile, "So we are all working hard for you now. We just hope that the good times will continue forever." "Yes." Su Wei smiled and looked at her. "There aren't many zombies left in the Cloud City. If you want to quickly improve your strength, you need to find other ways to improve it." After a long time, Sun Wanner also understood Su Wei's temper. This person just has a bad mouth, but he has a good heart. Of course, the good premise is that she cannot have any thoughts of betrayal, otherwise Su Wei would not mind changing a maid. "But I have no idea now," Su Wei said helplessly. "Could it be that this kind of mental power can only be used against zombies?" "Boss Su, we caught a different kind of zombie, like the one you mentioned before." In the intercom, Yu Wei's voice sounded a little tired. "What kind?" Su Wei suddenly realized. "Did you capture the mother zombie?" Zombies mutated by radiation have super abilities, far beyond what those infected zombies can achieve. For the time being, we will classify this type of zombie as a super zombie. But in the past 10 days or so, apart from Su Jiang, no other super zombie has been seen in the Cloud City. Moreover, after Su Jiang mutated, he only appeared once, and there was no trace of him after that. Yu Wei panted and said, "That's right. This beast is incredibly strong. It's even stronger than the 5 zombies combined. And it's very smart. It even knows how to hide and run away. Ordinary zombies only attack, and even if they are crippled, they will still bite. Are the pupils pure white, and the meridians on the body not black, but dark green?" "That's right. And it's huge. It doesn't look like its original size. It looks like it's been injected with some kind of catalyst." Yu Wei said with lingering fear, "If we weren't so many people, it would have almost escaped. But even so, 2 people were still infected. It really is a super zombie. Since ordinary zombies can improve their abilities, super zombies can definitely do so, and they will have more energy stored inside. Well, don't worry about anything else. Just bring it back first." "Good." About an hour later, the roaring snowmobile stopped in the villa yard. Su Wei couldn't wait to come out, but he didn't forget his safety awareness. He smiled at Yu Suawei with a pistol in his hand and said, "Old Yu, Go out first and lock the door. No one is allowed to approach the villa without my order. What a careful person. Yu Zuowei smiled bitterly and shook his head, then retreated without hesitation. He understood Su Wei's caution, but he felt a little uncomfortable. However, he soon felt relieved. If Su Wei had not been so cautious, the properties would have been snatched away by the owners by now. After making sure there was no threat around, Su Wei came to the front of the car. On the pull tab of the rear bumper, a large iron chain was tied to a burly zombie, as big as 2 adult men. Its entire body is covered with protruding meridians, with dark green veins attached to the surface of its skin, and its pair of white pupils are frighteningly bright. Oh my god! Su Wei cautiously moved closer and asked in surprise, Su Jiang? I haven't seen him for a few days. How did he become like this? You have to know that when Su Jiang just mutated, his body shape was obviously normal, and the meridians in his body were not so dense. But now it is at least 2 times stronger than before. I thought Su Jiang had disappeared or gone somewhere else, but I didn't expect to have the chance to meet him again. Since you came to me yourself, don't blame me. Let's settle all the new and old grudges today. Su Wei's eyes swept across Su Jiang, and then a powerful force instantly filled his mind, and the white mist in the space suddenly dissipated a little. Su Wei looked at Su Jiang in shock. What a powerful force. You have to know that he had absorbed more than 100 zombies before, but in the end he only managed to dispel 10% of the white fog. But with just Su Jiang, the white fog in my mind has been removed by at least 30%. If this continues, if he can find a few more zombies like Su Jiang, the white fog in his mind will completely dissipate. Who knows what kind of surprises will be waiting for him then? At this moment, Su Jiang, whose energy was absorbed by Su Wei, slowly collapsed, and his originally swollen body shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 60. Smart Mother. Su Jiang's death brought some comfort to Su Wei. At this moment, he finally reconciled with the disaster of the past. Su Wei took a deep breath, casually took out a pile of supplies from the space, and waved to Yu Kuwei in the distance. What secret skills has Mr. Su learned? When Yu Kuwei saw Su Wei, he was stunned for a moment. What's the meaning? Su Wei was a little confused. Yu Kuwei glanced at Su Jiang, who lay dead on the ground, and said with a smile, although I don't know how you killed him, such a fierce method is something that even a top-level warrior can't do. This is recognition from a martial arts master. However, Su Wei knew in his heart that he didn't know any martial arts skills and was just relying on his mental strength. If it were a stronger person like Yu Zuowei, he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow. There's no secret technique, it's just a little trick. Yu Kuwei thought Su Wei didn't want to say it clearly, so he shook his head and said, I've been muddle-headed for half my life, but I think I have some knowledge of martial arts. Mr. Su's skills must make him a master. Being able to kill a super zombie silently. Is this something an ordinary person can do? At this moment, when Yu Zuowei looked at Su Wei again, even his eyes became much more pious. This was the submission of the weak to the strong. In his eyes, Su Wei was the strong man. Su Wei was too lazy to explain. Being admired by others is not a bad thing. Here's what you need. I hope you won't let me down. Yu Zuowei opened the car door and was surprised to find it filled with all kinds of materials, including cold-resistant clothes, a lot of charcoal and alcohol, and the most important thing, food. Even though it was just 2 boxes of regular-sized instant noodles, and it was his weekly share. But for Yu Zuowei at this moment, it was already lucky enough. If he threw out these 2 boxes of instant noodles at this moment, I believe it would cause a large-scale fight in an instant. Su Wei's roast chicken is delicious, but only a few people can eat it. Most people still face the situation of going hungry for 9 meals out of 3 days. They cannot get roast chicken, and even their daily food quota is pitifully small. Yu Zuowei carefully hid the things under the seat. Don't worry, Mr. Su. According to my deduction, there should be 1 or 2 of these zombies in each area. As long as we expand the scope and search carefully, there will be no problem. Su Wei nodded indifferently and said, That's good. You know I don't keep idle people here. Yes, being looked down upon like this by a young man in his 20s, especially by an elder like Yu Zuowei who once had status. In the eyes of the noodles man, Su Wei was going too far. But in Yu Zuowei's opinion, this is all as it should be. As the saying goes, if you don't obey the master, you must die. He drove back to his villa. Su Wan and her son were curled up on the sofa, covered with several layers of thick quilts. Su Juan, I'm back. Yu Wei walked in carrying something, and this greeting that came out subconsciously made him feel a little strange. Suwon hurried over and asked, "Mr. Yu, has Su Wei given us any food?" She is so hungry. As a vulnerable group in the team, she only had a few pitiful biscuits every day, which she had to share with her son. If she hadn't followed Yu Wei, even if she continued to stay in the team, the mother and son would not have survived for more than a few days. Yu Wei took out the instant noodles and said with a smile, "Although Mr. Su is cruel, his words still carry weight. This is our rations for the next 2 weeks. You must take good care of it and never show off your wealth. Do you understand?" After experiencing this disaster, everyone gradually lost their humanity. Although Yu Wei has now surrendered to Su Wei, his status as Zhuangchang is still different. He was not qualified to live in that fortress-like villa, so naturally he had no absolute ability to protect himself, so he had to be careful about everything. Suwon nodded with a gentle smile and looked at her son hopefully. "Fortunately, I survived." Yu Wei opened another large bag and found 2 boxes of eggs inside. Gradually, his eyes became moist. If the supplies were the reward for Su Wei's hard work for him, then these 2 boxes of eggs were his acceptance of him. Mr. Su is a good man. He must have known about Xiaobao's existence, so he gave him 2 extra boxes of eggs. Yu Wei's guess was correct. Su Wei naturally knew everything about the outside world, so these 2 boxes of eggs were his weapons to win people's hearts. You can't imagine how much 2 boxes of eggs weigh in the end times. Perhaps others can feel at ease with this, but Yu Wei is kind by nature and even has some chivalry in him. When you receive a favor from someone, you should entrust your life to them. Su Juan nodded in agreement, but her focus was still on the eggs. With these things, Xiaobao can not only eat enough, but also eat well. After more than a month of torture, the child has become skin and bones due to hunger. Especially at this stage of growth, nutrition is very important. She quickly got some charcoal and started a fire to cook. Yu Wei looked at the smiling mother and son in front of him, and suddenly felt as if he was in another world. His wife died 20 years ago, and as he was obsessed with martial arts, he did not leave behind any children in his life. Although the child in front of him was not his own, he felt a little more tenderness in this end times. "Mr. Yu, please eat first." Suwon knew her place very well. She placed a full bowl of noodles in front of Yu Wei, with 2 eggs on top. Then she picked some more noodles and egg crumbs from the pot and handed them to her son Xiaobao, while she poured herself more than half a bowl of soup with a few noodle crumbs floating in it. "Mom, Xiaobao wants to eat eggs too." Xiaobao looked at the 2 eggs in the big bowl, swallowed his saliva, and spoke timidly. Suwon glared at her son and said angrily, "All this food was brought by Grandpa Yu, so we should leave the delicious food for him. Otherwise we will be hungry in the future." This is a very smart mother. She was aware of her situation of being dependent on others, and she knew even more clearly that Yu Wei was the only pillar of the family. If anything went wrong for him, this newly formed family would collapse. Yu Wei looked at Su Wan with admiration, then picked up an egg and put it into Xiaobao's bowl. Then he split another egg into 2 halves and gave some noodles to Su Wan. "Mr. Yu, how can this be possible? You have to go out and catch zombies every day. You won't have the energy if you don't eat enough." Su Juan waved her hands in panic, not daring to take the bowl of noodles. Yu Wei seemed to have untied the shackles in his heart at this moment, and said softly, "It's not easy to have someone to accompany you these days. Eat. From now on, we are a family." Maybe it was because Lao Yu's skills in flirting with girls were still as good as ever, or maybe it was because Su Wan, who had been tense for many days, suddenly relaxed. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she suddenly threw herself into Yu Wei's arms. "Old Yu, as long as you don't mind, we will live with you from now on, and let Xiaobao take care of you in your old age." Chapter 61. The Gaze from the Internet Giants. Yu Wei, who hadn't been near a woman for many years, almost lost control of himself. A pair of somewhat withered hands gently embraced the plump and full body. He believed that if he asked at this moment, Suwon would definitely not refuse. But when he saw Xiaobao next to him, Yu Wei finally regained a bit of sanity. He took a deep breath and said, "Okay, let's eat first. In this awful weather, the hot food gets cold in just a few minutes." Suwon blushed and stepped out of his arms. She patted her son's head again and said seriously, "Xiaobao, don't call me Grandpa Yu anymore. What's your name? Call me Dad." Before Suwon finished speaking, Yu Wei immediately smiled awkwardly and said, "Call me Uncle." The child will definitely not be able to accept it for a while. Let him get used to it. Children may not be as smart as adults, but they are very smart. Xiaobao grinned at him and called out sweetly, Uncle you. Okay, good boy. After absorbing Su Zhang's energy, Su Wei's desire for power became stronger. Who doesn't want to be strong, especially in this doomsday era without any restrictions? If you want to survive, you must continue to become stronger and make no one dare to covet you. Su Wei leaned against the head of the bed and took a nap. Sun Wanner, who was massaging him, suddenly caught a glimpse of a flashing phone beside her. Master, your phone is ringing. How can the phone still be used at this time? Now, all major communication companies are basically paralyzed. Perhaps those official bigwigs still have simple means of communication, but ordinary people have long been isolated from the world. Communication basically relies on shouting, and transportation basically relies on walking. Su Wei was also stunned. He picked up the phone, but there was no number on it, only a text message from 0394. He suddenly felt a chill on his back. Anyone who is still able to communicate now is definitely not an ordinary person, but most likely some official bigwig. But the phone kept flashing, going off and on. It seems that the other party is specifically looking for you, otherwise they wouldn't keep hitting you. Sun Wanner was also a little wary. Su Wei frowned as he looked at the phone in his hand and said coldly, I'm afraid it's not just the phone. We are probably being monitored by someone right now. When he renovated his villa, he deliberately added an internal network. Although it is no longer possible to connect to the outside world, all internal facilities are running on the internal network, including the security door that cannot be opened even with explosives. I thought this was invincible, but the arrival of this phone call made Su Weihu feel creepy. If he was really being monitored, it meant that the other party was very likely monitoring the villa's intranet through some satellite servers. He used to work in the internet industry, so he naturally understood the horror of the internet. If that's the case, Su Wei suddenly thought of a line from a Jiangwen movie. We were eating hot pot and singing songs when we were suddenly robbed by horse bandits. Damn it! Su Wei cursed inwardly and answered the call without hesitation. Mr. Su, a middle-aged man's voice came from the phone, deep and powerful. Ooh! Su Wei's voice was very cold, but the other party had obviously anticipated his attitude and said with a smile, My name is Manhwa Feng. You can also call me Mr. Ma. It's actually him? Su Wei looked at the phone in a daze and was silent for a long time before he came to his senses. He is indeed a big shot. If you're Chinese, you must have heard of this name. Even if you don't know him, you must have used the chat software under his company. Ko and WeChat, the two major communication chat software, account for 90% of the total usage in China, with billions of users around the world. In addition, those online games that are popular all over the world and the online applications that are indispensable in people's daily lives are also from Ma Huafeng's Tingfei company. He and Ma Yu, who also started his business on the internet in neighboring Hangzhou and is the founder of Alimama, are known as the twin Mas of China. This is the well-deserved big boss in the internet industry. Boss Ma, it's the provincial capital. Su Wei was silent for a long time before he calmed down a little. No wonder the other party was able to accurately find my contact information even when communications were paralyzed. That was Manhwa Feng. Even God didn't know how much information he had in his hands. Mr. Su, I'm honored to speak to you. I won't beat around the bush. Manhwa Feng smiled politely and got straight to the point. I've learned through channels that the nearly 100 billion worth of supplies stolen from the South China Logistics Zone are now in your hands. This is what a big boss is like. There is no room for turning back when he speaks. Because his tone was not one of questioning, but one of confirmation that Su Wei had taken the supplies, leaving him no chance to refute. Su Wei was silent and listened to the phone quietly. I didn't quite understand before. How could so many supplies be taken away overnight? Ma Huafeng's tone was filled with strong interest, and he smiled and said, But when the superpower appeared, I was convinced that those supplies must have been taken by you. And you are the superpower. You're spying on my house. So Wei replied coldly. Ma Huafeng smiled nonchalantly and said, Sorry, I didn't mean to target you. You should understand that Tang Fei, as a Chinese internet giant, is definitely not immune to official oversight. Now that official online channels are paralyzed, Tang Fei naturally has to contribute to the country. Monitoring you is just a side job. A month after the end of the world, global infrastructure was completely paralyzed. Fortunately, superpowers like China launch countless internet satellites into space every year. Even if they're affected by the planetary explosion, there are still some surviving satellites in operation. Tongfei Company is an internet giant, so the technologies they possess are naturally top-notch. Manhwa Phone didn't even have to put in any effort to use official channels to obtain access to the satellite, allowing the domestic network to operate. But this is only a local area. After all, no one can predict how long the satellites remaining in the universe can operate autonomously without the control of satellite bases. Mr. Ma called me just to show off your strength, didn't he? Su Wei's face was as gloomy as water. He knew that he was in big trouble. I need the supplies you have, as well as the large amount of energy reserves. Manhwa Phone did not hide it, because in his eyes, Su Wei was just a small character. Even if he was a person with superpowers, he could not escape his online surveillance. What's the price? One zombie can be exchanged for a roast chicken. Ma Huafeng's huge demand naturally requires an equal price to be paid. If the two sides could negotiate peacefully, Su Wei wouldn't mind giving out some supplies in exchange for the information in Ma Huafeng's hands. After all, he didn't want to offend such a big shot from the bottom of his heart. But what if you become addicted to something that doesn't cost money? Chapter 62, Peeping. It was not until the end of the world that Su Wei finally understood a truth. Human beings are the most demanding creatures in the world. So, if Ma Huafeng wanted the supplies in his hands, he had to exchange them for something of equal value. Even if it was not so balanced, Su Wei accepted it. This is his bottom line. Who lets him be the boss? But obviously, Su Wei overestimated himself. Ma Huafeng's tone was indifferent and stern. No one has ever dared to ask me for a price. If you are willing to hand over those supplies, I can protect you from being discovered by the authorities. In his opinion, being able to achieve this was already a gift to Su Wei. Su Wei's face gradually turned pale, and he sneered. Boss Ma, are you trying to get something for nothing? Saying that it won't be discovered by the authorities is just an excuse made by Ma Huafeng. If I agree to it, I will face endless blackmail in the future. Do you know the official methods? Ma Huafeng sneered. I heard you asked Hui Wang Jianye to renovate your house before the apocalypse. But even the strongest house can withstand missiles. The answer is yes, no. This is his trump card that he is confident of. Su Wei would never dare to be an enemy of the authorities, at least not now. But Su Wei was even more unwilling to be threatened. He sneered, let's not talk about what kind of existence Mr. Ma is talking about officials. But even if they want to attack me with missiles, they can't just do it, right? Today the world is paralyzed and all energy sources are frozen and buried. The so-called official is now just a general term. When a country's ruling power is weakened, division follows. Local forces without official constraints have long since become independent. Just like the Zhou dynasty, which existed in name only during the spring and autumn period, the world was in constant conflict, and the local vassal states were no longer willing to obey the rule of the Zhou dynasty. Besides, Su Wei said calmly, even if the officials have advanced weapons like missiles, do they still have the fuel needed to launch them? The power of missiles is indeed terrifying, but the energy consumption required to supply and launch them is equally terrifying. Before those people clearly confirmed that the batch of materials worth hundreds of billions of yuan was in Su Wei's hands, the official leaders would definitely not be willing to invest such a huge amount of money. So you don't want to? Ma Huafeng's tone gradually became cold. The same old saying goes, if you want supplies, you have to pay for them. If you want to get something for nothing, go back and take a nap. After saying that, Su Wei hung up the phone without hesitation. Who's calling? Sun Wanner heard some of the conversation nearby and looked at Su Wei with some concern. Ma Huafeng. Ma Huafeng from Tongfei Company? Sun Wanner was equally shocked and frowned. Didn't we reach an agreement? In this situation, we shouldn't make an enemy, especially one this powerful. Do you think I want to? Su Wei cursed angrily. Damn it. I provoked him. He wants the supplies in my hands and wants to treat me like a pig. Do I have to stick my neck out and get stabbed? Why? Sun Wanner knew that she couldn't persuade Su Wei, so she sighed and said, if only my little sister were here, at least she could make sure we wouldn't be spied on by others. When I think about what I do with Su Wei in the villa every day, Sun Wanner just felt like she was being stripped naked and paraded through the streets. At this moment, in a building in the center of Yuntai City, Ma Huafeng, who is only 50 years old, sat on the sofa with a huge heater hanging above his head. But even so, the empty office was still freezing cold, making people not want to move at all. In front of him was a huge server, and next to it was an 8-inch supercomputer on which was flickering a faint light. A month ago, Ma Huafeng rushed from Guangzhou to Yuntai City and was invited to attend an official internet summit. Ma Huafeng originally wanted to take the opportunity to give himself a good vacation and experience the pleasant scenery of Yuntai City, but he thought that the end of the world would come the next day. He was trapped in a company branch building. Fortunately, a super internet company like this has sufficient backup energy reserves. If it is used by only one person, it can last for 2 months. But what about 2 months later? Although the country cares about the safety of business tycoons like them, and has repeatedly stated that it will come to rescue him soon. But at this moment, the outside was already frozen, and the loss would surely be huge if one wanted to rescue a person trapped more than 100 meters above the ground. Those big leaders are probably already too busy to take care of themselves. By the time they have time to spare, I will probably have starved to death. However, it was really an accident that he discovered Su Wei this time. During this month of difficulties, Ma Huafeng never stopped conveying information to the outside world. But at the beginning, everyone was tied up by the disaster. Everyone was thinking about how to save their lives, and there was no time to care about anything else. Until the blizzard gradually subsided, people gradually took basic coping measures. Ma Huafeng was surprised to find that a weak signal suddenly came from a control base in the south of Yuntai City. So he contacted the person in charge of the base without hesitation, but unfortunately he was not taken seriously. Ma Huafeng was unwilling to give up and could only continue to transmit signals to the surroundings and use the authority of the network satellite to continuously search for network signals within Yuntai City. Wherever signals can still be transmitted, there must be some powerful force, and only these people have the ability to save themselves. So Su Wei was discovered. In addition, there are many important people in his community, so Ma Huafeng concluded that Su Wei is definitely not a simple person. The result was just as he expected. After he dug out Su Wei's information and combined it with Su Wei's recent series of abnormal behaviors, he finally confirmed that the South China logistics theft case was related to him. That's hundreds of billions of supplies. If Ma Huafeng had not learned about the existence of people with special abilities through some official internet database, he would not have believed that there could be such a perverted person. He thought that his sudden appearance would make Su Wei panic. But I didn't expect this person to be so arrogant and dare not take me seriously. Haha, then you haven't experienced the horror of the online world yet. Ma Huafeng sneered grimly and entered a series of commands into the supercomputer. Immediately afterwards, a clear surveillance image appeared on the computer. Everything inside was in sight, including the man and woman who were fighting fiercely at the moment. Ma Huafeng's lower body was slightly swollen, and he stared greedily at the naked woman on the screen. Her beautiful figure was dazzling. Since the end of the world, he has been trapped here and has not tasted a woman for a long time. Ma Huafeng believed that he was not a greedy man, but after dozens of days of hardship, his mentality gradually relaxed. Chapter 63. He actually dared to hang up on me. The villa is full of fragrance. The moans passed through the eardrums and into the mind, making people intoxicated and unable to control themselves. Sun Wanner curled up in Su Wei's arms, her back to him, and gasped louder and louder. After an unknown amount of time, Sun Wanner's body suddenly shook. Su Wei smiled and said, "You're not in good shape today. This is not your strength." Sun Wanner shyly buried her face in the quilt and whispered, "No, don't you think the air conditioning is a bit cold today?" Looking at my brain, it seems the generator is running out of gas. Su Wei got up from the bed, but when he looked up at the air conditioner, the indicator light that was originally working turned red inexplicably. The air conditioner in the villa turned off automatically. Damn it! Su Wei immediately understood the reason. Without their own operating instructions, all systems in the house will not shut down automatically unless the energy is consumed. So now, there's only one explanation. He is really being monitored. Looking at the camera in the corner, Su Wei's face was terribly cold. He couldn't think of anyone else except Ma Huafeng. Ding! Ding! Sure enough, just when Su Wei was angry, his cell phone rang. To be able to enjoy this kind of life in the apocalypse, it seems Mr. Su has a lot of resources. On the phone, Ma Huafeng smiled happily. It could be foreseen that Ma Huafeng had seen the live sex show between Su Wei and Sun Wanner just now. Stupid. Su Wei Lung cursed and hung up the phone. Then he turned on his mobile phone and shut down the network system in the villa, and then took out a bunch of remote control from the cabinet. Without the network system, I can only operate manually. Without you, Zhang the Butcher, I will have to eat hairy pigs in the future. Meanwhile, Manhwa Feng stared at the satellite phone in his hand, stunned in disbelief. Is he really going to hang up on me? Moreover, he actually called me. Since the establishment of Tong Fei Company, no one has dared to speak to him like this for decades. But when he was about to take action, he found a prompt on the computer. The network has been disconnected. Now Manhwa Feng was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect Su Wei to be so single that he could cut off the internet just like that. Now he had no way to restrain Su Wei and could only bite the bullet and replay it. Are you done yet? Su Wei was already angry and started cursing. Do you know the price of angering me? Ma Huafeng's voice was so cold it could kill. He gritted his teeth and said, Young man, don't be so arrogant. I'm friends with the commander-in-chief of the Yuntai military region. With just one word from me, you and that woman will be reduced to ashes. You're still called a young man if you're not arrogant. Su Wei sneered and cursed. Stupid guy. Do you think the military commander is as stupid as you? Weapons are our foundation now. Every point they consume will be reduced. What if I tell him about you? Ma Huafeng smiled sinisterly and said, The expenses of a military region are quite high. I think he will definitely be interested in you. Sue if you want. Su Wei said lazily, If I am targeted, you'll be the first to die. Who would keep someone alive? Who could reveal secrets at any time? Hundreds of billions of materials are treasures, but they are also a coveted piece of fat meat. As long as the military district commander is not stupid, he will never keep Ma Huafeng. Su Wei. Ma Huafeng's tone suddenly softened over the phone. I'm trapped now, and I desperately need the supplies you have as leverage to find someone to rescue me. If I really die, I'll definitely take you with me. Everyone is afraid of death, but when the time comes to die, everyone wants to take someone with them. Why not just give in sooner rather than later? Act like a jerk. Su Wei sneered and said, Same question. Why should I save you? I stole internal documents from the Yuntai military region and learned how psychics can improve their abilities. Before Ma Huafeng could say anything, Su Wei interrupted with a smile. Absorbing zombie abilities? Do you even need to tell me that? He knew it so quickly. Ma Huafeng panicked for a moment, then immediately said, Since you know that absorbing the abilities of zombies and superpowers can improve your own strength, do you know how many superpowers there are in Yuntai City now? Wait, you mean? Su Wei interrupted him. On the other side, veins bulged on Ma Huafeng's forehead. He interrupted me again. Twice. No one has ever dared to interrupt me, and twice. Can people with special abilities absorb each other's strength? Su Wei's voice sounded a little excited, but Ma Huafeng was depressed. I didn't expect that the casual words I just said would reveal such important information. It seems that Su Wei doesn't know much. Obviously, he didn't know that people with special abilities can devour each other. After a short silence, he sneered, Not everyone can do it. It depends on whether the psychic's level is high enough. Low-level psychics can't be upgraded. Since the news has been leaked anyway, I might as well do him a favor. You're always under the roof. I have a list of people with special abilities in the military district. If you can save me, I will give it to you. Ma Huafeng didn't know what Su Wei's special ability was, but since he was able to evacuate the South China Logistics Zone quietly, he should not be a low-level special ability user. So he must also want to improve his strength quickly. But now the information from the outside world has been cut off, and getting information about other people with special abilities requires luck. Where are you? I'll come and save you. Su Wei asked directly without hesitation. You? You look down on me? Then I can't help you. Just let yourself perish. No. Ma Huafeng was a little unsure of himself because of Su Wei's strength, and continued. It's already frozen outside with heavy snow. Without a large ice-breaking machine, it's impossible to do it with manpower. 7 or 8 meters thick ice and snow had long blocked the entrances to those buildings and residential areas. Moreover, Ma Huafeng was on the 70th floor at the moment. Due to the freezing airflow, even the plane could not work, let alone manpower. I have my own way. Just tell me whether I need to be saved or not. Su Wei said calmly. As long as you give me the list, I can rescue you and give you a batch of supplies that are enough for you to live on. In the end times, the temptation of material things is undoubtedly huge. Ma Huafeng looked at the dry and hard bread in his hand and said through gritted teeth, in the center of Yuntai City, next to Qianda Plaza, Tong Fei Building, I hope you have the ability to do it. Good. Su Wei replied with only one word and hung up the phone. No wonder Ma Huafeng could monitor him so accurately. It wasn't just his hacking skills, it was also because of the distance. Cloud City is a high-end residential area, only a few hundred meters away from Chianda Plaza in the city center. Considering the financial status of Tongfei Company, its servers are naturally the most advanced. It is a piece of cake to find a person's signal within a kilometer range. Chapter 64. Lien Po is old. Can he still eat? Are you really going to save him? Sun Wanner crawled over lazily, hugged Su Wei's waist from behind, and teased him restlessly with her right hand. Su Wei nodded, shook the hand, and said, "If what Manhwa Feng said is true, as long as I can find another person with superpowers, my strength will be greatly improved very quickly. But I don't think he's trustworthy." Sun Wanner looked at him worriedly and said, "How could such a powerful person be unable to even save himself? He must still be plotting against your supplies." If even Sun Wanner had thought of this problem, how could Su Wei not have thought of it? But he really needs that list now. Now someone is targeting him. Although he is firm in his response to Ma Huafeng's words, he is still hesitant in his heart. What if he is really attacked by a certain force? The next morning, before dawn, Su Wei called Zhuang Chang. "Come out with me today." Zhuang Chang was a little surprised. This was the first time Su Wei had taken the initiative to go out since the end of the world. "Aren't you afraid of the owners?" Su Wei sneered. "Those people are no longer a threat. Unless they want to starve to death, anyone can die, not even me." The reason why he was reluctant to go out was not because he was afraid of being attacked by the owners, but his current strength is limited, and it will be useless even if he goes out. The two put on protective clothing, and Su Wei took out a snow off-road vehicle from the space, which was a circle larger than the one he had given to Yusawei before. TSK. If this car were sold normally, it wouldn't be cheap, right? Zhuang Chang got in the car and looked around with a look of envy on his face. Su Wei smiled and said, "You like it? Then I'll give it to you." "Don't," Zhuang Chang half-jokingly said. "With this car, I'll have to go all over the world to catch zombies for you. If I run into a super zombie, I won't be able to handle it. Let old you do it." Speaking of Yusawei, Su Wei suddenly had an idea and took out the intercom to make a call. "Old you." This old you is sleeping, holding the still charming Su Wan in his arms, with a satisfied smile on his face. "Old you." I heard the reply. Squeak, squeak. A woman's voice came from the other end. "Old you, wake up quickly. President Su is looking for you. Shaoan, stop making trouble and go to sleep." Damn it. On the other end of the intercom, the two people opened their mouths wide. He is almost 70 years old and can still hold a gun and ride a horse. This is what it means to be still as good as ever. "Oops." Suwan on the other end pouted coquettishly and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and get up. President Su is looking for you." Ouch. Perhaps Suwan had been too ruthless because Yu Zuowei howled and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Su. I slept late last night." I slept late. The two of them showed an expression of "I understand" on their faces at the same time. More than 10 minutes later, Yu Zuowei hurried over. As soon as he got in the car, Su Wei smiled and said, "Old Yu, Lien Po is old. Can he still eat?" Ah. Even though Zhuang Chang only graduated from elementary school, he knew this story and immediately burst out laughing. Yu Zuowei's face flushed red, a rare sight. He no longer looked like a martial arts master. He said awkwardly, "I haven't done that in a while. I got a little impulsive." Zhuang Chang started the car. Su Wei sat alone in the back, looking at the two people in front, and said seriously, "I am going alone today, but that person is a bit dangerous. You should be prepared." "Who?" Yu Zuowei subconsciously asked. Could it be that a new person with superpowers has appeared? The two of them immediately became extremely alert because they could make Su Wei, a man who could kill zombies with just a wave of his hand, so serious. A difficult person. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of a building in the city center. Although snowmobiles consume a lot of fuel, they're indeed powerful. In such icy and snowy conditions, they're not only stable to drive, but also fast. The three of them got out of the car, and Su Wei looked up at the towering building. At this moment, the building was already covered in ice and snow, and its original appearance could be faintly revealed from within the thick layer of ice. Then he took out a signal stick from the space and fired it out. Not long after, an unidentified object suddenly fell from the 70th floor of the building. This was Ma Huafeng's signal in response to Su Wei. Then the phone in Su Wei's arms rang. Boss Su arrived quite quickly. On the phone, Ma Huafeng's voice was very healthy, and he didn't sound like someone who had been trapped for dozens of days. Su Wei's expression remained normal as he smiled and said, "Boss Ma, I'm here to save you." Although they were downstairs at the moment, they were on the 3rd floor of the building. As for the 2 floors below, they were already covered with thick ice and snow. This ice layer is at least 1 meter thick, right? Zhuang Chang picked up the military shovel in his hand and knocked hard on a layer of ice. Yu Zuwei also looked troubled and said, "The ice outside the building is too thick. It's not easy to break it with manpower alone. Why not use a car to hit it?" The modified snowmobile is not only powerful, but also has a sturdy body. If you find a weak spot in the ice and hit a few times, you should be able to break it open. That's not necessary. Su Wei smiled and took out an oversized cutting knife from a space and made a generator. "Hey, with this thing, breaking through walls won't be a problem. Just look at me." Zhuang Chang had worked on a construction site for several years and was very familiar with this kind of equipment. He quickly connected the power supply, then stepped on the generator and pulled it hard a few times. Boom, boom, boom. A tractor-like roar was heard, and Zhuang Chang, holding the cutting knife in his hand, sawed through the ice in no time. However, in this kind of weather, the hardness of the ice cannot be underestimated. Soon Zhuang Chang began to pant, and Yu Zuwei took over the cutting knife and continued. Bang! Soon a hole 1 meter square appeared. Su Wei stepped forward and kicked it open. "Boss Ma, you can come out now." Ma Huafeng on the other end of the phone said in disbelief, "You actually even have this kind of stuff? It seems that there are really a lot of good things in those 100 billion supplies." After about half an hour, a figure slowly emerged from the dark passage. A man in his 50s came out panting. He had an ordinary appearance, but exuded an indescribable aura. Su Wei just glanced at him and smiled. Since his mental strength improved, his visual distance has also increased a lot. He can even see objects 100 meters away in the dark. At this moment, in the dark corner on the left side of the 3rd floor, 4 strong men with guns were hiding. "Haha, thank you, Mr. Su, for the rescue." Ma Huafeng walked over with a hearty laugh. But Su Wei suddenly reached out from his waist and pulled out a pistol, pointing it at Ma Huafeng. "What do you mean?" Ma Huafeng was startled, then looked at Su Wei coldly. Bang! Su Wei did not answer him, but raised his hand and fired a shot behind Ma Huafeng. Thump! A dull sound was heard, and a dead man rolled out from the darkness. Chapter 65. Are you serious about taking a half step back? Zhuang Chang and Yu Suwei had been reminded by Su Wei before they came, and the two hurriedly looked for cover to hide. Damn it, I knew this guy was no good. Su Wei didn't hesitate at all and fired 7 or 8 shots in a row. Unfortunately, his shooting skills were too random, and only 2 of the 4 men fell. The remaining 2 people immediately opened fire back, and then found cover to hide. I didn't expect you to see through me so early. Ma Huafeng finally took off his disguise and grinned. Don't beat him to death. I want him alive. Su Wei has too many secrets. At least he can die now. Otherwise, the supplies that Ma Huafeng wants will be lost. Yes. 2 tall and strong bodyguards rushed out from the darkness. Zhuang Chang and Yu Suwei also rushed over, blocked Su Wei behind them, and wrestled with the 2 bodyguards. Haha, we're all 1,000-year-old foxes. Are you playing Liao Zhai with me? Su Wei sneered and cursed. I knew you were holding your fart in. Su Wei. Ma Huafeng sneered at him and said, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over those supplies, and I might consider sparing your life. Fuck you. Su Wei raised his hand and fired another shot, but unfortunately, Ma Huafeng dodged it. Damn it. This damn shooting skill. I should have practiced shooting more during this period of time. Women really ruin things. Su Wei helplessly found a shelter and squatted down. On the other side, Zhuang Chang and Yu Suwei were fighting with 2 bodyguards. Obviously, he can serve as a bodyguard for the world's richest man, so his strength should not be underestimated. Fortunately, they were not prepared and 2 of them were killed by Su Wei's sneak attack. Otherwise, today's outcome would have been really embarrassing. It was obvious that these bodyguards were top-notch experts. The security captain Zhuang Chang soon couldn't hold on any longer and was punched several times. He was on the verge of defeat. However, Yu Zuwei seemed to be at ease, and, judging from the way he attacked, it was obvious that he still had some strength left. Old Yu, don't be so soft-hearted. If you don't kill them, we will all die today. So Wei Xiaoti Dangredi. You are obviously a strong man, but you have to pretend to be a coward. Why the hell is that? Yu Zuwei was silent for a while, and his men moved a little faster. The bodyguard suddenly began to feel exhausted. In the blink of an eye, Yuzue hit him with more than 10 punches, and every punch hit his vital points. It's because these two people are physically strong. If they were ordinary people, they would have been beaten to death long ago. Manhwa was hiding behind the bunker, also with a look of shock on his face. He fired 2 shots at Yuzue without hesitation, but his jaw dropped immediately. Yuzue lowered his body the moment the gunshot rang out, then rolled forward. He actually dodged the bullet. Oh my god! Not only Manhwa, but even Su Wei was stunned, staring blankly at the old man who had been mocked by him and Zhuangchang that morning. Is this still a human being? Even if Manhwa's shooting skills are not that accurate, at such a close distance, the pistol is almost invincible. Before, Sue only knew that Yuzue was very awesome and a master of martial arts. But this guy always looked like a saintly bitch, and he didn't look like a master at all. It was only because of his age that he was in good physical condition. Now it seems that I am the clown. Sue looked at Yuzue with lingering fear. Fortunately, this old man is a man of loyalty and righteousness. If he were the same kind of person as Crazy Donkey, he would have killed me long ago. The bodyguard now realized that the old man in front of him was not easy to deal with, so he decisively gave up the attack and began to retreat, wanted to draw his gun and shoot. But Yuzue would never give him this opportunity. He kicked the bodyguard's gun out in an instant with a lightning-fast kick. The rest is easy. Under Yuzue's attack, one punch after another, the bodyguard quickly lost his ability to resist and was finally knocked to the ground by a heavy punch. Yuzue? You are Yuzue, the successor of Yunshio Fist. Manhwa watched his bodyguard being beaten to death, and finally came to his senses and recognized Yuzue's identity. Then he hurriedly said, Mr. Yu, I am Manhwa from Tungfei. We met a few years ago. Yuzue ignored him and rushed towards Zhuangchang, stopping the other bodyguard. What followed was a one-sided attack. In just 2 minutes, the bodyguard had no strength to fight back and fell to the ground with a thud. Su Wei also breathed a sigh of relief at this time, came out from behind the bunker, and pointed his gun at Manhwa behind the bunker. Boss Ma, do you want to come out on your own? Or do you want me to invite you out? Manhwa is now regretting it so much that his intestines are turning green. If he had known that Su Wei had a bodyguard named Yuzue, he would never have come out and would not have caused this farce. Mr. Yu, we are old acquaintances. Manhwa hid in the corner and shouted, As long as you can help me kill Su Wei, I will give you 5 billion, no, 50 billion. Su Wei suddenly laughed when he heard this. It turns out that these rich people are the most inhumane. Now, let alone 50 billion, even 5 trillion is of no use. It's just a bunch of numbers. However, Su Wei did not say anything. He just looked at Yuzue indifferently, quietly raised his pistol, and then kept a long distance from him. He wanted to see Yuzue's reaction and whether he would really submit to him. Although Yuzue's fighting skills are enviable, Su Wei will never keep a person with 2 hearts around him, even if he is a master. But he was also very nervous at the moment. Yuzue's strength has obviously exceeded his imagination. He is a pervert who can even dodge bullets. Can the gun in his hand be faster than his fist? At this time, Yuzue also saw Su Wei's actions. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Boss Su, you back off because you don't trust me? Su Wei grinned at him and said, Old you are too perverted. I have to be afraid of you. Sometimes one truth is better than 10 lies. Yuzue smiled when he heard this. Don't worry, betrayal is not in my dictionary. Since I chose you in the beginning, my life will be yours from now on. He is a loyal man, but also a smart man. Like Zhuangchang, everything he has now was given by Su Wei. Even Su Wan and her son were the result of Su Wei's instigation. If Su Wei were gone, Su Wan and her son would soon starve to death, and many people would starve to death. So no matter what the reason, Yuzue would not do anything to hurt Su Wei. Manhwa felt his heart sink when he heard what the two said, but he still didn't want to give up and said loudly, Old you, I believe you also know that Su Wei has hundreds of billions of supplies in his hands. As long as we can control him, he can still live a carefree life. After all, he is a top billionaire, and he quickly grasped the key point. But Yuzue shook his head calmly and said, I appreciate Mr. Ma's kindness, but Su Wei is my companion now, and I won't hurt my companion. Chapter 66. You came here to kill him. Is it a companion? Su Wei looked at Yuzue, who was standing in front of him in a daze. The old man in front of him at this moment was extremely tall and straight, standing in front of him like an old pine tree. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, he has lived 2 lives as a human being, and all he has experienced is darkness and cold-bloodedness. He has long forgotten what emotions are, let alone justice. But although Yusue had the opportunity to turn the tables and become the master, he gave it up. Whether it was because of interests or emotions, Su Wei felt a little warm in his heart. Su Wei, you can't kill me, otherwise you will never get that list in your lifetime. Ma Huafeng panicked and stumbled out from behind the cover. There's no point in hiding now. With the perverted old man, Yu Suawei around, it will be useless no matter how well he hides. Hand over that list, and I won't kill you. Su Wei looked at him indifferently, feeling a little sad. The super-rich man who was once as wealthy as a country now looked like a beggar in front of him. And all this is caused by the end of the world. It can make an ordinary person become a leader overnight, and it can also make a former superboss become a laughingstock. I can give it to you, but you have to give me the car and a batch of supplies. Ma Huafeng looked cautiously at the snowmobile not far away. Now all his hopes were pinned on it. As long as he can drive away the car, Su Wei will have no chance of catching up with him in a short time. Can. Su Wei agreed without thinking. He waved his hand casually, and a huge pile of food and supplies landed on the snowmobile. You can actually obtain items out of thin air. You are indeed a high-level psychic. Ma Huafeng instantly forgot the danger and stared at Su Wei with greed. Su Wei stretched out his hand impatiently and said, "Give me the list, and I'll let you go." "I can give you the list, but I should change my mind now." Bang. Before Ma Huafeng could finish his words, a bullet hole suddenly appeared on his forehead. Until his death, he still had a greedy smile on his face. Court death. Su Wei glanced at Ma Huafeng coldly and casually put away his pistol. Yusue looked at Su Wei doubtfully and asked, "Do you want the list anymore?" "Think." Su Wei's face was calm, and he said quietly, "But I hate being threatened even more." Regardless of whether the list is true or not, even if it does exist, Su Wei cannot take action in a short period of time because his strength is too weak. If he ever encountered those offensive psychics, he would be unable to fight back. So does it matter whether there is a list or not? You came here to kill him. Yu Wei was stunned for a moment, and his expression suddenly changed. Ma Huafeng threatened you, so you wanted to use his greed to lure him out just to solve this hidden danger. Su Wei grinned. Old Yu, being too smart is not good. It will cause you to suffer from insomnia at night. After returning to the villa, Su Wei went to the basement with a serious face. Sun Wanner was startled by the gun in his hand. Su Wei gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, my technique is too bad. I need to practice more." If Yu Wei had not been there today, he would probably have died at the hands of Ma Huafeng. However, at a distance of more than 10 meters, he only hit 2 people. With such shooting skills, you still go out to explore the apocalypse? Aren't you looking for death? Su Wei took out a few targets used by the gun club from the space, and then started training with headphones on. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots and 2 rings. Sun Wanna next to him smiled unkindly. Su Wei blushed for a moment and said calmly, "The target is too crooked." Sun Wanna laughed so hard that her body shook. She poured a cup and handed it to him, saying earnestly, as if coaxing a child, "Yes, the master is right. The target is crooked." After practicing hard for an entire afternoon, Su Wei looked at the target paper in his hand and fell into deep thought. It's not a good idea to keep practicing like this. Sharpshooters are made by bullets, but he only has a few hundred bullets left. If he uses them all up, he will have nothing to rely on when he goes out in the future. At this time, Zhuang Chang sent an intercom request. His tone was very excited. "Su Wei, we just caught a super zombie in Area B. Can you guess who she is?" Su Wei didn't have much presence in the community before, and even the property management staff didn't know him. He just thought about it for a moment and said, "Damn, could it be that bitch Su shouting?" "That's her. This woman is quite troublesome. She was driven out by Zhuang Chang for more than 20 days, and now she has become a zombie. Where is she? Bring her here." "Okay, I'll be there soon." Su Wei didn't care how Su shouting turned into a zombie. He only wanted to improve his strength. After absorbing Su Zhang's power before, his mental strength has obviously become much stronger, and his storage function has become more handy. If he absorbs Su's shouting as well, he might be able to upgrade. Not long after, Zhuang Chang came back driving a snowmobile with a disheveled zombie tied to the back. Su Shouting looks almost the same as Su Jiang, but her mutated body is even more amazing. Su Wei suddenly thought of a joke. I've been playing for a year and have never seen a big wave of zombies. With this physique, he is also a top-notch figure in the zombie world. Zhuang Chang looked at it with lingering fear. This woman is really strong. If it wasn't for Lao Yu's help later, I would have been bitten by it. Seeing his eyes staring at Su Shouting's chest, Su Wei suddenly smiled. Brother Chang, do you want to have some fun again? Zhuang Chang quickly waved his hands and said with an awkward smile, No. I really can't afford this thing, but I have to say, this figure is really good. Su Wei jokingly said, Really? Have you forgotten the Wushan agreement you made with me? Zhuang Chang's face turned even redder, and he stammered, That was in the past. Okay, stop teasing me and just absorb the energy quickly. He, Su Wei, and others all knew that the key point of the moment was to help Su Wei improve his strength. Only when Su Wei becomes stronger and stronger can they get better and better. Su Wei stopped joking and glanced at Su Shouting. Boom! Just when Su Wei had finished absorbing the energy, a roar suddenly sounded in his head. He only felt that his eyes were clear at this moment. The white mist in his mind completely dissipated, and the boundless space in his mind instantly became transparent. As if he was in a vast universe, he could clearly see everything inside, and even find exactly what he wanted with just a thought. But what is the use of this ability? It's just that the extraction speed is faster than before, and there is not much difference from the original ability. Su Wei subconsciously looked at a vase, but he didn't expect that when he just took a look, the vase suddenly floated up out of thin air, as if he could control the vase to do anything with just a thought. Is this what is called mental power? Su Wei's body gradually began to tremble. He focused his attention on a desk again. The desk slowly rose up, and as his thoughts went, it suddenly flew forward and hit the ground with a bang. Chapter 67. Come on, shoot me. Zhuang Chang asked worriedly when he saw Su Wei's trembling reaction. What do you mean? Has anything changed? Call. Su Wei withdrew his gaze and exhaled suddenly. It seems to have worked. He looked at the snowmobile parked at the door and concentrated his mind. The snowmobile actually floated up out of thin air. Su Wei felt that his mind was extremely clear at this moment. He glanced at the villa next to him, and the snowmobile flew out as if it had been launched. Bang! A 3-ton snowmobile was thrown out like a toy and smashed into the villa, knocking down 2 pillars. Oh my God! Zhuang Chang was so shocked that he took several steps back and looked at Su Wei in horror. He could actually control objects out of thin air. Is he still a human being? That's a car. The 3-ton iron thing flew away after Su Wei just took a look at it. Su Wei, you are invincible. Zhuang Chang swallowed hard and looked at him stutteringly. Su Wei shook his head solemnly. I'm not invincible. I can only control objects at will now. But if it's a bullet? He hesitated for a moment, took out a pistol from the space, and threw it to Zhuang Chang. Come on, shoot me. His tone was very flat, as if he was just talking nonsense, but his eyes quietly fell on the trash can behind Zhuang Chang. If Zhuang Chang posed a threat to him, he would kill him with a trash can with just a thought. Zhuang Chang didn't notice this and showed surprise on his face. How can this be possible? We can't joke with our lives. At worst, I'll just be more careful when I go out. Forget this kind of test. Just stay away. Su Wei smiled and said, Come on, shoot at a distance of 1 meter to my left. Zhuang Chang raised his pistol with some weakness. It's not that he can't shoot. On the contrary, after more than 10 years of military career, the things Zhuang Chang is most familiar with, besides women, are guns. But the person standing in front of me now is Su Wei. If he fails, Zhuang Chang will regret it for the rest of his life. If Su Wei died, he would definitely feel guilty, and his living standards would plummet. I trust you. Su Wei smiled and looked at him, his eyes never leaving the trash can. Zhuang Chang looked at Su Wei with some emotion, and the 5-foot-tall man's eyes actually turned red. Ever since he was forced to come here, and they've been together for more than a month, Zhuang Chang has become more and more grateful to Su Wei, especially since Su Wei, who has always been cautious, actually trusts him so much at this moment. Isn't such trust worth protecting with his life? Zhuang Chang took a deep breath, raised his gun, and pointed it toward Su Wei, then moved 2 steps to the side very carefully. Bang! The bullet was moving so fast that its trajectory could not be seen with the naked eye. But Su Wei did not move, and his mental power was instantly concentrated. Suddenly, he felt that everything in front of him suddenly stopped, as if time had stopped at this moment. The bullet that was flying towards him suddenly became clearly visible, and it slowly moved forward as if under a spell. Sue glanced around. Bang! The bullet that was originally flying towards him suddenly changed its trajectory and hit the nearby courtyard wall. Sue subconsciously wiped his forehead. It can be seen that he was also very scared at that time. What if he couldn't catch the bullet? What if Zhuang Chang really shot at him? He would probably die here. Can you even control bullets? Sue muttered to himself. At this moment, he vaguely understood the nature of his supernatural powers. Just as Manhwa Feng said, psychic abilities are indeed advanced abilities, and their levels can be continuously upgraded as one's abilities improve. Now, everything he saw seemed to be switched to slow speed playback. Even the cold wind coming out of the air seemed to be much slower. It's like a subway train running at high speed that has suddenly braked to 20 miles per hour. Sue looked at the crashed snowmobile again. With just a thought, the snowmobile rose into the air and then slowly landed on the spot. Zhuang Chang was stunned by what was happening. It took him a long time to react, and he laughed out loud. Haha, this ability is really great. From now on, we won't be afraid of zombies anymore. Whoever comes will die. Compared to Zhuang Chang's excitement, Sue seemed very calm. He smiled and shook his head. God knows how many people with special abilities there are in Yuntai City. Doesn't that Manhwa Feng have a list? If there are high-level special abilities among them, we are still at risk. Superpowers do not mean invincibility. Sue firmly believes this. After all, no one knows how many people in the world have acquired superpowers at this moment, and what kind of perverted superpowers these people have. It can't be that he is the only one who is good and everyone else is just a loser, right? Bosu. Sue was about to say something else when the walkie-talkie in his pocket suddenly rang. What's wrong? He opened the call and heard Yusuawe say coldly on the other end, We've run into a tough guy. Could it be that a person with superpowers has appeared? He subconsciously thought that a new person with superpowers had appeared, and he felt nervous but also a little excited. No, we found a super zombie in the living area of a factory not far away. Sue suddenly smiled when he heard this and said quickly, This is good news. I'm just worried about where to get more of this stuff. Where are you? I'll come find you. After his superpowers were upgraded, Sue became much braver. As long as he was careful and didn't run into other people with superpowers in his current state, ordinary people wouldn't even be able to touch him. You'd better not come. We can't catch this zombie. Yuzue gave a wry smile. There's an organization called 13 Tai Sui in this residential area. They've taken control of the surviving residents and are looting the surrounding area. I wanted to negotiate, but they just came and robbed me. They almost stole my snowmobile. Sue was a little surprised. Even you are not a match? He had witnessed Yuzue's kung fu with his own eyes. He could kill 2 top bodyguards while chatting and laughing. There shouldn't be many masters like him, right? Why? Yuzue said sadly, Mr. Sue, you may not know that the leader of the 13 Tai Sui is actually a former student of mine. He was very outstanding. Understood. It turns out that old Yu was taught by his own student, and the disciple has surpassed his teacher. Sue smiled and said, How about this? You find a safe place to wait, Zhuang Chang, and I will be there soon. Let's forget it, Mr. Sue. Yuzue hurriedly tried to dissuade them, saying, These 13 men were all martial artists. I was the victim of a group fight and nearly died. It's okay, I'll just... Sue originally wanted to say that he was very awesome now, and he also wanted to shock Yuzue at the same time, so that he wouldn't live too comfortably and develop other thoughts. But Yuzue sighed and said, Your shooting skills are not very professional. If they rob us again, we will never be able to come back. Chapter 68. Let's go and kill them. What do you think of Sue's marksmanship? To sum it up in 4 words, it's hard to describe. And in Sun Wanner's words, it's okay, master. You're a superpower. As long as you improve your strength, there's no need to use a gun. Even Zhuang Chang couldn't help laughing. Sue's casual shooting skills are not ordinary casual ones. He points east and shoots west, which is simply amazing. I don't play with guns anymore. Sue gritted his teeth and hung up the intercom, then took out a new snowmobile from the space, and Zhuang Chang drove straight to where Yusue was. On the way, Zhuang Chang familiarized himself with the controls of the new car and said with a wry smile, Sue, how much stuff have you stockpiled? I haven't really calculated this. Su Wei lay comfortably in the back seat, looking at his crossed legs, and said, but there aren't many modified cars like this, only about a dozen or so. This is the truth. He was in the South China Logistics Zone when he ran into a modified car warehouse. These snowmobiles were originally intended to be shipped to the north, but unexpectedly, they were intercepted by Su Wei halfway. After about half an hour's journey, the two arrived at the gate of an empty factory. Yu Wei's car was parked at the door, and there were scratches all over it, which showed that someone had hit it with an iron tool. Fortunately, this type of car is sturdy. If it was an ordinary car, Yu Wei would be in trouble. Bosu. After seeing Su Wei, Yu Wei opened the car door and got out. Then, 3 more people came down. Su Wei thought they looked familiar, but he didn't recognize them. They should also be the owners of Yinshang City. Yu Wei is good in every way except that he is too kind-hearted. Although these 3 owners are of good size, if they really encounter a super zombie, they will not be able to play a big role and may even become a burden. So Yu Wei brought them along probably to share some food with them. But Su Wei doesn't want to care about these things now. Some things just need to be said clearly. As for what others think, that is their business. Bosu. After the 3 of them came over, they bowed respectfully to Su Wei. It seems that Yu Wei has already reminded them. Otherwise, if these owners had seen Su Wei half a month ago, they would have pounced on him without saying a word. Where are those people? Su Wei ignored the 3 people and looked at the surrounding environment. This is the living quarters of a large machinery factory, housing at least 20,000 to 30,000 workers' families. I just don't know how many people can still survive here now. Yu Wei pointed to a dozen-story office building inside and said, they're inside. Besides the 13 Tai Sui and their men, there are over 300 family members of the factory workers inside. Let's go and kill them. Su Wei walked in with a swagger, and Zhuang Chang followed closely behind. Oh, Mr. Su, be careful, they have guns. Yu Wei stamped his feet and hurriedly followed, but the 3 people he brought hesitated, followed slowly behind, and refused to move forward. When he caught up, Zhuang Chang looked back and said, Old Yu, compassion is killing people. Did you see? These people are clearly here to cause trouble. What do you want to do with them? Before, he was just like Lao Yu, full of sense of justice, but with nowhere to vent. He always thought that he was an angel saving the world, and he wanted to go to the streets to help others every day. But since following Su Wei, Zhuang Chang was gradually infected. Because he saw the hesitation and ugliness with his own eyes, the pity in his heart naturally disappeared. Yu Wei subconsciously glanced at Su Wei's back and sighed. We've been neighbors for many years, so let them just get along. They just want to survive. Who doesn't want to live? Su Wei, who was walking in front, smiled disdainfully. When we arrived at the office building, 2 floors had been covered with ice and snow, and faint flames flickered in the windows of the 3rd floor. A window was smashed open and turned into a simple entrance and exit. Su Wei stood in front of the door, turned around and looked at the 3 people, and said, You 3 go and knock on the door. What? The 3 of them subconsciously took a step back, fear showing on their faces. Su, President Su. One person stuttered. They were too ruthless and they had guns. One of us has already been killed. So what? Su Wei looked at the 3 of them indifferently and said calmly, Is the roast chicken delicious? The roast lamb tastes good too, right? Isn't it nice to have rice to eat every day? After 3 questions in a row, several people lowered their heads. They knew that the food was provided by Su Wei. If he hadn't set up this corpse removal team, everyone would have starved to death now. After Yu Wei was recruited by Su Wei, they lost their main labor force, and their lives suddenly fell into a slump. So in order to make a living, these people shamelessly came to Yu's door and begged him to take them in. They were all old neighbors for many years, and they knew Yu's character too well. To put it nicely, he is kind-hearted. To put it bluntly, this person is a pushover who just can't say no. It's very easy to control this kind of person. All you need is tears, pity, and begging, and he will naturally soften his heart. But Su Wei is not Yu Wei, and he has no obligation to indulge them. In a word, are you going or not? After the 3 of them looked at each other for a few seconds, they had no choice but to step forward. They also knew that Su Wei was now God, and if they angered Su Wei, they would cut off their hope of life. Whoever's inside, come out. The 3 of them stood at the door, stammering and shouting, looking like they had lost their parents. Damn it, how do you come here? You're simply courting death. There was a shout from inside, followed by a dozen burly men coming out. Each of them was wearing a thick cotton coat and holding two shiny machetes in their hands. One of them drew his sword and slashed at the three men. "If I don't kill you today, I'm not Wang Defa." The three owners were so scared that they ran away. Boss Su helped. Originally, Su Wei didn't expect these three people to be of any great use, so he didn't even look at them. At this time, Wang Defa looked at Su Wei with a machete in hand. "Hey, Mr. Su, even if you're the chairman now, you have to die here. Go after those three people, and let me take care of this one." As he said that, he gave up this side and chopped directly toward Su Wei. "Mr. Su, be careful." Yu Wei subconsciously stood in front, but was pushed away by Su Wei. "It's okay, let him come." Su Wei watched Wang Defa coming towards him with a smile on his face. He just moved his feet slightly and easily dodged the knife. Wang Defa's knife strike missed, and he stumbled out and fell in a mess. He stood up, looked at Su Wei with a smile, and cursed, "Damn it, you have some skills, kid, but you met your grandpa Wang. You are doomed to die. Your mouth stinks. Did you grow up eating shit?" Su Wei stood there with his arms folded, a look of contempt on his face. "I'm going to kill you." Chapter 69. Who do you want to be your grandfather? Wang Defa was enraged. As the second in command of the 13 Tai Sui, he has been the one who has the final say since the end of the world. Who dares to talk to him like that? Over time, these people have long liberated their nature. They began to worship fists and developed a strong desire for revenge against those who were previously superior to them. Wang Defa is a typical small person who has been suppressed for too long. Now that he is no longer bound by social rules, he suddenly explodes. He drew his knife and chopped at him, but Su Wei still didn't move. Bang! Wang Defa felt a slap on his face. Then, before he could react, Su Wei raised his hand and slapped him a dozen times. No matter where Wang Duong hid, he would be hit by Su Wei's slap. But every time he swung the knife, Su Wei easily dodged it. Pop-a-pa-pop-a-pa. The sound of slaps continued to be heard, and the remaining dozen or so people lost their composure and started to beat up Su Wei. But Su Wei was not afraid. Instead, he took the initiative to meet him. Bosu. Yu Wei subconsciously wanted to rush over, but was stopped by Zhuang Chong, who was standing beside him. He said with a smile, "Don't worry, old you. Su Wei can handle it." After witnessing Su Wei's terrifying supernatural powers, Zhuang Chong has long become his most loyal fan. Yu Wei looked at Su Wei in confusion. He was seen moving left and right in the crowd. The machetes and steel pipes were clearly above his head, but he dodged them mysteriously. Yu Wei suddenly realized what was happening and asked, "Could it be that Mr. Su's ability has improved again?" Zhuang Chong looked at Su Wei with envy and shook his head, saying, "More than that, he's invincible. I'd lose if I even touched him, not to mention hurting him." He said this with disdain, as if those 13 people were 13 chickens that Su Wei could easily crush to death. At this moment, even Su Wei himself is probably not as confident as Zhuang Chong. But these people really couldn't hurt him. Su Wei kept moving through the crowd. In his eyes, the whistling machetes seemed to be paused, and their speed was so slow that it was shocking. Originally, he had been able to use his supernatural powers to control attacks. However, having just improved his strength, Su Wei also wanted to test to what extent this kind of spiritual ability could be exerted. Su Wei was not anxious, but 13 Tai Sui was anxious. The youngest one gasped and cursed. "Damn it, boss, this guy's a loach. I can't chop him." "Stop talking nonsense. If you can't cut it, then I can." The man called Boss had 2 long scars on his face and was as strong as a calf. After a while, he stopped panting and said to Su Wei, "Friend, which gang are you from? Tell me your name." Su Wei smiled at him. "Me? I specialize in sewers." "Damn it." The man was ridiculed and instinctively wanted to take action. At this time, Yu Wei stepped forward and said, "Chu Sheng, give up. You can't beat him. Stop talking nonsense." Chu Sheng's face was grim, and he said coldly, "I didn't provoke you, but you came to provoke me. If I let it go today, how can I manage others in the future?" "And you?" Chu Sheng pointed at Yu Wei and sneered, "If you hadn't disqualified me from the competition and banned me for life, would I have come here to work?" Upon hearing this, Yu Wei's face turned cold, and he said, "Your illegal use of stimulants was wrong in the first place, yet you still don't repent?" "Bullshit. I didn't use any stimulants." Chu Sheng suddenly became furious and yelled, "Don't think I don't know. You saw that my kung fu skills were better than yours, and you were afraid that I would take your position, so you secretly had someone drug me. Yu Wei seemed to have not expected Chu Sheng to say that. He looked at his former apprentice with a look of grief and anger, and shouted, I am your master. If I were jealous of your ability, why would I have taught you in the first place? As the saying goes, teach your apprentice and starve yourself. However, Su Wei and Zhuang Chong both felt that Lao Yu would not be such a person. If he was really a person who was greedy for fame and fortune, he would have surrendered to Su Wei long ago. How could he be so compassionate and care about the lives of those owners? Master, Chu Sheng laughed contemptuously and said, Why didn't you tell me you were my master when I was banned? Why didn't you tell me when I was kicked out of the association? Yu Wei sighed and said, At first, I wanted to wait for you to calm down before talking to you, but who knew you would disappear after leaving the Martial Arts Association? I sent people to look for you for a long time. Stop the nice talk. Chu Sheng interrupted Yu Wei and said coldly, Again, this is our territory. If you want to come in, you have to kill me. This time, Su Wei and Zhuang Chong, the two onlookers, finally understood. No wonder the master and disciple are like mortal enemies. It turns out that they had such a grudge in the past. However, Su Wei was only responsible for watching the show and had no intention of mediating. Then I'll just beat you to death. He looked at Chu Sheng with a smile, and a machete suddenly flew up from the ground and slashed toward Chu Sheng, etc. Yu Wei was surprised and hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Crash! The machete lost control and fell to the ground. Su Wei glanced at the 13 people who had already been frightened and frowned. Old Yu, even now, are you still going to be merciful? He was somewhat disgusted with Yu Wei's saintly heart. Yu Wei shook his head in pain and pleaded, Boss Su, he's my apprentice after all. I've watched him grow up. I'm going to look for zombies somewhere else now. I promise I'll help you catch a super zombie within 3 days. Su Wei frowned and said nothing. Chu Sheng gritted his teeth, took a step forward, and said coldly, Stop pretending. Kill me if you want. Although he had been frightened and numbed by Su Wei's methods, he still refused to bow down to his enemy. No, boss. But his brothers obviously didn't think so. The youngest one quickly said, They just want to catch zombies. We've already been tormented by those ghosts, and they just want to get rid of them. Yeah, boss, this saves us a lot of trouble. At worst, we can give them some food. It's better than losing their lives. Chu Sheng looked at them angrily and said coldly, You are a bunch of spineless people. The worst that can happen is death. What are you afraid of? You want to die, but we don't. Seeing that he was unmoved, the second in command, Wang Defa, suddenly stepped forward and said with a smile, Boss Su, we were the ones who offended you earlier. We're truly sorry. Don't worry, we'll catch that zombie for you. Unnecessary. Su Wei smiled and glanced at him, then asked, Who did you want to be your grandfather to just now? Wang Defa subconsciously took a step back and quickly said with a smile, You are the grandfather, and I'm the grandson. It's too late. Su Wei raised his eyes and glanced at Wang Defa. What are you going to do? Wang Defa suddenly showed a look of horror, because he suddenly found that after Su Wei looked at him, his body was out of control. It was like being bound by something invisible and unable to even struggle. Chapter 70, Recruitment. Next second, he felt like someone was picking him up and throwing him out, and he couldn't help but slammed against the wall. Bang! A limp body thudded to the ground. What kind of witchcraft is this? Everyone present was shocked. They retreated in fear, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide. Su Wei ignored the horrified looks of the people around him. He pointed at Chu Sheng and said calmly, I'll give you 2 choices. One is to fall to death like him, and the other is to listen to me from now on. If you catch a zombie, I can give you 3 days of food. If you catch a super zombie, I'll give you half a month's worth. Chu Sheng originally wanted to die, but when he heard Su Wei mention food, he immediately swallowed the words on his lips. He might not be afraid of death, but who doesn't want to live, especially if they have food to eat and don't have to starve? Real. Su Wei ignored him and said to Zhuang Chong, Go drive the car over here. After a while, Zhuang Chong drove over and brought down 2 boxes of instant noodles. Su Wei glanced at the watch on his wrist and said to Chu Sheng, I'll give you 1 hour. Capture that zombie and these things will be yours. When everyone present saw the 2 boxes of instant noodles, their first reaction was uncontrollable greed, and they subconsciously wanted to grab them. But in the end, they still didn't have the courage. This Su Wei is so terrifying. He actually let Wang Defa kill himself with just one look. With such tactics, let alone robbing, they didn't even dare to escape at this moment. They could only stand there obediently, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Do you keep your word? Chu Xing also realized at this moment that it was impossible to defeat Su Wei because he was not a normal person. That kind of method is almost like witchcraft. Not to mention martial arts masters. Even boxing King Ali would be defeated. You have 58 minutes. Su Wei looked at his watch again and went back to the car to rest. Walk. Chu Xing no longer hesitated and bit his tongue. Who saw where that zombie ran to just now? I know, Brother Chu. He ran to Building 17. Hurry up, or we'll all go back to chewing tree bark. In order to survive, these people had already started digging, spending huge amounts of manpower and resources to break the ice, just to grab a piece of tree bark to fill their stomachs. On the snowmobile, the warm air conditioning makes people want to sleep. Su Wei unbuttoned his protective suit, revealing some space, and immediately felt refreshed. Yu Wei, who was in the co-pilot's seat, was silent for a moment, then turned around and said, Mr. Su, thank you. Su Wei lay in the back seat, squinting his eyes slightly. It's just a warning to others. If he's not afraid of death, it's useless to kill him. It's better to keep him to do something. I hope he won't let me down. If Su Wei had killed Chu Xing just now, Yu Wei might not have said anything, but he would definitely feel uncomfortable. No, that child has been outstanding since childhood. If not, Yu Wei made a solemn promise, then sighed helplessly. Zhuang Chong asked curiously, Old Yu, isn't he your most proud disciple? Why don't you trust him? I think Chu Xing is a man. He shouldn't do that kind of thing. Illegal use of stimulants before a competition is a taboo in any event. Yu Wei said with some pain, I know that with Xiao Chu's strength, he doesn't need to rely on that kind of thing. But the fact is, I can only bear the pain and drive him away. Otherwise, he will not only face huge compensation, but also retaliation. Generally, this kind of competition is controlled by big figures behind the scenes. They took advantage of the events to privately open betting and made a fortune. So if anyone dared to destroy their interests, the consequences can be imagined. Got it. While the three were talking, a group of people came back with a zombie tied up. Su Wei glanced at his watch and said with a smile, 35 minutes. It seems that your disciple is indeed a talent. Yu Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Su Wei's words were no joke. If Chu Xing couldn't catch the zombies, he would definitely take ruthless action. As for Su Wei, he only shows mercy to two types of people. One is someone who is useful to him, and the other is someone he trusts. He glanced at the zombie's eyes, and the violent zombie suddenly wilted, and soon it collapsed on the ground like a corpse. How did he do that? These people had never seen Su Wei's abilities, and they all looked amazed. Chu Xing was even more apprehensive. He caught this zombie with his own hands. No one knew better than him how much effort it took and how dangerous it was. He also lost 2 of his brothers. But Su Weijing just took a look, and the zombie died. The youngest asked tremblingly, Brother, is he still human? Chu Xing shook his head with lingering fear and sighed. This is a true master. Fortunately, we didn't offend him to death. Otherwise, everyone present today would have died. Su Weiyun did all this calmly, and a flash of clarity came into his mind. But this time he didn't feel anything unusual. It seems that as his abilities improve, the energy of this super zombie is no longer enough for him to absorb. If he wants to reach the next level, he doesn't know how many more such zombies he will have to catch. Are you willing to work for me? Su Wei put his hands in his pockets, looked at Chu Xing and smiled. You are quite capable. Send me a super zombie every month, and I will ensure that you will have enough food and drink. Chu Xing did not hesitate and bowed, saying, Chu Xing greets the boss. But when he bowed, he subconsciously glanced at Yu Wei next to him, with a complicated look in his eyes. Su Wei smiled at him and said, I don't care what your past grudges were. When working under me, the most important thing is ability, followed by unity. Yes, the two nodded. Su Wei didn't care whether they were sincere or not, and said calmly, there should still be many surviving humans in Yuntai City. Don't limit yourself to one place. Take the initiative to search outside. Yes, work hard. I won't treat you unfairly. After saying this, Su Wei drove away with Zhuang and Yu. Boss, are we being recruited just like that? Someone among the 13 Tai Sui said unconvincedly that Su Wei looks powerful, but I think he's just using some unorthodox methods. If we all attack him together, he might not be able to... Shut up. Shu Sheng didn't wait for him to finish, slapped him, and said, "If you don't want to die, go out and find zombies." 2 boxes of instant noodles may seem like a lot, but there are more than 300 family members living in this building. Shu Sheng could ignore their life or death, but he couldn't let them rebel. Otherwise, these 2 boxes of instant noodles would become the cause of murder. He changed his tone and said seriously, "Su Wei's ability is not something we can resist, so you have to be obedient in order to survive. If anyone dares to disrespect President Su again, I will kill him. Do you understand?" I heard. Chapter 71, Cannibalism. The coming of the Ice Age heralds the beginning of another world. All unknown things began to take root and sprout, and many changes that humans could not understand were quietly changing the world. The 3 of them drove back home, and Yu Sui took 2 bags of milk and left in a hurry. Ever since Su Wan and her son moved into the house, old Yu, who had been thirsty for more than 30 years, finally tasted the sweetness of the iron tree blooming and took care of Xiaobao as if he were his own son. Old Yu is so happy that he doesn't want to leave. Su Wei has never been married, so naturally she cannot experience the beauty of family love. Zhuangchang is an old bachelor, but he's in his 40s after all, and his feelings are deeper than Su Wei's. He looked outside with some envy and said with a smile, "That's right, a wife, children, and a warm bed. Even a god wouldn't trade this for a life like this." "Then you find one too." Su Wei smiled and said, "There are quite a few housewives in the neighborhood. They are experienced and charming. But you can pick 2 to warm your bed, but at least don't get too emotional. As I said, in the end times, emotions can be fatal." Zhuangchang's eyes showed hope, but he shook his head and said, "Forget it. At a time like this, no one is trustworthy. I don't want to wake up and be sold out again." It seems that the blow Su's shouting dealt to him has not completely dissipated. Su Wei smiled and said, "There are still good women out there, but your approach is wrong. You can't just be nice to her blindly. You have to make her realize your value and make her not dare to think of betraying you." When we returned to the villa, Sun Wanner had just prepared lunch. "You're back." She obediently took off her apron, came over to help Su Wei take off his protective suit, and half-knelt to help him put on his slippers. Sun Wanner smiled brightly. "I've turned on the hot water. Do you want to wash first?" "Let's eat first." "What did you do today?" Su Wei sat down with peace of mind. Sun Wanner quickly filled a bowl with rice and gave him a piece of braised pork. She smiled and said, "I just learned how to make braised pork today. How about you try it?" The feeling of being served is very pleasant, and it makes people feel euphoric both physically and mentally. In particular, Sun Wanner is a woman who knows how to take the initiative, and she handles this initiative just right. Her every frown and smile makes people feel excited. Su Wei put down the bowl and hugged her in his arms. Feeling the perfect fullness of the breasts, he took a deep breath and said with a smile, "The braised pork is delicious, but this piece of meat is even better." Pop! A pair of large hands came up quietly and skillfully opened a row of hooks. The pride that had been freed from its restraints popped out. "Hate it, I still need to eat. Aren't you hungry?" Sun Wanner's reluctant and welcoming look makes people salivate. "I'm hungry, so I decided to eat you first." Su Wei squeezed it hard, and the mountain suddenly changed its shape, squeezing out layers of texture. Sun Wanner cried softly, and her ears flushed. "Be gentle, you're pinching me." Sun Wanner's pretty face flushed red with shame, her eyes misty as she murmured, "Let's go inside, please. I'm so shy." Su Wei's breathing gradually became heavier. He picked up the delicate body and walked to the bedroom, then threw it onto the soft Simmons bed. Advanced organisms often only need simple means of communication. After taking off those disguised appearances, everyone returns to their original state, treats each other sincerely, and welcomes each other with the warmest cheers. Waves of blood-spurting moans filled the room. The 2 men and women, who had cast off all restraints, were venting their desires with the most passionate responses. Half an hour later, the room gradually quieted down, leaving only 2 tired breaths. At some point, a sobbing sound came from Su Wei's arms. "Why are you crying?" Sun Wanner buried her face in his chest and choked up, "I miss Grandpa and my family. I don't know if they are still alive." Su Wei was stunned and didn't say anything. He had lived in an orphanage since he was a child and had never felt the love of family in the past 27 years. Naturally, he could not understand what Sun Wanner was feeling at the moment. "Don't worry, if they're still alive, we will meet one day." Su Wei hugged her in his arms and said, I can promise you that if your family shows up one day, I can provide them with a basic living guarantee. Thank you, Su-wei. Sun Wanner was even more moved by what she heard. She sobbed. I know you're not a cold-blooded person, but you've buried yourself too deeply. You're afraid of betrayal and even more afraid of being hurt by those closest to you, so you never show any emotion to anyone. But I love you, I really do. I've fallen in love with you. Even if you don't have this villa, even if we're starving outside together. Su-wei smiled, gently stroked her face a few times, and said softly, Okay, I know. Su-wei stood up and went to the living room. After guzzling a glass of water, he let out a long sigh. He picked up the phone, and the signal icon had disappeared, replaced by the words no service. However, he has his own local area network. After connecting to it, he can use some basic chat software or some standalone games. Before finishing a game, Su-wei suddenly heard a scream coming from outside the villa. He put down his phone and went to the window, where he saw a skinny man lying in the snow, his blood staining the ice and snow red and seeping into it. A fat woman? The man who was hacked to death was her skinny husband. He frowned and looked outside. The fat woman waved a kitchen knife and slashed it hard on the man's neck. Soon, an arm was chopped off. The fat woman raised her arms in panic, put her mouth close to it, and the still warm blood flowed into her mouth. Like a ferocious beast, she detached her other arm and drank the warm blood inside, breathing in bursts of white mist. After doing all this, she left with her dismembered husband. Only a round head was left in the snow. Sun Wanner came to the window at some point and happened to see the fat woman drinking blood. She couldn't help but scream. Sun Wanner looked at the fat woman's back with fear, like a wild beast returning from foraging. Su-wei just felt a little nauseous in his chest. He frowned, suppressing his uneasiness, and sighed. There's nothing strange about that. When people are extremely hungry, they can do anything. Is she going to eat her husband? Sun Wanner asked in disbelief. Although she had seen many such scenes of dismemberment in the hospital before, those were to save lives, but the scene before her was cannibalism. Although Su-wei had never seen cannibalism in his previous life, he knew that some people did it. In this life, he was reborn with hundreds of billions of resources. Although he always said that human nature is ugly, deep down in his heart, he did not want to see this scene. So even though many of those owners died, at least thanks to Su-wei, everyone did not end up becoming animals. But the fat woman's behavior today made Su-wei suddenly understand something. Help in emergencies, but not in poverty. No matter how much supplies he has, it is useless. When human nature turns into animal nature, anything can happen. Chapter 72, First Love. How would it feel to dismember your husband and eat him? Su-wei looked out the window indifferently. He didn't want to know, and even less to think about it. In the end times, human nature has long been indifferent. In the face of extreme hunger, some people burst out with an amazing desire to survive, such as the fat woman. She would rather eat her husband than live. Some people cannot get over the rationality in their hearts and choose to end their own lives. How horrible! How could she eat people? How could this happen? Sun Wanner shook her head with lingering fear, trying to erase the scene from her mind. Su-wei said calmly, Who knows? The destructive power of the universe is not something humans can contend with. We are too small, as insignificant as dust. Fortunately, we are still alive, and we haven't become like that. Just as the two were feeling overwhelmed with emotion, the intercom suddenly rang. Su-wei, I have something to ask of you. Zhuang Chang's voice sounded hesitant in the intercom. Su-wei was stunned for a moment and said, You said, since the end of the world, Su-wei has been extremely wary of everyone around him. There are only a few people he can truly trust. One is Sun Wanner, and the other is Zhuang Chang. As for Yu Suawei and Chu Sheng, who had just been recruited by him, they were simply using their relationship. If anything unexpected happened, he would kick them out without hesitation. In Su-wei's impression, Zhuang Chang had never taken the initiative to speak to him. He always did what he was told without any complaints. But this time, he actually took the initiative to ask for help from him. I met an old friend. Her husband starved to death, and her daughter is dying. Zhuang Chang's tone gradually weakened, and he seemed embarrassed to speak. But after hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, I know Dr. Sun is a famous attending physician. Can you ask her to save this child? In this kind of environment, if a person gets sick, it is no different from death, let alone a child. Su Wei subconsciously glanced at Sun Wanner and said, "Is it reliable? You know, the people outside are no different from animals now. Be careful. This is the truth. If Zhuang Chang was sick, Su Wei would definitely let Sun Wanner take action without hesitation. But a stranger you have never met before, let alone whether he is so kind, what if he has other intentions? When a person comes to heaven from hell, his first reaction must be to do everything possible to stay. How could Zhuang Chang not understand this? But he still gritted his teeth and said, "She is my first love. I didn't expect to meet her at this time after more than 20 years. Please, I want to save her." His voice was trembling, like a child who had done something wrong. First love? Su Wei looked like a bystander. Wow, I haven't seen you for 20 years, but when we meet again today, everything has changed. One is a golden bachelor who has no worries about food and drink, and the other is a widow's first love who perseveres and waits for the judgment of fate. This is definitely a lasting love story that even TV dramas don't dare to portray. However, Zhuang Chang's first love is quite amazing. He can actually persist for so long in the apocalypse, and he even has a 2-year-old daughter. It can be seen that she was not an ordinary weak woman, otherwise the mother and daughter would have starved to death long ago. Thinking of this, Su Wei changed his tone and said with a smile, "My first love from back then, we are reunited today after a long separation. This is a good thing. No need to be shy. Bring her back first, and let Wanner show her to the child later." Zhuang Chang didn't expect Su Wei to have such a big change. When he took Su shouting in, he was extremely calm and showed no mercy at all. Su Wei laughed unhappily and said, "What? Come back quickly. The child is very weak. Don't delay." Su Wei, thank you. Really, thank you." Zhuang Chang's voice was choked with sobs on the intercom. Not being good at speaking, he could only keep repeating the word, "Thank you." Su Weiyan smiled calmly and said, "All right, we don't need this. Is it fun to thank each other like brothers? Okay, I'll be right back." After hanging up the phone, the smile on Su Wei's face disappeared instantly. Sun Wanner had already heard the conversation between the two from the side. She originally wanted to prepare some medical supplies in advance so that she could receive timely treatment later. But after seeing Su Wei's eyes, she calmed down immediately and said softly, "Actually, you don't want to save that mother and daughter at all, right?" Su Wei smiled at her in a malicious manner and said, "It's not good to be too smart." "Why? Brother Zhuang is so loyal to you. Don't you trust him too?" Sun Wanner felt a little sad. She knew that Su Wei was never someone who gave his feelings easily. But Zhuang Chang has been following him since before the end of the world. If Su Wei doesn't even trust him, then what about me? Apart from this body for venting her emotions and the medical skills that she is proud of, Sun Wanner has nothing else. She had thought that during the time they had been together, even if Su Wei didn't love her, he at least had some feelings for her. However, his reaction to Zhuang Chang today made Sun Wanner feel cold. Seeing Sun Wanner's pretty face full of loneliness, Su Wei knew that she must be overthinking it. He sighed, "I know Zhuang Chang's character, but you have to know that people change. Not just Zhuang Chang, but everyone." Sun Wanner wanted to say something else, but Su Wei shook his head and said, "It's not that I don't trust Brother Chang, but I don't trust that woman. A woman who can survive in such an extreme environment until now. Do you think she is a naive person?" He looked deeply and said, "If she came here and saw the environment here, what would she think? She would try her best to stay, and Zhuang Chang. You mean her appearance will affect Brother Chang's thinking?" Sun Wanner was indeed very smart and immediately understood what Su Wei meant. "That's right." He sneered. "A woman who can survive the apocalypse will become a potential threat if she can't control her greed." There's no need to say much about Zhuang Chang's character, but as the saying goes, men are most afraid of pillow talk. If that woman was too smart, considering Zhuang Chang's feelings for this first love, he would most likely be influenced by her. Sun Wanner nodded thoughtfully and said, "It's obvious that Brother Chang loves this first love very much. He has never asked you for anything before." So, Su Wei's face was a little cold, and he smiled and said, "Brother Chang must have been blinded by love. Once he is bewitched by that woman, his future life will be uneasy." Chapter 73, A Scheming Woman. Zhuang Chang came back soon. He jumped out of the car and carefully picked up a 2-year-old girl. Then, a fair-skinned woman got out of the car. She shuddered at first, hurriedly covered her wide-open neckline, and looked around curiously. It was a very beautiful villa with green bricks and tiles on the outside and bright lights inside. The woman became stunned as she watched. She didn't know how long it had been since she last saw lights since the apocalypse, let alone such a bright room. It's like a person in the dark suddenly seeing the dawn. Lingling, don't just stand there, come into the house. Zhuang Chang was holding the child, and when he saw the woman's dazed look, a hint of pride appeared on his face. Men are young until they die, especially in front of the women they like. They always want to show their best side and hear the other party say, "Wow, you are awesome." This kind of praise, which has no substantial benefits, makes countless men willingly give everything. The woman recovered and looked at Zhuang Chang with surprise, saying admiringly, "Brother Chang, I didn't expect you could afford such a luxurious house." This, Zhuang Chang was stunned for a moment, and said with a bit of embarrassment, "I don't live here, I live outside." Following the direction of Zhuang Chang's finger, the woman saw the storage room, which was only about 20 square meters. This. The shock on the woman's face disappeared visibly. Zhuang Chang was a little displeased, but he still smiled and coaxed her. "Come in, Lingling. It's very warm in there. I guarantee you won't want to leave once you're here." "Yeah, I'll be right there." The woman quickly put away the strange expression on her face and walked into the house with a smile. Like everyone who has been here, the woman was shocked as soon as she entered. The environment is warm and bright, and the facilities are complete, including bathroom and toilet. What was even more shocking was that the table was filled with all kinds of food. Although there were just some ordinary biscuit snacks and some instant packaged meat, you have to know that this is the end of the world and many people will never have a hot meal until they die. Regardless of Zhuang Chang's permission or not, the woman pounced on him like a hungry wolf, tearing open a roast chicken and gobbling it up. This was not enough. She opened other packages while eating, wishing she could stuff all of this in her stomach. Although Zhuang Chang wanted to tell her to cherish her food. But then she thought again, she must have been hungry for too long. And when she saw so much food all of a sudden, she couldn't control herself. Zhuang Chang put the child on the bed and fed her some soy milk and bread. The child's face became rosy. He then picked up the intercom and called out, "Hello, Sue. We're back. Is it convenient for you? Can Dr. Sun come down to see the child?" The woman who was eating heard this and hurriedly said incoherently, Yes, hurry up and save the child. The child has had a fever for several days." She had a pleading look on her face and shed tears like a loving mother. But when she was eating just now, she clearly didn't care about her daughter at all, but was eating heartily by herself. Sue received the call and brought Sun Wanner over. Now there is nothing in the community that can threaten him, and Sue is much less cautious. When he arrived at the storage room, he saw the woman who was eating and drinking voraciously. He didn't say anything, but Sun Wanner smiled and reminded him, "Sister, eat less. People who have been hungry for a long time should not overeat. It will damage their stomach." The woman then turned around and looked over. What a handsome man, what a beautiful woman. Seeing the two men wearing expensive clothes and Sun Wanner's pretty appearance, the woman quickly realized that these two people must be the masters. She quickly stood up, bowed with tears streaming down her face, and said, Thank you for taking me in. If it weren't for your kindness, my daughter and I would have starved to death. Thank you." The woman seemed to be expressing her gratitude sincerely, but her words carried other motives. What does "thank you for taking me in" mean? Just now, Zhuang Chang clearly just wanted to ask Sun Wanner to save people on the phone and did not mention taking them in. Although Sue knew what Zhuang Chang was thinking, he would definitely ask her to take them in. But now Zhuang Chang hasn't said anything yet, but this woman has taken the initiative to make a decision. Isn't this because she is afraid that Sue will refuse to take them in? This shows that this woman is not stupid at all. Zhuang Chang also looked embarrassed and said, "Stop talking, Lingling. I haven't told Sue about this yet. This is someone's home, and we need their consent." Then he smiled awkwardly at Sue and said, "She is my first love, Gao Ling. She used to live in Chaonan District. She met me by chance today, and that's why." Sue nodded and said, Sun Wanner also looked at the woman with some displeasure at this time. She felt that this woman named Gao Ling was too scheming. She then looked at the child in the bed, took out the medicine box, and checked it. She frowned and said, "The child's breathing is too weak. This is caused by lung damage. We need to quickly get a ward and give her a comprehensive examination." This? Gao Ling was a little bewildered and said, "I thought he was just hungry, and he caught a cold. Where can we get a hospital room at a time like this?" Sun Wanner put down her stethoscope with a serious expression and said, "There are many types of colds. The child is dying now and must be treated immediately." She knew that there were piles of medical equipment in Su Wei's space, even advanced CT machines. As long as he wanted, he could turn his home into a hospital. But Su Wei didn't say anything. He wanted to see what kind of person Gao Ling was. Gao Ling looked at her daughter with a conflicted expression, then looked at Zhuang Chang. Zhuang Chang couldn't help himself and begged, "Dr. Sun, please do your best. The child is still so young. It would be such a pity if he died like this." It seems that Zhuang Chang really loves Gao Ling. He is willing to be a cheap father and cares about her more than her biological father. "Don't worry, Brother Zhuang. I will do my best." Sun Wanner nodded and continued, "But this child must be treated immediately, otherwise." She looked at Su Wei beside her and saw that Su Wei shook his head and held back the rest of his words. She knew that if Su Wei was unwilling, it would be in vain even if the gods came. Gao Ling was also at a loss at this time. She cried, "But where can we get the medical equipment now? Or should we just take medicine? What if it can heal me?" She also knew that going to the hospital now was simply a pipe dream. Zhuang Chang quickly comforted him. "Don't worry. Why don't we go look outside? See if there's anything useful in those hospitals." Gao Ling was obviously stunned for a moment. It was obvious that she was absolutely unwilling to leave at this moment. Chapter 74. Who wants to have a baby with you? Having finally arrived in this warm environment, Gao Ling couldn't bear to leave. And judging from Su Wei and Sun Wanner's indifferent attitude, it was obvious that they were not very fond of her uninvited guest. What if after she gets out, they change their minds and don't agree to take her in? Wouldn't she have to go back to that cold and unbearable house? No, never. She knew that once she left here, only death would await her. Gao Ling leaned weakly on the sofa and said aggrievedly, "Qiang, I really don't have the strength. Why don't you go find someone? I'll take care of the child at home. Besides, the child can't leave me alone." Zhuang Chang thought about it and nodded, then stood up and prepared to go out. "No." Seeing Zhuang Chang's expression of wanting to give his life to you, Su Wei smiled helplessly. "Wanner, take the child to the medical room and tell me if you need anything. He is still the same, cold on the outside but warm on the inside." Sun Wanner smiled sweetly and prepared to leave with the child in her arms. Gao Ling subconsciously stood up and quickly followed her. Zhuang Chang quickly grabbed her and said seriously, "Come back, Lingling, we can't go there." "Why?" Gao Ling looked at the villa with longing. The furnishings inside were very exquisite. She could vaguely see the high-end furniture and beautiful murals. If Zhuang Chang's place is the gate to heaven, then that is where God lives. Zhuang Chang didn't explain too much, but said seriously, "No reason. That's Su Wei's house. No one can enter except Dr. Sun." He knew how much effort Su Wei had put into building this shelter, and he also understood that with Su Wei's character, no matter how strong he was, he would not allow any unknown risks to appear around him. "But that's my child. How can I not be with her?" Gao Ling's eyes were filled with unconcealed desire, but her face was filled with sadness. She said timidly, "I just want to stay with my child. Please, Brother Chang." "No," Zhuang Chang said in a rare firm tone. "That's not a place we can go. Don't worry, Dr. Sun is one of the top attending physicians in the country. Meng Meng will be fine with her around." Upon hearing this, Su Wei just smiled and took Sun Wanner and the child back. The first basement floor has now become Sun Wanner's laboratory, which is equipped with various instruments. However, so far, her experiments on zombies have not made any progress. Su Wei converted a room next door into the suggested medical room. Taking out a set of medical equipment from the space, Sun Wanner began to examine the child. After half an hour, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She wiped the sweat from her face and said, "Luckily you stocked up on those testers. Otherwise this child would be incurable." But Gao Ling is a bit greedy. She doesn't seem to really like Brother Zhuang. Su Wei was fiddling with the experimental equipment outside and said casually, "It doesn't matter. As long as she behaves well and doesn't cause trouble, I'll just consider it as finding a companion for Brother Chang." Sun Wanner smiled and said, "I hope so. Otherwise you'll start a killing spree again." Su Wei fiddled with the microscope and shook his head. "I'm afraid we can't do that this time. Otherwise, there will be a rift between us. We need to let Brother Chang see the woman's true face for himself. Otherwise, everyone will become alienated. Honest advice is often unpleasant to the ear." If a person cannot understand some things himself, no matter how much others persuade him, it will be in vain and will even cause him to resent it. Sun Wanner nodded, then worriedly said, "But I don't know how to raise a child. The baby is still young, and she'll poop. What should I do? I don't know how to do that either." Sue put down the microscope, picked up another test tube, and shrugged with a smile. At this time, the child in the medical room woke up, followed by a loud cry. "Oh, really? This is so annoying." Sun Wanner went upstairs with a pout and came down with a few packets of milk powder and diapers. These things are what Su Wei usually uses to train his supernatural powers, and now they come in handy. Su Wei sat on the experimental table, folded his arms, and watched with a smile as Sun Wanner busily changed the baby's diaper and occasionally let out a few screams. "Ah, she peed on my hand." Sun Wanner retreated a long way like a frightened rabbit. "Ah." Su Wei finally couldn't help laughing. Sun Wanner wiped the urine stains off her hands awkwardly and glared at him angrily. "You're still laughing? It's all your fault. Why did you ask Brother Zhuang to bring them back for no reason?" Su Wei was speechless. "Hey, you said I was unkind before. Why are you blaming me now?" Sun Wanner was immediately choked up, curled her lips, and said, "Then you'd better avoid such favors in the future." Ah. Su Wei smiled and said, "All right, just treat this as a practice run. You'll be more comfortable with it in the future. Rehearse in advance." Sun Wanner suddenly froze in place, her face flushed red, with a hint of longing mixed with shyness. "Bah, who wants to have a baby with you?" She continued to change the baby's diaper with a blushing face, but there was an unconcealable smile on her pretty face. "He wants me to bear his child. Does that mean he already considers me his woman? But I am an independent woman after all. Should I agree to him? But children are sometimes very cute too, with chubby little hands and feet that are cute and delicate. If they are your own children, they will definitely be more beautiful and lovely. Women are like this. As long as you give them a topic, they can associate it with all kinds of images." Although Su Wei is not in a hurry to pass on the family line now, this matter is inevitable. If nothing unexpected happens, Sun Wanner should be the mother of his child. Of course, this is assuming nothing unexpected happens. In the storage room over here, after eating, Gao Ling's complexion became much rosier, and her already fair face looked even more charming. Su Wei was right. This woman was definitely not an ordinary naive girl. When she walked in just now, there was no dirt on her face. Although her body was a little dirty, she was dressed very neatly and the 2 rows of buttons on her chest. In a weather of -50 degrees, no one will forget to keep warm. If she didn't mean it, Su Wei would dig out her eyes. Moreover, in this environment where human lives are not guaranteed, Gao Ling actually has time to care about her appearance. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is a copy of Su Shouting. Unfortunately, Zhuang Chong has now fallen in love. After all, Gao Ling and Su Shouting are different. One is his first love, whom he once loved deeply, while the other is just a temporary person to satisfy his physical needs. At this time, Gao Ling, who had eaten and drunk her fill, gradually became lively. There were tears in her eyes, which made her look very pitiful. She kept talking about her daughter, like a very loving mother. Zhuang Chong had no way to coax a woman, so he could only comfort her constantly. Chapter 75. "Ah, Chong, hold me quickly." After a passionate love affair, this first love rediscovered the beauty of the past. Gao Ling snuggled obediently in Zhuang Chong's arms like a little girl who had never seen the world. "Ah, Chong, since you've known Su Wei for a long time and have done so many things for him, why did he let you live outside?" She still didn't give up. That villa was a fatal temptation to her. Although the environment here was hundreds of times better than outside, who wouldn't want to live a better life? Zhuang Chong lay on the bed with a look of enjoyment on his face and said casually, "Su Wei said that the most unpredictable thing in the end times is the human heart, so we must be extremely careful and not trust anyone easily." "Even you can't?" Gao Ling lay on his broad chest, her fingers constantly drawing circles on his lower abdomen. Zhuang Chong was provoked to the point of raising his enemy again, and said with a smile, "Of course he believes me. That's right. You've done so much for him. How could not trust you? Besides, my Ah Chong is so powerful that he can even catch zombies. Who wouldn't want to have such a strong man?" Gao Ling knew very well what a man needed most: face. Zhuang Chong said with pride, "Zombies are nothing. Yesterday we got a super zombie. That thing was really powerful. It broke a tree as thick as a bowl with it. but I managed to stop it in the end. I told you my Aqiang is the best. She first praised him, but then said, but I always feel that Su Wei looks down on others, as if everyone is his servant. No, he just doesn't dare to trust those people, so he is always on guard. Besides, without Su Wei, I would have starved to death long ago. Zhuangchang has always been a grateful person. He was afraid that he would never be able to repay Su Wei's kindness to him in this lifetime. After hearing what he said, Gao Ling knew she couldn't continue and change her tone. Well, Su Wei is a good person and treats you very well. After a brief silence, the two became affectionate again. After a while, Gao Ling suddenly pushed away Zhuangchang's hand that was about to explore downwards and sighed, "Oh, I wonder how Ming Ming is doing." Zhuangchang, already rekindled with anger, hurriedly advised, "Don't worry, Dr. Sun's medical skills are among the best in the country, and he will definitely be able to cure the child." Gao Ling held that hand and gently rubbed it under her lower abdomen, and Zhuangchang's spark of desire gradually became more intense. But they've never taken care of a child before. Ming Ming is still young. She'll make a fuss if she's given in a little bit. What if she annoys Su Wei and his wife? Gao Ling sighed, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Yes. Zhuangchang nodded helplessly. Su Wei and Dr. Sun haven't gotten married yet, so they definitely don't know how to take care of children. Maybe they're worried about it right now. How about I go see the kids tomorrow? Gao Ling asked tentatively, then quickly added, "We have to teach them how to take care of children, otherwise they'll get annoyed. If there's any rift, it won't look good." "That's true." Zhuangchang didn't doubt it and nodded, saying, "Then I'll talk to Su Wei tomorrow." "Well, if that doesn't work, just bring the child back home. After all, it's not convenient to stay at someone else's house all the time." Gao Ling turned over and sat on Zhuangchang as she spoke. Zhuangchang, who was about to pick up his gun and mount his horse, was stunned. Carry him back? Although the child is still young, he is old enough to talk. If I bring him back, there is limited space here, and it will be inconvenient to do things with him in the future. Anyway, Su Wei's house has 4 floors, so there is always room for the children to live. "What are you thinking about, Aqiang? Hug me." He couldn't help but think too much. Gao Ling took the initiative to hug his head and pressed it into those soft breasts. The next day at noon, Zhuangchang sat up from the bed with a groan. Gao Ling got up early and prepared some food. Although it was just some simple fast food, after she processed it, it instantly became a delicious meal. I saw some vegetables in the cupboard, so I took the liberty of making a salad. "Does it taste good?" Gao Ling looked at Zhuangchang with hope, like a little girl waiting for her father's praise. Zhuangchang immediately devoured the food, praising it repeatedly. "It's delicious." Lingling's cooking skills are impeccable. The joy of meeting his first love again, the aftertaste of lovemaking, and this table full of loving food, it was no surprise that Zhuangchang fell for her. After dinner, he just had some ideas in mind, but was stopped by Gao Ling's words. "Why don't we go and take the child back? After all, we will be a family from now on. We can't always live in someone else's house." Zhuangchang's face suddenly turned bitter. As for whether he loves Gao Ling or not, there is no need to ask. It must be true love. But no matter how strong the true love is, it does not mean that he can willingly help others raise a child. If he really couldn't bear it, he would have abandoned the child long ago. Besides, Gao Ling would never give up the child. If he really did that, Gao Ling would definitely part ways with him. Of course, this is just Zhuangchang's idea. So he picked up the intercom and called Su Wei. Brother Chang gets up very early. Su Wei glanced at the clock on the wall, which read 2:30 in the afternoon, and smiled jokingly. "Hey, I lost my composure yesterday." "Haha, you never lose your composure. As a man, aren't you the same? It's only been a month, and you've worn Dr. Sun out." The two of them exchanged a few banter, and Zhuangchang got straight to the point. "Su Wei, there's something I want to discuss with you." "What's wrong?" Zhuangchang smiled awkwardly. "Isn't this my Lingling? You guys have never taken care of a child before, so I think you must be in a mess. Let's see if we can let her go and take care of the child. Come back after she's coaxed him out." "Oh, about this." Su Wei replied indifferently. "Don't worry." Zhuangchang thought he was angry and said quickly, "I also think the child is too annoying with you, and I'm worried that you're not comfortable." Lingling said she wanted to bring the child back, but I just had a happy day. If the child comes, I won't have enough space here. It is said that men are animals who think with their lower body, and Zhuangchang has fully proved this statement. Su Wei smiled but said nothing. He knew that Gao Ling must have whispered this in his ears yesterday, Otherwise, with Zhuang Chang's personality, he would never have said such words. Su Wei pretended to hesitate for a while and said, "Okay then, let her come over every morning, noon, and evening to feed the child and change his diapers." "Well," Zhuang Chang smiled and nodded. "I said you were a very considerate brother. Ha! If our eldest nephew comes out tomorrow, I will let Lingling take care of the child for you, and you two don't have to worry about anything." "So Wei Saden Ismail, let her take care of my child? What will my future children become like?" Chapter 76. A Big Harvest at the Police Station. 43rd day after the end of the world. The bustling and prosperous Yuntai city in the past life fell into a dead silence, as if its soul had been sucked away by God. Under the white snow, ice swallowed up everything on the surface. Those buildings that were originally towering into the sky now seemed to be shorter. Countless lives were lost in the blizzard, and the infrastructure that we once took pride in was reduced to ruins. Su Wei stood in front of the skylight, holding up a telescope and looking into the distance. Everything he saw was white. Should we go out and find some supplies? He calculated the types of supplies in the space. There was definitely no shortage of food, and energy was also more than sufficient, but offensive weapons became a shortcoming. China's laws are world-class, and the gun ban has been in place for 80 years. Except for the top bosses, ordinary people don't even have the chance to touch a bullet. But now it is the end of the world. Even if he has superpowers, he has no offensive weapons to defend himself, so Su Wei always feels a little worried. He still remembers what Manhwa Feng said at that time. The 6 air defense bases in Yuntai City are now controlled by some bigwigs. If this is true, then they must have an army to rely on and even have those high-tech weapons. His secrets will be revealed one day, and then those powerful forces will definitely take action against him. Even if he can escape with his supernatural powers, he will become a stray dog. Su Wei doesn't want to be a dog. He didn't want to in his previous life, and he doesn't want to in this life either. He has a happy and peaceful house where it's spring all year round, and it is like heaven. He had a pretty and charming maid who made him enjoy the life of an emperor in this devastated apocalypse. He also has a loyal and righteous friend who makes his monotonous life less lonely. And those lovely owners, although they're annoying sometimes, every time Su Wei sees these people appear, he has a feeling that the world has not yet ended, making him feel that all this is still real. Therefore, in order to protect all this, he must become stronger. Just do it. After turning on the intercom and greeting Zhuang Chang, the two of them drove out of the community in a snowmobile. In his impression, more than 20 kilometers away from the city on the clouds is the Chaonan District Public Security Bureau, and perhaps he can gain something there. As he sped past, he could vaguely see human figures flickering in those high-end residential areas. This proves that there are still many people alive at this moment, and they're using the tenacious will of mankind to fight the final battle against those disasters. Although they will die eventually, as long as they live one more day, they will have one more day of hope. When the ice age stabilizes, the surviving humans will gradually adapt to this extremely cold and resource-scarce environment, and at least they will not die so easily. Just like the Siberian snow wolves, after hundreds of years of reproduction and development, they finally became the masters of the snow. Su Wei tried to look at the sides of the road, and those incomplete public facilities were instantly taken in by his space. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, a sense of security rising in his heart. A great man once said, "In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks will be futile." After driving on the snow-covered road for more than half an hour, Su Wei and Zhuang Chang finally arrived at the Chaonan District Police Station. It was quiet inside, as if it had been abandoned. However, the Public Security Bureau is now more than half covered with ice and snow. They can only climb up to the 4th floor from the middle of the 3rd floor and then search from the 4th floor downwards. Climbing up to the 4th floor window, Su Wei took out a cutting knife from the space, and after working for more than 10 minutes, he finally made a hole for people to pass through. He jumped into the house in a few seconds, took out a pistol, and threw it to Zhuang Chang. The pistol does not pose much threat to Su Wei now. Besides, it is unlikely that Zhuang Chang will betray him, so giving it to him can increase his combat effectiveness. For me, as soon as Zhuang Chang came in, he caught the pistol thrown by Su Wei and started playing with it with a happy look on his face. Su Wei smiled and said, "How about it, Brother Chang? Do you know how to use it?" "What a joke," Zhuang Chang said proudly. "I'm a veteran. Even if I forget who my wife is, I'll never forget how to use a gun." As he said this, he took a step forward and assumed a standard fighting stance, holding the gun in both hands and squinting his right eye as he looked around. But soon difficulties arose again. After they went down to the second floor, the place was already covered with ice and snow, and there was not a trace of light. Sue had no choice but to take out 2 oversized lighting lamps and connect them to the energy storage source. The office building suddenly became much brighter, just like stars suddenly appearing in the dark night. However, he and Zhuang Chang were not familiar with the internal structure of the Public Security Bureau and had no idea where the armory was located, so they could only search room by room. The second floor is mostly occupied by various police officers' offices. Apart from some documents, there are only a few computers that can never be turned on. Sue didn't stop and went directly to the first floor via the internal stairs. Because of the ice and snow, the first floor was covered with a lot of ice and snow, so we could only walk in the best places. The door could not be opened, so we could only break the window to enter. If this had happened in the past, they would have been sentenced to at least 3 to 5 days in prison for their banditry in robbing the police station. When they broke down the door of a detention room, the scene inside made him laugh and cry. In the closed detention room, a row of iron benches were placed against the wall. 7 or 8 criminal suspects were huddled together, still wearing pre-apocalyptic short-sleeve shirts. Sue couldn't help but sigh. Don't break the law. Otherwise, if the end of the world suddenly comes while you are being interrogated, that would be. He had been to the police station before for some business reasons, and the oppressive feeling in the enclosed space remained with him for a long time. Sue did not stay for long, because there was obviously nothing he needed here. We walked around the interrogation room and came to a room at the end of the corridor. The thick iron door indicated that the things inside must be extraordinary. He gave a wink, and Zhuang Chang raised his hand and fired 2 shots at the keyhole. Perhaps the iron door was a little stiff after being frozen, and the 2 men banged on it for a long time before they could open it. Sue was right. This was where the police station stored their weapons, including 94 pistols, automatic rifles, and even a brand new AW-50. This is the good stuff. When Zhuang Chang saw the sniper rifle, his eyes widened and he hugged it in his arms, even more excited than when he hugged Gao Ling yesterday. Sue also took it and played with it for a while before putting it into the space. No man can resist the temptation of guns, especially Chinese men. Especially this AW-50, with its long-range, high-explosive bullets. Any creature within 800 meters will be slaughtered by it. If I go home and hang it on the skylight, everything I see will be a pure land. But thinking about his own marksmanship, Sue sighed helplessly. Chapter 77. It's been a long time since I last saw you. After clearing out all the guns in the room, Sue did not let go of the remaining items. Bulletproof vests, bulletproof helmets, high-explosive shields, and even more fortunately, he actually found a box of unopened grenades, which was a real good thing. So what if I'm bad at shooting? Once this thing explodes, it will be an indiscriminate attack, and everyone within the blast range will die. If combined with his own special abilities, Sue seemed to have opened a door to a new world, with ecstasy on his face. Imagine you're facing an enemy with your bare hands, and he is mocking you with disdain. Suddenly, when you look up, a grenade falls from the sky. Not to mention a psychic, even a god would be blown to pieces. Sue was really happy this time. It was not a wasted trip today. Not only did he get so many weapons, but he also learned an important piece of information from the side. There should still be a lot of supplies in the city that is covered by ice at this moment. There were no signs before the end of the world, so by the time people realized it, it was too late to search for the supplies buried under the ice and snow. In addition, the temperature has dropped rapidly in the past few dozen days. Without powerful means of transportation, ordinary people would be frozen to death before walking 10 kilometers. The 2 returned to the car with a full load, but both looked unsatisfied. Sue, how about we go somewhere else? Zhuang Chang hadn't walked this far in a while. He looked at the scenery outside greedily and said, with the snowmobile, as long as it's not a collapsed area, we can go anywhere. Yeah, anywhere. Sue also looked at the ice and snow world outside. Now those survivors are trapped in a small space and unable to escape, but he can roam freely outside. This is true happiness. If there is no freedom, what is the meaning of living? Although there is no poetry and distant places in this world anymore, there are more landscapes that he has never seen before. Seeing that it was still early, the 2 looked at each other and said in unison, how about we go shopping again? Ah. Walk. The roar of the snowmobile echoed in every corner of the city until it encountered a familiar building and then slowly stopped. Qingyan Building. Zhuangchang glanced at the plaque on the building. Su Wei smiled and nodded. My company used to be in this building. Zhuangchang smiled with some envy and said, what a great place. If it were in the past, I would never have been able to come here in my entire life. The Qingyan Building is 75 stories high. Since the third floor was frozen, Su Wei could only break in through the window. The two of them easily cut a hole and soon reached the 13th floor. Su Wei subconsciously pressed the scanner on the electronic door and kicked it again with a smile. Bang! The glass door was shattered all over the floor. People have said this door is weak before, and the building management even said it was explosion-proof glass. What the hell is that? Su Wei patted the glass shards on his body and strode to his original office. Zhuangchang followed behind and said with a smile, Are you thinking of revisiting your old place? That was just a side job. Su Wei replied casually, then walked straight to the closet behind the desk and pushed it hard, revealing a large space inside. Secret chamber? Zhuangchang asked curiously. Did you store treasures here before? Su Wei nodded seriously, walked to the computer, and took out a hard drive from the partition below. He said, 2 terabytes of movies, enough to watch for a long time. Before, he was so busy stockpiling supplies that he forgot about such an important thing. In such a boring environment, nothing can cultivate one's sentiment better than a short movie. Zhuangchang's eyes lit up immediately, and he said, Make a copy for me later. Don't you have Gao Ling? Well, you still have Dr. Sunday. I'm here to add some fun and to observe and learn some mental skills. That's absolutely right. After putting the hard drive away, the two returned the same way. When passing by the entrance of a shopping mall on the way, Zhuangchang suddenly stopped. I've always heard people say that luxury goods are incredibly expensive. How about we indulge ourselves today? Walk. Su Wei got out of the car with a smile. He used to be considered an elite and had been exposed to luxury goods quite a lot, especially after he met Qin Moyu. More than half of his wallet was spent on these things. However, Zhuangchang wanted to take a look, so he couldn't object. Anyway, today's mission has been completed, so just treat it as a treasure hunt in the city in the end times. The two came to the first floor of the mall. Due to the high terrain, the ice and snow here did not cover the entire floor. They could vaguely see many shiny things on some counters. Zhuangchang found a gap and jumped in, heading straight for the golden booth. It's all gold. At this moment, he was like a bank robber, violently smashing the exhibition stand and taking away all the gold jewelry and small gold bricks inside. In a previous life, these things were real hard currency. But now, it can only be used as a decoration. Su Wei came to a jade exhibition stand and saw at a glance a piece of iced jadeite lying quietly in the corner. It was a very clean piece, without a trace of impurities on it. He kicked the cabinet open, picked up the jade token, and immediately felt a warm coolness. Sun Wanner has been here for almost a month, so this can be considered a gift for her. Then he put the jade token into his pocket with peace of mind. When he turned around again, Zhuangchang had already run to the men's clothing area, which was full of high-end suits and some extremely expensive haute couture clothing. Su Wei, please let me put it on. Zhuangchang came over with a bunch of things, including jewelry, gold and silver, bags, and women's clothing. It seemed that he was going back to please Gao Ling. But he didn't intend to care about these things, and he couldn't care about them. As he glanced over, the thing in Zhuangchang's arms disappeared instantly. After sweeping for half an hour, the two returned with a full load again, but this time it was mainly Zhuangchang who was sweeping, and Su Wei was not very interested in these things. When we drove back to the villa, it was already dark. Zhuangchang looked at the storage room with joy, but found that Gao Ling was not there. At this time, Su Wei also walked in. He saw Gao Ling holding the child with her breasts exposed, coaxing the child to feed. Sun Wanner beside her had a cold expression on her face and seemed to be very disgusted with her. After seeing Su Wei return, Sun Wanner said calmly, Sister Gao, the master is back. You should go too, so that Brother Zhuang won't look for you. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was an order to evict someone. But Gao Ling seemed not to see Su Wei, still exposing the full white breasts on her chest, and even deliberately squeezed them with her hands and stuffed them in her daughter's mouth. She seemed anxious and said, Okay, Dr. Sun, I'll leave now. Let the child eat a few more bites. He'll be full soon. The child had no idea about this and just sipped the food, obviously having eaten his fill long ago. Chapter 78. familiar female celebrity. In this world, only women can make men crazy. 90% of men, when they meet a very proactive and charming woman, their first reaction is to pounce on her. Gao Ling has put this into practice very well. Her bare chest seemed to carry a bit of maternal radiance, but in fact it was full of sexiness. After seeing Su Wei coming over, Gao Ling leaned over and thanked him. "Mr. Su, thank you for saving my Meng Meng." Because she was breastfeeding, she was not wearing any underwear. When she lowered her head, her two proud breasts popped out. Gao Ling covered her chest in panic, but couldn't button the 2 rows of buttons in front. She was flustered and shy, but anyone can see that she did this on purpose. Snort. Seeing that Su Wei had no intention of avoiding the question, Sun Wanner snorted coldly. "What a pig. Isn't it said that you shouldn't bully your friend's wife? You're clearly being rude." Su Wei ignored the jealous Sun Wanner and smiled at Gao Ling, saying, "I'm sorry, Sister Gao. I just got back and didn't know you were here. No, it's my fault. I was so busy nursing the baby that I forgot." Gao Ling looked as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, and her charming and shy look made people feel a little moved. It is said that young women are the ceiling for women. Boss Chow is right. Then go back if you have nothing else to do. Brother Chong is still waiting for you to cook at home. Since Su Weidu had spoken, Gao Ling naturally didn't dare to stay any longer. She put the sleeping child back into the room and looked at the villa with nostalgia. After she left, Sun Wanner actually came out wearing a bikini. "It's so cold. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" Su Wei stared with his eyes wide open. The black cloth seemed to cover several important parts, but could not hide his restless heart. She still holds the pipa, half covering her face, turning the axis, and plucking the strings a few times. This is the highest level of seducing a man. It seems that Sun Wanner has been working hard recently. Sun Wanner walked over barefoot, taking small, quick steps. She said angrily, "Your eyes must have been blurry just now, right? So who do you think is prettier, her or me?" "So wait, Chekev. This little girl is really jealous." He dragged his chin in mock seriousness and pondered. "They're not even in the same age group. How can we compare? Besides, Gao Ling's advantage lies in her charm. They're just in different ages." So you want to try it?" Sun Wanner pretended to be angry and pinched his arm, but she didn't dare to use too much force. "Try her? What's so good about her? You, on the other hand, are making rapid progress." Su Wei reached out and dishonestly pulled open the black lace strap. "You will bring disaster to others." Sun Wanner's cheeks were slightly red, but she did not try to cover it. Instead, she puffed out her chest, as if in protest. "When there are flowers to be plucked, pluck them immediately." Su Wei turned over and pressed her down on the sofa. Sun Wanner was also very proactive this time. She hooked her hands around his neck tightly and swam around every corner of Su Wei's body like a frightened octopus. After omitting 10,000 words, the two of them lay on the sofa, leaning against each other, and Su Wei took out a blanket out of thin air and covered them with it. Sun Wanner, on the other hand, curled up in his arms with a look of satisfaction, her little hands constantly drawing circles somewhere. Gao Ling is getting more and more outrageous. She was clearly trying to seduce you just now. I don't believe you couldn't see it. After the battle, Sun Wanner was still angry. Su Wei smiled and said, "Hasn't this jealous jar been lifted up yet? I just can't help it up." Sun Wanner pinched it coquettishly and said seriously, "You're so smart. Can't you see that Gao Ling wants to take over my position? And she's Brother Zhuang's woman. What if?" She didn't know when it started, but she gradually developed an attachment to Su Wei. Once a woman's possessiveness erupts, it is more terrifying than a man's. No woman is willing to share her man with others, let alone a top beauty like Sun Wanner. Although she lived under someone else's roof, the pride in her heart never disappeared. Su Wei looked out the window calmly. "How can I not see it? But the more you pay attention to this kind of woman, the more excited she will be, and then it will become more embarrassing. So let her do whatever she wants." Sun Wanner was a little angry. She thought Su Wei must be tired of her and wanted to try something new. If you want to destroy it, you must first let it expand. Su Wei sneered. "Zhuang Chong is not a fool. He is just too nostalgic for the previous relationship. The more it is now, the more we can't persuade her. We can only let her see Gao Ling's true face for herself." After venting, Su Wei felt relaxed all over. He went to the skylight on the second floor, took out the AW-50 from the space, and placed it on top. Looking through the scope, he could see everything. Is this what is called an 8-fold mirror? Sue looked left and right happily. The buildings that looked like toys in the distance now seemed to be right in front of him. He looked again from a different angle, and suddenly several sneaky figures appeared in the camera. Villa in Area A? Sue took a closer look at those people and found out that they were Crazy Donkey and his two younger brothers. Shouldn't they be outside catching zombies at this time? The three men came out of Area A and did not walk far, but walked towards a villa in Area C. The two younger brothers behind them stepped forward and kicked open the window of the villa. A figure suddenly flashed across the originally quiet room. Although it was just a flash, Sue still saw with his sharp eyes that it was a woman with a good figure and fair and shiny skin. Crazy Donkey jumped in first, rummaged through the drawers and cabinets, and then walked towards the bedroom with a woman in his hand. It's really addictive. Sue smacked his lips and said, "It's 50 degrees below zero, and you're still thinking about this. Aren't you afraid of freezing yourself?" The woman was caught and struggled constantly, her mouth opening and closing, probably calling for help. But no one would save her at this time. The Crazy Donkey threw the woman on the bed with a lewd smile, picked up a few quilts from the side, and threw them on the bed, then quickly took off his down jacket. The woman took the opportunity to run away, and as soon as she stood up, she was right in front of Sue camera. "Oh my God!" Sue stood up straight and looked at the woman in the camera in surprise. "It's her?" There are many female celebrities in the Cloud City, but they fly all over the country every day and rarely have time to stay at home. Sue has lived here for more than 2 years and has never seen a familiar female celebrity. Today he finally saw her alive, and she was an actress he particularly admired, Bai Menglu. I heard that she was named this way because when her mother was pregnant with her, she dreamed of a snow-white fawn, so she was named that way. Sue subconsciously thought, what if her mother dreamed of a dog? Chapter 79. Is it necessary to use a heavy sniper to play with a woman? In recent years, China's economy has been unprecedentedly prosperous. With money, there are naturally more entertainment options. Various talent shows emerge one after another, and there are countless star actors who rise to fame. But for an actor, no matter how popular you are at first, if you don't have good works, your fame will eventually be short-lived. Bai Menglu is also a rising star in recent years. Although her acting skills are still a little immature, her serious and responsible attitude has won unanimous praise. After filming more than a dozen hit TV series, Bai Menglu finally gained a foothold in the entertainment industry. With the support of several variety shows with good ratings, her fame has remained high in recent years. Even Sue Wei, a science and engineering guy who doesn't surf the internet much, knows it very well. Damn it! The good cabbage was eaten by the pig. Sue smacked his lips and shook his head with some regret. He didn't expect that such a rising star who was attracting everyone's attention would fall into the hands of a gangster. Why? Sue sighed and subconsciously straightened his back. But his movement didn't matter. The hand on the trigger was also pulled bang. A high-explosive bullet whizzed out like a tongue of fire, easily shattering the glass of the villa and narrowly passing by the Crazy Donkey's ear. This? Sue stared at his hands in a daze, then stood there awkwardly. Immediately afterwards, Sun Wanner's scream was heard from the kitchen downstairs. What happened? Who's shooting? In Bai Menglu's villa, Crazy Donkey was already overwhelmed by desire. He ignored the cold weather and stripped himself down to his underwear. Then he pressed Bai Menglu, who wanted to escape, into the quilt and pounced on him impatiently. Bang! The Crazy Donkey only felt a gust of wind whistling past his ears. The next second, a bullet shattered the wall cabinet in front of him, making a hole the size of a fist in the wall. A bullet as thick as a thumb was embedded firmly in the brick. Crazy Donkey subconsciously touched his ear and felt a burning pain, which made him take a deep breath and fall onto the bed with a thud. The surging desire was extinguished in an instant. He looked back in horror and saw that the glass on the window was shattered all over the floor, with only a few shards left hanging on it. Boss! The two younger brothers waiting in line outside the door also heard the gunshots and rushed in hurriedly. Bai Menglu was also dumbfounded. She curled up in the quilt, trembling with fear, her eyes fixed on the window. Besides fear, there was also a hint of relief in her eyes. Who hit him? The Crazy Donkey finally came to his senses. He stood up, covering his bleeding ear with a ferocious look on his face. The younger brother looked through the window for a few times and quickly said, I don't know. There's no one outside. Wrong. Crazy Donkey shook his head, his eyes cold and cold. This was not shot by an ordinary pistol, but some large firearm. Your bullet. A bullet as thick as a thumb, with a hole as big as a bowl. The younger brother was startled and subconsciously said, "Who the hell is this? Is it necessary to use a heavy sniper to play with a woman?" Heavy sniper? Crazy Donkey is not very proficient in firearms, but he also knows the power of heavy sniper rifles. The younger brother pointed at the hole in the wall and said with tears in his eyes, "Boss, this bullet is specially made for military heavy snipers. It can blow a person's head into a rotten watermelon from 1,000 meters away." Upon hearing this, Crazy Donkey looked up into the distance. 1,000 meters away. That means forget about revenge. Even if he can withstand the cold and walk 1,000 meters, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. But if he just let it go like this, he would be unwilling to do so. The allure of celebrities is so great that ordinary people can only fantasize about them through the screen throughout their lives. Yesterday, when I was out making snow water, I stumbled upon by Manga also making snow water, so I told him the news. Ever since Su Wei established the corpse removal team, Crazy Donkey and his subordinates no longer have to worry about food. It is said that when people are well fed and clothed, they will think about sex, let alone being a hooligan. When you have nothing to do after eating, you will naturally have thoughts about that. In the past 10 days, Crazy Donkey used food to seduce many female owners of Cloud City, and most of these high-quality beauties have been released by him. However, no matter how beautiful a beauty is, it is not as exciting as having the aura of a star. It was originally agreed that everyone would take turns today to enjoy this popular young actress in the entertainment industry. But unexpectedly, before the show even started, she was targeted with a heavy sniper. If the bullet had been 2 centimeters to the left, half of his face would have been gone. Damn it. Crazy Donkey hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is there someone protecting her in secret?" Bai Menglu on the bed was also stunned for a moment, because she knew very well that she had no bodyguards around her. She originally bought this house for her own vacation use. Yuntai City is like spring all year round, and many celebrities come here to play in their spare time. Bai Menglu had just finished filming a variety show in Shanghai, and since it happened to be close to Yuntai City, she came here to rest for 2 days. But she never imagined that the end of the world would come a few days later. The Bai Menglu trapped here can only survive alone with difficulty. Fortunately, most little girls like to stock up on various snacks at home. Especially for a foodie like Bai Menglu, the food stock at home fills up a whole room. But who knew that the disaster brought by the end of the world would become more and more severe? After the water and electricity were cut off, she could only go out to dig snow to melt water. A lot of things happen in the city on the clouds these days. Although she had never shown up, she knew everything. So she was more cautious, fearing that her existence would be discovered. Just as Crazy Donkey thought. A popular young actress suddenly appeared in this environment where humanity had long been lost. Not to mention ordinary people. Even the rich bosses are drooling over her. Once she is discovered, her fate will definitely be miserable. But unexpectedly, even though she was careful enough, she was still discovered. She thought she was doomed today, and she was even prepared to fight to the death. But who would have thought that a sniper would save her? Who is he? At this moment, the 4 people in the room had the same idea. At this moment, I transformed into Sherlock Holmes and analyzed seriously. There aren't many people in Yuntai City who can own this kind of heavy sniper rifle. They're either in the military or some super powerful person. But if it was the military, they couldn't have just fired 1 shot. Crazy Donkey nodded in agreement. If the military wants to kill someone, it won't be as simple as 1 shot, but a fight to the death. The younger brother continued, "But if it's a big shot, I've never heard of this woman having an affair with any big shot before. Who could that be? How big a grudge is this?" Crazy Donkey looked at the bullet hole with lingering fear. At this time, the younger brother also took a closer look at the bullet hole and quickly discovered the clue. He shook his head and said, "No, this is not from a distance. Even a Barrett can't hit the wall like this at a distance of 1,000 meters. If it's not far away, then it's near." Chapter 80. They are having an affair. The analysis was as fierce as a tiger. The younger brother's IQ exploded at this moment. He shuddered suddenly and shouted, "I know. It's Su Wei. This must be Su Wei's doing." "What did you say?" Crazy Donkey was also shocked. The younger brother trembled a little and said, "Boss, besides Su Wei, who else in Yunshang City has this ability? Even if there is, he would have been killed by him long ago. If you ask who he is most afraid of at the moment, Su Wei would definitely be at the top of the list. In the doomsday, all big shots are shit, and strength is the only thing that matters. During this period of time, in the hearts of the owners of Yunshang City, Su Wei is like a god. He holds a lifeline of everyone in his hands. It is no exaggeration to say that if Su Wei no longer needs zombies one day, none of them will be able to survive. And this person is definitely not a good person. He seemed to never attack others, but many people died because of him. First it was Su Jiang who was cheated by him twice, then it was Lu Zhen, followed by Zhang Yaoyu, and later Feng Yifan. All these people were indirectly killed by him. It was only at this moment that Crazy Donkey connected all these things together, and then he became completely panicked. All these big figures in the City of Clouds were killed by Su Wei. So when Crazy Donkey learned that it was Su Wei who did it, all his anger disappeared. All that is left is deep regret. If he had known that Su Wei had taken a fancy to Bai Menglu, he would not have dared to cause trouble even if he had 300 guts. But he never said anything about this. Fishing enforcement, definitely fishing enforcement. Crazy Donkey felt a little aggrieved at this moment. He felt that Su Wei was just playing with him, like a cat and mouse. After turning around a few times, Crazy Donkey gritted his teeth and walked to the bed. "Don't come over here." Bai Menglu was so frightened that she shuddered and quickly hugged the quilt tightly. "I'm sorry, Miss Bai." Crazy Donkey bowed deeply to her and said respectfully, "I offended you today. If you want to be beaten or punished, just say it. I will never dare to resist." Huh? Bai Menglu stared blankly at the Crazy Donkey, her delicate and pretty face full of confusion. Crazy Donkey continued, "Please help me explain to President Su. I really didn't know you were President Su's man. This is a complete misunderstanding. Am I Su Wei's person?" Bai Menglu finally understood a little. She had heard of Su Wei's name. After all, the only people in Yunshang City who didn't know Su Wei were probably the dead. He was initially besieged by thousands of property owners, but later he took control of the surviving property owners. Now he is the most supreme being in the City of Clouds. He was the one who saved me. Su Wei. Bai Menglu silently repeated this name in his heart. Every woman hopes to marry a hero in the end, and the same goes for celebrities. But most heroes live in stories or are buried in graves. In today's real society, interests are paramount. Even if there are heroes, their edges have long been dulled by reality. And now, the sniper who appeared in time was undoubtedly the greatest hero in Bai Menglu's heart. And his name is Su Wei. Previously, in her impression, Su Wei was a conspirator who played power games. He controlled the owners to work like his dogs, while he himself hoarded a large amount of supplies and lived a carefree life. But now all prejudices were blown away by that bullet. Miss Bai. Her thoughts were racing until she was interrupted by the Crazy Donkey. He continued to bow and said respectfully, "Miss Bai, please punish me. I will accept any punishment. Admit your mistakes when you make them, and stand at attention when you get beaten." If a gangster doesn't have any awareness, Crazy Donkey probably wouldn't be alive today. So he knew that if he wanted to avoid Su Wei's revenge, he had to admit his mistake as soon as possible. If it was too late, the next bullet would probably hit his head. Bai Menglu originally wanted to tell you to leave. She just wanted to get away from these devils as soon as possible. But when the words came to her lips, she changed her tone and said coldly, "I'm afraid you're not afraid of me, but my boyfriend?" Boyfriend? They really are having an affair. Crazy Donkey wanted to cry, but couldn't. He bent down again and said helplessly, "I really didn't know you were President Su's boyfriend. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to offend you." Bai Menglu snorted coldly, her pretty face full of frost. "Do I need to report to you just because we're together?" No, no, no. Crazy Donkey quickly shook his head and said with a sad face, "But you didn't say at the time." Before he could finish, Bai Menglu said coldly, "I'm afraid you'll use me to threaten Su Wei." The Crazy Donkey suddenly looked up at the white dream deer. Why didn't I think of that? Bai Menglu was also startled and realized that she had said the wrong thing, and she couldn't help feeling uneasy. If Crazy Donkey really uses her to threaten Su Wei, will Su Wei come save him? She imagined countless scenes of heroes saving beauties in her mind, but she also knew that although such scenes were beautiful, they also contained endless dangers. How? Bai Menglu sneered and looked at Crazy Donkey with disdain in his eyes. "You want to try?" The Crazy Donkey suddenly retracted his previous thoughts. I dare not. He really didn't dare. Not to mention how confident he was in using a woman to threaten Su Wei. The sniper rifle was definitely still aimed at his face at this moment. Unless Su Wei wants to kill everyone. No one wants to die if they can survive. But Crazy Donkey didn't know that he was really overthinking. At this moment, Su Wei was lying on the sofa in his shorts, and next to him was Sun Wanner, who was wearing a red lace sexy outfit and massaging his shoulders. In this scene of sparks and lightning, a war is about to break out. Su Wei didn't have the time to care about other things. Bai Meng Lu snorted coldly at this time. Let's forget about what happened today. When you go back, don't mention it, and don't reveal the relationship between Su Wei and me. Do you understand? As for you, I will tell Su Wei later. If it happens again, she is a star after all, and it is right for her to do so in order to avoid trouble from those owners who have long lost their humanity. Besides, there's a beautiful doctor living in Su Wei's house now. The reason why Bai Meng Lu was not allowed to show up was probably because he was worried that the two would fight. Crazy Donkey didn't suspect anything and even took the initiative to help Bai Meng Lu make the lie even more true in his heart. He immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry, from today on, you are my real mother. If I dare to disrespect you again, I will beat myself to death without Mr. Su having to do anything." That's more like it. Bai Meng Lu nodded calmly, then pointed outside and said, "Close the doors and windows for me. If you do this again, you won't be alive." Since Su Wei has a sniper rifle, wouldn't it be easy for him to kill someone? Crazy Donkey and the others didn't dare to stay any longer. They hurriedly cleaned up the mess in the house and then retreated respectfully. After the outer door was locked, Bai Meng Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. If Su Wei had not intervened today, she would have definitely been defiled by those people. But why did he save me? Bai Meng Lu subconsciously touched her fair and pretty face, and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 81. Mr. Su, it's me. Did you just kill someone? After the battle, Sun Wanner suddenly remembered the gunshots. Although she is now able to face the cruelty, she is still a little worried when people around her kill people. She was worried that Su Wei would kill too many people one day and become a big devil who didn't care about his relatives. Su Wei smiled ostentatiously and said, "Brother Chong and I found a police station today and got a sniper rifle from inside. I just tried it out, and it's incredibly powerful." He didn't mention Bai Meng Lu. She just made you feel good, and you turned around and started talking about other women. Is that appropriate? No matter how straight Su Wei is, he would never mention other women in front of his woman. Besides, Bai Mengyan would probably have been abused by Crazy Donkey and others by now. Although he was jealous of this young actress, he would not pick up other people's leftovers. When Sun Wanner heard that Su Wei didn't kill indiscriminately, she said with admiration, "Master is amazing. He even knows how to use a sniper rifle." She held her chin with both hands and looked at Su Wei with stars in her eyes. But to Su Wei, these words clearly sounded like a teasing. This girl was completely stunned after seeing his marksmanship. If this is called amazing, then Zhuang Chang's marksmanship is godlike. Su Wei pretended to be cold and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will become a murderous devil in the future?" "Don't be afraid." Sun Wanner shook her head firmly, cupped Su Wei's cheek with her small hand, and said seriously, "My man is a hero who saved the world. Even if he becomes murderous someday, it must be when the time comes to kill him." That's how an intelligent woman speaks. She never deliberately expresses anything, and she knows the temperament and personality of the man next to her. The phrase, "must be killed," not only tells Su Wei how to deal with things in the future, but also tells him to straighten his heart and not lose his humanity. Su Wei smiled and tapped Sun Wanner's forehead. "You are really smart. It is my luck to meet you." Machinery Factory. Because Su Weigon killed Wang Defa, the 13 Tai Sui were forced to disband and renamed the 12 Adras. The boss is still Chu Sheng. I don't know if he watched too many martial arts movies when he was a child, or if these people have very limited cultural knowledge, but the names they came up with are all more ridiculous than the others. Yesterday, Chu Sheng took his 11 brothers out to catch zombies. Surprisingly, they were lucky enough to meet a super zombie in an abandoned electronics factory. Everyone present was very happy, because Su Wei once said that catching a super zombie can be exchanged for half a month's food. Now, not only are they no longer afraid of zombies, they even wish they could open their eyes every morning and see a super zombie appear at the door. But that's how life is. Great joy and great sorrow come so suddenly. Just when Chu Sheng and others were about to catch the zombie, A large group of super zombies suddenly appeared around, more than 30 of them. Although everyone was scared, they were more surprised. Chu Sheng and others originally wanted to defeat them one by one so that they wouldn't have to worry about food for the next year. But they obviously underestimated the intelligence of the super zombies. These beasts not only knew how to launch sneak attacks, but also knew how to shake people. Soon they were surrounded by zombies. At last, under the siege of more than 30 super zombies, the 12 awesomes suffered heavy losses. Only 7 of them escaped in a panic, and the rest were torn into pieces by the zombies. Big boss, the youngest one can't do it anymore. In the empty, cold room, someone suddenly burst into tears. We lost half of our 12 brothers in just one day. Chu Sheng, who was bandaging his wound, stood up suddenly. He came to the bed and looked at his little brother lying on the bed. His eyes suddenly turned red. Youngest, it's big brother who's sorry. On the bed, the youngest brother, who was only 20 years old, had a pale face. He forced a weak smile and said, "Don't cry, boss. Being your brother is worth my life." Hearing this, Chu Sheng finally couldn't hold back his tears. He held his brother's hand tightly and said, "Don't worry, I will never let your death be in vain." Right. The fourth brother, Yang Zizhou, slammed his fist against the wall and choked out, "We must kill those beasts and avenge our brothers." Lao Lu sighed helplessly and said bitterly, "But those beasts are too powerful, and they know how to attack in groups. We can't defeat them at all. We have to fight even if we can't win." Chu Sheng said fiercely, "I'm going Cloud City right now. Didn't Su Wei say he's omnipotent? Let's go and beg him. This vengeance must be avenged." Yes, Su Wei is a great immortal. Everyone still remembers vividly the scene where he killed Wang Dequan with just one look. With such abilities, he definitely wouldn't be afraid of a few zombies. And they have no other choice now. If they want revenge, they must seek external help. And now the only one who has the strength to fight so many zombies is Su Wei. Chu Sheng did it right away, wrapped up his clothes, and went out. He walked for more than 2 hours in the wind and snow and finally arrived at the city on the clouds. But after walking around the community for half an hour, Chu Sheng stopped trembling. He seemed to have no idea where Su Wei lived. How the hell do I find this? Chu Sheng was freezing to death from the cold wind, and he felt even more desperate at the moment. Why? After a while, Chu Sheng had no choice but to keep moving forward. He was afraid that he would freeze to death before he could find Su Wei. I don't know how long I walked. The sky gradually darkened, and it became colder. He suddenly saw a faint firelight flickering in a villa in front of him. Chu Sheng's face suddenly lit up with joy. You have to know that ordinary people have already burned everything that can be burned at home, and some people even chopped up the bedboards. The only one who still has the resources to make a fire at this time must be Su Wei. Chu Sheng didn't know where he got the strength from, but he started jogging and soon arrived outside the villa. He banged on the door hard. "Mr. Su, I'm Chu Sheng." "Open the door, Mr. Su. I have something important to tell you." Inside the house, Bai Menglu, who had just lit the firewood, had a satisfied smile on his face. In the cold winter, nothing brings more happiness than a bonfire. These firewoods were delivered by Crazy Donkey this morning, saying that it was an apology for what happened yesterday. There was nothing left to burn in by Menglu's house, and Crazy Donkey was afraid that Su Wei would not let him go, so he took the initiative to come to the house to apologize. But he didn't use his brain. Would Su Wei's woman lack this kind of thing? Bai Menglu sat in front of the brazier and muttered to himself, "I guess he was scared out of his wits by Su Wei. I didn't expect Su Wei to be so powerful, to be able to scare that big gangster like this." "Mursu, it's me, Mr. Su." Chu Sheng's cry finally woke up Bai Menglu, who was drowsy in the room. She stood up suddenly and looked outside in panic. A tall man was banging on the door frantically, shouting, "Mr. Su." Chapter 82. Be aware of your identity. Bai Menglu quickly understood who the Mr. Su he was talking about was. Who else but Su Wei could make people brave the snow to ask for help? Thinking of this, Bai Menglu felt a little nervous. Although she had deceived Crazy Donkey, she was still very nervous, fearing that the truth would be exposed one day. But now someone else came and asked for Su Wei specifically. What to do? The man outside looked more ferocious than a mad donkey. If he forced his way in, he would be like escaping a tiger's mouth and falling into a wolf's den. So she bravely went to the window and shouted, "Su Wei is my boyfriend. What are you looking for him for?" Boyfriend? Chu Sheng outside was also stunned, and he recognized the woman in the villa at a glance. You are Bai Menglu? Bai Menglu took a step back in panic, then pretended to be indifferent and said, I am Bai Menglu, and I am Su Wei's girlfriend. If you dare to attack me, Su Wei will not let you go. Now she could only use Su Wei's name to try to intimidate this man, so she could only keep emphasizing her relationship with Su Wei. Chu Sheng smiled bitterly in his heart. How dare I attack you? Su Wei's woman turned out to be Bai Menglu. It turns out that the more capable a person is, the more extravagant he is. He hurriedly said, Hello, Miss Bai. I'm Chu Sheng, Mr. Su's man. I'm sure he must have mentioned my name to you. Ah! Seeing Bai Menglu's bewildered look, Chu Sheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. That's right, a small person like me is not worth mentioning. Bai Menglu had a lot of grievances at the moment, and could only pretend that she didn't understand. Chu Sheng hurriedly said, Miss Bai, please ask Mr. Su to come out. I really have something important to see him about. Bai Menglu is so sad that she wants to cry. Su Wei is not here with me. But judging from Chu Sheng's attitude, he probably won't leave until he sees Su Wei. Bai Menglu had no choice but to point to the right and said, He's not here right now. He's staying at that vixen's house. Go find him at building 104. Acting is all about logic. You're Su Wei's woman, but Su Wei is not here. This logic doesn't make sense. Bai Menglu was worried about being seen through, so she could only make this excuse. Thank you, Miss Bai, thank you. Chu Sheng didn't have time to envy Su Wei's popularity with women. He nodded hurriedly and ran towards building 104. But at this moment, Bai Menglu stood there blankly, as if someone had pressed acupoints on her. What to do? Once that person sees Su Wei, the matter will be exposed. How would Su Wei react? Bai Menglu's heart was beating fast at this moment. On the one hand, she was worried that Su Wei would get angry. After all, it was disgusting to be bullied by others. But on the one hand, she gently stroked her face, then looked down at the small peak covered by her cotton coat. A slight blush appeared on her face, which looked even brighter under the light of the fire. It's revealed, I'm so cute and pretty, he won't suffer any loss anyway. Maybe he would be happy. Otherwise, why would he save me yesterday? He must have known about my existence a long time ago. According to the plot in the script, Su Wei's behavior is a secret love, which means that he has liked me for a long time, but for various reasons he did not speak out, and chose to protect me silently. Yes, it must be like this. A confident smile appeared on Bai Menglu's cute little face. She is confident in her looks. Over the years, there are countless male actors in the entertainment industry who want to be her partner, and there are even more people pursuing her. However, Bai Menglu was not interested in those seemingly excellent suitors, and even felt a little disgusted. After all, in this entertainment industry, full of monsters and demons, there is no real love. Everyone is doing it for profit. Even if there is love, it will not be pure. But Su Wei is different. He now dominates the community and has endless supplies at his disposal. If he wants, he can take possession of me by force, and no one dares to stop him. After all, at this time, Su Wei is the supreme existence in the hearts of those owners. But he didn't. He silently guarded the girl he loved, and when she was in the most danger, he appeared in the most domineering way and drove away the bad guys. This is the real boyfriend power. This is the purest emotion. Tears gradually flashed in Bai Menglu's eyes as his thoughts raced. What should I do? I'm so touched. Over there, Bai Menglu was still immersed in the touching feeling she had imagined and couldn't extricate herself. But on this side, Su Wei looked confused. Why are you here? Seeing Chu Sheng almost freezing, Su Wei turned on the intercom and asked Zhuang Chang to take him into the storage room. Zhuang Chang and Chu Sheng had met him before and admired this man with good kung fu skills. Back in the machinery factory, if Su Wei hadn't been so abnormal, they might not have been able to defeat Chu Sheng and his men. After pouring him a cup of hot water, Zhuang Chang smiled and said, Why don't you come during the day? The temperature at night is probably almost minus 60 degrees, right? Chu Sheng was shocked by the temperature in the room at first, then smiled bitterly and said, I came here during the day. At this moment, he was extremely grateful that he had surrendered to Su Wei. Even Zhuang Chang can live in such a wonderful environment, so what would Su Wei's villa look like? No wonder he asked for half a month's supplies without blinking an eye. Looking at this situation, God knows how much more stuff he has in his hands. The machinery factory is only about 10 kilometers away, right? You walk for a whole day. Zhuang Chang was a little puzzled. Chu Sheng, however, looked hopeless inside. I don't even know the address of Mr. Su's villa. If I hadn't met Mr. Su's girlfriend on the way, I would have frozen to death. Girlfriend? Zhuang Chang stood there in a daze. Girlfriend? A woman's scream came from the intercom. What did you say? Sue also asked into the intercom in disbelief. My girlfriend. She's the one who told me your address. Chu Sheng must have been a little frozen, shivering as he held the water cup and stammered. Mr. Su is truly amazing. He can even get a popular actress like Bai Meng Lu to drink. Who are you talking about? Two more screams were heard over the intercom. Bai Meng Lu. Chu Sheng glanced at Zhuang Chang in confusion and asked, Isn't Mr. Su's girlfriend Miss Bai Meng Lu? She's a famous star. This is the first time I've seen her. Su Wei. A deafening scream came from the intercom, numbing everyone's eardrums. In the villa, Su Wei looked at the furious Sun Wanner in a daze. The originally gentle and lovely girl instantly turned into an angry lioness. Sun Wanner tried her best to suppress the anger in her heart, and tears burst out of her eyes. Su Wei wanted to coax her a few words and then explain, but his face turned cold again, and he said, Pay attention to your identity. Yes. Sun Wanner, tears streaming down her face, looked at him quietly, gritted her teeth, and choked out a sob. Master. Chapter 83. It feels so good to be a scumbag. Bang. Sun Wanner ran back to her room quickly and slammed the bedroom door shut. Su Wei was left sitting in the living room with an embarrassed look on his face, feeling helpless and angry. It turns out that even the most well-behaved woman will get angry. It's because she hasn't been trained enough. But he didn't care about that now. Instead, he asked into the intercom, You said Bai Meng Lu is my girlfriend? Who the hell told you that? Of course, it was Miss Bai who said herself. She said. Chu Sheng was halfway through his speech when he suddenly realized that Zhuang Chang was looking at him with sympathy. Brother Zhuang, what's wrong with you? Nothing, go on. Zhuang Chang waved his hand, and Chu Sheng continued. Miss Bai said you went to the Vixen's house today, and she gave me the address and asked me to come here to find you. Fox. Su Wei subconsciously glanced at the bedroom, then hurriedly turned down the volume of the intercom. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Suddenly, there was a sound of something falling in the bedroom, and Sun Wanner obviously heard it. Damn it! Su Wei was now truly furious. He yelled at Chu Sheng on the intercom. Where the hell did you meet this idiot? She said she was my girlfriend, and you believed her? Ah! Chu Sheng was stunned by the scolding, but Zhuang Chang was laughing like crazy beside him. Gang! Chu Sheng wanted to explain further, but Su Wei scolded him again. But you, uncle, tell me what you are doing here, and then get out of here. Originally, he wanted to be kind and let Chu Sheng stay here for one night. After all, he was his new younger brother, and he wanted to treat him with both kindness and force. But now he hated Chu Sheng so much that he died on the way out. Oh. Chu Sheng didn't dare to talk any more nonsense, and quickly said, It's like this, Mr. Su. We found a large number of super zombies near the electronics factory yesterday. More than 30? Zhuang Chang was shocked. In the beginning, so many people died in order to capture Su Jian. Now more than 30 of them suddenly appeared. Did this just happen to coincide with the zombies' mobilization meeting? Are you sure? Su Wei's tone gradually became serious. If his inference is correct, the number of super zombies should be very small. Not to mention more than 30 of them appearing at once. Even 3 of them would be enough to scare people. I'm afraid all the super zombies in Yuntai City have gathered together? I'm sure. Chu Sheng said solemnly. I lost 6 brothers to those beasts. I must avenge them. So you want me to help you get revenge? Su Wei suddenly asked. Chu Sheng was stunned and subconsciously said, Don't you need this kind of super zombie the most? That was in the past. I don't need it now. Su Wei replied calmly and then said, However, if you want revenge, I can help you once. Chu Sheng was a little touched for a moment, but then he was stunned. How could I be moved? Didn't I come here to report the news today? Su Wei was supposed to take action against those zombies. So how come they ended up helping me? Okay, you stay here today, and come with me to catch zombies tomorrow. Without waiting for Chu Sheng to reply, Su Wei hung up the intercom. He went to the bedroom door and turned the lock a few times, only to find that it was locked from the inside. Su Wei shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, Am I not your master? How can a servant lock his master out? You are the master, but you are a bad master. You big pervert. Sun Wanner's crying sound came from the room. Click. The door inside opened. Su-wei smiled and shook his head. As soon as he entered, he saw Sun Wanner kneeling on the bed, her eyes swollen like a rabbit. Okay, this is just a misunderstanding. Su-wei sat down gently and pulled Sun Wanner into his arms. Since when, the relationship between the master and servant has become less pure, more like lovers or a couple who have been married for many years. We lived in a house for more than 40 days, and every time we opened our eyes, we could only see each other. In this environment, the relationship quickly became sublimated. Woo! Sun Wanner finally couldn't help crying. She held Su-wei's arm tightly, choking with sobs as she said, I knew from the first day that I wouldn't be your last woman, but when this day finally came, I felt so uncomfortable, as if it were being cut by a knife. Although she moved in as a servant, she gave all her precious things to the man in front of her. Putting aside the reality, she had already fallen deeply in love with Su-wei. I know. Su-wei also hugged Sun Wanner emotionally, gently stroking her back, and said softly, Maybe I will have other women in the future, but you will always be my favorite and the one I trust the most, Wanner. After he said this, he was suddenly stunned. Is this what a scumbag says? When did I become a scumbag? But it feels so good to be a scumbag. Sun Wanner buried her face in his broad chest and whispered, Then you have to promise me that no matter how many women you have in the future, you will never share my love with them. I promise. Sun Wanner then looked up at Su-wei, but as she looked, she burst into tears again. Su-wei didn't know that those were tears of grievance. No woman in the world is willing to give her man to another woman, but now she has no control over this matter and does not even have a legitimate identity. On one side is the man she deeply loves, and on the other side is the cold and cruel reality. After all, which man would reject a popular and beautiful young actress? Apart from crying to vent her helplessness, she didn't know what else to do. We'll talk about the future later. Now I want to tell you something serious. Su-wei held up the tearful little face with a serious expression. Do you want to bring her here? A hint of panic flashed across Sun Wanner's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. She forced a smile and nodded. I have no objection. Let her come. I'll go back to live in the basement. If you don't want me anymore, could you please tell me in advance? In an instant, Su-wei seemed to see a hint of despair in Sun Wanner's eyes. He knew Sun Wanner's character. This seemingly smart and cheerful woman is actually more stubborn than anyone else. If it was just for a living, she probably would not be willing to be a maid for him, and might even go to the other extreme. Su-wei sighed and said hurriedly, Listen to me, I really don't know Bai Meng-lu, and I have nothing to do with her. Sun Wanner was a little disappointed. She felt that Su-wei could be cold and ruthless at this time, but he could not lie to herself. Su-wei raised his hands with tears in his eyes and said with a wry smile, Really? I swear if I have anything to do with her, I'll get bitten to death by zombies when I get out. Sun Wanner said sadly, I heard everything that person said. She even called me a vixen. Chu Sheng is just an idiot. Su-wei gritted his teeth and said, I don't know which idiot I met on the road. Two idiots collided with each other, and a second reaction occurred. Chapter 84, Speculation. The next morning, Su-wei woke up with dark circles under his eyes. Sun Wanner still got up early and was preparing breakfast for him in the kitchen. But this girl obviously hasn't gotten over what happened yesterday, and her distraught look makes Su-wei feel very distressed. Seeing him come out, Sun Wanner forced a smile and said, Master, you're up now. Come and eat. These are all your favorite dishes. Yeah, let's eat together. Su-wei sat down and picked up a tea egg to peel it, but Sun Wanner did not sit down. Instead, she squatted on the ground with her food. Is this really about playing the role of a trained maid? I'm going to... Su-wei held his forehead and sighed, crying and laughing. Stop making trouble. Big sister. Can we go to the table and eat? Yes, master. Sun Wanner nodded and sat back down. Su-wei was really speechless at this moment. He ate breakfast in a hurry, put on protective clothing, and was about to go out. Master, are you going to pick up that female star? Puff. Su-wei, who was putting on his shoes, stumbled and bumped into the door with a bang. I'm going to catch zombies. Oh, then master, be careful. Okay, I'll be careful. Seeing Su-wei and Mu Yin running away in a panic, the well-behaved Sun Wanner finally couldn't hold it in anymore and chuckled with her hands covering her mouth. I'm not someone you can mess with even if I let you mess around outside. Outside, Zhuang Chong and Chu Sheng were also ready. They started the car and turned on the heater early, waiting for Su-wei to get in. Walk. Sue jumped up and sat in the back. Chu Sheng, who was standing in front of him, turned around and glanced at him, then asked in surprise, "Oh, Mr. Su, are you injured?" He couldn't understand. Who could hurt someone as powerful as Su Wei? Ha ha ha. Zhuang Chang finally couldn't help it and burst into laughter. Su Wei's face suddenly turned as black as charcoal. He glared at Zhuang Chang and said with a sinister smile, "Brother Chang, did you sleep well with your sister-in-law last night?" Forehead. Zhuang Chang's laughter stopped abruptly, and it felt like someone had stuffed a handful of chicken feathers in his throat. With the unexpected visitor, Chu Sheng, coming last night, Zhuang Chang had no choice but to stop his daily exercise routine, which really made him unhappy. "Brother Chang, did you not sleep well last night?" Chu Sheng glanced at Zhuang Chang doubtfully, then said, "Mr. Su, you have dark circles under your eyes. Didn't you sleep well last night?" Ha 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 ha. The chicken feathers in Zhuang Chang's throat disappeared instantly, and he continued to laugh wildly. Su Wei stared at Chu Sheng's bewildered face, gritting his teeth and saying, "You are such a fucking beast, Chu Sheng." The three of them left the villa and went to the villa area next door to call Yu Su Wei. Oldju's been so bored these past few days that he isn't even active in catching zombies. After he got in the car, the master and disciple looked at each other, and the car became quiet instantly. The four of them soon arrived at the electronics factory that Chu Sheng mentioned. It had been abandoned 3 years ago and had been ravaged by ice and snow for dozens of days, leaving it completely unrecognizable. Just ahead, Chu Sheng gritted his teeth and said sadly, "My 6 brothers are all dead, and I couldn't even get their bodies back. Those beasts." The four of them came to the outside of the largest factory building. "Oldju, you two go explore first. If there's any danger, send out a signal flare." The two knew that Su Wei was worried about them and was afraid that someone would do something bad, but now they had no right to bargain and could only copy it. Su Wei took out the sniper rifle from the space and found the highest point to set it up. He called Zhuang Chang over. "Brother Chang, you come and raid the formation." Zhuang Chang glanced at the sniper rifle with some hesitation, then said hesitantly, "This isn't good." He knew Su Wei's vigilant character and had seen Su Wei's methods, so he didn't dare to touch the gun. Su Wei smiled and said, "Don't you believe me? Stop talking nonsense. You're drooling." Then I'll do it. Don't worry, I'll definitely hit the target." Zhuang Chang was a scout in the army. He had used all kinds of sniper rifles. He couldn't say that he was the best marksman, but he was definitely much better than Su Weiqiang. Su Wei stood aside and observed the factory. He would not put himself in danger unless he was absolutely sure. Besides, he spends so much food every day to feed people like Yu Su Wei. Isn't it just for use today? Yu Su Wei and Chu Sheng entered the factory cautiously. It was pitch black inside. Chu Sheng turned on the mining lamp given by Su Wei and searched to the right alone. Yu Su Wei wanted to follow him, but was dissuaded by his cold look. Why? He knew that Chu Sheng still hated him, so he had to walk to the left. After more than 10 minutes, there was still no movement inside. Zhuang Chang lay on the roof, squinting his eyes, and asked, "What's going on? Didn't they say there were more than 30 zombies? Maybe we found the wrong place." Zombies are not dead people. They move constantly, and their trajectory is never fixed. Su Wei also looked inside with a telescope. With the help of his spiritual power, he can see farther, and even the darkness cannot deter him. Zombies don't live in groups. Most of them appear alone. So with so many zombies gathered here, there must be something wrong. He suddenly remembered something and asked, "Brother Chang, do you remember that when the zombies first appeared, a similar situation happened in the city on the clouds?" "That's right." Zhuang Chang suddenly remembered this and said, "It was Zhang Miaoyu's team that first discovered it. They said they saw more than 10 zombies appearing at the same time, but weren't they all captured the next day?" Many people knew that Zhang Miaoyu raised zombies to infect the owners. So when she was exposed by Su Wei, the owners tore her apart. "I'm afraid it's not that simple." Su Wei shook his head and said seriously, "Even if those zombies were raised by Zhang Miaoyu, how did she manage to make them appear in such a concentrated manner? Many owners have seen this, so it can't be fake, so those zombies must be under some kind of control." "Control zombies?" Zhuang Chang asked in disbelief. He felt that this statement was a bit far-fetched. If zombies can be controlled by someone, then wouldn't that person be as invincible as Su Wei? Su Wei nodded and said, "We can't rule out this possibility, but judging from the current situation, These zombies are not completely under control. They still have some independent consciousness. Don't know. Zhuangchang was confused and could hardly keep up with Su Wei's pace. Su Wei smiled and said, that is to say, if someone can really control zombies, then their methods may not have been perfected yet. That's why zombies sometimes get out of control, and the ones you caught are probably lone zombies that got out of control. This, isn't it? Zhuangchang felt that Su Wei was just being fanciful. Su Wei said seriously, anything is possible in the apocalypse. Otherwise, how can we explain these mutated zombies? Where did the radiation they were exposed to come from? Chapter 85 Zombie war. A famous scientist once said, the end of the universe is metaphysics. In other words, the scientific knowledge that humans currently possess cannot truly understand the entire universe, not even 1/10,000th of it. There are so many possibilities in the vast universe. Who can guarantee that those zombies affected by cosmic radiation were not created intentionally by someone? Found it. A scream came from the factory, and then a faint light was seen flickering on the right. Then a yellow firework burst out from the factory building. It's Chu Sheng. Su Wei looked to the right, and Zhuangchang also pointed the gun at a window. In the factory, Chu Sheng was facing two super zombies. These mutated beasts were extremely ferocious. With one punch, they knocked Chu Sheng back several steps. Another zombie took the opportunity to go around to the rear, preparing to attack from both sides. Damn it! Chu Sheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ferocious. These things have become spirits, and they even know how to use tactics. At this time, Yu Wei, who was searching on the left, also heard the sound and rushed over. Go away! I don't need your help. When Chu Sheng saw him, he cursed coldly and pounced on the zombie to wrestle with it. Yu Wei dodged the charge of another zombie with a cold expression and said calmly, I'm working for President Su. Snort. The two stopped talking. The zombies have very strong attack power. Even martial arts masters like Yu and Chu can only barely block them. It takes some effort to capture them. Bang! The zombies on Chu Sheng's side rushed forward quickly, and he was hit hard before he could dodge. He flew back a few steps and hit the machine behind him. He just felt like he was hit by a speeding car, and all the organs in his body were pulled together. Yu Wei was not having a better time either. He was kicked by a zombie, and his face immediately became swollen. The master and disciple kept jumping to avoid the zombies' attacks, and then waited for the right opportunity to attack. This back and forth seemed simple, but was very thrilling. But just when Chu Sheng was about to subdue the zombie, he suddenly heard a horrible whimpering sound beside him. At this moment, 7 or 8 zombies suddenly appeared around him and behind the machine tools. Oh no, they have an ambush. Chu Sheng had seen the methods of these zombies, so he gave up on capturing them immediately and wanted to run away. One zombie has already exhausted him. If a few more come, he will definitely die today. But he had just chased too hard, and now he was surrounded by racks and machine tools. He wanted to run, but couldn't speed up. It was obvious that the zombie had deliberately lured him here in order to surround him. On the roof of the factory building opposite, Zhuangchang looked at the image in the scope and said with lingering fear, Damn it, these beasts actually know how to use tactics. They're even smarter than humans. As he said this, he was about to shoot, wanting to rescue Chu Sheng from the encirclement of zombies. Don't shoot yet. What's wrong? Su Wei held the telescope and said calmly, Yu Wei is gone. But old you can't defeat so many zombies. Zhuangchang felt helpless. Let's continue watching. Su Wei looked through the telescope and saw Yu Wei running towards Chu Sheng at the fastest speed, kicking away the zombie that wanted to attack from behind. What are you doing here? Go away. I don't need you being so hypocritical here. Chu Sheng glanced behind him with lingering fear, then glanced at Yu Wei with a cold face. Stop talking nonsense and retreat quickly. If we don't retreat, we will both die here. Chu Sheng also knew how dangerous the situation was at the moment, so he didn't say anything more. Instead, he carefully avoided the zombies' attacks and ran out in a panic. Ouch! Just as the two were about to run to the factory door, they heard sobbing sound from both sides. Yu and Chu had no time to take a closer look, so they could only retreat to the other side, using machines and shell for cover to deal with the zombies. There's an ambush! Zhuangchang was so frightened through the sight that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was somewhat glad that he didn't go in. Although his kung fu skills were passable, they were still far inferior to Yu and Chu. If even they were in such a state, he would not survive for more than 5 minutes if he died. Beat! Su Wei then gave the order. Bang! Zhuang Chang's shooting skills were indeed quite accurate. The AW-50's high-explosive bullet instantly blew up a zombie's head, leaving only its body twitching constantly and unwilling to fall down. Sue said with some regret, "I don't know if it's still useful without a head." The zombie energy he had absorbed before was stored in his brain. Now that he has lost his brain, that energy will probably disappear as well, right? Understood. Zhuang Chang laughed and lowered the muzzle of the gun an inch. Bang! The bullet hit the zombie's heart accurately. The zombie fell down but did not die. Instead, it continued to struggle on the ground. It seems that you can't kill him unless you hit his head. Su Wei gradually understood the structure of these zombies. The so-called energy should be stored in the brain, and then the brain controls the body. With Zhuangchang's firepower support, Yu and Chu felt a lot more relaxed. They quickly broke out of the encirclement and arrived outside the factory door. Careful! Su Wei was standing opposite and saw a zombie leap up from the shelf and bite straight towards Chu Sheng. Zhuangchang fired a shot subconsciously, but unfortunately the zombie was too fast and he missed. Get out of the way! Yu Suowei was a few steps behind Chu Sheng and happened to see this scene. Without thinking, he dived forward and knocked Chu Sheng to the ground. In a flash, the zombie also jumped down and smashed hard on Yu Suowei. Puff! Yu Suowei vomited blood instantly and fainted. Master! Chu Sheng also got up from the ground at this time, looking at Yu Suowei with bloodshot eyes. His eyes gradually became moist, and he roared, kicked the zombie behind him away, grabbed Yu Suowei, carried him on his shoulders, and ran away. Sue also came down at this time. He glanced at a forklift next to him, waved his hand suddenly, and the forklift smashed toward the zombies behind it at a high speed. Bang! Tons of impact force directly killed the two zombies. Chu Sheng also took the opportunity to carry Yu Suowei to a safe tunnel. He gently put Yu Suowei down with deep sadness and regret in his eyes. Why did you save me? You ruined my future, but saved my life. Should I hate you or thank you? Chu Sheng knelt on the ground with a look of pain on his face, covering his head with his hands. Su Wei shouted coldly from the front. Now is not the time to be sentimental. Go and stop those zombies quickly. Don't let any of them escape. Just now, he killed two zombies with a forklift, and the remaining beasts were actually afraid and fled in all directions. Chu Sheng finally reacted and stood up and rushed towards the two fleeing zombies, blocking their retreat. Su Wei didn't stop either. He used another forklift to kill two zombies. Zhuangchang upstairs also fired one shot after another, killing two zombies in the blink of an eye. Chu Sheng had no weapons, nor did he have Su Wei's abnormal superpowers, so he could only act as a roadblock. Whenever he saw a zombie trying to escape, he would rush forward to stop it. Chapter 86. But should I die? Half an hour later, the factory entrance was in a mess. Countless broken arms and limbs were scattered on the ground, mixed with the dark green blood that seeped into the snow. Chu Sheng sat on the ground panting. After resting for a few seconds, he struggled to get up and stumbled towards Yu Suowei, who was standing beside him. Su Wei glanced at him and comforted him. Don't worry, he's just unconscious. He just needs to go home and recuperate for a few days. The master and disciple who had originally broken up could risk their lives to defend each other in the face of danger. Alas, who can explain the grievances in the past? Zhuangchang also put away his sniper rifle and came down from the roof. It's so satisfying, so satisfying. He reluctantly handed the sniper rifle to Su Wei and said with a lingering feeling, I just killed at least 7 zombies, one by one. Su Wei laughed unhappily and said, Be frugal, we don't have many bullets left. Oh, Zhuangchang was a little disappointed at first, but then he suddenly grinned and said, How about we go search again tomorrow? Maybe we can find something good. Su Wei nodded and said, Supplies must be found, especially weapons. If used well, they can be just as useful as those with special abilities. Just now, he killed more than a dozen zombies with the control of his mental power, seemingly effortlessly. But only Su Wei himself knew that after the last attack, he felt dizzy and his head was as painful as if it was being torn apart. It seems that the psychic is not invincible, and his energy will be exhausted. If there were dozens more zombies today, he might collapse or even be bitten to death by the zombies. Then the three of them gathered all the half-dead zombies together, a total of 35. Su Wei glanced at the zombie whose head was shot. Sure enough, the energy of the headless zombie also disappeared. Then he glanced at them one by one, and a stream of clear water seemed to cleanse his soul, and the pain in his head immediately dissipated. He originally thought that after absorbing so much energy, his ability would definitely be upgraded, but apart from replenishing energy, Su Wei did not feel any changes. He couldn't help but sigh. Even so many super zombies couldn't help him upgrade. It seems that it will be even more difficult to improve his abilities in the future. At this moment, he suddenly remembered what Manhwa Feng had said before, that absorbing the energy of people with special abilities can also improve his health. However, apart from himself, Su Wei did not find any other people with special abilities. Mr. Su, what should we do with these things? Chu Sheng looked at the dead zombies and felt relieved. He finally avenged his brothers. Burn it, so that these things won't be revived again. Zhuang Chang nodded, took a bucket of gasoline from the car, lit a match and threw it in, and the fire boiled instantly. Then the four of them went home. After Chu Sheng carried Yu Sui into the car, Su Wei suddenly said, I believe that old Yu is not that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding between you two. Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, I also know that Master must have been deceived, but I just can't get over this hurdle in my heart. Back then. But he saved your life today. I know. That's right. If Yu Sui hadn't used his body to block the zombie's attack, Chu Sheng would have been bitten and infected by the zombie, even if he hadn't died. If Yu Sui really had no feelings for him, why would she risk her life to save him? They soon arrived at the machinery factory. Chu Sheng gently placed Yu Sui on the back seat and prepared to get out of the car. Etc. Su Wei turned around and asked, I heard there are only 6 of you left now? Chu Sheng nodded with some sadness. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so greedy and reckless, my brothers might not have died. Who can guarantee immortality these days? Su Wei sighed and said, So what are you going to do next? Us. Chu Sheng is good at kung fu, but his brain is obviously not very bright, and he has never thought about what to do in the future. Let's go to the city on the clouds. There are many empty villas there. You could just pick a few and stay there. The environment is better than here, and you'll have someone to take care of you. The apocalypse has lasted for more than 2 months now. There used to be more than 30,000 owners in the city on the clouds, but now only 1 in 10 remains. Those houses that were ridiculously expensive before are now like rotten cabbages that no one wants. Chu Sheng was naturally happy. This machinery factory now has no resources left, and there are only 100 or so family members left alive. Even if they were forced to stay here, they would only be waiting to die. Thinking of this, he said a little uncomfortably, Mr. Su, the families of those brothers, they died at the hands of zombies. I don't want their families to be. Su Wei said calmly, It's up to you to decide, but the food rations won't change. Whether they can survive depends on themselves. Thank you. Chu Sheng bowed to him and hurried back to inform him. After he left, Zhuang Chang suddenly laughed and said, That's not like you. I thought you wouldn't care about the lives of those people. But Chu Sheng cares. Su Wei looked at his jogging figure and said with a smile, If there are still people in this world that you care about, it at least means that you haven't turned into a beast yet. So, as long as those family members are around, Chu Sheng won't lose his humanity, and it will be easier for you to control him. In the back seat, Yu Sui woke up at some point. He weakly climbed up and said with a smile, Boss Su has figured out people's hearts. Woke up. Su Wei turned around and looked at him, smiled, and said nothing. Yu Sui looked at his smiling face and suddenly said, But I still want to ask, is there anyone you care about? Zhuang Chang was stunned for a moment and looked at Su Wei. Me. Su Wei glanced at the two of them meaningfully and said calmly, I long for friends, and even more so for love, but I have no choice, do I? As of this moment, Su Wei is still the most powerful existence in this doomsday. Not only does he possess countless supplies, but he is also fortunate enough to become a high-level psychic, becoming a godlike existence in the hearts of ordinary people. The saying one general's success is built on the bones of thousands of soldiers may not be quite appropriate, but it best reflects his current situation. It's like a fat lamb suddenly falling into a pack of wolves. Only by fighting hard and strengthening itself can avoid being eaten by wolves one day. As for having a relationship with a wolf may have feelings, but when it is extremely hungry, how can it care about the feelings of sheep? You can say he is inhuman or cruel and cold-blooded. It is because he possesses wealth that most people do not have, and this wealth is his reliance, but also his disaster. A man is innocent unless he possesses a treasure. Yu Sui also understood Su Wei's thoughts at this time. He smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, who wouldn't be tempted by such a huge fortune?" Su Wei smiled non-committally and looked at the two of them seriously. "You think those people shouldn't die, but do I deserve to die?" Chapter 87. This is unscientific. The three of them returned to the city on the clouds, and Chu Sheng also migrated here with a large group of people. Now there are only 100 or so owners left in the City of Clouds. The others have either starved to death or frozen to death, and some have been infected by zombies, either intentionally or by misfortune. Chu Sheng joined in with more than 100 people and naturally became a member of the corpse removal team. As the saying goes, there is no free food. This was also a test from Su Wei for him. This zombie wave will eventually pass, and when there are fewer and fewer zombies, it means that there will be less and less food. Will Chu Sheng infect his family members and turn them into zombies just for food? If that's the case, Su Wei will definitely not accept him again, at least not as a member of his team. "Master, you are back." As soon as he entered the door, Sun Wanner trotted over, knelt beside him to help Su Wei change his shoes, and took the protective suit he had taken off to wash. Su Wei pulled Sun Wanner over as she was about to leave, and said with a smile, "Just call me by my name from now on." The word master sounds weird. Sun Wanner shook her head and said timidly, "But the master said that a servant without a sense of superiority is like a grasshopper in autumn. One day, you will abandon him." Su Wei's face was full of black lines. "Master, are you hungry? I'll go cook." Sun Wanner broke free from his hand and went to the kitchen, leaving Su Wei lying there in a mess. What a sin. It's all that trouble caused by that beast Chu Sheng. But he didn't see that when Sun Wanner turned around, a sly smile appeared on her face. She knew her man's temper too well. Being unreasonable and crying loudly would be of no use to him. He was a guy who would only respond to soft words and not hard ones. So the more cautious she was, the more Su Wei would feel that she was wronged, and the more guilty he would feel toward her. Really, Su Wei stood there for a while, then suddenly started cursing. "Damn it, I'm going to kill that bitch right now." He put on his protective suit again, took out a pistol from the space, and went out aggressively. "Su Wei, where are you going?" Seeing him holding a gun as if he was going to kill someone, Zhuang Chong hurried out of the storage room. In the past few months of getting along, he rarely saw Su Wei angry, and he always looked calm and composed. "What's going on today? It's none of your business. Go back and rest." Su Wei waved at him, walked out the door, and headed straight for the villa in Area C. 021 or 022. More than 10 minutes later, he saw the villas in front of him, all looking the same, falling into disarray. "Mr. Su, why did you come here in person?" Chu Sheng, who had just moved in, happened to come out of a villa. Seeing Su Wei standing in the snow, he hurried over to greet him, thinking that he was here to visit them. "You are?" Seeing him holding a pistol and looking like he was going to eat someone, Chu Sheng was shocked. Could it be that another large number of zombies have appeared? Otherwise, with Su Wei's ability, why would he use a gun? Su Wei glared at him fiercely. "It's all your fault." Chu Sheng glanced around and asked blankly, "What's wrong with me?" Su Wei was too lazy to argue with him and asked unhappily, "Where does that Bai Meng Lu live?" "Miss Bai." Chu Sheng pointed to the first villa on the right in front of him and said, "It's right here. How come you even forgot your own home?" It seemed as if he was shot dead. Su Wei gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and kicked the not-so-strong door of the villa. The sleeping Bai Meng Lu inside was instantly awakened. She hurriedly got up from the bed, holding an iron rod in her arms, and walked carefully to the window. "Bai Meng Lu, come out." Su Wei came into the yard in a rage. His eyesight was very good, and after he gained mental power, his eyesight became even sharper, and he saw a figure swaying inside at a glance. "Looking for me?" Bai Meng Lu stared blankly at the young man outside. There was anger on his face and a gun in his hand, looking very aggressive. Bai Meng Lu was frightened, but she knew she couldn't escape, so she could only pretend to be brave and open the window. "Who are you? Why are you breaking into my house?" Bai Meng Lu held the iron rod and stared at Su Wei vigilantly. "Who I am? Don't you know who I am?" Su Wei was so angry that he laughed. He pointed the gun at her and cursed coldly. "Fuck you." Bai Meng Lu was scolded and immediately said angrily, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. My boyfriend is Su Wei. If you dare to speak rudely to me again, you will die miserably." No one in the city on the clouds doesn't know Su Wei. Bai Meng Lu has used this method to scare many people in the past few days. especially this morning when she was outside collecting snow. Crazy Donkey and others happened to pass by. When they saw her, they immediately nodded and greeted her, and then ran away. Now many people know that Bai Meng Lu is Su Wei's girlfriend. Su Wei was so angry that she wanted to laugh. Who is your boyfriend? It's Su Wei. Bai Meng Lu shouted. Even Su Wei doesn't know. Are you from this community? Hearing this, Su Wei suddenly laughed. He decided to play a good trick on this popular young actress. So he smiled and said, so what if it is, so what if it isn't? My boyfriend is the boss of this neighborhood. Everyone here listens to him. If you know what's good for you, leave now, or he'll beat you to death. Bai Meng Lu was a little nervous because she found that the man in front of her was not afraid at all. This is unscientific. She had heard of Su Wei's methods. Even people like Su Jiang, Lu Zhen, and Feng Yifan were killed by him. Could it be that this person was not from Yinshang City? Is your boyfriend the boss here? Su Wei smiled at the girl who was a little cute and a little fierce. Certainly. Isn't that a coincidence? I'm also the boss. How about you call your boyfriend over so I can practice with him? Bai Meng Lu was suddenly speechless. She wanted to call Su Wei over, but she didn't know Su Wei. What's wrong? Is your boyfriend afraid to come out? Su Wei sneered. You don't even dare to show your face, and you still think you're the boss? Why wouldn't he dare? Bai Meng Lu said angrily. He happened to be out today, and will be back soon. Okay, then I'll wait for him. Su Wei folded his arms and sat down on the steps at the door. Bai Meng Lu didn't expect that this person would be so difficult to deal with. I'm putting this out there today. If your boyfriend doesn't come out today, I'm going to go in, and then... Su Wei chuckled, staring at Bai Meng Lu's pretty face, and said fiercely, I heard that Miss Bai's filmed a lot of TV series in recent years. I wonder if you have ever filmed an A-level movie, the kind without censorship. Bai Meng Lu had never been insulted like this before. She stamped her feet in anger and cursed. You bastard. Su Wei sneered. My bastard story is still to come. Miss Bai, please look forward to it. Chapter 88. But I think you are dirty. Bai Meng Lu started out as a stuntman and had to endure a lot of hardships in the past. So she shouldn't be smarter than those young girls who are just starting out. They also know how to use the resources around them to protect themselves. Using Su Wei's name is really a helpless act. In that situation, if she dared to say that she had nothing to do with Su Wei, Crazy Donkey and his men would never let her go. She might have been killed by them by now. But now Bai Meng Lu is in trouble. The man outside was obviously fearless and not afraid of Su Wei at all. But why isn't he afraid of Su Wei? Is there anyone in this city above the clouds who dares to go against Su Wei? Bai Meng Lu couldn't figure it out. So she was scared, afraid that the man would really rush in, and then... Although this man looks pretty good, and judging by the clothes he wears, they must be high-end goods. Otherwise, how could he still have the energy to waste time with me in such a cold day? Hello. What? Hurry up and leave. My boyfriend is coming back. He's very powerful and has weapons. You're no match for him. If you don't leave, I'm going to kill your boyfriend today. Su Wei frowned again after he finished speaking. Why did this sound so strange? Bai Meng Lu was on the verge of tears. She nervously gripped the iron rod and shouted, My boyfriend has a sniper rifle. He can blow your head off with one shot. I even have a mortar. I'll blow your boyfriend to pieces with one. My boyfriend even dares to catch zombies. He's killed all the zombies in this neighborhood. Su Wei smiled, pointed at the dark green bloodstains on his body, and said, I just killed 30 super zombies this morning. When he comes, we can exchange experiences. Bai Meng Lu was at a loss for words. She nervously said, My boyfriend is more handsome than you. Su Wei suddenly smiled and nodded. Yes, that's true. Bai Meng Lu was stunned. She looked at Su Wei in confusion and asked, What on earth do you want to do? I don't want to do anything. I just want to get a taste of what a popular young actress is like. I wonder if Miss Bai is willing to have a deeper discussion with me. Su Wei folded his arms, his eyes constantly scanning Bai Meng Lu. You bastard. Bai Meng Lu subconsciously took a step back, her cheeks slightly red with anger. You've already said that. You are shameless. I've said that before. My boyfriend will beat you to death. Let him come. Bai Meng Lu is really at her wit's end now. The man outside is simply a piece of tough meat. At this time, Su Wei also stood up, glanced at his watch calmly, and said, Okay, half an hour is up. Miss Bai, please wait a moment. I'll be in right away. Don't come in. Bai Meng Lu screamed, and subconsciously threw the iron rod in his hand. Unfortunately, Su Wei was too lazy to dodge this attack, and the iron rod fell to the ground in just one glance. Then he pulled out his gun and shot the door lock twice, shattering it into a piece of iron. Sue kicked the door open and walked straight in. Ah! A scream was heard from inside, and a vase flew towards Sue. He casually opened the vase and walked towards the pale-faced girl. "Don't come over here, don't." Bai Menglu kept backing away, but was tripped by something and fell to the ground. "What? Isn't your boyfriend the boss? Why doesn't he come to save you? I think he's just a coward." Sue forced Bai Menglu into a corner with a pistol in hand. Bai Menglu, who was originally panicked, suddenly raised her face. Anger flashed in her clear eyes and said, "You are not allowed to insult my boyfriend. He is a hero." "Hero?" Sue suddenly smiled and shook his head. "He's a hero. Why didn't he come to save you?" Bai Menglu could only suffer in silence. Sue ignored her and directly pulled off the cotton scarf from her collar. Bai Menglu was so scared that tears welled up on her face, and her delicate face was full of fear. At this moment, she wished that Sue would come like last time, with a bullet breaking through the air and save her from the hands of the devil in front of her. Unfortunately, Sue did not hear her wish. Bai Menglu fell miserably in the corner and suddenly grabbed the broken pieces of the vase on the ground and pressed them against her neck. "Don't even think about touching me." She was heartbroken at the moment. Rather than having her body defiled by the man in front of her, she would rather die. Sue was stunned for a moment, then sneered. "Why? You were able to sleep with 3 men before, and now you're a chaste heroine." 3 men? The porcelain piece in Bai Menglu's hand suddenly loosened, leaving a clearly visible blood mark on his neck. "How do you know that day?" She looked at the man in front of her in shock and exclaimed in surprise, "You are Sue." Sue didn't answer her, but smiled and said, "But I'm not your boyfriend." Even a fool can understand this. Bai Menglu was stunned on the spot. No wonder he was so confident just now. It turns out that he was the clown. Bai Menglu lowered her head, blushing slightly as she said, "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have pretended to be you. It's not really an impersonation." Sue looked at the bewildered Bai Menglu and smiled grimly. "I'm here today to exercise my boyfriend's rights." Bai Menglu was stunned for a moment, and her face turned redder. She had been fantasizing about Sue's appearance these days, and even regarded him as her hero. Now she has met her hero, and should I agree to her request? But his eyes were full of contempt, as if he was looking at a beggar. Bai Menglu felt a little aggrieved, and her impression of Sue gradually faded. "What? Miss Bai can even handle 3 men, and now you're pretending again? Are you planning to play a ladylike and affectionate role with me?" 3 more men. Bai Menglu suddenly understood that he thought he had been insulted by Crazy Donkey and others a long time ago. So he came here today to insult me. Bai Menglu's heart broke when she thought of this. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she bit her lips tightly as she said, "Come if you have the ability. I'm just afraid you don't have that ability. That's all. Since he thinks I am that kind of woman, what else can I say? I gave my body to him today as a repayment for the shot he made last time. From now on, there is no future for us. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart." This is probably how Bai Menglu feels at this moment. She was originally struggling to survive in this apocalypse, and thought she had seen the light of life, but who would have thought it would turn out like this? At this moment, she was already disheartened and just wanted to end it all quickly. "But I think you're dirty." At this moment, Bai Menglu, who was closing her eyes and waiting for the judgment of fate, suddenly trembled. She opened her eyes and looked over, only to see a departing figure, the shadow growing longer and longer before quietly disappearing in the wind and snow. Chapter 89. Sweep. Sue returned to the villa. Sun Wanner was sleeping on the sofa. She curled up with her legs hugged to her chest, her long hair scattered on her face, and her eyes were slightly red. It was obvious that she had just cried, and the sadness on her face had not yet disappeared. "Vanea!" Sue cried out with some heartache, then gently picked her up. Sun Wanner subconsciously hugged Sue's neck, then slightly opened her eyes and smiled. Master, you're back. Sorry, I fell asleep." "It's okay, go to sleep." Sue carried her to the bedroom and covered her with a thin blanket. Sun Wanner shook her head and said, "But I haven't made dinner yet. I'm not hungry. Let's eat together when you wake up. Go to sleep." Sue smiled and touched her face, then lay down and hugged her. Sun Wanner closed her eyes slightly, rubbed against his arms like a kitten, found a comfortable position, and fell asleep sweetly again. Call. Su Wei lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling above his head, with a bitter smile on his face. How could he not see Sun Wanner's little thoughts? It was just that they had been together for a long time, and he knew very well how Sun Wanner felt about him. So he doesn't mind these little thoughts of girls. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Su Wei got up early. He went to bed too early yesterday and felt uncomfortable because he had no food in his stomach. He got up and made some sandwiches and milk to eat, then returned to the bedroom, patted Sun Wanner's little butt, and said with a smile, "I'm going out. Remember to eat in the kitchen, or you go to catch zombies again." Sun Wanner opened her eyes drowsily, holding Su Wei's hand with a worried look on her face. Although there is nothing that can threaten Su Wei now, he is just a human being after all, and a rich one at that. Zombies are not scary, people are. How can there be so many zombies? I'm going to go outside with Brother Chong to look for resources today. Su Wei smiled and scratched her nose, saying, "Although we are not short of supplies, those things will eventually run out. It is better to find some more to be prepared." Before Su Wei came outside, Zhuang Chong was still sleeping. He probably fought for too long last night. He started the car and took out the intercom. "Brother Chong, let's go and get to work." "Okay, I'll be right there." From the intercom came the rustling sound of someone getting dressed and a few women's whispers. "Ah Chiang, where are you going so early? Go find some useful resources outside. Stay home and remember to visit your child more often. Don't bother Dr. Sun." "Okay, I'll remember that." Gao Ling has been living here for more than 20 days and has gradually adapted to her new identity. But she never let go of that little thought. Su Wei originally wanted to point it out to Zhuang Chong directly, but he felt that doing so would affect the relationship between the brothers. It depends on whether Gao Ling knows what's good for her. If she still wants to play tricks, Su Wei doesn't mind making her disappear without a trace. "Su Wei, where are we going today?" "Hospital." Since there were only two of them going out, and Su Wei trusted Zhuang Chong enough, he directly acted as the driver. Seeing him driving, Zhuang Chong joked, "I didn't expect you to be such a good driver." Su Wei laughed and said, "You're an experienced driver, okay?" As he said this, he pulled out a small notebook from the central control. "I have an A1 license and can drive a bus, but why can't I drive this thing?" Before he could finish his words, he heard a bang. The car jolted violently. If Zhuang Chong hadn't been quick enough to pull the steering wheel, the two of them would have been in the tree. "Damn, who the hell put the trash can here?" Su Wei looked at the broken trash can outside with lingering fear. Zhuang Chong laughed so hard he fell backwards. "Didn't you say you wanted to practice your marksmanship? And that's why you had to put the trash can here?" The two arrived at the city center and went straight to Yuntai First People's Hospital. This is the largest public hospital in Yuntai City. It has complete facilities and almost all of the most advanced medical equipment in China. As for the best female doctor in China, she was lying on his bed at this moment. Su Wei drove the car directly into the open space on the first floor of the emergency building. The two jumped out of the car and headed straight for the operating room. Most of the medical equipment was there. Although he didn't recognize these things, it didn't hinder the raid. "I have a Sun Wanner at home. What kind of medical equipment would I not know?" From the first floor to the fifth floor, no grass grew wherever Su Wei passed. He even took away the chairs in the corridor outside the door. "What do you need these things for?" Su Wei chuckled. "You don't understand this, do you? If you ever run into danger in an open area, these things will be ready-made weapons. Although psychic abilities are of a very high level, they also have a drawback, which is that their attack capabilities are relatively weak. Once Su Wei encounters an attacking psychic, even a low-level psychic can make him embarrassed. In addition to being able to control the movement of objects, he can now use his mental power to avoid attacks. However, with these tricks, if he encounters a powerful psychic, it would be tantamount to seeking death. After raiding the hospital, the two drove away and headed for the next location. After so many years of hard work in Yuntai City, Su Wei is quite familiar with these places in the city center. Although there are a lot of supplies in the South China Logistics Zone, who would complain about having too many supplies at this time? There are more than a dozen large supermarkets in the city center, and there are dozens of super warehouses outside them, which sell all kinds of supplies. If he could store all the existing materials in Yuntai City into the space, he would have enough capital for future reconstruction, and he could even invest in the construction himself. However, it is still uncertain whether those supplies can be obtained. Due to heavy snow for several consecutive months, the altitude of Yuntai City has increased by at least 10 meters, and those areas with deeper terrain have long been buried by heavy snow. Even if there is something down there, how do we get it up? Soon, they arrived at the warmest shopping mall. Like Waydo Commercial, this place is one of the top shopping malls in the country, which includes all the daily necessities found on the market. But when Suwei finally broke through the ice and went down to the first layer, he was stunned by the empty scene in front of him. How come such a big mall is empty? Zhuangchang was also bewildered after coming down and exclaimed, could it be that there are other people with special abilities who can also store things? Probably not. Suwei shook his head. The ability of space may not be unique, but it is definitely impossible for everyone to have it. Otherwise, Yuntai City would have been in chaos long ago. Judging from the thickness of the ice, someone must have moved everything away in the first few days after the apocalypse. Being able to move so many things in such a harsh environment is definitely not a private act, but an officially organized action. They didn't stop and drove to the next location. Suwei was right in his expectation. Most of the shopping malls in the city center had been emptied out, and only those warehouses far away on the edge still had some supplies left. However, this place was also destroyed, probably by some ordinary people who were extremely hungry. Chapter 90. Someone came to the door. Although he felt a little disappointed, Suwei also knew that in such a big city like Yuntai, it was impossible for him to be the only one who could think of this. Everyone wants to survive. When a disaster strikes, ordinary people may need time to react, but the authorities are more alert than anyone else. They must have prepared countermeasures long ago. Even if they could not predict the future as Suwei did, their power was much greater than Suwei's. This is also why he did not wait until the market became chaotic before emptying those warehouses. Because those bigwigs are too smart, they have wide channels of information and hold great power. However, Suwei did not give up. Because the damaged warehouses proved that the official action was definitely hasty. Even if they had more manpower and resources, they would not have enough time to transport all the resources away. There will definitely be some resources that will be abandoned. The two set out again, leaving the city and coming to the outer ring. Although it is not as prosperous as the city center, it is the place with the most people. After all, China has the most ordinary people, and they cannot afford to live in the ridiculously expensive houses in the city. With more people, more resources are naturally consumed. You may find unexpected gains in places that big shots usually disdain to visit. Sure enough, the two came to a 4S park on the outer ring road. Inside are sales and service stores of major automobile brands, with a wide variety of cars on display, and inventory cars worth tens of billions of yuan have been abandoned here. Suwei was like a blood-sucking leech, and he didn't even let go of those cars worth tens of thousands of dollars, and he took them all into his space. Anyway, the capacity of his brain space is very large, and he still doesn't know what its upper limit is, so he might as well take this opportunity to give it a try. Oh my god, Big G! Zhuangchang arrived at a Mercedes-Benz showroom and saw the big black car at first sight. Not to mention him, even Suwei couldn't help but take a few more glances. He had already taken a fancy to this car when he bought the E600 before, but unfortunately the price of over 3 million yuan was too high for even an upper-class elite like him. Now you can take it away without spending a penny. But forget it, unless he can clear all the ice and snow off the road. The two looked at each other and smiled in tacit understanding. Brush. Suwei put the G-Class into his space, and he also took in other models. In the blink of an eye, the entire exhibition hall became empty. Next came the large transport vehicles, 10 meters, 15 meters, and even a crane weighing more than 30 tons. Suwei said that he would accept everyone who came. Suwei, good stuff. Come quickly. Zhuangchang's excited shouts came from the intercom. Suwei looked over when he heard the sound and saw Zhuangchang standing on a high platform several dozen meters away from him. Here I come. Suwei's voice was also a little excited, because he saw 4 big words written on the big sign behind Zhuangchang. China Petrochemical. This is the real good stuff. He drove over without stopping, and the two of them carried pickaxes and smashed for more than half an hour, finally clearing the layer of ice and snow outside the gas station. But after finishing all this, Suwei was in trouble again. How? What do you pretend? The gas pumps at the gas station are all placed underground and connected to the gas stations on the ground. He can store those independent objects, but he can't handle things that are connected to the ground. Forget about it if we can't fix this. Isn't there a barrel of spare gasoline inside? Zhuangchang's words woke the dreamer up, and the two rushed into the gas station's office building, where nearly 1,000 barrels of gasoline were stored. This is right next to the 4S store. If it were an ordinary small gas station, it would be impossible to store so much spare gasoline. The quantity was not large, but Su Wei was very satisfied. This amount of gasoline was enough for him to drive his snowmobile around the entire Yuntai city. As the sky gradually darkened, the two of them returned home contentedly. As soon as he entered the community, Su Wei saw Chu Chang coming from outside the community with a few of his younger brothers, with a few ordinary zombies tied up behind them. Mr. Su. Chu Chang came over and greeted him with a smile. Su Wei nodded and asked, "Where did you find this?" Now the zombies in the Cloud City have been almost all captured, with only a few scattered kittens left. Even Crazy Donkey has not been working for the past 2 days. He originally wanted to infect the remaining owners into zombies, but was seriously stopped by Yu Wei. Crazy Donkey knew that Yu Wei was now Su Wei's man, so he naturally didn't dare to say anything more. He could only take people to search for him in a farther place. But he is not Su Wei. He doesn't have a snowmobile or protective clothing. In such extremely cold weather, he would be risking his life if he dared to go any further. Chu Sheng smiled and said, "The brothers went to the North Bay area and found it there." North Bay? Zhuangchang had lived there before, and he was a little surprised. We're at least 20 kilometers away from the North Bay district. Aren't you afraid of freezing to death? Just wear more clothes. Chu Sheng smiled and waved his hand, then added, "Mr. Su thinks highly of us and provides us with food every day. Naturally, we must do our best to repay you." This is the difference between people. Some people would be grateful to Su Wei for a bite to eat, but some people would feel exploited and even think that Su Wei was enslaving them. As expected, the scenery you see is different from different angles. Su Wei felt a little touched and said with a smile, "Don't worry, your reward will not be in vain." As he spoke, he took out several boxes of instant noodles and 2 boxes of white wine from the space. Chu Sheng and his companions became excited when they saw the 2 boxes of liquor. In this kind of horrible weather, keeping warm has become people's top priority besides eating. After the existing resources are exhausted, these liquors become a magical tool for heating. One sip is so delicious. "Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su." Chu Sheng and his companions expressed their gratitude, then happily took the things and went back. As for the 3 ordinary zombies, Su Wei just glanced at them casually, and then drove back to the villa regardless of whether they were dead or not. At his current level, those ordinary zombies are of little use to him. This amount of energy is not even enough for him to move a desk. But he was very satisfied with the behavior of Chu Sheng and others. No matter how big or small the gains were, at least they tried their best and put in their utmost efforts. Bosu. Su Wei had just returned home when he heard someone calling him outside. "What's wrong?" He looked out the window and saw Crazy Donkey and his brothers. "Oh no, someone's knocking on the door." Crazy Donkey stood outside with a grim expression on his face, saying, "Just now a bunch of idiots showed up out of nowhere. There were at least 400 or 500 of them." Su Wei was stunned for a moment when he heard this. At this time, there are still people who can gather 400 people to act at the same time. Could it be that those official people have come to visit? Chapter 91, Nanshan Martial Arts School. The power of the government can never be matched by an individual. Even though it is the end of the world, the officials still have the most resources and the strictest rule. They have armies, weapons, and even many ordinary people to drive production. Su Wei was also a little panicked at this time. He is now capable of protecting himself, but that is limited to escaping. As for his current house, people like Sun Wanner and Zhuangchang may lose it. After planning for so long, he had just built up a little power of his own. If it was wiped out just like that, Su Wei would really be unwilling to accept it. But if a war breaks out, he has no confidence at all. Su Wei thought for a moment, then threw a walkie-talkie to Crazy Donkey and said, "Take some people to negotiate with them and see what they want to do." He originally wanted to go there in person, but then he thought it was a bit risky. Although the abilities of psychics are very strong, their energy will eventually run out. It is impossible for him to kill all 400 or 500 people. Once his energy is exhausted, people like you and Chu may not be able to hold on. Moreover, he had no intention of letting Zhuangchang and Yu Suawei come forward now. He still doesn't know the other party's background yet, so it's most appropriate to use cannon fodder at this time. Although Crazy Donkey is cruel and violent, he has one good thing, which is that he knows how to adapt to the times. He knew that Su Wei wanted him to take the lead, or to put it bluntly, to be cannon fodder, but but he did not show any dissatisfaction. Instead, he looked honored. "Don't worry, Mr. Su. I will definitely fulfill my mission." Sue nodded and said with a smile, "Work hard. I won't treat anyone unfairly, especially those who have worked hard for me." Crazy Donkey's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Yes." Ever since the number of zombies has gradually decreased, people like Crazy Donkey have had a hard time. In the past, he relied on his connections and guns to get the most food every day but do the least work. He lived a very comfortable life and could even curry favor with Zhuang Chang from time to time and get a pack of cigarettes to satisfy his cravings. He had a craving for cigarettes again these past 2 days, but unfortunately, without the zombies, he had no excuse to curry favor with Zhuang Chang. This is an opportunity. He was originally a crazy donkey who made money through illegal means, and he understood best that wealth and honor must be sought through risk. As long as he can do things well this time, Su Wei will definitely look upon him with a higher regard. Will he still be short of supplies in the future? He went back immediately and hurried to the gate with dozens of owners. What a wonderful place. Outside the gate, a young man in his 20s stood at the front, looking at the villas inside with some envy. A young man of about 18 or 19 said excitedly, "Brother Hongwei, I heard that the people living here are all rich. Maybe they even have food." "Of course there is." Another slightly older youth spoke up. He wore a pair of thick glasses on his face, looking a bit bookish, forming a sharp contrast with the strong young men around him. He stepped forward and said, "Hongwei, if a fight breaks out later, don't just rush in. First, control the gate to prevent them from sneaking in." The young man named Hongwei chuckled and said, "Don't worry, Brother Rue, I'll do whatever you say." At this time, Crazy Donkey also arrived with his men. The owners who were blocking the road in front of the door finally breathed a sigh of relief. There were only a dozen of them, but they were facing more than 400 young men. The reason they were able to hold on until now and not run away was entirely because of the deterrent power of the Crazy Donkey. An owner trotted over and said, "You're finally back, Brother Donkey." What did Mr. Su say? The same thing. In the current Cloud City, Su Wei is the uncrowned king. Moreover, facing 400 or 500 strong young men, everyone can only rely on Su Wei. Otherwise, they will not only be robbed, but may even be beaten to death. Crazy Donkey ignored the man and walked to the front with a cold face. He looked at Akuin and his men and shouted, "Is there anyone in charge? Come out and talk." The guy opposite named Brother Rue came out, followed by Hongwei. Crazy Donkey also came out with his 3 little brothers. He was the first to speak. "My name is Zhang Yong. Everyone on the street calls me Crazy Donkey. I used to cover all the entertainment venues in the city center. I wonder where you're from." This is a preemptive move, so that the other party will not dare to underestimate you. Brother Rue, however, acted very calm. He pushed his glasses and said with a smile, "My name is Li Rue. We are both students at Nanshan Martial Arts School. The school has run out of supplies, so I was wondering if Brother Donkey could provide some relief. In today's environment, whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. Don't even mention that you were a gangster before. It's useless even if you were the underground godfather." Seeing he couldn't calm these people down, Crazy Donkey said coldly, "Friends, not to mention that you've crossed the line, even if you really came here for help, we have nothing to give you." Li Rue looked at the owners with a smile and said calmly, "Shouldn't it be? They seem to be in good condition and don't look like they've been hungry for a few days. Moreover, these people seem to be quite united, so there must be someone controlling them from behind. There are only 2 ways to control people now, and that is absolute force and food." Crazy Donkey said with an unhappy face, "We don't have much food, just enough for us to eat. If you're here to talk, I can give you 2 packs of biscuits as a token of friendship. If you are here to cause trouble, how about looking for something to do?" Hongwei couldn't stand Crazy Donkey's arrogant look, so he stepped forward and scolded him. "Crazy Donkey, aren't you the little scoundrel who used to hang out with Su Jiang? Why are you pretending to be so arrogant in front of me?" Crazy Donkey's face turned pale in an instant. He suppressed the anger in his chest and said coldly, "Since my debut, no one has ever spoken to me like this. You are very good. Grass." Hongwei immediately got angry and kicked him. "You are pretending to be a bullshit." However, this kick did not hit the Crazy Donkey and was pulled back by Li Rue next to him. He smiled and said, "Brother Donkey, you can see that we brothers are here today just to find food and a comfortable place to stay. Please help us, Brother Donkey." "I can do it, sir." Crazy Donkey was furious, but he suppressed a sneer and said, "Are you sure you want to live here?" Li Rui grabbed Hong Wei, who was about to go berserk again, and said with a smile, "Why? Donkey Brother doesn't agree. It's useless whether I agree or not." Crazy Donkey glanced back in the direction of Area D and said coldly, "I'm just trying to persuade you. This isn't a place for you to come. If you don't want to die miserably, you'd better take your people back to where you came from. Fuck, I'll teach you how to act like a fool." Hong Wei finally couldn't bear it anymore and slapped Crazy Donkey in the face. The Crazy Donkey was stunned by the beating. Obviously, he never expected that he would be beaten one day. He was also angry and kicked him. The two men immediately started fighting with each other. But Li Rui, who was wearing glasses, took 2 steps back slowly with a calm smile on his face. Seeing the fight breaking out, more than 400 martial arts school students rushed up and instantly overwhelmed the dozen or so owners who were blocking the door. The war is about to break out. Chapter 92. What can I do if I know? Bang! A gunshot interrupted the impending melee. Everyone stopped and looked around in horror, trying to see who had fired the shot. But they searched for a long time, but could not find the person who fired the gun. They only saw a martial arts school student lying on the ground with a fist-sized hole in his chest. Someone soon noticed the difference in this shot. It would be impossible for an ordinary bullet to cause such a large wound, unless it was some large-scale sniper weapon. They have sniper rifles. The scene became quiet in an instant, and Crazy Donkey and Hong Wei, who were fighting, also stopped. Li Rui, who had been calm and composed at first, also changed his expression at this moment. He quickly raised his hand and said, "Stop. Stop right now. If it was just an ordinary pistol, they wouldn't be afraid. After all, there are more than 400 people, and a few pistols won't be of much use." But he never imagined that the other party even had a heavy sniper. At this time, Crazy Donkey stood up, covering his swollen left cheek, spat a mouthful of blood on the ground, and looked at Hong Wei and those students with a ferocious expression. "Hit him," he sneered arrogantly. "Don't you have more people? Fight. Why don't you fight?" He knew from the beginning that Su Wei would take action, but he didn't know when Su Wei would take action. Fortunately, he was fast enough this time. Otherwise, he would not be a match for that magnificent creature. "Damn it, aren't you crazy? Come on, hit me." The Crazy Donkey came in front of Hong Wei, slapped in the face, and then kicked him down. Grass. After all, he was a young man full of vigor and vitality. Hong Wei could not stand such an insult. Even though the other party had a heavy sniper, he still couldn't help but want to fight back. "Stop." Li Rui grabbed him, pinned his arm tightly, and whispered, "Calm down, Hong Wei. He's not someone you want to mess with. If you act impulsively, you'll suffer." For these people, guns are not actually scary. What is scary is the inexplicable threat. They didn't even know where the sniper was hiding. Perhaps at this moment, the gun was already pointed at one of them, and it was most likely him and Hong Wei, the two leaders. "Brother Donkey, don't be impulsive." Li Rui stepped forward, waved his hands, and said, "We're forced to come here today. How about this? We only need food for one day, and we promise not to enter the villa area. What do you think?" He is very smart, and at this time, he does not forget to strive for the greatest benefits for his side. The city on the clouds is very big, and they can easily find a high-rise building to live in. Besides, even if the other party has a sniper rifle, they can't really kill these 400 or 500 people, so as long as we don't provoke the other party, there's still room for negotiation. Impossible. Crazy Donkey flatly rejected Li Rui's request. "I still say the same thing. Cloud City is not a place for you to come to. It's even more impossible to get food. If you don't want to die, go back to where you came from." What a joke. There are 400 or 500 people here. How much food do they consume? Not to mention that Crazy Donkey would not agree. He was sure that Su Wei would never agree either and would find a way to kill these people. Although Su Wei is very low-key in his daily life, Crazy Donkey knows that he is not a good man. So many big guys have been killed by him. So would he be afraid of a group of students? Li Rui thought that since he had made a concession, the Crazy Donkey would not really fight to the death. But he didn't expect that Crazy Donkey would refuse directly. Is there nothing left to discuss? Li Rui's expression turned cold. "It's true you have guns, but can you kill us all? If chaos breaks out, these people will be in great trouble." He wanted to use these owners to threaten Crazy Donkey. But Crazy Donkey laughed. He said unhappily, "Come on, why don't you try it? Fuck, Brother Rui, why bother talking to him? He just has a broken gun. If you have the guts, just kill us all." Hong Wei couldn't bear it any longer, waved his hand and called out, "Brothers, if you're afraid of death, just be a ghost. Grab them for me." Wow. The 400 or so students were suddenly in chaos, and most of them rushed forward. Bang! Another shot was heard in the distance, and a student fell to the ground. His head was like a balloon filled with water. It exploded into pieces in an instant, and brain matter and blood were scattered on the people around him. If the previous shot was a deterrent, then this shot was a blow to the heart. Many people were frightened by this scene, and vomiting sounds were heard one after another. Most of the people here are students aged 18 or 19. They may be brave and aggressive, but who has ever seen such a scene? They saw with their own eyes their companions' heads being smashed, and that red and yellow thing pierced deeply into everyone's heart. Even a ruthless man like Crazy Donkey couldn't help but shiver. He had killed many people, but this scene was indeed too shocking. Hong Wei and Li Rui were also dumbfounded. They stood there blankly, not knowing what to say. At this moment, on a lookout tower in the villa area, Zhuang Chong held the sniper rifle, his eyes as calm as water. It was as if the two people he had just killed were not humans at all, but animals. The changes in these days have made him learn to be ruthless, and he also understands what it means to strike first to gain the upper hand. Maybe at this moment you feel it is cruel and think that those people are just students and should not be treated so cruelly. But what if they rushed in? At that time, they will be the cruel ones, and all the cruelty will be transferred to him. Su Wei stood by, holding a telescope and observing the situation in front of the community gate. When he saw those people starting to retreat, he took out the walkie-talkie. Crazy Donkey. After Crazy Donkey received the news, he immediately came forward and said, "Boss Su, please speak. Tell them that they can ask for food, but they have to give something in return." Yes. Although Crazy Donkey was somewhat unwilling, he did not dare to disobey Su Wei's wishes. As for what this equal return was, he knew it very well. Zombies. It seems that Su Wei doesn't want to let them go, but wants to kill these people without bloodshed. The Crazy Donkey shuddered subconsciously. The people who had died before flashed through his mind like slides. These people died because of internal strife and fratricide. And the mastermind behind this is Su Wei. He used food to divide the owners into 4 factions and used a reward and punishment system to make those people start fighting. Later, Su Wei even felt that they were not dying fast enough. So he took out roast chicken as a lure, letting them kill their companions inside and even actively infect the zombies. In fact, these methods are not very clever. Many owners of Yunshang City are smart people, and they know Su Wei's purpose too well. But what can we do even if we know? What they use is an overt conspiracy, which is to make you fall into it even though you know is a trap. The reason is simple: food. From the end of the world until now, whoever has food is the boss. Not to mention that Su Wei has food and absolute strength. He has long been in existence that the owners dare not look up to. Chapter 93. You are so bad, I like it so much. Catch zombies. Li Rui was stunned for a moment, then said, "But 30 portions of food are too little. We have 427 people, so we need at least 300 portions of food." Negotiation has always been a process of bargaining. But Crazy Donkey shook his head and said, "Impossible. Our leader said, only 30 portions a day. As for how to divide it, you guys can decide for yourself." Hong Wei was so angry that he shouted, "Who is your leader? Let him come out and speak. What kind of man are you if you hide around like that? Just you? You don't deserve it." Crazy Donkey didn't bother to pay attention to this strong-limbed young man. He looked at Li Rui and said, "Our leader said that if you want to live here, you have to show your ability. He won't support idle people." "Excuse me, what does your leader want these zombies for?" Now everyone is more familiar with zombies, and Li Rui and others have also seen quite a few zombies. But they didn't know what Su Wei wanted these zombies for. Crazy Donkey wanted to say something, but he didn't know the reason, so he said coldly, "These are not things you should know. In a word, fight or peace. We need to discuss this." Li Rui did not answer immediately, but pulled Hong Wei back to the crowd. Crazy Donkey was not in a hurry. He took out his treasured half-smoked cigarette from his pocket and looked at those people with a sneer. In his opinion, these martial arts school students may have good kung fu skills, but no matter how good their kung fu skills are, can they withstand sniper rifles? Most people are still afraid of death, and they're even less willing to use their own lives to buy life for others. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, he said loudly, How about it? Have you thought it through? The sky gradually darkened, the north wind began to blow again, and the snow fell heavily. The people present gradually couldn't stand the cold anymore and began to think about retreating. Brother Rue, why don't you just agree to it first? Those things are free anyway, so we won't suffer any loss. At this time, someone couldn't help it. Zhang Matzi, are you still a man? Hearing this, Hongwei cursed angrily. They're clearly bullying us. They expect us to work for them with just 30 servings of food? You're dreaming. The man refused to give in and said, Li Hongwei, do you have any brains? We're being held at gunpoint. What are we going to do if we don't agree? Are we just going to go back like this? The apocalypse has lasted for 2 months. The highest temperature during the day is only minus 30 degrees Celsius, and at night, it is close to minus 60 degrees Celsius. If we want to go back the same way in this kind of weather, at least half of us will freeze to death. Li Hongwei also lost his momentum. He hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said coldly, Brother Rue, we can stay here first and wait for the right opportunity to kill that crazy ass and also kill his leader. Since Su Wei was able to produce 30 portions of food, it meant that he must have a large amount of supplies. Li Rue had wanted to say this for a long time, but he had been holding back. After all, 2 people had just died, and the students were filled with fear and anger. If he bowed his head at this moment, those people would vent their anger on him. But now someone couldn't help it anymore, and he breathed a sigh of relief. That's a good idea, Hongwei. I'll follow your advice. Let's stay here and wait for an opportunity. Sure enough, when the students learned about this, many of them started shouting, Li Hongwei, you are a coward. Someone cried out, my brother's head was smashed by them, and you guys are just giving in without even saying a word? Bullshit. Zhang Hui, you pig-brain bastard, do we still have the energy to fight now? The chaos was quickly suppressed. More than 400 students from Nanshan Martial Arts School moved into the upper floors of Area F, and Su Wei kept his word and took out 30 portions of food to distribute to them. In the villa, Sun Wanner made dinner, and the 2 of them chatted while eating. It's a mess outside today. It sounds like there are a lot more people. Sun Wanner asked, blinking. Su Wei smiled and said, just ask if you want to. When did you learn to beat around the bush? Sun Wanner pouted and said coquettishly, I'm not afraid that you'll say I'm meddling too much. Although life is comfortable, it is also boring. There were only 2 people in the huge villa, and Su Wei could still go out for a walk from time to time, but Sun Wanner had never gone out since she moved in. On the one hand, it was Su Wei's vigilant personality, and on the other hand, he was worried that she would be in danger if she went out. Therefore, Sun Wanner has been very depressed recently. She can't even watch her favorite TV series. Whenever she has the chance, she wants to pester Su Wei and ask him questions. Su Wei smiled and handed her a piece of pizza, saying, those people are martial arts students. If we use force, they will definitely riot, and the rules of the community will be broken. So that's why you endured it? Sun Wanna thought about it seriously, and suddenly said, you can ask them to catch zombies as well, and use them to exchange for food. By then, they will definitely cause internal strife. Su Wei didn't say anything, just looked at her quietly. Why are you looking at me like that? Sun Wanner subconsciously touched her face, thinking something was stuck on it. Su Wei suddenly laughed and said, go on. What happens after the civil unrest? Of course we defeat them one by one. Sun Wanner finally opened up. Just like how you divided those owners. If you choose a selfish person to lead them, it won't be long before they start killing each other. If you reduce the food portion then, they will fight over it even more. Then what? Su Wei's eyes showed more and more fondness. He felt that Sun Wanner had been assimilated by him. At this moment, they were more like a couple who had been married for many years, and even their occasional thoughts were so consistent. If this had happened in the past, with Sun Wanner's personality, she would definitely not have approved of such cruel means. But now she spoke of it very calmly, as if she was chatting about a very ordinary gossip. And then, Sun Wanner glanced outside with some hesitation before she said firmly, just like Zhang Yayu back then, even if they don't actively infect their companions, we have to find a way to make them do so. Seeing Su Wei looking at him and smiling faintly, Sun Wanner suddenly became nervous and whispered, do you think I'm too mean? No, I think you're absolutely right. Su Wei suddenly leaned forward and kissed her red lips, then said with a smile, because I've already done that, and I asked Crazy Donkey and the others to deliberately get a few zombies and place them around Area F. Sun Wanner was stunned for a moment, then giggled. You are so bad. I like it so much. Being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. Sun Wanner didn't understand this truth before, but since she followed Su Wei, she has seen so much ugliness in human nature that she has gradually become numb. Now even she understood. If Su Wei didn't find a way to kill those hundreds of people, they would come to kill him as soon as they gained a foothold. Never use interest to test human nature, as that will only lead to your death miserably. Chapter 94. He runs a chicken farm? Mr. Su. Just after dinner, Chu Sheng's voice suddenly came from outside. What's wrong? Are you done with the food? Su Wei casually put on an autumn outfit and stood in front of the door to video call him. No. Chu Sheng said awkwardly. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. I've caused you trouble. Are you implicating me? Su Wei was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Are you talking about that Bai Menglu? Never mind, it's not your fault, but you have to remember, I have nothing to do with her. What? It's very cold. Let's go back. Chu Sheng stood there in a daze, shaking his head and saying no. It's not about that. I meant those people from Nanshan Martial Arts School. I think I led them here. Then Chu Sheng recounted exactly what happened during the day. After hearing this, Su Wei shook his head unhappily. The general meaning is that in order to catch zombies, Chu Sheng and his friends ran to the farther Beiwan district, but Nanshan Martial Arts School was also in Beiwan district, so those students discovered Chu Sheng and followed him all the way. No wonder Su Wei was at a loss for words and said, I was wondering why they had to walk 20 kilometers to come here. I'm afraid it's because you showed off your wealth outside, and that's why you attracted the wolves. The so-called showing off wealth is food. Chu Sheng and his friends had run so far, so naturally they had to bring some food with them. So the students regarded them as fat sheep and followed them from a distance of less than 20 miles. However, Su Wei didn't think Chu Sheng was wrong. At least his intentions were good. It was just an accident. Su Wei suddenly had an illusion. He found that Chu Sheng seemed to have become his calamity. He was besieged the first time he met Chu Sheng. The second time, I was almost surrounded by zombies. The third time, he caused a misunderstanding with Bai Menglu, which caused him to be blamed by Sun Wanner for several days. This is the fourth time. Su Wei shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You never let me have a day off. Chu Sheng thought he was angry and immediately said, Don't worry, Mr. Su, I caused this trouble. I will go and deal with them for you right away. He left as if he was going to fight to the death. Su Wei shouted angrily, Come back to me. Sun Wanner, who was about to wash the dishes in the room, was startled and walked over timidly with 2 plates. I didn't say you. Su Wei's face was full of black lines, but he forced a smile and said, I'm talking about Chu Sheng. There are 400 or 500 of them. Are you looking for death? Su Wei was too lazy to complain now. He whispered, Since you feel you were wrong, I will give you a chance to make amends. No problem, don't worry. I guarantee you'll complete the task. Chu Sheng patted his chest and walked away. But when Su Wei looked at his back, he always felt a little uneasy, fearing that another accident would happen. Since its establishment, the corpse removal team of Cloud City has been reduced from the original 600 or 700 people to the current more than 70 people. Originally, everyone is now in a rare period of balance. With 30 servings of food every day, although more than 70 people would not be full, no one would starve to death. Now, there are more than 400 more people, and they still only have 30 portions of food. It is easy to imagine what those starving martial arts students would do when they see that these owners also have 30 servings of food every day. Thus, the peaceful city in the clouds became noisy again. Crazy Donkey is holding a meeting with more than 70 people. From today on, we will only be responsible for the villa area. Those senior executives are not allowed to go there anymore. As soon as Crazy Donkey finished speaking, the owners became unhappy. Why? Although the villa area is large, zombies don't like such open environments. They mostly appear in high-rise areas. Yeah, if we can't catch the zombies, President Su will reduce the food quota, and there won't even be any roast chicken. When talking about roast chicken, the owners all swallowed their saliva. Since the zombies appeared, Su Wei has distributed at least thousands of roast chickens. No one knows how many roast chickens he has stockpiled. Did he run a chicken farm in his previous life? The reason is actually very simple. When Su Wei was working at South China Logistics, he happened to come across a warehouse that was specifically used to store cooked food, and it was full of instant roast chicken of a certain brand. Just a little heating makes it a delicious meal. But now there is no roast chicken. As the number of zombies decreases, Many people have not tasted roast chicken for a long time. There will be roast chicken and bread. Crazy Donkey shouted. Those bastards from Nansha Martial Arts School are here now. President Su has expressly forbidden us from having a conflict, so we'll just have to endure it for the next 2 days. Why do they come here? Yeah, they don't own this place. And if those people come, we'll catch even fewer zombies. Kick them out. Yes, let them get out of our territory. The owners were unusually united and denounced those from Nanshan Martial Arts School. Crazy Donkey saw that his emotions were right, so he sighed and said, those people are not easy to deal with. They're all martial artists, and there are 400 or 500 of them. So what? As long as President Su takes action, even 1,000 of them will be useless. That's right. I heard that when President Su encountered a zombie, he could kill it with just one look. Look at him to death. Just stare at him, and he'll die. Crazy Donkey looked at these people with a mixture of laughter and tears. Su Wei has now become a legend among outsiders, so much so that they dare not even have the slightest thought of disobedience, let alone resistance. So friends, Crazy Donkey shouted, the more this happens, the more we need to demonstrate our own value. If Mr. Su is left to do everything, then what are we still doing? That's true. People spend money to feed them. Isn't it just to let them work? Everyone knows that Su Wei is not a kind person. Brother Donkey, what should we do now? Someone asked, and Crazy Donkey immediately said, do nothing. Even if you find zombies, pretend you can't catch them. Drive those beasts to Area F. Huh? Didn't you take the initiative to send them roast chicken? Some people don't understand, but there are more smart people. Someone quickly explained, are you stupid? If they discover the zombies, will they fight over them? If they fight, there will be chaos inside. Then, or to say that none of those successful people are fools. The owners of the Cloud City are all smart people, but their fighting spirit has been worn down by the end of the world. Now that someone is trying to cause trouble, they naturally perk up. An owner who specialized in academic research pushed his glasses aside and said calmly, why does this sound so similar to Emperor Wu of Han's and Fiefman order? No, this is a typical conspiracy. 2 peaches kill 3 warriors. This is clearly the Golden Sword scheme. Bullshit. How can the Golden Sword strategy be used like this? Your history was taught by a physical education teacher, right? Chapter 95, Heartbeat. Listening to the discussion of these owners in front of me. For the first time, Crazy Donkey felt the horror of intellectuals. Although they no longer have military advantage in the apocalypse, these people are still terrifyingly smart. Just to deal with a group of martial arts students, some people even used all 36 stratagems. Sure enough, people who play tricks have the dirtiest hearts. For a moment, Crazy Donkey decided to be nicer to these people in the future. In case one of them played tricks on him, he would die without knowing how. Okay. He clapped his hands to interrupt them and said, it's good that you understand the situation. From now on, everyone should move into the villa and find a place to live. It would be best if more people can live together. An older homeowner said in embarrassment, Brother Donkey, I live on the 9th floor and I have too much stuff at home. I can't move it. What are you afraid of? After get off work, we'll go get something for you. Now, the humanity that had been lost for so long finally showed signs of a brief recovery at this moment. The reason was that the people from Nanshan Martial Arts School felt threatened, so they formed a united force tacitly. Of course, Crazy Donkey knew that all this was temporary. Once those people are eliminated and the danger is over, they will continue to fight among themselves as before and continue to fight for a piece of bread or even risk their lives. Brother Donkey, zombies found. Perhaps even God was helping the owners, as they actually found a newly mutated zombie in an abandoned villa. The super zombies are very powerful, and Crazy Donkey and others have also put in a lot of effort. More than 70 owners worked together, and everyone attacked with all their might until the zombie was driven out of the villa area. They finally cheered. Catch the zombie. Don't let it run away. Hurry up and catch it. Today is the day we can have our roast chicken. Catch zombies and eat roast chicken. The owners' desperate shouting finally attracted Li Rue, Li Hongwei, and others. As soon as they went out, they heard a commotion in the villa area. However, they had an appointment with Crazy Donkey before, and since they were new here, they didn't want to cross the line. Brother Rue, it's a zombie. Li Hongwei laughed arrogantly. Didn't that Crazy Donkey say that if you catch a super zombie, their leader will reward you with a roast chicken? Today I want to see if it's true. As he said this, he called a few people and was about to go over. Return. Li Rue stepped forward to stop them and said coldly, "Have you forgotten what I told you yesterday? This is a sensitive period. We should try not to clash with them and let them down." But Li Hongwei was a little indignant. He felt that those weak owners were simply vulnerable. Li Rue interrupted him coldly and said, "It's okay. No one is allowed to go. Let's go." Li Hongwei's younger brother Zhang Matsi came up and whispered, "Brother Hongwei, can that leader really give us roast chicken? That should be it." After being scolded by Li Rue, Li Hongwei nodded somewhat disinterestedly. Ma Zi was a little hesitant to believe it. But where did he get the roast chicken? I'm afraid he must be faking it. You're asking me. Who the hell should I ask? Li Hongwei said angrily. Yesterday, I arrested a homeowner in the community. He confessed that their leader is called Su Wei, who lives in a villa in District D and has tens of millions of yuan in supplies. Damn, tens of millions. When the people around heard this, their mouths opened wide. Most of them don't know what 10 million means, and some of them may never have the chance to find out in their lifetime. But one thing is certain, the roast chicken is real. Hongwei, come here. When Li Rue heard the noise behind him, his face suddenly turned dark. He called Li Hongwei over and started scolding him. Are you fucking crazy? What's wrong with me? Li Rue looked at the unconvinced Li Hongwei and said, Who told you to tell them this? Do you know that the brothers haven't eaten for 2 days? If they knew this, they would definitely rebel. People die for money, birds die for food. Now people are dying for food. Most of these students have never had any dangerous experiences, so when they learn that zombies can be exchanged for roast chicken, will they still be obedient? If they rushed into the villa area all at once, the owners would definitely be alert. Li Rue's plan was ruined. What are you afraid of? The worst that can happen is we can just fight them. Li Hongwei was still a little unconvinced. He felt that Li Rue was just too timid. Li Rue shook his head helplessly and said, If it was the situation yesterday, we might have had a chance if we risked our lives, but now, there's no chance. Why don't we have a chance? There are only about 70 people. We brothers have been practicing martial arts since we were young. How can we not beat them? Li Rue was truly helpless and could only patiently explain. Now that the brothers have moved into their new home, they can still get a bite to eat every day. It's not much, but they won't starve to death. And, as he just said, they still have a chance to eat roast chicken. Li Hongwei blushed immediately and realized his mistake. Think about it. If we go in for a head-on fight right now, Su Wei won't even need to fire a gun. He'll just need to throw a few roast chickens at us, and we'll be in chaos. After Li Rue explained it earnestly, Li Hongwei gradually felt regretful. Seeing him like this, Li Rue smiled and advised, Don't be upset. As long as we have people, why worry about not getting food? Didn't Su Wei want to reward him with a roast chicken? But who can eat one roast chicken? If you just encourage him a little, the brothers will rush in with you to kill Su Wei and steal his supplies. Certainly. Then he added, Not now. We have to let them down their guard, until they think we're no longer a threat. But things don't always go as we wish. After Li Hongwei left, Zhang Matsi quickly spread the news about the roast chicken. When everyone heard this, who could still hold back? They all shouted to catch the zombies. But there are not many zombies in the city on the clouds, especially under Su Wei's reward and punishment system. Zombies have become a rarity here. If you ask what has the most purchasing power in the city on the clouds today, it is undoubtedly zombies. After searching for a while without any results, some people began to protest. What's this? They're living it up in the villa, eating and drinking delicious food, while we're being treated like pigs here. Damn, it's so frustrating. Be content. Fortunately, there are still 30 servings of food every day. Are you kidding me? Someone sneered. There are more than 400 of us. Who will eat 30 portions of food? Li Hongwei, relying on his kung fu skills, always eats and takes more. Who knows how much he has taken behind our backs? So what? He's the boss, so it's only natural. Didn't they say that catching a zombie would reward you with roast chicken? How about we? 3 chapters have arrived in the morning, and there are 2 more chapters in the afternoon. Brothers, awesome. Vote and go. Shout Out will work hard to update. Chapter 96. Boy, you are useless. There were complaints here, while there were constant shouting in the villa area. Damn it. If you're afraid of death, why don't you just become a ghost? Let's go and rob that zombie. Some people couldn't help it and walked towards the villa area. If one person takes the lead, 10 will follow. Dozens of people walked towards the villa area spontaneously without being called together. They also wanted to eat roast chicken. Stop right there. Li Hongwei rushed over after hearing the news and stopped those people. But these people showed no sign of stopping. Someone said, "Brother Hongwei, they've been shouting for half an hour. What's wrong with us going to help? Help your uncle." Li Hongwei kicked him ruthlessly and cursed. "How can you treat my words as bullshit? Did I ever say you were not allowed to go to the villa area?" It was obvious that Li Hongwei's deterrent power was very strong, and these people did not dare to speak. Zhang Matzi said at this time, "Brother Hongwei, why don't we just watch from the side instead of going over there?" Li Hongwei was immediately speechless and cursed. "Pockmarked, are you itching for trouble?" "Brother Hongwei, don't be anxious." Zhang Matzi said calmly, "Brothers, we know you don't want us to have a conflict with the owners, but we've never caught a zombie before. We should just go and learn. Yeah, we used to run away when we saw zombies before, but this time we have to catch zombies again, and those things can infect people, so we just want to learn from them." After being disturbed by them, Li Hongwei didn't know what to say. "I had no choice but to follow them to the junction of the villa area. Quick, get the rope." In the open space of the villa area, Crazy Donkey was knocked down by the zombies as soon as they met. He quickly got up and shouted, "Don't let him get away." But that super zombie was obviously much smarter than ordinary zombies. After being besieged by dozens of owners for half an hour, it knew it could not win, so it ran out quickly. The two owners rushed forward in panic to intercept them, but they were obviously scared and slipped and fell to the ground. The person following behind was also knocked down by the person in front, and both of them fell flat on their faces. Outside the villa area, Li Hongwei and others burst into laughter when they saw this. Zhang Matzi laughed with the most disdainful smile and spat. "Bah, you're still trying to catch zombies with this kind of character. Don't let the zombies catch you later, will you? These people have been practicing martial arts since childhood, and they look down upon the weaklings the most." The owner's embarrassment gave them a strong sense of superiority. At this time, someone said, "Brother Hongwei, we can take care of this bunch of trash in 5 minutes. Why should we be polite to them? Stop talking nonsense. No one is allowed to cross the line without my order." Li Hongwei had been educated by Li Ruwei a long time ago, so he naturally would not let them do anything wrong. But he can block the boundaries, but he cannot block the people's hearts. "If we can catch this zombie, we can eat roast chicken." Yeah, it's such a good thing. Why not do it? Li Hongwei also wanted to do it, but he trusted Li Ruwei more, because without Li Ruwei's advice, he would never be able to become the leader of these people. Oh no, the zombies are about to escape. At this time, the crazy donkey screamed. The next second, the zombie broke free from the ambush of several people and ran quickly towards Li Hongwei and others. "Damn it, Brother Hongwei," Zhang Matzi said excitedly. "Look, that zombie seems to be coming towards us." The zombies were very fast and soon reached the border of the villa area. "Damn, get out of the way." Li Hongwei subconsciously took a few steps back and the zombie passed by him. Zhang Matzi reacted instantly and shouted, "Brothers, grab your weapons. Surround this beast and don't let it get away. Roast chicken is here." When he shouted, everyone reacted and took sticks, steel pipes, and other things, surrounded the zombies, and beat them continuously. At this time, Crazy Donkey and others also caught up. He stepped forward and said, "Damn it, what do you mean? We were the ones who found that zombie." Li Hongwei originally wanted to say something, but Crazy Donkey's attitude really deserved a beating. He said coldly, "A bunch of idiots. They can't even catch a zombie. What does that have to do with us? Stop talking nonsense and give that zombie back to us." Crazy Donkey took out his pistol without saying a word and looked at Li Hongwei coldly. The owners also began to agree. "Yes, that's what we discovered. You crossed the line. Give it back to us. The roast chicken is ours. You bunch of outside dogs, get out." It would have been fine if they hadn't said this, but as soon as they said this, everyone on Li Hongwei's side became angry. Zhang Matzi yelled, "Bullshit! This zombie came here on its own. And who the hell are you calling a dog?" The students also shouted angrily. "Did we cross the line? It's obviously because you are useless, a bunch of garbage. You're rubbish. You can't even look after your own stuff. Go back to your villa area. This is our territory now." There were shouts and curses from both sides, but no one crossed the line. Crazy Donkey took 2 steps forward with his gun in hand, pointed at Li Hongwei, and said, "I'll say it again. Give the zombies back to us." Now Li Hongwei was finally enraged. He took 2 steps forward, pressed his head against Crazy Donkey's pistol, and cursed, Who the hell are you trying to be? Shoot if you have the guts. Brother Hongwei, fight them. Zhang Matzi saw this and shouted, he only has one gun, and there are so many of us. Let's kill him. Kill him. Kill him. The crazy donkey was frightened by the roars and subconsciously took a step back. Li Hongwei showed disdain on his face when he saw this and said coldly, we agreed before that you are in the villa area and we are in the high-rise area. No one can cross the line. Now that the zombies have come to the high-rise area, it is our territory and naturally belongs to our high-rise area. Crazy donkey gnashed his teeth and said, but it was found on our territory. It's because you're such a loser. Who can you blame? Li Hongwei sneered and said, once you're on my territory, you're mine. Even if you're Su Weilai, we're still right. Dare you call Su Wei by his full name? Boy, you are useless. Crazy donkey looked at him as if he were a dead man, and then said coldly, Boss Su won't believe you. Even if you catch a zombie, don't even think about exchanging it for roast chicken. That's none of your business. I'll accept it even if I can't get it. If there had not been a conflict just now, Li Hongwei might have been able to hold back. But now, no matter how foolish he is, he knows that he must not be cowardly at this moment. Otherwise, his subordinates will look down on him. And how can he continue to be the boss? Good. You have guts, boy. The crazy donkey stomped his feet on the spot and walked away with an unwilling look on his face. The remaining owners protested, but were suppressed by Crazy Donkey's pistol, and everyone had to leave in shame. At the same time, bursts of laughter came from behind. Chapter 97. How could he be so arrogant? After all, he is a martial arts student, and his physical fitness and endurance are top-notch. After a while, the super zombie was surrounded by dozens of students. Someone found a rope and tied it up tightly. Then everyone went to the villa in Area D happily. However, due to the previous agreement, Li Hongwei only took Zhang Matzi and one brother with him. When I met a crazy donkey on the road, we didn't get along with each other and naturally had nothing to say. Li Hongwei stood in front of Building 104 holding the rope. We want to see Su Wei. At this time, Zhuang Chong came out of the house with a 95 submachine gun hanging on his body and even 2 grenades hanging around his waist. Li Hongwei subconsciously took 2 steps back and instantly lost confidence. Who are you looking for? Zhuang Chong put his right hand on the trigger and glanced at him indifferently. The inexplicable feeling of oppression made Li Hongwei and others shiver unconsciously. We're looking for Su. No, we're looking for the leader. Li Hongwei was no fool, and his attitude suddenly took a 180-degree turn. Led? Zhuang Chong wanted to laugh. This crazy donkey was really good at making things happen. Then he looked at them with a solemn expression and said calmly, the leader is busy. Just tell me if you have anything to say. Li Hongwei swallowed hard and said with difficulty, we caught a big zombie and want to exchange it for a roast chicken from the leader. Wait. Zhuang Chong just glanced at it indifferently, went back for a walk, and came back with a roast chicken in his hand, which he threw directly out the door. Sure enough, there is roast chicken to eat. The 3 of them were immediately delighted, and even looked around the villa with a little smugness. Then they froze. Although the villa in front of you is not the most luxurious in the community, it is the brightest one. The lights were on inside, and you could even faintly smell the aroma of food wafting from inside. Don't say that Li Hongwei and others were stupid. When Crazy Donkey and others saw these for the first time, they were even more exaggerated than them. This is why thousands of owners, knowing that they are seeking death, still want to capture this place. This is heaven. Zhuang Chong woke them up with a cold voice. Tied to the railing, you can go. Li Hongwei and others finally reacted. Oh. Several people walked away, looking back every few steps, with endless envy and jealousy in their eyes. If it weren't for the terrifying weapons hanging on Zhuang Chong's body, they would even want to rush in immediately and occupy this paradise. On the way back, Li Hongwei and the others looked confused, and even the roast chicken in their hands didn't smell good anymore. How is that possible? How could he possibly live so luxuriously? Everyone had the same thought in their minds. They couldn't understand how many resources Su Wei had accumulated to dare to squander them so recklessly. Brother Hongwei, Zhang Matzi behind him said in a shocked tone, is that true? Why does that house feel like a dream? Yes. How could he be so arrogant? Li Hongwei shook his head randomly. Now, he just wanted to go back immediately, tell Li Rue everything here, and then make a good plan to take over this house. The leader actually gave you roast chicken. As the three of them walked out of the villa area, they ran into the crazy donkey coming towards them. His words made Li Hongwei laugh out loud, and he said coldly, "We caught the zombies, and the leaders will naturally reward us." "What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? How could he do this?" Crazy Donkey looked at the people in Building 104 with anger and said coldly, "I worked hard for him, and he turned his back on me. Stupid." But his anger did not move Li Hongwei and others. After all, this kind of plot has been seen many times in TV dramas, and it might just be an act. Seeing them walking away, Crazy Donkey also cursed the same word, idiot, and turned to walk towards Area C. He found Chu Sheng and said with a smile, "Brother Chu, my mission is completed, and now it's up to you." Chu Sheng doesn't like ruthless hooligans like Crazy Donkey, but he also knows that he is not qualified to do things according to his own preferences. He, including Crazy Donkey, Yu Suawei, and even Zhuang Chang, they're all just soldiers under Su Wei. To put it bluntly, they are dogs. Whatever Su Wei says is what it is, and no one can disobey. He adjusted his mood and said with a smile, "Don't worry, our 6 little golden dragons are ready. We will definitely all perform well tomorrow." 6 little golden dragons? Crazy Donkey almost burst out laughing when he heard this nickname. "I am the Monkey King." He suppressed his laughter and said, "Okay, then I'll go back. I haven't reported to President Su yet." "Good." After the Crazy Donkey walked away, he finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, idiot ha." Chu Sheng stood in the yard with a bewildered look on his face, wondering, what is that idiot laughing at? What's so good about him? Did he pick up some money? "Brother Chu." Chu Sheng was staring at the Crazy Donkey in confusion when someone suddenly called him from the villa opposite. "Miss Bai, the house he lives in now is only a dozen meters away from Bai Menglu's villa." I don't know what he was thinking at the time. Was it really unintentional, or did he deliberately choose Area C? Bai Menglu came out of the villa wrapped in a thick cotton jacket. Ever since Chu Sheng moved in here, her life has become much quieter, and those owners with bad intentions no longer dare to come and covet her. Furthermore, the matter of Bai Menglu is Su Wei's girlfriend, although the two parties involved have made it clear. But Chu Sheng and others were unaware of this and thought that Bai Menglu and Su Wei were having an affair. Su Wei was too lazy to explain because the more he explained, the worse it would get. Seeing Bai Menglu coming out, Chu Sheng hurried over to greet her and said, "It's so cold, Miss Bai. Why are you out here? If you have anything to say, just let me know." This is Su Wei's woman. Chu Sheng dare not slack off at all. Seeing his respectful attitude, Bai Menglu sighed slightly in her heart, knowing that the other party must have misunderstood. She said a little embarrassedly, "I just heard you say that you were going to act tomorrow." In the end of the world, a lonely and helpless woman. She had basically no means of making a living and could only rely on her strong willpower and a little cleverness to survive in the cracks. So when she heard that Chu Sheng was going to act in a play tomorrow, she knew her chance had come. Although Bai Menglu didn't know what their so-called acting was for, there were few people outside now. So who were they acting for? But this does not hinder her clever mind. If you want to live longer in this apocalypse, you must seize every possible opportunity. Chu Sheng had no doubts and nodded. It's President Su's order. Tomorrow. Then, he told Bai Menglu exactly what happened yesterday. After all, they are boyfriend and girlfriend. Even if there are some conflicts between Bai Menglu and Mr. Su, it won't harm him, right? Chapter 98, Bai Menglu's class begins. Of course, this is just Chu Sheng's personal opinion. If Su Wei knew about this, he would definitely pull out his gun and shoot him without hesitation. Damn it, you've been here for 5 days and you've screwed me 5 times. Chu Sheng was still talking nonstop. At the end, he sighed with regret. After all, this is my fault. I hope Miss Bai can put in a few good words for me in front of Mr. Su. Mr. Chu will be very grateful. Ah! Bai Menglu was stunned for a moment and finally gritted her teeth and said, "Actually, I lied to you. I am not Su Wei's girlfriend at all, and I have nothing to do with him." "What?" Chu Sheng stood there blankly and suddenly felt a chill on his back. "You're not?" Bai Menglu smiled bitterly and nodded. Chu Sheng's legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. Now the truth is finally revealed. Damn it! Chu Sheng had only one thought at this moment. He wanted to die. I'm so stupid that I didn't come to my senses after so long. He had a mournful look on his face, as if he had lost his parents. Miss Bai, you really have caused me so much trouble. I was wondering why Mr. Su treated me so harshly that day. Bai Menglu also said, awkwardly, I'm sorry, it was really because you came to my house so rashly that day that I was too scared, so? But I have already made it clear to Su Wei. He won't blame you. Really? Chu Sheng's hope was rekindled. He was really afraid that Su Wei would get anxious and drive him and his brothers out. If that were the case, it would be difficult for them to live a life without worries about food and drink. Bai Menglu nodded seriously. Then she recounted what happened that day, without any guilt about lying. I think Su Wei would not publicize such a thing, and Chu Sheng would definitely not take the initiative to seek death, so these words should not be spread. And she can make Chu Sheng more wary of her. Although she is no longer Su Wei's girlfriend, she has gotten to know Su Wei. As long as this relationship exists, and she is a popular young actress, any normal person would think that Su Wei will definitely fall in love with her. This can still save her from a lot of trouble. That's good. Unfortunately, Chu Sheng's level is too low, and he will never be able to see through this kind of operation in his lifetime. Bai Menglu changed the subject and asked, Brother Chu, aren't you guys going to act? If you need any help, I can give you some guidance. A rising star in the entertainment industry and a top-tier actress. Such a person must have good acting skills. Chu Sheng glanced at Bai Menglu's pretty face and immediately said, It would be such an honor if Miss Bai could come forward. I don't know if it was because he was impressed by Bai Menglu's acting skills or for other reasons, but Chu Sheng immediately agreed. Bai Menglu nodded, then said a little embarrassedly, But I won't help you for nothing. I need food. Not too much, just a little is enough. She looked at Chu Sheng with some trepidation. After all, asking for food at this time is no different from asking for one's life. However, since Chu Sheng followed Su Wei, although he could not eat too much, he was not short of food either. He readily agreed, No problem. Are 5 packs of instant noodles enough? Too much. Bai Menglu didn't expect Chu Sheng to be so generous. She waved her hands and said, I only need 2 bags. It is no exaggeration to say that 2 packs of instant noodles nowadays can be exchanged for 2 lives. So she felt that Chu Sheng was a little silly, and it was obvious that he was a son who sold his father's land without feeling any pity. In a villa in Area C, Bai Menglu's classroom started. The first element of acting, truth. She wet the rag with snow water and wrote a word on the wall. The big men below were like wild boars that had been given an injection, their eyes wide open, staring at the superstar in front of them. In the past, they would never have dreamed of such extravagance. That's Bai Menglu, the dream lover in the hearts of many fans, the young beauty in the eyes of many men, people of their level. Even thinking about them is a blasphemy. But now, Bai Menglu was actually giving them a lecture. Many people had different ideas in their minds. But before they could take action, they were put to rest by Chu Sheng's words. Miss Bai is Mr. Su's friend. If you dare to disrespect her, watch out for your head. Sure enough, Su Wei's name in the community can stop children from crying at night. The grown men instantly became obedient, sitting straight with their hands on their knees, not daring to move at all. Bai Menglu wanted to laugh when she saw this, but a hint of bitterness rose in her heart. She sighed and said calmly, If you want to act well, you must first immerse yourself in the role, just like a seriously ill person. Your speech, breathing, movements, and expressions must all be consistent. When you go there tomorrow, you can't just admit defeat. That would be too fake. Make yourself look as miserable as possible. The more miserable, the better, so that they will think that you're truly being oppressed here, and let them see the anger you have suppressed. Besides, having said this, Bai Menglu paused for a moment and said softly, You must portray Su Wei as a cold-blooded and heartless person. You must let them see how pitiful you are being bullied by Su Wei. Some people are born with acting skills. Although Chu Sheng's brain is not very good, his acting skills are still remarkable. 3 days later, he set off with his 6 little golden dragons. Before leaving, he paid farewell to his teacher, Bai Menglu, and promised that if he could do the job well, Mr. Su would definitely reward him. Bai Menglu could only smile and get away with it. If he knew Su Wei's attitude towards him that day, he would probably run away overnight, right? Chu Sheng and his men wandered around outside for a long time and finally found a zombie. With their abilities, it was easy for them to catch a zombie, and they would soon return with a great victory, showing off to everyone they met. It seemed as if they were afraid that others didn't know that they had caught a super zombie. Now, ordinary zombies can no longer be exchanged for roast chicken, not even chicken feathers, and can only be exchanged for a small piece of bread. But super zombies are rarer than ordinary zombies. So when they came back with the zombies tied up, many owners showed envious expressions, including Crazy Donkey and others. Hey, isn't this Brother Chu? The Crazy Donkey staggered forward and blocked Chu Sheng's way. Brother Donkey. Chu Sheng also nodded at him with a wry smile on his face. Crazy Donkey didn't even look at him. He pointed at the zombie behind him with greed in his eyes. Where did you get this? You're really capable. Chu Sheng still looked timid and said with a smile, Luck, just luck. Luck. Crazy Donkey suddenly sneered. I wonder if I'll be so lucky. Chu Sheng hurriedly bowed and said, Brother Donkey is naturally lucky. He must be better than us, right? The 6 little golden dragons behind also nodded in agreement and kept flattering the Crazy Donkey. Chapter 99. Where the hell did you find this idiot? If the Oscars had not been canceled this year, Chu Sheng would definitely have won the Best Actor award. That cowardly look is just perfect. Crazy Donkey looked at him with disdain and sneered. So, the reason you were able to capture this zombie was because of my good luck? Anyone with a sure imagination can hear this. Crazy Donkey wants to get a piece of the pie. Chu Sheng said timidly, Brother Donkey, don't be like this. We brothers haven't eaten meat for several days. Mr. Su has even cut off our rations. If we can't catch any zombies, we brothers will starve to death. I don't care whether you live or die. Crazy Donkey spat and said, I haven't eaten meat for 3 days. If you know what's good for you, leave the zombies here. I might even consider giving you a chicken leg to try. No. The 6th of the 6 little golden dragons stood up and said, We caught this with great effort. Why should we give it to you? That's right. We went to several places before we found this one. Brother Sheng, we can't give it to them. Yes, let's go to Mr. Su to seek justice. Several people echoed and glared at the Crazy Donkey. Crazy Donkey's face gradually turned cold, and he laughed. I really underestimated you. A bunch of foreign dogs dare to be so arrogant? Do you think President Su will believe it? Chu Sheng is indeed an outsider. It took them only 6 or 7 days to get here from the machinery factory. People like Crazy Donkey are not very familiar with them, and even many owners don't know what these people do. The owners were very xenophobic in front of the roast chicken. Someone said coldly, Brother Donkey is right. You bunch of outsiders, get out of our community. Aren't you just a bunch of beggars? If it weren't for President Su's charity, you would have died long ago. The 6 little golden dragons who were scolded by the owners were also angry. Bullshit. It was Mr. Su who asked us to come here to protect him. He was guarding against people like you. Don't think I don't know. You guys have been against President Su a lot in the past. Isn't it because you were scared by President Su that you behave yourself? Bang! Crazy Donkey fired a shot with a ferocious look on his face. The cursing Lao Lu suddenly wailed and fell to the ground, holding his stomach. I gave you face, didn't I? Crazy Donkey pointed his gun at Chu Sheng and his men, cursing, Go ahead if you dare. Let's see who's faster, you or my bullet. Lao Lu was lying on the ground, curled up like a shrimp. He kept wailing, Brother Sheng, save me. Save me quickly. I feel like I'm about to die. It hurts so much, no, I'm going to die. Seeing him wailing nonstop, the corner of Crazy Donkey's mouth twitched. Where the hell did you find this idiot? You got shot in the stomach, and you're still howling so loudly? Chu Sheng also had a dark face and kicked Lao Lu secretly. The latter stopped struggling and died with his head tilted. The noise here finally attracted the attention of Li Hongwei and others. Especially the bloodstain on the ground was very eye-catching. Li Hongwei sneered and said, Brother Rue, they're fighting among themselves. Never mind, just take a look first. Li Rue stood vigilantly in the distance. He saw a large pool of blood flowing from the man's lower abdomen. Combined with the gunshot, it was obvious that he was killed by the Crazy Donkey. Crazy Donkey, Chu Sheng, and others also saw them and immediately became serious. I'll ask you one last time. Will you give it to me? Crazy Donkey put his gun to Chu Sheng's temple. Give them. Chu Sheng looked at him angrily, his tone full of helplessness and resentment. Lao Wu cried out, Brother Sheng, but he killed Lao Lu. If you die, then die. Do you want to die too? Chu Sheng's eyes suddenly turned red, and he roared at him. Give him the zombies. Let's go. Under the threat of a pistol, all resistance is futile. Li Hongwei and others watched helplessly as the zombie was taken away by the Crazy Donkey, while Chu Sheng and others carried the dead Lao Lu away silently. This is the reality. In the end times, the strong prey on the weak and the winner is king. Li Hongwei sighed and said, "No wonder there are only about 100 people alive in such a large community. It seems that everywhere is the same, full of evil spirits." Li Rue laughed and said, "If we hadn't hidden the food in advance, we would probably be in the same situation as them now. Didn't you say we should find a way to divide them?" Li Hongwei sneered. "It seems that now there is no need for us to take action. They will cause internal strife on their own. The fact that two groups of people would kill for a zombie shows that the owners of these cloud cities are not united." Li Rue is a very intelligent person and has always been a respected figure among students in school. Later, the end of the world came. When most of his classmates suffered heavy casualties, Li Rue did not hesitate to join forces with Li Hongwei, who had the best skills. One of them was an outstanding fighter, and the other was an outstanding ability, and they managed to unite these surviving students into one. His eyes flickered a few times, and he smiled and said, "It's not the right time yet. Wait, I want to see how Su Wei handles this matter." Li Hongwei sneered. "He is a coward who doesn't even dare to leave the house. He hides inside and enjoys himself. How could he care about the lives of these people?" As he expected, Su Wei really didn't care about this matter. Soon, Chu Shang's complaints about Su Wei were spread by someone with ulterior motives. After hearing this news, Li Hongwei smiled and said, "Brother Rue, can we take action now? As long as we come forward to win over Chu Shang, he will definitely agree." At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Chu Shang was just an unlucky guy who was looked down upon by his boss and bullied by his colleagues. Can you still expect such a person to be loyal? Li Rue shook his head and said, "Don't contact him for now. Su Wei must be paying attention to this matter now. It's even possible that he deliberately created this drama." Li Rue is very smart and sensitive in analyzing current situations. They have just settled in the city of clouds and are not familiar with the local forces here. If they rashly try to win over Chu Shang, even if they succeed, what can Chu Shang do? 2 days later, what happened that day was gradually forgotten by people. The students of Nansha Martial Arts School have gradually become accustomed to the job of catching zombies. Moreover, their luck seemed to be very good. They caught 7 or 8 zombies in just 2 days. This made the students who had not tasted meat for a long time gradually crazy. How does the saying go? Can a dog that has tasted meat still eat shit? It's a pity that there are so many of them that there is not even enough for each of them to eat. The leaders of Li Hongwei and other teams could naturally eat, and most of the food was divided up among them. This also caused many students to feel dissatisfied. Chapter 100, Li Ruiping's Internal Conflict. What is worrying is not the lack of wealth, but the inequality. When we were in school, although food was limited, we were able to share it all. Moreover, Li Rue hid the amount of food, so the students naturally did not feel it was unfair. As long as they had something to eat every day and were not starving to death, they were satisfied. But now it's different. Everyone knows that zombies can be exchanged for roast chicken. And with 30 portions a day, no one can hide their portion of food. One student couldn't help but eat the 2 cookies he had just received. "Brother Hongwei, what? Didn't they say there were 30 portions of food? Why are they only distributing so little? And we caught 2 zombies today. Where's the roast chicken?" Li Hongwei said with a cold face, "You know nothing. 30 portions of food have to be divided among 400 people. Isn't that all? What's wrong? Isn't it the same for me?" He was right. 400 people had to share the food for 30 people, and each person would only have a few bites left. But the students didn't buy it. Someone asked, "That's not right. Then why did Xiaoyu and the others get a whole bag?" "Fart, did you see that?" Li Hongwei would naturally not admit it and said, "We are together every day. Who dares to take more than he deserves?" The boy named Xiaoyu also cursed, "Stupid Qinyang, how dare you frame me? Come on, if you don't explain yourself today, I'll never let you go." Xiaoyu grabbed Qinyang's neck and pushed him against the wall. Qinyang showed a somewhat evasive look, his face flushed as he said, "I clearly saw it, and Zhang Feng and Niu Shui saw it too. Tell me, wasn't he eating cookies alone in the room that night?" Upon hearing this, the 2 young men standing by not only did not stand up to testify, but instead took 2 steps back in fear. Seeing the 2 people's frightened expressions, Xiaoyu glared at them with a sneer and asked, "Did you 2 see me stealing food?" Li Hongwei also said calmly, "Xiaofeng, Xiao Shui, did you 2 really see Xiaoyu cheating? If you did, Tell me, and I'll chop him to pieces. No. Brother Hongwei, we didn't see. Everyone knows that Xiao Yu is Li Hongwei's #1 henchman and has been working with him for a long time. The two of them couldn't beat Li Hongwei, so naturally they didn't dare to get angry. Damn it. Chen Yang suddenly became anxious and cursed. Didn't we agree to bring this up together today? You guys are such cowards. Stupid. Am I the only one who hasn't eaten enough? You two country bumpkins deserve to starve to death. Bang. Xiao Yu punched Chen Yang in the face and cursed viciously. Stop adding drama to your own drama. I think you're the one looking for trouble. Chen Yang naturally refused to give up after being punched. He struggled to push Xiao Yu away and wanted to fight back. All right, stop it. Li Ruwei came over and separated the two who were about to fight, saying, Xiao Yu, apologize to Yangzi. Fuck, are you okay, Brother Ruwei? You asked me to apologize to him. What a piece of shit he is. Xiao Yu stiffened his neck and cursed. Li Ruwei's face turned slightly colder. He held his eyes tightly and yelled, I'm telling you one last time, apologize. Xiao Yu subconsciously glanced at Li Hongwei, who nodded imperceptibly. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Ruwei. I apologize. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and came to Chen Yang, saying perfunctorily, I'm sorry. Chen Yang covered his face and looked at him gloomily, suppressing his impulse and saying nothing. He knew that Li Ruwei was helping Xiao Yu to settle the matter. A simple sorry made up for the punch he had just received. Now, even if he wanted to fight back, he had no reason to do so. Yoko. Li Ruwei patted Chen Yang's shoulder and said, Xiao Yu is too impulsive. Don't bother with him. I see the whole thing clearly. It's all because of a pack of biscuits, right? Is this about a bag of cookies? Chen Yang was filled with anger at Li Ruwei's evasive remarks. Everyone was clearly doing the same work, and they put in more effort, but in the end they got the least food. Anyone would feel unbalanced. Brother Ruwei, this isn't. Chen Yang wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Li Ruwei's words. I gave that packet of biscuits to Yuzi. Li Ruwei is the second most important person in the team after Li Hongwei. Even Li Hongwei has to listen to him when there are important matters. Chen Yang was even angrier now, but it was also more difficult for him to express himself. Li Ruwei smiled and said, Many of us brothers were slightly injured in the zombie we captured yesterday. Yuzi was kicked in the chest by a zombie, and he still hasn't recovered. Tell me, was the one bag of biscuits I gave him too much? Xiao Yu was not stupid either. He ripped open his shirt when he heard that. He pointed at the bruise on his shoulder and said, Look, how much suffering did I endure just to give you guys a meal? What? You're still not convinced? Chen Yang was completely speechless now and hesitated. How come I didn't know you were injured? Xiao Yu cursed back. I have to inform you when I'm injured, right? You're my dad. Xiao Yu and his group quickly joined in. Yeah, I got hit a few times yesterday, and there were scrapes all over my legs. Yoko, if you keep thinking it's unfair, go catch zombies by yourself next time. Forget a pack of cookies. We wouldn't even be jealous of a roast chicken. That's right. If your butt isn't that big, then don't pull your pants that big. You're lucky to have a stutter like that, but you're still getting angry. Do you deserve it? Just keep your mouth shut. Li Ruwei glared at Xiao Yu and the others and said, We're all brothers from the same pot. So who wouldn't argue? Let's stop with this today and don't mention it again. Brother Ruwei, Chen Yang is the most embarrassed now. He thought he had obtained evidence that Li Hongwei and others had taken more than they deserved, so he came forward angrily to accuse them. But he didn't expect that Li Ruwei would turn the tables on him with just a few words. Xiao Yu and his people were obviously talking nonsense, but he couldn't refute it, because he had no injuries. But being injured doesn't mean you've put in the most effort. Chen Yang felt aggrieved, but he couldn't speak. After sending Chen Yang and his men away, Li Hongwei, Yu Zi, and others returned to where they lived. Damn it, you're causing trouble for me. As soon as he entered the door, Li Ruwei cursed angrily. Xiao Yu didn't dare to talk back, so he said with a playful smile, Brother Ruwei is still awesome. He made Chen Yang an idiot with just a few words. Huh, stop talking nonsense, Li Ruwei said with a stunned face. Can't you just keep your cheating secret? I'm making it up to you today, but what about the future? Are you going to hurt yourself every day? Xiao Yu curled his lips in dismay. That Chen Yang is just a little loser. I asked him to do it with both of them. You can do it, Chen Yang, but can you do it, Chen Yang, the hundreds of brothers out there? Seeing that he wasn't convinced, Li Ruwei kicked him and cursed. I tell you guys every day to be careful when you cheat, but you're so arrogant. Next time, I'll be the first one to deal with you. Chapter 101, Cereal. In the room where Chen Yang and others were staying, Zhang Feng said awkwardly, Yangzi, what happened today? Niu Shuai continued, we can't beat them, so we'd better endure it. Li Hongwei is very ruthless. If we provoke him, the few of us won't be enough for him to drink with. Everyone knows that Li Rue is helping Xiaoyu cover up his lie today. But so what? If you can't beat him, you naturally have to keep your tail between your legs. Even if you know that Li Rue is Huqin, what he says is reasonable and well-founded. Are you not convinced? If you don't agree, stand up and fight. Qinyang glanced at the two of them and said coldly, you two are just cowards. What will happen if we really fight? We have more than 30 brothers in our dormitory. Niu Shuai smiled bitterly and said, 30 of us are nothing. Li Hongwei and his men are all fierce warriors. Xiaoyu can pick on the 3 of us. What can we do to them? That has to be done. Qinyang said coldly, it's okay if you didn't know before, but now everyone knows how much food we need every day. How much do we have to share? Just tell me, do you want to eat enough? Of course I do. Who the hell doesn't want to die of stuffing? Let's do it. What do you want with your dick? Qinyang choked and said, I'm going to find Brother Zhang tomorrow. There has to be an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, we'll starve to death if we don't do it. Zhang Matzi? Isn't he in the same group as Li Hongwei? Will he speak up for us? What a bunch of jerk. Zhang Matzi was defeated by Li Hongwei. Do you think he really accepted it? The next day, everyone went out to look for zombies as usual. Li Hongwei's group was naturally together, but Li Rue asked Zhang Matzi to lead a team on his own on the grounds of dividing the areas for search and arrest. Chun Yang and others also took the opportunity to join Zhang Matzi's team. Everyone searched around the community for a while, and when there was no one around Zhang Matzi, Chun Yang quietly came to him. Elder brother, what's wrong? Zhang Matzi squatted in a shelter place with a dry grass root in his mouth. I don't want to work with Li Hongwei anymore. Chun Yang gritted his teeth and said, those idiots are clearly bullying us. Not only do they eat more and take more, they also bully us. I won't accept it. Zhang Matzi glanced at him and smiled. What can I do if I don't accept it? Brother, we used to hang out with you when we were in school. Even though Li Hongwei is the boss now, our hearts are still with you. Don't play mahjong with me, just say it. How about we pull the lever? Chun Yang glanced around and whispered, you have a say with the people in the villa. If we can break out and work alone, we are not necessarily weaker than Li Hongwei and the others. Pooh. Zhang Matzi rolled his eyes, spat out the grass in his mouth, and said, why would I go it alone? I have enough to eat and drink now. Why would I mess with that idiot Li Hongwei? Before, Zhang Matzi had fought with Li Hongwei more than once for the position of boss. But Li Hongwei is not only a good fighter, but he also has Li Rue by his side to help him with advice. After being beaten a few times, Zhang Matzi knew he couldn't win anymore and could only endure and be the nominal second in command. Besides, can you guarantee that the person in the villa will accept us? Zhang Matzi said calmly, we've fought those crazy donkeys over there a few times before and even fired our guns. If we just go and surrender like this, will they accept us? As an outsider, Zhang Matzi was very clear about the situation of this group of people. Qinyang whispered, it's Li Hongwei who's fighting Crazy Donkey. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, if we go over there, Crazy Donkey's number will increase, so they won't be afraid of Li Hongwei anymore. This matter. Zhang Matzi pretended to hesitate and said, I know what happened yesterday. You're angry and dissatisfied. But no matter how much we fight Li Hongwei and the others, it's our internal affairs. If we defect to Crazy Donkey's side, can you guarantee that they will get rid of Li Hongwei and won't attack us? But Chun Yang wanted to persuade him again, but Zhang Matzi waved his hand and said, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's get back to work. All right. After Chun Yang left, Zhang Matzi squatted on the ground and looked at the students not far away and gradually had an idea in his mind. This side of the villa, Crazy Donkey and Chu Sheng met. How do you say that? Keep going. This is only the first episode. There's a whole series to come. Crazy Donkey cursed with a smile. Fuck. Are you tired of playing pick, tear, and splashing with me? I'll take 2 people with me to sneak attack Li Hongwei overnight, and they will naturally collapse. Chu Sheng shook his head and said, Boss Su doesn't want to cause chaos in Cloud City. Otherwise, do you think those people would be opponents? Everyone is aware of Su Wei's methods, especially the fact that he killed 2 zombies with 1 car, which has long been spread among the lower circles. Crazy Donkey nodded and said, I know what Mr. Su means, But those people are not easy to deal with. If they are too united, we might suffer losses. More than 400 martial arts students fighting together, what kind of scene would that be? Chu Sheng replied calmly. If you eat the Su family's food, you have to do the Su family's work. Got it. At this moment, someone shouted from not far away. The two smiled at each other, and Crazy Donkey cursed angrily. Let's go, it's time to work. Most of the zombies around the Cloud City have been captured. Finding a zombie now is harder than finding an affair. But the people under Chu Sheng were simply possessed by the goddess Lack. Fuck, what are those idiots yelling so loud for? Chu Sheng went up and kicked Lao Lu, cursing. Didn't you die yesterday? What's the matter? Are you back to life again today? Get back here. The old man who died at the hands of the crazy donkey yesterday, Lao Lu, laughed and said, Brother, I've discovered that I love acting. I feel uncomfortable if I don't act. Get lost. If you mess things up, I'll make you strip naked and perform in the snow. Chu Sheng drove away Lao Lu and took his four brothers with him, dragging a zombie, and deliberately walked around the border of Area D, and then, by chance, he met Crazy Donkey. Wow, what good luck. Crazy Donkey's acting skills are online. He brought people over nonchalantly. Come on, go, and take the zombies away. Several male owners came up from behind and directly snatched the rope from the third brother's hand. Fuck you. Are you guys addicted to robbing? The latter suddenly became anxious and kicked the owner. Fuck. Crazy Donkey glared, pulled out his pistol, and pressed it against the third brother's temple. You're so awesome. Is it that I can't hold the gun anymore? Or are you getting carried away again? Crazy Donkey, what the hell do you want to do? Chu Sheng said angrily. We already gave you the one the day before yesterday. Is that enough? We need to eat too. Don't push us too far. What's wrong with forcing you? If you don't agree, just fight. Bang. The Crazy Donkey fired a shot into the air, and Chu Sheng and others subconsciously took half a step back. Chapter 102, Provocation. Here, Zhang Matzi and others are still searching hard. Unfortunately, their luck was not very good today. After turning around for a long time, they didn't find a single hair. Instead, everyone was so cold that their noses were running. A burst of gunfire was heard, and Qinyang was the first to react. Brother, there was shooting at the villa. Zhang Matzi also glanced over there and laughed. Looks like they're having an internal fight, too. Ha, a bunch of noobs, relying on a gun to act so arrogant. Let's go and take a look. Zhang Matzi led his men to the outskirts of the villa area and saw Chu Sheng, Crazy Donkey, and others confronting each other. Why is it him again? At this time, Li Hongwei and others were also lured over by the gunshot. When he saw Chu Sheng, he couldn't help laughing. This guy is so unlucky. He was robbed twice in 3 days. A few of the younger brothers who happened to be searching nearby said in a boastful tone, Brother Hongwei, Brother Rue, that Chu Sheng is a bastard. Crazy Donkey shot him just now and scared him so much that he almost ran away. You're so timid, and you still think you can lead a team? Li Hongwei sneered. That Su Wei has no vision. If I were him, I'd be damned if I didn't kill that Crazy Donkey today. Here, Chu Sheng was still angrily confronting the Crazy Donkey. Crazy Donkey, don't you think you can be awesome just because you have a crappy gun? If you piss me off, I'll kill you and you too. Fuck you. Crazy Donkey would curse. Is this how you use the phrase one body, two lives? If you're so uneducated, stop using adjectives. Grass. Chu Sheng's face turned red and blue, and he gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to fight you. Bang. Then a punch hit Crazy Donkey's face. Plop. Crazy Donkey fell to the ground, covering his face and cursing softly. Fuck, Lao Chu, are you serious? Hey, if it's not real, how can it be called a performance? Chu Sheng stepped forward and knelt directly on the Crazy Donkey, punching him with his fists, muttering. Our teacher said that the most important thing in acting is authenticity. Just bear with it. I'll just hit him a few more times. Fuck, I'm going to put up with you. Bang. The mad donkey, who was pinned to the ground, fired a random shot, and Chu Sheng had no choice but to retreat. The Crazy Donkey rolled over and got up on the ground, raised his gun to force Chu Sheng to death, and then attacked him with a big punch. Bang! Chu Sheng was stunned by the slap. Fuck, are you serious? Didn't you say that acting has to be real? The Crazy Donkey cursed in a low voice, went up to Chu Sheng and threatened him with a gun, then started beating and kicking him. Fuck, you dare to fight me? Crazy Donkey cursed and beat Chu Sheng violently. Can you do this? Come again if you have the guts. Don't say I look down on you. Who in Yuntai City dares to touch me? Crazy Donkey? Crazy Donkey may not be a good actor, but he's good at pretending to be a tough guy. Chu Sheng lay on the ground without saying a word, allowing him to punch and kick him. Fortunately, both of them kept their sense of propriety. Otherwise, if they really made the other person angry, it would not be acting anymore. Chu Sheng lay on the ground, protecting his head with his hands, and cursed loudly. Fuck, if you have the guts, kill me. What can I do to you? The mad donkey kicked him again. I was brought here by President Su. If you have the guts, shoot me. Threatening me? You bastard. Crazy Donkey was about to shoot, but his younger brother quickly stopped him and said, Don't do it, Brother Donkey. Chu Sheng is still Mr. Su's man after all. If you really kill him, Mr. Su will. I'm not afraid of shit. Crazy Donkey shouted arrogantly. I've carried a gun and beaten people for President Su, so why would I be afraid of a few little karamis from outside? It would be a waste of life to kill him. Although he said that, Crazy Donkey didn't dare to actually shoot. Beat them up for me. At a command, several younger brothers and owners surrounded Chu Sheng and his companions and started beating them up. Until no one on the ground could stand up anymore, Crazy Donkey and others carried the zombies away, leaving Chu Sheng and his 6 little golden dragons wailing on the ground. This way, after seeing the Crazy Donkey leave, Li Rue suddenly smiled and walked over. What are you doing, Brother Rue? Li Hongwei and others quickly followed him. Don't you think now is the best time to win over those people? After seeing Chu Sheng being bullied twice, Li Rue finally believed that Chu Sheng's status in Su Wei's side was very ordinary. At least he was not as good as Crazy Donkey. If a normal person was bullied like this, as the boss, Su Wei should have spoken up long ago. But after 2 gunshots, no one came from the villa. This shows that Su Wei's subordinates don't care at all. He only cares about the zombies and himself. Li Rue came to Chu Sheng's side, smiled and helped him up. Are you okay, brother? Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment, then stood up and said, It's okay, thank you. Li Rue smiled and waved his hands. No, we are all here to make a living. It's not easy for anyone. Helping is nothing. Yes, thank you. Chu Sheng nodded and was about to leave. Didn't you eat? Li Rue asked from behind, and Chu Sheng and the others stopped where they were. Hongwei, take out the cookies we saved. Li Rue smiled and waved his hands, but Li Hongwei said angrily, Brother Rue, we worked so hard to save these cookies. Why should we give them to them for free? We all need to make a living. We'll help out if we can. It's just a few packets of biscuits. It'll save us from 2 meals. Li Rue said it calmly, but there was helplessness in his words. Chu Sheng was also a little embarrassed and said, Damn, we were robbed twice in 3 days. But the cookies were saved by you. How can we not feel comfortable? It can be seen that Chu Sheng is an honest man. But these days, the ones that get bullied are the honest people. Li Rue handed Chu Sheng 2 packets of biscuits and said with a smile, There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I just can't stand seeing honest people being bullied. Take them and eat them. If you don't have enough, come to Area F and I'll find a way for you. Chu Sheng looked grateful, but was embarrassed and didn't know how to start. Brother. At this time, Li Hongwei stepped forward and said with a smile, It's not a big deal for you to be beaten and robbed every day. You met us today, but what about the future? Chu Sheng stood there awkwardly. Li Rue said unhappily, What are you talking about? This isn't just a matter of fighting. They have guns, and the boss is backing them up. What can you do? Li Rue's words exactly expressed Chu Sheng's thoughts. He looked at Li Rue and sighed helplessly. Damn it! Who said we were raised by a stepmother? Chu Sheng said indignantly. We used to work in the machinery field. If Su Wei hadn't promised to provide us with food, I wouldn't have come to this damn place. So you didn't complain? And just let that crazy donkey bully you like this? Li Hongwei said with rolling his eyes. Why not? Chu Sheng cursed. I went there twice yesterday, and that idiot Su Wei didn't show up at all. He has plenty of food and drink, and even has women to serve him, but what about us? Chapter 103, Empty Military Camp. There are generally 2 outcomes for people who are bullied. One is to resist when pushed to the limit. The other is to endure silently. But the former is the majority. Even a clay Buddha is a bit rustic, let alone people in the end times. Li Rue patted Chu Sheng on the shoulder and advised, Brother, don't be angry. These days, whoever has the stronger fist has the final say. If you can't beat them, there's nothing you can do. Am I not patient enough? Chu Sheng stressed emotionally. There were over 100 of us who came here, and now there are only about 80 left. Damn, there are 30 servings of food every day, but the portions are so small. Crazy Donkey gets 2 bags of bread and a bucket of milk per serving. And what about us? Biscuits, there's only 1 fucking bag. Bread and milk? Li Rue and the others really didn't know this, and always thought that everyone's food was the same. Now after hearing what Chu Sheng said, his judgment of Su Wei became clearer. This man must have a large amount of supplies in his hands. Why don't you come to our place? Li Rue finally couldn't help but extend an invitation to Chu Sheng, saying with a smile, although we can't provide you with food, we can still look after you by being together. If Crazy Donkey tries to mess with you again in the future, we can still help you block him. You? Chu Sheng hesitated for a moment and said, what if President Su finds out? Li Rue smiled and said, you're overthinking it, brother. If Su Wei really cared about you, would he allow Crazy Donkey to bully you again and again? He's just using you as tools. Whoever catches more zombies will be more useful to him. In fact, Li Rue's judgment was correct. From the very beginning, Su Wei established this zombie removal team based on the principle of survival of the fittest. As for who can catch the zombies, it makes no difference to him. But we can't help you at all, and we're just adding to your burden. Chu Sheng looked at Li Rue with some caution. Why can't you help? Li Hongwei interrupted and said, as long as you join us, we— Shut up. Li Rue turned around and glared at him, then said to Chu Sheng, there's no rush to join. Besides, you're in the villa area, the environment is much better than ours. I just think they're going too far. After a few casual chats, Li Rue led his men away. After getting away from Chu Sheng and the others, Li Rue angrily cursed. Are you a bitch? Li Hongwei said unconvincedly. What's wrong with me? That Chu Sheng has been with Su Wei for quite some time now. Now you're asking him to betray his old boss. Regardless of whether he's willing or not, just think about his guts. Will he agree to it right away? Li Hongwei closed his mouth a little breathlessly. Li Rue continued. He hasn't been forced into a desperate situation yet. Just wait. When he's forced into a corner, he'll naturally come to us on his own initiative. Everyone over there was showing off their acting skills online, and Su Wei was not idle either. He took Zhuangchang out early in the morning. The snowmobile sped along the icy and snow-covered road. Half an hour later, they arrived at the western suburbs. After leaving the city, the number of buildings around you gradually decreases. Without accurate positioning, a small deviation can cause you to get lost. Fortunately, they were lucky and the approximate location was not wrong. This is the western suburbs military camp. A regiment was stationed here before. Zhuangchang pointed to a group of buildings half buried in ice and snow in the distance and said, I had a brother who served here before, and I've been here a few times with him. In the vast white snow, the military camp looked like a mosaic. Su Wei observed carefully with the telescope for a while, then said with a smile, Let's go. Whether we can make a fortune depends on today. The two of them ran towards their target and arrived at the gate of the military camp after more than 10 minutes. The ice and snow froze the iron door firmly to the ground. Su Wei decisively abandoned the car, took out 2 pairs of cotton gloves from the space and put them on, and the two of them jumped in with a few jumps. His purpose for coming here is simple: weapons. These days, martial arts strength is the highest standard for measuring a person. It is true that Su Wei has special abilities, but he is not a god. If he encounters a large-scale siege, he cannot kill thousands of people. Where the hell is this weapons depot? The two of them walked around the camp for half an hour, and Su Wei's excitement gradually subsided. After more than 2 months of wind and snow, even a military camp halfway up the mountain was not spared. Many lower-level buildings could no longer be seen. Although high-rise buildings could be distinguished, hidden places like the armory were not so easy to find. Here, Zhuangchang was born into a military family, so he naturally knew the layout of the military camp very well. He quickly found a building that only missed a corner. Su Wei looked at the cave buried in ice and snow and frowned. Down there, Zhuangchang nodded and explained, this military camp is built on a mountainside, so it's very difficult to open up a large area. Therefore, the equipment and military supplies are usually stored in the underground air raid shelter. Then smash it. Su Wei sighed helplessly and took out an excavator from space. Fortunately, he brought all these large equipment back when he was at the 4S shop, otherwise he would be in trouble today. Bang! Zhuangchang drove an oversized excavator and smashed the ice with a pestle. Oomph! The rumbling sound of digging echoed throughout the wilderness. After more than 10 minutes, a 2-meter square passage was finally dug out. It's working! Zhuangchang shouted with a smile. Suwei shook his head and shouted, "Keep smashing it. There's also the armory door inside. That thing is even harder to deal with than ice and snow." Another half-hour passed. Bang! There was a loud bang, and Suwei, standing at the entrance of the cave, felt a musty air rushing out. It's connected. The two of them went straight into the passage without stopping. But when he entered, Suwei was dumbfounded. Fuck, it's empty. The scene inside was nothing like what he had imagined. There were only countless empty shelves and some scattered military supplies. Suwei picked up a bucket of spilled lubricant and cursed angrily. Fuck, all my work today was in vain. It seems your guess is correct. Someone from the government must have taken these things away in advance. So, Zhuangchang said with some fear, those soldiers in the barracks must have been moved away along with the supplies long ago. How many people are there in the western suburbs military camp? Suwei asked subconsciously. Zhuangchang thought about it carefully and said, this is the organization of a reorganized regiment, and Yuntai is a first-tier city. Each camp will have a fully staffed patrol battalion stationed, with a total of about 3,000 people. Yuntai City has 4 military camps, plus the armed police, special police, and explosion-proof teams. Suwei frowned and said, if all these people are gathered together, it means that there are at least 20,000 troops stationed in Yuntai City, or even more. Chapter 104. Suwei, that bastard. After the apocalypse, it seems that those with superpowers have transcended the constraints of their environment. But this is still Planet D, after all, a world dominated by humans. They may be ignorant or weak, but they are huge in number and reproduce endlessly. Even though the global population has lost nearly 90%, hundreds of millions of people are still struggling to survive in every corner of the world. Some of these people became lambs waiting to die, while others were gathered together by certain powerful forces. That is to say, if Su Weirua wants to live comfortably in this world, the capital he has in his hands is not enough. The struggle will never stop, and the worse the environment, the colder people's hearts will become. In the villa in Area C, Chu Sheng returned with 6 little golden dragons. As a teacher, Bai Meng Lu is very dedicated and shoulders her due responsibilities. She smoothed the hair from her ears and asked, how is it? Did they win you over? Zhu Sheng not dead? That Li Rue is very shrewd. He only mentioned it briefly. I guess he's waiting for me to lose my patience and come to him for help. As long as he takes the bait, it'll be fine, Bai Meng Lu said with a smile. This proves that our performance over the past 2 days has been effective. If we had more fuel in a few days, it should be done. The reason they staged this drama was to make the people from Nanshan Martial Arts School feel that there was an opportunity. After they won over Chu Sheng, they would definitely take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Building 104. At that time, Su Wei would take advantage of the situation to encircle and annihilate the leaders in one fell swoop. It's not that he is cruel, but in this situation, if you don't kill someone, you will be killed. How can you guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Li Hongwei sat on the sofa a little impatiently. He looked at Li Rue and frowned. Brother Rue, it's been 5 days. Do we have to wait any longer? The brothers down there are already complaining. What are you complaining about? What else can we expect? Li Hongwei said unhappily. Only 30 rations a day, not to mention roast chicken. Many people don't even get a chicken feather. They work on an empty stomach every day. 1 or 2 days is fine, but if this continues, they will rebel sooner or later. Su Wei's brilliance lies in the fact that he uses food to frantically test the bottom line of human nature. When there are many people and food is limited, some people will be full while others will be hungry. Those who are well-fed want to take more, and those who are hungry are even more dissatisfied. If this continues, the conflict will only intensify. By then, even without the external influence of Chu Sheng and others, they will fight among themselves. A 200-pound fat man shouted, "Didn't they say Su Wei has a large amount of supplies? Then what are we waiting for? As long as we divide them internally, we can easily break into that house." You think it's too easy? Li Rue sighed and said, how many people were there in Cloud City before? At least 10,000 or 20,000, right? But now, the entire community can't even gather 300 people. Why is that? In a community of tens of thousands of people, only 300 people were left. That shows that Su Wei's methods are cruel enough. He uses food to make these people kill each other, so as to achieve his goal of not being threatened. Everyone's expression changed after hearing this. The 200-pound fat man retorted, "The more this happens, the more we have to strike first." Hongwei also said that the people below are about to lose control of the situation. Even if we don't take action, they might start fighting among themselves one day, and the situation will only get worse. Wait 2 more days. Li Rui looked out the window seriously and said, "If Chu Sheng has really been forced into a desperate situation, he will definitely seize this opportunity. If he hasn't made any moves yet, it means his situation is not as bad as it seems. Maybe this is a trap." As night fell, the sky gradually became dark. Several leaders of Nanshan Martial Arts School sat together with a small brazier in the middle. At this time, the student on guard came up and said, "Brother Rui, there's a man down there named Chu Sheng who wants to meet you. He said he's here to ask for help. Isn't it here?" Li Hongwei was overjoyed and said, "Damn, I've finally waited for him. Let him in." Li Rui was still hesitating, but Li Hongwei made the decision first, so he couldn't say anything more. After a while, Chu Sheng went up to the 6th floor. "Brother Chu is here. Come on, sit down and warm up." Li Rui stood up with a smile, signaled the person next to him to make way, and sat down side by side with Chu Sheng. "Call." Chu Sheng was not polite either. He squatted beside the brazier and rubbed his hands vigorously. It took a while before they warmed up a little. "Brother Li, I'm here today with a request." Chu Sheng glanced at Li Rui with some restraint and said awkwardly, "Someone over there is dying. It's been 3 days, and we haven't had anything to eat. Can you lend me some food?" Being hungry for 3 or 4 days in a row, no one could stand it, let alone now, even in the past. Li Rui knew that Chu Sheng was forced into a desperate situation. He didn't agree immediately, but asked in confusion, "You guys have been working hard these past few days. How did you end up in this situation?" "Don't worry if you laugh at us. We found another zombie yesterday, but before we could even take action, it was snatched away by crazy donkey's men." Chu Sheng clenched his fists angrily and said, "That beast. Not only did he steal our zombies, he also beat and killed one of my companions. Including the 6th brother from last time, Chu Sheng has lost 2 brothers." Li Hongwei deliberately fanned the flames, saying, "It's too much, but President Su doesn't care. Last time, you guys, I thought he would show up this time no matter what. It would have been fine if Su Wei wasn't mentioned." As soon as Li Hongwei opened his mouth, Chu Sheng stood up with a bang. "That bastard Su Wei." Chu Sheng cursed viciously. "He doesn't just ignore us. Today, when I went to get food, he actually said we weren't working hard enough and took away half of our food." Li Rui looked at the furious Chu Sheng and said calmly, "Boss Su has quite a bit of supplies, so he wouldn't withhold a small amount from you, right?" Chu Sheng shook his head and said, "You don't know, this Su Wei is an evil ghost. He originally wanted to use us. Once the zombies are gone one day, our existence will be a threat to him. Is it possible that he will show mercy? Tens of thousands of people are gone. Will Su Wei still care about them? So what do you mean?" Li Rui suddenly looked at Chu Sheng. "What? Are you willing to be exploited by Su Wei and bullied by that crazy donkey?" Li Rui said seriously, "Brother Chu, to be honest, we don't have much food left. We can't even eat enough every day, let alone save. Even if I lend you food today, what about tomorrow? Food is life these days. I can save your life, but I can't save you forever." Chu Sheng suddenly fell silent, with a look of struggle on his face. Li Rui was in no hurry to speak. After waiting for a few minutes, he sighed and said, "Should I silently endure the poisonous arrows of fate, or rise up and fight against the injustice of this world?" "Brother Chu," Li Rui slyly pretended to be cultured before saying, "Are you going to keep enduring this? Even if you can endure it, will Crazy Donkey stop bullying you? Will Su Wei stop deducting money from you? If you keep enduring this, what else can you do except wait for death?" Chapter 105. Killing is also a rule. Zhuang Chang stood in front of the villa carrying a huge bag. Outside, Crazy Donkey, Chu Sheng, Yu Wei, and Li Hongwei, who had just joined, were all standing at the door eagerly, like puppies crying for food. "Crazy Donkeys, come up and get your food." Zhuang Chang took out a bag of portion food from the bag. This was his favorite part of the day, and it always made him feel like he was the king of the world. This is the feeling of a strong person. Crazy Donkey picked it up with a smile, licking his face, and said, "Hey, thank you, Brother Chong, and thank you, Mr. Su. Work hard. President Su will not treat loyal people unfairly." Zhuang Chong nodded solemnly, then added, "What you did." Old Yu also walked forward with a smile and took away his share. Zhu Sheng. When it was Chu Sheng's turn, Zhuang Chong didn't even raise his head. He took out a small bag of food from the bag and threw it out the door, then ignored him. "Brother Chong," Chu Sheng asked hesitantly, "why do I have so few? This isn't even enough for 30 servings. Did you work?" Regardless of Chu Sheng's growing anger, Zhuang Chong said coldly, "You haven't even caught a single zombie this week. How dare you give me your opinion? We caught 2, but they were snatched away by a mad donkey. Everyone can testify to that. Go to hell." Crazy Donkey stepped forward, glared at Chu Sheng, and cursed. "You can't poop. You blame the toilet? Which eye of yours saw me steal your zombie? You can't keep an eye on your things, and you blame me?" Yuzue, standing by, sneered, "Exactly. Zombies are ownerless. Whoever catches them is the master of their craft. You said you caught them. So why didn't President Su reward you with a roast chicken?" Chu Sheng looked at the two of them angrily and cursed. "I just caught you, you crazy donkey. You dare to say you didn't rob me? Do you dare to confront me in front of President Su? I'm such a jerk to you." The crazy donkey sneered disdainfully and turned away. Zhuang Chong just sneered and continued. Li Hongwei and Li Rue stepped forward and took away the 30 portions of food that belonged to them. "Let's go, let's talk about it when we get back." Li Rue walked over to Chu Sheng, pulled his arm, and said, "It's no use talking nonsense. Can't you see that Zhuang Chong is in cahoots with Crazy Donkey? Damn it, I'm going to kill them sooner or later." Chu Sheng cursed softly and left with Li Rue and the others. Done. On the 6th floor at the residence of Li Hongwei and others, Chu Sheng clenched his fists and slammed them hard on the sofa. Li Rue said calmly, "Then you better think about it. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. If we can't kill Su Wei this time, you know what will happen. No matter what, I can't stand it anymore." Chu Sheng's eyes were red as he cursed. "My 2 brothers died at the hands of that mad donkey. We worked so hard, and in the end we had to starve and suffer. Do it. The worst that can happen is death." "Good." Li Hongwei came over at this time, handed Chu Sheng 2 packets of biscuits, and said with a smile, "This is a real man. This world is unfair. Let's destroy it. Who cares about it? The dead are the balls. That's right, just do it." Several of Li Hongwei's brothers were also adding fuel to the fire. Li Rue just happened to whisper, "Since we decided to do it, we can do this." They were planning how to capture Su Wei, but Su Wei's side remained quiet and peaceful. Sun Wanner came out of the kitchen wearing an apron and said with a gentle smile, "It's time to eat. Master, I made sweet and sour carp today. Please enjoy it." High-end women often only need simple means to capture a man's heart. Sun Wanner's gentleness, virtue, well-behavedness, and lovely personality gradually made Su Wei infatuated. Over time, he seemed to have become accustomed to having such a maid around him. As for Sun Wanner, she knew very well that she could not be a big tree, so being a vine clinging to a big tree was her most correct position. Therefore, she would satisfy all of Su Wei's requests. Even if he did not take the initiative to mention it, Sun Wanner would work hard to learn it. But she would show a little temper from time to time, just the right amount. This made Su Wei, while enjoying himself, not forget that she, Sun Wanner, was also a human being, not a pet to be played with at will, and some things had to be done in moderation. "Are you new to this?" Su Wei sat down in his slippers, and Sun Wanner carefully helped him pick up a piece of fish meat with the bones removed, dipped it in the soup, and put it in his mouth. Su Wei chewed it carefully for a few times and said with a smile, "It tastes good. Really, San Vanes meat it in Sapais. I was afraid it would go wrong the first time. If you like it, I'll do it for you every day from now on." There are more than 10 tons of top-quality fresh produce stored in the space. Even if Su Wei eats something different every day, he won't be able to finish it in his next lifetime. After dinner, Sun Wanner brought water for washing feet and knelt beside to help Su Wei take off his socks. "I heard there was a commotion outside again today." Sun Wanner carefully washed his feet, and the two of them started chatting slowly. Su Wei smiled and said, "I didn't expect Chu Sheng to be such a talented actor." Sun Wanner held her foot and gently massaged it, saying that Chu Sheng seemed quite honest before, but I didn't expect him to be so conniving. Honest is a synonym for stuffy. Su Wei smiled and said, those guys from the martial arts school have been trying to win over Chu Sheng these past 2 days. It looks like they'll be making their move in the next 2 days. What do you want to do? Sun Wanner asked casually. Su Wei pondered and said, I didn't mean to kill them. They have no grudge against me, and I don't want to be an inhumane executioner. But you don't want to kill them, but they're thinking about how to kill you. Su Wei was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, that's not what you said before. Didn't you say a doctor's duty is to save lives, not kill them? That was in the past. Sun Wanner squatted on the ground calmly, washing her feet diligently. She said casually, can someone starving to death still be considered a human being? I used to believe that as long as everyone remained true to their original aspirations, the world would eventually improve. But sticking to one's original aspirations is too difficult, especially when faced with a life-or-death situation. Human nature is so fragile. If you don't kill him, he will kill you. Su Wei sighed and said, this is the law of the end times. Before there is absolute strength to make the rules, killing is also a rule. Ding! Ding! While the two were chatting, a voice suddenly came from the intercom on the table requesting a call. Hey, Mr. Su, they're moving. Yu Wei's voice was very low. He was hiding in a high-rise building at the moment. Besides his men, Crazy Donkey and others were also around him. Okay, keep a close eye on them. Don't show yourselves anytime soon. Wait until they all come in. Chapter 106. Something is wrong. After hanging up the intercom with Yu Wei, Su Wei switched the channel to Zhuang Chang. Brother Chang, don't sleep anymore. The show is about to begin. Good. Zhuang Chang groaned in a daze, then quickly regained consciousness and said with a smile, damn it. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Don't worry, I'll ambush you at the designated location right away. Su Wei hummed and said, don't worry. Once they start attacking the villa, just shoot their leader. No problem. Zhuang Chang said seriously. In this damn apocalypse, why should we still have any psychological burden? If we don't kill them, they will kill us. They're going to kill people anyway, so just do it. In a long-lasting, cruel environment, everyone has long forgotten the rules before the end of the world. Su Wei hung up the intercom and took Sun Wanner to the second floor. He took out an automatic rifle from the space and placed the spare magazine neatly on the windowsill. He collected these things from the police station. After all, a person's ability is limited, and even a person with superpowers cannot be truly invincible. 10 or 50 people, Su Wei might not be afraid. But what about 500 or 1,000 people? The most unsolvable tactic for thousands of years is the human wave tactic. Once those more than 400 people surrounded him, even if he could use his strength to kill a group of them, he could not withstand the cold guns and arrows from behind. If one person succeeds, no matter how powerful a psychic you are, you will be killed. There is no light in the dark night. Affected by the impact of the explosion, the moon, the guardian of Planet D for tens of millions of years, was also affected to varying degrees. In the past 3 months, Su Wei has only seen the moon once. This shows that the disaster has not stopped, and it is impossible to stop it in the next few months at least. In the darkness, a group of students from Nanshan Martial Arts School quietly crept downstairs of the apartment building and soon arrived at the outskirts of the villa area. How is it? Did anyone find anything inside? Several students who acted as scouts returned, and Li Rue hurried to meet them. No, Xue smiled and said, those people were completely defenseless. They slept like dead pigs at night. Crazy Donkey and his men are in Area... Yusue is in Area C, and in Area D, besides Su Wei, there are only a few scattered owners. Great! Li Hongwei excitedly pounded his fist and shouted softly. Everyone, cheer up, go all out and attack Building 104 and take down Su Wei. Li Rue also let down his guard and whispered, brothers, the good days of feasting and drinking are coming. As long as it's done today, we will be the masters of this community, and all the supplies will be ours. The students who had been hungry for a long time were immediately excited. Everyone had a determined look on their face and confidence in victory. There were only 3 or 4 people around Su Wei, but they had more than 400 people, and they also had insiders to gather information. This matter was extremely simple. Someone's coming from the other side, a dark corner outside the villa area. Chu Sheng and 2 others quietly approached. Without any unnecessary words, he said directly, Su Wei is already asleep, and Zhuang Chang is also silent. Let's rush in now. Good. Li Hongwei's face was full of excitement, and he was about to stand up, etc. But Li Rue grabbed him. What's wrong? Li Hongwei looked at him with some confusion. Li Rue ignored it and looked at Chu Sheng and said, "Didn't you say that more than 70 people joined? Where are they?" Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment and said, "Except for a dozen brothers, the rest of us are all women, children, the elderly and young. It's useless to let them go on the field." "Ah, that's not what you said before." Li Rue glared at him with a sharp gaze. "Since we are acting together, we must work together. Have your people stay outside the villa area and be ready to intercept Crazy Donkey and his men at any time." Chu Sheng hesitated for a moment and said nothing. "Brother Chu, I have taken good care of you," Li Rue said coldly. "Everyone knows that Su Wei has a firearm, so the villa is the most dangerous. Now we're going to attack the villa. What about you? You can't just stand by and watch, right?" "Aye." Chu Sheng raised his head awkwardly, and after a moment he gritted his teeth and said, "No problem. I'll go back and ask them to block the road to Area D. Don't worry. Brothers, it's time to get to work." Li Rue then smiled and growled. Nearly 500 people walked quietly towards Building 104. Through the telescope, Su Wei looked at the darkness in the distance. Although the vision was obstructed, some figures could be roughly seen swaying, especially after they came into contact with the periphery of the villa. The figures flashed more clearly. "Smash it!" With a sudden shout, Li Hongwei rushed out first. Then a large group of students rushed over and instantly surrounded the villa, which was not very big to begin with. Everyone held various weapons in their hands and smashed the doors and windows frantically. "Do you want to fight now?" In a 3-story villa opposite, Zhuang Chong was lying on the windowsill, holding the sniper rifle as steady as an old dog. "Wait, let them smash it for a while. These guys are worried about where to use their energy. Let's just help them." Su Wei smiled and put down the intercom. The security level of this villa is top-notch, not to mention being smashed and vandalized. Even ordinary grenades cannot hurt it at all. The previous siege by thousands of people only caused a few scratches on the outer layer of explosion-proof glass. Even if these 400 people were all little Neza, Su Wei, the old Dragon King of the East China Sea, would not be panicked at all. At this time, outside the villa, Li Rue was directing the students to surround the villa. These people are all students from martial arts schools. Maybe their kung fu skills are not very good, but they are much stronger than ordinary people. Despite being hungry for so long, they are still full of energy, like blind bears coming down the mountain. But after they had been smashing things for a few minutes, Li Rue began to frown. "That's not right. What's wrong?" Li Hongwei smashed the door with a steel pipe and looked back at Li Rue. With such a big commotion, why didn't Su Wei show up? He must be scared. Li Hongwei sneered. "He's just a bastard. If he didn't have a few broken guns in his hands, I would have killed him long ago." "That's not right. What's wrong again?" Li Hongwei was a little annoyed. He felt that Li Rue was a smart guy, but he was too talkative and only knew how to talk all day long. He had a gun in his hand. Why didn't he fight back? Li Rue pointed to the storage room next to him and frowned. "Look." Li Hongwei looked over when he heard the sound and saw a mother and daughter standing at the window looking at this side. But there was not much panic on the woman's face. She held the child in her arms and shook it from time to time, as if she was watching a show. Wasn't she afraid? More than 400 people besieging a house would scare even a grown man, not to mention a woman. The woman was so calm, which meant she was not afraid of her house being attacked at all. Chapter 107. Calm Li Rue. Being fearless comes from absolute confidence. Li Rue frowned and was stunned for a moment, then suddenly shouted, "Where's Chu Sheng? Where did he go? I didn't see him." He got confused as soon as he started moving. "I saw him here just now." Someone shouted, and Li Rue's face changed drastically. He shouted hurriedly, "Oh no, this is a trap. Retreat quickly. Everyone retreat." "What the fuck are you talking about?" Li Hongwei cursed loudly. "What are we here for today? We're about to break open this turtle shell, and you want us to retreat? Where to retreat to? Damn it." Li Rue cursed in his heart and said anxiously, "Hongwei, haven't you figured it out yet? Su Wei is not afraid of our attack at all. This house is not simple, and we definitely can't take it down in a short time. If it doesn't work in a short time, then just keep smashing it. It will eventually break open. I don't want to go hungry anymore." Li Hongwei ignored Li Rue and just smashed the glass with all his might. But his arms were numb from the shock, but the glass on the first floor window was still intact, without even a scratch. Damn it! Stop smashing the windows, smash the door. Li Hongwei cursed irritably. They could see now that these glasses were definitely not ordinary regular glass, but what about the door? Although the iron door was strong, as long as they could pry open a corner, the rest would be easy. Li Hongwei did it right away, picking up a crowbar and inserting it through the crack in the door. Drink! He used all his strength to bend the door back, but the door didn't respond at all. Instead, he was stretched, and his arms lost strength in an instant. Stop smashing it and leave. Li Rui finally lost his composure, grabbed Li Hongwei's arm, and shouted, "Haven't you figured it out yet? This house has definitely been renovated. We can't get out of here. Let's go. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave." Bang! While Li Hongwei was still hesitating, a gunshot broke the original atmosphere. Brush! Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked back in unison. The scene instantly became quiet. Where did the gunshots come from? Li Hongwei subconsciously hid behind the pillar at the door. Li Rui was also hiding on the other side, his face grim as he said, "Damn it, we really were tricked. That Chu Sheng was just acting. They were prepared." Bang! Another shot was fired. Li Hongwei, who was hiding behind the pillar, wailed and screamed while covering his thigh. Magnificent! Li Rui was just about to rescue him when a gunshot came. He subconsciously shrank his neck to avoid the shot. Behind the window sill opposite, Zhuang Chong had a sneer on his face. "These two brats are really good at hiding. Haha, I told you to hide." As he said this, he turned the gun and fired at the students who were still running around in panic in the yard. A student fell to the ground with his eyes wide open before he died. "Xiaowu!" Li Rui screamed, but he didn't dare to move at all. Duh. As soon as the gunshots here ended, a burst of gunfire was heard from upstairs. Su Wei slung his automatic rifle across his shoulder and fired a few shots at the people in the yard. But his accuracy was too poor and the recoil was too strong, so the bullets flew away as soon as they were fired. But some unlucky people were hit by the rebounding stray bullets. On my arm, one person fell down with a painful wail. "Rush out! Quick, everyone rush out together!" Li Rui finally reacted at this time. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "They only have 2 guns. If we rush out together, we will definitely get out." With the command, the students gradually understood what was going on, and more than 400 people rushed out of the villa. Bang! Da-da-da! Su Wei and Zhuang Chong opened fire from the left and right, and several students in the crowd fell down immediately. The rest ran out even more frantically. Li Hongwei was helped up by Li Rui and several students during the chaos, and he moved out while crouching in the crowd. "Wanna run?" Zhuang Chong sneered and gently moved his sniper rifle. After 3 seconds of silence, bang! Li Hongwei, who was gritting his teeth and squeezing forward, suddenly shook and fell on his companion with a bang. "Magnificent!" Li Rui cried out sadly, then decisively let go of him and dropped him, then slipped into the crowd. More than 400 people quickly rushed to the entrance of the villa area. Just as everyone was rejoicing, 2 strong lights suddenly flashed in the darkness. The strong light from the high-explosive flashlight made it impossible for people to open their eyes. Crazy Donkey and Yusui, one on the left and one on the right, surrounded them from both sides with dozens of people. Bang! The Crazy Donkey flashed his lights left and right, raised his right hand, and fired a shot into the air. "Everyone, get down on your knees." Li Rui also rushed over at this time. He subconsciously stopped and looked at Crazy Donkey and others, speechless. I got cheated. Now he understood everything. Why Chu Chong was bullied like this but did not dare to resist, and why Crazy Donkey continued to bully his companions even though he knew it was too much. "Damn it, Su Wei. This old bitch. Everyone stop." Li Rui quickly calmed down, turned around to stop the student, and shouted loudly. At this time, Crazy Donkey and others surrounded them. He pointed a gun at the students in front of him and said coldly, "I'll say it one last time. Kneel down before me." "Crazy Donkey, you in this time?" Li Rui walked forward with forced composure, looked at him, and said, "We've accepted this trap. Make way for us, and we'll leave Cloud City right away." In his opinion, the reason why Su Wei designed today's incident was to drive them out. Li Rui was also very clear that if they failed this time, they would have offended Su Wei to death. Now I can only admit defeat and leave this place quickly to avoid further revenge from the other party. "Fuck you. Did I let you go? Get down on your knees." Crazy Donkey hit Li Rue in the face with the butt of his gun, making him stagger. What? Are you going to kill all 400 of us? Li Rue didn't fight back even after being hit. He just said coldly, the situation is not favorable to us now, but don't get too complacent. If a real fight breaks out, you'll all die here. Sue gave you food, but you have to work for him? Huh? Do you have any brains? Sue couldn't get it in the villa, but these people were right in front of him. Li Rue's meaning was very clear. We admit defeat this time, but we won't let anyone bully us. If we're really pushed to the limit, we'll fight to the death. Crazy Donkey hesitated for a moment and raised the muzzle of his gun a little. Sue may not care about the life and death of these people, but their lives are their own, and they will definitely not take the initiative to fight to their death. If the more than 400 martial arts students really fought to the death, the owners led by Crazy Donkey and Yu Sue would definitely not be their opponents. Even if Zhuang Chang and Su Wei were behind them to support them, they would still have to pay a heavy price. And Li Rue was very calm. This man is definitely not a brainless guy like Li Hongwei. Seeing how he stabilized the situation so quickly, this battle is not so easy to win. Chapter 108, Defense Team. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, the intercom in Crazy Donkey's hand suddenly rang. Crazy Donkey, give him the intercom. The big boss wanted to talk in person, so Crazy Donkey naturally didn't dare to talk nonsense and directly handed the intercom to Li Rue. Yim Suve. These 4 simple words were so light and weightless, but Li Rue became inexplicably nervous. Mr. Su, hello. Sue said calmly. You guys started what happened today. If you're wrong, you have to admit it. What do you think? Li Rue took a deep breath and said, yes, we are not as skilled as them. We admit defeat. If Mr. Su has anything to say, please speak up. We can talk. Don't talk about conspiracies or traps. If you lose, you lose. The loser has to pay a price, and what the price is depends on the conditions set by the winner. You think I can't move these 400 of you, right? Sue suddenly laughed and said, why don't you let them give it a try and see how many of them can walk out of Cloud City today? What do you mean? Li Rue's face looked a little ugly. I've stationed 10 people at each of the 3 main gates of the complex, armed with 3 submachine guns and 2,000 rounds of ammunition. Sue said calmly, if we fight head-on, how many of these 400 people do you think will make it out alive? Li Rue fell silent. Sue continued, if you lose these 400 people, even if you can escape, where can you go? Will you starve to death outside? So what do you want? Li Rue completely lost confidence, not because of Su Wei's intimidation, but because he didn't dare to gamble. These 400 people are his greatest reliance. In other words, as long as there are people, they can live anywhere. At worst, they can find another living area. They can survive by burning, killing, looting, or robbing. But if these people were gone, could he survive on his own? Su Wei said through the intercom without a trace of emotion. From today on, you will obey me. Li Rue smiled and said bitterly, 30 portions of food a day? Huh, if that's the case, then we might as well give it a try. They'll eventually fight among themselves anyway. These days, using hunger marketing can really starve people to death. The previous corpse removal team was a naked example. From a team of more than 1,000 people, now, including the people brought by Chu Sheng, there are only less than 300 left. Su Wei did not forcibly intervene in this change. But those who are on the verge of starvation every day will change themselves and start killing each other in order to get more food. Even a super saint like Yu Sue couldn't save the situation, and the same result would happen to Li Rue. Moreover, he was a smart man. From the first day, when Su Wei distributed food, he had already predicted the fate of these more than 400 students. So he resolutely chose to attack. But the result was a miserable defeat. Li Hongwei died, and he and more than 400 people became fish on the chopping board. Su Wei said directly, from today on, you and your 400 people will be dispersed and reorganized, living together with the residents of Cloud City. Each 100 people will live in one area, and everyone will not interfere with each other. As for food, from today on, the corpse removal team will be disbanded. Anyone who joins my Cloud City security team will be able to eat at least 1 full meal a day. What? What? Li Rue frowned and said, are you trying to recruit us? But as far as I know, you have never cared about outsiders, and our existence has even posed a threat to you. Why are you doing this? Because outside this community, there is a bigger and broader world. Su Wei's tone was calm, But his words were full of vigor and ambition. Now that the end of the world has arrived, the whole world is facing a reshuffle. Do you really just want to be a zombie who can eat a lot? Vision determines a person's height. Li Rue quickly understood Su Wei's intentions. He shook his head and said, "Brother, are you just making empty promises? Even if you want to be emperor, there are definitely remnants of official power outside. What can you use to fight them? Courage. I don't want to be an emperor," Su Wei said softly across the intercom. "I just want to be able to go back to the old days and live like a normal person." Li Rue fell silent after hearing this. During the 3 months of disaster, he saw too much ugliness in human nature. These humans, distorted by natural disasters, began to gradually forget civilized society and moved toward an extreme of barbarism and desolation. Perhaps in a few years, these people would really become walking corpses who only knew how to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate. I can't guarantee that I can keep you all alive, but I can guarantee that you can live like human beings, even if it's only for a short time. Su Wei asked calmly, "Do you want to be a human being?" Li Rue was finally persuaded. However, what convinced him was not the big promise Su Wei painted, but the full meal every day. Talking about great ideals and the glory of human nature is all nonsense until your stomach is filled. "Everyone, stand at attention." Zhuang Chang, slinging a Type 95 rifle, shouted at the 50-odd people in front of him, "Since you've taken this job, remember to follow orders." Li Rue, as the deputy captain, was among them. He stood at the front, looked back at his confused companions behind him, and sighed in his heart. "Didn't you hear?" The captain said, "Stand at attention, at ease." Li Rue roared again, and these people finally began to line up in a sparse manner, and their feet also made a gesture of at ease, but the movements were hard to describe. The third person in the second row, "Yeah, that's what I said. Can you just stand back and extend your right foot? Can you even do that? If not, get out." Zhuang Chang walked forward cursing and kicked the man. He carried out Su Wei's orders 100%, and since he was one of the few people who had served in the army, he naturally played a commanding role. There's nothing else to say this morning except stand at attention. Anyone who can't stand properly won't have lunch. You can eat when you stand properly. A full meal every day is the spiritual support for everyone. Suddenly, more than 50 people stood up straight. After everyone had stood there for a while, Li Rue left the team and came to Zhuang Chang. "Brother Chang, I will rely on you from now on." He knew Zhuang Chang's position around Su Wei, so naturally he wanted to curry favor with him. However, Zhuang Chang dislikes Li Rue a little. This guy is too smart, which makes people feel that he has bad intentions and will be easily cheated. "Haha, we all just work for the boss. There's no such thing as relying on or not relying on others." Zhuang Chang replied indifferently. Li Rue was not angry and smiled and said, "That's what I said, but it's not unreasonable for a 7th-rank official to be in front of the Prime Minister. From now on, you tell us what to do, and we will do it." Chapter 109, Old Yu's Death. In the villa, Su Wei woke up from his nap and heard a commotion outside. "What are you doing?" Su Wei frowned and looked outside. Sun Wanner came over with a smile and said, "Brother Zhuang and the others have set up a security brigade headquarters and are currently giving them a lecture outside." "What the hell? There are only so few people, and they still call it command center." Su Wei chewed half an apple and said, "Don't rush these people into a collective rebellion tomorrow. Then my headquarters will become a ready-made target." "No," Sun Wanner said with a smile. "Those people just got beaten up and then got some benefits. They won't dare to have second thoughts about you until they are absolutely sure. So, even if I just go out for a walk, they won't dare to attack me." Sun Wanner smiled and nodded. "Theoretically, that's right. Those people are hoping you'll live a few more days. After all, only if you're alive can they have enough to eat. But once you're dead, regardless of how much food they can snatch, even if they can, they'll eventually run out. How's your research on the zombie cells going?" Su Wei, no longer a threat, returned to his lazy state. He lay nonchalantly on the sofa and asked, "Didn't they say that thing can be transplanted into the human body?" "Theoretically, yes." At the mention of professional expertise, Sun Wanner suddenly became serious and said earnestly, "But I try to transplant some cells into living chickens and ducks. However, these livestock are not human after all. They don't have the powerful replication genes of humans, so they died after a few days. So, the idea of artificially creating a mutant is hopeless." Sun Wanner shook her head helplessly and said, At least our current technology can't do it. However, if we use the official scientific research capabilities, it may be possible, but this is just my speculation. Oh, Sue was not very disappointed. Instead, he felt that this was normal. If everyone had the opportunity to acquire superpowers, then this world would be truly perverted. During the conversation, Sue Wei's intercom suddenly rang. "What's up?" There was a burst of anxiety from the other side, and Zhuang Chong shouted loudly, "Sue Wei is not good. Something happened to old you. Is anyone causing trouble?" After the security team was established, Zhuang Chong, Yu Sue Wei, Chu Sheng, and Li Rui each brought more than 100 people to form 4 teams. Among these more than 100 people, there were previous owners, as well as people from some machinery factories and martial arts schools. These people are a mixed bunch, so it's inevitable that some of them have bad intentions. So Sue Wei's first reaction was that someone had betrayed him. Zhuang Chong hurriedly said, "No, it was old you who led his men and encountered a few super zombies." Everything went smoothly at first, but most of his team are elderly and their attack power is not enough. It was all up to old you to hold the team by himself, and that's when the trouble happened. He was bitten by a zombie. Got bitten? Sue Wei frowned and said, "Quickly evacuate the people around here. If old you turns into a zombie, those people might be hard to deal with." Lao used to be a martial arts master, and he was really good at it. If such a person becomes a zombie, it is conceivable that ordinary people will never be able to catch him. Zhuang Chong was silent for a moment, then said softly, "I'm afraid old you is dying." "What's the meaning?" Sue Wei was stunned for a moment. Zhuang Chong continued, "He was besieged by 4 or 5 zombies, but no one dared to help him. He was bitten to pieces, and he didn't mutate. It seems he can't be saved." "Old you, what's wrong with you, old you?" At this time, a burst of crying was heard over the intercom. "Sister-in-law, why are you here?" Zhuang Chong was stunned for a moment, and then the intercom in his hand was taken away. Then came Su Wan's voice. She pleaded with tears in her voice. "Boss Su, considering that my husband has been serving you so faithfully, please save him, okay?" Su Wei hesitative. It's not that he doesn't want to save you, Suawei, but he doesn't know the situation clearly. What if you Suawei mutates while being treated? Old Yu is a good man. Since the disaster, he has saved and helped many people. Now that he is in trouble, is there no one to save him? Su Wan choked up and said, "Although Lao Yu and I are a couple who got married later in life, he gave my life and my child's life to me. If Lao Yu dies, I will never live alone. Please, Mr. Su, treat my little treasure well." As he spoke, there was a commotion from the other side. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Put down the knife." Although Su Wei was not at the scene, he had a general understanding of the situation. Zhuang Chong passed on the message. "Su Wei, old Yu. After all, he's one of us, and he has a good heart. Why don't you save him?" Su Wei no longer hesitated. "Bring the person to the door of the villa." "Good." After more than 10 minutes, Zhuang Chong led a large group of people to the outside of the villa. He forced the people outside to retreat with a rifle in hand, then took out his intercom and said, "Su Wei, there's someone outside the door. Get them in." Soon, the gate of the villa opened. In an instant, countless eyes focused on them, and everything inside made their eyes hot. But facing Zhuang Chong's cold gun, everyone tacitly chose to retreat. Countless of them wanted to take this place for themselves, but they also knew that as long as Zhuang Chong was there, no one could enter this villa. Su Wei called Sun Wanner over, and the two of them worked together to lift Yu Wei onto the mobile bed and brought him to the medical room on the basement floor. After carefully examining Yu Wei's wounds, Sun Wanner frowned and said, "Master, his carotid artery was bitten, and he's lost a lot of blood. Even if he doesn't mutate, the chances of saving him are slim to none." Although Su Wei didn't understand medicine, he understood what the carotid artery meant. He sighed and said, "Although old Yu is usually a bit of a pushover, his character is still commendable. Do your best and don't let everyone down." Now more and more people are following Su Wei. Even if he didn't care about the opinions of outsiders, he couldn't ignore the opinions of people like Zhuang Chong and Chu Sheng. Sun Wanner nodded and immediately immersed herself in the tense operation. Su Wei temporarily played a supporting role. Tweezers. Sun Wanner's pretty face was serious, and she reached out to Su Wei wearing sterilized gloves. Oh. Su Wei frantically rummaged through the tray before handing the tweezers to Sun Wanner. "Scissors. Good." "Oh no, his heart rate is about to drop. Prepare for an electric shock immediately, and have a spare blood bag." Fortunately, Su Wei had taken a walk around the hospital before and got a lot of spare plasma from the cold storage. Otherwise, Yu Wei would have really been killed today. But blood types need to be compared, so Su Wei can only keep screening in the space. Come on, do you want him to die? Okay, right away. At this moment, Sun Wanner, who was standing on the operating table, seemed to have become a different person in an instant. She was wearing a white coat and a dust cap on her head, like an angel who had landed on the earth. At this moment, there is no distinction between master and servant, and there is no such thing as living under someone else's roof. At this moment, Sun Wanner was the most useful person in the villa. She didn't even look at Su Wei, but just kept giving various orders. Chapter 110. Amazing Resilience. Until 2 hours later. Call. Sun Wanner finally breathed a sigh of relief and completed the last stitch. Su Wei hurriedly asked, "Is it done?" Sun Wanner shook her head and said, "I can only say that we tried our best. He lost too much blood, and many of the wounds affected his lungs. He was bitten by a zombie, and it's God's blessing that he hasn't been infected yet. So whether he can survive is really hard to say." "Even you can't?" Su Wei said subconsciously. Sun Wanner's pretty face suddenly turned cold. She pinched her waist and said angrily, "What do you mean not even me can do it? If it weren't for me, I dare say there wouldn't be anyone else in Yuntai City who could save him." "Ah, well, you're awesome." Su Wei smiled helplessly. Although this girl is usually well-behaved, smart, and sensible, once it comes to professional and principled issues, she's like a warrior and will not give an inch. "But there's one thing I don't understand." Just as Su Wei started to speak, Sun Wanner interrupted him. "Are you saying that he was bitten by zombies for more than 2 hours? Why didn't he mutate?" Under normal circumstances, ordinary people will mutate within a dozen minutes after being infected. But it has been nearly 3 hours since Yu Suawei was bitten, and he has not reacted at all, not even the slightest change. Sun Wanner thought about it carefully and said, "Maybe his physique is different from that of ordinary people." "How do you say that?" Su Wei was like a curious baby, humbly asking for advice. Sun Wanner looked at the monitoring equipment and said, "When I was operating on him just now, I noticed that although Mr. Yu is already over 60, he shows no signs of weakness. His organs and muscles are extremely well developed. Let's put it this way, his physical fitness is far superior to those of young people in their 20s. Even some people who work out regularly can't compare to him. That's probably why he wasn't infected," Sun Wanner said with some admiration. "In other words, the cells in his body are very active, even more so than the zombie toxins. So not only was he not infected, if that's possible." Seeing that she seemed to be hesitant to speak, Su Wei suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. "You mean?" Sun Wanner nodded and said, "If the cells in his body can kill those toxic cells, or fuse and divide those cells, then perhaps he will become the second mutant." Su Wei was stunned for a moment. "Isn't he a superpower?" "It's different." Sun Wanner shook her head and said, "You are a person with innate superpowers. Your mode of existence cannot be replicated, and no one knows how you acquired your superpowers." Su Wei didn't say anything. Sun Wanner continued, "But Elder Yu is different. After being infected, his body will undergo a mutation. This change can be good or bad. Even if it's good, he won't have abilities on the same level as you. At most, he'll become a strong man. Do you understand this?" Su Wei nodded with difficulty. Sun Wanner wiped the sweat from her face and said calmly, "Now we can only leave it to fate. If he survives, there's a high chance he'll mutate because these toxins haven't eroded his mind, but they've changed his body structure." The next afternoon, after Su Wei finished his meal, he came to the medical room. He admired Yu Wei, although he still could not understand Yu Wei's idea of God will give great responsibilities to this person, but this did not prevent him from admiring Yu Wei. In this kind of environment, shouldn't we admire those who can uphold humanity to this extent? Sun Wanner also followed down. When she saw the data on the monitor, she couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my God, he's actually alive. And look, all of his body's indices are recovering rapidly. This recovery rate is at least 20 times faster than that of a normal person." "Speak in plain language, please." Su didn't understand, but that was all he could do. Sun Wanner rolled her eyes at him in annoyance and said, "Just like a broken bone for an ordinary person would take months or even years to heal, but he only needs dozens of days. Look at the wound on his body. It's only been a day, and not only is there no pus, it's already scarring. This shows his powerful recovery ability." Su Wei suddenly understood this time. Then he said excitedly, That means that old you has probably mutated and not like a zombie, but has become a superpower? Well, that's the situation at the moment. Sun Wanner also said excitedly, now we'll see how strong his abilities are. With this case, my research on zombie cells will be a qualitative leap. 3 days passed quietly. As soon as Su Wei got up that day, he heard an alarm ringing in the basement medical room. Sun Wanner had gotten up early and was making breakfast in the kitchen. When she heard the alarm, she took off her apron in surprise and trotted to the basement. Hey, turn off the fire or the pot will explode. Su Wei shouted angrily, then walked to the kitchen and turned off the induction cooker. The two arrived at the medical room one after another. As soon as Su Wei entered, he saw Yu Suowei lying weakly on the bed. Although he looked very embarrassed, fortunately he was awake. Boss Su, what am I doing? Yu Suowei looked at the surrounding environment and subconsciously thought that he had returned to the time before the end of the world. Su Wei smiled and said, You've been in a coma for 3 days. Brother Chong and the others brought you to my son, and Wanner saved you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sun. Yu Suowei looked at Sun Wanner and lowered his head. Sun Wanner, busy with her work with a stethoscope in hand, said calmly, Don't thank me. Saving lives is my duty, and it's my master who allows me to do so. The meaning of this statement is very clear. Sun Wanner does not accept Yu's kindness. Yu Suowei looked at Su Wei again, nodded solemnly, and said, Thank you, President Su. Su Wei didn't say much, just nodded and went out. The parties involved understand this kind of thing without having to explain it, and talking about it more makes it seem more acceptable. Favors are something that if you care about them, you can't escape them. If you don't care about them, it's useless even if you mention it 100 times a day. However, it is also a good thing for Su Wei that Yu Suowei wakes up. At least the strength of his security team will see a qualitative improvement. In addition, Yu Suowei is a reliable person and will be a rare help to him in the future. After more than 10 minutes, Sun Wanner came to the first floor and said to Su Wei, He's in very good condition. Judging from his recovery, he will be fully recovered in 3 to 5 days. Fuck, is it really that awesome? Even though Su Wei was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. You have to know that 3 days ago, Yu Suowei was on the verge of death. He was almost out of breath and his blood was almost drained. But it has only been a short time, and he has recovered to this extent. Chapter 111. Fuck. Yuan Hua. In the villa, Sun Wanner took off her white coat and turned into the gentle and lovely little Manier again. She smiled and said, Everything is possible these days. If you can become a superpower, then others will have a chance too. Perhaps there will be more superpowers appearing in the future. Will it? Su Wei was a little worried. Sun Wanner nodded and said, If we take Elder Yu as an example, then the appearance of people with superpowers can be replicated. Of course, the probability of such a replication is extremely low, perhaps only 1 in thousands of people. Because not everyone has Mr. Yu's physique, and not everyone's cells are strong and active. These specific conditions are indispensable, and there are too many random factors. Yu Suowei's body was recovering day by day, and Su Wei was not idle either. He took Zhuang Chang with him and began to plunder supplies in Yuntai City. Wherever they passed, they plundered everything, even leaving a trash can untouched. Su Wei stood in the Xiqing District Police Department, where more than half of the space was occupied by ice and snow. There's nothing good here. Zhuang Chang walked around and came back, frowning. There's not even a dead person here. They must have been moved away in the few days before the apocalypse. As more and more places were discovered, Su Wei gradually found some useful information. There are no remaining supplies in most important places in the city. That means that these people and things have been moved away in an orderly manner before. As for where they went, he has no idea yet. Snap! The two were about to go out when they heard a light sound, followed by a burst of hurried footsteps going away. Someone, Zhuang Chang, was the first to react. Su Wei rushed out quickly after hearing the sound, climbed along the ice along a few corners of the wall, and came out. Stop! At the gate of the police station, a man of medium stature was running away in a hurry. Bang! Su Wei took out his pistol and fired a shot into the air, shouting, If you don't stop, I'm shooting. His voice was trembling a little, because since the first day, he rarely met people when he was outside, especially in such a desolate and harsh place. The man heard the gunshot, paused subconsciously, and then stood still. At this time, Zhuang Chang also followed out, and the two of them surrounded the man from the left and right. As he got closer, Su Wei could see the man's appearance clearly. A very ordinary middle-aged man with a mustache, a dark and thin face, like a labor camp prisoner who had just been released from a refugee camp. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Sue pointed his gun at him. The man raised his head and was about to speak, but he heard a fuck from behind. "Fuck, you wanna what?" Zhuang Chong stepped forward in shock, looked at him in disbelief, and said, "You're still alive." "Lao Zhuang." The man also looked at him in shock, especially when he saw Zhuang Chong and Su Wei's outfits. He was so surprised that he was speechless. "What are you doing?" Zhuang Chong looked at Yuan Hua for a few times and frowned. "I remember you were still in the park on the day of the accident. Why are you here?" The South China Logistics Zone is more than 50 kilometers away from the city center. A person with little food and drink can hardly withstand the cold weather of minus 40 degrees Celsius to come here. Yuan Hua sighed and said, "It's hard to explain. I was really screwed. What's going on?" Zhuang Chong asked hurriedly, while Su Wei looked at him with a frown. Yuan Hua had nothing to hide, so he asked directly, "Do you still remember the theft in the park?" "How the hell could I not remember this?" Zhuang Chong subconsciously glanced at Su Wei and nodded. "I went out drinking with my friends that day and learned about this the next day. I didn't expect the disaster to strike so soon." Yuan Hua suddenly laughed when he heard this and said, "Fuck, stop talking nonsense. Everyone in the entire park knows that the theft case is related to you. And that's Su. So what's his name?" "Su Wei." Su Wei replied calmly from the side. Yuan Hua glanced at him and nodded. "Yes, there's also that guy called Su Wei. But I still don't understand how you and Su Wei managed to move so many things out." Zhuang Chong would definitely not admit it. He waved his hand and said, "Stop talking nonsense. If I had the ability, I would have killed you long ago. We did steal some supplies that day, but with so many supplies, someone must have stolen them." Seeing that Zhuang Chong didn't want to talk anymore, Yuan Hua stopped asking and changed the subject. "By the way, what are you guys doing here? Are you here to look for supplies as well?" Zhuang Chong nodded and asked, "What about you? How did you get out alone?" "I didn't run away. I was forced to come here." Yuan Hua sighed. On the 10th day after the disaster, the entire park was sealed off by ice and snow. We had no choice but to hide in the underground warehouse. Then a group of soldiers suddenly showed up with a bunch of snowplows and took away all of us, several hundred people. "Where did you take it?" "Southwest Air Defense Base." Yuan Hua pointed in a direction and said, "It's just 10 kilometers away from here. It used to be an air raid shelter, but later it was converted into an air raid base. It's huge and can accommodate more than 100,000 people." Su Wei suddenly took over and said with a smile, "This is good news. I have found the organization. At least I don't have to suffer from cold and hunger anymore." "What a bullshit," Yuan Hua said angrily. "We originally thought the government sent troops to pick us up and rescue us, but we didn't expect them to be a bunch of beasts." "How do you say that?" Zhuang Chong also heard something and asked casually. "That place is a hell of a place. After those soldiers took us there, we became laborers. Every day we ate the least food and did the heaviest work." "What kind of work?" Su Wei asked, and Yuan Hua sighed. "Generate electricity manually, reinforce buildings, and go out to search for supplies. I took advantage of the captain's inattention when I was out and sneaked out. I didn't expect to meet you as soon as I got here." Zhuang Chong thought about it and said with a smile, "It's nothing. Working and eating is better than freezing to death outside, right? If only it were just like that." Yuan Hua shook his head sadly. "They got a batch of experimental machines from somewhere, and they capture a lot of people every day for human experiments." "What's the test?" Su Wei suddenly had an idea. "Who knows?" Yuan Hua shook his head and said, "Those people around me haven't appeared since they were taken away. Everyone said they were dead, so I got scared and ran away." "How many people are there in your air defense base?" Su Wei asked, taking out a piece of chocolate from his pocket and handing it to him. Yuan Hua's eyes lit up, and he quickly put away the chocolate before saying, "I don't know the exact number, but there are at least 20,000 to 30,000 people distributed throughout the base." "Are there many troops stationed there?" Yuan Hua thought about it and nodded. "A lot, at least 3,000 people." Chapter 112, Southwest Base. The three of them chatted for more than 10 minutes. Su Wei roughly understood what the base Yuan Hua was talking about was. After the apocalypse, ordinary people can only wait for death, but the bigwigs have made plans early and launched a series of countermeasures. The first thing is to gather the troops around Yuntai City. Anyone who has such means must have had an extraordinary status in society, at least a big boss. With powerful military force in hand, one naturally has the capital to compete for resources. As a result, the existing resources on the market became the possession of the bigwigs, who plundered all the useful materials around them. This is also why Su Wei had encountered several emptied resource areas before. So what are you going to do now? Zhuang Qian used to have a good relationship with Yuan Hua, so he thought that if Yuan Hua had no bad intentions, he could discuss it with Su Wei and give him a chance. Although the city on the clouds is not as good as the official air defense base, the facilities here are relatively complete. Besides, with Su Wei in charge, at least we don't have to worry about food from now on. But before he could open his mouth, a rustling sound suddenly came from not far away. Looking through the snowflakes drifting in the air, he saw a team of 5 people walking towards him. Oh no, they are coming. Who? The soldiers leading the base work in groups of 5, leading 20 ordinary people out to search for supplies every day. They are armed with guns, and anyone who dares to disobey will be killed on the spot. After getting a little closer, Su Wei saw that each of them was holding an automatic rifle in his hand. It's just that we're all so close together that it's unrealistic to leave now. Yuan Hua, the leading soldier of the 5-man team, saw Yuan Hua at a glance, shouted loudly, and the 5 of them ran towards this side. Yuan Hua was startled and suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Report to the organization. I found 2 suspicious people, and they seem to have a large amount of supplies on them." Grass, this guy is really a dog. I just gave you a piece of chocolate, and you sold me out in the blink of an eye? Su Wei's face turned cold, and he shot without hesitation. Bang! Yuan Hua, who was standing in front, trembled, then turned his head with difficulty in disbelief, and then fell into the snow with a thud. He didn't expect that Su Wei would dare to open fire when facing 5 soldiers. Stop! When the 5 men saw Su Wei firing, they immediately raised their automatic rifles, quickly deployed a formation, and surrounded Su Wei and the other 2. Damn it! Drop the gun, put your hands on your head, and kneel down. A strong man led the group and rushed over. He kept his gun raised and pointed at Su Wei and the other man, shouting, "Say it again, put down your gun, squat down, and hold your head. We're just passing by." Su Wei threw away the pistol casually, then looked at Zhuang Chang, and the 2 of them squatted down obediently. The other team members followed suit. One of them glanced at Yuan Hua and shouted, "Captain, Yuan Hua is dead." The captain put the gun to Su Wei's forehead and said coldly, "You are quite cruel. You kill people just like that. He betrayed me. Why can't I kill him?" As he was talking, a team member came over with a piece of chocolate. "Captain, look." The captain's eyes lit up, and he looked at Su Wei again. "Yours?" "No." Su Wei shook his head. "Bullshit," the captain said coldly. Yuan Hua couldn't possibly have such things on him. Besides, he just ran away, and there are no supplies nearby. "Tell me, where did you get these things?" Su Wei narrowed his eyes and replied simply, "How would I know where it came from? I'm still hungry. How about you give me some?" "Haha, you're just not going to cry until you see the coffin, are you?" The captain grinned and reached out to grab his collar. "This polar protective suit is not simple. To have such equipment, tell me, which base are you from?" Su Wei paused. It seemed that his equipment had caused them to misjudge. In other words, there is not only the southwest base around Yuntai City, but also other forces. "You'd better not touch me. I'm a germaphobe." "Fuck, are you a fucking dung beetle? And you have mysophobia?" As he said that, the captain raised the butt of his gun and smashed it towards Su Wei's head. Su Wei just moved slightly and avoided his attack. Before the captain could react, he felt a flash before his eyes, and the weapon in his hand disappeared inexplicably. Then, before he could be shocked, a brand new car suddenly appeared in the air. Bam! Gats! A dull sound was heard, and the captain was knocked to the ground with a bang. He was knocked unconscious by the sudden car. Team leader, the remaining 4 people rushed over with amazement on their faces. They never expected that a car would appear inexplicably in the air. Su Wei pulled Zhuang Chang back a few steps in the chaos, then took out 2 automatic rifles from the space and pointed them at the 4 people. "Everyone kneel down." Zhuang Chang took a step forward with a gun in hand. The 4 men were startled and subconsciously raised their guns to point at Zhuang Chang. Where did he get the weapon? Several people looked at each other, shocked and frightened. Just now, they clearly saw that the 2 men only had 1 pistol, but now they were holding 2 automatic rifles in their hands. Where did they get them? One team member exclaimed in amazement, then suddenly realized, "You are people with special abilities." Sue came over with a gun and asked, "Do you also know about people with special abilities?" The team member lost his arrogance at this point, staring at the two men warily, saying, "Brother, you should have told me earlier that you were psychics. It was all a misunderstanding just now. We are only here to capture the fugitives, and we meant no offense." Several team members wisely put away their guns. Judging from their reactions, Sue roughly understood. It seemed that these people had a deep understanding of people with superpowers and knew that ordinary people could not compete with them. "Tell me everything you know, and I'll let you go." Sue smiled slightly, and several cars suddenly appeared in the air and slammed down around the four people, scaring everyone into trembling. They were truly cowed now, not even having the courage to raise their guns. The team members simply sheathed their weapons and said with a wry smile, "You're a big shot. Why bother with small fry like me? We'll answer any questions you have." "Your origins?" The team nodded and said, "We are from the southwest base of Yuntai City. We were formerly from the 358th Regiment of the South China Military Region stationed in Yuntai City. We are currently serving the highest administrative officer of the southwest base." Sue's expression remained unchanged as he continued, "How many people are there in the southwest base?" "Our group consists of more than 3,500 people, including over 17,000 laborers and department leaders and managers, making a total of about 25,000 people." "So much." Zhuangchang became visibly nervous. He subconsciously glanced at Sue, but the other party did not react at all. Chapter 113. The Donkey of the Production Team. Sue was also very nervous, but he acted very calm. With a look of a lonely expert, he asked, "Are there any of those superpowers you just mentioned in the Southwest base? What kind of beings are they?" The team member hesitated for a moment and said, "There are 3 masters in the Southwest base, 2 men and 1 woman. They are all psychics with powerful abilities. They can release flames with a wave of their hands. There is also one who can release ice and snow, and can freeze a person into a block of ice in an instant." "Master?" Sue smiled and asked, "What about the other one?" The team member looked at Sue warily and said, "If you let us go, I will tell you the rest." The 4 people stood together and formed a simple assault team. But facing Sue, a person with almost ghost-like abilities, they dared not move at all. Sue glanced at him and nodded. "Okay, after you ask what I want to ask, you can leave." Sue. Zhuangchang was a little anxious. He wanted to remind Sue, but was stopped by the latter with a look. "Another." The team member hesitated for a moment, then suddenly raised his gun. Da-da-da. The rifle spewed out flames and fired toward Sue. Sue's face changed. His mental power was released instantly, and everything around him seemed to be still. Several bullets wrapped in whirlwinds seemed to be paused and stopped not far in front of him. Sue bent down, pulled up Zhuangchang, and moved 2 steps to the left. Bang bang. The bullets hit the snow behind, making a few dull sounds. Several team members were stunned for a moment. They stared blankly at Sue and the others. Each of them had a strong expression of fear on his face, and his body was shaking. "Monster! You actually..." The team member who fired the gun stumbled. "You actually managed to dodge the bullet." He knew about the existence of people with special abilities, and he had seen in the base how those high-ranking people with special abilities acted. But no matter how abnormal they were just powerful, and they were still the same people. "The person in front of me can no longer be described as perverted." Sue stood there with his hands behind his back and suddenly looked at the team member. Bang! A large off-road vehicle fell from the sky and hit him directly. "I'm wrong." Before the team members could beg for mercy, their bones were broken and they died instantly. The remaining 3 team members stood there trembling with fear. "Fuck, you're still trying to sneak attack me? You have no moral principles." Zhuangchang wiped the cold sweat from his face, still in shock, and cursed, "Kneel down and put your hands on your heads." The 3 team members dropped their weapons without a second thought and fell to their knees. "Have mercy, we really didn't mean to offend." Ignoring their pleas for mercy, Sue took 2 steps forward and said calmly, "I really wanted to let you go, but you guys are making it very difficult for me." Bang! As soon as Sue finished speaking, Zhuangchang opened fire. After a volley of bullets, all 3 were killed. He said seriously, "These people must not be let go, otherwise your information will be leaked, and they will definitely find ways to get you." Sue nodded and glanced around. The mess on the ground disappeared, and the dead team members and Yuan Hua were all collected into the space by him. It seems that it is time to consolidate our own strength. The two drove back, and Su Wei said with a deep look in his eyes, "People with superpowers are not invincible. If there were still people behind us just now, we would have been killed today. Is it not okay for you to be so awesome?" In Zhuang Chang's eyes, Su Wei is simply a godlike existence. Su Wei smiled bitterly and said, "I can't just smash things whenever I encounter trouble, right? Those people with special abilities are all quite skilled. This kind of attack is child's play for them. If I were to encounter one, I wouldn't be able to protect myself at all." Zhuang Chang nodded, not quite understanding, and continued, "Just now, I heard from those people that people with special abilities have a very high status in the base. I won't go no matter how high it is." Su Wei lay in the chair and said calmly, "My abilities right now are limited to storage space and mental power. Even if I'm willing to surrender, will they trust me with storing things?" Zhuang Chang stopped talking. Just imagine, if Su Wei really went to that southwest base, those people would either imprison him in a warehouse or use him as a transportation tool. After returning to the villa, Su Wei turned on the full-channel intercom and called Zhuang Chang, Chu Sheng, Crazy Donkey, Yu Wei, Li Rue, and others together for a small meeting. "As far as I know, there's an official air defense base about 50 kilometers southwest of us, with approximately 20,000 to 30,000 people there." Crazy Donkey chuckled and said, "What's there to be afraid of? We're so far away from them. It won't be easy for them to come here." Su Wei said calmly, "Don't underestimate the power of the authorities. They were able to gather so many people in such a short period of time, which means they have a lot of supplies. Moreover, I don't need to tell you about the army's mobility, right? Once they target us, we won't be able to fight back. But what do we have?" Li Rue asked the key question right away. "The government has so much supplies, and we don't have anything. Why are they making such a fuss? We may have been useless before, but things are different now." Su Wei held the intercom and said seriously, "Everyone, the disaster will eventually pass, and by then, all places will be in a state of reconstruction. The first element of reconstruction is people working. The rise of any force is inseparable from a large numerical base." "You mean, they might take us all away and make us laborers?" Yu Wei had just recovered from serious injury, but his words were powerful and forceful. In his own words, "My body now can beat 10 people." "It's not possible. It's already started," Zhuang Chang continued. "We encountered an armed group yesterday. Their mission is to search for supplies and capture survivors. If there were food and drink." Li Rue chuckled and said nothing. Su Wei's face turned slightly cold as he said, "In any era, the people have the opportunity to eat and drink. This is the most basic thing. But what to eat and drink is not certain. You want to earn their food, but they want your life." "That's right." Crazy Donkey suddenly interrupted. "Damn it. Those big shots are only good at making grand promises, but they don't really treat us as human beings. Instead of working as laborers for them, we might as well be out there and have fun." Although the environment of the Cloud City is not as stable as that of the air defense base, the people here at least have enough food and drink. With Su Wei supporting them, they only need to do their jobs well. But what if I went there? It is hard to say whether we can survive, let alone have enough food and drink. Why did the production team's donkey have to be replaced every few years? Because it was public property, and everyone used it without any regrets. Chapter 114. Am I qualified to be your friend? In the villa, Sun Wanner asked Su Wei, "Aren't you afraid that they might develop other thoughts when you tell them this?" Su Wei wiped his gun and said with a smile, "They want to leave, and I can't stop them. There's a saying that goes, it's only when children leave home that they realize how good home is." That's true. They feel oppressed here. Sun Wanner sighed. But they don't realize that outside, the oppression will only be worse. Only after being beaten can you feel the pain. Su Wei nodded. The two stopped talking and started to go about their own business. Su Wei took out a lot of bulletproof vests, explosion-proof shields, and other things that he had found in the police station before, as well as some batons, handcuffs, and so on. Then he called Zhuang Chang and handed all these things to him. "Distribute these things later. There are dozens of winter clothes in here, so distribute them as well. Then have them lead their own teams and start searching for usable supplies from the surrounding areas." "Yeah, okay." Zhuang Chang nodded and said, "The police station we went to last time still has some equipment left. I'll take them there again." "Well, you can make the decision on this matter." Su Wei said seriously, "Brother Chang, I am not omnipotent. I can't do all these things by myself. I have to let them adapt to this environment by themselves. Otherwise, it will be difficult in the future. The two exchanged a few brief words, and Zhuang Chang drove out with these things. Su Wei locked himself in the room and began to study his special abilities. In more than 3 months, his superpowers improved twice, but there was no change after that, and he had no reaction to the zombie energy he absorbed. Is this a bottleneck period? Su Wei tried to concentrate his mental strength. Everything in the room seemed to be under a spell. With just a thought, he could control any object. But this is only limited to the room, which is within an area of about 10 square meters. When he came to the living room, he tried a few more times, but it was still within the same range. He couldn't control it any further. In other words, Su Wei can now only control things within 10 square meters around himself. If he wants a wider range, he will have to wait until his ability is improved again. 2 days passed in a flash, and everything was calm without any disturbance. The annihilation of the team did not have any impact on Su Wei, as if no one knew about their disappearance. At this time, Yu Suawei came. Su Wei did not let him in, but came out and talked to him outside for a few words. Boss Su, I feel like my body has changed a lot recently. Yu Suawei punched twice in the air, making a whirring sound. He smiled and said, Look, I tried it several times. Killing a zombie with 1 punch is no problem. That's a good thing. Su Wei looked at him with interest and said with a smile, I'm afraid even those foreign strongmen don't have your strength, right? Yu Suawei understood the meaning behind Su Wei's words and said with a smile, Don't worry, President Su. Even if I really become a superpower, I will never attack you. I will never forget your kindness and will continue to follow your lead. Huh? Su Wei smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, That goes without saying. I believe in your character. There's one more thing. Yu Suawei continued. Today I led the team to the southwest, where we discovered many traces of human development, and the surrounding supplies have been emptied out. Su Wei nodded. Normal. Those people should be from the southwest base. Do you think they will attack us? If they do, should we? This is Yu Suawei's character. Unless someone hold a knife to his neck, he can't help but feel compassion. Now, Su Wei was about to speak when a beeping sound came from the intercom. Hello, Brother Chong? There was a panic from the other side. Boss Su, this is bad. Brother Chong has been captured by a group of soldiers. What? Speak carefully. Su Wei's expression changed instantly. He asked, Didn't I tell you not to go too far? Someone shouted over the intercom, We didn't go far. We were searching 5 kilometers outside the community when suddenly over a dozen people showed up and beat 2 of our team members to death without a word. When Brother Chong was trying to escape with us, they caught us. Su Wei hurriedly asked, What about you? Did they continue to pursue? No. Those people gave up after chasing us for a distance because they saw that we were outnumbered. But they will definitely come again. What should we do, Mr. Su? The shouting on the intercom continued. Su Wei was silent for a moment before saying, Come back first. Then he said to Yu Suawei, Old Yu, immediately take your men to put all 3 entrances to the complex under martial law. Pay close attention to the surroundings. Zhuang Chang has been captured. I have to go rescue him. Xiangzi was arrested? Yu Suawei looked at him in shock, then said, Then I'll go with you. There are a lot of people on the other side, and it's not easy to escape from that place. Su Wei glanced at him indifferently. Yu Suawei suddenly laughed. But you didn't hesitate at all just now. You knew that the other side had more people, but you went to save them without a second thought. He's my friend. Su Wei was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, I thought humanity would cease to exist after the disaster began, but we are still human after all, and we cannot live alone. Then, Mr. Su, do you think I'm qualified to be your friend? Yu Suawei smiled and said, Many people have died at your hands these days, but looking back, you haven't actively attacked anyone. Are you giving me a good guy card? Su Wei looked at him with a smile. The definition of a good person is very vague. Am I considered a good person? Yu Suawei said with a wry smile, But those people still hate me. They think I gave up on them and let them starve to death. After the doomsday began, Yu Suawei saved many owners, and with his help, these people were able to survive. But if we only help them in emergencies and not in poverty, they will eventually have to face reality. So when the cruel reality came, instead of being grateful for Yu's actions, they were full of resentment and felt that he had abandoned them. Su Wei smiled and shook his head, saying, That's it. We'll set off together later, but this time it might be very dangerous. Do you want to go back and say goodbye to your sister-in-law first? Yu Suawei's face flushed, and he continued jokingly, My sister-in-law is at home too. Ha! Sue laughed and said, "Come to fire a farewell cannon? I'll give you 1 hour." Brother Chong is still being whipped by the enemy. Huh. The two of them went back to prepare. Although Sun Wanner really didn't want Sue Wei to go out and take risks, he was able to resolutely choose to save people this time. Sun Wanner was both worried and relieved. This shows that Sue Wei is not really cold-blooded. He still has warmth in his heart and is a person worthy of trust. Chapter 115, Sneaking into the Base. Early in the morning, Sue Wei drove off with Yu Suawei. The southwest base was quite far from the city on the clouds, and the ground was covered with ice and snow, so it took the two of them nearly half a day to walk without stopping. "Is it here?" Sue Wei took a look at the GPS and said, "Fortunately, the locator on Zhuangchang was not taken away. It seems that his situation is not as bad as we thought." Yu Suawei drove a short distance and stopped, looking around. He nodded and said, "Yes, this is it. Another 2 kilometers ahead is the southwest base. I used to be a lecturer here, teaching combat techniques to the officers." "Mr. Yu is awesome," Sue Wei said with a smile. "Then can you teach me when you get back?" Yu Suawei didn't hesitate and smiled at him. "Are you sure you want to learn?" Training in the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer, this martial arts training is not something that can be done overnight. Forget it. Sue Wei is a guy who would rather lie down than sit. Maybe he has a little perseverance, but only a little, not much. "Let's go. We need to abandon the car. If we go any further in, I'm afraid they have sentries. It will be difficult to deal with if we are discovered." Yu Suawei jumped out of the car and suddenly said, "Oh, right. We both need to change our clothes. This kind of high-end protective suit is too conspicuous. I guess there aren't many of them in the entire base." Sue Wei nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you." The two returned to the car and changed into simple but warm cotton clothes. They deliberately rubbed themselves in the snow a few times, making their clothes wrinkled and looking much more disheveled. Then he walked along the foot of the mountain. After the ravages of ice and snow, the world seemed to have changed. There was nothing else eye-catching around except the thick snow shell. People could see everything clearly at a glance when they walked in. Not long after walking, a gunshot was heard from the front. "Stop! Where are you from?" 2 soldiers with rifles came out from not far away and fired 2 bullets at the feet of the 2 men. Sue Wei also hurriedly stopped, pretending to be terrified, and said, "General, we came out to find food and stumbled in by accident. We'll leave now." "Get down. Who told you to leave?" The soldier held the gun close to Sue Wei's chest. The two looked at each other and squatted on the ground silently. "Are you villagers from nearby?" "Yes, we are from Chunjia village, right at the foot of the mountain." Yu Suawei nodded quickly, then reached out and rubbed Sue Wei's head, saying, "This is my son." "Damn it." Sue Wei cursed in his heart, then nodded helplessly. "There's no food here, leave now." The soldier was about to drive the two away, but another soldier reached out and grabbed his arm, whispering, "Xiao Feng, wait." The two of them came to the side and talked in a low voice. But Sue Wei silently released his mental power and heard everything the two said. The soldier whispered, "Why let them go? Aren't the higher-ups looking for heads these days? These 2 are ready-made. Bringing them back would be a credit. At least they could be exchanged for 2 regular meals. These 2 people are villagers from nearby. Will they go with us?" "You're stupid," the soldier said angrily. "You have the gun in your hand. If you tell them to leave, how dare they not leave? These days, even if you kill them, no one will come to your rescue." "2." The soldier nodded, then came up to the 2 and said seriously, "Aren't you looking for food? Come with me. I know where to find food." Yu Suawei hesitated for a moment and squatted on the ground hesitantly. "What? Aren't you starving? We are soldiers from the Southwest Base, a unit dedicated to serving the people. Don't worry, as long as we have something to eat, you won't starve." Upon hearing this, Sue Wei immediately stood up, bent over, and said, "Good man, we haven't eaten for 3 days." "Yes." The soldier nodded expressionlessly and said, "Come with me. You will have food soon." For people walked into the mountains, 2 in front and 2 behind. After walking for about half an hour, a round arched building appeared in front of us, but its shape was not so obvious after being covered by wind and snow. "We're here. This is our Southwest Air Defense Base." The soldier glanced at the 2 of them, then walked to the entrance of the cave and pressed the red button on the wall. "Drop! Drop!" A prompt sound rang out, and the heavy iron door slowly opened. A soldier in a dark green military uniform came out. Judging from the epaulets on his shoulders, he did not look like an ordinary soldier. "Platoon Leader Wong, we met 2 locals. They came up the mountain looking for food." "Look!" The soldiers smiled flatteringly at platoon leader Wang, who immediately understood and nodded, saying, "Well, you've worked hard. There will be rewards from higher-ups later." "Okay." The soldier nodded with a smile. "Thank you very much, platoon leader Wang." Platoon leader Wang nodded calmly, then looked at Su Wei and the others and said, "Come in." The two followed platoon leader Wang into the air raid shelter. What caught the eye was a dim space. In the corridor that was more than 10 meters wide, there were several dim yellow wall lamps hanging on the walls on both sides. "Where are we going?" Yu Wei looked around and asked. "Talk less and just follow me and everything will be fine." Platoon leader Wang turned around and scolded. The three of them continued walking forward. After about 20 minutes, the view suddenly opened up. In front of them was a large space filled with confused people. Su Wei subconsciously glanced around. This place is about 3,000 square meters, and there are at least 1,000 people inside. "Battalion commander." Platoon leader Wang shouted from the doorway, and a middle-aged man in military uniform came in. "Report to the battalion commander. Our unit has just found 2 civilians and is bringing them here." "Well done. The fuel area is short of people recently, so let them go." The middle-aged camper nodded, glanced at the two casually, and said, "Come with me." After passing through this 3,000 square meter space, everyone came to another space. The space here was even bigger, covering more than 10,000 square meters. There were also more people inside, crowded together like piglets in a pen. Buzz, buzz, accompanied by a huge and piercing roar. Everyone numbly went about their work. Su Wei glanced at the black hole at the end. Under the dim light, the people inside were moving back and forth like ants, carrying baskets on their shoulders. "What's in there?" Yu Wei's eyesight wasn't very good. He looked at those people and asked, "Why do I feel like these people are like the Walking Dead?" Su Wei released his spiritual power and said calmly, "Coal. This is a natural coal mine, and these people are all civilians who were captured to work as miners." More than 10,000 people. Yu Wei sighed and said, "They must have hollowed out the entire mountain, right?" Chapter 116, Miners. After the end of the world, people's survival rules gradually changed. In the past, the state had issued a clear ban, not allowing any official or private unit to engage in large-scale exploitation of mineral energy for any reason. This was to protect the world's ecological balance. But what about now? Survival is the most important thing, regardless of whether it's balanced or not. If all humans become extinct, what is the point of keeping this world? "Xiao Huang, come here." The battalion commander called out to the inside, and a short but very strong man trotted over. "Make arrangements for these 2 people." "Yes." Xiao Huang gave a somewhat unstandard military salute, glanced at Su Wei and the others, and said, "You two, follow me." The 3 of them walked forward. Xiao Huang turned around and asked, "Are you villagers from nearby?" "Yes, this is my son. We went up the mountain to look for food and happened to come here." Yu Wei patted Su Wei's shoulder without hesitation and said with a smile, "I'll rely on Brother Huang's care from now on. There's no such thing as favoritism here. As long as you work hard, you'll have food to eat." Xiao Huang, a man in his 30s with 2 rows of yellow teeth, said, "We have quarterly evaluations every month. If you're recognized as a model worker, you can get a regular meal as a reward." Su Wei asked blankly, "What is a normal meal?" "Steamed bread, rice porridge, and eggs." "That's indeed quite ordinary." Su Wei muttered softly, feeling extremely fortunate for his original choice. Otherwise, how could he have such delicious food? Xiao Huang glanced at him and said, "That's it. Some people haven't had the chance to eat since they came in. They only deserve to eat those mixed, nutritious meals." "What is this?" Su Wei looked like the idiot next door who had never seen the world. "Protein jelly made from a mixture of cockroaches, ants, mice, and various animal carcasses. Those things reproduce the fastest, producing tens of thousands in just a few days. There's a dedicated research lab at the base, and these things were developed by those people." Bang! Su Wei subconsciously retched. Xiao Huang smiled and glanced at him, not caring at all. He said directly, "You'll definitely feel disgusted at first, but after a while, even if you're asked to eat raw rat meat, let alone a nutritious meal, you'll swallow it without hesitation. Being alive is better than anything else." Su Wei suddenly remembered a movie he had seen before. The Ice Age has arrived, and the world has entered a long and cruel environment. On a constantly moving train, the lower class are used as laborers to create resources. Then no one resisted? Xiao Huang was a talkative person. Hearing this, he sneered, I advise you not to even think about it. Once you're in here, don't even think about leaving. You'll die if you leave, and... See? Xiao Huang pointed to the soldiers stationed every 10 meters on both sides of the corridor and said, the machine guns in their hands will make you know the price of running away. Following Xiao Huang to the end of the corridor, in front of a 10-meter square black hole, Xiao Huang shook the bell hanging above his head. Dingling! A man with a dark face walked out of the darkness. He was shirtless, and his strong muscles made people unconsciously feel daunted. A newcomer? The man looked at Su Wei and used Suawei expressionlessly. Xiao Huang smiled and said, Captain Qin, I'll leave these two people to you. No problem, come with me. Captain Qin nodded and returned to the mine. He turned back to Su Wei and said, take off your clothes. There are tools nearby. Each of you has a set. Follow me down the mine. Take off your clothes? Su Wei was a little dazed. Captain Qin said calmly, the temperature underground is close to 5 degrees Celsius, and the oxygen is thin. If you don't want to die, do as I say. The two looked at each other, took off their outer clothes, and followed Captain Qin into the dark mine. This is just like raising pigs. No wonder Yuan Hua risked being beaten to death to escape. Su Wei's eyes were completely dark, and he could only use his mental power to roughly sense the surrounding environment. Captain Qin was right. The temperature in the mine was indeed quite good, several times warmer than up there. It was just that the air was a little thin, making it difficult to breathe. Yu Suawei also whispered, this place must have been mined temporarily. There's no complete ventilation system at all. Working here is like risking your life. Do you think Brother Chan will be here? Su Wei asked, and then suddenly said, Captain Qin, do newcomers like us have to work here? Captain Qin didn't say anything. His face was as cold as an ice lump. Captain Qin, how many meals a day do we have here? If I don't do enough work, will there be any punishment? I have some friends outside. If they want to come, do I need someone to introduce them to me? Qin. Captain Qin finally couldn't stand it anymore and turned around and cursed. Are you annoying or what? The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Along the way, they met many miners holding various tools, transporting them back and forth continuously. The three of them walked more than 200 meters and finally reached the end. Captain Qin pointed to the 20 or so people in the front and said, you two will join the excavation team from now on. You will receive 2 nutritious meals a day. If you don't get 10 work points, your food will be halved. After saying this, Captain Qin turned and left. Hey, new here. At this time, a dark figure came over and said with a smile, that was Qin Laohe, our captain. He's a cold-blooded guy. I heard that he used to be in the army. Because he offended the leader, he was sent here as a supervisor, under the dim orange light. Su Wei looked at the person who was speaking. He had a young face, looking no more than 17 or 18 years old, and he was shirtless, with his dark skin covered in cold dust. Brother, do we have people coming in here every day? Su Wei smiled and took out half a bag of crushed cookie crumbs from his pocket. After learning from Yuan Hua's experience, he also knew the true value of food. A piece of chocolate could lead to a bloody murder. If Su Wei hadn't taken out that piece of chocolate, those soldiers wouldn't have been so eager to kill him and Zhuang Chang. Showing off one's wealth is not good. Oh, you still have a secret stash. The boy looked around vigilantly, then reached out and stuffed the cookie crumbs into his crotch. As he worked, he whispered, the surrounding villages and towns have been defrauded or forcibly requisitioned, leaving very few people. You two are the first group today. Hasn't anyone come these days? Su Wei frowned and punched the mine wall a few times, saying, but a friend of mine was brought here yesterday, and we are here to find him. Looking for someone here? Then you'll have something to look for. The young man grinned. Do you know how many people are in this base? At least 30 or 40,000. Energy area, fuel area, boiler area, breeding area, planning area. I've been here for 3 months and have been out 3 times, and I can't even say I've explored everything here. Chapter 117, Old Friend. And there are planting areas? Su Wei looked at the boy in surprise. The young man boasted, of course there aren't any. Although this place is underground, there are basically all kinds of industries here. However, many of them are just being built and don't have a lot of production capacity. Only those in the upper echelons can enjoy those resources. What about us? We, the young man spat. We're only fit to be piglets, providing nutrients for those bigwigs. Yu Zuowei, working diligently nearby, asked, with such oppression of the people, won't anyone rebel? Who dares to rebel? Those soldiers' bullets have no eyes. Just one peanut, and everyone will be obedient. The boy pointed to the scar on his lower back and said through gritted teeth, I just wanted to run away, but I was caught. Those beasts are not human. So, do you want to go out? Su-wei looked at him with a smile. The young man waited for Su-wei warily and asked, What do you want to do? Su-wei didn't waste any words. He waved his hand, and a pistol appeared out of thin air. We are here to find a friend. If you can help, I can take you out. The boy looked at him in surprise and said blankly, Are you a mutant? Right. Su-wei did not hide it, because he knew that people with special abilities enjoyed a very high status in this space. Even if he was exposed, those people would not kill him, but would only try to win him over. Then why are you? Su-wei interrupted him and whispered, I said, We are here to find friends and don't want to hang out with these people, so we must leave. The young man nodded suddenly. That's right. You're a powerful psychic. You can eat and drink well wherever you go. Naturally, you don't want to work for others. How is it? Su-wei said with a smile. If you want to leave, we can go together. Don't worry. As long as you can help me find friends, I can give you a generous reward. What can you give me? Roast chicken. After 7 or 8 hours, the bell for the end of work rang. Groups of people who had worked to exhaustion in the mines slowly walked out like crawlers, and the first thing they did when they came out was to breathe heavily. Damn it, I'm dying of suffocation. Yu Zuowei sat in the corner in a mess. Even a mutant as strong as him almost suffocated. Count! At this time, Captain Qin, who was covered with bumps on his body, came over with a small flashlight in his hand, opened the workbook, and began to call the roll. 1, 2, 97. After the last person finished shouting, sighs were heard quietly from the crowd. Alas, 3 more died. It's not 3, there are 2 new arrivals, 5 people died. Fuck, when will this hell end? Damn it, I really want to grab a gun and fight them. Fuck it, even if you could get out, where would you go? The crowd fell silent for a moment. The young man and Su-wei were mixed in the crowd. He whispered, the guard will change shift soon. We can rest for 2 hours next door. That's when the guards are most relaxed. Not long after, another group of miners came out from the adjacent tunnel. Each of them had a numb expression on their face and walked into the mine one after another. Su-wei and his men were taken to the cave next door to rest. In the dark and damp cave, a lingering, musty smell lingered in the air, and occasionally bursts of foul odors were heard, like the smell of some rotting corpse. The 3 of them leaned against the corner. The young man glanced around to see if there was anyone around, then whispered, There are 2 guards at the door. They're just there to do some symbolic checks. Since this is the lowest level of the air raid shelter, there's no need to worry about anyone escaping. We have to kill them quietly before we have a chance to leave. No problem. Su-wei patted Yu Zuowei's arm. The latter didn't say anything, but just nodded. After the mutation, Yu Zuowei became abnormally strong. He could lift a car weighing nearly 1 ton with his own strength, and beating up 2 guards was a piece of cake for him. The young man looked at Yu Zuowei with some confusion, then continued, Outside the mine area, the power generation area is in front. You should have seen it when you came here. There's a guard every 10 steps there. The guards are fine, but we're not just leaving. Su-wei looked at him seriously and said, We're also taking our friends with us. It's a blessing to be your friend. The young man sighed softly and continued, If your friend is an ordinary person, he would probably be on the 2nd underground floor. People without skills can only do hard labor here. Forehead. Su-wei scratched his head and said, He has some skills, but his luck is not very good. That's even more pitiful. The young man grinned and said, You can lose everything these days, but you can't lose luck. Those who are unlucky would have died in the snow long ago. Su-wei was speechless. Fuck, what you said really makes sense. Yu Zuowei couldn't bear it any longer and reminded him, Stop talking nonsense and tell me what to do next. The young man leaned in closer and said, There are about 300 guards on the 2nd underground floor. They are scattered at the entrances of various caves. I have a way to bypass them and get directly to the captain's rest area. If you want to find someone, you must catch a leader and ask him. The young man whispered, Qin Laohei is at work today, and there are only 2 team leaders in the rest area. But if they don't know, then it's not my fault. In an air raid shelter with tens of thousands of people, I'm not sure I could find your friend. Half an hour later, the overworked miners fell into a deep sleep, snoring one after another. The 3 of them crouched down and quietly came to the entrance of the cave while the people around them were sleeping. The 2 guards were also dozing off against the wall. Old Yu, Su Wei greeted him gently, and Yu Suawei stepped forward and grabbed the guard's neck with both hands. Boom! Boom! The two sleeping guards collapsed completely, and it was estimated that they would hardly wake up again in this life. Fuck, what a master! The young man looked at Yu Suawei in surprise and said excitedly, Master, you must be a martial artist. Are you still accepting disciples? I'm hard-working and tough. The corner of Yu Suawei's mouth twitched, and he said coldly, Let's get out alive first. The three of them shuttled through the dim corridor. 10 minutes later, the boy stopped at a doorway and pointed silently inside. Yu Suawei nodded and walked in without saying a word. A few seconds later, his voice came from inside. Come in. The two of them slipped into the cave. The two captains were tied up on the ground with rags stuffed in their mouths, looking at Yu Suawei with horror. They never imagined that someone could subdue them both silently. Fuck. The young man was extremely shocked and said subconsciously, These two are both good soldiers in the army. How could they be captured like this? How did you do it? Yu Suawei ignored him and said to Su Wei, Hurry up and ask questions. Chapter 118. Who the hell is called Zhuang Chang? I'll do it. The young man took the lead, snatched the dagger from Su Wei's hand, pressed it against someone's thigh, and said with a smile, Brother, you have bullied me enough these days, right? Today, I will bully you too. As he said that, he swung his knife back and stabbed it directly into the thigh of a man. The captain's eyes suddenly widened, and he wanted to shout desperately. But Yu Suawei's hands were like two iron clamps, tightly gripping his shoulders, preventing him from moving at all. Will you tell me? Puff. The young man swung his knife again, and the other captain groaned, with beads of sweat the size of beans sliding down his face. Puff. The young man stabbed the two captains several times. Their faces turned pale as snow. They bit the cloth strips in their mouths tightly, and their whole bodies were convulsing. One of the captains sobbed desperately, as if trying to speak. Su Wei stepped forward and said calmly, Speak nicely and you can survive. If you dare to howl, the next knife won't be stuck in your leg. The captain nodded desperately. Su Wei reached out and pulled the cloth out of his mouth, then asked, There's a man named Zhuang Chang. You guys brought him here yesterday. Where is he? Have no idea. The captain shook his head and was about to speak, but Su Wei covered his mouth. Continue. Su Wei glanced at the young man, who grinned and said, Okay. Puff. 2 more stab wounds from the calf to the thigh. The captain's body was bleeding profusely, and he was a little dazed. Su Wei pulled off the cloth again and asked, Where is Zhuang Chang? The captain looked at the boy with horror and whispered, I really don't know. Hey, I see you, a dung beetle. Go to the toilet. You're looking for death. The boy smiled and was about to take action. Don't. The captain shuddered in panic and growled at the young man. Li Fugui, we don't have any grudges against each other, right? I won't stop you if you want to escape, but don't stab me anymore. If you stab me again, someone will die. Novedai, the young man said with a cold face. Who killed Lao Liang? You fucking bastards. You didn't even let this old man go. The captain's eyes were dazed for a few seconds, and he argued cunningly. He didn't complete the work points himself, and this is the punishment required by the higher-ups. Bullshit. The young man raised his leg and slammed it into the captain's face twice, saying coldly, You just had your eye on Lao Liang's golden Buddha necklace, didn't you? He gave it to you, and you still wanted to kill him. The captain choked and begged for mercy. I was wrong. I am not a human being. Please forgive me. The mistake you made is unforgivable. Brush. Li Fugui swung the dagger backhanded. The dagger, shining with a cold light, swept across the captain's neck, leaving a long cut. Blood gushed out instantly, splashing all over Li Fugui's face. He didn't even look at the man, but walked straight to the other man with a dagger in hand. He can no longer speak. How about you? The other captain had already been frightened into silence. He nodded anxiously, indicating that he wanted to speak. Li Fugui took the cloth out of his mouth. After a light cough, he said hurriedly, Li Fugui, I didn't kill Lao Liang, nor did I bully you. We have no grudges. There's no grudge. Li Fugui smiled and nodded, saying, But you have to answer my question. Where is Zhuang Chang? Who the hell is Zhuang Chang? The captain growled in tears. I swear, I've never seen this person. If I lie to you, my whole family will be killed. Su Wei asked coldly. Someone brought someone in from outside yesterday. Where did he go? Yesterday. The surviving captain frowned. After careful consideration, he shook his head and said, I didn't hear anyone coming yesterday. However, a few days ago, one of our teams was attacked outside. Not only was the entire team wiped out, but several laborers also escaped. You should be talking about the group of people that Su Wei and Zhuang Chang met that day. Really? I really don't know. Li Fugui nodded and raised his hand without hesitation, ready to stab the captain to death. Etc. At this critical moment of life and death, the captain panicked and said it was Team 9's captain, Lin Xiaofeng, who led the group out yesterday. He said he was looking for the missing team members who were attacked. Those people were all his men. It's very likely that Zhuang Chang was captured by him. Yu Wei thought for a moment and said to Su Wei, so, Zhuang Chang's capture wasn't an accident. They were coming for us. Su Wei nodded and asked, where is Lin Xiaofeng? In rest area number 5, turn right and walk 20 meters, then turn left. The third doorway is there. The captain stated the location decisively. By beep, Li Fugui cursed impatiently, then said, I've finished asking questions. Do you know the rules? No. The captain was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and nodded. Bang! His head tilted back and hit the wall hard, and he fainted instantly. Haha, you're sensible. Li Fugui stuffed the cloth ball back in his mouth and tied the rope tighter. The three of them came out of the house, sticking to the wall. Su Wei followed behind him and said with a smile, I didn't realize you were so cruel. Li Fugui turned around and pointed at himself, smiling, saying, I was forced to do this. Here, if you're not ruthless, you'll be bullied to death. Not only will they take away your food, they'll also keep enslaving you. After the end of the world, bullying the weak became the main theme of this world. When you don't have enough power, you will be bullied and humiliated by various forces. On the contrary, you can bully others in exchange for a better life. So what did you do before? The strongest warrior on earth. What? They're gang members who rob, collect protection money, extort money, and blackmail junior high school students at the school gate. Su Wei chuckled. Fuck, stop destroying the underworld. The three of them shuttled back and forth in the corridor, and after turning around for a few minutes, they arrived at rest area number 5. Too bad there's no one inside. Li Fugui frowned and said, maybe you want to work. How about we wait? Bang! Su Wei slapped him on the head and cursed. Wait a minute. We're here to steal someone. Do you think we're just guests? What should I do then? When the three of them were at a loss, a series of trampling sounds suddenly came from the corridor outside. High heel! Su Wei and Li Fugui raised their heads at the same time and said in unison. Yu Wei stared at the two of them in shock. How did you hear that? Life. Su Wei grinned, then quietly walked to the door and squatted down. A woman poses no threat to them, and this is where the workers live. The sudden appearance of a woman wearing high heels is definitely not something simple. If we can catch her, maybe we can ask some useful questions. Tread! Tread! The sound of high heels came from far away and suddenly stopped when it reached the door. Su Wei's face lit up with joy. It was effortless to get it. Chapter 119, Old Friend. Xiaofeng. The woman came in with a shout. A pungent, sour smell made her exclaim. How long has it been since it was cleaned? It's so dirty. Before the woman could finish her words, a dark shadow suddenly flashed before her eyes. Plop! Su Wei pounced on her fiercely, pressed the woman under him, and covered her mouth with his hand. A faint fragrance came over, and Su Wei instantly felt much clearer. The smooth touch made him feel a little distracted. Fuck, you're a real dog. Li Fugui, who was standing aside, looked at Su Wei speechlessly and shook his head. I was so close but couldn't pounce on him. Big brother, is this what you used to do? Bullshit. I'm a friend of women. Su Wei covered the woman's mouth, deftly pulled out the belt from his waist, and tied the woman up with a few movements. He covered the woman's mouth and whispered, I don't mean anything else. I just want to ask you a few questions. If you cooperate, I won't kill you. The dim light highlights the woman's slender figure. She nodded in horror and stopped struggling. Su Wei asked, Did Lin Xiaofeng arrest a man named Zhuang Chang yesterday? Woo! The woman was stunned for a moment. She turned her head hard and stared at Su Wei in horror without moving. I'm asking you, have you seen it? The woman's mouth was released. Su Wei. Are you Su Wei? Do you know me? Su Wei looked at the woman and felt that she looked familiar, but he really couldn't remember where he had seen her. Even if I turn to ash, I will never forget you. The woman's eyes turned cold, and she gritted her teeth and said, If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Su-wei didn't say anything, just frowned. The woman suddenly sneered. You're enjoying those supplies, aren't you? I heard you even built a safe house. Haha, you knew the end was coming, right? Lin Shan. Su-wei finally recognized the woman. Son of a bitch. Lin Shan struggled to rush towards Su-wei, but her strength was too weak, and Su-wei clamped her arm, making her unable to move. Su-wei asked coldly, Did you arrest Zhuang Chang? That's right, it was me. Lin Shan glared at him angrily. You've bankrupted our Lin family. You must pay for this with your lives. Su-wei did not feel disgusted by Lin Shan's threats. After all, what she said was true. He had stolen hundreds of billions of materials from the logistics area, and the person who was most responsible was General Manager Lin Shan. But you're still doing well now, aren't you? Judging from Lin Shan's attire, she must be a person of some importance in this base, at least much more important than those miners. Lin Shan gritted her teeth and said, Eating nutritious meals made from cockroaches every day, and you call that good? This was an accident. You just caught up with it. Su-wei scratched his nose. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan became even more furious and shouted, If it weren't for you, why would I be in this situation? If it weren't for you, why would my brother and I be held hostage? Su-wei was stunned for a moment. Were you also captured? Sister? You're here. Lin Shan was about to speak when footsteps were heard outside. Go Wu. She was about to speak out a warning, but Su-wei quickly covered Lin Shan's mouth, raised his head towards Yusui and Li Fuguei, and signaled them to take action. What did you say? What do you mean by hurry up? The footsteps continued and soon reached the door. A young man in his early 20s walked in and stared blankly at the room. Bang! Yusui on the left quickly attacked and punched Lin Xiaofeng on the back of the head. The latter felt dizzy, and before he could react, he was thrown to the ground by Li Fuguei. Yusui took advantage of the situation and held Lin Xiaofeng down, tied him up, and stuffed a cloth into his mouth. Wu! Lin Xiaofeng struggled with a look of astonishment. Fuck! I told you not to be dishonest. Li Fuguei pulled out the dagger from his trouser leg and was about to attack. Don't! Lin Shan struggled to break free from Su-wei's hand and whispered, Don't hurt him. Where is Zhuang Chang? Su-wei ignored Lin Shan and asked, Hand over Zhuang Chang, and I will let you go. Lin Xiaofeng's face was flushed, and his skin was fair and tender. At first glance, he looked like a young man who grew up in a honeypot. Who are you? How did you know I was the one who captured Zhuang Chang? Lin Xiaofeng struggled a bit and looked at Lin Shan. Sister, are you okay? Xiaofeng, don't be impulsive. Lin Shan looked at the dagger in Li Fuguei's hand worriedly. My name is Su-wei. Su-wei had nothing to hide, so he said directly, There may be some misunderstandings between us, but as long as you release Zhuang Chang, I can compensate you. The ones who were the most unlucky and suffered the most from Su-wei were the Lin siblings. So what he said about compensation was sincere. After all, if Lin Shan had not signed a contract with him, he would not have had the opportunity to access those materials. Fuck you. Lin Xiaofeng finally realized who was coming. He struggled violently and yelled, You bastards! I'm going to kill you. Bang! Li Fuguei was a ruthless man of few words. He punched Lin Xiaofeng in the mouth and said, Can't you just talk nicely? I'm giving you face, right? Fuck, kill me if you dare. Lin Xiaofeng, blood dripping from his mouth, snarled, If it weren't for you two idiots, would I be in such a miserable state? Kill me if you dare, come on. Xiaofeng. Lin Shan sighed and whispered, Speak less. Su-wei. Lin Shan looked at Su-wei again, her eyes calm, and she said, No matter what, we are in this situation because of you. You can have Zhuang Chang, but I have two conditions. You say, First, you have to rescue us. Second, I want 10% of the supplies you have. Su-wei smiled and said, Aren't you afraid that I'll get angry with you after I leave? Lin Shan said calmly, You were able to quietly take away hundreds of billions of supplies, so you must be a psychic, right? There are tens of thousands of people in the entire Southwest base, but only 3 psychics. If they knew you existed, what do you think they would do to you? Su-wei didn't say anything. Lin Shan continued, You have hundreds of billions of resources in your hands, and you're living freely outside. I'm sure you don't want to live under someone else's roof. So what? Su-wei smiled and looked at her. Lin Shan gritted her teeth and said, If you help me get out, I can keep this secret forever. Only the dead can keep secrets best. Su-wei's tone was indifferent. Lin Shan looked flustered for a moment, but quickly calmed down. You must be aware of the strength of the Lin group. Even if you kill me, the news will still get out. Only if we work together can we keep this secret forever. Sue smiled and asked with interest, how do we cooperate? After the disaster, the entire world faced severe tests, and dangers and opportunities were equally present. Many private forces took advantage of the opportunity to rise, such as this Southwest base. The Shun family, holding military power, occupied this precious land long ago. They plundered resources and the people, and now they have become a dominant force. You're a superpower, and you have hundreds of billions of resources at your disposal. As long as you can make good use of them, it's possible for you to dominate a region. If you're lucky enough, you can even become king. And I'm confident that I can help you do that. Chapter 120, Cooperation. A man's desire for power is second only to beauty. Su Wei's eyes brightened a little, and he suddenly smiled and said, what a good mouth you have. Lin Shan was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, what do you mean? Su Wei squatted down, staring at Lin Shan, who was half kneeling on the ground. He reached out and pinched her chin, smiling. You said you wanted to help me dominate the area, but it's better to say that you want to use the supplies in my hands to revive the Lin family. You know I have superpowers, and those supplies are not so easy to seize. So instead of making an enemy of me, why not use me first? When you're fully grown, you can find a way to get rid of me. Lin Shan was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, but you absolutely need me because I have the ability. Let's talk about it after we save Zhuang Chang. Su Wei stood up and walked out. The Southwest base is built on the mountain and covers an area of about 70,000 to 80,000 square meters. There are many areas inside, and it is easy to get lost without someone to guide you. However, with Lin Xiaofeng's guidance, the 5 people successfully bypassed the guards. After walking for more than 10 minutes, everyone came to a small storage room. Lin Xiaofeng took out the key and opened the door. Zhuang Chang was inside. When he saw Su Wei, his face showed ecstasy. Yu Wei hurried forward, ripped the thing out of his mouth, and said with a smile, are you okay? Are you hurt? Pooh. Zhuang Chang spat and cursed. C&M guys, they're really ruthless. They beat me up for a whole day and night. I thought I was done for. Thanks, brother. Su Wei smiled and helped him untie the rope. Zhuang Chang grinned and said, what are you saying? You came to save me, so I should be the one thanking you. If you hadn't come, I would have been beaten to death by them. Su Wei didn't explain, but just patted his shoulder and said with a smile, don't worry, you will live well with me here. Although Zhuang Chang was in relatively good condition, the wounds all over his body were shocking. It could be imagined that Lin Xiaofeng must have tortured him in order to force him to reveal Su Wei's whereabouts. But Zhuang Chang did not betray him. After several people gathered together, they began to move quickly towards the entrance of the air raid shelter and soon arrived at the corner of the cave. Damn it, we're so unlucky. There's a patrol ahead. Lin Xiaofeng trembled and muttered something incoherently. What should we do? They all have guns. If we run into them, we have no chance of winning. C&M land, fight them. Li Fuguwei was about to rush out cursing. You're a puzzle piece you can put together just like that. Su Wei replied speechlessly. You're holding a knife. They're holding a gun. What the hell are you doing? Are you kidding me? Su Wei glanced at the patrolman and frowned slightly as he said, there are 8 of them in total. We can't fight them head on. I can't take care of all of you. If anyone falls behind, they will definitely die. Use a car to smash them to death. Zhuang Chang whispered fiercely. No, even if we smash them to death, the cave entrance is blocked and we can't get out. Our superpowers are useless. Su Wei was actually very nervous. Although he had supernatural powers, this kind of mental power did not have any specific skills. Normally, he could kill zombies instantly if he encountered them, but unlike zombies, his mental power was ineffective. At this moment, the door of the air raid shelter suddenly opened and light instantly shot in. The leading patrolman suddenly said, someone's here. As soon as the words fell, Su Wei and others were stunned for a moment, looking at the 8 soldiers of the patrol team in astonishment, and both sides were stunned at the same time. Fuck, I have to fight. Su Wei pulled out 3 submachine guns from his space and gave them to Zhuang Chang and Yu Wei. He quickly said, Brother Chang, you're the best shooter. You get the captaincy. Old Yu, take the left. What about me? Li Fuguwei became excited when he saw the submachine gun. Which man could refuse such a thing? Just don't die. So wait plaiv kachwidi. Da. Zhuang Chang opened fire first, and the captain was knocked down before he could react. Su Wei and Yu Suowei also opened fire, and 6 of the 8 patrolmen were killed in one volley of bullets. Drop, drop, drop. Someone pressed the alarm, and warnings rang out throughout the corridor. Fuck, they're coming, run. Before Su Wei could react, Lin Xiaofeng pulled Lin Shan out. Just then, the firepower here was attracted by Su Wei and others, and the two of them quickly rushed to the entrance of the air raid shelter. Li Fugue, who was standing behind him, was completely stunned. Fuck, this bastard runs so fast. Suddenly, the corridor was in chaos, with footsteps heard everywhere. The 2 remaining patrolmen began to shout for help. Hurry up, there's an ambush. You're the bad guy. Li Fugue was as fearless as a newborn calf and pounced on it fiercely. Fuck this little bastard. Su Wei fired silently, pinning down another patrolman. Li Fugue also took advantage of the situation and wrestled with the patrolman. Bang! The patrolman was pinned down and unable to move, so he could only fire 2 random shots. Li Fugue groaned, and blood spurted out of his arm instantly. Pa! Zhuang Chong suddenly jumped up, grabbed the butt of the gun, and smashed it several times on the patrolman's head. The latter fainted completely, and Li Fugue took the opportunity to retreat. Go! Zhuang Chong pulled Li Fugue out, while Yu Suowei blocked another patrolman. You go first, I'll cover your retreat. In a narrow space, guns can play a small role, especially after close combat. A machine gun is not as flexible as a dagger. Yu Suowei shouted loudly, grabbed the patrolman by the collar, lifted him up with one hand, and swung his arm to smash him against the wall. Bang! The patrolman died instantly. Zhuang Chong ran to the cave entrance and turned back in shock. Fuck, when did old you become so arrogant? Li Fugue covered the wound on his left arm and was also surprised. What a strong man. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Su Wei rushed out quickly, pushed Li Fugue, and a few of them rushed out quickly. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Thick smoke rose from the place where Yu Suowei was, and countless brick fragments flew everywhere. He was swept by the blast and flew backwards. Fortunately, Yu Suowei's physical fitness was extremely strong after his rebirth. He only hesitated for a few seconds before getting up from the ground. Then he shouted loudly, "They're throwing bombs, run. Hurry up, too." Su Wei was also urging at the entrance of the cave. After Yu Suowei rushed out, bang, bang, several cars appeared out of nowhere and crashed directly into the corridor, blocking the pursuit inside. Bang! That ain't a... Just as the car landed, fierce gunfire was heard from inside. Su Wei stood at the entrance of the cave in shock and threw out several large objects in succession, completely blocking the entire entrance. Fuck, that was close. If we were 2 seconds slower, we wouldn't be able to get out. Although the whole process took only a little over a minute, it was extremely thrilling. If Su Wei had not possessed special abilities and forcibly blocked the cave entrance, they would all have died when the soldiers rushed out. Fuck, the boss is awesome. Li Fugue was not very scared, but came to Su Wei with a dog-licking look on his face. Where is Lin Shan? Su Wei looked around. Damn it, he won't run away, will he? I'm here. As they spoke, Lin Shan and Lin Xiaofeng came out from behind a big tree. Su Wei smiled and said, I thought you would take the opportunity to run away. Where are you running to? Lin Shan said calmly. Without resources, even if you run away, you'll just die. Besides, didn't we agree to cooperate? Chapter 121. The Ridicule from Lin Shan. Boom! Everyone had just breathed a sigh of relief when they heard a loud explosion in the corridor. Lin Shan's face turned cold. They used bombs. Let's go first. As Su Weimu spoke, a snowmobile appeared on the spot. Regardless of the shocked expressions of the people around him, everyone got on the car. Buzz! Yu Suowei stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The car turned around on the spot and headed straight down the mountain. Su Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief, put all the submachine guns into the space, and then asked Yu Suowei, Old you, are you okay? Thank goodness I wore a bomb-proof vest when I got here, otherwise even the Hulk would have been blown to pieces. But if they came to blows, I wouldn't be afraid of 20 of them. After the mutation, Yu Suowei is full of confidence and looks a lot younger. Li Fugue looked at Yu Suowei in front of him with envy. If I had this kind of power, I would have fought them long ago. Zhuang Chong wiped the sweat off his face, still in shock. Don't brag. Those are regular troops. They even have armored vehicles. What can you use to fight them? Everyone stopped talking, and the snowmobile sped along, arriving at the city on the clouds half an hour later. After Lin Shan got off the car, she looked around and asked, "Do you live here?" "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Lin Shan seemed very calm and said with a smile, "I have a house here. It was given to me by a former partner, but no one has lived in it for a long time." "Which building are you in?" "The Area 103. "Fuck neighbors." Zhuang Chang glanced at the queen-like Lin Shan and said, "This is such a wonderful fate. I never thought that one day I would be neighbors with Chairman Lin." Lin Shan smiled and stopped talking. Su Wei said calmly, "Let me be frank with you, don't cause any trouble, otherwise." "What else?" Lin Shan suddenly took a step forward and looked Su Wei face to face. She was about 1.7 meters tall and felt no pressure standing in front of Su Wei, who was 1.75 meters tall. "Kill me with a car?" Lin Shan said with a smile. "I'm pretty sure you have a pretty good idea of your ability. It's probably some kind of psychic ability, and it doesn't have any effective offensive power. You can try." Su Wei thrown it. He was a little unable to withstand Lin Shan's aura. "You don't have to scare me. I'm not stupid." Lin Shan tucked her hair behind her ears and said calmly, "There are only a handful of people with superpowers in the world. I won't be stupid enough to go against you. On the contrary, I will do my best to help you, because only when you become stronger can I be safe." "Where did you get this confidence wholesale? Doesn't it cost money?" Su Wei sneered. "What if I don't protect you? I guess you haven't had a very comfortable life recently?" Lin Shan said with a smile. "In the face of disaster, everyone is desperately trying to survive, but you are so rich. Wouldn't they be tempted?" "Villa in District D, Building 103. Su Wei looked at the furnishings inside and asked, "The decoration is quite ordinary. Logically speaking, someone of your wealth should live in District A, right? Do you think I'm rich?" Lin Shan said to her younger brother Lin Xiaofeng while cleaning the room. "Xiaofeng, go upstairs and take down everything you can use. It's too cold, and we need to save some energy. We'll live on the first floor from now on." Lin Xiaofeng looked at Su Wei with some fear before nodding. "Okay." Su Wei laughed when he heard this and said, "Are you trying to get me to do something?" Lin Shan pretended to be confused. "It is largely my responsibility that you are in this situation today, so?" Su Wei glanced around and saw a pile of charcoal, alcohol, and other flammable materials appearing out of thin air on the ground. Lin Shan looked at these things without much excitement. Instead, she frowned and said, "You are too extravagant. This is simply a waste of natural resources." "Haha, I helped you and made a mistake." Su Wei laughed unhappily. "If it weren't for those supplies, I wouldn't have taken you in." Lin Shan ignored him and sorted the supplies. She said casually, "There are many ways to keep warm. The most economical way is wind power generation." "You have a wind turbine?" Su Wei tortith. "I don't have it, but you do." Lin Shan shook her head and said, "Even though you took away hundreds of billions of supplies, you probably don't know all the types of these things. But I know what's in every warehouse in the South China Logistics Zone. I know it all." Su Wei was silent for a long time. "Why? Are you glad you rescued me?" Lin Shan smiled and said, "If I weren't here, you wouldn't be able to count all the supplies until the end of time. How much mental energy do you have to waste them like this?" Indeed, although Su Wei's mind space is very large, it also has a disadvantage. That is, when there are too many things and they are too complicated, he can only take whatever he can think of. He had used a lot of supplies in the past 3 months, but he had no idea what kind of supplies they were. It would be fine if he was willing to spend some time to count them all, but his mental energy is limited. Instead of wasting it on such things, it would be better to save his energy to smash a few more cars. Warehouse number 9, Building A. There are 2 large wind turbines in there. They were previously ordered by Huadong Energy, but due to funding issues, they were pledged to the South China Logistics Zone. Su Wei closed his eyes slightly, and his mind became clear instantly. Sure enough, in a corner of the space, he found the 2 wind turbines. "Don't." He had an idea and was about to take the thing out when he heard a reminder. "Are you sure you want to do this in the house? That thing must weigh at least dozens of tons." "Forehead." Su Wei retracted his thoughts and asked, "Do you know how to operate this thing?" Lin Shan shook her head and said, "I don't understand, but there will always be someone who does. There are many top engineers in Cloud City. You can look for them and make the best use of their talents instead of." Lin Shan pointed at the business owners waiting outside for food distribution and shook her head. "You're treating so many highly skilled people like waste. Were you really the boss of startup?" "ITM." Su Wei was so sad and angry that he wanted to die. Lin Shan ignored him and continued, "After a disaster, there's definitely reconstruction. As far as I know, The entire world is now affected by cosmic radiation, with the South and North Poles being the worst hit. Nearly 10 million square kilometers have become radiation zones. Large areas of our country have also been affected, and Yuntai City is one of the few lightly affected areas. So, Lin Shan glanced outside and said, in the near future, a large number of survivors will undoubtedly flock to this city, and even forces from other countries may invade. The areas affected by radiation will become permanently uninhabited, unable to recover for at least 50 years. Chapter 122. Subduing the Crazy Donkey. Su Wei became fascinated as he listened. This information was like a blessing in disguise for him. In his previous life, he only lasted a month before dying, and he had no idea what happened afterwards. Especially in such a chaotic environment, he only thought about the current situation, but did not think too much about what would happen in the future. Lin Shan took out some alcohol and lit some charcoal. She squatted beside the fire, rubbing her hands, and continued, some time ago, I was captured by the Shun family's troops and taken to the Southwest base. They wanted to use me to threaten my family to hand over the supplies in the South China Logistics Zone. So, Su Wei scratched his head awkwardly. Those idiots only knew how to grab resources and territory. They had no brains at all. Lin Shan sighed. My grandfather died from the radiation, and my family turned on each other over that little food. But thankfully, Xiaofeng and I escaped, so you don't have to worry about me being a threat. It seems we have the same aspirations. Su Wei asked, what do you want? Lin Shan sat cross-legged on the dusty carpet, the firelight shining on her face, reflecting a little light. I want the world to change because of me. Su Wei looked at the woman in front of him quietly, not knowing how to start speaking for a moment. Lin Shan turned around and smiled at him, saying, do you think I'm bragging? Su Wei shook his head and said nothing. We live in a highly developed era. Everything we have is inherited from our ancestors, so no matter how hard we try, we can never reach their level. Lin Shan looked down at the flames and said calmly, but things are different now. A disaster will completely destroy an era and wipe out civilization. But at the same time, new opportunities will also emerge. If I could change the world, what a wonderful thing would that be? Haha. Su Wei cleared his throat hoarsely and said with a smile, if you were born in troubled times, you would definitely be able to accomplish something. Isn't this a chaotic world? Lin Shan smoothed her hair, her eyes gleaming slightly. What other era could be more chaotic and ruleless than this? So, you want to redefine the rules? Su Wei looked at her and even felt a bit of admiration in his heart. Don't you want to? Lin Shan stood up after warming up for a while, looking at Su Wei and said, you have hundreds of billions of resources in your hands and powerful supernatural powers as capital. Do you want to just live a simple life? Su Wei looked dazed for a few moments, then suddenly smiled and said, sister, you used to work in pyramid schemes, right? Lin Shan was stunned by what she said, then smiled and shook her head. You're not that stupid, just a little slow. Never mind, it's too early to talk about this now. If you're willing, we could try to cooperate. If you regret it one day, the worst that can happen is that I'll be kicked out. How? To cooperate? Su Wei looked at her with a smile. Give me a space to display my talents, and I wish you to reach the top. Ambitious people are generally very realistic, and Lin Shan is one of them. She was very clear about her current position and quickly threw herself into her work. In the small garden square in the center of the villa in Area D, Lin Shan, wearing a thick purple down jacket, called on the owners to get to work. Come on, a few people, set up the scaffolding first, and you guys go gather everyone. Chu Sheng, Crazy Donkey, Li Rue, and others looked at each other. Crazy Donkey was a little speechless and said, who is this woman? She just arrived and she's the boss. Who agreed to that? Li Rue said calmly. Didn't you see? This woman is not simple. Although her clothes are worn out, they are neat and smooth. And look at her shoes. Everyone looked over when they heard the sound. Li Rue smiled and said, in such an environment, there is not a single speck of dirt on her shoes. What the hell does that even mean? Crazy Donkey curled his lips in disdain and said, Xiaorui, no wonder boss Su said you're full of tricks. You're really meticulous. Get out. I'm obviously very thick. After spending some time together, Li Rue seemed to have integrated into this group and got along very well with Crazy Donkey and others. This is his ability. No matter who he gets along with, he can quickly get along well with them. Chu Xing asked in a somewhat careless manner, come on, tell me, what does this mean? Li Rue looked at Chu Sheng with admiration and continued, This shows that she is an extremely self-disciplined woman and has not been eroded by the extremely harsh environment. Lin Shan seemed to feel someone was looking at her, but she turned around calmly and said, "You are all Su Wei's men, right?" Chu Sheng smiled and said, "We do follow Mr. Su to make a living." Lin Shan nodded and said, "You have to have the skills to get by. Now all you have to do is cooperate with me and build the wind turbine tower." Wind power? Who is in charge of the owners of Cloud City? Lin Shan asked, ignoring their astonishment. "What's wrong with me?" Crazy Donkey took a step forward. "Go back and ask if there are any of them involved in electrical engineering or something like that." Lin Shan stroked her hair and said, "Anyone willing to come will get 3 meals of rice a day." Crazy Donkey suddenly laughed and said, "Fuck, you're quite generous. You'd better speak politely, otherwise I don't mind kicking you out." "Fuck you." Crazy Donkey laughed angrily and stepped forward, saying, "Come on, chase one of them and let me see." Li Fugi. Lin Shan didn't even look at him, but just shouted to the side, "I'm here." A young man with a machete jumped out and looked at Crazy Donkey in surprise. "What's wrong? Are you the only one who doesn't accept it? Come over and let's practice." Crazy Donkey looked at the young man in front of him in a daze. Ever since he killed Su Jiang, few people dare to talk to him like that. "Speak. Are you convinced or not?" Li Fuguwei held the machete at an angle and looked at the Crazy Donkey with his head tilted. "I'm convinced by you," the Crazy Donkey said as he was about to pull out his gun. "Base." Li Fuguwei chopped with his knife without hesitation. Before Crazy Donkey could take out his gun, the machete was on his neck. "Come on, try pulling out a gun for me again." Li Fuguwei held the machete against Crazy Donkey's neck and turned back to ask, "Sister Lin, do you want to kill him?" "Put away the knife," Lin Shan said lightly, without even looking at Crazy Donkey from beginning to end. "Okay." Li Fuguwei put away his knife without saying a word. "TM, there are really more idiots than turtles in a shallow pond. If I don't kill you today, I will." The Crazy Donkey quickly turned red and pulled out a gun to attack. "Just a reminder, I'm not Su Wei's subordinate." Lin Shan glanced at him and said, "He and I are partners. If you don't want to do this, you can go find Su Wei now. Of course, you can use a gun if you want. If you can kill others, others can naturally kill you." Lin Shan's words were plain, but they revealed an indescribable sense of oppression. Su Wei also makes people feel oppressed, but that is based on his absolute strength, which is irresistible. Lin Shan, this woman has such a strong aura. Always second. No need to think too much, brothers. Help me keep this second place, vote. Chapter 123. That's different. Seeing that the situation was at a stalemate, Chu Sheng scratched his head and stood up. "We all work for President Su. As for what else, forget it, forget it. The mad donkey might not really dare to shoot. After all, Lin Shan was brought back by Su Wei, and this woman is very capable, otherwise she would not have started with wind power generation right away." Snort. Crazy Donkey had no choice but to put away his gun in dismay, and said, "I'm only doing this for Mr. Su's sake, otherwise I'd." Li Fuguwei didn't give in to him, holding up a knife and scolding him. "Otherwise you'll be a mother. You don't accept it, right? Come on, let me give you a try. Who the hell are you trying to show off to?" Grass. Crazy Donkey was completely furious. Seeing this, Chushin quickly held his hand and said hurriedly, "Stop it. That woman is not someone you can easily mess with. Besides, she's so charming and charming. She might have already been raped by President Su. Are you crazy? How dare you touch her?" When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. A blush flashed across Lin Shan's calm face, and she said to Chu Sheng coldly, "You're even more annoying than him." After Lin Shan joined, the city on the clouds was also quietly changing. With the influx of large amounts of supplies, people gradually returned to a civilized era, and fighting and killing gradually faded. No one would harm their companions for a pack of biscuits anymore. All of this is not only due to Lin Shan's management ability, but also to the large amount of supplies that Su Wei provided. When people are well-fed and well-clothed, they will think about sex. When they are well-fed and well-clothed, they will also think about. Most of the owners of Cloud City were social elites before, and they adapted to the environment more quickly. 2 engineers who previously worked at the Institute of Engineering and studied energy supply volunteered to take on the task of assembling wind turbine towers, and many owners also joined in. Everyone contributed their abilities and started the small-scale construction. In the villa, Su Wei stood on the rooftop of the 2nd floor, looking at the busy figures outside through the telescope, and suddenly felt as if he was in another world. After more than 100 days of suffering, he seemed to be living a carefree life, but he was often panicked inside. The days when you can't see tomorrow when you look up torment every survivor. So they are lucky, but also unfortunate. But since Lin Shan came, everything seemed to have returned to the way it was before. Stable order, orderly life patterns, reasonable work arrangements, and even daily routines have returned to the way they were before the end of the world. The owners and the martial arts school students gradually began to coexist peacefully, and everyone worked together to restore the power supply system in the community as soon as possible. You found a treasure. Sun Wana had come to his side at some point and said sourly, "With her, you'll definitely achieve something in the future." Jealous. Su Wei was stunned for a moment. Then he stretched out his hand to hold her in his arms and said with a smile, "She and I are just partners. Besides, she doesn't think highly of me." Sun Wana wrinkled her nose and suddenly laughed. "I looked down on you at first, but you—" Su Wei shook his head and sighed. "She is different. This woman is too strong. It's suffocating." "So, you like little women?" "No, I only like you." Cut. Their eyes met. Tenderness emanated from them. Hormones surged in the air, and the natural progression of events was quietly beginning. "There's someone outside. Draw the curtains." Brush. In the distance, Lin Shan stood on a high platform, directing the owners to set up the scaffolding. "Move back a little and leave enough space, otherwise it's easy to have a safety hazard." She was halfway through her words when she suddenly saw a man and a woman kissing passionately in a brightly lit villa not far away. Before she could react, the curtains blocked her view. "Pooh!" Lin Shan's pretty face blushed, and then she turned her head to look away. "Sister Lin, the rack is ready." Li Fuguwei shouted from below. "Okay." Lin Shan collected her thoughts, quickly climbed down the platform, and said to the two middle-aged men wearing glasses, "Engineer Yin, Engineer Zhang, it's up to you from now on." "Don't worry, Miss Lin. A wind power system of this level isn't difficult to build. As long as we have enough materials, it can be completed in 20 days at most." There are many talented people in China. They have smart minds and a strong character that is not afraid of hardship. As long as you give them a goal, they can give you a miracle. Brother Chong, Chu Sheng, and Elder Yu. Lin Shan chatted with the two for a few words, then called over Yu Sui and the other two and said, "You don't need to be here from today on. Hurry and train those martial arts students. I'm worried that the people from the base will find us here in a few days." Zhuang Chong smiled bitterly and said, "Training is fine, but we're just small fry. How can we fight against those soldiers who are armed with real guns and live ammunition? A volley of bullets will kill us, and even the strongest fists will be useless. We have to practice that." Lin Shan said seriously, "We don't have any ability to protect ourselves right now. If an army comes and forcibly seizes us, we'll have no choice but to flee." "Okay." The three of them nodded in agreement, but there was not much confidence in their words. "How about this? I'll find a way to ask Su Wei to solve the weapons problem, and you guys start training first so that these people can adapt to their roles as soon as possible." "Good." After the three people left, Lin Shan picked up the intercom and made a call request. "What's the matter? Tell me." On the other end of the intercom, Su Wei said something while panting. Lin Shan understood what he was doing in an instant. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she gritted her teeth and said, "I know a place where a large number of weapons might be stored. Do you have time? Come with me." A woman's moan was heard over the intercom. "Su Wei." Lin Shan was angry and shouted coldly, "10 minutes. Wait for me at the door." After saying that, Su Wei hung up the phone and started a more fierce attack. "Asshole." Lin Shan stomped her feet with a blushing face and walked towards the villa. "Call." After a while of tossing and turning, Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief and lay on the bed with a cigarette in his mouth. Sun Wanner helped him light it obediently, and the smoke gradually lingered in front of his eyes. Sun Wanner pouted and lay in his arms. "You are so mean, deliberately torturing me in front of outsiders." Su Wei smiled and said, "Sister, it was you who started the fight first, right? You did it on purpose." Sun Wanner's eyes flashed with cunning, and she said with a smile, "That Lin Shan must have heard everything. You want to seduce her, right?" "Joy." Su Wei pinched her nose and said with a smile, "Who got mad at me last time about Bai Menglu? You're so generous this time. Aren't you afraid that I'll take her in?" "That's different." "Why is it different?" Sun Wana looked up at him seriously and said, Bai Meng Lu is just a dramatic actress, but Lin Shan is a real talent. With her around, you can save yourself a lot of trouble. Besides, she's not a petty woman like Bai Meng Lu. She wouldn't bother to fight over these petty things. Chapter 124. You are much better than trash. In this world, no matter whether you are a man or a woman, everyone has his or her own way of survival. Sun Wana's way of survival is to rely on Su Wei and survive in this cruel era, while Lin Shan's way of survival is to use her own abilities to change the world. So Sun Wana is very clear about her position. She could accept Lin Shan living in this villa because everyone had different demands and there was no need to fight secretly for favor. But Bai Meng Lu is different. This woman is very attractive to men. She is active in the entertainment industry and the world of fame and fortune, and seducing men is a common occurrence for her. After resting for a few minutes, Su Wei put on protective clothing and came out of the villa. In the wind and snow, Lin Shan, wearing a purple down jacket, stood outside the door. Her lips turned purple from passiveness, but she still held her back proudly, like a plum blossom that was not afraid of the harsh winter. Su Wei glanced at the somewhat cold beauty, took out a set of protective clothing from the space, and handed it to her, saying, Change into this. It is very warm. Thank you. Lin Shan nodded calmly, hugged the clothes, and stopped talking. Let's go. Su Wei took out the snowmobile from the space, and the two got in and left. Where are you going? You should be familiar with Hui Wang's security company. Lin Shan replied lightly, with a hint of sarcasm in her words. Su Wei felt a little uncomfortable with his cold attitude and said speechlessly, Has anyone ever told you that you have a bad temper? A lot. Lin Shan quietly felt the gentle warmth of the wind, turned her head and looked out the window. But compared to my temper, they believe in my abilities more. You win. Su Wei stopped talking. The half-hour drive passed quickly and the two arrived outside a building in the city center. Isn't Hui Wang, Janya, a construction company? I've never heard they have a security company. Su Wei found a low spot in the ice and snow, smashed the glass on the second floor, and entered. Lin Shan wrapped her clothes around her, exhaled a puff of white mist, and asked, What was the size of your previous company? A market value of tens of millions. Su Wei asked doubtfully, What's wrong? Lin Shan walked straight to the security passage and headed underground. That's right, she said. The security services undertaken by Brilliant Security are only for wealthy individuals with a net worth of over 100 million. This company has been registered for a long time, but few people know about it because ordinary people can't afford such services. Me. Su Wei was choked and almost died. The two stopped talking and walked down 3 floors along the emergency exit stairs. We've reached the end. Su Wei looked around and saw no passage leading down. He then asked, Where's the weapons depot you mentioned? There's another floor. After walking about 10 meters to the left, Lin Shan stopped in front of an inconspicuous fire hydrant. She pulled open the window on the fire hydrant with force and found an electronic combination lock inside. This lock is not affected by signal interference and is an independent device. Squeak! There was a grinding sound, and a secret hidden door suddenly appeared on the wall, centered on the fire hydrant. A dark wind blew out, indicating that there was a large space below. The lives of you rich people are truly extraordinary. Su Wei shook his head speechlessly. If Lin Shan hadn't taken the initiative to lead the way, even if he turned the brilliant building upside down, he would never have imagined that the armory would be here. The Lin family is the largest controlling shareholder of the Brilliant Group. All of their businesses, including personnel transfers, are inseparable from the Lin family's influence. Lin Shan's expression was calm, and she suddenly sighed. If it were peacetime, the Lin family would have no problem thriving for 100 years as long as they stood in line. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Su Wei also nodded in agreement. In peacetime, people competed with each other based on their background and wealth, but now they compete with each other based on their fists and force. Times have changed, and values have changed too. Lin Shan stopped talking. Walking through the somewhat damp staircase, Su Wei raised the flashlight, and the view in front of him suddenly became clear. The entire 4th underground floor is about 2,000 square meters and is filled with various weapons and explosives. Ordinary conventional weapons are the most numerous, including submachine guns, rifles, many new grenades, and various explosive weapons. Su Wei couldn't help but smack his lips and said, These things are more than enough to equip a reinforced battalion, right? I don't know. This place was previously managed by my second uncle. He used to be the deputy chief of staff of the South China military region, and he got all these things. Lin Shan said it calmly, but Su Wei was surprised and asked, with so many weapons, won't the authorities investigate? To a certain extent, we represent the official. Lin Shan said in a calm tone, with a hint of pride between her brows. Then can I say this is embezzlement? Su Wei was speechless for a moment. This is pure corruption. Whatever you think. Lin Shan looked at the neatly arranged weapons and said in a low voice, if someone needs it, someone will create it. Officials can't do everything. Some things are more convenient for private parties to handle than official ones. This is the value of security companies. It's all about supply and demand. Your analysis is quite thorough. Take all this away. Lin Shan said casually, as if throwing away trash. Luckily, there aren't many people here, otherwise they would have taken everything long ago. Even the top brass at Brilliant Security don't know. Su Wei was a little confused. These weapons were not a pack of cigarettes that anyone could smoke. They were enough to equip an entire battalion with ammunition. Wouldn't those high-ranking officials be tempted? Lin Shan smiled. This is the Lin family secret. Apart from the Lin family, no one else can enter here, even if they know. Do you think that door outside is just for show? I can tell you responsibly that its security is far more robust than that of your villa. Okay, I'm just trash, okay? Su Wei was a little angry. He didn't know how many times Lin Shan had confronted him along the way. He always felt that this woman was deliberately targeting him. No. Lin Shan glanced at him and shook her head. You have supernatural powers, and you can even drop from the sky and smash cars. You're much better than garbage. Depend on. Su Wei grabbed Lin Shan's wrist and said coldly, Sister, you have to understand that I am not your subordinate. If you continue to be so mean, I can't guarantee that I will do anything to you. Invade me. Huh? Su Wei was stunned for a moment. Lin Shan looked at him coldly, her eyes full of mockery. That woman in your villa, you took her by force, didn't you? I've seen her before the city center hospital. Her grandfather is a renowned medical scientist in China. With someone like her, I bet you feel very accomplished, don't you? Fuck I. Su Wei was really anxious. His face was cold and evil. Lin Shan calmly met his gaze and continued, and that little celebrity. I heard she was quite famous in the past. The whole Cloud City knew she was yours. Chapter 125. Each has his own division of labor, creating brilliance together. Su Wei was speechless for a moment. If you want to use those dirty ideas on me, I can commit suicide. Lin Shan's eyes were slightly cold, and she said seriously, Honestly, if I have a choice, I will not cooperate with someone like you. Su Wei was speechless. He had never wanted to kill someone so much. Think whatever you like. The topic fell through, and Su Wei was too lazy to explain. This thing, the more he explained, the worse it got. In just a few minutes, the entire underground weapons depot was cleared out. Let's go. Su Wei glanced at Lin Shan indifferently. Does your ability have no energy limit? Lin Shan looked at him with some confusion and said, When I was at the base, I saw those 3 psychics in action. Every time they overused their abilities, they needed a long time to recover. Because they're all garbage. After returning to the villa area, the two parted ways without even saying a word. Su Wei called Zhuang Chang, Yu Suawei, and others, and held a formal meeting in the villa opposite. He took out some weapons and said, From today on, old you will be the instructor and responsible for training these people's physical fitness. You must bring out their abilities in the shortest possible time. Yu Suawei nodded and said, No problem. Those guys are young and strong, and they have several years of martial arts training. With a little training, they can become combat ready. Su Wei nodded and looked at Li Rue beside him. You are responsible for assisting Lao Yu in training. Good. Li Rue subconsciously pushed his eyes away and nodded in agreement. Su Wei saw his resistance and said calmly, Although you brought these people here, we all face a common problem now. Don't have any petty thoughts, otherwise I won't tolerate it. Li Rue was dazed for a moment, then quickly smiled and said, Don't worry, Mr. Su. I'm loyal to you now. I'll hit you wherever you point. You'd better practice what you preach. Su Wei grinned at him. Before, you instigated Li Hongwei to attack the villa. Although he is dead, I know that most of these things were planned by you behind the scenes. What do you mean by that? Li Rue's face changed instantly. He subconsciously glanced at the door and then moved his body. You do have some brains, but you lack a bit of courage. If I were you at that time, the worst that could happen would be to gamble with those 400 people. Su Wei's words were cold, but full of cold-bloodedness. So I can't be you. Li Rue looked at Su Wei in silence for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid that if I fight this hard, there will be no way back. Do your best, my friend. Su Wei suddenly smiled, patted Li Rue on the shoulder, and said, I won't let my enemies go, but I won't treat my friends unfairly either. From the initial owners to Chu Sheng and Li Rue later, Su Wei did not treat those who risked their lives for him badly. He gave them food and hoped to survive. Although these people suffered heavy casualties, think about it the other way around. Even if Su Wei was not there, how many of those people could survive? Brother Chong. Su Wei looked at Zhuang Chang again. Zhuang Chang laughed and said, I don't need to explain. I'll do whatever you say. Su Wei also smiled at him and said, You are the commander-in-chief. Except for the staff members, the rest of the people in Cloud City are under your management. Hey, Brother Chong is going to be promoted on the spot. Li Rue livened up the atmosphere. Yu Suawei also smiled and said, Isn't it? Managing more than 400 people at once. From now on, we'll all have to call you Captain Zhuang when we meet again, huh? Damn it, I never dreamed that I could become a commander one day. Zhuang Chang also laughed and said to Su Wei half-jokingly, Don't worry, give me these people. In a month, I'll give you an infantry battalion. Su Wei nodded and said seriously, Our people used to be ordinary people, and they must be managed in a militarized manner. Otherwise, if they encounter danger, they will have no fighting power. Zhuang Chang said seriously, which was unusual for him, Don't worry, I'll risk my life to get him back for you. He followed Su Wei from the very beginning, enjoying the life that countless people dream of, living a life like a god in the end times. He was grateful to Su Wei from the bottom of his heart. He has always been a simple person, without many profound thoughts or lofty ambitions. He just wants to live a stable life. Later, Su Wei, who was usually so vigilant and cautious, was actually willing to risk his life and run to the southwest base with tens of thousands of people to save him. From that moment on, Zhuang Chang had given his life to Su Wei and never betrayed her from beginning to end. Zhu Sheng. When Su Wei called Chu Sheng's name, he paused slightly. Old Yu and Zhuang Chang both became officials. Chu Sheng also stood up excitedly and said, Boss, I'm ready. You. Su Wei looked at him, his face gradually darkening, and cursed, Stop talking nonsense in the future. You've ruined all my reputation. Su Wei ignored Chu Sheng, who looked confused, and looked at Crazy Donkey, who was silent beside him. Crazy Donkey also looked over. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and he said with a smile, Mr. Su, I will stay wherever you think it's appropriate for me to go. He is very clear about his position. Compared with people like Chu Sheng, he had often opposed Su Wei in the past, and the things he did could not be hidden from those who were interested. So when Su Wei was appointed as a general, Crazy Donkey behaved very quietly, as if he was not present in the room. How did Su Jiang die? Su Wei didn't reply to him, but suddenly asked a question off topic. Crazy Donkey's eyes flickered rapidly. After a few seconds of daze, the panic on his face disappeared, and he said firmly, I killed him, right in his villa. I strangled him to death with my own hands. Su Wei nodded and said, You will be responsible for the security of the community from now on. You can arrange the staff yourself. What? Crazy Donkey was stunned. He thought that after saying this, Su Wei would definitely not dare to use him again, and even figured out how to leave. I'm not Su Jiang. Su Wei put his hands in front of him, with a bright and confident look on his face, and said loudly, If one day you want to attack me, it will definitely be you who will die. Crazy Donkey was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, I can't. Su Wei just smiled, glanced at everyone, and said, Let's not talk about the past. From now on, we are brothers from the same pot. If I have a bite of meat, you'll have a bite of soup. Don't be unconvinced. I have to save my life. Ah. Everyone laughed. They knew what Su Wei meant. In this world, people with superpowers are the top existences, but the higher they stand, the harder they fall. Once his identity as a superpower is exposed, God knows how many people will come and kill him. And everyone present understood that Su Wei was not only their boss, but also the guarantee of their livelihood. So, everyone could do without it, except Su Wei. Chapter 126. Crazy Donkey shows off his power. After assigning various tasks, Su Wei stood up and prepared to leave. Yeah, they all have work, what about me? A little black man squeezed out of the crowd, and Li Fugui stopped Su Wei with his eyes wide open. What the hell does this high-level meeting have to do with you? Zhuang Chong rubbed his head and scolded him with a smile. Just follow that Lin Shan and be her lackey. Fuck, I won't do it. Li Fugui suddenly became anxious and pushed Zhuang Chong's hand away, saying excitedly, "Why do you all have power and influence, but I have to be a lackey? What's going on? Are you bullying the newcomers?" Everyone laughed as they looked at the 17 or 18-year-old boy. Among them, Li Rue is the youngest, only 21 years old, and his brain is indeed better than that of ordinary people, and he does things flawlessly. As for the others, they all have some skills to some extent. Su Wei smiled at him and said, "Then what can you do?" "Kill him." Li Fugui shouted loudly, then pulled out the machete from his waist and shook it. The crazy donkey was the first to laugh. "I'm laughing at you, MB. If you don't agree, I'll hit you." Li Fugui immediately glared at him and cursed. "Hey, fuck." Crazy Donkey got angry after being scolded. He stepped forward with his bare hands and said, "Come on, little bastard. I'll let you take the knife. Today is the day for us to fight." Crazy Donkey used to be the second most important person in Yuntai City after Sujiang. Few people in both the black and white worlds were not afraid of him. He definitely couldn't stand being pouted by a little kid today. Li Fugui also stepped forward and cursed at the Crazy Donkey. "Come on, I'm afraid you are not raised by your father." Grass. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Chushin quickly held Crazy Donkey's arm and said, "Come on, why are you arguing with a kid? President Su is still here. Isn't it embarrassing?" Crazy Donkey finally calmed down a bit, but he was still furious. "Fuck, if this happened in the past, I wouldn't be Zhang if I didn't break his legs." "You're bragging?" Li Fugui, clearly unaware of Crazy Donkey's stature, said disdainfully, "He's just an old scoundrel. Killing the boss to get to the top? Where's your dignity?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Although the people present had only a casual relationship with Crazy Donkey, even Zhuang Chong couldn't stand hearing such blatant exposure of his secrets in front of him. "Damn it, this kid deserves to be punished. Old donkey, get him." Yuzue frowned and said, "Boy, you're going to suffer in the future if you don't expose someone's weaknesses when scolding them." Li Fugui looked at Yuzue with a hint of fear, then stiffened his neck and said, "Old man, I can't beat you, so whatever you say is what happens." "Ah." Sue burst out laughing at this. Li Fugui looked at him again and said timidly, "I can't beat you either, just laugh. So you think I'm a pushover?" Crazy Donkey's face was as black as charcoal. He pushed Zhuang Chong away and cursed. "Come on, if I don't break both of your legs today, I'll take your surname." "Come on." Li Fugui was not stupid either. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his knife and chopped straight at the Crazy Donkey's shoulder. Bang! Unfortunately, the knife did not work. Crazy Donkey just moved slightly to the left and dodged the knife. He turned around and swung his fist, hitting Li Fugui directly in the face. This kind of street fighting technique does not require any physical skills. It relies solely on experience. How could Crazy Donkey reach this position? How could a little brat compare to him? Li Fugui was punched on the temple, his eyes blurred for a moment, and he was in a trance for a few seconds. Bang! With a dull kick, the Crazy Donkey kicked Li Fugui in the heart. Bang! Without waiting for Li Fugui to react, Crazy Donkey strode forward, picked up an ashtray nearby, and smashed it on Li Fugui's arm. Clang! The machete in Li Fugui's hand fell to the ground. Crazy Donkey ignored the knife and picked up the ashtray and smashed it at his head. "C&M, you haven't had a wild fight in years. If I don't let you bleed today, you won't know that Xiaoming's mother is Tsuehua." Snap! 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 The mad donkey hit Li Fugui more than 10 times in a row. At first, he could still resist and throw a few punches, but later he even lost the ability to defend himself. Like a puppy, he was pinned to the ground and hammered by the mad donkey. Su Wei watched the whole process from the side, without saying a word or trying to dissuade him. He knew that Li Fugui was definitely no match for Crazy Donkey. If it came to fighting among these people, only Yuzue and Chusheng could suppress Crazy Donkey. Otherwise, why do you think the previous owners were so docile to him? Can you subdue more than 100 people with just a pistol? Stop talking nonsense. That's because Crazy Donkey is ruthless enough. He really dares to kill people and he really dares to risk his life. Fuck, that's enough. That's enough. You're really going to kill me. Seeing that Li Fugui was beaten to the point of being a little confused, Chu Shang started to play the role of the good guy again and went up to grab the crazy donkey's arm. Su Wei suddenly smiled at Yu Wei and said, "You too. This is truly a master-disciple inheritance." Yu Wei's old face flushed, and he raised his head and said, "This is called chivalry. When the road is rough, draw your sword and help." Huh. Zhuang Chong also laughed and said, "This road is more than just uneven." After being pulled away by Zhuang Chong, Crazy Donkey spat fiercely and said, "MD, it's been a long time since anyone dared to make such a request to me. Boy, do you accept it? Fu, ni da ye." Li Fugui lay on the ground, spitting out 2 large molars mixed with blood from his mouth, and roared with bloodshot eyes. "Get out of the way." Crazy Donkey pushed Chu Shang away, picked up the machete on the ground, and said coldly, "This kind of brat needs to be beaten enough before he knows the pain." Seeing that the Crazy Donkey was about to chop Li Fugui in the face, Su Wei finally spoke up. "That's enough. Base." Upon hearing this, Crazy Donkey paused for a moment, and the blade brushed against Li Fugui's hair, cutting off a large piece of his hair. "Call!" Li Fugui shuddered violently. His eyes widened, staring blankly at the machete next to his face. His whole body deflated like a ball in an instant. He never dared to doubt that if Su Wei had spoken half a second later, the knife would have cut open his head. "Fuck!" Crazy Donkey drew his knife and pressed it directly on Li Fugui's neck, cursing, "Fuck you, little bastard. Do you obey me?" Blufu. Li Fugui calmed down a little at this time. He looked at the Crazy Donkey with some fear, but said stubbornly, "UTM bully me? How the hell do we bully you?" Hearing this, Su Wei couldn't help laughing. He squatted beside him and said, "Were you the one who said you wanted to have a fight? Did you pick this person? Did you lose? And did I save your life? You little brat. You don't have the guts to admit your defeat, right?" Chapter 127. The worst injury since the end of the world. Why shouldn't I recognize it? Li Fugui struggled to get up, but was forced to move by the mad donkey's machete. He could only yell, "He's an old scoundrel. How old am I? Just wait a few more years and see." Ah. Zhuang Chong couldn't help but laugh like a pig and said angrily, "A few more years? If Su Wei hadn't shouted quickly just now, you would have only been able to do it in your next life. I don't care, you're just bullies." Li Fugui choked up as he spoke, mumbling an incoherent curse. "I helped you save people, risked my life with you, and now this is what I'm treated like? You're all officials, and you want me to be a mistress's son? I won't do it." Bang! Li Fugui was hit on the head. Su Wei cursed with a dark face. "Who the hell told you that Lin Shan was a mistress?" "Brother Shang." Li Fugui stiffened his neck and shouted, "Brother Shang said that you had already confronted Lin Shan a long time ago. Otherwise, why would she be so straightforward and get you all these weapons and equipment?" "Fuck you, you little calf. You're just talking nonsense, aren't you?" Chu Xing also came over and slapped him, cursing at the Crazy Donkey. "Old donkey, go ahead and kill him." "CNM, that's what you said. Everyone heard it. Hey, you little calf." The room was suddenly filled with noise. Ahem. Yu Wei suddenly coughed twice at the side. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Shang pressed Li Fugui's mouth and turned around and said, "Master, do you have a cold?" Cough. Forehead. Chu Shang looked back at Lin Shan, whose pretty face was frosty at the door, and let go of his hand in a daze. He shuddered violently and quickly stepped aside. "You're the one who said that." Li Fugui was still shouting furiously. "You even said that Sister Lin must be the reserved and flirtatious type, and that sooner or later, President Su will be drained dry by her." Bang! Squeeze him dry. Su Wei squatted on the ground, his back facing the door, and slapped Li Fugui in the face, cursing, "I'm still a strong man, okay? You want her to try 2 more times? Don't brag about yourself, Li Fugui struggled to get half of his body up, then swallowed the rest of the sentence. For the first time, he discovered that eyes could kill. "I'm bragging." Su Wei cursed without realizing it. "Let her come. I'll make her obey me completely, fuck, and squeeze me dry." The room was quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on Su Wei. Su Wei finally paused, feeling the air around him suddenly drop several degrees colder, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "What's wrong? What do you mean by looking at me like that?" Su Wei looked in the direction of the others, his gaze fixed on the pretty figure at the door. Su Wei swallowed subconsciously and said with a smile that was uglier than crying, that? I want to say that I was joking just now. Do you believe it? I stayed in the house for too long, and suddenly there were so many people around that I couldn't hug her. I really didn't hug her. However, the coldness on Lin Shan's face told him that she didn't believe it. Come out. Lin Shan's slightly angular face was filled with seriousness, and she glanced at the people in the room with cold eyes. Su Wei paused, then stood up and went out. Call. Several exhalations were heard in the room at the same time. Fuck, I wasn't this scared even when I was a kid and had to call my parents. Crazy Donkey also let go of Li Fugue and looked at the door with lingering fear. Even Yu Suawei smiled bitterly and said, "This little girl from the Lin family has too much aura. She really wanted to kill someone just now. That look in her eyes was crueler than a knife. Did I say something wrong?" Li Fugue looked at Chu Sheng blankly, then shrank his neck belatedly. "Just shut up about that idiot. You're going to kill me sooner or later." Chu Sheng cursed angrily, then said angrily, "Damn it. Why didn't I notice she came in? Hey, look outside." Li Rue, with his sharp eyes, pointed at the back window of the room and said, "Boss Su and Lin Shan are outside." Crash. Everyone in the room rushed to the window in an instant. Even Li Fugue struggled to get up and put his head in. Outside, around the corner, Lin Shan looked at Su Wei coldly without saying a word. Su Wei looked embarrassed and said, "It's a misunderstanding, a real misunderstanding. It's all Zhuang Chang's nonsense. Don't take it to heart." Lin Shan ignored him and said calmly, "I've been wandering around Cloud City these past few days. There are a few good-looking women there. If you want to have fun, you can go find them. A piece of bread might be enough." Grass. Su Wei's face turned green. Just as he was about to explain, Lin Shan continued, "If it really doesn't work, I can help you look for it outside, but please don't make such disgusting jokes again." Hey, after being harassed by Lin Shan for several times, Su Wei also lost his temper. "Fuck, I do whatever I want. If you don't like it, just plug your eyes." Bang. Damn it. Lin Shan, who was originally still holding back, also exploded. Without hesitation, she kicked him and cursed, "Su Wei, I gave you face, didn't I? You insisted on making me curse, didn't you? Who the hell are you? If you didn't have supplies, would I have liked you?" Ouch. A shrill scream pierced the sky. Su Wei covered the most important part of his life and slowly squatted down. He was like a clockwork toad, jumping and spinning several times on the spot. Hiss! Inside the house, the crowd of onlookers seemed to have felt the same way and all stood with their legs turned outward. Chu Sheng even subconsciously covered his crotch and couldn't help but feel lucky that the kick didn't hit him. Lin Shan. Su Wei squatted on the ground, holding his crotch, and cursed at Lin Shan's back. "If I don't confront you, I'll take your last name." Lin Shan suddenly turned around as she walked away. She lost all her cool and aloof demeanor and glared at Su Wei like a little tiger, yelling, "Su Wei, you're a bastard. I'll kill you sooner or later. That's what we call real NB." Chu Sheng sighed subconsciously, then turned around and pointed at Su Wei's villa and said, "Brother Chong, is the one inside like this too?" Zhuang Chong naturally knew who he was talking about, and subconsciously shook his head and said, "In the past 3 months, my brother's injury is probably the most serious. This woman is really fierce. Hey, it seems like having too many women isn't a good thing." Li Fugue also interjected pretentiously, "Didn't they say there was a celebrity? These 3 women are such a drama." Bang! Crazy Donkey slapped him and cursed. "Fuck, are you being stubborn again? Do you think you can comment on the boss's private affairs?" This time, Li Fugue no longer dared to stick his neck out and replied stubbornly, "Fuck, didn't you guys tell me that?" Chapter 128. Supervisor Li Fugue. "What did you say?" The mad donkey made a move to take out the knife. "All right, I'm scared of you, all right?" Li Fugue suddenly felt grief-stricken and cursed. "Wait a few years, and we'll meet again." "Oh my god. Okay, I'll wait for you." Crazy Donkey was angry and wanted to laugh. He hadn't met such a rude kid for a long time. He didn't know if he was ruthless with his hands, but he was really tough with his mouth. Crazy Donkey seemed to see the shadow of his youth in him. While the fight was still going on, Li Rue suddenly said, "Oh no, President Su is back." Everyone looked over and saw Su Wei holding his crotch and rubbing it for a long time before he stood up with a grin on his face and walked towards the villa. Chu Shang's eyelids twitched a few times, and he said hurriedly, "Well, My son is still waiting to be fed. I have to leave first. Li Fugui grinned and said, Stop it, Brother Shang. Aren't you a bachelor? Get out. Get out. Get out. It's all your fault. Chu Sheng slapped him and ran out quickly. Stand there. As Su Wei walked to the door, he saw Chu Sheng sneaking around and trying to slip away. His face instantly darkened, and he cursed through gritted teeth. Try to run away from me again. Boss Su, my wife is waiting to be fed. I'm leaving now. Please do as you please. Chu Sheng's brain wasn't working well, but he wasn't stupid either. It was as if he had hot wheels under his feet. With a few jumps, he disappeared around the corner. If he didn't run away now, Su Wei might really kill him in a rage. Su Wei cursed at him with great hatred. All right, if you have the guts, don't even see me. If I don't do it to you, I'm not Su Wei. Ultimately, this matter was caused by Chu Sheng. This guy's a big talker. He talks about everything. Once everything passes through his mouth, it becomes true. This way. After Yu Wei welcomed Su Wei into the house, he smiled awkwardly and said, Boss Su, I'm sorry. Chu Sheng isn't a very naive guy, but he has a big mouth and keeps talking about everything. Don't worry. I'll beat him to death when I get back to vent your anger. When a master beats his apprentice, it's like a father beating his son. He yells the loudest, but hits with the most restraint. Su Wei had calmed down considerably by this point. He sat down with a grin on his face, cursing, Damn it. If we don't deal with this evil trend, they'll rebel. Haha, Mr. Su. Li Rue came over and said with a smile, I'm still stewing soup at home. I'll be leaving first. You could just sit down. No need to see me off. Su Wei was stunned by what he said, and before she could react, Li Rue slipped away. Haha, Su Wei suddenly laughed and said, This guy is too smart. He can make you feel comfortable no matter how you use him. He knows what you want to do before you even open your mouth. Crazy Donkey also looked at the door and said calmly, he was able to gather a team of 500 people. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Yeah. Zhuang Chong also nodded and said, Those guys from the martial arts school are all like Li Fugui, very difficult to train, but he can keep them together. Li Hongwei is dead, but none of these people have dispersed. We have to be on guard. Su Wei smiled and said, It's okay. The smarter the person, the easier it is to manipulate him. He knows his own strength. He won't dare to cross the line until he is absolutely sure. What do you mean by the same as me? Li Fugui stiffened his neck again. Bang. Stop talking. Crazy Donkey slapped him and cursed. Can't you tell the difference between a big king and a small king, or what? Li Fugui was completely subdued by the mad donkey. He didn't even make a sound after being slapped, but lowered his head like a drowned dog. Come here. Su Wei sat on the sofa, supporting his knees with his hands. Li Fugui hesitated for a moment, then came to Su Wei and said stiffly, Boss. If Crazy Donkey was a deterrent to him, then Su Wei was a nightmare to him. The way he smashed the car out of thin air made him unable to think of resisting at all. Haha, why are you so depressed now? Su Wei looked at him and said with a smile, Don't you want to be an official? From tomorrow on, you will be the supervisor. Go to the construction site and supervise their work. Supervisor? Li Fugui was stunned. Why? Do you think your position is too low? The Crazy Donkey glared at him. That's not it. Li Fugui hurriedly shook his head and said, I just don't know what a supervisor should do. Su Wei smiled and said, From now on, you will do whatever Lin Shan asks you to do. You will just be responsible for watching over those who are working and don't let them slack off. Then doesn't that mean I'm still Xiao San'er's son? Li Fugui muttered subconsciously, then glanced at Crazy Donkey subconsciously and suddenly shrank his neck. Su Wei said with a bit of amusement, We are all grown men. Be straightforward. It's just this job. Do you want to do it? If not, then leave. I will give you the salary you deserve right away, and we owe each other nothing. Li Fugui is a rather naive young man, but he also knows that if he goes out he will have nowhere to stay and will have to wander around to survive. There's so many people here, and with Su Wei's big thick legs holding you, only a fool would leave. Do it. Who said they don't want to do it anymore? Okay, one more thing. Su Wei nodded and pointed at Li Fugui, saying, From today on, if you run into Chu Sheng, you'll beat him up like crazy. Beat him up every time you see him. Can you do that? That's nothing. Li Fugui touched the back of his head and was about to make a promise when he suddenly saw Crazy Donkey and whispered, What if I can't beat him? Su Wei cursed angrily. Fuck, you're also an 8-foot-tall man. If you can't beat him, don't you practice? One day you will be able to defeat him. Li Fugui frowned and asked doubtfully, "Why do I feel like you were trying to trick me?" Su Wei's mouth twitched, and he said, "How about this? If you fight Chu Sheng, I will reward you with a bag of chocolates." I mean what I say. Real. Young people love to eat, especially in this kind of environment. Chocolate is a fatal temptation to everyone. Su Wei said without blushing or breathing heavily, "I never lie. What if I beat him 10 times a day? 10 packs. What if he beat me up 10 times? 11 packs. Su Weiduo stretched out a finger and said seriously, "The extra money is your mental damage compensation." Li Fugui no longer hesitated, touched Xiao Hei's face, gritted his teeth, and said, "Let's do it." "Okay, go ahead, start work today." Su Wei patted his shoulder appreciatively and deliberately leaned closer to whisper, "Mr. Chu lives in Building 016, Area C. Don't make a mistake." "No problem. Boss, just wait and see." Li Fugui patted his chest, making a creaking sound like a warrior ready to die, and shouted, "Let's go, boss." "Go ahead." Li Fugui just walked to the door and grinned at Crazy Donkey again. "I'm leaving, brother Donkey." The corner of Crazy Donkey's mouth twitched, and he spat out the word, "Get out." Yu Wei shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Boss Su, you've created an ancestor for Xiao Chu. He'll have a lot to worry about in the future." "This." Su Wei subconsciously rubbed his crotch and cursed. "I've always been a man of revenge." Chapter 129. The most precious thing is freedom. Now many projects have been started in the Cloud City. First, a wind turbine was built, and then Lin Shan proposed to integrate the entire villa area from A to D, block all the useless gates and paths, and reinforce and raise the shorter walls with wire mesh. This is to prevent any outsiders from sneaking in, especially those people in the southwest base. If those soldiers really want to attack the city on the cloud, they will easily be surrounded by the enemy. The only hard part is that none of them have top-notch technology experts, so they can't create a comprehensive, no blind-angle surveillance system. In the villa, Sun Wanner gently rubbed the injured area for Su Wei and fanned it with her little hands from time to time. "This." Su Wei lay on the bed with a grin on his face, looked down and sighed. "Fortunately, it can still be used." "Huh." Sun Wanner was so amused by him that she trembled with joy. That kid is really interesting. Did he really stick his neck out to look for Chu Sheng? Of course. Su Wei also laughed when Li Fugui was mentioned. Haha, when he left, he wanted to sign a military order with me. "You're really mean." Sun Wana laughed like a silver bell and said, "He's just a fool. Chu Sheng will suffer from this from now on. I will avenge my grudge." Su Wei gnashed his teeth and cursed. "That bastard Chu Sheng, if I don't shut his mouth, I don't know what he'll become in the future." Sun Wana laughed so hard she couldn't straighten her back. She then reminded him, "Chu Sheng is Elder Yu's personal disciple. Don't push him too far, right? That kid can't beat him." "No." Su Wei glanced out the window and said calmly, "Chu Sheng knows his limits. I asked Li Fugui to pester him because I wanted Chu Sheng to take care of this kid more." Sun Wanner was a little surprised and asked, "Do you think that child is good?" Su Wei's eyes gradually calmed down, and he said calmly, "That day at the base, Lin Shan and her brother ran the fastest, but Li Fugui was clearly at the door but didn't run first. So, this kid is also a man of integrity." Sun Vanan nodded subconsciously. "It's not just this." Su Wei shook his head and said, "That kid is an orphan who has been living in society since he was a child. I was also an orphan before, but I was luckier than him. God helped me. So you love the whole house and the whole family?" Su Wei nodded and said, "When we were in the mine, that guy said to me, 'You can lose everything these days, but you can't lose luck.' That's so true. Didn't I rely on luck to get to where I am today? I was blessed by God and got into a good university. After I graduated, I started my first business and made my first fortune. After the apocalypse, I not only obtained hundreds of billions of supplies, but also gained supernatural powers. God must have raised me like his own son." This was the first time Su Wei took the initiative to talk about his past with Sun Wanner. Sun Wanner listened quietly, her eyes sparkling with a few sparkling rays. "There's no such thing as so much luck. No one can help you if you don't work hard." Sun Wanner was silent for a moment, then retorted somewhat unhappily. She didn't want Su Wei's efforts in the first half of his life to be summed up in a sloppy way by the word luck. Su Wei smiled and didn't care about it. She continued, "But Lin Shan's performance today really surprised me. I thought she would endure it and then take the opportunity to retaliate. I didn't expect." Cluck. Sun Wanner couldn't help but laugh again. She tapped his chest with her finger and said in feigned anger, "You deserve it. Lin Shan was so badly tricked by you. She must hate you so much, and yet you still insisted on walking into her trap. Never mind, this kick was worth it." Su Wei laughed at himself. "I got kicked once, but she still managed to build a wind turbine for me. If I get kicked twice more..." Bang! Sun Wanner slapped it in anger and said, "2 more kicks, and you'll be crippled." Piss! Su Wei immediately bent down like a shrimp and cursed. "You're going to kill me." "What's wrong?" Sun Wanner didn't show any weakness. She pinched her waist and pretended to be angry. "Who told you to mess around outside? And you're a mistress or a concubine? Are you Shimenqing?" "I didn't. So Wei Xiaoti loudly, Chuseng. I will definitely kill you." Bang! "You're still swearing." "I fucking..." The storm was fleeting. Su Wei lay at the head of the bed with his eyes closed, holding the tired Sun Wanner in his arms. Neither of them spoke, feeling this rare tranquility. "Are you happy today?" "What?" Sun Wanner huddled in his arms and whispered, "Since I've known you, today is the day you smiled the most and was the happiest. You played and joked with them and chatted with so many people." Su Wei was silent. Sun Wanner placed her hand on that broad chest, feeling the pounding heartbeat, and murmured, "We can't live alone after all. Even if this is heaven, it's like a prison." "Yeah." Su Wei nodded thoughtfully. "Do you know when I was happiest in the past few months? It was when I went out. Even though it was dangerous, I was still very happy." Su Wei didn't get a response, but felt a little warm in his chest. He lowered his head and saw the pair of tightly closed eyes, some glaring tears flowing out. Su Wei was stunned for a moment, took a deep breath, and said, "Come with me to search for supplies tomorrow." Sun Wanner paused for a moment, then gently raised her head, looking at him with tearful eyes. She timidly said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll run away? Aren't you afraid that I'll hurt you?" Su Wei smiled at her and said, "I admit it." Early in the morning, Sun Wanner took out a bunch of colorful clothes from the closet. These were all taken out by Su Wei from the space, and every piece was a big brand, and they were free. She tried each piece on her body and sought Su Wei's opinion from time to time. "Master, do you think I look better in this or this?" Su Wei shook his head speechlessly. "Sister, we're going to the apocalypse to explore the wasteland, not to go on a spring outing, okay? You have no romance at all." Sun Wanner ignored him and rummaged around in the closet for a while before she smiled with satisfaction. "You're the one." "What?" Su Wei turned around while chewing half a corn and saw Sun Wanner holding 2 identical yellow tweed windbreakers in her hands. "Does it look good?" Sun Wanner asked with a smile, then added, "This is a couple's outfit. I think the sizes are just right. Can we wear this today?" Su Wei subconsciously glanced at the snowflakes floating outside the window and said, "Sister, the lowest temperature outside is minus 50 degrees Celsius, and the highest is just over minus 40 degrees Celsius. Are you sure you want to go out wearing this?" "That's silly. We can put the protective suits on inside." Su Wei was stunned for a moment and said, "Isn't this just taking off your pants to fart?" "Bah!" Sun Wanner curled her lips in annoyance and said, "You never say anything nice. Today is my first time going out, and I'm wearing this." "Okay, put it on." Chapter 130. Why? Su Wei, who is 1.75 meters tall, is paired with Sun Wanner, who is 1.6 meters tall. Although Su Wei does not have any advantage in terms of height, fortunately, he has a well-proportioned body. Wearing that windbreaker, if you look closely, he looks a bit like Xiao Ma Ge. As for Sun Wanner, she cannot be described in simple words. She wore delicate light makeup and looked like a woman walking out of an oil painting. Beautiful, refreshing beauty. She doesn't have the quirky beauty of Bai Meng Lu, nor the mature and cold beauty of Lin Shan. She is just herself, an irreplaceable beauty. Are you stupid? Sun Wanner waved her little hand in front of Su Wei. Su Wei held the hand tightly and said with a smile, "Wanner, has anyone ever told you that you look like a person?" "Who does she look like?" Sun Wanner asked excitedly. "Lin Qingxia or Maggie Chung? Tell me, tell me." Su Wei said seriously, "Wang Zuxian." There were many Hong Kong actresses in the 1980s, but when it comes to real beauties that can make people fall in love with them at first sight, Su Wei only recognizes Joey Wong. "Little brother, you're so greedy." Sun Wanner stretched out her slender fingers, gently lifted Su Wei's chin, and said fiercely, "Am I not beautiful enough? Tell me, who is prettier, Wang Zuxian or me?" "Joey Wong." After Su Wei said this, he quickly entered the password and opened the door. Ah, Su-wei, I'm going to kill you. Sun Wanner's angry voice came from behind. Just wait. I will never forgive you. The two of them walked out of the villa playfully. Sun Wanner, who had just stepped into the outside world, was suddenly stunned. She stood there blankly and subconsciously reached out to catch a snowflake. But before I could take a closer look, the snowflakes melted in my palms, leaving no trace. What's wrong? Su-wei was just about to take out the snowmobile when he turned around and saw Sun Wanner lying in the snow. He was suddenly stunned for a moment. Sun Wanner suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly shook her head, shedding 2 barely noticeable tears. Nothing. I haven't been out for a long time, so I'm a little uncomfortable. Is it cold? Su-wei took out a pair of nano-cotton gloves from the space and gave them to her. Sun Wanner smiled sweetly, quickly put on her gloves, and naturally put her right hand around Su-wei's arm. They had done this action countless times in the villa. But outside, Sun Wanner clearly felt Su-wei's body stiffen for a moment. She suddenly woke up and quickly pulled her arm out without a trace of discomfort on her face. Let's go. Su-wei smiled and pulled the hand over, putting it back into his left arm. Sun Wanner smiled, a slight blush appearing on her face. She pretended to be calm and said, Walking? Don't you have a very cool snowmobile? I want you to take me for a race. Hurry up and shovel. The road outside is very slippery. Su-wei looked ahead, tightened his arms, and had a faint smile on his face. Neither of them spoke anymore. They walked quietly in the snow, and the crunching sound of the snow as they stepped on it was like notes jumping on a piano. It's so beautiful. It looks just like the glaciers described in the books. Sun Wanner was like a greedy little hamster, eager to take in all the scenery. There's no snow in the south, so it is difficult to experience the shock of thousands of miles of glaciers. Su-wei had been to the far north before, and the ice and snow there were even more spectacular than here. He chuckled and said, When there's a chance, I'll take you to Siberia to see it. That's truly 1,000 miles of ice and snow. Sun Wanner looked back at him and said seriously, On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, the temperature in Siberia has already reached -80 degrees Celsius. Are you sure you want to go? Then go to the North Pole. I heard that during the polar night there, you can see tens of thousands of stars sliding down at once. Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you going to freeze me to death? Fuck. Su-wei cursed with a dark face and said viciously, I'll take you to the entrance of the community and see if there is any cold noodles for sale. Huh, this is possible. Sun Wanner was so amused that she was shaking all over, and her clear laughter could be heard from far away. The two of them walked for an unknown amount of time before they finally arrived at the gate of the community. Su-wei! A shout came from not far away. Su-wei looked over after hearing the sound. Lin Shan and her brother were shoveling snow with a group of homeowners. After the peak of the disaster had passed, the wind and snow had subsided. In order to facilitate everyone's daily activities, Lin Shan took the initiative to take the lead in the work. Apart from anything else, she is indeed a very dedicated woman. The person who spoke was Lin Xiaofeng. He walked over with a gloomy face and shouted, Don't think you are great just because you have some skills. Tell me, why did you bully my sister? I bullied her. Su-wei subconsciously closed his legs. Xiaofeng, stop fooling around and come back soon. Lin Shan also trotted over. She was about to speak when she saw the smiling girl next to her. She is so beautiful. A clean and beautiful windbreaker, delicate and elegant makeup, brand new snow boots, and carefully trimmed, slightly long curly hair. She looks like an angel descending from the end of the world. That's right. Compared with those people who are struggling to survive, Sun Wanner is an angel at this moment. Women are born to be competitive creatures. Lin Shan lowered her head subconsciously. She glanced at the torn boots on her feet, then at her hands cracked by the ice and snow, and at the down jacket she had worn for over 100 days. Lin Shan, who had always been confident and proud, now felt a sense of shame and humiliation. Her nose felt a little sore, and she had an urge to cry. Why? Why is it that in the same situation, some people can be happier than her to the point of being despair? Why was she born into a privileged life, but now she has to shovel snow here with a group of people who have no tomorrow? Lin Xiaofeng naturally didn't notice these things. He glared at Su-wei and said, My sister went home crying yesterday. She said she wanted to kill you. Tell me, what did you do to her? You also said that she wanted to kill me. Su-wei shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, But you came here to ask me what I did to her. Lin Shan looked up and met Su Wei's slightly sarcastic smile. Bang! For some unknown reason, Lin Shan slapped Su Wei in the face. Fuck! Lin Xiaofeng took a step back and subconsciously protected Lin Shan. As tough as he was just now, he was now as timid as he was afraid that Su Wei would get angry and attack him. That's a person with superpowers. Su Wei was also stunned, looking at Lin Shan in disbelief, feeling both aggrieved and confused. What are you doing? Su Wei didn't react, but Sun Wana moved. Her pretty face was slightly cold, and she pushed Lin Shan away. Perhaps she used too much force, or perhaps Lin Shan did not stand firmly, and she fell to the ground in the snow with a thud. You're Lin Shan, right? Sun Wana glanced at Su Wei distressedly, then looked at Lin Shan coldly and said angrily, I don't care what conflicts you have, but what do you mean by hitting someone without explanation? Forehead. Su Wei finally woke up slowly. He touched his face awkwardly. Coupled with Lin Shan's resentful look, he roughly understood why he was slapped. Jealousy makes people unrecognizable. 3 chapters in the morning, and 2 more in the afternoon. Brothers, please give me some votes. I love you. Chapter 131. Brother, people's hearts are too complicated. Deep down, Su Wei felt more guilty than admiring Lin Shan. After all, that incident had hurt her greatly, and he was the only beneficiary. No matter how you look at it, this slap was well-deserved. Forget it, let's go. Su Wei smiled bitterly, shook his head, and was about to leave while pulling Sun Wana. Sun Wana, however, was tough for once. She broke free from Su Wei's hand and said fiercely, who didn't fight back even after being hit. Do you really like her? Get out of here and leave me alone. Lin Shan just sat on the ground blankly, looking at her hands with some disbelief and confusion in her eyes. Sun Wana, like a tiger protecting its cubs, looked at Lin Shan coldly and said, I don't care what grudges you have, but this is Cloud City, and there's only one master here. Su Wei, I advise you not to mistake ignorance for willfulness. Fuck. Su Wei looked at Sun Wana in a daze. After such a long time, it was the first time he realized that this little girl was so good at confronting people. These words may not mean anything to others, but to Lin Shan, every word is like a knife. Lin Shan was supported by Lin Xiaofeng and slowly stood up. She carefully brushed off the snow on her body and sneered, What about you? You're a doctor from the medical academy, but now you've become someone else's plaything. Are you very proud of it? What did you say? Sun Wana looked cold and walked up to Lin Shan. The distance between the two people was only 0.01 centimeters at the time. The smell of gunpowder in the air was so strong that it exploded. Everyone looked over here. Su Wei later recalled this scene and said to her daughter with a smile, Your Aunt Lin is so fierce. Lin Shan raised her head without giving in. Her eyes swept over Sun Wana and said indifferently, These things must have cost a lot, right? You know what you paid for it. Sun Wana was shaking with anger. She wanted to raise her hand, but put it down again. Because what Lin Shan said was right, it was for these reasons that she entered the villa in the first place. In Lin Shan's eyes, and even in everyone's eyes, she is that kind of woman. This stain cannot be washed away even by the most devastating love. But it was precisely because she didn't deliver that slap. For the first time, Su Wei felt what it felt like to be heartbroken. That's enough. He pulled Sun Wana back, put his right arm around her shoulders, and looked at Lin Shan with a cold gaze. Our cooperation ends here. You can leave. Lin Shan looked up in panic and stared at Su Wei in a daze. What did you say? I told you you can leave now. I've already paid off what I owe you at the Southwest base. If you want revenge, you can always bring people here. I'll be waiting for you. Are you sure? Without me? Lin Shan had tears in her eyes. She tried to raise her head and put on a sneer, stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. Unfortunately, her stubbornness was put to an end by Su Wei before it even began. Without you, the earth will stop spinning. After saying that, Su Wei took Sun Wana and left. In the endless expanse of ice and snow, the not-so-tall figure was stretched particularly straight by the sunlight. In a snowmobile at full speed, Sun Wana sat in the passenger seat and said angrily, Are you crazy? If she really left, where would you find the people to build those defense facilities? Build it or not? Su Wei chuckled, stepped on the accelerator, and said, Don't you want to go racing? Today is the day. Hold on tight. Brother, people's hearts are so complicated. Sun Wana was so dizzy from the violent ups and downs that she could only shout, I know you're mad at her for scolding me, but it's also the truth. What if Lin Shan really goes and snitched? Facts are bullshit. I can scold you, but not her. Su Wei stared at the icy road ahead, turning the steering wheel continuously. Sun Wanner felt sweet and speechless in her heart. She said angrily, "You're just a child? Didn't you see that Lin Shan was waiting for you to give her a way out? I'm a fucking developer, so I give everyone a way out. You?" Sun Wanner was so angry that she was speechless. She shouted, "Then where are we going? I'm not a tour guide. How would I know where to go?" Half an hour later, the snowmobiles slowly stopped on a dam. Call. When they opened the car door, a biting cold wind blew out, and both of them exhaled a puff of white mist. Su Wei pointed at the completely frozen dam and shouted, "Don't you want to see the glacier? This is almost what it's like, a 1,000-mile glacier." Sun Wanner was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head and murmured with a smile, "Silly boy, I don't want to watch." "What did you say?" Su Wei turned around. In a howling cold wind, Sun Wanner put her hands over her mouth and shouted, "I said it's so beautiful here. I love it so much." "Ah." Su Wei. Sun Wanner turned around and glanced at him, then asked, "Why do you think people should live?" Su Wei held her hand, looked ahead, and said unhappily, "Sister, your question is too profound. I'm just an ordinary person and can't answer it. Let's change the subject. So who do you think is more beautiful, me or Joey Wong?" "Joey Wong." Su Wei let go of her hand and rushed out with a big laugh. "Su Wei, your uncle." In the desolate and deserted world of ice and snow, two figures were stretched out in the snow. "Let's go back later and see that Lin Shan." Sun Wanna huffed and puffed, kicking the snow beneath her feet as she strolled. "She's just too stubborn. It's also my fault for forgetting to consider the feelings of those outside. With all the clothes we have, how could they not be jealous?" Su Wei smiled and shook her head, saying, "Sister, can you please stop being such a saint? I just started to like you a little bit." "What did you say?" The cold wind in the air stagnated for a moment. "I said I like you very much, so let's not be so saintly, okay?" Su Wei pulled the pink glove and said, "You know, today is the most relaxing day for me. Since the end of the world, I've been holding my nerve every day, afraid that the villa will be attacked, afraid that I will be framed, afraid that someone will come to take away everything I have." Sun Wanner lowered her head and smiled. "Are you not afraid now?" "I'm not afraid anymore." Su Wei shouted loudly, as if to vent his anger, and sighed. "What's coming cannot be avoided. These days, if you don't have the ability, you deserve to be killed. What's the point of being afraid?" "So," Sun Wanner stopped, looked up at Su Wei seriously, and said, "You should win over Lin Shan. She can help you. At least you need her right now." Su Wei frowned speechlessly and said, "Why do you keep talking about Lin Shan? Are you fucking in love with her?" Sun Wanner feigned anger and hit Su Wei, saying angrily, "Why are you acting like Chu Shang now? You keep saying shit all the time. Can you be more civilized?" In a villa area dozens of kilometers away, Chu Shang, who was riding on Li Fuguwei and attacking crazily, suddenly felt an inexplicable stab in his heart. Chapter 132. But he said he liked me. On the way back, the car drove very slowly. It was like pressing the slow forward button, and the scenery along the way slowly came into view, as if the next second it would be frozen here forever. "I don't care. You must go find Lin Shan later and try your best to keep her. Do you hear me?" Sun Wanner showed her two little fangs fiercely. Su Wei gripped the steering wheel, turned his head to glance at her, and said with a smile, "Hey, after going out, you can't tell the difference between the big and small kings. Or what? Have you forgotten who is the master?" "Su Wei, I'm talking to you seriously." Sun Wanner suddenly became serious and said earnestly, "If you want to go further, you must have some capable people to help you. Otherwise, you won't go far." Su Wei asked without even turning his head, "Can't you help me? I only know how to treat illnesses." Sun Wanner glared at him angrily and asked, "Do you really hope that there will be a day when I can help you?" "Okay." Su Wei nodded speechlessly. "We agreed that as soon as we get home you'll go and ask Lin Shan to stay. Be polite, and I'll go with you. What are you going to do? Let her scold me a few times to vent her anger, and by the way, make you feel distressed. I'm made of steel. Why would I feel bad for you? You're swearing again. Go back and keep Lin Shan and kick that Chu Xing out." In the end, Su Wei was unable to defeat the persistent Sun Wanner. As soon as the two arrived home, they went to building 103 next door without even entering the door. "Wait a minute." Sun Wanner stopped Su Wei, who was about to knock on the door, and asked, "Do you still have those bags, cosmetics, and designer women's clothing in your space?" "What's wrong?" Sun Wanner pinched her waist like a housekeeper and said fiercely, "Give me some. It's not right to go to someone's house empty-handed. It's not enough for me to apologize. I have to pay compensation. So Wei laughed angrily. Will you take it or not?" Sun Wanner bared her fangs and whispered, "I'm the only one at home. Are you hoarding all these things for some vixen?" "Take it, take it, take it." Su Wei glanced around and saw a large pile of cosmetics, clothes, and various bags scattered on the ground. Sun Wanner didn't mind the cold, squatting at the door and picking at the clothes. "Tisk, tiske, tiske, tsk, what a taste you have. What do you want with this deadly Barbie pink? This style, forget it. Just keep taking out." Crash. Another pile of women's products was scattered on the ground. Sun Wanner squatted among them like a groundhog, picking and choosing. "Hey, there's a new Chanel model here, and I don't even have it. Forget it, give it to her. And this one is also good. This one is pretty good too." "Big sister, are you done yet? It's dark, and you're setting up a night market in front of someone's doorstep?" Su Wei waited for half an hour and finally couldn't help but break down. "Roll." Sun Wanner turned around and glared at him fiercely. "Ouch, what the fuck?" Su Wei was just about to reassure Sun Wanner that he was a good husband when he heard someone behind him say, "What are you doing here?" Lin Xiaofeng stared blankly at the two people in front of him, with Lin Shan standing behind him with a cold expression. Sun Wanner stood up from a pile of cosmetics and trotted towards Lin Shan, who had returned. She grabbed Lin Shan's hand and said, "Sister Lin, I brought Su Wei here to apologize to you. It's all his fault today. He shouldn't have embarrassed you in front of so many people. It's all his fault." Lin Shan was stunned for a moment, a little embarrassed, and said lightly, "What are you doing?" Perhaps it was Lin Shan's aura that made Su Wei feel uncomfortable, so he subconsciously frowned and asked, "What's going on?" "Just shut up." Sun Wanner turned around and glared at him, then tucked her hair away from her ears and smiled at Lin Shu. "Sister Lin, we met before at the city center hospital. Do you remember?" With Lin Shan's intelligence, she naturally understood what Sun Wanner meant. She wanted to ease the situation, but when she saw Su Wei's impatient face, she became furious. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Seeing that her attitude was still indifferent, Su Wei became anxious again. "Hey, can you please shut up?" Sun Wanner was really anxious and looked at Su Wei coldly. Even Lin Xiaofeng noticed what was going on. He stood there awkwardly for a moment, then smiled and pulled Su Wei, saying, "Brother Su, come on, let's go talk about something over there." Su Wei frowned at him and said, "What? You still want to avenge your sister?" Lin Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment. Then he mustered up the courage to pull Su Wei away. After walking a few steps, he whispered, "Brother Su, my sister is like that. She's cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Don't bother with her." Su Wei touched his nose and asked, "Is your sister entering menopause early?" Bang! Su Wei. At the door, a disheveled and furious Lin Shan threw a makeup box over. In Villa 103. It was the first time that the two women sat face to face. Sun Wanner's smile was as beautiful as a flower, while Lin Shan was as cold as ice, forming a sharp contrast. Sun Wanner was the first to break the silence. "Sister Lin, here's some clothes and cosmetics I picked out for you. Do you think there are any suitable ones?" Lin Shan didn't even look at the things. She just looked at Sun Wanner with some confusion and asked, "Is it worth doing all this for him? Are you feeling attached to him?" Sun Wanner didn't answer, but only said half-jokingly, "But he said he likes me. What can I do?" Lin Shan couldn't help but smile, and then said, "There's no grudge between us. Today, I'm sorry, I lost my composure a little. I apologize for what I said today." If Lin Shan had a misunderstanding about Sun Wanner at the beginning. Now, Sun Wanner is willing to step on her own dignity and come here to ask for peace with her, which is enough to show that she is not just after Su Wei's comfortable life. Oh, that's all in the past. Sun Wanner acted calm, waved her hands, and smiled. "Su Wei didn't mean to target you. You know, in this kind of environment, no matter how well he lives, there will always be some deviations in his heart. You don't know, at the beginning, in our community, thousands of people. Fortunately, we blocked it later. Ever since then, he's been like a psychopath, constantly indoctrinating me with his master-servant theory. It's really annoying me." "Do you know when he turned back?" Sun Wanner looked at Lin Shan seriously and said, "It was the day you told him you would help him reach the summit of the Cloud Terrace." Lin Shan was stunned for a moment and didn't say anything. No man is willing to be mediocre, especially Su Wei. Sun Wanner's eyes seemed to flicker with light, and she whispered, "But I can't help him." "Only you can, or rather, right now. Only you can." Lin Shan looked at her for a long time, then suddenly smiled and said, "Then you're not afraid that I'll steal this man?" Chapter 133. I am a human being. It is no exaggeration to say that if Su Wei is thrown into a crowd at this moment, women all over the world will go crazy for him. It's not that he is so charming, but that he has powerful abilities that he is not aware of yet. Sun Wanner paused, then smiled provocatively at Lin Shan. "My man, I'm the only one who will give him to you. You can't take him away. If you don't believe me, you can try." Facing the gentle Sun Wanner, Lin Shan almost lost her composure. She said calmly, "I'm not interested in your man. I just want to fulfill my dream." "So this isn't a conflict?" Sun Wanner smiled and said, "You hope to change the world, and he refuses to be mediocre. If," Sun Wanner suddenly paused for a moment and smiled at Lin Shan, "if one day he can really go further, then this man, I will give him to you." Lin Shan half-jokingly shook her head and said, "Since I was little, you're the first person to tell me to give way." In the villa, Su Wei was lying on the sofa board, and from time to time he would glance at his cell phone, which had no signal. Ding dong. The bell on the gate rang. Su Wei sat up with a somersault and arrived at the door in 2 or 3 steps. "I thought you were dead out there." Through the video call on the door, Su Wei said unhappily, "You still remember to come back?" Xiao Weizi opened the door. Outside, Sun Wanner shook her head and banged on the iron gate, mumbling, I left Zhuge Liang for you. Open the door." "Ouch, what the fuck?" Su Wei opened the door, swearing. "Are you too arrogant? Or am I, old Su, no longer able to hold the knife? Come on, let's have a fight." Plop. As soon as the door opened, a soft body rushed in. "Fuck." Su Wei quickly hugged Sun Wanner and frowned. "How much did you drink?" "That woman wants to drink you to death. Come over and take your place." Su Wei picked up Sun Wanner, who was drunk like a little idiot, and kicked the door back with a bang. Sun Wanner rolled around on the soft Simmons bed. "Su Wei, I really love you." "Huh?" Su Wei helped her take off her clothes with a frown on his face, and responded perfunctorily, "Yes, I'm so honored. You're such a fool. You don't know how much Lin Shan and I drank before she agreed to help you. If you dare treat me badly in the future, I'll castrate you." Su Wei's busy hands paused for a moment. The woman in front of me had red cheeks and a pungent smell of alcohol. She once had a proud career, an enviable family, and a smooth life. But now, she has nothing, and he is the only one in her heart and eyes. Su Wei didn't know what Sun Wanner and Lin Shan talked about that night, but her words were filled with deep emotions. If this was originally a deal, it is no longer an equal one as of now. The next afternoon, Sun Wanner, with a splitting headache, struggled to get up from the bed, reached out and touched around a few times, then fell back into the quilt with a thud. "Ouch, that hurts." After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes. There was a cup of steaming honey water on the bedside table, with a note underneath. "Brother Chong and I are going to play jungle, and we'll be back at 6 at the latest." Sun Wanner drank a few sips of honey water and felt her headache was better. I casually picked up the electronic alarm clock on the bedside and took a look. It's only 4:30. I need to sleep for another hour, then get up and cook. Yeah, an hour. The sound of soft breathing was heard again from the bed. Due to the disaster, it was dark before 6 p.m. Su Wei was driving a snowmobile on the road, shaking Zhuang Chong so much that he felt like vomiting. He suppressed the surging feeling and shouted, "Su Wei, can you drive slower? Even if you're really thirsty, it won't take a while longer, right?" "You know nothing." Su Wei stepped on the accelerator and cursed. "I don't know what's wrong with that old bitch Lin Shan. She got Wana drunk yesterday, and she was like a nobody. I don't know what's wrong with her now." "Huh?" Zhuang Chong was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Laughing hair. I laughed at you for falling in love. You're in trouble." Zhuang Chong imitated a scene from movie and said with a smile, "You went out yesterday, and you were completely transformed." Su Wei casually said, "What the hell? I'm still the little Natawa that everyone loves? Okay." "Haha, there's no point in denying it." Zhuang Chong grabbed his hand, shook it, and shouted, "Just tell me, since the apocalypse until now, have you said half as much as you have in the past few days?" Su Wei was silent. Zhuang Chong glanced at him and sighed. "You were completely crazy during that time." You were paranoid about everyone you saw. You wanted to lock yourself in a safe to be safe. Sue thought back to the past few days and cursed angrily. Fuck, is it as weird as you say? Go ask Crazy Donkey why he shudders when he looks at you. Zhuang Chang roared loudly. You killed Su Jiang, Feng Yifan, Lu Zhen, and Zhang Miaoyu. Although these people deserve to die, your methods are terrifying. You did nothing but indirectly killed thousands of people. Are you scared? Sue turned and looked at him. Zhuang Chang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, To be honest, I was quite scared at first, especially when you drove Qin Moyu and Su shouting away. After all, we had sex once, so what kind of grudge is that? It's really that big of a grudge, isn't it? The speed of the car gradually slowed down. Sue looked ahead quietly and said calmly, You don't understand. What? Zhuang Chang didn't hear clearly. I told you you're a pervert. Sue changed the subject with a smile, saying, The wind turbine tower will be completed in a few days, right? Zhuang Chang nodded and said, They said it would be completed in 20 days, so maybe another 2 or 3 days. Sue thought for a moment and said loudly, Prioritize the supply to the elderly, the weak, women, and children. The others can use it in different time periods. After all, everyone has adapted to it, and using less electricity won't freeze anyone to death. Ha, good. Are you laughing again? I told you that you've changed, right? If this happened last month, you might not care about their life or death. Sue was stunned for a moment, then shouted, I'm not a beast. I'm a human being. It's better to be a human being. Zhuang Qian grabbed the handle, looked at the darkness ahead, and said loudly, If I can't even be a human being, then what's the point of living? Okay, whatever you say is right. Sue smiled and said, Hold on tight, I'm going to speed up. Grass. Zhuang Chang lost his balance and slammed his head against the center console, cursing, Are you the reincarnation of the damned Suicide Squad? What? How about getting you another plane? The new book period is about to end, and we're making all-out preparation for the release on the shelves. Brothers, let's go all out, and the success or failure of the book will be decided when it is released on the shelves. Chapter 134, Gunshots in the Dark. Bang! The dull sound of a door closing woke Sun Wanner in the bedroom. A moment later, she came out of the house wearing thin pajamas and saw Su Wei changing clothes at the door with a sweet smile on her face. Master, you are back? Karma. Su Wei's action of lowering his head to take off his pants came to an abrupt halt. He tilted his head and only saw the pair of white, slender long legs. You had a drink and suddenly found your place again? Su Wei continued to move, swiftly taking off his clothes, leaving only his underwear. He glared at Sun Wanner and asked, Have you forgotten the madness of yesterday? Sun Wanner looked shy and timid, saying, I'm not afraid you'll think I'm too arrogant. Are you still floating low? Su Wei came to the coffee table, drank a gulp of warm water, and asked, Have you cooked yet? Oh, I forgot the ball. Sun Wanner stuck out her tongue. Su Wei pointed at her unhappily and said, I think you've really gotten too cocky. I'm sorry, please punish me, master, Sun Wanner said as she walked over. Suddenly, a small whip appeared in her hand. She bent down and handed it to Su Wei. What the fuck? Su Wei looked at the whip with a familiar look and asked, Where did you get this? I asked Sister Gao for it, and she said it seemed to belong to Brother Zhuang, left behind by one of his exes. Sun Wanner held up the small whip and said timidly, Master, please punish me. What a sin. Su Wei cursed Zhuang Chang 1,000 times in her heart before she smiled bitterly and said, Big sister, are you trying to switch scenes with me? Go cook dinner. You've been sleeping all day, aren't you hungry? But I dare not get up without the master's permission. Sun Wanner bent over, like a little lowly who had made a mistake. Su Wei patted her perky breasts in annoyance and said speechlessly, Big sister, we are 23 years old now. We are not young anymore, okay? Let's go cook, okay? Stop making trouble. Okay. Sun Wanner then stood up with a smile and made a playful gesture towards him. What do you want to eat? Casual. Bang. A rag fell on Su Wei's face. Sun Wanner's voice could be heard from the kitchen. You're going to give me another perfunctory word? What do you want to eat? Hurry up and put it in. Beef noodles. Okay. At night, there was no wind and no moon. Su Wei lay on the bed, his mind full of voices. How big of a grudge is that? Is it really that serious? If this happened last month, you might have cared about their life or death. We can't live alone after all. Even if this is heaven, it's a prison like paradise. As he thought about it, Su Wei's breathing gradually became steady. In his dream, he came to a pond where birds were singing and flowers were blooming, and the place was full of vitality. Sun Wanner's little face was so clear that he seemed to be able to touch it with his hand. The scene changed, and Lin Shan appeared with a cold face. Su Wei, who are you going to blame? Grass. Su Wei was awakened from his sweet dream in an instant. He opened his eyes suddenly, looked at the dim room, then looked at Sun Wanner, who was sleeping soundly next to him, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, you're haunting me. Su Wei, who was no longer sleepy, got up quietly, went to the water bar in the kitchen, and poured himself a glass of warm juice. Su Wei lowered his head and sipped the juice, his thoughts drifting away again. Bang! A gunshot rang out, exploding in the silent night. Su Wei stood up suddenly, quickly went to the second-floor window sill, and shouted into the intercom. Crazy donkey! Crazy donkey! Where did the gunshot come from? Bang! Before Crazy Donkey could respond, 2 more gunshots were heard outside. Su Wei's face grew serious, and then the intercom rang out. Boss Su, this is Lin Xiaofeng. Su Wei was stunned for a moment and asked, Isn't Crazy Donkey on duty today? I couldn't sleep at night, so I came to the gate to play cards with him. Lin Xiaofeng said quickly, Crazy Donkey was shot. There's an unknown force with powerful firepower. One of our brothers on duty was killed. They're breaking down the gate. We can't hold on. Sound the alarm quickly. Guard the gate. I'll be there for support right away. Beep, beep. The loud and clear sirens sounded throughout the villa area. Sun Wanner was also awakened. She hugged her pillow, her face full of panic. She ran out barefoot and cried, Su Wei, where are you? I'm here. Su Wei ran downstairs, hugged Sun Wanner in his arms, and comforted her. Someone broke in. You stay home, and I'll go support Lin Xiaofeng and Crazy Donkey. Don't. Sun Wanner subconsciously grabbed Su Wei's arm and begged. Let Brother Chong and the others go, okay? Su Wei suddenly smiled, touched her face, and said, Have you forgotten what you said to me yesterday? Didn't you say that I should change? After saying that, Su Wei put on his protective suit and opened the door to go out without hesitation. Sun Wanner called out from behind. Su Wei, be careful. Good. Zhuang Chang was also awakened by the gunshots. When Su Wei went out, he had already put on his clothes and was waiting behind the door. What's going on? Zhuang Chang said with a grim expression, I just got back from the checkup, and everything was fine just now. It's most likely the guys from the base. Immediately grab your sniper rifle and seize the commanding heights. If we open fire, you must suppress them frantically. Su Wei took out a weapon from the space, raised the submachine gun, and said, The person who came back this time is not simple. We must be extremely careful. Zhuang Chang was a little nervous as it was his first time firing against a regular army. He said, I'll contact Su Wei and Li Rue right away and have them bring their men over. Okay, I'll go too. Su Wei didn't wait for Zhuang Chang to speak to stop him and ran away with the gun. When they arrived at the gate, many awakened martial arts students rushed over, led by Li Rue. Bang! The gate was crackling with bullets. At the door of the guard room, facing the small door next to the gate, Lin Xiaofeng was holding a pistol and shooting outside. Call out! Just as Su Wei was about to step forward, a bullet grazed his arm. In an instant, Su Wei activated his mental strength to the fullest, feeling all the changes around him, and rushed into the duty room in a few steps. Use this! After seeing Lin Xiaofeng, Su Wei threw him an automatic rifle without hesitation. The latter didn't have time to waste words. He picked up his gun and fired horizontally outside. Damn, these bastards came too fast. I thought they would take a few days to search. Su Wei was also guarding in another corner, firing a burst of shots outside. In the darkness, the figure opposite is not particularly clear, and one can only rely on the light from the bullet from the muzzle to determine the enemy's specific position. Bosu, Li Rue, Yu Wei, Chu Sheng, Crazy Donkey, and others also rushed in from outside with a few people. Su Wei took out some weapons from his space and distributed them to them, shouting, Suppress them with firepower. Just wait and see. Chu Sheng picked up a rifle with excitement, stood up and fired wildly outside. Boss! Li Fugue also came, hiding behind a takeoff and landing pole and shouting, Give me a gun, I'm going to fuck these bastards to death. Chapter 135, The First Charge. The gunfight was not as exciting as expected. Affected by the darkness, everyone was frantically looking for cover to hide, occasionally shooting each other out of the blue and then quickly retracting their heads. However, the combat power of those on the opposite side was obviously much higher than that of Su Wei and his team, and their cooperation was even more skillful and tacit. Su Wei, Su Wei. At this moment, the intercom on my chest rang. I am here, Zhuang Chong roared loudly. There are about 20 of them, a full-fledged formation, and they have plenty of firepower. Report their location. There are 3 people on each side of the tree at 12 o'clock in front of you. There are 7 people on the left, and right at 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock. They want to suppress you head-on, and both sides will take the opportunity to rush through the door. Crazy donkey. Su Wei Dorth. Bosu. Su Wei took out a super powerful lighting lamp used on construction sites from the space, and also took out a set of large batteries. He quickly shouted, take a few people to Unit 1, Building 2, Area H. They have the best view there. Bring a few people and set up the lights in the shortest possible time. We're at a huge disadvantage if we fight like this. Okay, watch me. Crazy donkey, holding the battery in one hand and the light stand in the other, shouted to the people behind him, you guys, follow me. As soon as the crazy donkey left, the enemy's firepower came up again. Bang. Fuck. Chu Sheng screamed. I'm fucking shot. Yu Zuwei grabbed the back of his collar and said, get down quickly. Wow. 10 minutes later, a strong light suddenly flashed in a dark room on the upper floor next door and hit the outside of the community directly. In an instant, the enemies hiding in the dark were exposed. No, Haid. There was a cry of surprise from the other side. Bang. The sniper rifle, wrapped in a hurricane, blew off a soldier's head. Well done, fight like this, push forward. Su Wei shouted excitedly. Everyone move closer to me. Fire your guns. Dozens of brand new submachine guns were distributed to the students who had trained for more than half a month. Brothers, kill them. Li Rue was the first to pick up a gun and pulled the trigger unskillfully. Done. Crazy Donkey also shouted loudly. Our power tower has just been built, and good days are coming. If you don't want to starve to death, come and fight me. Fuck them. Dozens of people rushed out howling, holding submachine guns. Su Wei was among them. This time he did not choose to escape, but stood with them. Opposite, Huang Tianming, the platoon leader of the 20-man team sent by the Southwest base, was already stunned. He dodged the dense hail of bullets and cursed. MLGB. Aren't we supposed to be ordinary people here? Yet their firepower is stronger than ours. A squad leader came up and shouted, Platoon leader, we've been exposed. The other side has set up a strong spotlight. We are now fighting against the dark with bright light. We can't see the enemy's position at all. Everyone find cover, suppress them with full firepower, and drive them back. The squad leader's face was covered in cold sweat. He shook his head and said, no way. Not only do they have a good tactical team, but they also have snipers on the commanding heights. We dare not even show our heads. Huang Tianming cursed with a bewildered look on his face. Those idiots in the military intelligence department. I got screwed by them. Within 30 seconds of the lights coming on, 3 people on Huang Tianming's side fell down instantly. 1 was killed by long-range shooting, and 2 were shot and injured. Da-da-da. Li Fuguwei got a submachine gun from somewhere and rushed to the front, howling, you little bastards, take a volley of bullets from your grandpa Li. Da-da-da. He kept walking and rushed directly behind a bunker. The soldier who was still dodging carefully never expected that someone would dare to start a fight in person. So when he saw Li Fuguwei, he subconsciously froze for a moment, just a second. Then he immediately raised his gun and was about to shoot. Unfortunately, just a second later, Li Fuguwei got there first and hugged her. Da-da-da. The soldier was shot once in the neck and once in the left cheek and fell down unwillingly. Wheezy. Another soldier behind the bunker cried out in grief and anger, then fired back angrily. Da-da. Li Fuguwei was unable to dodge and fell down after being shot in the lower abdomen. At this time, Crazy Donkey also rushed up, shot and killed the soldier who was about to shoot again, grabbed Li Fuguwei's collar with one hand, and pulled him out of the bunker. Fuck, you little bastard, you're just charging in. Are you trying to kill yourself? Su Wei also followed with a few people and opened fire to suppress the firepower from the opposite side. They fought and retreated at the same time and brought Li Fuguwei back behind the gate. Across from them, the squad leader said with a look of grief, Platoon leader, 2 more of our brothers are dead. Their firepower is too strong, and they have the advantage in both terrain and numbers. This battle is impossible to win. The platoon leader squinted his eyes because of the bright lights from above and gritted his teeth and said, "Retreat." The squad leader, relieved, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Retreat. Second squad, cover the rear." Of the 20-man squad, only 12 were left after 2 rounds of firefight, with 3 dead and 5 injured. Oh no, they're trying to run away. Su Wei saw 2 soldiers quietly moving to the rear and immediately shouted, "Brother Chong, hit their leader. Everyone else, follow me and charge again to kill them." After 2 consecutive rounds of fire, dozens of frightened student soldiers gradually reacted. It was the first time for these people to experience such a scene, and most of them were afraid, but there were also a few who went crazy at the sight of blood. Charge! Dozens of people were holding guns and shooting at the bunkers in an unskilled manner, just like Li Fugue just now. Su Wei also shuddered with fear and hurriedly said, "Old you, Chu Sheng, lead the troops to raid the 2 sides. These brats are inexperienced. If they fight like this, they will suffer. You guys follow me." Yu Suawe immediately led his men to rush to the right. After a round of fire suppression, the student soldiers rushed to the opposite side. 5 or 6 soldiers behind the bunker immediately opened fire in retaliation. Da. There were no clever tactics and no such thing as veterans or novices. Both sides were furious and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with guns drawn. In just 2 minutes, both sides had used up all the magazines in their guns. 5 or 6 students fell down instantly. The opposing soldiers were outnumbered, and none of them could dodge. They were all shot to death. Bang! Upstairs, Zhuang Chong held the sniper rifle, his eyes as silent as water. Huang Tianming, the platoon leader who led the retreat, was hit in the left arm, and a cloud of blood mist burst out. His whole body seemed to be stuck, and he trembled and fell headfirst into the snow. "Platoon leader!" The squad leader yelled, pulled Huang Tianming up, and hid behind a newsstand on the roadside. The 2 of them did hide, but the remaining 5 or 6 people didn't have time to hide. Bang! Bang! The 2 soldiers were unable to dodge. One was shot in the back, and the other was hit in the thigh. Even military bulletproof vests are useless against a heavy sniper rifle like the AW-50, which has strong attack power. Chapter 136. Please, say my brother. What does it feel like to kill someone? Some people were vomiting and shaking nonstop. Some had dull eyes as if they were dead, and some were almost insane, howling loudly to vent their anger. Don't let any of them escape. Su Wei rushed out with a gun and fired a volley of bullets at the newsstand across the street. Da. Lin Xiaofeng rushed out from somewhere. He and Su Wei walked forward side by side, shouting, "Fuck! I've been bullied by you for so long, and now you have come to this day." Da. The 2 men opened fire at the newsstand from the left and right. Huang Tianming and the squad leader behind them could no longer hide and rushed out with a roar. Da. Huang Tianming was obviously a veteran. He held the gun with one hand and fired directly at a single point. Bang! Lin Xiaofeng was shot in the neck. If he had not subconsciously turned his head, the shot would have taken his life. Da. Lin Xiaofeng's body swayed and blood spurted out like a fountain, but he stood firm again and fired all the bullets in the gun at Huang Tianming. Then he fell down with a thud. Fuck! Su Wei just glanced at him, but was too late to help, because the squad leader had already aimed at him. "CNM, go to hell." The squad leader embraced Su Weiwoer without hesitation, but he was stunned the next second. Su Wei actually dodged the oncoming bullet with a quick move. The squad leader looked at him in shock. How is this possible? Even a woman wouldn't need to aim when shooting at such a close distance, let alone him. So these 2 shots would definitely kill Su Wei. But Su Wei just moved sideways 2 steps and dodged it. A person with superpowers. There really is a person with superpowers here. The squad leader screamed. Da. Su Wei didn't give him much time to be shocked and shot him dead with 2 shots. Huang Tianming, who was hit in the thigh by Lin Xiaofeng, fell to the ground. He also looked at Su Wei walking towards him with a look of horror and subconsciously said in panic, Don't kill me. Hands up." After Su Wei forced Huang Tianming to raise his hands in surrender, he shouted, "Someone, tie him up." Several students rushed over and tied Huang Tianming up like a dumpling in a few seconds. The danger was over. Su Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried forward to help Lin Xiaofeng up. His clothes were soaked with blood, and he fell limply into Su Wei's arms. "Fuck!" Su Wei shook Lin Xiaofeng and shouted, "Brother, You can't die. If you die, your sister will have to fight me to the death. When Su Wei thought of Lin Shan's furious face, he instantly came to his senses. He picked up Lin Xiaofeng and ran back, gritting his teeth. Hurry up, bring Lin Xiaofeng back. Quick! This premeditated sneak attack lasted only 20 minutes. The 20-man team from the Southwest base was completely wiped out, and not a single one escaped. 12 people were shot to death by the students, and Huang Tianming and 7 or 8 wounded soldiers were captured. Lin Shan's villa. A large group of people rushed in and carried Lin Xiaofeng into the house. When Lin Shan saw this scene, her body shook and she ran over in a hurry. Xiaofeng, what's going on? Can anyone tell me what's going on? Su Wei covered his arm that was scratched by a stray bullet, swallowed his saliva subconsciously, and said, Your brother was shot, and the bullet grazed the aorta. Su Wei. As expected, Lin Shan went berserk, completely losing her usual cool and reserved demeanor. She yelled at him, I helped you so much, and this is how you repay me? Su Wei didn't argue back and sighed. He rushed too fast. I couldn't stop him. Are you a fucking human? He's still a child. Lin Shan's eyes were bloodshot as she roared in anger. Li Fuguei, who was carried over with her, was not much better. His dark face was covered with white frost. He said weakly, Sister Lin, stop yelling. It gives me a headache. Lin Shan was stunned for a moment, then finally calmed down and asked hurriedly, Doctor, where's the doctor? Su Wei hesitated for a moment, then picked up the intercom and said, Warner. In the villa. Sun Warner held the intercom in her hand and answered Su Wei's call immediately. I'm here. How are you? Are you okay? I'm fine. Lin Xiaofeng is injured. Please come over quickly with your things. Okay, I'll be right there. A few minutes later, Sun Warner trotted to Lin Shan's house next door. When she saw Su Wei, she felt relieved. Lin Shan grabbed Sun Warner's arm with blood on her hands and trembled at her voice. Save him. Please save him. I will, don't worry. Sun Warner opened the medical kit, took out the hemostatic tools, and helped Lin Xiaofeng temporarily stop the bleeding. Then she said, He's lost too much blood. He needs a blood transfusion. What's his blood type? Oh, type. Lin Shan said hurriedly. Whose typo? The people in the room looked at each other, and no one spoke. Forget it, just take mine. Sun Warner took out a clean syringe and said to Su Wei, Come and help me. You? Su Wei hissed at teeth. Stop talking nonsense. Saving people is the most important thing. Sun Warner rolled up her sleeves, revealing her snow-white arms, and the needle slowly inserted into the blood vessel. Later, Su Wei took over the blood bag and inserted the infusion tube into Lin Xiaofeng's arm. After a few minutes, the latter's face gradually regained some color. No, he's lost too much blood and needs surgery immediately. Sun Warner's face looked a little serious, and she turned back to look at Su Wei silently. Now, in the entire Yunxiang City, the only place with the conditions to perform surgery is probably Su Wei's family. So Sun Warner was asking for his opinion. After all, Lin Shan saw the look in their eyes and instantly understood. She grabbed Su Wei's arm and begged, Please, save my brother. Su Wei didn't say anything. Deep down, he was willing to save people, but a big war had just ended and those ferocious student soldiers were watching outside. What would others think if he let Lin Xiaofeng enter the villa at this moment? Su Wei, please. Lin Shan half knelt on the ground, looking up with a sad face. Yesterday, she was still the woman who was proud to the core, but now she was fragile and vulnerable. After a short silence, Su Wei stood up and said, Mr. Yu, Brother Chong, come and give me a hand. These two people were the ones he trusted the most. The three of them lifted up Lin Xiaofeng. Sun Warner held the four-bag, and behind them followed Lin Shan, whose face was covered in tears. Under everyone's gaze, they entered Su Wei's villa. This was the first time that Su Wei allowed an outsider into his villa in public. Building 104 is a forbidden area for everyone in the Cloud City, but today, Su Wei made an exception. In the crowd, Zhang Matzi from Nanshan Martial Arts School quietly approached Li Rue and whispered, Brother Rue, what does the boss mean by this? Shut up. Li Rue turned around and glared at him, saying bluntly, Put away those little tricks of yours, or I'll be the first to kill you without you having to do anything. Zhang Matzi was stunned for a moment, then grinned and said, I didn't say anything. Li Rue laughed and said, You'd better not say anything, otherwise, President Su probably won't save you. Su Wei was the last one to enter. When he reached the door, he suddenly turned back and said, Li Rue, Count all the injured brothers and find someone to treat them immediately. Tell me if you need anything. After saying that, he took out several medical kits from the space. Li Rue smiled and nodded. Don't worry, boss. Chapter 137. Sooner or later, I will die in your hands. On the basement floor, there is the operating room. After working for more than 2 hours, Sun Wanner finally came out exhausted. Having just donated 400 cubic centimeters of blood to Lin Xiaofeng and worked intensively for such a long time, Sun Wanner's steps were heavy and her pretty face was pale. Are you okay? Su Wei quickly hugged her and said distressfully, Are you crazy? There's so many people outside. Who can't you hit? Get lost. Don't question my professionalism. Sun Wanner forced a smile and said weakly to Lin Shan, It's fine for now, but you'll still need a blood transfusion later. That's it. After saying that, Sun Wanner fell weakly into Su Wei's arms. Su Wei picked up Sun Wanner by the waist and carried her back to the bedroom. After a moment, he returned and looked at Lin Shan and said, I really don't understand. Are you two siblings? Lin Shan instinctively wanted to retort, but swallowed it back and said calmly, Xiaofeng was born to my stepmother, so we have different blood types. He's the only one of my 3 daughters. TSK, your circle is so messy. Su Wei. Lin Shan hesitated for a moment, then bowed to him and said, Thank you. Forget it, just stop kicking me. Su Wei waved his hands randomly and said, I'll leave this to you. There's an intercom in the medical room. If you have anything to say, just talk to me. Lin Shan nodded. Thank you, but it's better if nothing happens. My wife can't stand your tossing and turning. Su Wei turned and went upstairs without looking back, saying, Wake up and leave quickly. There are no extra chopsticks at home. Watching Su Wei disappear around the corner, Lin Shan's cold and arrogant face showed a bit of shame and anger. Asshole! In the kitchen, Su Wei was busy working in a panic. A pot of brown sugar and jujube soup was simmering on the stove. This! Su Wei grinned and poured the soup into a bowl, then carefully carried it back to the bedroom. Vania! He called out softly. Sun Wanner, who was sleeping soundly, frowned and pouted. Go away! Don't bother me. I'm so sleepy. I made some soup for you. Get up and drink some before going to sleep. Su Wei picked up Sun Wanner without saying a word and brought the bowl to her mouth. Sun Wanner zukit zupkongskiusli. This! Do you want to burn me to death? Sun Wanner finally sobered up a little and said speechlessly, Brother, this thing is useless. I need to eat something to replenish my energy. Su Wei was stunned for a moment. I heard that this is how people drink after they have that period. Sun Wanner rolled her eyes at him shyly. That and this are 2 different things, okay? After spinning a few cheesecakes, Sun Wanner finally calmed down a little. Su Wei handed her a cup of hot milk and reminded her, Drink slowly. You look so starving. If someone didn't know, they would think I didn't let you eat. Call. After finishing the milk in one gulp, Sun Wanner finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked, Where's Lin Shan? Down there. Su Wei pointed to the ground. Did you give Lin Xiaofeng a blood transfusion? Sister, you are really dedicated. Su Wei said speechlessly. If you lose, Brother Chong and the others found a few people with type O blood. Don't worry, I also stocked up some in the hospital's blood bank. Even if Lin Xiaofeng is the blood dropper, it will be enough. Sun Wanner froze in place, then angrily asked, You've hoarded plasma. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I didn't think of it that time. Su Wei replied blankly. Asshole, I'll die in your hands sooner or later. Sun Wanner got out of bed angrily, put on her white coat, and was about to go out. Su Wei shook his head helplessly. Don't worry, he won't die. Can't you just rest for a while? Rest, you uncle. Sun Wanner turned around, showing her 2 rows of small fangs fiercely, and said, Don't talk to me. I want to be quiet. Sun Wanner came to the medical room and saw Lin Shan dozing off on the edge of the bed. You're here. After hearing the noise, Lin Shan opened her eyes and looked at Sun Wanner with gratitude. Sun Wanner smiled and nodded. After glancing at the monitor, she said, Don't worry, he's fine. He just needs to stay awake for a few more days. Lin Shan's eyes were red as she bowed and said, Dr. Sun, thank you. Sun Wanner quickly lifted her arm and said, Oh, what are you doing? It's not necessary. It's not necessary. Saving the dying and healing the wounded is my duty. Lin Shan bit her lip and looked at her seriously. No matter what, I still want to thank you. Don't worry, I will do what we said that day. Sun Wanner smiled and said, Then we're even. Lin Shan didn't say anything, but her eyes were full of gratitude. Although she looks very cold on weekdays, as Lin Xiaofeng said, she is a person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart, and she always appears cold on the outside but is warm on the inside. What's that smell? Sun Wanner suddenly sniffed, glanced at Lin Zifeng again, and asked doubtfully, could it be pus? That shouldn't be the case. This smell is so weird. Lin Shan was stunned for a moment, and her pretty face suddenly blushed. I am sorry. We haven't taken a shower for more than 5 months, otherwise. I'll go out. Sun Wanner suddenly realized what was going on and said awkwardly, I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. I know. Lin Shan nodded and suddenly felt a sore nose. She lowered her head, opened the door, and was about to go out. Wait a moment. Sun Wanner suddenly grabbed Lin Shan and said with a smile, come with me. The two came to the first floor. Sun Wanner pointed to the bathroom in the living room and said with a smile, go in and wash up. There are new toiletries under the mirror. I'll find you some clean clothes. Lin Shan looked at the bathroom with desire in her eyes. Is this okay? Sun Wanner smiled and said, oh, we're all family, so don't be polite. Just wash yourself. You can take as long as you want. We have plenty of hot water at home. You wash first. I'll go change Lin Xiaofeng's dressing. How does it feel like not taking a shower for nearly half a year? Lin Shan's pride was instantly shattered in front of that bathroom. In the kitchen, Su Wei was cooking. In his 28 years of life, he had only been in the kitchen a handful of times, and usually he would just make some simple stir-fries and fast food. But thinking that Sun Wanner was weak and in need of nutrition, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and do it. The bloody beef was put into the pot, and the hot oil instantly crackled. Call! The flames suddenly shot up. Fuck! Su Wei was unable to dodge, and his bangs were instantly damaged, and even his eyebrows turned ginger yellow. Su Wei hurriedly put on the lid of the pot, which extinguished the flames. He turned off the fire and removed the pot helplessly, giving up the stupid act of cooking this time. Then he walked toward the bathroom silently. Squeak! Su Wei pushed open the bathroom door, but before he could walk in, a scream that pierced his eardrums came to his ears. Chapter 138. I respect your pride. In the foggy bathroom, faintly, a slender and tall body came into view. Lin Shan, with wet hair and foam all over her body, looked at the man at the door with horror and said angrily, what do you want to do? Su Wei stood there in a daze, rolling his eyes stiffly. Bastard! Lin Shan turned her body, subconsciously. To a naked woman, this kind of look is completely naked and obscene. Bang! She grabbed a shower gel from the shelf and threw it at me. Fuck! Su Wei subconsciously dodged and shouted awkwardly. We didn't lock the door when you took a shower. Su Wei, I will definitely kill you. Absolutely. Lin Shan's deafening roar came from the bathroom. Su Wei was embarrassed and unconvinced. Just listening to you bragging about how great you are? I'm going to kill you. Son of a bitch. Bang. An unidentified object hit the bathroom door. Su Wei touched his nose in frustration and quickly fled the crime scene. Sun Wanner came up from the basement and asked, Su Wei, what are you doing? Why are you crying for your parents? Su Wei sat on the sofa with a guilty conscience and said casually, it's okay. I was bullied by our SB. Anti-hooliganism. Sun Wanner glanced in the direction of the bathroom and suddenly laughed. You're quite good at coming up with words, aren't you? And your anti-hooliganism. You're a big hooligan yourself. Su Wei felt guilty and quickly changed the subject. Who agreed to let her take a shower here? Me. I think you are really getting carried away. Su Wei curled his lips. You're the one getting cocky. You're not even going to betray me, are you? Sun Wanner put her hands on her hips and feigned anger. I'm not dead yet. You're going too far. How the hell did I know she was in there? Su Wei softened his attitude. Besides, did I agree to let her take a bath here? Why doesn't she treat herself as an outsider? What can I do if she sees me? Just think of her as buying a bath ticket. Sun Wanner cursed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Stop talking nonsense. My brother almost died, and we two siblings worked our butts off for you. You better be content. What do you mean by work for me? Su Wei wanted to say more, but Sun Wanner said coldly, say more. Vish, vish, vish. Su Wei shut up in frustration and added, let's make it clear, it's just this once. Do you think this is a bathhouse or something? Half an hour later, Lin Shan came out of the bathroom slowly in a thin bathrobe. Her eyes were red and her face still had a blush that had not yet faded. Su Wei subconsciously shrank his neck, turned his head away, and deliberately avoided looking at her. Sun Wana smiled and said, "Sister Lin, have you finished washing?" Lin Shan nodded uncomfortably and said to Sun Wana with a smile, "Thank you for today, Wana. Don't worry, I will pay you back when I have the ability in the future." "Oh." Su Wei on the sofa laughed. Lin Shan's face turned cold instantly. She gritted her teeth and glared at the back of his head, her fists clenched tightly. Sun Wana smiled and said, "Don't stand there. There are new clothes in the bedroom. I don't know what type you like, so I prepared a few sets. Try them on and see if you like them." Lin Shan subconsciously loosened her fist and said gratefully, "Thank you for your trouble." "Oh." "So wait." Sun Wana casually picked up a pillow and threw it at him, saying, "Are you fucking done? Do you have something stuck in your throat like laxatives or something? Go, ignore him." As she spoke, she pulled Lin Shan to the bedroom. In fact, Su Wei did not hate Lin Shan. On the contrary, he admired this woman very much. She was confident and proud, cold and charming, and had outstanding abilities. But at the same time, the aura she exuded was too strong. Even though she has become a beggar, she still has the aura of a queen, which makes people feel suffocated and breathless. It seems that in her eyes, everyone else is trash and she is the best. Su Wei didn't like this feeling, especially when he had superpowers and hundreds of billions of supplies. He hated it even more when someone was arrogant towards him. Therefore, every time Lin Shan looked at him with that contemptuous look, Su Wei would unconsciously get angry. In Sun Wana's words, "This is what you get for spoiling me." Problem. 10 minutes later, the bedroom door opened quietly. Lin Shan wore a black turtleneck wool sweater on the upper body, a pair of slim cashmere pants on the lower body, high-top leather boots on the feet, and a purple wool coat on the body. Su Wei glanced at it without leaving a trace, and gave a very sarcastic evaluation in his heart. Not bad. Lin Shan came over and looked at Su Wei seriously. "Su Wei, thank you for taking care of my brother. I will pay you back, including these things, with my own ability." "Oh." Su Wei held his forehead and sighed. That look clearly contained a hint of pity. Lin Shan was instantly furious. "What do you mean? It's meaningless." Su Wei stood up and looked at her, shrugged, and said, "Some people live on food and drink, some live on dreams, and you live on pride. In that case, well, I respect your pride." Lin Shan didn't expect Su Wei to say such a thing. She looked at Su Wei blankly, her eyes slightly red. Hey, I didn't recruit her." Su Wei hurriedly looked at Sun Wana and curled his lips, saying, "Besides, it was foggy inside, and I only had a rough look." Son of a bitch. Lin Shan's change of heart was gone. She raised her fist and was about to go berserk. "Can you be serious for a minute?" Sun Wana cursed angrily and said sternly, "Sister Lin wants to talk to you. Please speak politely and don't make me angry." Su Wei shrank his neck, as if he really enjoyed the pleasure of being disciplined. Lin Shan sat down on the sofa, trying to calm herself down before saying, "In yesterday's ambush, we lost 4 members and injured over a dozen, including my brother, Li Fugue, and even Crazy Donkey. This is enough to prove that we are still too weak compared to the regular army." Speaking of business, Su Wei also became serious and nodded. "Yes, to put it bluntly, we are just a group of idiots, not even good men. If we really fight with the Southwest base, we will definitely be completely defeated. So, you have to make a decision now." Lin Shan asked seriously, "Should we continue to rely on Cloud City and deal with those people from the Southwest base? Or should we temporarily avoid their attack and find another habitat? If you can't beat them, just run away. There's nothing much to say about that." Su Wei asked back, "Where are we going?" "We've already hidden in the Southwest base, the Southeast base, the Northgate base. There are 6 bases in Yuntai City. We can't just run away every time something happens, right?" "So what do you mean?" Lin Shan looked at him with a playful look in her eyes. "I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to take root here." Su Wei was silent for a moment, then slapped the table and said coldly, "We must hold our ground this time. Otherwise, let alone reaching the summit of Yuntai, we might not even have a place to stay." Chapter 139. Fight or Flight? Sometimes, running away is not a good idea. In the words of a great man, this is called strategic shift. But Yuntai City is so small, and it is surrounded by 6 military air defense bases, and their total military strength is at least 30,000. Unless you leave Yuntai, you'll have to face this problem one day. Lin Shan glanced at Su Wei with some surprise and said with a faint smile, "I thought you would choose the former. After all, You have hundreds of billions of resources in your hands, and you can live a carefree life wherever you go. If it was half a month ago, I might have done this. Su Wei smiled faintly. Let's not talk about far away. As for my villa, as long as it is not a missile-level attack, I don't have to worry about the safety issues at all. Lin Shan didn't say anything, just glanced at the super complicated gate. But it's different now. Su Wei stood up and walked to the window, looking at the more than 20-meter-high wind turbine outside, and said, "This is my home. It bears the traces of my efforts. If I lose my home, what's the point of living? Since you're not leaving, let's talk about the current situation." Lin Shan took out a few blueprints from her pocket and placed them on the table. She said seriously, "We currently have two options." "You say?" Su Wei looked at the drawings seriously and nodded. "First, destroy the southwest base." Lin Shan said coldly with a sharp gaze, "The 6 air defense bases in Yuntai City are basically secretly connected. As long as we can destroy the Shun family, other forces will be wary. At least in the short term, we could develop safely." "Sister, are you chatting with me?" Su Wei said angrily. "With our limited fighting power, how can we fight against others? Do you think I'm a little natural? Invulnerable to swords and guns? Then there's only the second way." Lin Shan's face was calm as she put her hands together and said, "Surrender." Su Wei smiled speechlessly. "If you can't beat them, just join them? What else?" Lin Shan looked at him and said coldly, "Since they chose to attack here, it means that your information must have been leaked. However, they definitely don't know the details. So, if you choose to surrender now, there's a chance you can get a good position." "Stop it." Su Wei waved his hand to interrupt her and said coldly, "They must know that the supplies are in my hands, but because of my identity as a psychic, they sent a team to test me. If I surrender, I will either be a thug for the rest of my life or be kept in a pen like a pig. I can't accept either of these two." Lin Shan hit him mercilessly. "You want to be a hero, but you don't want to work yourself to death or starve yourself to death. Where in the world can you find such a good thing?" Su Wei was choked for a moment, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, "What if I choose the first option? Military advisor, please help me." "Spit." Sun Wanner, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but spit out the cherry she had just put into her mouth. She scolded him with a smile. "My dear, you are really flexible." Lin Shan glanced at him angrily, suppressing a laugh as she said, "Someone once said that the earth would still spin without me, right?" "Who?" Su Wei stood up, pinching his waist, and looked around, saying, "Who the hell said that? I'll give him a spoonful of manhwa evaporated milk and let him experience what technology and hard work are. Since you want to fight, it can't just be the two of us discussing it. We also need to see what others think." Lin Shan rolled her eyes at him and said seriously, "Although this team is yours now, the people in it are not yours. If you want everyone to work together, you must show your skills and courage." Su Wei smiled and said, "Big sticks and sweet dates. Maybe we need to prepare a pair of shackles." The villa opposite has now become the headquarters of the security team. Zhuang Chang, Yu Sui, and others were all present, as well as Li Fuguei, who came over with a bandage on and a crutch. "Fuggier." Su Wei looked at him with a headache and said, "Are you fucking going to die?" Crazy Donkey laughed and slapped him on the head. "This is a high-level meeting. What the hell are you doing here?" "Fuck." Li Fuguei stiffened his neck, his dark face full of dissatisfaction. He said, "I've carried guns for the boss, been injured, and even been a son to the mistress." Before Li Fuguei could finish his words, he felt a cold light coming at him. He quickly licked Lin Shan's face and said with a smile, Wrong. I'm a badmouth. I'm going to plug that hole of yours sooner or later." Su Wei glared at him, then looked at everyone and said, "All right, let's get down to business. Although those people were wiped out yesterday, this matter has only just begun. Now everyone faces two choices, surrender or relocate. What do you think? Where to retreat?" Chu Xing asked. Zhuang Chang frowned and said, "If it were before, I would have left at any time, but now that I have a family, I really can't bear to leave all of a sudden." Ever since Lin Shan came, the city on the clouds has been completely transformed. Isolation nets, power towers, and protective walls. Without these, the outcome of last night's battle would have been unpredictable. Yu Zui hesitated for a moment, then said seriously, "Where can we go after leaving here? The power structure in Yuntai City is very complex. Even if we hide, we will eventually be discovered." Everyone was talking at once, but Li Rue remained silent from beginning to end. "Okay, there's no point in saying more. Su Wei clapped his hands to suppress the noise and said seriously, "What I mean is when friends come, there's good wine, and when enemies come, there's a hunting rifle." Li Rue asked expressionlessly, "Boss, do you mean fight? If we don't fight this battle now, it will be fought later. If we don't fight it, others will." Lin Shan stepped forward and said, "The power tower has just been built and will be operational soon. If we leave now, our initial investment will be wasted." Li Rue didn't say anything after hearing this. The meaning is very obvious. These resources all belong to Su Wei, and even if they are lost, it is Su Wei's loss. Crazy Donkey also looked calm, obviously having the same idea as Li Rue. Su Wei glanced at them and said calmly, "I've already said what I mean. If you have any ideas, you can also put them forward. Whether you want to leave or stay, I won't force you. Anyway, I'm not leaving." Li Fugue spoke first. "Let those bastards come over. I'll chop them all off with one fucking knife." Zhuang Chang grinned and said, "I don't need to say anything. We'll do whatever you say." "Master." Chu Sheng looked at Yu Zuowei with some hesitation. The latter was silent for a moment before saying, "I still say the same thing. Where should we go after we move? If we can't escape this anywhere, we might as well give it a try." "Then let's fight." Chu Sheng stood up suddenly. "Although the Southwest base has more people, we also have the Cloud City as a cover, so we won't necessarily be defeated." The atmosphere in the room gradually became silent. Su Wei fixed his gaze on Li Rue's face. Li Rue was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "Since no one wants to leave, then let's fight. I have no objection." Crazy Donkey hesitated for a moment and sighed. "It's only been a few days since I got better. What the hell is going on?" Chapter 140. The Ambition of Smart People. The Chinese are a very strange nation. They are more brutal than anyone else when it comes to civil strife. But even so, many people would rather die on this land than leave their homeland. Su Wei's eyes were determined, and he said solemnly, "If we don't fight today, we will become homeless dogs tomorrow. Don't worry, I will not treat those present here unfairly after this is accomplished." Inside the room, everyone's eyes turned to Su Wei. Boss Su plans to allocate a batch of supplies, enough for a few years of personal living. "Everyone here, including me, should take a portion," Lin Shan said with a smile. "If anyone thinks it's too little, I can share my portion with you." Crazy Donkey looked at her doubtfully. "You don't want it? When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact?" Lin Shan smiled faintly and said calmly, "If we lose this time, even if we have more supplies, we will just be handed over to others." That being said, when real benefits are presented before one's eyes, few people can think so clearly. "I don't want it either." Zhuang Chang waved his hand nonchalantly and said with a smile, "Brothers should advance and retreat together." Su Wei smiled and looked at him. The two looked at each other, and everything was said without words. "Of course." Lin Shan changed the subject and said with a smile, "If we win this time, I think President Su won't treat the heroes unfairly. Right, President Su?" "Haha. Aren't you afraid that I will get rid of you after you've done your job?" Su Wei laughed. Lin Shan smiled nonchalantly and said, "A person with ability will always have a place anywhere. In a world of great contention, those who dare not talk about fighting deserve to be abandoned after their rabbit dies." Lin Shan's words caused a huge uproar. Su Wei clearly noticed that the eyes of the people present had changed. Even Li Fugue's eyes had a glint in them. "Okay." Su Wei smiled at her and said loudly, "No one who does anything fights alone. If you trust me, once we take over the Southwest base, we will be the masters of a certain faction." "Boss." Li Rue slowly stood up, suppressing the excitement in his tone, and said seriously, "The Southwest base has 3,000 troops stationed there, more than 20,000 civilians, plus those miscellaneous people. There are at least 30,000. So what I mean is, we should outsmart them." Lin Shan, who was standing aside, had a calm expression and said nothing. Su Wei looked at her in surprise before asking, "What suggestions do you have? We're not outsiders, so just speak directly." In a year of great disaster, all factions have very few supplies. Even if the garrison at the Southwest base is formidable, a skilled cook cannot cook without rice. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent people to various locations to plunder for so long. So I assert that their internal reserves must be limited. Li Rue spoke excitedly. "We can use some of the supplies as bait to lure those people out of the base, then set a trap and annihilate them." Crazy Donkey frowned and asked, With 3,000 troops stationed there, how much supplies do we need? That depends on you, boss. Do you have the guts to risk everything? Li Rui said to Su Wei with a smile. If the bait is too small, it will only alert the enemy. If you do it, you must kill with one strike. That's a good idea. Su Wei didn't express his opinion directly, but smiled and said, but what if they don't fall for it? People die for money, Li Rui said firmly. I think they will definitely take the bait. After all, with such a huge temptation, few people can resist it. What's next? Go on. Su Wei nodded, his expression normal. Li Rui didn't expect Su Wei to be so indifferent. After a pause, he said, if we can destroy most of the Southwest base's forces, then there will be a possibility of peace talks. Why negotiate? What? Li Rui was a little dazed. Su Wei smiled and said, now that the fight has begun, it's a fight to the death. Even if the senior officials at the Southwest base have lost their troops, most of them were officials before, and their background are extremely complicated. Can you guarantee that they won't make a comeback? Li Rui was silent for a while, but there was a clear look of dissatisfaction on his face. Lin Shan responded at the right moment. Xiao Rui's strategy is not bad, but we can make some slight changes. Li Rui's eyes were slightly cold, but he still smiled and said, haha, Sister Lin, you say? As I said before, 300 of us will set up an ambush, and the remaining 200 will rush to the Southwest base simultaneously. We must break into the base as quickly as possible. Once inside, ignore the higher-ups and immediately seize control of the resource vault. Then, distribute the supplies within to the laborers. So poisonous. Li Rui suddenly realized something and looked at Lin Shan with some fear. He said, as long as the workers see those supplies, they will definitely rush to grab them. If they don't do anything, the Southwest base will be in chaos. Lin Shan smiled and nodded, then looked at Su Wei and said, but this matter is also very risky. 200 people versus 20,000 people. Although the enemy's combat effectiveness is very weak, it is still a matter of life and death. I'll lead the team. Su Wei stood up with a smile and said, Brother Chong, come with me. Let's open it together. Zhuang Chong didn't even think about it. He stood up and said with a smile, no problem. Chu Shen wanted to stand up, but Yu Zuwei grabbed his arm and shook his head quietly at him. The former could only sit back in disappointment. That's it. Lin Shan glanced at everyone and said with a smile, Xiao Rei, Old Yu, Chu Sheng, and Crazy Donkey, choose 3 of you to lead the ambush, and leave 1 with me to stay behind and respond to any emergencies at any time. The 4 of them looked at each other and fell silent. Yu Suawei took the lead and said, let me lead the team. Those guys in the security team have been through a lot these past few days. I'm afraid I won't be able to control them. Then I'll go too. Chu Shen followed without hesitation. Crazy Donkey paused and looked at Li Rui with a smile. And you? Li Rui smiled and nodded, saying, of course I'm going. We're all from the same school, and I'd be letting them down if I didn't go. So I'm the only one left. Crazy Donkey half-jokingly said. First of all, let me be clear, it's not that I'm afraid of death, it's just that you guys are too damn united. Today, the city on the clouds is divided into 3 major forces. One group is the martial arts school students led by Li Rui. They're not only large in number, but also gradually form combat effectiveness. One group is the master and apprentice Yu Suawei and Chu Sheng. Although they have the smallest number of people, when old Yu stands forward, he has absolute suppressing power. None of the guys in the martial arts school disobey him. Finally, there's Crazy Donkey. The people under his command were all the owners who were forced to surrender. In addition, his style of doing things was too ruthless, so he had almost no allies. So when he spoke at this moment, he was obviously shorter than others. At the same time, he was also a little nervous. Although the city on the clouds is very safe, it is Su Wei's base. Will he be willing to hand over the territory to me? After all, the 2 sides had a very unpleasant quarrel at the beginning, and now they have become a team temporarily, but everyone has a yardstick in their hearts. Turning enemies into friends sounds good, but it is rare to find someone who can actually do it. Chapter 141, Letter from Stranger. That's settled then. Su Wei didn't even think about it, and continued. Crazy Donkey, you can guard the house, but I can only give you 50 people, and the weapons are limited. Is that a problem? Crazy Donkey was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, I'll try my best. It's not about trying your best, but about holding on. Su Wei patted his shoulder and said, as long as you can hold on to the city of clouds, those displaced laborers will have nowhere to go. They will naturally run to us. The rest will be up to you. Crazy Donkey quickly understood. His eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Don't worry, Mr. Sue. Unless I die, no one will dare to get their hands on Cloud City." Okay, let's get to work. Su Wei clapped his hands and ended the meeting. A battalion's weapons and equipment were piled up in the yard. Crazy Donkey led his men to take away the weapons and equipment, and then hurriedly arrange defenses. Zhuang Chong brought 200 people and was mobilizing them for the war. There was no need to mobilize Li Rue. He took his men to get the equipment and started studying the ambush location and terrain traps. They're all gone. Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back on the sofa, smiling at Lin Shan. "Why didn't you leave?" Lin Shan picked up the teapot from the stove, poured herself a cup of hot water, and said, "My job is to coordinate and help them solve the problem. The rest is not my responsibility." Su Wei half-jokingly said, "Haha, but you get the highest salary. That only counts if it's paid, doesn't it?" Lin Shan looked up, her beautiful eyes twinkling as she said to Su Wei, "I wonder when President Su will pay me my 10% in supplies salary. Hey, have you eaten? Wanna made pork ribs tonight. How about we go over to her house and have some?" Su Wei looked out the window mechanically. In the past, Lin Shan would definitely refuse arrogantly. In her opinion, such an invitation was tantamount to charity. But today she didn't leave but nodded and said, "Okay, let's go. Don't let Sister Wanner wait anxiously. Boss Su wouldn't even be willing to treat me to a meal of spare ribs, right?" Su Wei stuttered a bit messily. I just remembered that my family is fasting and won't be cooking today." "Huh, I'm so sorry. It's okay. The guests should follow the host's wishes. I'll just have a glass of water." Lin Shan ignored him and walked towards the other side with a smile on her face. Su Wei raised his head and sighed. What a sin. At the dinner table, 2 plates of braised pork ribs, 2 vegetarian dishes, and a soup. After half a year of hard work, Sun Wanner's cooking skills have improved by leaps and bounds. Even a picky foodie like Su Wei has praised her more than once. As the old saying goes, if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. Sun Wanner now has Su Wei under her control, and a large part of the reason is due to her increasingly sophisticated cooking skills. Lin Shan burped inelegantly and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Wanner's cooking skills are amazing. I must learn more from you in the future." "Haha, you're grateful for what you've done." Su Wei looked at Lin Shan unhappily because she had just snatched the last piece of pork ribs. "That's just because I'm grateful for what I've done." Lin Shan glanced at Su Wei indifferently and said, "You're just a sore supplier at best." "Hey, what the fuck?" Su Wei grabbed his chopsticks and was ready to start yelling. "Who do you want to fuck?" Lin Shan glared at him without hesitation and said, "Come on, in front of Wanner, tell me. Who do you want to fuck?" Su Wei was confused by Lin Shan's sudden change. "You what? It's only been a few days. How did you become like this? Sister, where's your pride? Haven't you always been a little swan with a stiff neck? What happened? Did Johei buy you out?" "Roll." Lin Shan casually replied, "That's Li Fuguwei you're talking about. If you want to learn how to be stubborn, go find him. What's it to you what I do? Whatever I want to do." "All right, you're awesome." Su Wei was so angry he was speechless. He pointed at Lin Shan and said with a vicious smile, "So you're focusing on someone who can bend and stretch?" "No, there's a different way to tie each monkey." Lin Shan carefully ate the last grain of rice and went to the kitchen with the pots and pans. Sun Wanner watched the two of them bickering, her mouth cracking with laughter. She quickly stood up and said, "Sister Lin, please don't bother. You're a guest. How can I ask you to wash the dishes? What's the point of being polite at a time like this? Many people can't even get a sip of hot water, let alone these things." Lin Shan smiled as she washed the dishes. "We should learn to be grateful." Su Wei finally caught a glimpse of something and followed him into the kitchen, teasing him. "You know how to be grateful, don't you? These days, a piece of meat in exchange for 3 black silk ladies isn't much. What about you? Do you want to see me in black stockings?" Lin Shan paused, blinked her beautiful eyes, and smiled at Su Wei, saying, "Didn't you see everything last time? What's the matter? Are you so unforgettable?" Su Wei was speechless. Sun Wanner grabbed his ear and cursed. "I believed your lies, Su Wei. You don't even bother picking up girls now, do you? You dare to eat the grass right next to you." "ITM. Su Wei hist goldly. Vanea." Lin Shan sighed helplessly. "It's not that I want to steal your man. It's just that you're too wild. If he uses force, there's nothing I can do." Okay. Lin Shan, you got guts." Su Wei was so angry that his teeth were bared. He said to Lin Shan angrily, "Just wait. I'm going to fight you sooner or later." Bang! A wet rag hit Su Wei's face. Ding dong! The ringing of the doorbell interrupted the frolicking in the villa. Li Fugue stood outside the door, pressing his head hard to look through the peephole. Bang! Fuck! Li Fugue was caught off guard and hit by the door. He covered his face and sat down on the ground. "Who the hell do you want to fuck?" Su Wei came out with a cold face and kicked Li Fugue on the butt. These were the two words he couldn't bear to hear the most. "Boss!" Li Fugue stood up angrily, took out an envelope from his pocket, and said, "Just now, the brother at the gate sent a letter, and it said that you should open it yourself." "Letter?" Su Wei was a little confused. Who the hell still writes letters these days? That's so classic. Li Fugue shook his head and said, "I don't know who sent it. When the brothers who were on duty arrived, the letter was taped to the window. I only saw a figure, but I didn't catch up with it, and it ran away." Su Wei opened the envelope in confusion. There was only a piece of paper inside with a few lines of words written on it. Li Fugue couldn't read, so he stuck his head out to look at it for a long time before he could only ask, "What's written on it?" "With your education level, you still want to be an official," Su Wei said with a smile. "You've followed Lin Shan for so long, and you haven't even learned a few words? Her teaching is not very good. Why? Is being an official related to culture? Is it okay? Is there?" "No." Chapter 142, Delivering the Letter. In the room, Lin Shan and Sun Wana looked at each other. "Is this your man?" "No, I don't know him." Sun Wana looked at the two people bickering at the door in silence, and finally couldn't help but say, "Are you done yet? If you don't close the door, all the heat in the room will disappear. Go away, illiterate." Su Wei took advantage of the situation and kicked Li Fugue, then slammed the door shut. Sun Wana rubbed Su Wei's red face and said unhappily, "You're a leader now. Why are you still acting like a child?" Su Wei stiffened his neck and asked, "Then tell me, is there any connection between being an official and culture?" "Roll." Lin Shan couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands and suddenly said teasingly, "Strictly speaking, being an official requires a certain level of education. Otherwise, how can you judge a case?" "Look," Su Wei gave Lin Shan a thumbs up and praised, "this young comrade, although he's a bit cocky, his opinions are still very pertinent." "But," Lin Shan said with a dark face, "even someone like you can become a leader, which shows that being an official really has nothing to do with culture." Su Wei was choked to death and threw the letter on the table. Lin Shan didn't hesitate. She picked it up and took a closer look. She said, "Is this the Shun family's recruitment letter for you?" "Ha! The conditions are very generous. If you go, you could become the third in command. I'm the boss here. Why would I care about this?" Su Wei curled his lips in disdain. Lin Shan ignored him and said seriously, "What they said in the letter was very obscure, but it's enough to prove that the fact that you are a psychic has been exposed. And they may also know that you have supplies, otherwise they wouldn't come to recruit you so quickly. Did someone tell on us?" Su Wei looked at her indifferently. Lin Shan rolled her eyes and said coldly, "Don't you have a brain? Cloud City is such a large community here. A lot of news can't be kept secret at all. However, judging by the tone of this letter, they don't fully understand you either." Lin Shan frowned and analyzed. "I feel that the annihilation of that team of soldiers yesterday wasn't the intention of the Southwest base, but rather the personal decision of a high-ranking official." Su Wei suddenly smiled and said, "It's just that he didn't expect those people to be wiped out. So in order to make up for this loss, he was so eager to extend an olive branch to me. That's probably what it means." Lin Shan nodded. Su Wei asked, "Then how should I respond? You still want to reply?" Lin Shan rolled her eyes at him and said, "This is clearly a delaying tactic. If you dare show up, I guarantee they'll take action." "It's rude not to reciprocate," Su Wei said with a smile. "He wants to delay me, and I just need time to prepare, so it doesn't matter if he delays." "That's true." Lin Shan nodded and said, "Then you can reply to him and tell him that you understand his meaning, but you need to think about it. Then you can subtly ask him for some benefits." After a while, Su Wei finished writing the reply. Lin Shan folded her arms and nodded slightly, saying, "The handwriting is good, and the writing is okay. It would be even better if it wasn't so mean. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Su Wei said to her indifferently, "I, Su Wei, am only a slut." After saying that, he picked up the intercom and called out, "Mr. Chu." I heard the reply. After a while, Chu Shang's voice came. "What are you doing, boss?" I'm outside with Master and Li Rue to choose an ambush location. Li Rue said it needs to be neither too far nor too close. Come back first. I have something for you to do. Chu Sheng hesitated and said, Is it serious? I'm driving a car. It's my first time driving such a big car. It feels so good. Fuck, get back here. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Fugie, why are you here? Sue was speechless as he looked at Li Fugue outside. Brother Chu called Brother Chong, and I happened to be nearby, so I volunteered. Li Fugue, bandaged and limping, said, Boss, I got the letter. Let me do this job. Your injury hasn't healed yet. Do you want to die? Sue was speechless. It's just a minor injury. Just sprinkle some water on it. Li Fugue scratched his head and said, I just feel uncomfortable because everyone is working hard while I'm lying at home alone. Sue's face darkened immediately. Fuck, who the hell are you alluding to? That's not what I meant. Li Fugue didn't stiffen his neck this time and whispered, I'm just afraid that you don't need me anymore and want to drive me away. Li Fugue pleaded with a look on his face. Boss, I know you're good to me. You asked me to pester Brother Shang because you wanted me to learn some real stuff from him. So, I don't want to leave here. If we really get killed one day, the worst that can happen is we die together. I'm not afraid of death. He's not very old, but he's still quite talkative. Sue was touched. After a brief silence, he tossed the envelope to him and said, Go ahead. Ask 2 people to go with you. Remember, just follow the southwest route. It's a maximum of 5 kilometers. If you don't meet anyone along the way, just leave the letter on the side of the road and come back. Is it really that troublesome? Li Fugue nonchalantly extended his hand to Sue and said, Boss, lend me your snowmobile. I'll deliver it directly to your door. Lin Shan came out and smiled at Li Fugue. I'm afraid the letter delivery was fake and the ride was real, right? Have you been eyeing that snowmobile for a long time? There are 3 snowmobiles in the Cloud City. Sue had one, but he rarely drove it. It was always kept in the space. Zhuangchang had one, which he used to lead the team out to search for supplies. The other was with Yu Sue, but he kept a low profile and never drove it unless the journey was too far. Fuck, are you living together? Li Fugue stared at Lin Shan blankly and subconsciously said, It seems that what Brother Chu said is right. You 2 are really having an affair. Lin Shan's face instantly turned blue and red, and she gritted her teeth and said, Boy, you want to die, don't you? Well, I'm leaving, boss. You guys take your time and have fun. Li Fugue shrank his neck in fear and disappeared in a flash. I'm playing with your uncle. If I can't deliver the letter, you'll die outside. Sue cursed at the figure behind him, then shrugged helplessly at Lin Shan and said, Did you hear that? It was that bastard Chu Sheng who spread rumors. I explained it to you before, but you didn't believe it. You're no good. Lin Shan blushed slightly and said sternly, If the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked. You are all birds of feather. Sue. Lin Shan turned around, clenched her fists tightly in her sleeves, and whispered, Chu Sheng, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Chapter 143. Being killed is also a kind of happiness. Ichu. 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 In the basement of a shopping mall in the city center, Chu Sheng sneezed several times for no apparent reason. Yu Zhuwei frowned and said, How many times have I told you to wear more clothes? You just take advantage of your good health and do it recklessly. You will suffer when you get old. Chu Sheng carried a hoe and chiseled the ice and snow at the entrance of the mall, saying, Master, I don't have a cold. How can you sneeze if you don't have a cold? Yu Zhuwei's face was cold, and he scolded him like he was scolding his son. I told you to find a wife as soon as possible, but you didn't listen. Just go ahead and do it, and see who will take care of you when you get sick in the future. Okay, I was wrong, Master. Chu Sheng shook his head helplessly. Li Rue was listening with a hint of envy in his eyes. He smiled and said, Brother Sheng, you always make fun of people with that mouth. Is someone saying bad things about you behind your back? Huh. Fuck, who am I talking about? Chu Sheng cursed angrily and said with a guilty conscience, I'm just focusing on the facts, okay? They're all true, not rumors at all. At this time, the 6th of the 6 little golden dragons came over and said, Hey brother, do you think our boss is really in love with that iron lady? Li Rue glanced at Lao Lu, and the corners of his mouth twitched inexplicably. Iron Lady is the nickname that everyone privately gave to Lin Shan. These people were often punished by Lin Shan on a daily basis. They all treated Lin Shan as their own mother. No one in the community was not afraid of her. Chu Sheng hesitated for a moment, then said stubbornly, "Of course. Didn't you see that the way Iron Lady looks at our boss is always different? There's a light in her eyes." Hey, now that you mention it, I remember. The third brother also came over and said with a sly smile, "When I went out this morning, I saw Iron Lady go to building 104, and she was talking and laughing inside. So, the Iron Lady was really criticized by our boss? This is a thorny rose. Can a boss's body withstand it? Hey, how's the saying?" Chu Shang said with a smile as he worked. "A woman 3 years older than her husband will bring him gold bricks. A woman 13 years older than her husband will bring him an empire. The Iron Lady is 5 years older than her husband. I can't say she can bring him an empire, but she can definitely build a community. Ah, that woman is not easy to deal with. It's painful and joyful." The conversation became increasingly irrelevant, and Yu Wei finally couldn't stand it anymore and slapped Chu Sheng on the head. He cursed. "If you ever die, it'll be from someone talking back at you. Stop talking nonsense and get to work." Chu Sheng stopped talking nonsense and started digging with his men. Li Rue gave instructions from the sidelines from time to time. After another half an hour, he shouted, "All right, that's it. Pack up your things and go around twice on your way back. Be careful not to get exposed." Lao Lu spat nonchalantly. "Fuck, what's there to be afraid of? If those people from the southwest base dare to tail us, we'll just kill them. Is it more important to kill one person, or is the overall plan more important?" Li Rue looked at him with a cold face. "I'll say it again. Everyone be careful. If anyone dares to ruin the boss's plan, don't blame me for not warning you in advance." Lao Lu wanted to talk back after being criticized. Chu Sheng kicked him directly and cursed. "Stop talking nonsense. Just do whatever Xiao Rue says." "What? You want to be the boss?" Everyone quickly cleaned up the scene and broke up into small groups, disappearing into the ice and snow city. Chu Sheng drove over in a snowmobile and greeted with a smile. "Xiao Rue, come on, get in the car." Li Rue didn't hesitate and jumped into the car by grabbing the handle. The car started slowly. After walking for a few minutes, Chu Sheng took a look through the rearview mirror. He said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Xiao Rue, about what happened before. Now we're considered family. If you feel uncomfortable, find a place where no one is around and beat me up. Don't worry, I won't fight back or say a word." There had been a lot of conflicts among everyone before, and several people had died as a result. Li Rue's good brother Li Hongwei was also shot dead by Zhuang Chang. Although this matter was instigated by Su Wei, it was Chu Sheng and Crazy Donkey who started it. After a few scenes, they almost made him collapse. If I were Crazy Donkey today, I would definitely not take the initiative to ask for peace. But Chu Sheng is different. He is a carefree person and can't even keep a fart in his heart. Li Rue was also stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Chu Sheng to bring up this matter directly. After a short silence, he sighed, "Forget it. We all work for the higher-ups, so why bother making things difficult for each other?" "That's great." Chu Sheng looked at the road and said with a smile, "After all, we're all trying to survive, so it can be said that we've known each other for a long time." Yu Wei was sitting in the passenger seat. Seeing Li Rue's expressionless face in the rearview mirror, he sighed and said, "I didn't agree with killing before, but when you've really been hungry, you'll realize that being killed can be a kind of happiness." "Yes." Li Rue was stunned for a moment and sighed. "We had a team of more than 700 people, but only about 400 people died. I couldn't save them, and no one else could save them. This is the end of this fucking dog." Zhuang Chang slammed the steering wheel and said angrily, "I watched my godfather and godmother die of hunger and cold with my own eyes, but I couldn't do anything. I really couldn't do anything." Li Rue looked at his back and smiled. "So I don't hate you, nor do I hate Crazy Donkey, nor do I hate Su Wei. I only hate that I am too weak and can't feed my brothers. So this time, I can only succeed. Either succeed or die." Chu Sheng looked at him, not knowing how to start. Everyone knew that this was truly a matter of life and death. If they were annihilated by the Southwest base, the best outcome would be to become a miner and a cage pig. No matter what others think, at least the 3 people in the car will not live like this. Just like Li Rue said, either succeed or die. At the entrance of the villa, Li Fugue came back excitedly and said, "Boss, we delivered the letter." "You were right. We had only walked 2 or 3 kilometers when 2 soldiers with guns appeared and asked if we were delivering the letter." Su Wei saw that his face was a little pale and frowned and said, "Did they give you a hard time?" "No." The transaction went smoothly. They were obviously waiting for us. Li Fugue shook his head and smiled embarrassedly. "It's just that I ran too fast on the way back, and the wound broke." Su-wei looked down and saw a trace of blood on the bandage on the left side of Li Fugue's lower abdomen. "Hurry up and go to the medical station to change the medicine." "Oh, okay." Su-wei paused, then called him again. "Forget it, don't go to the medical station. Come in." "Ah." Li Fugue stood in front of the door and stamped his feet hesitantly. "Ah, your sister?" Su-wei cursed impatiently. "Are you going to come in or not? If not, I will close the door." Chapter 144. The Young Man Awakens. In the villa, Sun Wanner was whispering with Lin Shan in the living room. From time to time, they glanced at Su-wei and laughed softly. Seeing Li Fugue come in, Sun Wanner said with a smile, "Fugue, are you back from delivering the letter? You ran pretty fast." "Hey, Dr. Sun." "Hello, sister-in-law." Li Fugue stood at the door a little stiffly, not daring to take a step inside, and his waist suddenly bent a little. Sun Wanner was amused by him and giggled. "Haha, this kid is really interesting." Lin Shan asked, "Has the letter been delivered?" Li Fugue bent down, forced a smile, and said, "Hello, Sister Lin. I'm here. I'm here. Fuck, this is my house. Why are you afraid of her?" Su-wei dragged him to the living room and said to Sun Wanner, "Wanner, this kid's wound has broken. Take him to the infirmary and use some good medicine to make him better." "Don't worry." Sun Wanner smiled and nodded, then said to Li Fugue, "Little Fugue, let's go." Li Fugue took 2 steps and suddenly saw the mud prints on the ground, so he quickly retreated. He smiled unnaturally and said, "Forget it, boss. I'd better go to the medical station. This injury is nothing serious. It will heal in a few days." Su-wei didn't notice his reservedness and scolded him with a smile. "Stop talking nonsense. Just go if I tell you to. Get well soon. We still have important things to do." Li Fugue had no choice but to follow Sun Wanner to the medical room with trepidation. In just half a minute, it seemed to him that it was longer than a lifetime. Everything here made him yearn for it, but at the same time it also made him uneasy, because Li Fugue felt that such a happy and beautiful environment was not a place for someone like him to stay. All this made him panic. Sun Wanner smiled and opened the door to the medical room. "Your brother likes you, so he's willing to help you, okay?" "My brother?" "It's Su-wei." Sun Wanner's smile is very sweet, like a fairy in a myth. Li Fugue was stunned for a moment, then quickly shook his head and said, I'm not worthy, boss." "Boss, you're flattering me." Sun Wanner helped him remove the gauze and said with a smile, "Su-wei is usually quite cold, but he is very warm to his friends. However, he is also very suspicious, so he doesn't have many friends. Brother Chong counts as one, and you barely count as half." Li Fugue half leaned on the hospital bed, staring blankly at Sun Wanner. "Do you know why I brought you back?" Sun Wanner smiled and told Li Fugue what Su-wei had said to her that night. "He said you look like him, but you're not very lucky either, so he hopes to bring you good luck and also to comfort you, a child who shares the same suffering." "Hey, why aren't you talking?" Sun Wanner was treating the wound carefully. She didn't hear Li Fugue speak for a long time. When she looked up, Li Fugue's face was covered with tears. Sun Wanner was stunned for a moment, then quickly joked, "Why are you crying? You're such a man. How can you be so lame?" Li Fugue sniffed and stiffened his neck again. "Fuck, I'm not crying, I'm just freezing." "You're gonna curse me again?" Sun Wanner slapped her wound with a fierce look on her face. "I was wondering why Su-wei kept cursing these past few days. Turns out it's all you bastards who led him astray." "Hiss." Li Fugue bared his teeth and said with an embarrassed face, "Sister-in-law, I was wrong. It was Chu Sheng. He was full of foul language and led me astray. He was the one who taught me all this." In front of the boss, Li Fugue sold Chu Sheng without hesitation. "Go back and tell Chu Sheng to speak more politely next time." Sun Wanner wrapped the gauze with a stern face and said fiercely, "Otherwise, I won't let him off." Yes, sister-in-law, don't worry. I will definitely bring it to you." Li Fugue quickly nodded in agreement. "That's more like it." Sun Wanner took off her rubber gloves and said, "All right, don't get it wet or sweat for the next few days. Another 10 days or so and it will be fine." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Li Fugue stood up shyly and bowed to Sun Wanner. Sun Wanner waved her hands and couldn't help laughing. "Haha, kid, stop doing these useless things. Go. Seeing that Sun Wanner still had to clean the medical room, Li Fuguwei said apologetically, "How about I help you clean up?" Sun Wanner feigned anger and smiled. "You know how to do these. Let's go. There's no need to be polite at home. My family." Li Fuguwei felt a warm current rising in his heart. As soon as he turned around, his eyes turned red, and then he strode up to the first floor. "What do you think of this kid?" As soon as Li Fuguwei reached the corner of the stairs, he heard the conversation between Su Wei and Lin Shan. Lin Shan didn't care much and said, "Not bad. At least he has a good character, but he's a little too jumpy. I like quieter people. You're here to pick my son?" Su Wei glanced at her unhappily. "I want to ask you if you're willing to take care of this kid." "I take care of him." Lin Shan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Isn't he my supervisor now? How else do you want me to take care of him?" Su Wei's face was full of black lines, and he said, "You eat my food, use my things, and even take my bath. Can't we talk properly?" "Pooh." Lin Shan blushed for a moment, then continued, "What's your relationship with that kid? Why are you so concerned about him? This isn't like you. What's my personality then? Selfish, lazy, greedy, cruel, heartless, mean-spirited, and even meaner." Lin Shan rambled on, adding, "Oh, and you're also incredibly stingy. I fucking no quality yet. All right." Su Wei looked at Lin Shan speechlessly. He found that this woman had changed. She became more and more stubborn and extremely shameless. Lin Shan leaned back on the sofa, feeling refreshed, legs crossed. "I know you want to train him, but I still want to remind you that the reason jade can be produced is because it is jade itself, just covered by the outer layer. Do you understand?" Su Wei's face was a little cold as he said, The Lin family is a century-old family, so naturally they look down on little people like us. You don't have to be so sarcastic." Lin Shan glanced at him and said, "My Lin family is a century-old family. With hundreds of years of heritage, it's naturally not something ordinary people can compare to. But I want to tell you that the Lin family also started from humble beginnings, and it took several generations to reach its current size. If you also want to follow this path, then you must carefully select the people around you. First and foremost, ability, and secondly, loyalty." Su Wei was silent. Lin Shan looked at him and said seriously, "I admit that the kid has good character, but there are many people with good character, such as Brother Chong and Chu Sheng. Since you want to cultivate him, you have to prescribe the right medicine. Unfortunately, I am not his medicine. Even if I bring him up, it may not necessarily lead to good results." Chapter 145, Ready. Su Wei nodded somewhat coldly. "I understand." "You understand shit," Lin Shan said angrily. "You think you understand each other and want to plan other people's lives, but have you ever asked them if they are willing?" Su Wei was stunned for a moment and didn't say anything. Lin Shan continued, "He's been living in that environment since he was a child, and the years of sedimentation have already shaped him. Let me put it bluntly. Even if an ordinary person wears a dragon robe, he's not a real dragon. Do you understand?" Su Wei asked unconvincedly, "What about Zhu Yuanzhang? You're just being argumentative." Lin Shan stood up and left angrily. Bang! The door was opened, and Li Fuguwei walked out slowly. Su Wei smiled at him and said, "Are you done?" Li Fuguwei also grinned and said, "Okay. Then get out of here, go back and recuperate." Su Wei took out some protein powder and nutritional supplements from his space and threw them to him, saying, "The war will start in a few days. Don't let me down." Li Fuguwei nodded seriously. "Well, I definitely won't. Thank you, boss. I'm sorry to bother you. I'll be leaving now." "Fuck, you have a fever?" Su Wei looked at Li Fuguwei, puzzled. "How did you suddenly become so polite?" Li Fuguwei grinned and said, "No, I'm leaving, brother." Li Fuguwei walked out of the villa, which was as warm as spring. He stood in front of the door, feeling the stinging sensation brought by the biting cold wind, and his eyes gradually became determined. As he walked past the entrance of Building 103, Li Fuguwei was shocked to see Lin Shan standing there. He said in surprise, "Sister Lin? Why? Why are you standing here? It's so cold, huh?" Lin Shan looked at him calmly and asked, "Did you hear what I just said?" Li Fuguwei's eyes were a little dazed, and he shook his head again. "What are you talking about? I came up and you left. How can I obey you?" Lin Shan ignored his lies and said calmly, "I said those words just for you. If you want to really help him in the future, then start now." 3 days passed by uneventfully. Li Rue led his men back to the villa area, took out the intercom, and said, "Boss, the dishes are ready. Now we are waiting for you to serve them." "Good." Su Wei hung up the intercom and drove out of the community. Here, Sue glanced at the surrounding geographical environment and said to Li Rue, "This place isn't very suitable for an ambush. The north is open. If they break through, can we stop them?" Li Rue was driving the car and said with a smile, "Boss, even though it's an ambush, we have to act decently, right? If you make it a perfect place, the other party will know there's something fishy going on right away." 2. Sue nodded, pointed to the north, and said with a smile, "So, that open area is not a place of escape, but a place of death, right?" Li Rue was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "That's right. Our batch of equipment contained 20 landmines and 3 boxes of hand grenades. I'll move them all in. If they dare to break out, they'll be doomed. But how can you be sure that those people will come out in full force?" Sue looked towards the north calmly and said, "What if they only come with 1,000 people? Then the 200 people heading to the southwest base will become easy prey." "This," Li Rue said unconvincingly, "as long as the bait is big enough, they will definitely take the bait." It was he who proposed this plan in the first place. So, when Sue raised questions, he felt a little uncomfortable. Sue ignored his emotions and said seriously, "Bait alone is not enough. We also need to create a sufficient sense of urgency for them and make them feel the crisis." "Crisis? What are you talking about?" Sue smiled and shook his head. The secret of heaven cannot be revealed. Li Rue is very smart and very confident. But his self-confidence is different from Lin Shan's. The former is blind. To put it nicely, it is self-confidence, but to put it bluntly, it is conceit. Lin Shan's confidence comes from her ability. She can always plan everything perfectly. She will never take action unless she is 100% sure. 2 days later, a reply arrived from the southwest base. Sue handed the letter to Lin Shan and said with a smile, "It seems that the other party is indeed anxious. They are afraid that the news about Huang Tianming and his men will be exposed, and they're also afraid that we will counterattack." Lin Shan read the letter carefully and said, "I've already sent the message. The people from the northwest and Chaoyang air defense bases should send people to investigate in the next few days. As long as they confirm the existence of the supplies, they will definitely take action." Sue smiled with interest and said, "Are you so confident?" "It's not self-confidence, but the way things are." Lin Shan shook her head and said seriously, "The Chaoyang base is located in a remote mountainous area. Their facilities are dilapidated, and their strength is far inferior to the southwest and northwest bases. I'm afraid they can't even make ends meet right now. So, they will definitely fight for this batch of supplies at all costs." "What about the northwest base?" Sue asked in confusion. "Although the northwest cannot compare to the southwest, I heard that there are also quite a few people, and what they have most is weapons. What if—" Lin Shan shook her head and said, half-jokingly, "Although the northwest base has a lot of weapons, there are only 1,500 soldiers stationed there. Do you think the higher-ups would give guns to those laborers? If they really care about the people that much, then I'll accept it. So once these 2 companies join, they will definitely do their best to grab those supplies." Lin Shan continued her analysis. "Although the southwest base is strong, it's located between the northwest and Chaoyang bases. Do you understand what I mean?" Sue nodded and thought. In this way, the 3-way balance of power will be broken. The southwest base is the strongest, so it will naturally be the first target to be strangled. Because as long as the southwest base is destroyed, the Chaoyang and northwest bases will take advantage of the situation and rise. "That's what I mean." Lin Shan nodded with a smile. "But these people are very smart. Without sufficient benefits, they won't agree easily." Sue looked at Lin Shan doubtfully and asked, "How did you convince these 2 bases?" The Lin family's dominant position in Yuntai lasted for nearly 100 years. Even though it is now in decline, its foundation is not comparable to that of ordinary people. "Guess." Lin Shan smiled calmly. Sue was speechless. "I'm a child? Still guessing." Lin Shan rolled her eyes at him and said disdainfully, "Is this so hard to guess? First, appeal to their feelings, then offer them benefits. Add to that the reputation of my Lin family, and this shouldn't be difficult to accomplish. Is there perhaps something more important?" Sue glanced at Lin Shan calmly and said in a low voice, "These 3 forces have never taken me seriously. In their eyes, as long as they destroy the southwest base, I will be a piece of meat on the chopping board." Chapter 146. 3 parties compete for the throne. No matter when, strength is the only yardstick to measure a person. Lin Shan's eyes showed a hint of admiration as she said seriously, "But until the very last moment, no one knows who will be the knife and chopping board, and who will be the fish. Are you so confident in me?" Sue teased. Lin Shan ignored him and continued, "So, it's a good thing that they look down on you right now." Yintai City. It is located in the Chaoyang base in the center of Taejun Mountain. Wang Zhen, the highest commander of the base, frowned and hung up the satellite phone. A young major officer nearby whispered, "Father, can we trust the Lin family's words? They used to have a close relationship with the Southwest base. We must be careful about things like this." Wang Zhen glanced at his son and said with some concern, "Xiao Fei, you are quite capable. As a father, I am proud of you. But as a leader, you have a fatal flaw. You are too soft." Wang Fei lowered his head and let his father scold him. Wang Zhen looked up at the snowflakes all over the sky and suddenly asked, "Do you think this disaster will end?" "Maybe. No matter how great a natural disaster is, it will eventually come to an end. The Earth can't really be destroyed. What happens after the disaster is over?" "What?" Wang Fei looked at his father somewhat dully. Wang Zhen sighed and said, "After a disaster, the next step is reconstruction. But how do we rebuild? Now that Kyoto's central system is paralyzed, government orders can only be limited to the capital, and those of us stationed outside are in a difficult position." "What are you doing?" Wang Fei's heart suddenly beat a few times. Wang Zhen said calmly, "The disaster will eventually end, but the damage it caused is irreparable. When that happens, all regions will be engaged in intense and enthusiastic investment and reconstruction. When that time comes, where will we go?" Wang Zhen didn't care whether his son understood or not. He just muttered to himself, "Should we continue to follow the orders of the Prime Minister of Kyoto and let those high-ranking officials manipulate us? Do you want to—" Wang Fei looked at his father in shock. "No, I didn't think about anything." Wang Zhen smiled calmly and said, "But even if I don't think about it, I can't stop others from thinking about it. Since ancient times, times of great contention are also times when heroes rise." Although Wang Fei was a little timid, he was not stupid. He asked, "Are you talking about the Shun family?" Shun Xianshan's desire to establish himself as king is already obvious. Wang Zhen sighed helplessly. Yesterday, the Military Intelligence Department sent a message saying that the Southwest base has been frequently using satellite phones to contact those people in the north. What do you think they talked about? Shangjing is located in the center of the northern capital, and the military strength of the north is many times stronger than that of the south. After Xin Xianshan took over the Southwest base, he frequently arrested people to expand his power and capital. Isn't his intention obvious when he took action at this time? How dare he? Wang Fei said in disbelief. The bigwigs in Kyoto won't let him go. And with the people he has, it's absolutely a pipe dream for him to conquer Kyoto. Whether it's a dream or not is none of our business. Wang Zhen waved his hand and said seriously, "But we must take action now. Either we submit to Shun Qianshan and the Wang family will become the Shun family's strongest backing, or we cooperate with the Lin family, and then we will fight the Southwest base to decide the outcome. But the Shun family's army has tens of millions of people. That's what I want to ask." Wang Zhen suddenly turned around, looked at his son seriously, and said, "If you're willing to be an ordinary person with no worries about food and drink in the future, then this matter is very simple. At worst, we can just surrender to Shun Qianshan. But if you want to take a gamble, then you have to go all out and destroy the Southwest base in one fell swoop." "Can we defeat the Shun family?" Wang Fei asked worriedly. Wang Zhen was able to become a leading figure in a region, so he certainly had courage and determination. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, "We'll have to fight to find out." At the same time, Yintai City, Nanshan District, Qingya Town, Northwest Air Defense Base. "You mean the Wang family of Datian Mountain is also going to take action?" In the conference room in the air raid shelter, a plump middle-aged man sat in the first seat. He was the first person in charge of the Northwest base, Guan Haijun. He smiled at his tall and graceful secretary standing beside him and said, "Is this going to be like the three heroes versus Lu Bu?" The secretary understood immediately, blushing for a moment before saying, "After the South China logistics incident, many high-ranking officials in Kyoto were quite dissatisfied with the Lin family. They even cut off the Lin family's political voice. If the end hadn't come so quickly, the Lin family would probably be completely finished." That batch of supplies. When the Lin family was mentioned, Guan Haijun immediately grasped the key point and frowned, saying someone must have foreseen the disaster and moved all those supplies in advance. The Lin family was involved, so it's impossible that they didn't participate. The secretary nodded in agreement and said, although I don't know how the Lin family managed to clear out the South China logistics store overnight, this also indirectly proves that the person who did this must be a very important figure. Then we really have to join in the fun. Guan Haijun grabbed the secretary, placed her on his thigh, and rubbed her, smiling. No matter what role the Lin family played in this matter, one thing is certain. They and the Southwest base are really going to go to war. And although we have sufficient military equipment, we are slightly short of troops. If we don't fight now, we will be beaten later. That's what I mean. The secretary suppressed his physical reaction and said seriously, Commander, China has once again fallen into an era of fragmented power. The Southwest base has wicked ambitions. If we allow them to continue expanding their power, we will only be swallowed up in the future. Guan Haijun's hand deepened a little, and he nodded. That's right. So no matter whether they are fighting the 358th Regiment, our Northwest base must lend a hand. Southwest base. Commander-in-Chief Shin Qianshan lay in the quiet ward with a 4-needle in his hand, looking very weak. Soon, the door opened. Shin Qianshan's youngest son, Shun Yin, came in with a document he had just prepared and said softly, Father, the War Department of the General Staff has come out. Do you want to take a look? The 65-year-old Shun Qianshan slowly opened his eyes, his wrinkled face showing a strong sense of illness. He waved his hand to signal Shun Yin to bring the War Department over. Anna Shin stepped forward and helped his father sit up. The latter looked at the document carefully for a long time without saying a word. Shun Qianshan asked, Is that batch of supplies in Shibei district? Yes, the news from my people cannot be wrong. Anna Shan answered firmly. Shun Qianshan put down the documents, looked at his favorite youngest son, and said, I know that you deliberately suppressed this matter in order to compete for power with the eldest and second sons, but this matter is of no small importance. If there is even the slightest deviation, our whole plan will collapse. Chapter 147. Exploring the Southwest base again. There is no father and son in front of power, let alone brothers. Anna Shun stood aside silently without saying a word, and his silence also represented his attitude. Shun Qianshan sighed slightly, and then said, I don't have many years of good life left, but this family business is hard-earned. Although the disaster is cruel, it has indeed given our family a great opportunity. Yintai is the central city of the South. If you can gain a foothold here, you will have a place on the stage of the future world. Do you understand? I understand. Anna Shin nodded. Shun Qianshan closed his eyes slightly and murmured, The eldest is a taciturn person, and the second is a warrior who only knows how to fight and kill. Our family will rely on you to survive in the future. Shin Yan's face was a little moved, and he said softly, Father, I suppressed this matter not only for the sake of the eldest brother and the second brother. You also know there are many voices in the base now, and some people have tended to move closer to Kyoto. They have been dogs all their lives, and even now, they still haven't gotten rid of their slave nature. But I don't want to be a slave anymore. Shin Yan's tone was calm, yet resolute. Are kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different races truly of the same kind? Those people in Kyoto have long been secretly competing with each other. Instead of being used as pawns by others, why can't we be the ones holding the gun ourselves? On the hospital bed, the weak and powerless Shun Qianshan quietly opened his eyes, and a light flashed in his eyes. Go ahead and do it. From now on, you have full authority over this matter. You don't need to report to me anymore. Shun Qianshan's tone gradually became stronger, and he said, Also, you have to be careful with the Lin family. They have been treated harshly here before, and their relationship must be smoothed over. It's a pity that Lin Shan is unwilling to be the daughter-in-law of my Shin family. Otherwise, the Shin family's path to the top of the Yuntai will be much easier. When Lin Shan was mentioned, a few cold rays suddenly flashed in Anna Shan's originally indifferent eyes. He suppressed his emotions and said seriously, Don't worry, father. I will handle it carefully. Okay. Shun Qianshan was like an old dog nursing its cubs, and he reminded him worriedly, Remember, the supplies in the hands of the Lin family must be controlled. Even if we can't use them, we can't let them fall into the hands of others. Yes. 3 days later in the morning. In the villa, Su Wei put on protective clothing. Let's go. Stay home and stop arguing with that old bitch Lin Shan. It's only been a few days, and I've already discovered that she's been tormenting you. Sun Wanner rolled her eyes at him, tucked her hair behind her ears, and said, You must be careful on this trip. If all else fails, run back. I'll wander the world with you. Still wandering around the world? Su Wei suddenly laughed and jokingly said, Are you acting out Princess Pearl with me? Stop talking nonsense. You must come back alive, do you hear me? Sun Wanner's eyes were red as she gritted her teeth and said, If you die out there, I'll find a man tomorrow and let him live in your house, use your room, and sleep with your woman. Fuck, you're a real dog. After going out, Su Wei took out the snowmobile from the ancient space, took Zhuang Chang, and headed straight to the southwest base. Zhuang Chang glanced around and said, Just the two of us? Aren't we going to wait for them? Su Wei held the steering wheel, looked ahead calmly, and said, 200 people are too big a target. I'll have Fuggier split them up into smaller groups and send them to the southwest base separately. Well, you have thought it through very carefully. Zhuang Chang smiled. Seeing his calm expression, Su Wei smiled and said, Aren't you afraid? Zhuang Chang was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Even you dare to risk your life? I'm not afraid of you. For someone like me to have lived to this day, I've already achieved enough. If I don't make some noise, then I've lived in vain, right? Arrived at the foot of the mountain with ease. Su Wei drove the car to a well-hidden valley, and the two of them lay leisurely in the car and began to wait. Perhaps because the atmosphere was too quiet, Zhuang Chang said with some concern. Do you think those guys will take the bait? Don't let them catch you before they've even caught you. Won't. Su Wei waved his hand, lying on the chair, looking at the snow-capped mountains outside. It seems that this incident was caused by us, but they have never taken us seriously from the beginning to the end. Their target is the Lin family. Didn't the Lin family already lose? Zhuang Chang was puzzled. That's just the surface, Su Wei said in a low voice. The Lin family may seem dilapidated, but their decades of foundation are still there. Otherwise, how could Lin Shan have contacted the Wang and Guan families so easily? Why did the Wang and Guan families still give Lin Shan face when they knew the Lin family was bankrupt? Hearing this, Su Wei suddenly laughed and said, That's because these people think that the materials worth hundreds of billions were stolen by the Lin family. Zhuang Chang wanted to laugh, but also felt a little embarrassed. As the old saying goes, if yellow mud falls into your crotch, it's still shit whether it's shit or not. This is the situation the Lin family is in now. But thanks to this, Lin Shan and Lin Xiaofeng were able to live a stable life after being captured by the Shun family, at least without having to worry about their lives. Before this batch of supplies appeared, Lin Shan would always have value in existence. Zhuang Chang said with some emotion. So, the Lin family is even more powerful than we imagined. Of course, even a centipede is still alive even after death, let alone the Lin family. Su Wei never doubted Lin Shan's strength. He smiled as he looked at the vaguely visible building in the distance amidst the snowstorm. Although the Lin family has lost their political voice, how many talents have they cultivated over the years? And how many connections have they built? Even the connections between many factions have the shadow of the Lin family. These things can't be eliminated overnight. The two talked for about half an hour. Suddenly, there was movement in the distance. Zhuang Chang picked up the telescope and looked over, saying hurriedly, Su Wei, people from the southwest base are coming out, and there are quite a few of them. Su Wei also picked up the telescope and murmured, It looks like there are at least 1,000 people. What should we do then? Zhuang Chang's expression changed. He said, There are over 3,000 troops stationed at the southwest base. Even if there are only 2,000 left, they're still far beyond the reach of our 200 men. Su Wei's expression remained normal as he smiled and said, Don't worry, the rest will come out soon. Zhuang Chang was a little nervous and said in a bad mood, You still have the mind to joke now? How did you know they would come out? You fucking half-immortal. Su Wei smiled and said, I'm much more awesome than Ban Xin'er. Zhuang Chang said speechlessly, Stop bragging. Those people have already left the mountain. Tell us what to do now. Don't be impatient. After waiting for more than half an hour, there was another noise coming from the base. Su Wei held up the telescope and chuckled. Look, isn't it coming out? Zhuang Chang also saw it, and then said with a bewildered look on his face, There are about 2,000 people. This is a full-scale attack. How did you do it? I update 300,000 words a month. I can't say it's hard work, but I really try my best. Brothers, please support me and vote. Chapter 148. Hi, Qin Lao He. I'm not the real Siener. Sue smiled and said, "This is all thanks to Sister Lin. She contacted people from the Northwest and Chaoyang bases, and today she's going to give the Shun family a three-way trial." Zhuangchang was a little surprised and said, "Lin Shan is amazing. Is there anyone in Yuntai City that she doesn't know? What do you think has kept the Lin family going strong for a century?" Sue sighed. "If we hadn't accidentally saved Lin Shan, we'd probably have been wiped out by now. So, they were right to arrest me? Huh, how can I say that you're my lucky star?" The two got out of the car and followed the path made of ice and snow, going around the back mountain to the base. At this moment, all the soldiers in the base have been dispatched, and the remaining guards inside are no more than 500 or 600 people. But even so, it was still a big test for Su Wei and his men. 200 miscellaneous troops had almost no chance of winning against the enemy's 500 regular troops. After waiting for about 20 minutes, 200 people came up from the back mountain one after another. Su Wei crouched down in the snow and whispered, "There are 4 guards at the main gate. Brother Chong, find 2 people and we'll go take them out. Remember to avoid being exposed." "Okay." Zhuang Chong nodded and said into the intercom, "Wang Di, Guan Hui, you 2 come with us." "Yes, instructor." These people are all members of Zhuang Chong's team. Although they have not established a deep friendship after a month of getting along with each other, their relationship with each other has been strengthened a lot. 2 strong young men crawled over quietly, wearing protective clothing and holding submachine guns in their hands. Su Wei nodded in satisfaction and said, "Pay attention. I will attack first when we get close. If you can avoid shooting, try not to. In terms of combat power, we are no match for him." Everyone nodded. Su Wei no longer hesitated and crouched down and rushed out of the valley. His steps were not very flexible, but with the confidence of a psychic, Su Wei did not hesitate at all and quickly came within a range of 10 meters. "Who is it?" The guards soon spotted him. But the next second, before the 4 guards could make any move, a truck suddenly appeared in the air and fell towards the 4 people. Bang! 2 guards were killed on the spot. Although the remaining 2 people avoided the truck, Su Wei also approached. His mental power was instantly fully activated, and everything in front of him seemed to be slowed down. At this moment, in front of Su Wei, the 2 guards seemed to be under a spell of immobilization, and their movement speed was almost negligible. He took out a dagger and quickly rushed in front of the guard. Squeak! With one clean and sharp move, one of the soldiers fell down unwillingly. Until his death, he never understood how Su Wei had made such a move. "You're the only one left." Su Wei dodged and put the dagger against the guard's neck. The guard panicked for a moment and asked tremblingly, "Or mutant?" Su Wei smiled at him and said, "I'll give you 2 choices. 1, open the door and let us in, and you can live. 2, I'll kill you and force my way in." Over there, Zhuang Chong saw Su Wei controlling the guards. His face lit up with joy, and he said, "Boss, we've got it. Brothers, follow me." The sound of light footsteps could be heard all around, and more than 200 people gathered together tacitly and rushed out from behind the mountain. The guard also saw them at this time. He was hesitant at first, but now he accepted his fate and said softly, "As long as you don't kill me, I can open the door for you." Su Wei said nothing and forced the guard to come to the door. The guard looked behind him, sighed, entered a string of numbers into the combination lock at the door, took out a key from his waist, and inserted it into the door of the air raid shelter. Crunch! The door slowly opened. Su Wei smiled and said to the guard, "I'll keep my promise and not kill you. But do you know what to do?" "Clear." The guard smiled wryly and nodded, then slammed into the wall. Bang! The guard slowly fell to the ground, passed out, and wouldn't wake up for a while. Zhuang Chong also rushed over and said with a smile, "Nice. You took out 4 people with 1 move." Su Wei shook his confused head and said with a smile, "My actions come at a price. Hurry up, stop talking nonsense. Go in from here, go to the 3rd floor first, and release the laborers inside." "Good." Zhuang Chong waved his hand backwards, and more than 200 people filed into the cave. Su Wei walked in front, wrapped in 2 bulletproof vests, holding a submachine gun in his hand, and with several grenades hanging around his waist. Squeak! 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 As soon as everyone entered the corridor, the base alarm sounded. Zhuang Chong's face changed. "MD, we've been discovered." Su Wei also became anxious and said in a cold voice, "Don't worry about it. Just move forward quickly." If you meet someone, kill them directly. Don't show any mercy. Everyone was no longer panicking, and they all rushed in with their guns loaded. Dada. They encountered several guards on the way, but before they could call the police, they were killed by the security team. Who are you? Trespassing into a national base is a capital offense. A burly figure rushed over from around the corner. He was shirtless, holding a rifle in his hand, and his voice was firm and powerful. Su-wei looked at the person who came and suddenly smiled. Hi, Qin Laohei. It's you. Qin Laohei also saw Su-wei. His face froze for a moment, and he said coldly, Haha, I was just thinking about where to take revenge, but I didn't expect you to come to my door. Bang bang. Qin Laohei raised his gun without hesitation and fired at Su-wei. With his mental strength fully activated, Su-wei dodged 2 bullets and cursed in a panic, Fuck, you're really rude. Little thief, if you hadn't caused such a disturbance in the base last time, why would I have been punished by my superiors? Being polite to you? I wish I could kill you right now. Qin Laohei gritted his teeth and cursed Su-wei harshly. The last time Su-wei and Yusou-wei bravely broke into the base, they captured Li Fuguei and the Lin siblings right under his nose. Naturally, someone has to take the blame for this disgusting and shameful thing. Those high-ranking figures would naturally be safe, so someone like him who had no background and no connections became the first choice to take the blame. After that incident, Qin Laohei was directly demoted to a minor, and the instigator was Su-wei. Seeing each other again at this moment is just like enemies meeting and looking at each other with envy. Seeing that Su failed to dodge the bullet, Qin Laohei realized that he must be a powerful psychic, but he did not retreat. Instead, he suddenly took out a grenade and threw it towards this side. Zhuangchang was the first to react, screaming, Fuck! Get out of the way! In a narrow corridor, the power of a grenade explosion is more than 10 times greater than usual. Once it is thrown into the crowd, everyone within the explosion range will be finished. But Su-wei did not retreat or dodge, but stared at the grenade thrown at him. Chapter 149. You have to swallow it even if you can't swallow it. Call out. A grenade emitting thick smoke flew through the air, but before it could explode, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Qin Laohei and the few people he brought with him were stunned. A mutant. Someone screamed in panic. He was the one who messed with those cars last time. He's here for revenge. Qin Laohei's face was extremely ugly, and he couldn't help but curse. Keep your voice down. I know what you're saying. Qin Laohei, we have no ill intentions. Su-wei raised the muzzle of his gun and stepped forward, shouting, On the contrary, I'm here to rescue you. Unlock your uncle. Facing the psychic Su-wei, Qin Laohei did not dare to advance rashly. He gritted his teeth and cursed. If you guys hadn't killed people and escaped from prison, would I have been in such a miserable state? Su-wei shouted, They captured my friend. Shouldn't I have come? And those people in the 3rd floor air raid shelter, do they deserve to be enslaved? Stop talking nonsense to me. No one can leave while I am here today. Qin Laohei held the rifle and looked at them with determination. Fuck, talk to him like that. Kill him and you'll be the boss. Li Fuguei, with a bandage wrapped around his waist, looked like a soldier who hadn't left the front line despite a minor injury. Qin Laohei, if you're brave, come up here and let's have a fight. Qin Laohei turned the gun and cursed. You little bastard, you've become so clever after just a few days. Come on, I want to see how awesome you are. Etc. Su-wei interrupted. Li Fuguei was a little anxious and said, Brother, he is stalling for time. If we wait any longer, the guard will come over and we will be surrounded. I'm just waiting for them. Su-wei smiled softly. What? Glancing at the somewhat stunned Li Fuguei, Su-wei laughed and said, Haha, he's the only one with grenades? Damn, I've been thirsty for grenades for a long time. This time, let them see what a true psychic is. After saying that, Su-wei said loudly, Qin Laohei, I'll give you one last chance. Surrender. I promise not to kill you. Otherwise, you will die with those guards. Fuck, you're bragging. You surrendered your weapons, but didn't kill me. Are you a police officer? The situation here is still a stalemate. Over there, at the corner of the corridor leading to the 3rd floor, footsteps were approaching rapidly. Zhuangchang's expression changed. Oh no, they're gathering. Watch this place, I'll be back soon. Su-wei quickly came to the corner, and with a thought, several grenades appeared out of thin air. Boom! The pull ring fell, and the smoking grenade seemed to have wings, and fell into the second-floor corridor with a whoosh. Bang! A huge explosion resounded throughout the corridor, and many people's eardrums were hurt by the shock. Sue was no exception. He rubbed his ears and cursed. Fuck, I should have prepared some earplugs earlier. The corridor was quiet for a moment, and then footsteps were heard again. Then came a roar from above. The superiors have ordered to completely wipe out these criminals. Whoever can kill the bandit leader will be rewarded with 3 consecutive promotions. Fuck your superiors. The man who can kill me hasn't even been born yet. Sue cursed back and threw a few more grenades. Bang, bang, bang. The explosions rose and fell one after another. In the dim environment, only flashes of fire could be seen, followed by countless screams and roars. My legs. Help my arm. Countless wailing sounds echoed throughout the corridor. On this side, Qin Laohei and others who were originally fearless suddenly changed their expressions. Now we are at the entrance of the 3rd floor. There are only about 30 guards here, and the rest are miners. The miners naturally wouldn't help, but the 2nd floor was blocked by Sue with grenades, which meant that their hope of survival was slim. On the 2nd floor, in a brightly lit office, Shen Xinshan's eldest son, Shun Tung, was sitting in an office chair, clutching a satellite phone in his hand, his face very gloomy. Hello. This is the 169th Brigade, Brigade Commander Shen Tung. Let's have your regimental commander, Lai Qingfeng, answer the phone. On the other end of the intercom, the sound of gunfire continued. A guard grabbed the intercom and said, reporting to the division commander, our regiment has arrived at the designated location and is engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy. The 3rd Battalion is surrounded by the enemy. The regimental commander has led the assault team into the mall. What? Chen Tung stood up with a bang and shouted, Where's Chun Yen? Let him answer the phone. Not long after, an indifferent voice came from the other end of the intercom. I'm Anna Shun. Shinting couldn't hold it in any longer and cursed. 3rd brother. What the hell are you trying to do? Why would someone suddenly attack the base? Who are those people? What's going on out there? I'm the highest military commander, and I didn't know anything about such a big thing. And where the hell did you take those 3,000 people? Shen Tung didn't know about Shun Yan's conspiracy, but the situation was critical now, so even if he was stupid, he understood it. It's nothing more than that Anna Shun wanted to seize power, so he reached some kind of agreement with certain people in private. But now it seems that no matter what they conspired, Anna Shun was undoubtedly cheated. Outside a building in the North District of Yuntai City, the young Anna Shun stood at the commanding heights, holding a walkie-talkie in his hand, and said with an ugly face, Brother, we can't go back. Shinting suddenly became anxious. What did you say? What do you mean you can't go back? Anna Shun's face turned red and blue, and he gritted his teeth and said, This is a trap. I was tricked by that little bitch Lin Shan. They set up an ambush outside the mall. As soon as my battalion of troops entered, they were blocked inside. Shen Tung roared, What the hell is going on? Anna Shun's face turned pale, and he told the whole story. You know the capabilities of the Lin family. That batch of supplies is not a small amount. We must get it. How can we take it? Shen Tung cursed like crazy. You've let them steal our property. As the highest military commander of the Southwest base, I order you to bring your troops back immediately. Big brother. Anna Shun stood on a high place, the biting cold wind making her cheeks hurt. But he didn't bow his head. He said coldly, If we retreat now, the brothers in my battalion will have died in vain. I can't swallow this. You have to swallow it, even if you can't. Shen Tung roared in frustration. You've been tricked, and now you still don't repent? If the base falls, what good will it be even if you get those supplies? If the base is lost, we can rebuild it. Chen Yan, are you even talking like a human being? Chen Tung was stunned for a moment, then said with some fear, My father and I are both in the base right now. Are you going to kill my brother and my father? Big brother, Shun Yin replied calmly. I have just inquired clearly. Su Wei only has more than 200 people under his command. There are at least 700 guards in the base, and there are 2 psychics. If you can't even get rid of these people, what qualifications do you have to be the highest military commander? I took my kids to get their vaccinations yesterday, so I didn't have time to update, so I only posted 1 picture. I'll make up for it later. 5 chapters today as usual. Vote now. Chapter 150. I'm here to save you. Southwest Base, in the brigade commander's office. Shen Tung grabbed the intercom and replied blankly, Chanyan. But Anna Shen interrupted him and said, Brother, Do you think I'm going to fight against orders? If it weren't for my father's order, could I lead these 3,000 people out? You guys, Shen Teng suddenly sat up straight. Shen Yin looked at the fierce battle below and said loudly, "In a world of great contention, if you don't fight, you will die." At this moment, the troops from the northwest and Chaoyang bases are gathering here. This is no longer a problem of supplies. Do you understand? Shen Teng's face flushed red as he shouted coldly, "Third brother, are you really going to disobey orders?" There was no change on Shen Yan's face as he sneered. "I was tricked by Lin Shan, but so what? As long as I can stop the troops from the Chaoyang and northwest bases, even without that batch of supplies, we can still dominate Yintai." After that, Anna Shun hung up the phone. Shen Teng sat in the chair in a daze, holding the phone for a long time without saying a word. "Report to the commander. The second-level attack has been blocked." At this moment, the guard opened the door and rushed in. Shen Teng suddenly woke up and immediately said, "Have the guard battalion send more troops. We must open up the passage between the second and third floors and wipe out this enemy force." "Yes." The guard took the order and left, while Shen Teng walked quickly towards the infirmary. Bang! The door was broken open with great force, and Shen Teng came in with a cold face and said to the two doctors who were attending them, "You get out first." The doctor glanced at Shun Qianshan awkwardly. Shun Qianshan on a hospital bed waved his hands weakly. After the doctor left, Shen Teng said with a cold face, "Why doesn't father believe me?" Shun Qianshan's old face showed a bit of helplessness, and he said, "You are the eldest brother, and your younger brother is in trouble. You should help him clear the obstacles instead of complaining." Shen Teng almost laughed out of anger. He caused a mess himself and got ripped off, and I have to clean up after him? You still don't understand this. Shun Qianshan moved his body vigorously, looked at his son sideways, and sighed. The two major bases of Northwest and Chaoyang have already taken action. If we don't fight, the supplies will eventually fall into the hands of these two parties. Everyone's talking about hundreds of billions of supplies, but who the hell has seen them? Shen Teng said in a state of despair. "Just for a batch of invisible things, we're going to gamble our entire fortune? Father, is it worth it? Value." Shun Qianshan's cloudy eyes became clear. "Whether we have that batch of supplies or not, we will develop in the end, but where is the obstacle?" Shen Teng gradually calmed down. "You mean, the 6 major air defense bases in Yintai City are now all occupied by local armed forces?" Shun Qianshan said with all his might. "The Guan family in the Northwest District, the Wang family in Chaoyang District, the Qin family in Yinfeng District, the Zhao family in Beihai District, the Chun family in Zhejiang District, and our Southwest Shen family. Who among you doesn't want to dominate a region? But domination depends on strength. In the first month after the end of the world, these local armed forces occupied the major air defense bases in Yuntai City and seized a large amount of resources. Originally, everyone lived in peace, but when the incident in the South China Logistics Zone broke out, everyone's eyes were on the Lin family. Why did Shun Qianshan, the former political ally, insist on detaining the Lin siblings? Shun Qianshan looked at his son, sighed helplessly, and said, "Now the 2 major bases closest to the southwest base have all been dispatched, and their target is clearly coming for us." "You mean they want war?" Shen Teng said in disbelief. "But the disaster isn't over yet. Starting a war won't benefit anyone. What if someone is willing to sponsor it? Lin family. Maybe, maybe not." Shin Qianshan's eyes were blazing, and he said in a deep voice, "Didn't that Su Wei break in? And he is a person with superpowers." Shen Teng suddenly realized and said hurriedly, "So the rumors are true. Did the Lin family and Su Wei collude to embezzle the supplies?" Shen Qianshan nodded and said softly, "Now it seems that it should be. Su Wei obtained supernatural powers before the end of the world, and the Lin family relied on his abilities to transfer the supplies without anyone noticing. Now, they're going to take action." Although Shen Teng was mediocre, he understood the key point at this moment and immediately said, "Don't worry, father. I will organize the manpower immediately. Even if this Su Wei is a superpower, he will definitely not be able to escape." "Return." Shen Teng stopped, and Shun Qianshan looked calm. "Prepare a company of troops and open the secret passage. We are ready to retreat at any time." "Father." Shen Teng wanted to say that admitting defeat before the battle was the most unwise choice, but Shun Qianshan said coldly, "Plan before you act. Although the other side only has 200 people, since they dare to come, it means they must have something to rely on. Be prepared for the worst. Yes. Shinteng left somewhat unhappy. On the hospital bed, Shun Xianshan lay down again, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. I hope God bless you. Entrance to the third-floor corridor. Su Wei stood alone at the corner, looking like a man who could hold the pass against 10,000. On the other side, Qin Laohe was leading his men to rely on the terrain to block the enemy step by step, creating a stalemate with Zhuang Chong and others. For a while, the two sides fought back and forth. Brother Chong. Su Wei wiped the sweat from his face and shouted, Hurry up and get rid of these people. I can't hold on any longer. After releasing his mental power for a long time, Su Wei also felt that he was unable to do so. He didn't know how much energy he had before, so this time he tested it. After about half an hour, it was already his limit. If he continued to hold on, he would be overdrawn. Fuck it, let's fight. Zhuang Chong gritted his teeth and roared, Brothers, abandon your cover and rush in. Da-da, da-da-da. More than 200 people were crowded in the passage, which greatly limited the firepower. But at this point, Zhuang Chong had no choice but to lead his men to push forward with all their might. On the opposite side, Qin Laohe was shot back by 2 volleys of bullets as soon as he showed his head. A stray bullet hit his shoulder, and a blood mist instantly exploded. Withstand. Qin Laohe gritted his teeth and roared. Our reinforcements will be here soon. Hold on. But just because he shouts, that doesn't mean others should do the same. From behind the bunker, a voice roared. Qin Laohe. Who the hell are you? When will it be your turn to command us? Fuck, can't you see the situation clearly? Qin Laohe cursed with a sullen face. If we don't stop these people, the miners inside will rebel. Rebel if you want. What does it have to do with us? Someone yelled. We're all just trying to make a living. Why risk our lives? There are at least 200 people on the other side. How can we stop them? When Su Wei blocked hundreds of people at the intersection, those inside were already in despair. They are right. We all just want to make a living. Is it necessary to risk our lives for it? Chapter 151, We Want Freedom. Zhuang Chong also heard the conversation inside. He was stunned for a moment, then shouted, Brothers inside, we are here to rescue the miners. As long as you give up resistance, we promise not to hurt anyone. Are you kidding me? Qin Laohe cursed back without hesitation. Brothers, don't listen to him. With so many of them rushing in, if we let those miners escape, will the higher-ups be able to let us go? Above, Zhuang Chong sneered and roared. I'm not afraid to tell you, there are no reinforcements at the southwest base right now. If you continue to resist, you will only be killed. This morning, many people knew about the troops' departure, and then these people broke in. Someone immediately understood and shouted, This is a trap. Zhuang Chong sneered and roared. You're not that stupid. I'm telling you straight up, after today, the southwest base will cease to exist. If you want to be buried with the Shun family, then keep fighting. Fart. Qin Laohe was still insisting, but his tone was not as firm. Brothers, they're trying to scare you. Follow me and beat them back. Da. Qin Laohe fired a burst of bullets with his gun, but there were only a few sporadic gunshots behind him. MD, I won't fight anymore. A moment later, a figure walked out of the corridor, holding a gun and shouting, Brothers on the opposite side, stop fighting. Isudanir. In an instant, the gunfight suddenly stopped. Many people poked their heads out from behind the bunkers, and Zhuang Chong quickly waved his hand to signal his side to cease fire. Qin Laohe couldn't help but yelled angrily, Wang Zhen, you fucking coward. The man came out with a gun in hand and cursed back. Qin Laohe, you're an idiot. What did the Shun family give you to deserve such a life for them? You think you're such a nobody, and they're just using you as a dipping sauce. Bang! The grenade exploded in the corridor. Then Su Wei quickly retreated, shouting as he ran, Brother Chong, surrender. Let them lead the way to rescue the workers. As soon as Su Wei retreated, the soldiers blocking the corridor rushed in and the fire lit up again. Bang! But before they could rush over, another grenade fell from the sky. When the surrendered soldiers saw this scene, they all stood there in a daze, extremely grateful for their previous choice. It's a good thing they surrendered. Someone said with lingering fear, with such a powerful psychic, even if we had more people, it would be useless. Qin Laohe had his hands tied behind his back and a torn sock stuffed in his mouth. He let out 2 unwilling whimpers. Fuck, you're still not convinced, are you? Li Fugui slapped him across the face and said to Zhuang Chong, Brother Chong, Why keep this idiot around? Just kill him. Keep them for now. Zhuang Chang walked quickly and whispered, there are too many miners. If they mutinied, we'd all be trampled to death. Aren't these people ready-made human shields? Brother Chang, you are so bad. Li Fuguei opened his mouth and smiled again. I really like it. Get lost. Stop flirting with me. Zhuang Chang and others brought the surrendered soldiers and quickly arrived outside the mine. In the mine with thousands of people, the dark miners looked at them blankly, not knowing what to do for a moment. Zhuang Chang shouted loudly, brothers, we are here to rescue you. Come with us. But none of the thousands of people moved, but looked at them blankly. Grass. Zhuang Chang cursed speechlessly and shouted, Li Fuguei, come and tell them. Li Fuguei squeezed to the front and shouted to the miners, brothers, I'm Li Fuguei. I'm sure some of you know me, right? Sure enough, a middle-aged man stood up from the crowd and said, Fuguei, didn't you run away? Why are you back? Li Fuguei shouted, Uncle Kuan, I'm here to save you. Save us. Someone was stunned for a moment and shouted, but where can we go? Even though we're risking our lives here, at least we still have something to eat. If we go outside, we'll freeze to death. Li Fuguei shouted, brothers, I'm from a city on the clouds, and these people are my friends. The environment there is very good, and there are plenty of supplies. As long as you go there, I promise you'll all have food to eat, and you won't have to risk your life anymore, and you won't have to eat those nutritious meals made of cockroaches and ants anymore. Thousands of people were silent. Li Fuguei was anxious and shouted, Uncle Kuan, they don't believe me, but you still don't believe me? When have I, Li Fuguei, ever lied to anyone? If you all come with me, I promise that every one of you will have food to eat. Fuguei, is everything you said true? Uncle Kuan was a little tempted and asked, you all have guns. What can we do if we go there? Zhuang Chang noticed their hesitation and stepped forward, shouting, construction, development. These things require people to accomplish. Let's be frank, there are definitely many experts in various industries among you. If you come, I guarantee that the treatment will be absolutely generous. The end of the world has eroded the homes of human beings, but it cannot take away human being survival skills. These people have simply been enslaved for so long that they have forgotten their previous abilities and instinctively regard themselves as slaves, not even daring to think of resistance. Now, the appearance of Zhuang Chang and others is like the first ray of light welcoming the world. Suddenly, someone in the crowd sobbed and yelled, yeah, I used to be a fucking level 8 electrician, but now, how the hell did I become like this? I'm an 8th level fitter. I don't want to be a beast. I'm a PhD in science from the Academy of Engineering, yet I was brought here to be raised like a pig. I don't want to be a pig. I want to get out. Someone shouted, and the crowd suddenly became agitated. Yes, we have the ability and strength. Why should we be dogs here? We can still survive with our own hands when we get out. I've had enough of those nutritional meals. I want to get out of here. Thousands of people became agitated in an instant, and the crowd was excited. Everyone dropped the tools in their hands and rushed over in a black mass. Order! Order! Zhuang Chang was startled and kicked Qin Laohe out, then yelled, quiet the fuck up! Quiet! Get out of here one by one. But how could these people listen? Charge! We want freedom. Someone shouted something, and thousands of people rushed over. Zhuang Chang was quick-witted and quick-handed, grabbing Li Fuguei and the other man and hiding them in a nearby cave. The sea of people rushed forward like a tide, carrying the security team members with them to the second floor. At this moment, Su Wei, who was blocking the enemy at the corner, had just taken out a grenade when he was startled by the shouting behind him. He subconsciously turned around, and his whole body felt bad. I'm fucked. Zhuang Chang, I'm gonna fuck your uncle. Su Wei roared angrily, dodged, and hid in the cave next to him, and then the next second everything went dark. Chapter 152. If you don't fight, you will die. Countless people rushed out of the corridor. They were like a swarm of migrating locusts, leaving a mess wherever they passed. Bang! Bang! Immediately afterwards, several gunshots were heard from the corner of the second floor. Then there was a roar. MD, who asked you to come out? Get back here! But the gunshots did not stop the miners, but instead aroused their bloodiness. After several miners fell, everyone was like a chicken with blood injected and instantly overwhelmed the soldiers. I waited for more than 10 minutes. Su Wei then poked his head out of the cave, looked around, and saw that there was no one around, then walked out with lingering fear. Zhuang Chang and Li Fugui rushed over from behind and shouted, "Su Wei, are you okay?" Su Wei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cursed angrily. "How the hell did you do your job? I was almost trampled to death by them." "I can't control it," Zhuang Chang said with the same fear. "These people are too scary. They're like crazy." "So what should we do now?" Su Wei looked at the two of them speechlessly and said, "If these people can't get out, we'll be trapped inside." In the north of Yuntai City, in front of a building covered with ice and snow, Yu Zuei held up a telescope, looking down from the upper floor, and said calmly, "About 300 people. This isn't their main force. What should we do?" Chu Sheng frowned and said, "This won't work. It's no problem to eliminate these 300 people, but what about after that? If we are collectively exposed, the other party will definitely not be fooled again." "Yes." Yu Zuei glanced at Li Rui without leaving any trace, and said lightly, "Boss Su has already started. If we can't hold these people back, not only will the plan fail, but Boss Su might also—" The original plan was that after the people at the southwest base started moving supplies, Li Rui and others would take advantage of the situation and launch an ambush from all sides. Although they were few in number, they had the advantage of time and place, so it would be no problem to delay these people and buy time for Su Wei. But now the situation has changed, and the people at the southwest base seem to have seen through the trap. After several rounds of reconnaissance and confirmation of the existence of the supplies, the other side only sent a battalion of troops. Li Rui's face was extremely grim, and he said softly, "We can't move. Once we move, we will most likely be attacked from both sides." "That's right. We only have 300 of us. The enemy has already seen our weakness. If they launch a siege, we have no chance of winning." A captain nearby echoed, "I hope everything goes well for Boss Su. These people will definitely have to come back to support us when the time comes." "Bullshit." Chu Sheng was unhappy and cursed. "If we don't take action, we'll be screwing over Mr. Su and the others. If they get killed, will they still be able to come back alive? Then what do you say we should do?" Li Rui's expression remained calm. Chu Sheng said without hesitation, "Fight. We must hold these people back, even if we die." "What's the point?" "What? They've already seen through it. Even if we leave these 300 men behind, it won't make much sense." Li Rui folded his arms, staring into the distance, and said, "They still have over 2,000 people on the periphery. When the time comes, whether they come to our aid or surround us, they'll be able to do it with ease." Chu Xingyu choked for a moment and gritted his teeth. "That won't do. President Su has been very good to us. How can we stab him in the back? Master, what do you think?" Yu Zuei didn't say anything, but just looked at Li Rui seriously. His attitude is very clear, that is to support Su Wei. The captain, who was originally the owner of Cloud City, didn't express his opinion at this moment. He simply pointed to the ground below and said with a smile, "There are tons of supplies and food in the basement now. How about we divide them up? Give it to your uncle." Chu Sheng was anxious and cursed. "Have you ever thought about what will happen to you if President Su comes back?" Upon hearing this, the captain, who was originally smiling, suddenly changed his expression. He looked panicked for a moment, then laughed. "It was just a joke. Why take it so seriously? If you say to fight, then fight. But Li Rui, what about you? Do you want to fight?" Without waiting for Li Rui to speak, Chu Sheng suddenly pulled out his pistol and fired at the soldiers below. Bang! A sudden gunshot broke everyone's thoughts. First floor of the building. A battalion of soldiers who had just entered were startled by the gunshot. Crash! Everyone loaded their guns, and the battalion commander immediately gave the order. "Oh no, there's an ambush! Everyone, alert, everyone retreat." "They're retreating." Li Rui glanced at Chu Sheng unhappily and said coldly, "Brother Sheng, I'm the commander-in-chief this time. What do you mean by shooting without orders? Now the other party is startled. What should we do?" "What to do?" Chu Sheng naturally couldn't argue with him, so he took out his intercom and said, "Everyone listen. Hurry up. Leave these 3 people to me." Da-da-da. All around, hundreds of people suddenly appeared from behind the originally empty buildings. They were fully armed and opened fire as soon as they appeared without any hesitation. Li Rui glanced at Chu Sheng and shouted into the intercom, "Pockmarked. Suppress these people with all your firepower. Don't let them escape." Chu Sheng has already given the order, and now Li Rui has to follow him even if he is unwilling. Otherwise, if there is internal strife, they will only lose faster. Opposite the building, on a commanding height, Anna Shun held the telescope and frowned, saying, "There really is an ambush. That means the Chaoyang and Northwest bases are likely to take action." Beside him, the adjutant frowned and said, "Captain, we've been deceived by Lin Shan." "Ha!" Anna Shun raised his thick eyebrows and said coldly, "It's still unclear who is deceiving whom. Does she think these tricks can be hidden from me? If those two families hadn't taken action, I really wouldn't dare to come." "You knew they would come?" The adjutant was a little surprised. Anna Shun held up the telescope and said calmly, 3 days ago, the base satellite station detected an unfamiliar signal from the Cloud City in the city center." The adjutant suddenly realized and said in fear, "Lin Shan is trying to unite those two families and make us suffer." "Haha, it's not certain who will support whom." Anna Shun showed a heroic smile and said, "Everyone knows the strength of those two families. Even if they go all out, they're still not as powerful as us. Besides, do they dare to go all out? Order. The 2nd and 3rd battalions will immediately enter the designated area and cooperate with the 1st battalion in the building to charge outward." Shen Yin said with a stern look, "We must hurry. The people from those two families will be here soon." "Yes." After receiving the order, the adjutant began to issue combat missions. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, the satellite phone rang, and then the previous scene happened. Later, Anna Shun hung up the phone and sighed. "How could I not know the danger? But do we still have the right to choose now? If we don't fight, we will die." Chapter 153. What do you want? Boom! A cannonball streaked across the sky and landed in front of the building. On the battlefield, everyone was stunned. Li Rui's face panicked for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, he heard the intercom in his pocket ringing. "I'm Lin Xiaofeng." On the other end of the intercom, Lin Xiaofeng said indifferently, 2,000 people from the Northwest base are heading towards you. Be careful, they're not the enemy." "What do you mean?" Li Rui stood there in a daze. Lin Xiaofeng smiled and said, "Either they are enemies or friends. Don't you understand my sister told you to cooperate with the Northwest base and stop the 358th Regiment with all your strength?" "Lin Shan." Li Rui suddenly understood and said hoarsely, "She knew it a long time ago, didn't she? The reason the Southwest base didn't send out all its forces was because they were waiting for the troops from the Northwest base." "You're very smart," Lin Xiaofeng said calmly, holding the intercom. "But my sister told me to tell you that people can't be too smart, otherwise they won't live long." Beep. After hanging up the intercom, Lin Xiaofeng, who was hiding outside the building, smiled and drove away on his snowmobile, heading straight for the city on the clouds. In the upper floors of the building, Li Rui stood there blankly with a walkie-talkie in his hand, sweat slightly seeping out of his face. "What's wrong?" Chu Sheng frowned and asked. "It's so cold. Why are you sweating?" "Nothing, nothing." Li Rui quickly recovered and continued. "Tell the people below that the incoming troops are reinforcements. Tell them not to panic and to cooperate with the reinforcements outside to strangle these 300 people. Reinforcements? Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment. But Yu Zuo's expression remained the same, without any change at all. Li Rui's eyes flickered a few times, and he said with an unpleasant smile, "Mr. Yu, you already knew about this, right?" Yu Zuo smiled at him and said calmly, "People should be loyal. Hasn't President Su been good to us?" "Good." Li Rui lowered his head helplessly. Yu Zuo patted his shoulder and said, "You think you're smart, but have you ever thought about how we would end up if there were no reinforcements today? Will we be wiped out, or will we escape with all those supplies?" Li Rui remained silent. "Be a kind person." Yu Zuo looked at him deeply, then turned and went downstairs. Opposite on the commanding heights, the intercom in Anna Shun's hand rang. "Reporting to the regiment commander, I'm Gao Feng, the forward reconnaissance captain. To the northwest of me, a large force of approximately 2,000 soldiers is rapidly approaching." 2,000. Anna Shun was stunned. He murmured, "How is it possible? There are only 1,500 people in the Northwest base. They have even pulled out the guards." Boom! While Anna Shun was stunned, a cannonball shot out from behind. "Captain, be careful." The guard was the first to react, and with a flying pounce, he pinned Anna Shun under him. Bang! The shell exploded 20 meters away from the commanding heights, sending ice, snow, and broken soil flying all over the sky, sweeping away everything within range. Crash! A large amount of dust and snow fell, on Shunyan. After a moment, he shook his dizzy head, pushed away the dead guard with difficulty, and climbed up in a mess. It's bad, Commander. People from Chuyang Base are here too, about 1,000 of them, and they're bringing heavy firepower. Anna, Shun, could no longer hear the shouting on the intercom. He stood there blankly, looking at the guard who had been blown into pieces, unable to calm down for a long time. He had long expected that the troops of the two families would come, but he did not expect that the other party would dare to send out all their forces. Is this the decisive battle? How much benefit did Lin Shan give them to make these people give up their homes? Now, on the battlefield, troops from all sides were caught in a melee. Li Rue and others, who had originally had difficulty in blocking the enemy, began to fight desperately after receiving support from the outside. 300 people attacked with all their might, and soon wiped out the 1st Battalion of the 358th Regiment in front of the building. The place was devastated and corpses were everywhere. This was the most intuitive feeling in everyone's mind. The security guards, who were supposed to be students, property owners, and ordinary people, were all standing there in a daze. They never thought that one day war would be so close to them, let alone that they would personally participate in such a brutal war. The protection in peacetime and decades of peace and tranquility have made the Chinese people gradually forget the war and no longer recall the iron-blooded and cruel past. They could have lived in peace forever. But unfortunately, the end of the world has come. This sudden disaster not only changed the way humans survived, but also overturned nearly a century of peace and stability. In Lin Shan's words, these are all inevitable. It is better to accept them now than to be killed later. So, even though they are not used to this change, under the general trend, if they do not accept it, they will be eliminated. Not to mention these people, even the soldiers in the Southwest base were a little confused. They had been Taiping soldiers for too many years, and 90% of the soldiers had never even killed anyone. Bang! The sound of artillery shells roared, and countless unlucky people died in stray bullets. The addition of more than 3,000 people instantly turned the battle around, and the soldiers of the surrounded Southwest base force began to worry. These people usually look mighty and domineering, but when they're on the battlefield, it is a different story. They did not catch up with the era of fighting and striving, so they naturally, subconsciously feared death. When that battalion of soldiers was wiped out, the remaining soldiers on the periphery were filled with fear. They held their guns, but hesitated whether to charge. Morale is lost, and everything is in vain. City on the clouds. In Building 104, Lin Shan sat on the sofa, holding the satellite phone tightly in her hand. She seemed to be paused and did not move at all. Sun Wanner poured a cup of warm water and said softly, "Sister Lin, have a drink." "Oh, thank you." Lin Shan suddenly came back to her senses, took the cup of water, and put it down again, her expression more serious than ever. "Didi." At this moment, the satellite phone rang. Lin Shan immediately answered the intercom and said, "This is Lin Shan." "Ms. Lin, let's talk." Hearing this, Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief silently, and finally a smile appeared on her face. "I thought this call would be from Shun Qianshan, but I didn't expect it to be you." A cold voice rang out from the other end of the phone. "I don't know what benefits you promised those two families, but the price is undoubtedly heavy." Lin Shan closed her eyes and let herself empty her mind for a few seconds before suddenly opening them and saying with a smile, "Whatever Mr. Shin wants to talk about, I'm all ears." "Your purpose?" At this moment, behind a narrow bunker, Anna Shin awkwardly held the satellite phone and yelled, "You made such a big noise. What on earth do you want?" "A platform." "What?" "I want the right to have an equal dialogue with the 6 major bases." On the opposite side, Anna Shin subconsciously took a breath and murmured, "You have such great ambitions. But what are you relying on? Just relying on those ragtag troops? Is that possible?" Chapter 154, Value. "Why not?" Lin Shan's tone was calm and heroic. "Now, aren't you already surrounded by me? Although I may not win, you will definitely lose." Anna Shin gritted his teeth and sneered. "Haha, you have such a big tone. It's not just talk, it's strength." Lin Shan said calmly, "The Wang and Guan families have long been dissatisfied with the Southwest base's crazy expansion. If someone stepped forward to support them now, what do you think they would do?" Shun Yin didn't need to guess. The reality was already laid out before him. At this moment, he is being surrounded by 2 bases, totaling more than 3,000 people. If both sides fight to the death, even if he can break out, he will suffer heavy losses. Your terms. Anna Shun squeezed out a few words weakly from between his teeth. The Shun family announces the unconditional release of all laborers at the base. Lin Shan said calmly. In addition, they will provide us with a battalion of weapons and equipment as compensation. Ah. On the other end of the phone, Anna Shun instantly laughed out loud, almost yelling, "Damn bitch! Do you know what you're talking about? Do you think the Lin family is still the same Lin family?" Beep. Anna Shun wanted to curse again, but suddenly found that the call was hung up. Southwest Base. With the miners sweeping ahead, Su Wei, Zhuang Chang, and others quickly rushed out of the second floor. When we arrived at the first floor, we found that all the caves on both sides were in a mess, with countless people looting and roaring. There's food here. There's roast chicken. They actually have roast chicken to eat. There's a bathroom here, and there's even hot water. Damn it, we're working our butts off in the mines, yet we're still supporting a bunch of scum. When the beautiful lie is broken, all the ugliness will be magnified infinitely. At this moment, these enslaved laborers were completely liberated. They roared, got angry, and looted to vent their grievances. Then, a large group of well-dressed people were pulled out from somewhere. "Ah, go away. You bunch of pigs, don't touch me." A woman dressed in seductive clothes was hugged by a miner and immediately let out a shrill scream. Bang! Before the woman could finish her shout, she was slapped to the ground. "Fuck you still think I'm a slave?" The miner who beat her put his hands on her head and cursed. "You're a bunch of scum, blood-sucking beasts." The woman was beaten so hard that she screamed and shouted. "My husband is the director of the Resources Bureau. He won't let you go. He will kill you." Grass. Li Fuguei appeared out of nowhere, grabbed the woman's hair, and asked, "Come on, tell me, who is your husband?" A large group of upper-class people who were pulled out were now standing in the corridor, trembling with fear. At this moment, everyone knew that the lower-class slaves had rebelled. Therefore, the more times like this happen, the more you must not provoke them. Otherwise, these people will not care who you are. They are already angry, and whoever dares to speak will become a target. The woman was shaking from the beating, and she subconsciously looked at a fat, white, middle-aged man in the crowd. "Bitch, you've screwed me to death." The middle-aged man immediately looked dejected and fell to the ground, crying and cursing. "Why did I marry such a stupid woman like you, huh? You are his husband." Li Fuguei threw the woman away and dragged the fat man to the center. Many people around him fell silent. They wanted to see how Li Fuguei would deal with the fat man. "I really don't think so." The fat man nodded with tears in his eyes and then said, "Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have married her. I was wrong. Please kill her." Bang. Huh. Li Fuguei slapped the fat man in the face and sneered. "You guys are living a comfortable life, aren't you? Eating chicken, duck, fish, drinking wine, and hugging women. Are you still human?" "I'm not a human. I'm not a human." The fat man didn't dare to resist and could only try his best to cater to Li Fuguei. Bang, bang, bang. Li Fuguei slapped him a dozen times, still not satisfied, and cursed, "We work our butts off, and you're enjoying yourself. Is the roast chicken delicious?" No. What did you say?" "Delicious, delicious. Since it's delicious, let's eat it all." Li Fuguei snatched the roast chicken from a miner and stuffed the whole thing into the fat man's mouth. The chicken bone was stuck in his throat, but Li Fuguei did not pause at all and pressed it down hard. The fat man shook his head in horror and struggled desperately. "Isn't it delicious? I'll let you eat as much as you want." Li Fuguei pressed it hard again. Boom! There was a crisp sound of broken throat bones, and the fat man, who was still struggling, instantly turned into a puddle of mud. "And you?" Li Fuguei casually threw the fat man away without even looking at him, and then came to the woman and asked, "Isn't your husband the director? Come on, let him get up and fuck me." I was wrong. The woman knelt on the ground and cowed out. "You all deserve to die." Li Fuguei kicked the woman. He then snatched a submachine gun from a security guard. Da-da-da. Dozens of glamorous upper-class people were shot to death by Li Fuguei before they could even beg for mercy. He calmly did all this, returned the gun to the man next to him, and shouted, "Brothers, if you don't want to be a slave, follow me now." Roar. What does the roar of thousands of people sound like? Su Wei subconsciously stood up straight. The shock he felt was something he would never forget. He walked into the crowd and shouted, "Brothers, if you just believe me, I promise that everyone will have enough to eat in the future." Roar! Thousands of people rushed out of the base in a mighty force. Su Wei called Zhuang Chong over and whispered, "Contact Lin Shan immediately and have her arrange for these people to stay outside of Cloud City. Not too close, not too far. Let them find a place to settle down on their own first." "What will they do?" Zhuang Chong hesitated and said, "There are too many of these people. What if they rebel?" Su Wei smiled faintly and said, "Then tell them that from today on, anyone who is reclaiming land will receive 1 meal a day. As for those who have nowhere to live, let them go back to where they came from." "Haha, you want them to help you rebuild?" Zhuang Chong shook his head and smiled. "What else?" Su Wei's eyes were calm and serious as he said, "If they can't even demonstrate this little bit of value, then what use do I have them for? No matter who they are, they must be able to demonstrate their own value. Otherwise, they will only be slaves. The world never supports idle people. Otherwise, how can civilization evolve?" Chapter 155, Capturing Shun Qianshan. Zhuang Chong nodded and left. Li Fugui ran over again, frowned, and said, "Brother, we didn't find the Shun Qianshan you mentioned, and we didn't see the 3 superpowered people either. I still underestimated these people." Su Wei shook his head helplessly and said, "There must be more than one passage to the southwest base. They have probably already escaped." Li Fugui hurriedly asked, "What should we do? Should we chase after him?" "We must chase after them." Su Wei took a deep breath and said, "Li Rue and his men still have 3,000 men waiting there. As long as we can capture Xinqianshan, we'll have one more bargaining chip. But I used up a lot of energy just now, and I'm still a little dizzy now." Li Fugui looked at him with some concern and said, "Ah, are you okay?" "I'm fine, and you don't have to talk nonsense, understand?" "Clear." Li Fugui is not Chu Shang. Although he is also very fierce, he is not good at gossiping behind people's backs. Moreover, this matter concerns Su Wei's safety, so he will not say anything nonsense. There must be a lot of supplies and laborers in the base. Take your men and collect all the weapons and equipment, and then distribute the supplies to the laborers. Hearing Su Wei's words, Li Fugui was stunned. "Those supplies are quite a lot. Don't we want them?" "Supplies are not important. What's important is people, okay?" Su Wei followed suit and said, "Tell them that if they want to have enough food, they can come to Cloud City to open up Wasteland. Each person will be provided with 1 meal a day." "Good." Li Fugui received the order and immediately took people there. Snowmobiles are running on the road in the back mountain of the southwest base. "Where are you going?" Zhuang Chong sat in the car, frowning and saying, "You don't really want to chase after those 3 superpowered people, do you? But do you have enough energy?" Su Wei shook his head and said casually, "It consumes some energy, but I recover quickly, so it should be fine." Zhuang Chong said angrily, "What do you mean by should? You're playing with your life. Why are you like this now? You should have been more cautious than before." "Haha, don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Su Wei felt warm in his heart. Zhuang Chong suddenly said, "Don't you want to go and take a look at Yute building? A huge battle involving 7 or 8,000 people. Just thinking about it makes me want to pee." "There's no fighting going on there." Su Wei drove the car, looking ahead, and said in a light tone, "Now is not the time to start a war. Everyone knows what it means to start a war rashly, so you can rest assured." Zhuang Chong was a little shocked and asked, "Could it be that you and Lin Shan have other plans?" Su Wei smiled and changed the subject. "They're playing politics you don't understand. Politics has never been about killing people. They only want profit. As long as the benefits are sufficient, killing and saving people are the same to them. The enemies who were beaten to a bloody pulp at the beginning may become good friends who can talk about anything in the next second." The car was speeding along the mountain road. The mountain was covered with ice and snow, and the originally dense jungle had turned into a bald head, with only a few sparse dead trees, and it looked empty at a glance. After running for more than 10 minutes, Su Wei frowned. "We might have been fooled." "What do you mean?" Zhuang Chong asked. Su Wei said in a deep voice, "With such a large open area, if they really ran away, even if we can't catch them, there shouldn't be no trace left, right? Are you saying they didn't run away at all?" Zhuang Chong thought this was unlikely and asked, "Are we heading in the wrong direction?" Su Wei shook his head and said firmly, "There are only 2 mountain roads in the southwest base. The rest of the area is covered with snow of unknown depth. If it didn't go through the back mountain, they must have gone through the front. But with so many people in the front mountain, they can't escape quietly." Zhuang Chong asked doubtfully, but we've already released those laborers. Without the army to rely on, are they going to die if they don't run away? How big is the Southwest base? Su Wei suddenly asked, and Zhuang Chong was stunned for a moment. About 100,000 square meters? Yeah, it's such a huge place, and we still haven't figured out its entire structure. Wouldn't it be easy to hide a few people there? Go back. Su Wei turned around, took out his intercom, and said, Fuger, don't go back yet. Bring a team immediately and search all the entrances to the Southwest base. Good. 20 minutes later, the two of them turned back, and Li Fugui immediately came up to them and said, Boss, all 4 entrances are blocked. Have you spotted any suspicious persons? No. Li Fugui shook his head and said, it was just a few mid-level cadres from the base who tried to escape. We caught them and locked them up in the reception room of the base. That means Shun Qinshan must still be inside. Su Wei cheered up and said, evacuate these workers immediately. Let's go in and look for them. Boss, what's wrong? Li Fugui stopped Su Wei and said worriedly, don't go in. I will bring people to look for him. Don't worry. I will definitely bring Shun Qinshan out for you. Bullshit. Su Wei knew what he was thinking and said with a smile, I admit that I'm afraid of death, but if I use my brother's life in exchange for my own, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep at night. Stop talking nonsense and organize people immediately. But Li Fugui was about to say something else when Zhuang Chong said with a smile, fuck, why are you acting like a sissy? Just do whatever I tell you to do. Why waste your words? Good. 50 people formed a search team. The entire Southwest base has 3 floors, upper, middle, and lower. The 3rd floor is the largest, covering an area of 70,000 to 80,000 square meters, and houses more than 10,000 laborers brought in through various channels. These people were both men and women. Most of the men became miners, while the women served as slaves, doing all kinds of odd jobs. As for those who were a little pretty, they had long been divided up by the upper class. Su Wei led 7 or 8 people down the road and stopped in front of a sanatorium on the 2nd floor. He thought of Sun Wanner. That girl has always wanted a hospital of her own. She has never forgotten her duties as a doctor and is determined to fulfill her grandfather's last wish. Save everyone who deserves to live. This is the official residence, so the medical equipment inside must be very comprehensive. Bang! Su Wei kicked the door open, but was stunned by what he saw inside. This is not a sanatorium at all. It is clearly a small hospital with complete and advanced facilities. It even has some equipment that ordinary public hospitals do not have. Needless to say, Su Wei swept his eyes around and took in everything within his sight. When he arrived at an intensive care unit, Su Wei suddenly discovered that there were signs of use inside, and there were many scattered tools and debris on the ground. Boss, someone lived here before. Li Fugger followed in and said, and it looks like they left in a hurry. Su Wei walked forward and touched the monitor next to the bed. His eyes lit up. The machine is still a little warm, which means they haven't gone too far. Chapter 156, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th superpowers. Brother Chong. Su Wei immediately pulled out his intercom and said, immediately block all entrances to the corridors on the 2nd floor. We've caught a big fish. Li Fugui asked in confusion, Boss, how do you know that the fish that escaped is a big one? Bang! Su Wei slapped him on the head and said unhappily, are you stupid? Look at the words on the door, for chief only. Even if it's not Shun Qinshan, his status is definitely not inferior. Soon, Zhuang Chong and his men blocked all the entrances to the 2nd floor and conducted a carpet search. Help! Suddenly, shouts came from a room on the left, followed by a burnt smell. Zhuang Chong immediately shouted loudly, target found. Su Wei rushed over quickly, but before he entered the door, his eyes suddenly blurred and a ball of fire as big as a fist suddenly rushed towards him. Su Wei dodged subconsciously, using all his mental strength to avoid the ball of fire. The next second, he finally saw what was going on inside. There were only 6 or 7 people in the house. There were 3 men and 3 women, plus a white-haired old man sitting in a wheelchair. His face was a little pale, and it seemed that he had been ill for a long time. Among them was a girl who looked cute and delicate, about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a light pink hanfu long skirt and 2 small buns on her head. Su Wei watched the ball of fire disappear beside him and cried out in surprise. A mutant! Since the end of the world, he has heard countless news about people with superpowers, but for so long, he has never seen any other people with superpowers except himself. Therefore, the most important reason why he insisted on capturing Shan today was that he wanted to see what kind of beings these people with special abilities were. Without comparison, there is no development. Until now, Su Wei still doesn't know what level his special abilities are at. At this time, the girl in Hanfu stood up. She was not afraid of the gun-wielding team members at all. She skipped to Su Wei and bent down to look at him with a smile. "Are you Su Wei? Who are you?" "My name is Jiujio." The girl's sweet smile made people's hearts flutter, but the next second, 2 flashing fireballs suddenly appeared in her fair jade hands. "Call!" The fireball appeared quietly and headed straight for Su Wei's face. But how could Su Wei, with his vigilant nature, not be on guard? His mental power has been in an active state since he came in. Brush. The fireball suddenly disappeared out of thin air. The smile on Jojo's face froze instantly. She took a few steps back in fear. Spatial power? Can you release mental power? Su Wei didn't have time to pay attention to her, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Because just now, when he collected the 2 flames, his mental strength also increased a lot, which was similar to when he absorbed the energy of zombies. This means that he has a new way to increase his energy. As the effects of cosmic radiation gradually stabilized, the number of zombies also decreased rapidly. Crazy Donkey and his friends hadn't eaten roast chicken for almost 2 months. How about exchanging 1 mutant for a roast chicken in the future? Forget it. Let's change to roast lamb. After all, people with special abilities are much stronger than zombies. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it a lot of grass. Over here, Juju looked at the old man in the wheelchair and pouted at him. "Sorry, boss. I can't beat him. You should let them go." The old man's mouth twitched, and he looked at the 2 men behind him. "You bullshit mental power. Just wait and see how I kill him." The tall and thin man sneered, slipped and left a shadow, and headed straight for Su Wei. Su Wei sneered. "Want to compete with me in speed?" With a thought, a baseball bat suddenly appeared in his hand. He stood still and swung it forward fiercely. Bang! The tall and thin man was knocked to the ground by a stick and let out a scream. "Fuck! How the hell is this possible?" He jumped up again, this time even faster. Bang! Another stick hit him, but Su Wei still didn't move at all. "Continue." Bang! After several outbursts, the man's face swelled up like a pig's head. He huddled on the ground in fear, covering his face and saying, "No more fighting. You're awesome, okay. This is simply an unfair contest." The speed he was proud of seemed like a snail crawling in front of Su Wei's mental power. "What the hell is going on? You said you don't want to fight, so you don't want to fight? What? Do you know how to pause it?" Su Wei raised the baseball bat and started beating the man. The man dodged frantically, but in such a narrow space, no matter how fast he was or how he dodged, he could not escape Su Wei's stick. After 5 full minutes, the man finally fell to the ground with a thud. He died already? Zhuang Chang and the other team members were stunned. In their eyes, the man's speed was extremely fast. If they looked with the naked eye, they could only see an afterimage. But Su Wei was able to catch the man accurately without even moving. Many of them didn't even know what superpowers were, especially when they saw the lowly girl releasing flames. They even forgot to be afraid. What the hell are these cattle and horses? Li Fugui even felt that in front of these people, he was not even as good as an ant. The man fell to the ground, dying. Su Wei stepped forward, and his mental power directly enveloped the man. Buzz! A long-lost feeling of comfort swept over my body, and my pores all over my body seemed to explode. In one word, it feels so damn good. Sure enough, absorbing zombies and absorbing mutants can both increase his energy. And the energy of the psychics is even stronger. At this moment, Su Wei felt that his mental power was overflowing, and he felt like he was about to break through the limit. He could clearly feel that his control had become stronger, as if he could control everything just by raising his hand. The man's originally twitching body suddenly stiffened, his eyes widened, as if he died with his eyes open. "Yeah, he's hard." Jujo pointed at the man in surprise, without any sympathy at all, and even seemed to be gloating. Su Wei ignored the man and pointed at another man with a smile, saying, "Come on, it's your turn." After the first 2 experiments, Su Wei had a general understanding of his own abilities. In the face of mental power, all attacks were futile. Unless the opponent's energy was stronger than his, anyone who came would die. The man was obviously stunned when he was pointed at, but he did not back down. After the end of the world, people with special abilities became the absolutely most powerful beings in this world, and their powerful strength gradually made them develop a strong sense of superiority. Therefore, facing Su Wei's contempt that was almost contemptuous, the man couldn't help it. That loser, let him die. The man took a few steps forward, staring at Su Wei intently, and sneered, I'll make sure you're buried with him. Su Wei laughed and said, I don't know what your abilities are, but your ability to brag is second only to Chu Sheng. Chapter 157. That's it. The man was an instructor in the army. After the end of the world, he was lucky enough to gain superpowers. He raised his hands, and his arms became visibly erect until they tore through his clothes, revealing solid muscles as thick as an adult's thighs. Li Fuguwei, standing at the back, was already terrified. He subconsciously said, Fuck, is this the Hulk? That punch could probably kill a cow, right? Zhuang Chang shuddered. I thought Su Wei was perverted enough, but what the hell are these bulls and horses? The man walked towards Su Wei with a sinister smile and said coldly, You can absorb magic, but can you withstand a punch? Let's try it. Su Wei smiled calmly, but he was nervous inside. Apart from Sun Wanner, he has never fought hand-to-hand with anyone. If he can't hold on, he will be finished. Call. A fist as big as a dustpan came towards Su Wei's head with a whistling sound. Su Wei used all his mental strength to barely dodge the punch, and then a pistol suddenly appeared in his hand. Bang! A blood-red hole appeared between the man's eyebrows. He seemed to be frozen, staring at the black muzzle of the gun in disbelief, and fell to the ground with a bang. Then, the whole world was quiet. Fuck, that's it. Su Wei held the gun in his hand and curled his lips in disdain, saying, So he's just a little scoundrel. The mental power enveloped the corpse, and the next second, the man gradually became stiff. Juju looked at Su Wei in confusion. After struggling for a long time, she uttered a word speechlessly. You actually killed him with a gun? What? People with superpowers can't use guns. So wait, torti de. Okay, you're awesome. Everything you say is right. Juju stuck out her tongue helplessly, then looked at him warily and said, I've already admitted defeat. You won't treat me the same way you treated them, will you? Ordinary people may not understand, but Juju had already seen it. After Su Wei killed 2 people, he also took away their energy. The reason why people with special abilities are so powerful is that their special abilities are one thing, but the more important thing is their energy. For example, 2 equally powerful psychics are fighting, but one of them has stronger energy, so his endurance is stronger, and he can kill the opponent even if he consumes too much energy. Moreover, when the energy is strong enough, it is easy to break through the level. When a primary superpower faces a high-level superpower, the mere suppression of levels can make the former despair. I do have this plan, but if you're willing to cooperate. Before Su Wei could finish his words, Juju suddenly raised her hand and said, Cooperate. Absolutely cooperate. Except for not marrying to me. I'll do whatever you say. Get on the road. Su Wei was amused by her, then took 2 steps forward, looked at the old man in the wheelchair, and said, Is this Mr. Shun? It's really not easy for us to meet each other. When things got to this point, Shun Qinshan smiled very openly, nodded and said, Young man, don't be too angry. Some things cannot be solved by brute force. That's right. Su Wei nodded in agreement, but then he sneered and said, How can you still be called a young man if you're not full of energy? Facing Su Wei's provocation, Shun Qinshan did not get angry at all, and said with a smile, Haha, now the initiative is in your hands. You have the final say. I'm sure you already know my conditions, but now I want to add one more condition. You say. Shun Qinshan sat motionless in his wheelchair. Su Wei looked at him and said calmly, The southwest base belongs to me. Can. Obviously, Su Wei didn't expect Shun Qinshan to agree to this request. He was a little stunned and didn't know what to say. What? Are you surprised? Shun Qinshan looked at Su Wei with a smile and said, You thought I would never give up the southwest base, right? Su Wei was indeed a little puzzled and asked, You have people and guns in your hands, and you have the southwest base as your base. You're only one step away from becoming king. Why would you give up? That's true, but I lost this time, and this is the price of a loser. Shun Qinshan said indifferently. That's all. That's it. Shun Qinshan looked at Su Wei with a smile and said, I lost. You won. So now it's your turn to split the land and become the king. Su Wei looked at him half-believingly and half-doubtingly, but he couldn't figure it out after thinking for a long time. Since you can't figure out, let him play. Sue looked at him and smiled. Mr. Shun has a rich family and is used to being arrogant. But I'm destined to be poor. Even if I wear a dragon robe, I don't look like a prince. So I have to work hard. Shun Qianshan nodded. As you should, I will contact Shun Yan to withdraw the troops immediately. I will ask them to deliver the weapons and equipment promised to you on the spot. As for those laborers, you can take them away if you want. Sue didn't know what Shin Qianshan was up to, but he was still very happy that he could take over the southwest base so smoothly. After all, those 3,000 people are not just for show. If a fight really breaks out, they have no chance of winning and may even be wiped out by one side. Half an hour later, news came back from Yute Building. Lin Xiaofeng drove a snowmobile and rushed over, exhausted. He got straight to the point. Boss Su, it's over there. Xinyan left behind a battalion of weapons and equipment and withdrew. The troops of the northwest and Chaoyang bases also ceased fire. We handed over the supplies to them as promised. Is it going well? Su Wei Fronith. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was. Lin Xiaofeng nodded and said, it went very smoothly. The Wang and Guan families withdrew their troops after taking the supplies. Xinyan's side was even more decisive. He didn't even have any defense and retreated directly on the spot. Su Wei was silent. He lowered his head and looked at the snow, his whole body looking a little deep. Shin Qianshan suddenly smiled and said, So, can I leave now? I really don't want to let you go. Su Wei looked up at him side, shook his head and said, Forget it. Enough people have died in the fighting so far. You can go. Shin Qianshan nodded and stopped talking. 2 guards pushed the wheelchair, and the 3 of them slowly left, following the mountain path and slowly disappearing into the vast snow. Just let him go like that. Li Fugui looked into the distance somewhat unwillingly. Su Wei's face was calm, and he said, He knows that we dare not start a war, so if we push too hard, if Xinyan's side is out of control, our side will become useless. Zhuang Chang was also a little puzzled and said, But this Shin Qianshan gave up too decisively. He actually gave up the southwest base without even thinking about it. If you can't figure it out, forget it. Su Wei shook his head and said with a smile, Go back and ask my military advisor, and all conspiracies will be broken by themselves. Ah. Several acquaintances around laughed. Li Fugier pointed at Jujo fearfully and asked, What about her? This seemingly harmless little loli is actually a real killer. She can even summon fireballs. Don't you think she's perverted? Chapter 158. Glad to serve you. A cute and adorable 2D girl. If you only look at her appearance, it would be hard to associate her with the word master. But anyone who has seen her in action will never doubt her ability. Su Wei glanced at Jujo and said with a smile, Hey, your boss has left. Why don't you leave? I want to leave too. Upon hearing this, Jujo pouted helplessly and said, But my boss lost even his underwear to you, so he definitely won't be able to fulfill my compensation. Why should I go with him? Haha, you're right. Su Wei nodded, feeling both amused and helpless. Jujo lifted her skirt, walked up to him, smiled sweetly, and said, How about you be my boss? I heard you have a lot of supplies. Is that true? Su Wei was amused by her and asked, I do have the supplies, but why should I hire you? I can help you beat people up. Jujo raised his delicate little fist and added, But I can only help you beat people up, not kill people. That's my bottom line. Is there any difference? Su Wei was speechless. Of course there is a difference. Jujo looked up at him seriously. I don't feel guilty about beating someone up as they're still alive. But if I kill someone, they'll have nightmares at night. Su Wei stared, pointed at the security guard whose arm was burned by the fireball, and said, Are you sure he can survive? At worst, amputation is the worst option. It won't kill him. Jujo smiled calmly, then sighed in mock helplessness, saying, It's a pity there's a shortage of medical care and medicine these days. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to keep his arm. Su Wei suddenly thought of Feng Yifan and half-jokingly said, My wife is a doctor, and she's very good. He's my subordinate, and I will definitely do my best to save him. There aren't many good people like you these days. Jujo suddenly grabbed Su Wei's right hand, shook it vigorously twice, and said, Hello, boss. It's a pleasure to serve you. Su Wei pulled his hand out with a frown on his face and said, Fuck, did I say I'd hire you? Su Wei's style is to never use people whose background he is unsure of. What's more, this girl who looks cute, silly, and a little bit stupid is actually very powerful. If she has bad intentions, it would be like planting a time bomb next to you. Jujo pouted and said, I have nowhere else to go. I heard you have a super shelter, so it must be nice to hang out with you. Later, Li Fugue heard Jojo's words and suddenly smiled at Zhuang Chong. Hey, this girl is quite unrestrained. She wants to feel comfortable as soon as she comes. Call. A fireball suddenly appeared above Li Fugue's head. He subconsciously looked back and forth a few times and asked, Hey, why does it smell like something is burning? Is there something on fire? Fuck, you are really fierce. Zhuang Chong shook his head speechlessly. With a shrill scream, Li Fugue covered his head and ran wildly, slapping his head continuously. But the fire seemed to have magic power and could not be put out no matter how hard we tried. Sue couldn't help laughing. With a glance, he took the fireball into his space. Li Fugue was finally rescued, wailing as he stuck his head into the snow. You've joked too much. Sue looked at Jujo with some displeasure, then said, But there must be punishment. How about you come up with another one? Cut. Jujo rolled her eyes at him and said, Are you treating me like a pig? Forget it. My energy is not enough for you to absorb. Even if you kill me, it won't increase your energy by much. You're afraid of being killed by me, but you still want to follow me? Sue smiled at her and said, Little sister, lying is not good. You will be spanked. Pooh, hooligan. Jojo's face flushed, and she continued, Okay, let me tell you the reason. I'm going to Cloud City to look for my sister. You're the boss of Cloud City, so you can definitely help me find her. Sue shook his head and said, That's not certain. Cloud City is so big. Who knows if your sister is dead or not? Jujo showed a hint of sadness on her face, but she quickly said firmly, Of course not. My sister is so smart. She will definitely survive. City on the Clouds. Crazy Donkey took the intercom and shouted, General Lin, there are a lot of refugees outside. They're clamoring for food. There are too many people. We can't stop them. At the gate, Crazy Donkey led a group of people to hold hundreds of refugees at gunpoint. These people were dressed in rags. Some of them didn't even have cotton clothes, and they were shivering in the cold wind. Most of the people were covered in black, as if they had just been dug out of a coal mine. In Villa 103, Lin Shan held the intercom and said casually, Su Wei and the others have finished their work. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. Later, Lin Shan arrived at the gate. Looking at the people in front of her, she subconsciously felt a little dazed. Just a month ago, she was one of these people. Although she was not forced to work as a laborer, she also had no dignity at all. Lin Shan looked at the burly man leading the group with a smile and asked, Did Sue let you guys come? Seeing that the person in charge was a woman, the strong man said with some contempt in his eyes, Yes. Mr. Su said that we are all talented, so he asked us to report here. Where are the rest of the people? Lin Shan knew that there were nearly 20,000 laborers in the Southwest base, and she was worried that Su Wei would get carried away and bring all these people to Cloud City. The burly man pointed outside and said, They are all outside. Mr. Su said to relocate them to the city center and let them open up wasteland and live on their own. Lin Shan smiled and nodded. Well, she still has some brains. What about us? Mr. Su said that as long as we come to the Cloud City, we will have enough food to eat every day. What can you do? Lin Shan asked back. The burly man said somewhat proudly, I'm a senior electrician. I can handle any circuit problems. Ever since they heard Su Wei's remarks at the base, they seem to have been reborn. In a word, a capable person will never starve to death no matter where he goes. After introducing himself, the burly man added, They are all skilled workers from all walks of life. Well, Lin Shan finally smiled, genuinely happy, and nodded. Crazy Donkey, you take care of these people. Register their occupations, ages, names, and family members, and assign them to higher-ups in area. Give each of them 3 days' worth of food. This, Crazy Donkey hesitated for a moment, then moved closer and said, Boss Lin, these are all strangers. District East is so close to the villa area. What if something happens? These people are very useful to us, so we must not be stingy. Lin Shan waved her hand and said with a smile, As for their safety, they're currently starving and will not rebel in the short term, so there's no need to worry about it. Go ahead and make the arrangements. Ugh. Crazy Donkey immediately left with hundreds of refugees. Chapter 159, Tyrant. Su Wei was caught off guard by the addition of the girl in Hanfu. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he was also worried about leaving such a person with special abilities outside. Instead of guarding against thieves all day long, It is better to keep the thief under your nose. Moreover, Jujio has a comprehensive understanding of superpowers, which is also where Su Wei is lacking. Boss, we found a group of women. Li Fugir came over with the intercom. The brothers inside said they found a cell where women were being held captive, and there are quite a few of them. Yes, I remember now. Jujio also said suddenly. In order to win over those senior military officers, Chun Xinshan kept a large number of beautiful women for their enjoyment. Those people are very pitiful. Su Wei nodded. Bring it out. After a while, a group of women with their breasts exposed were brought out. Each of them had her own unique charm and would definitely be a rare beauty in the outside world. There are even a few familiar internet celebrities among them, who previously had millions of fans. The moment they saw them, many men present were aroused. Li Fugui couldn't help but sigh. Rich people's toys are so high-end, with all kinds of styles, and they are very professional. The women were gathered together, shivering in the cold wind. Some of them were sad, some looked pitiful, some looked disgusted, and some had long been numb and just stood there blankly, looking like they were ready to be slaughtered. Li Fugui's eyes sparkled as he asked, Boss, what should we do with these people? How do you want to deal with this? Su Wei glanced at him unhappily and scolded him with a smile. You're young, but you think a lot. Stop messing around with all this nonsense. Let them disband right here and go wherever they want. A group of disheveled women left the Southwest base with trepidation and anxiety. As for whether they can survive in such a harsh environment, it depends on their own luck. TSK Tisk. Jujio folded his arms. What are you saying? What's wrong? Can't you just leave it alone? Jujio wrinkled his nose and laughed. I thought you would leave these people and women behind. Look at them. Their eyes are wide open. Su Wei looked indifferent and shook his head, saying, Now is not the time to enjoy. Leaving these women here will only wear down their fighting spirit. The success of any great cause is inseparable from arduous struggle. City on the Clouds. Lin Shan was invited by Su Wei to go to Building 104. Are you saying that Shun Qianshan gave the Southwest base to you? Lin Shan frowned. Su Wei nodded. This old guy left very decisively. He must be worried that I would change my mind. He only took a few guards with him and left. You. Lin Shan looked so disappointed in her that Su Wei immediately exploded. What's wrong with me? Do you still think you've gotten a great deal? Lin Shan glanced at him unhappily and said, Is the scale of the Southwest base something we can defend? Su Wei said unconvincedly, What can I do if I can't keep it? I'll just abandon it. Lin Shan sneered and said nothing. Hey, can you please speak properly? Su Wei glared and said, I just came back from a victorious battle, and you still look like you're dead. What's wrong? I owe you. Lin Shan's pretty face turned slightly cold. Who are you saying looks dead? Why? Sun Wanner, standing by, held her forehead helplessly and said gloomily, Why do you two always fight as soon as you meet? Can't you just talk it out nicely? Su Wei stiffened his neck and said, Why didn't I speak properly? The problem is, this woman looks down on people. Who are you calling a pussy? What? You're not a woman. You're a man now. Bang! Sun Wanner slammed the table, glaring at Su Wei with her beautiful eyes, and said, Speak nicely to me. Don't make me angry with you. Okay. Su Wei immediately became intimidated and glared at Lin Shan. Come on, tell me what the hell I did wrong to make you look like a fool. Lin Shan rolled her eyes at him, then calmed herself down and said, What do you think the Southwest base is? It's well-equipped and spacious, more than enough to house an entire division. Now that you've taken over that space, what are the people at the other bases going to think? Su Wei finally realized the seriousness of the situation and muttered, At worst, we could just blow it up and forget about it. Can we not be so childish? Lin Shan looked at him, sighed, and said, Why did Shun Qianshan withdraw so decisively? Haven't you figured out his intentions yet? Su Wei choked. Lin Shan's face was serious, and she said sternly, That's because Shun Qianshan knows that with your strength, you will definitely not be able to defend the Southwest base. And if you occupy this place, you will become the target of the other 5 major bases. You mean? Su Wei's expression gradually became serious. Lin Shan sighed softly and said, Shun Qianshan is definitely a hero. He made such a decisive choice. After losing that battalion's worth of weapons and equipment, the Shin family's strength will definitely be greatly reduced. So, rather than being targeted by others in the future, it's better to give up this place early and come back when you're stronger. Su Wei asked, Will he come back? Of course. Lin Shan nodded without hesitation and said, this is an era of global catastrophe. There are not many places suitable for living and development. If he wants to make a comeback, he will definitely not give up Yuntai City. Sun Wanner also understood the seriousness of the matter and asked hurriedly, what should we do now? We are too weak now, and we will definitely not be able to defend the southwest base. Lin Shan said seriously, but it's too close to us. Even if we can't get it, we can't let others get it. It's the same principle as saying, I can't let others snore beside my bed. Su Wei was starting to lose confidence at this point and asked, what should we do? Are they really going to blow it up? Lin Shan rolled her eyes at him and shook her head. Blowing it up is definitely not an option. Putting aside the sheer amount of explosives needed for such a large base, let's just talk about the Northwest and Chaoyang factions. They must have been eyeing the Southwest base for a long time. If you blow it up, will they agree? Since ancient times, it has been a place that military strategists must fight for, and it is bound to attract the covetousness of various heroes. Lin Shan continued, our most important thing right now is to develop our own strength as quickly as possible. As for the Southwest base, let's put it aside for now. We won't occupy it, but we won't abandon it either. Su Wei hesitated and said, what if someone comes to rob it? After all, the things are yours. Before falling out, they will only discuss it with you and won't just rob you outright. If they can rob you, then others can do the same. Su Wei suddenly realized, is this just like those oil-rich countries in the Middle East? That's right. Lin Shan smiled appreciatively. Every era has its own rules. Even if you're as powerful as you are, you can't easily break these rules. Oh, right. Lin Shan changed the subject and asked, I heard you brought back a little girl? I thought you liked mature types, but I didn't expect Mr. Su's tastes are so varied. The air suddenly stagnated. Su Wei subconsciously glanced at Sun Wanner beside him and couldn't help but cry out in grief. Fuck, Lin Shan, your uncle. Chapter 160, Giorgio's Sister. Inariachi, inadimli litvilla. Sister, I finally found you. Bai Menglu looked at her sister who had disappeared for half a year, tears welling up in her eyes. Giorgio, is it really you? Where have you been for so long? Where have you been? Half a year ago, a disaster struck, and many people were affected by cosmic radiation, either dying or mutating. Bai Menglu's family is no exception. Since she works away from home all year round and rarely goes home, she still doesn't know the situation of her family. Giorgio's delicate face was covered with tears as she choked out tears. Sister, mom, and dad died. They died to save me, to leave food for me to live. Whoa. The two sisters hugged each other and cried. After a moment, Bai Menglu put away his sadness, held his sister's face, and asked, how did you find this place? And where have you been these days? We ran out of food at home, so I had no choice but to go out and look for it. Giorgio recounted his bizarre experience. Later, as we passed a nuclear power plant, I suddenly passed out. When I woke up, I discovered I had acquired supernatural powers. Bai Menglu said in surprise, you're a superpower. Yeah, look, sister. Giorgio stretched out his hands and stopped them in midair, two flames suddenly swaying in his palms. She continued, after I gained my superpowers, an organization discovered me and offered me generous terms to join. I was homeless at the time, so I agreed. After listening to Giorgio's experience, Bai Menglu took a deep breath and said, is this Shishan base so dark? Fortunately, you have superpowers otherwise. Sister. Giorgio suddenly changed the subject. Giorgio blinked her big eyes and asked with a gossipy look, when I came here, I heard that you and that Su Wei, were you two together? No. Bai Menglu's eyes were a little dazed. Giorgio rolled her eyes and said, TSK, that guy named Chu Sheng told me everything. He said that you and Su Wei have been in a relationship for a long time, but it was only because of that beautiful doctor that they couldn't be together, right? Is this what Chu Sheng said? Bai Menglu looked helpless and said with a wry smile, don't listen to his nonsense. It's not true at all. Su Wei and I have nothing to do with each other. Then, Bai Menglu recounted what happened between her and Su Wei. Giorgio asked doubtfully, that's it? Bai Menglu nodded and said with a wry smile, that's it. Giorgio was silent for a moment, then asked, do you like Su Wei? What? Bai Menglu was stunned for a moment, and her pretty face turned red subconsciously. Doi lak Su Wei. He was like a hero that day, saving her life with a bullet. From then on, Every time she woke up in the middle of the night, she could clearly remember the scenes of that day. That means you like her. Juju saw by Menglu's reaction and said with a smile, if you like her, then go after her. Who are you? A popular young actress. Aren't you even as good as a female doctor? This Su Wei has such poor taste. Bai Menglu blushed and said angrily, don't talk nonsense, it's not like that. Okay, I'll help you. Juju smiled and hugged Bai Menglu's arm. How's the power tower doing? In the command center, Su Wei looked at Lin Xiaofeng. He is now Lin Shan's secretary, responsible for all production operations in Cloud City. Lin Xiaofeng smiled and said, it's already been put into use. Power supply has been restored to most of the villa area. However, at present, we can only guarantee 2 hours of electricity per household per day, but heating and living should not be a problem. That's already pretty good, Su Wei said with a smile. At the beginning, even staying alive was a luxury. Now we can guarantee enough food and clothing, which is a big improvement. Yes, Crazy Donkey had experienced that dark time and said with some emotion, people killed for a pack of cookies back then. It's a blessing to be alive today. Su Wei looked at him and said, Crazy Donkey, your security department must maintain order in the villa area. If anyone is found to be breaking the rules, kick them out immediately. Don't worry, Mr. Su. Mr. Lin has already explained it before. Crazy Donkey nodded. Now that we have established ourselves, the two most important things are land reclamation and conscription. Su Wei looked at everyone and said, we must improve our strength in the shortest possible time. Recruiting soldiers is easy. Aren't those refugees a ready-made source of soldiers? Zhuang Chong said with a smile. As long as you're willing to offer them benefits, they'll definitely be happy to join. Su Wei nodded and continued. There's also land reclamation. There aren't many resources available in the city right now, so the first thing we need to do is clear the snow. The ice and snow raged for half a year, and most of the city was buried under ice and snow. If you want to rebuild, you must clear the snow, restore as much usable resources as possible, and then slowly resume production. Li Rui then spoke up, Boss, I think the living quarters of the machinery factory where Chu Sheng and his friends used to live are pretty good. The terrain there is high, and it's not too far from here. You mean to use the machinery factory as the boundary to divide the area for concentrated development? Su Wei looked at him with interest. That's right. Li Rui's eyes gleamed as he said seriously, less than 1/3 of Yuntai City has been developed. For the remaining areas, our manpower alone is insufficient. So, instead of general development, why not first demarcate the areas and focus on construction? Yu Zuwei laughed heartily and nodded, saying, this does seem a bit like dividing the land for one's own king. Lin Xiaofeng pondered for a moment before saying, with Cloud City as the center, the surrounding areas encompass the city center, the East Commercial District, and the North Lake District. To the west is the Ring Expressway, and to the south is the machinery factory and living area. If we can connect these areas, it's not impossible to carve out a kingdom. Chu Sheng was a little worried and asked, but isn't the territory too big? It's too small to develop. Li Rui glanced at him and said seriously, besides, these places are already unowned. If we don't seize the initiative, once other forces expand, it will be difficult for us to make plans. As I said, of the 6 military bases in Yuntai City, the southwest base has now been destroyed by Su Wei. If the remaining 5 want to develop, they will definitely not be able to avoid Yuntai City. By then, everyone will inevitably be scrambling for territory. Compared with those military bases, although Su Wei is at a disadvantage in military strength, its geographical location is quite advantageous, and it is easier to develop. Then let's do it this way for now. Su Wei looked at Lin Xiaofeng and said, report this matter to your sister later and ask her to come up with a specific plan. Report anything you need directly to me. Huh, I just realized why Mr. Lin didn't come today. Chu Sheng looked at Lin Xiaofeng in confusion. Well, Lin Xiaofeng glanced at Su Wei awkwardly and laughed awkwardly. My sister's been in a bad mood these past 2 days, This was obviously an excuse. Everyone looked at Su Wei at the same time, and then smiled as if to say, I understand. Okay, let's get to work. Su Wei waved his hands unhappily and said, get out, get out. Chapter 161. Jujio moves into the villa. Before the end of the world, Su Wei had actually anticipated his future development, but at that time, he was primarily faced with the issue of survival. As for how to develop in the future, he only had a vague idea. It was not until Lin Shan arrived that he finally had a rough goal. From the perspective of a partner, Lin Shan is undoubtedly excellent. Her professionalism and talent can make most men ashamed. Su Wei is no exception. But this ice beauty has an extremely bad temper. She can always choke people to death with just one sentence, and then wait for you to catch your breath before choking you to death with another sentence. Inside the villa, Su Wei put down the satellite phone in his hand, yawned and said, "You guessed right, the Northwest base has indeed taken action. They want us to give up the Southwest base. You can give it up, but we have to exchange it for resources. We don't have the strength to defend such a large base now, so we have to maximize our profits." Lin Shan said without thinking. Su Wei grinned. They've already made an offer, a company's worth of weapons and equipment in exchange for control of the Southwest base. Lin Shan was stunned for a moment, then nodded and replied, "The price is fair, but good things require careful comparison. Don't worry, someone will raise the price." After the words were spoken, the two smiled at each other. A short while later, the satellite phone rang again. "Hello, is this Brother Su?" Wang Zhun, the supreme commander of Chaoyang Base, laughed heartily over the phone. "I heard you took over the Southwest base." After a brief conversation, Su Wei hung up the phone. Lin Shan folded her arms and smiled. The Wang family lives on coarse food in Datian Mountain. They can provide half a battalion's worth of weapons and equipment. This is already the limit for them. Su Wei nodded and said, "The geographical location of Datian Mountain is too remote. If the Wang family wants to move into Yuntai, they must move. This shows that they are very ambitious. So what do you think?" Lin Shan said with a smile. "I can only give you suggestions. As for the decision, it's still up to you. I want to give a Southwest base to the Wang family." Su Wei said seriously, "Besides, I don't want these half-battalion's weapons and equipment for nothing. The Wang family is stationed in the Southwest, so they must be short of supplies. Didn't we get a batch of supplies at the Southwest base? I plan to give half to Wang Zhun. Feeding wolves and tigers." "That's right," Su Wei said with a firm look. "To form a three-way balance of power, the most important thing is a balance of strength. We are too weak, but the Northwest base is too strong. If Chaoyang base moves into Yuntai, they will need to find a reliable ally, and we are the most suitable." 2 days later, the team from Chaoyang base marched into Southwest base in a mighty force. At the same time, the Northwest base also responded immediately, sending a battalion of troops to directly infiltrate and station in Xinjia village, only 20 miles away from the Southwest base. On the other hand, Su Wei was having a headache because of a misunderstanding. Ding dong. The villa doorbell rang. Sun Wanner opened the video call. "Oh, my name is Bai Jujio, and I'm the bodyguard hired by President Su." Outside the door, Jujio stood there prettily, wearing a pair of light pink leather boots. Inside, Sun Wanner was stunned for a moment, turned around unhappily, gave Su Wei a glare, and said, "Looking for you." Su Wei had just gotten up with a toothbrush in his mouth. He came to the door in a daze. When he saw Jujio outside, he was stunned for a moment. "Why are you here?" "I'm here to work," Jujio said sweetly with a smile on her face. "Didn't you ask me to be your bodyguard?" "I'm here to protect you." Su Wei suddenly remembered what happened that day, and said with a dark face, "I was just joking. Go back to where you came from." "That won't work. I promised to protect you, and I must keep my word." As she spoke, Jujio flipped her little hand, and a ball of flame appeared in her hand. She smiled and said, "I'm afraid this broken door of yours can't stop my flames, right? If you don't open the door, I'll have to put it back into the furnace." I don't know what element the chirping magic flame was made of, but as soon as the flame approached the security door, a burning sensation swept across the entire door. If she continues to roast it, she might really be sent back to the furnace for remaking. Su Wei opened the door helplessly and said, "Little sister, are you trying to blackmail me? I'm telling you in advance. I have a bad temper, so don't mess with me." "TSK, you say that as if I have a good temper." Jujio rolled her eyes at him and walked straight in. When she saw the environment in the villa, her mouth immediately became an O shape. She exclaimed, "Wow, you really are so extravagant. You really don't consider yourself an outsider." Su Wei glared at her angrily and said, "First of all, we are not familiar with each other, right? Secondly, aren't you looking for your sister? Why are you staying here with me?" "I've found my sister." Jujio completely ignored Sun Wanner's angry gaze and sat down on the sofa, picked up an apple, and started eating it. "Is she really from the city on the clouds?" Su Wei was a little surprised. Up to now, only 1 in 10 of the original inhabitants of the city on the clouds has survived, and most of them are outsiders who came later. Especially the vulnerable group, such as women. They are almost extinct. Jujio chewed an apple and mumbled. Of course, why would I lie to you? Who is your sister, and how did you find her? Jujio smiled sweetly at him and said, My sister's name is Bai Meng Lu. You must have heard of her, right? I met a big brother named Chu Sheng, and he helped me find my sister. Chu Sheng, Sun Wanner repeated through gritted teeth. Did he help you find her sister? Yes. Jujio tilted her head to look at Sun Wanner and said with a smile, Oh, this auntie is so beautiful. She must have been a great beauty when she was young. Auntie. Sue only felt a strong smell of gunpowder in the air, and he had a premonition that a world war was about to begin. He quickly pulled Jojo off the sofa and said coldly, I'm telling you, leave my house right now, or I'll take action. You're so mean, Jujio said timidly, pouting. I didn't say anything. Besides, didn't you ask me to be your bodyguard? I'm kidding, okay. But I'm serious. Jujio blinked her big eyes and said, You'll be my boss from now on. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Without waiting for Su Wei to speak, Jujio walked around the villa and asked, By the way, which room should I stay in? Su Wei gritted his teeth and glared at her, saying coldly, You really can't tell the difference between eyebrows and eyes. Jujio pouted in confusion and said, What's wrong? There are so many rooms, and I'm not the only one left. Besides, I didn't ask for any compensation. Can't you just give me a room? You're so stingy. Chapter 162. You are indeed very good. In the bedroom, Sun Wanner was packing her clothes nonchalantly as she asked casually, Are you planning on letting her stay? The more indifferent a woman appears, the more turbulent her heart is. Su Wei was startled by this and said with a bitter face, Damn it, this girl is so stubborn. What can I do? You can see that she is also a superpower. If we really fight, I may not be her opponent. That being said, if Su Wei really wanted to kill her, no matter what special power she had, he would just shoot her down with one shot. As long as the attack was within his spiritual realm, all attacks would be slowed down, and those fireballs would pose no threat to him. Therefore, Su Wei still had selfish motives in keeping Jujio. Sun Wanna knew what he was thinking, so she chuckled and said, We don't know how many people with special abilities there are in Yuntai City yet, so having a helper is a good thing. Su Wei stared at Sun Wanner blankly and said, I thought. You think I'm going to be angry? Su Wei nadit subconsciously. Sun Wanner rolled her eyes at him and pouted, Of course I'm angry. There's another woman in this villa, and that means there's another potential threat to me. Su Wei said without hesitation, Then I will drive her away. Forget it. Sun Wanner shook her head and said, Let her stay. I think this girl is quite simple. The reason she approached you is simply to promote her sister to you. Su Wei was stunned again. Bai Meng Lu? Of course, Sun Wanner said unhappily. She's a superpower. Isn't she treated like a distinguished guest wherever she goes? But she insisted on staying. Isn't her purpose obvious enough? Su Wei was speechless. He felt that he was so wronged. Aren't you planning to open up some new land in the city recently? Sun Wanner changed the subject and said calmly, Why don't you let Chu Sheng go? He's quite capable and will definitely be able to handle the job. Su Wei couldn't help but laugh, nodded and said, That's right, that guy is indeed a talented person. He should be kept away. Jujio moved into room 104 and became the first guest here since the apocalypse. Compared to the outside world, this place is simply a paradise. Even though most of the villas in the Cloud City have restored power supply, it is still far inferior to this villa. Not to mention anything else, just a table full of steaming delicacies is enough to drive countless people crazy. Sun Wanner came forward with a smile, and with the air of a host, she said to Jujio, Anyway, we'll all be living in the same house from now on, so today is a welcome for you. Jujio looked at the table full of delicious food and swallowed subconsciously. Although she had a high status in the Southwest base before, due to the scarcity of resources, her usual food was just a simple ration, which was not very exquisite. In the past, Jujio would never have dared to dream of the food on the table in front of her. Thank you for your hospitality, Sister Sunday. I'll be polite then. Jujio grinned at Sun Wanner, and her words were less tense than when she first arrived. Her impression of Sun Wanner also improved a lot. Eat it, there's more if it's not enough. Sun Wanner looked at Jujio with a smile. In her eyes, she was just a little girl with some scheming, but not much, and she could be won over with a little coaxing. Su Wei didn't indulge him and said, Come to work with me after dinner. Jujo subconsciously dropped her chopsticks, covered her less plump breasts with her hands, stared with wide eyes, and said incoherently, "I'm a bodyguard. I sell my skills, not my body." Sue rolled his eyes at her and said with a smile, "Haha, do you have anything valuable?" "You." Jujo glared at him and continued to eat. "Whatever you say, it's yours after all." As she spoke, Jujo stretched out her chopsticks and picked up the last chicken leg on the plate. Sue was quick to respond and said, "Fuck, it's just 3 chicken legs, and you showed off 2 of them? What? Are you special?" Jujo protested indignantly. "I'm not full. It's just a chicken leg, you stingy bastard." "I am stingy." Sue laughed and said coldly, "If I were stingy, you wouldn't even be able to eat chicken bones. Fisk, you're just a bum." Jujo glanced at Sue and blinked. "It seems you don't know how people with special abilities recover their energy?" "What?" Sue was stunned for a moment. Jujo rolled her eyes at him and said calmly, "A mutant's energy is limited. If they consume a point, they lose a point. If they want to recover quickly, besides absorbing the energy of other mutants, they also need to consume a lot of food. They absorb nutrients from food and thus restore their energy. This is especially true for a mutant with physical abilities like Zhen Liang. Their most direct way to recover is to eat. The more they eat, the faster their energy will recover." "Who is Zhen Liang?" "That's the muscular guy you shot in the head." Sue was a little bit incredulous and said, "It's that simple? You can restore energy just by eating?" The chopsticks kept ticking as she ate, saying, "Is this so simple? Don't you know that there's a severe shortage of resources out there right now? Forget meat. Many people can't even afford whole grains. Even those with special abilities are no exception. What about you?" "I'm Phoenix." Jojo's mouth was full, and he spoke incoherently. "Chen Qianshan is quite good to me. I have enough food every day, but he is not as arrogant as you. He only has meat for 1 meal a day. Unless the energy consumption is too great after the attack, there is no additional compensation. What about me?" Sue put the chicken leg in his hand into Jojo's bowl and asked with a smile, "My ability seems to be different from yours. There is no way to improve it." It was a new discovery for Sue Wei that people with superpowers increase their energy by consuming food. If that's the case, then he has hundreds of billions of resources, so wouldn't it be so easy for him to improve his abilities? "Oh, you are so realistic." Jujo glanced at the smiling Sue with some disdain and continued, "The ways that psychics increase their energy are pretty much the same. For example, the psychic you killed had low-level abilities. Every time he attacked, he had to consume a lot of food to replenish his energy. What about you? What level are you at?" Sun Wanner looked at her with a smile. Jujo raised her little face, thought for a moment, and said, "I'm probably a mid-level psychic. Anyway, among all the psychics I've seen, apart from this guy, there are very few who can beat me." Sue half-jokingly said, "Does this mean I'm awesome?" "You are indeed very good." Jujo nodded seriously and said, "Even people with special abilities have different strengths. A psychic ability like yours covers almost all attributes. Any creature within your psychic range, unless its energy far exceeds yours, will be dominated by you." Sue was curious when he heard this. "How do you know everything? Life out there is so frustrating." Chapter 163, Radiation Zone. When Jujo recalled her previous experiences, her delicate little face looked a little silly and cute. Later, she said with a bitter face, "After I awakened my superpowers, I stayed in the radiation zone for a while. There are only 2 kinds of people there, mutated zombies and people with superpowers." "Is there such a place?" Sue was stunned. Jujo nodded and said, "You know about cosmic radiation, right? Those areas are the most severely affected by radiation. Any living creature there will be affected. Have you ever seen a rat bigger than a human?" Sue shook his head subconsciously. "I have seen them, and I have killed several of them." Jujo said proudly, "Those rats are very ferocious. They bite anyone they see. I've seen with my own eyes that some humans who were lucky enough not to be mutated had their heads bitten off by rats." "Huh. Sanvane recht subconsciously." Sue quickly poured her a glass of water and rolled his eyes at Jujo. "Organize your words and try to beautify your vocabulary before you speak." "Wow, you're such a hypocrite, aren't you?" Jujo stood up angrily and yelled at Sue. "I told you such important information, and you're not grateful, but you're still finding fault with me?" Sue was speechless. Sun Wanner felt a sweet feeling in her heart, and then she smiled and said, Juju, just keep talking. I just didn't react for a moment. Juju then sat down angrily, gnawing on a chicken leg and saying, if you want to increase your energy, you'd better go to the radiation zone yourself. Su-wei was stunned for a moment. Where are you going? Killing rats. I really doubt that you were able to obtain superpowers because you paid God for it. Juju glanced at him unhappily. So, you didn't understand a single word I said, did you? Can we talk nicely? Su-wei really wanted to take action, but he held back because he needed help from someone. Juju said unhappily, it's true that relying on food to absorb energy is the most reliable method for psychics. But as you can see, this method is too slow, especially for a high-level psychic like you. If you want to increase your strength through food, you'll probably die on the way. You mean? Su-wei organized his words and said, kill monsters to level up? Yes. Juju nodded and said, if you want to improve your strength, the fastest way is to plunder, such as other superpowers, zombies, and exotic beasts. Sun Wanner said with some concern, but it should be very dangerous there, right? Of course it's dangerous. Juju pulled back the sleeves of her hanfu, revealing her smooth, white arm. A long scar was shocking. The scar was thick and stretched almost the entire length of her arm. Juju said with some fear, this scar was caused by a strange beast. If I hadn't reacted quickly enough, it would have turned into dog poop by now. Sun Wanner said with some reluctance, what kind of beast could have such a long wound? Juju, however, acted calm and said casually, an Alaskan Malamute that's bigger than a car, with fur 2 meters long, could swallow me in one bite. Sun Wanner opened her mouth suddenly. Su-wei said with some longing, I didn't know there was such a place. I think the level of those exotic beasts should be quite high, and their energy must be very strong. Of course. Juju threw the chicken bones away and said to Sun Wanner coquettishly, Sister Wanner, your roasted chicken legs are so delicious. Juju wants to eat more. Okay. Sun Wanner smiled, stood up, and walked toward the kitchen, saying, eat as much as you want, all you can eat. Fuck, you're such a glutton? Su-wei rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. Do you know how much trouble it is to cook a meal? You really are. Juju looked at Su-wei speechlessly and sighed. I finally understand why you look down on my sister. Speaking of Bai Meng-lu, Su-wei subconsciously glanced at Sun Wanner in the kitchen and said, what does this have to do with your sister? Juju blinked and said, you're in trouble. You've fallen in love. Su-wei said speechlessly, can you stop talking nonsense? All right. Juju pursed her lips and shook her head helplessly, saying, if you want to increase your energy, you must go to the radiation zone. But I remind you again, it's really dangerous there. Not only are there strange beasts that will attack you, but the most terrifying thing is people. Those special abilities in the radiation zone make a living by killing people. Superpowers are not scary. What is scary is the human heart. Su-wei had never experienced the sinister nature of human hearts in the last days, so he naturally understood those powerful beings. They would only be more cruel and brutal. Radiation zone, this is an unfamiliar environment. Just as Juju said, there are endless opportunities there, but at the same time, there are also endless dangers, and you can die if you're not careful. Command Center. Lin Shan looked at Su-wei and said, the land reclamation is now on track, and the various forces in Yuntai City have also stabilized. As long as we develop steadily, we will eventually become stronger. Although the superpowers are very powerful, I still believe that in the future struggle for hegemony, ordinary people will still be the main force. No matter how powerful the superpowers are, they cannot influence the world situation. Su-wei did not deny Lin Shan's point of view, but simply said, but the existence of people with special abilities will greatly threaten the safety of some people. If our top masters are in charge, we will be constrained in the future. So, are you going? Lin Shan was silent for a moment. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes, revealing some hesitation. Actually, you don't have to risk your life. We have plenty of resources. We can spend a lot of money to recruit a group of psychics. It's not my own ability. I'm always weak. Su-wei glanced at the dim sky outside the window and said in a low voice, if I hadn't heard what Juju said, I wouldn't have known that the world outside had become like this. In the snow and ice, a slightly abrupt snowmobile sped past. Juju sat in the passenger seat, looking around the car with curiosity, and asked, Boss, where are we going? Let's go find some resources. I need to make arrangements here before I leave. Su-wei looked ahead and asked, By the way, where's the radiation zone you mentioned? Jujo rolled her eyes at him and said, actually, the radiation zone is just a general term. Aside from Yuntai City, the more desolate the place, the more severe the radiation. I used to stay in a place called Xinjing City, and it's practically a dead city, a paradise for strange beasts and those with special abilities. Then let's go to Xinjing City. Suwei glanced at Jujo and said with a smile, I've been there before. It's about 300 kilometers away from Yuntai City. Jujo was stunned for a moment, then said with a bitter face, I want to go too. Suwei glared at her in a serious tone and said, Nonsense. Aren't you my bodyguard? I'm already gone. Why are you staying here? Actually, I can also be qualified for other positions, such as barbecue chef. Chapter 164. Arrangements before leaving. The cold wind whistled past, blowing on the face as sharp as a knife. In the snow and ice, a man in protective clothing, followed by a little girl in light red hanfu, walked slowly forward. Suwei turned to look at Jujo, and seeing that she was only wearing a long skirt, he asked, Aren't you cold? Jujo laughed and said, Brother, my superpower is the element of fire. Do you think I'm afraid of the cold? Suwei choked, shook his head and smiled. Then your special ability is really unique. Of course. Jujo looked at the deserted scenery around him and asked, Why are we here? The city is expanding and many materials are running out. Suwei walked to a factory building buried in the snow and said, This used to be a large steel plant. I came here to try my luck. Wow, you want to build a city? Although young, Jujo was very intelligent. He exclaimed in surprise, Right now, people in many places are still fighting for food and clothing, yet you want to establish a new order. You are indeed an ambitious fellow. Suwei smiled and said, I was just inspired by the master. What kind of master? Suwei said casually, Lin Shan, the one you have seen, is the woman who doesn't like to smile. She has a smug face all day long, as if everyone owes her money. But her ability is indeed amazing. Oh, I remember now. Jujo said suddenly. When I first came here, she wanted to chase me away, saying that the Cloud City doesn't support idlers. Suwei nodded. Yes, she is very arrogant. That's true. Jujo was amused and laughed. But that big brother named Chu Sheng is pretty good. He was the one who helped me find my sister. The corner of Suwei's mouth twitched, and he said he has been exiled. Why? Suwei said without blinking. Because of his outstanding abilities, the organization decided to assign him to the most difficult position to allow him to display his talents. TSK, do you think I'm stupid? Jujo rolled her eyes at him angrily. He was obviously kicked out because he offended you. You're so treacherous. You're actually using public power to take personal revenge. How could that be? I'm a good leader that everyone respects and loves. The two searched the factory for a long time and finally found the warehouse buried under ice and snow. Suwei pointed at the ice gate and said to Jujo, Come on, show me. The princess's body is destined to work. Jujo complained and stretched out his hands helplessly. 2 fireballs appeared in his palms. Slowly, the fireballs began to expand and then became bigger and bigger. It can actually get bigger? Suwei looked at the fireball in surprise. Of course I can, but my energy is limited, and this is my limit. Some sweat seeped out of Jojo's face, and she gasped and shouted, 2 fireballs the size of basketballs suddenly flew out. As soon as they touched the ice and snow, they were like lead balls falling into water, melting everything they passed by. In just a few seconds, the fireball eroded the warehouse door into an entrance half a person's height. Call! Juju wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with a pout, Boss, this job is too tiring. You need to pay more. No problem. Good work will be rewarded. Suwei smiled and joked, taking out a large bag of snacks from space. Juju clapped his hands happily and said, Wow, the boss is so generous. Suwei had tons of snacks stored in his space. Sun Wanner didn't like junk food anyway, so he was generous and said, Work hard. I'll take care of your snacks from now on. Yezur, boss. Jujo held a big bag of snacks and saluted Suwei happily. This time, Suwei finally did not come back empty-handed. The warehouse was filled with tons of steel pipes, steel bars, and various steel materials piled up together. He glanced at them one by one, and the warehouse was empty after a few seconds. Jujo looked at Suwei in surprise and asked, Is there no limit to your supernatural space? I haven't found any yet. Sue shook his head and said, but I've tried it a few times before. If it's a living thing, small ones are fine, but large ones are not. That's pretty cool too. Jujo said with some envy. I also saw a psychic-type mutant when I was in the radiation zone before, but compared to you, he was just at kindergarten level. Are there other psychics? Sue was a little surprised. He always thought that this kind of advanced ability was unique. Of course, superpower types are never unique. It's just that some superpowers are very rare. Jujo thought for a moment and said, for example, low-level psychic powers can only absorb a small amount of energy. Once the energy exceeds their own level, they will be counterattacked. Sue felt relieved and said with a smile, that's good. Otherwise, I really wouldn't dare to go. Jujo smiled at him and said, don't worry. In fact, with your strength, you are an absolute master, even in the radiation zone. Few people can defeat you. Is that a compliment? The two of them got into the car, chatting and laughing, and headed straight to the next destination. Knowing that it was getting dark, Sue visited almost all the large factories in Yantai City. Although many places had been emptied in advance, he still gained a lot. There's a huge amount of various building materials, enough for construction in the short term. After returning, Sue walked around the city, distributed the materials needed in various places, and called a small meeting with several responsible people. Then he dragged his tired body back home. Sun Wanner had already prepared dinner early. After helping Sue serve the meal, she suddenly asked, is everything arranged? Sue was stunned for a moment and said, well, it's almost done. When are we leaving? Let's go tomorrow. It's better to go early and come back early. Well, be careful. If it's too dangerous over there, come back quickly. Good. Jujo didn't notice the unusual atmosphere. He gnawed on a chicken leg and said with a smile, Sister Wanner, we went to many places today and used more than 10 barrels of gasoline. The boss must be very wealthy to have such a big snowmobile. It's so cool. With the addition of Jujo, the atmosphere at home has become much more relaxed. She can always make you feel the joy at any time. Chirp. Sun Wanner looked at her with a deep tone. You guys went to the radiation zone, so be sure to pay attention to your safety. In case. Sun Wanner paused and bent down towards Jujo. Please make sure to take good care of Sue. I take care of him. Juju laughed carelessly. He's a grown man. Shouldn't he be the one taking care of me? Sun Wanner looked at her seriously and nodded. Thank you anyway. Jujo finally reacted and put away her smile, saying, don't worry, Sister Wanner. I will definitely take good care of the boss. Chapter 165. Arrival in Xinjiang City. Sue didn't speak for a long time. The meal was a bit heavy, and the three of them had their own thoughts. It wasn't until the sky darkened that Sue broke his trance and said to Jujo, are you still going to stay here today? Do you want to go back and stay with your sister? Jujo subconsciously said, why go back? My sister is fine. She can eat and sleep well. I've discovered that you really don't understand what people are saying. Sue said with a dark face, get out of here right after dinner, or you won't get any snacks this month. Wow, you're threatening me. Jujo said angrily, the millstone hasn't even been unloaded yet, and you're going to kill the donkey? Sue looked at her speechlessly and said unhappily, you are such a stupid ass. You are the donkey, stupid donkey. Stinky donkey. You said you were a donkey, didn't you? Sun Wanner's face flushed, and she watched the two people bickering, feeling both amused and helpless. At night, the cold wind howled. The lingering aftertaste lingered in the small bedroom. Sue hugged Sun Wanner, and the two of them snuggled together naked, not speaking for a long time. Don't worry. After a long moment, Sue took a deep breath and said with a smile, Jujo said that with my strength, I am a top-tier existence even in the radiation zone. Sun Wanner's voice was a little sobbing. But that's a radiation zone. What if some powerful monster appears? She didn't know when it started, but she gradually got used to this symbiotic lifestyle, as if only when Sue was around did she have a meaning in living. Sue half-jokingly said, don't worry, I'm not stupid. If it's too dangerous, I'll just roll back. Early in the morning, the snowmobiles drove out of the city above the clouds. Sue was unusually silent in the car, and Jujo also sensed a change. He was no longer joking like usual, but was silently eating potato chips. Perhaps the atmosphere was too strange, but after walking for more than 2 hours, Sue suddenly spoke up and smiled at Jujo. What's wrong today? Aren't you usually quite lively? I'm just scared. Jujo pouted and said, "You don't know how Lin Shan looked at me when I left home today, as if I had kidnapped you." "That's just her temper." Sue shook his head and smiled. Jujo shook her head seriously and said, "No, I think she's interested in you." "Fuck, can you please stop? This isn't the way you're gonna find love, is it?" "She's interested in me," Sue said speechlessly. "I'll be thankful if she doesn't want to kill me." "TSK, don't disbelieve me. I'm very good at judging people." "Huh?" Sue chuckled twice, then changed the subject. "We're just over 30 kilometers away from Xinjiang City. Where should we stay? Are we almost there?" Jujo glanced out the window and said with infinite emotion, "Oh, when I first came back, it took me half a month to walk." Sue glanced at her and said exaggeratedly, "Fuck, you walked over 300 kilometers. You're pretty awesome." "I don't want to either." Jujo shook her head helplessly and said, "But that place is too dangerous. I'm just a little girl. Why should I be trapped in a place like that?" Sue smiled and nodded. "Indeed, with your strength, any force would spend a lot of money to recruit you." "Actually, I wasn't sure at the time if I could survive after returning." Jujo shook her head and smiled. "I just wanted to find my sister as soon as possible." "Then why didn't you come here directly, but went to the southwest base?" Sue looked at her curiously. It's hard to imagine that a little lowly sneaks into a group of regular soldiers. The scene is simply novel. "I was found by them halfway." "That big guy." Jujo paused and laughed. "He's the guy you shot in the head. He was incredibly strong. I couldn't beat him, so I had no choice but to join them." Sue smiled and nodded, saying, "Well, if you can't beat them, then join them. That's one solution. I originally wanted to take some time out to visit my sister, but just a few days after I arrived, someone broke into the base." Jujo glanced at Sue and said, "As a result, the base was put under martial law. Shun Qianshan explicitly forbade the three of us to leave the base. He must be afraid that you might suddenly kill him one day. No wonder you surrendered without doing anything one day. Why do you still want to fight when you know you can't win?" Jujo said confidently, "Besides, Shun Qianshan and I are just employees. I have no obligation to risk my life for him. Okay?" "Yeah, that's right." Sue glanced at her unhappily and said, "But after all you've said, you still haven't told me where we're going to stay." Jujo thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to Shishan. There's a nuclear power plant there, and it's a severely radioactive area. Apart from strange beasts and people with special abilities, there are almost no living people left. Aren't people with superpowers afraid of radiation?" Sue asked a very useless question. Jujo shook his head and said, "The mutants themselves are mutated due to exposure to cosmic radiation. It's like a fish entering water. Not only is it not affected, but it can actually fully unleash its supernatural power." The car roared in the wind and snow. More than an hour later, the two arrived at a small town on the outskirts of Xinjiang City. This place is more than 500 kilometers away from Yuntai City, which is close to the edge of the north, and the cosmic radiation here is obviously much more serious than that in the south. The obvious one is the weather. The lowest temperature in the south is now around 40 to 50 degrees Celsius, while the temperature here is at least minus 60 degrees Celsius. Perhaps the temperature will be even lower as you go further north. You can't drive any further in. Jujo looked at the town ahead and explained, "Xinjiang City is low-lying. The deepest part of the ice and snow covers more than 30 meters. There are no roads inside, and if you're not careful, you'll fall into the ice." Sue was a little shocked. "You have been living here for more than 3 months?" "Yes." Juju nodded and said with some emotion, "Although this place is dangerous, if you are strong enough, it is heaven. I killed 2 low-level beasts before and absorbed their energy, which gave me my current strength." The two abandoned the car and walked, chatting as they went inside. Sue looked at the abandoned streets and houses around him and asked, "Isn't this a paradise for people with special abilities? Why isn't there even a single living thing here?" "It's noon now, when the radiation is weakest. Wait until later, and those strange beasts will come out to look for food. If we're lucky, we might encounter them." Jujo jumped and skipped in the snow, her red skirt fluttering in the wind and snow. "But you'd better pray that you don't run into that high-level monster." "Are there different levels of exotic beasts?" Sue asked. Chapter 166, Shishan Town in Danger. "Of course." Jujo walked backwards, looking at Sue. She said in a voice like a silver bell, "Primary-level alien beasts are easy to kill. Most of them are physical. Intermediate-level alien beasts are mostly magical. What about the advanced ones? I've never seen this before. Jujo stuck out her tongue and blinked. It's probably similar to yours, a psychic ability, the kind that can kill someone with just one look. Sue rolled his eyes and said, "Fuck, have I become a strange beast? If you really are a monster, I will definitely run away immediately because you are too perverted." Jujo chuckled, made a face at Sue and said, "The moment your mental power was unleashed last time, I knew I was no match for you. Even if I had more energy, it would only be plundered by you." Sue laughed. "Don't praise me like that. I'll be proud." There was heavy snow in the radiation zone, with a biting cold wind. Dense snowflakes flashed before my eyes, and the buildings in front were a little unclear. After walking for a few minutes, Sue frowned and said, "This snow is a bit evil." "No, this snow isn't normal." Jujo glanced at the surroundings and frowned. "Although the wind and snow in the north are strong, it's not normal for it to fall so fast. And when we came in just now, the wind and snow weren't this strong at all." "Brush." Jujo wanted to say something else, but she felt a cold light coming from beside her. A huge piece of ice and snow, accompanied by the sound of wind, fell straight towards the two of them without any warning, as if it appeared out of thin air. "Careful." Sue subconsciously activated his mental power, grabbed Jojo, and took more than 10 steps back. Bang! The ice and snow hit the place where the two had just stood, leaving a deep pit half a person's height. That was a close call. Jujo sighed, still terrified. If we hadn't run so fast, we would have been smashed into a pulp by now. Brush. Before Sue could speak, the cold light came again, and a larger piece of ice and snow hit them, faster than before. Fuck, you think I have no temper, right? No matter how dumb Sue was, he could see that there was a person with superpowers acting in secret, and it seemed that the person was a person who could control ice and snow. The next second, he released his mental power. As soon as the piece of ice and snow approached, it disappeared from sight. "Wow, boss, you're amazing." Jujo opened his little mouth and said with admiration, "I didn't expect you could even swallow ice and snow. The enemy is attacking from the dark, and we can only passively take the beating." Sue glanced around, but was blinded by the snow and wind. He said coldly, "We must find his location." As he spoke, he concentrated his mental strength, and white light seemed to flash in his eyes. The next second, the wind and snow within a radius of 20 meters seemed to disappear instantly. A strange vacuum zone appeared in the area centered on Sue and Jujo, as if there was transparent glass around it blocking out everything from the outside world. "Isn't that too perverted?" Jujo was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Sue, however, acted particularly calm. He walked quickly around the town, using his mental strength to sense the changes around him to the maximum extent possible. Suddenly, Sue frowned and looked sharply towards a 3-story building in front of him on the left. "MD, see where you're going." He ran over cursing, and the wind and snow disappeared inexplicably wherever he passed. Jujo followed quickly behind him, and the two of them went straight to the small building. Inside the building, a blond boy stood at the window, staring at the couple running towards him in amazement. "Holy shit, this is too abnormal." The young man said speechlessly, "My first time taking action, I actually encountered a high-level psychic? I'm so unlucky." Having said that, the boy prepared to escape, but unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Bang! Bang! The glass on the 3rd floor of the small building was shattered, and Sue rushed in with one stride. Misunderstand. When a young man saw Sue coming in, his first reaction was to raise his hand, and then he said loudly, "Brother, I really didn't know you were a high-level psychic." Sorry, uncle." Sue's mental power instantly enveloped the young man. The boy's eyes suddenly widened, and his body, which had just begun to flee, suddenly froze in place. He felt as if his body was inexplicably imprisoned, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move an inch. The next second, Sue's mind space opened. The boy was instantly filled with despair, and the fear of death suddenly swept through his body. At this moment, it seemed as if a huge water pump was absorbing the energy in his body. "Big brother, spare me." The young man finally panicked and said in a trembling voice, "I really didn't know you were a high-level psychic. I was wrong, really wrong." Eyes. At this time, Jujo also rushed in, staring blankly at the boy in the room, and said in a daze, "Why is it you?" "Chirp." When the young man saw Jujo, He was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. He hurriedly said, "Quick, come and save me. Otherwise, he'll suck me dry." Under the cover of Su Wei's spiritual power, the young man seemed to have his acupuncture points pressed and could only allow Su Wei to quickly absorb the energy in his body. "Boss." Zhujiu was stunned for a moment, then quickly stepped forward and said, "Please show some mercy. He's my friend." Friend? Su Wei didn't close the space in his mind, but the speed of absorption slowed down a bit. He said coldly, "What kind of friend wants to kill you with one move?" Su Wei, who has experienced the distortion of human nature, knows too well the consequences of being soft-hearted. Under such circumstances, anything that could threaten one's existence must be eliminated immediately, otherwise one would be asking for trouble. "No, no." Iza's face was filled with fear, and he said in panic, "Brother, I didn't recognize you just now. I really didn't mean it. Boss, Iza's a good man. He has helped me before." Zhujiu said with some embarrassment, "Why don't you just forgive him this time for my sake?" Su Wei glanced at Zhujiu coldly and sneered, "Haha, your face isn't enough for me to risk my life on it, right? What if I let him go and he attacks me again?" "No." Iza couldn't help but shake his head, blinking frantically, and said, "Brother, I really didn't know you were so awesome. Otherwise, even if I had 200 guts, I wouldn't dare to attack you." Zhujiu also frowned and smiled helplessly. "Boss, this is how it is in the radiation zone. The strong prey on the weak, and only the fittest survive. Aiz was wrong to attack you, but he is also very useful. Aiz knows all the superpowers and monsters in Shishan Town, and where they often appear." Yes, I know everything." Iza quickly continued, "Boss, if you spare my life, I promise to lead you to find more exotic beasts and people with special abilities." Chapter 167, Challenge. Hearing this, Su Wei quietly relaxed a bit of his mental strength. "Call." Only then did Iza heave a long sigh of relief, gently shifting his body, and hurriedly said, "Boss, don't worry, as long as I'm here, your trip to Shishan will definitely be fruitful." "Stop talking nonsense." Su Wei glanced at him coldly and said, "Get down to business, or I won't mind starting with you." Yes. Iza wiped the cold sweat from his face, and his wet yellow hair stuck to his face in a messy manner. Then he began to introduce, "Boss, Shishan Town was originally a pristine ecological scenic area with many free-range wild animals. After the apocalypse, most of these animals were affected by cosmic radiation and turned into strange beasts. However, these beasts are too smart. Once they encounter danger, they will flee at the first opportunity, making it difficult for ordinary psychics to catch them." Su Wei nodded and asked, "Where is the scenic spot?" 20 miles to the east." Iza pointed out the window and said hesitantly, "But it's been occupied by a few big guys now. I can't defeat them, so I can only pick up some small exotic beasts that have escaped from the periphery to eat." Zhujiu was surprised when he heard this. "Is there anyone you can't beat?" "Look at what you said." Iza looked at Zhujiu speechlessly, then subconsciously glanced at Su Wei and said, "I just hit a wall today." Zhujiu suddenly smiled, her delicate little face full of matter-of-factness, and said, "People of the boss's level can't be considered normal people, right? If we compare ourselves to him, we'd all be dead." Su Wei cursed angrily. "Fuck, I'm a beast one moment and not a human the next." "I'm telling the truth," Zhujiu said with her little face tilted up. "In Shishan Town, people like us are considered masters. As for you, boss, you're a top master." "Right." Little yellow-haired Iza also agreed. "This is the second time I've seen a psychic-type mutant. It's simply terrifying. We are not even on the same level." The two boys and girls probably had not learned how to compliment others, so they looked a little funny when they pretended to be serious. Su Wei said speechlessly, "Stop talking nonsense and lead the way quickly." After walking for about half an hour, the three of them arrived at the outside of a forest. "Here it is." Ize stroked the yellow hair on his head and said, "Going further in is the scenic area. There are many exotic beasts inside, much more than outside. For people with special abilities, exotic beasts are their first resource for survival. Therefore, whoever can control this scenic area means that he has monopolized the vast majority of resources, and his strength will naturally be able to increase faster." Su Wei asked cautiously, "Are there any high-level psychics here?" "There's only one." Iza licked his lips and said, "But compared to your ability, his ability is nothing." Su Wei ignored him and continued to ask, "What kind of superpower?" "It seems to be a supernatural power, similar to that of another dimension. I fought him once before, but every time when it came to a critical moment, he disappeared on the spot and then suddenly appeared again." "Subspace." Su Wei frowned slightly, then suddenly said, "So, if we want to defeat this person, we must first break his subspace and make it impossible for him to escape." "That's the theory." Iza nodded. Jujio frowned and said, "I've heard of subspace before. Most people with this ability don't have strong attack power, but they can still wear you down. After all, no matter how strong a person is, their energy is limited. If he keeps changing his position in space, then we can only compete in endurance." Just as the three were planning how to enter the scenic area, a loud shout suddenly came from inside. "Who is it?" The sound was like a rumbling bell, piercing the eardrums and causing pain. However, Su Wei was not affected. The space in his mind opened and the energy in the sound disappeared instantly. Then, he shouted towards the inside, "We have no intention of offending anyone. We just want to go in and capture some exotic beasts. Please give us some convenience, brothers." "Huh." A sneer came. Then, a short and fat middle-aged man walked out from the depths of the scenic area, with his hands in his sleeves, like a little old man taking a walk. The short, fat, middle-aged man approached and asked, "Do you want to enter the scenic area?" Su Wei sensed the other party's contempt, then smiled calmly and said, "Why? This scenic spot is owned by your family, and you won't let me in without a ticket?" Jujio chuckled and continued. "Last year, the country issued a strict ban on scenic spots charging entrance fees. We no longer need to buy tickets here." "Haha, you think you're funny, right?" The short and fat middle-aged man had a sneer on his face. His tone suddenly became cold and serious, and powerful energy instantly invaded him. But after waiting for a few seconds, Su Wei was still standing there safe and sound. The short and fat man was a little surprised and asked, "You are not affected at all?" His special ability is sound. The sound produced by the energy he produces is comparable to a tsunami. Ordinary people with special abilities cannot withstand it at all, and bleeding from all 7 orifices is the least of their problems. "Stop talking nonsense. You're no match for him." Su Wei remained motionless, all the energy in his voice absorbed into his space. He then said, "Send your boss out. I want to talk to him." "You think you're a piece of cake?" the short, fat man sneered. "You're the only one who wants to see our boss." "Buzz." Before the short and fat man could finish his words, he felt a flash before his eyes and his whole body was imprisoned. Immediately afterwards, he felt that his energy was rapidly draining away, and he didn't even have the strength to resist, so he could only let the other party absorb it. "You." The short and fat man looked at Su Wei in shock and said in astonishment, "You are actually a psychic. Don't kill me. Otherwise, my boss will not let you go. I'm here to find him." Su Wei withdrew some of his strength and said calmly, "Either you let him out, or you die for him. Come on, choose one quickly." The short, fat man turned around and shouted inside without hesitation, "Boss, help. The challengers are coming." Brush. As soon as the short and fat man finished speaking, Su Wei and others felt a flash before their eyes. A figure appeared in front of them, along with a shiny pistol. Bang! With a gunshot, Su Wei moved sideways half a step. Psychic power. The figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, but the speed was obviously slower, as if it was affected by some external force. The next second, a young man in a leather jacket appeared out of nowhere 30 meters away from Su Wei. He had a stern face and a long scar on his face. "I almost got tricked by you." Scarface looked at Su Wei from a distance and said coldly, "Brother, this is our Black Tiger Gang's territory. If you know what's good for you, get out of here quickly, otherwise all 3 of you will die here." Chapter 168, Ice and Fire. Although psychic abilities are powerful, they're not absolutely invincible. At least with Su Wei's current energy, he can only control a range of 20 meters centered on himself. If it is farther, his mental power will lose its effect. The place where Scarface was standing was exactly where Su Wei couldn't reach. The situation suddenly became interesting. Su Wei's ability was very powerful, but Scarface was a bit mean, and neither side could do anything to the other in a short period of time. But the short and fat man was not so lucky. Seeing that Scarface didn't fight back, Su Wei glanced at the short and fat man next to him, who froze in place for a moment. After just over 10 seconds, the short and fat man's body softened visibly. He tried desperately to call for help, But with Su Wei's absolutely concentrated mental power, he didn't even have the chance to open his mouth. Fortunately, the psychic's energy was enormous, so he was not drained in a short time. If it were a zombie at this moment, Su Wei would be able to drain his energy in just a few seconds. The short and fat man on his deathbed finally exploded. He tried his best to circulate his own energy and desperately resisted Su Wei's absorption speed. "Boss, save me. Brush." A figure flashed before Su Wei's eyes. Su Wei subconsciously distracted himself for 2 seconds, and his mental power immediately enveloped the area. Unfortunately, Scarface was very alert. He obviously didn't want to fight Su Wei head-on. He just wanted to rescue the short and fat man and retreat immediately after succeeding. The short and fat man finally got 2 seconds to relax, and his first reaction was to escape. "Hey, you really don't regard me as a cadre, do you?" Iza cursed sarcastically and threw a large piece of ice and snow at the fleeing short and fat man. Bang! The short and fat man, who was already low on energy, was smashed hard to the ground by the ice and snow. Before he could exert any strength to resist, a ball of light yellow fire suddenly shot towards him. Jojo smiled and shot out 2 fireballs. "Let me show you what it means to be in a world of ice and fire." First, he was smashed to the ground by ice and snow, and then he was burned by the fireball. The short and fat man, who had already lost much energy, died miserably on the spot without a sound. Third brother. In the distance, Scarface's figure appeared on a cypress tree. He shouted in grief and anger, his eyes slightly cold as he said, "You 2 little bastards! I will kill you one day." With Su Wei's support, Iza suddenly became arrogant. He stroked the little yellow-haired boy and cursed. "Fuck, are you bragging? Come on if you have the guts. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Su Wei didn't have time to speak. He was rushing towards Scarface at a rapid speed. As long as he can be trapped within the range of his mental power, even the most powerful psychic will have to kneel down. Scarface saw Su Wei rushing towards him. He knew that he would be trapped, so he could only use Space Flash to avoid Su Wei's attack. Old 5. Scarface dodged while shouting toward the park. "Call!" Suddenly, there was a strong wind in the sky. The long Hanfu skirt was blown up in an instant, revealing 2 white and slender, beautiful legs. Iza's little yellow hair was blown up by the strong wind, as if he had been electrocuted. Only Su Wei was not affected at all. He stood there quietly, looking at Jujio, and sighed subconsciously, so white. The strong wind blew up the snow, and the heavy snow blocked everyone's vision. Even though Su Wei used all his mental strength, he could only absorb the wind and snow within a range of 20 meters. Looking out, he saw the same vast expanse of white. "Little yellow hair, it's your turn to contribute." Su Wei suddenly turned around and looked at Iza, shouting, "Use your ice and snow abilities to clear the snow and wind around me." "No problem." Iza responded loudly, then opened his hands and slowly raised them towards the sky. The wind and snow in the air suddenly stagnated for a while, and then slowly gathered together to form a huge ice and snow tornado. The surrounding vision gradually became clearer. Su Wei looked into the distance and saw that Scarface had already flashed hundreds of meters away and was about to disappear from his sight. A sniper rifle appeared in his hand. Su Wei knelt on one knee and raised his hand to shoot. Bang! Scarface, who had just revealed his figure, swung his left arm violently, and a cloud of blood mist burst out. His body paused, and he staggered and disappeared on the spot. MD, he still got away. So wait, están willingly. Iza collected the energy, and the tornado slowly dissipated, with ice and snow scattered all over the sky. He looked at the sniper rifle in Su Wei's hand speechlessly and said, "Boss, can a person with superpowers play like this?" Su Wei said confidently, "Why not? No matter how skilled a martial artist is, they're still afraid of a kitchen knife. A person with special abilities is also made of flesh and blood. If they get shot, they'll feel the pain, right?" Jujio, holding up her skirt, came to Su Wei and agreed with a smile. "That's right, boss. This is called rational use of tactics. You know nothing." Iza could only shake his head helplessly, then said seriously, "Boss, Scarface is injured and will not show up again in the short term. Let's take advantage of his escape and quickly find the strange beast." Su Wei's face turned pale, and he shook his head and said, "Forget it. The risk here is too great. Let's go back first and find a place to stay." Obviously, although he seemed to have won the battle just now, The energy consumption was probably huge. Juju noticed his abnormality and asked in a low voice, "Boss, are you okay?" Su-wei gritted his teeth and said, "I'm fine. The psychics in this radiation zone are really hard to deal with." And he just called out Old Five, which means they have accomplices in the dark who haven't appeared yet. "It will do us no good if we rush in." "Yeah." Juju nodded and whispered, "You just absorb the energy of that short, fat man. You need time to digest it. Overdrawing in battle is not a good thing. Organisms gain power due to genetic mutations, and the world structure changes as a result. Although the emergence of people with special abilities does not conform to conventional biological theories, things like genes cannot be explained in a few words. Just like those islanders who were exposed to H radiation back then, many mutants were born among them. This is true for H radiation, not to mention the even stronger cosmic radiation. However, so far, people with special abilities are not omnipotent. They also follow certain biological laws. When energy is replenished, it will be consumed. For example, the battle just now. The long period of releasing mental power made Su-wei clearly feel that his body was rapidly weakening. It's just like in a game, if you release skills for a long time, the recovery of the blue bar cannot keep up with the output, so the ability will naturally decrease. If you force it to be used, it will be counted as blood. Fortunately, there's a bug in Su-wei's spiritual ability, which gives him 2 ways to absorb energy. But the only drawback is that if a psychic like Su-wei has limited energy, he will not be able to exert his power at all and will become useless. Chapter 169. Why not eat meat? Just imagine, when you use psychic powers, due to energy limitations, you can only sense things within a 2-meter radius around you. At this moment, as long as the opponent controls the distance, an iron peanut can make you go back to the furnace and be remade. On the contrary, if your perception range is wide enough, with just a slight thought, all creatures within the range will be absolutely dominated by you. 20 meters, this is a very awkward distance. It can be said that Su-wei is now invincible in close combat, but if a mutant with long-range attack abilities appears, he can only defend, and attacking is impossible. However, absolute defense is also a kind of ability. At least until a psychic with stronger mental power than his peers, Su-wei can defend against any attack. The 3 of them return along the same route and arrived at a manor. Su-wei admired the buildings in the manor and said with a smile, "This place is quite nice. If it were in the past, a house like this would probably cost hundreds of millions, right?" Isa stroked his yellow hair and said with a smile, "Hey, this is the time to live in a house like this in my lifetime. Otherwise, I will never be able to live in a house like this in my lifetime." There is a 9-story residential building in the manor, with exquisite furnishings and style. Unfortunately, the only drawback is that due to the collapse of the power supply system, many facilities here can no longer be used. Su-wei chose a bedroom by the window on the 2nd floor, and Juju lived in the room next to him. As long as Su-wei made any unusual movement, she could provide immediate support. Su-wei took out some instant food from his space and shared it with the 2 of them, saying, "Eat first, then recover your energy. We'll fight in Shishan Town again tomorrow." "Claypot rice." Isa rubbed the yellow hair on his head excitedly. "I haven't had a proper meal in half a year." "Is it really that bad?" Su-wei felt that he was playing the victim and said unhappily, "Isn't it said that people with special abilities are very popular? If you want to live a good life, just move to another place. I've also thought about leaving the radiation zone." Isa sighed and said, "But my ability can only be exerted to its fullest in such extremely harsh ice and snowy weather. The weather outside is too calm, and my strength will be greatly reduced." Juju nibbled on an apple and said with a grin, "It's just that I'm too bad. Why are you saying so much? I'm still a foodie?" Isa shook the yellow-haired boy in dissatisfaction. "There are definitely no more than 5 people in Shishan Town who can beat me." "Then why didn't you kill that Scarface today?" "Ah." Isa's little yellow-haired boy visibly wilted and touched his nose angrily. "He is one of the 5. I can't beat him." "Fisk." Juju rolled her eyes and ignored him. After the 3 of them finished their meal, Su-wei took out a small stove from the space and boiled a pot of fragrant milk tea. Everyone sat around the stove and started chatting. How many people with special abilities are there in the Shishan area? According to Su-wei's understanding, people with special abilities are rare. Even in the radiation zone, it is impossible for people with special abilities to be everywhere. This is unrealistic. If people with special abilities really became rampant the outside world would have been conquered long ago. There are dozens of them. After thinking for a moment, Isa said seriously, actually, in the beginning, there weren't many people with special abilities in Shishan Town. There was only Jiujiu, me, and Erpang from Shuja Town. But later, everyone discovered that due to the impact of the nuclear power plant, many animals here had mutated. This attracted many curious people with special abilities. Like you, they all wanted to use special animals to increase their own energy. Oh, yeah. I'd have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Where's Erpang? Jujo asked, holding a cup of milk tea. Weren't you two inseparable before? How come I haven't seen him in a day? Isn't it all because of you? Isa shook his head helplessly. Beauty is the root of all trouble. Jojo's face turned slightly red as she cursed. Get lost. You're the cause of all this trouble. Isa rolled his eyes at her and said, You left without even leaving a letter. Erpang cried for several days and insisted on going to find you. Jujo hit him angrily and said in a delicate voice, Stop talking nonsense. Where'd he go? Get him out here right now and pay his respects to me. I'm afraid it won't work today. He went home a few days ago. Shujia village? Well, his mother is dying. Isa's face showed sadness, and he sighed. This damn apocalypse. It's a miracle that Mother Sue is still alive. Aunt Lianhua is so kind. How could she? Jujo said sadly. She always made salted fish and wild vegetable porridge for me before. I don't want her to die, woo-woo. Isn't it said that there are no living people in the radiation zone except those with superpowers? Suwei was a little puzzled. Shujia village is outside the radiation zone, about 70 kilometers away. Isa explained, the radiation there isn't strong, so you can barely survive. What do you mean by barely surviving? Suwei was puzzled and said, since it's not suitable for living, the worst that can happen is to move to another place. Going further south, many cities have long been free from the effects of radiation. Why not go there? Where are you going and what are you doing? Isa asked, shaking his head and smiling. Boss, you're acting a bit like why don't you eat meat? Suwei suddenly realized, you mean food? Isa nodded and smiled wryly. Shujia village is right on the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. The people there have made a living by fishing for generations. After the apocalypse, even though the river was frozen by ice and snow, it didn't have much of an impact on these fishermen. They could dig through the ice to catch fish, and at least they could still guarantee their food supply. But if they went somewhere else, the radiation would be gone, but there would be no food source, and they would starve to death. After the apocalypse, the impact of cosmic radiation is widespread. Except for a few cities that have escaped the disaster by chance. Most cities in China are still in an environment affected by radiation, and Xinjiang City is one of them. People who live here either leave their hometown and find another way out, or just sit and wait for death. For a village like Shujia village, it is already a very good outcome. At least they can still stutter. For example, Yuntai City was one of the few cities least affected by radiation, but the people there still could not escape the fate of starving to death. Even the local people are like this, not to mention outsiders. Moreover, Xinjiang City is located on the southern edge. A few hundred kilometers may not be a big deal for Su Weilai, but for these ordinary people, it is a distance like an insurmountable chasm. Jujo blinked her big eyes and smiled at Su Wei. Boss, since we just arrived, there's no rush. How about I take you to Shujia village for some fun tomorrow? You want me to be a philanthropist, right? So waste my idang hapili. Jujo didn't blush even after being exposed. She pouted and said in a sweet voice, You have so many supplies anyway. It's no big deal to help. That fat guy is very powerful. Don't you want to take him back to the city on the clouds? Chapter 170, Shujia Village. If the army is the foundation of the struggle for hegemony, then the emergence of people with special abilities will become the trump card of one force. The three of them set out for Shujia Village early the next morning. After leaving Shishan Town, the icy road became slightly flatter. Suwei immediately took out the snowmobile. In such horrible weather, the journey of more than 70 kilometers would be a long one. If he didn't have a means of transportation, even if he didn't freeze to death, he would at least run his legs to death. Isa opened his eyes wide and said in surprise, Fuck, boss, you're awesome. You even have something this big. How many supplies do you have stored in your space? What? You want to grab one? Suwei half-jokingly sat in the driver's seat. Hey, don't tell me. For a moment just now, I really wanted to. Isa smiled and touched the yellow hair on his head, then shrugged and said, But I know I can't beat you, so I definitely won't take the initiative to die. To put it bluntly, I'm just a coward. Jujo jumped into the car with a smile, half lay in the spacious back seat, and took out her treasured snacks. If you're not scared, then go ahead. Iza said unhappily. Aren't you known as the queen of the radiation zone? Get lost. Jujo rolled her eyes at him in anger, then glanced at Su-wei and said, I'm now the #1 Sailor Moon in Cloud City. Puff. Su-wei almost burst out laughing and said with a big laugh, Yes, you are indeed a warrior. The three of them talked and laughed along the way, and the journey of more than an hour was over quickly. Shujia Village. This ordinary village located at the source of the Yangtze River has low houses connected together. It stands out against the ice and snow, yet feels somewhat isolated. The 1,000-mile glacier suddenly ceased its roar. Looking at both sides of the Yangtze River, only vastness remained. The three of them got off the car at the end of the road and walked into the village. As soon as they approached, a group of villagers suddenly rushed out from the houses on both sides, holding various weapons and surrounding the three people. Who are you? A middle-aged uncle who was leading the group looked at Su-wei and the others warily and shouted, This is Shujia Village. We don't welcome outsiders. Get out. Uncle, we're here to look for Su-air. Jujo smiled and walked forward, then froze for a moment. He turned to look at Iza and asked, What's her Pang's name? Su-tian. Oh, that's right. Jujo smiled sweetly and said with her cute little face tilted up, We are here to find Su-tian. We're good friends. Friend. No one can resist a little girl with a sweet face and white legs, let alone a middle-aged man. He looked at Jujo for a few times, his expression softening considerably. He asked in confusion, I've never heard that Xiaotian has friends like you. Where are you from? Iza shook the little yellow-haired boy, stepped forward and said with a smile, Uncle, we are from the radiation zone. When Su-tian was in the radiation zone before, we were best friends. Impossible. The middle-aged man's face, which had been hesitant at first, became firm again. He said coldly, My little Tanner is a good boy. Look at your yellow hair. You're obviously not a good person. Fuck. Iza was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, Who says people with dyed yellow hair are not good people? Is it okay for me to like yellow? What do you care about me? This is only possible in Shujia Village. Otherwise, with Iza's identity as a superpower, he could kill all the villagers in front of him with just a flick of his finger. But this girl looks lovely. She's obviously a lady from a wealthy family. The middle-aged man ignored him and looked at Jujo and said, Miss, wait a moment. I'll ask someone to find Zioceaner. Thank you, uncle. Jujo smiled sweetly. No. The uncle smiled like a lotus and waved his hand, saying, It's not that I have to stop you, it's mainly because we have a lot of fish here, and there are always people who want to sneak in and steal things. After the Ice Age, the world's resources are being consumed rapidly, and many of them cannot be regenerated. In the absence of a complete institutional planning constraint, people could only plunder each other in order to survive, and speaking with fists became the main theme of this era. This is what Lin Shan said at the beginning. When all the rules disappear, new rules will replace them, and she wants to be the one who makes the rules. Not long after, a plump and fair young man came over. His face was a little pale, and it was obvious that he was not in a good condition. Hey, fatty. I smiled and waved at the boy, but Erpang ignored him and looked straight at the cute and elf-like Jujo next to him. You're back. Erpang, long time no see, you've gotten fatter again. Jujo raised her little face and smiled at him. Why don't you come over here and pay your respects to your aunt? Erpang's face was filled with surprise, yet he was a little overwhelmed. You? Why are you back again? Come back if you want. Jujo, not understanding what he said, pulled Su-wei's arm and said, I found a new boss. If he wants to come, I'll follow him. Boss? Erpang looked at Su-wei with some inexplicable hostility in his eyes. Su-wei smiled and nodded, saying, Hello, I'm Su-wei, a friend of Jujo. Jujo smiled sweetly and looked at Su-wei and said, Erpang, my new boss is very generous and very rich. The entire radiation zone combined is not as rich as him. Su-wei could only shake his head and smile helplessly at Jojo's description of himself as a rich man. Erpang ignored Su-wei, only looking at Jujo nervously, and asked softly, Then, are you still leaving? I mean, how long will you stay this time? That depends on the boss's needs. Juju patted his shoulder carelessly and said with a smile, But As long as there's no danger, I should stay for a long time. No, Ipurumiza. I will never let you be in any danger. Erpang quickly promised Jujio. Hey, can you please care about me too? Iza said angrily. You are a guy who values women over friends. You deserve to be a bootlicker. Erpang laughed and cursed. Get lost. You're not my son. Why should I care about you? All right, let's talk about reminiscing later. Jujio stopped the two from bickering and said seriously, I heard Aunt Lianhua is very ill. We should go see her soon. Several people came to Erpang's house. A very small bungalow with 2 small beds in a dim room. A thin middle-aged woman was lying on one of them, with a pile of medicine bottles scattered around her. The woman's body was covered with red spots caused by radiation, and there was not a single piece of healthy flesh on her body. Aunt Lianhua. Jujio stepped forward and called softly, unable to help but tears welling up in her eyes. Auntie, how come you're so seriously ill? Didn't you notice it before? Erpang looked at his mother sadly and shook his head, saying, It's all my fault for being so careless. Mom knew that people with special abilities consume a lot of food every day, so she worked day and night to get more food for me. In the end, she accidentally walked into the deep radiation zone. You're a superpower, but you can't even get food? Iza said with some resentment. You're just too kind-hearted. You're living in such a state, and you're still thinking about those villagers. Chapter 171. Favors are the hardest to repay. Erpang lowered his head and did not refute. After a few seconds of pausing, he lowered his head helplessly and said, They're all my relatives and neighbors, and everyone has a hard time. We agreed to distribute according to work, and I already have a lion's share. If I divide it among others, some people will not be able to survive. What's it to you if they can't survive? Iza cursed angrily. Besides, if it weren't for you, how could they have caught so many fish? You should have been given priority. But, Erpang glanced at his unconscious mother and choked up. My mother said that people should be grateful and repay kindness. If the villagers hadn't helped us, my mother and I would have starved to death. Now that I have the ability, I naturally want to give back to the villagers. It's right to repay a favor, but it depends on the person, right? Iza was so angry that the little yellow-haired boy flew up and said coldly, Don't think I don't know. Those people deliberately made Aunt Lianhua do more work in order to force you to come back, right? No. Erpang hesitated for a moment, still unwilling to admit it. Bullshit. Iza cursed angrily. Do you have a brain? They've treated you like this. Why do you still care about them? Su Wei was confused as he heard this. He quietly pulled eyes outside and asked, What's going on? What happened to those villagers? Iza glanced at the fat man in the room and said helplessly, Boss, fishing under the ice sounds easy, but in these terrible conditions, it takes at least 7 or 8 days to dig a hole in the ice. Sometimes, even after we finally dig it open, it freezes over again after a short while. What does this have to do with Erpang? Iza sighed and said, My ability is freezing, Jojo's is flame, but Erpang's ability is revival. Do you know what this means? Restore the object. Su Wei thought of a more vivid metaphor. That's right. Iza nodded and said, He can restore any object to its original state. For example, the frozen river surface or broken tables and chairs. That's pretty cool. Su Wei said in surprise. If he were to rebuild, those frozen buildings would be able to return to their original state. Yeah, I told him a long time ago to take Andy away from this damn place. Iza said helplessly. If he has this ability, he will be a guest of honor wherever he goes. He doesn't want to. Su Wei had some vague thoughts in his mind. It's Annie who doesn't want to. Iza glanced at the woman in the room and whispered, Erpang's father died early, and Auntie owed the villagers a lot of favors over the years, so they want to repay her. Su Wei now had some admiration for the woman and nodded, saying, If that's the case, then it's nothing. It's just a matter of repaying a favor. Yes, it's right to repay a favor, but we should also do it within our means, right? Iza pointed at the houses in the village and said, They are a bunch of greedy people. In order to keep her paying, they asked Annie to dig an ice hole. As a middle-aged woman, she definitely doesn't have the strength. Erpang feels sorry for Andy, so naturally he came back to help. This, Su Wei smiled bitterly. Historically, the hardest thing to repay is favors. This is why some people are unwilling to borrow money no matter how hard it is, because what they borrow is not just money, but also a debt of favor that they cannot repay. And you can't judge such things. You can say that they are greedy, but after all, They helped you in the past, so it is reasonable for them to ask for some return now. Especially honest and simple people like Erpang and his mother. They don't know how to refuse, and they can't resist the favor offensive of those villagers. Now that Annie has been infected with radiation, Erpang can no longer leave Shujia village. They've finally succeeded. Isa sneered and said, "They're just bullying. They say they will distribute according to work, but in fact, they just want Erpang to work more." So wait a month, silent. "Mom, are you awake?" In the room, the woman slowly woke up. Erpang hurried forward to help her up and said with a smile, "Mom, look who's here. Auntie Lianhua, I'm here to see you." Jujio stood cutely beside the bed, her little face full of smiles. "Jujio, aren't you home?" The woman saw Jujio, and a smile appeared on her frail face. She said, "My boy keeps nagging about you. Now that he's back, he won't leave, right?" "Ah." Jujio's face flushed slightly as she shook her head and said, "I'm here with the boss this time. We'll go back after the boss finishes his work." "I see." A trace of imperceptible disappointment flashed across the woman's eyes. "Mom, Jujio said her boss is very capable and might be able to cure you." Erpang suddenly remembered something and said excitedly, "I'll go invite him in right away." "So, Su." Erpang ran out and bowed to Su Wei somewhat stiffly, saying, "Jujio said you have a lot of drugs to treat radiation sickness. Could you please give me some? Don't worry, I will pay you back in the future. I do have quite a bit of medicine for radiation sickness." Su Wei took out a large pile of medicine from the space and frowned again. "But these medicines are not suitable for the symptoms. I can't guarantee whether they will be effective. Cosmic radiation is different from other radiation, so the treatment methods are naturally different. The whole world is now in a barren era, and they do not have the ability to rebuild, let alone develop new medicines. Perhaps one day, this kind of drug will be developed by scientists of the new era, but this time will definitely be very long, and it will basically be impossible without decades." Erpang quickly shook his head, a look of deep gratitude on his face, and said, "It doesn't matter if it's useful or not, as long as there's hope," etc. From what Erpang said, he was going to try all kinds of medicine. Su Wei couldn't help but say speechlessly, "Wait for me to consult someone and try to choose a medicine that suits your condition. Taking it randomly like this can kill you." Yes. Erpang, who was eager to save his mother, suddenly came to his senses. Su Wei took out the satellite phone, found a higher place, and dialed a number. "What?" Lin Shan sounded a little impatient on the phone. "Fuck, is this how you talk to your boss?" Su Wei angrily retorted, "Give the phone to Warner, I need her help." Lin Shan replied coldly, "Warner is doing experiments and has no time." These days, Su Wei would make a satellite phone call to son Warner every night to chat for a long time. But the other phone was in Lin Shan's hand, so she could only endure the sour smell of their love and reluctantly acted as the communicator. Su Wei yelled angrily, "I have something important to do. Hurry up." Lin Shan didn't say anything else and hung up the phone. A few minutes later, the phone rang back and Su Wei briefly explained what happened. Chapter 172, Ugliness Prevails. Sun Warner has recently been researching the topic of radiation-induced lesions. From the zombies at the beginning to the mutants who appeared later, the mutated cells in their bodies are very different from those of normal humans. To put it simply, the reason why mutants have superpowers is largely due to genetic mutations, which gives them the ability to manipulate elements. After seeking Sun Warner's opinion, Su Wei selected some medicines that were more suitable for the symptoms from space. He said to Erpang in a serious tone, "Let me make it clear in advance, I can't guarantee that these medicines will work. Even, I hope you're mentally prepared." Erpang was stunned for a moment, then lowered his eyes and said, I understand. But he has no choice now." After the woman learned about this, she did not show any worry. Instead, she said calmly, "Erpang, don't be sad. Mom is no longer afraid of death. As long as you are well, I will not worry about anything anymore." Erpang choked up and shook his head. "No, Mom, you will definitely recover." After taking the medicine, the woman fell into a deep sleep. In the evening, Su Wei found that the red spots on the woman's body had actually shown signs of fading, but the ulcerated areas were still festering. How could this happen? Jujio frowned, puzzled. The red spots have clearly subsided, so the infected area should have improved as well. Su Wei shook his head and said, "There is no definite cure for this kind of radiation sickness. The medicines I gave you are just experiments. I have no idea what the side effects are. Ahem. The woman suddenly coughed twice, and blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. Mom. Erpang suddenly became anxious and hurriedly hugged his mother. Ahem. The woman's coughing became faster and faster, and blood gushed out of her mouth like a valve that couldn't be stopped. Iza was also shocked. How could this happen? Sue stood there silently. He knew that the attempt had failed. The medicine he gave not only failed to save the woman, but instead accelerated her death. A few minutes later, the woman stopped coughing. Her body was soaked in blood, and she fell weakly into Erpang's arms, having stopped breathing long ago. She didn't even have time to say goodbye to her son. At the foot of the snow-covered mountain, in the white snow, a very conspicuous grave mound stands alone before our eyes. Su Tian knelt in front of his mother's grave. He didn't shed a single tear, not even a sob, as if everything was so calm. He looked at the tombstone quietly and said, Mom, I'm sorry. I still achieved nothing. Even if I became a superpower, I would still be the worst one. Mom, Boss Su told me to work for him in the future. He said he would make sure I have enough to eat. You don't have to worry about your son not having enough to eat anymore. Mom, I'm going to the radiation zone tomorrow, so I won't be able to come back to see you often. Mom, I've finished the salted fish porridge you made yesterday. Mom, I'm leaving. Su Tian knelt in front of the grave, saying to himself, One day I will become excellent and become your pride. Goodbye, Mom. After Su Tian finished his last sentence, he slowly stood up. He looked at Su Wei with red eyes and said, Boss, I will follow you from now on. I don't want any reward, but I must have enough food to eat. Of course. Su Wei nodded with a dazed look in his eyes, not knowing whether he felt guilty or something, and said, As long as I'm here, I won't let you go hungry. My mother had only this one wish before she died. I can't let her down again. Su Tian muttered to himself, then raised his head and said firmly, I will never go hungry again. The four of them looked at each other in silence and walked out of the village. Xiao Tian. Just as we reached the entrance of the village, the uncle who had blocked the road before came again, with dozens of villagers behind him. He looked at Su Tian somewhat reluctantly and asked, Are you leaving now? Your mother's body is still warm. You should wait until the 7th day after her death, right? After the 7th day, are you still going to say it's 3 years? Iza couldn't help but said coldly, If it weren't for the fact that you are Erpang's relatives, I would have killed you long ago. Fuck, who the hell are you with? Several young villagers were unhappy and were about to take action. Get back. The middle-aged man glared at them and said, They are all superpowered people and Xiaoyan's friends. Don't be rude. This was said very skillfully. He was obviously afraid, but he still spoke in a very firm manner. Then he looked at Erpang and said, Xiao Tian, you also know the situation in our village. Let's not talk about losing you. Can we break the ice? Even if we do, if someone comes to rob us again, we will all be dead. The people with superpowers are powerful, so they have no scruples and will rob whatever they want. The reason why Shujia village can survive by fishing is because of Su Tian's ability and his deterrent power as a superpower. Once he leaves, it means that Shujia village will lose its protection from then on. Yes, Xiao Tian. Another villager continued. When you were here before, those people didn't dare to come and cause trouble. But if you leave, they will definitely not let us go. From the villagers' perspective, they were not wrong. If you want to survive these days, you must have something to rely on, otherwise you'll be slaughtered. They can use favors to bind a person and endlessly exploit his value, even using his kind mother to force him to come back. At this moment, the ugliness of human nature prevailed. Perhaps when they helped Erpang and his mother, they were truly sincere. There might not have been much kindness at that time, but it was pure. And now, when personal interests are infringed, no matter how kind we were in the beginning, we become as ugly now. This is neither good nor bad. It is just the most naked reaction of people in desperate situations. Erpang looked at the villagers in front of him with an expressionless face. He said calmly to Danran, Uncle Chung, I'm a person with special abilities, so this will never be my home. Besides, I found my boss, and I'll listen to him from now on. Su Wei also stepped forward, holding Erpang's shoulders and said, Su Tian has nothing to do with you from now on. He is my employee and my friend. Su Wei has always been generous to his friends. He glanced around, and a large pile of food appeared on the ground. Remember, these things are not given out of guilt, but to repay the kindness you showed to them, Erpang. Erpang looked at Su Wei with some surprise. The amount of food was huge, enough to feed the people of Shujia village for at least half a year. Even though Su Wei was a wealthy man, so many supplies would still be a considerable expense. It's just a little watering, don't mind it. Su Wei patted his shoulder half-jokingly and said, "Let's go. This place doesn't belong to you anymore." Chapter 173, Fierce Fighting. In the wind and snow, the figures of the four young people became longer and longer, until the outline of the village could no longer be seen. The four of them stopped at the same time. Erpang turned his head to look in the direction of Shujia village, with a faint light flickering in his eyes. Sui took out the snowmobile. Under Erpang's astonished gaze, the car started slowly and drove towards the radiation zone. Iza looked at the scenery outside the window and said excitedly, "Boss, now we are strong and powerful. It's time to fight back." Who to kill? Erpang was still immersed in sadness, and subconsciously said, "Killing people for no reason. Isn't that a bad idea? You have donkey hair in your ears." Iza turned around and cursed angrily. "I mean to fight back and find that Scarface. If we want to gain a foothold in the radiation zone, we must kill them." Erpang suddenly realized, "You mean the group of people in the scenic area?" "That's right." Jujo also raised her little pink fist proudly and said in a sweet voice, "The boss's requirement is to increase our energy level within 2 months, so we all have to work hard and go back early." "Where are you going back to?" "City on the clouds." Iza shook his yellow hair and chuckled. "The boss said that when we get to Cloud City, he will introduce me to a top socialite." "Do you know what a socialite is?" Erpang shook his head. "They're the kind of women in the city who look amazing and are only reserved for the rich." Iza smiled smugly, glanced at her, and said, "They're even more exquisite than the one you're interested in." "Iza, you want to die, don't you?" Jujo was immediately furious. She grabbed his ears and twisted them hard, cursing, "How dare you compare me to that kind of woman?" Jujo beat him to death. Erpang also got angry and shouted, "In my heart, you are the most amazing woman, even better than those socialites." Jujo was petrified on the spot. After holding it in for a long while, she cursed in a delicate voice, "Erpang, you're so stupid you'll die." "What's wrong with me?" "Puff." Su Wei burst out laughing, and there was a burst of laughter and playfulness in the carriage. The four of them talked and laughed and teased each other, gradually dispelling the previous sad atmosphere. The Shishan town scenic area is built on the mountain and covers a large area. After the mountain was closed due to heavy snow, many small paths were buried. If you want to go up the mountain, you must walk from the front. Last time, Su Wei seriously injured Scarface, but he still let him escape. If we come again this time, the other party will definitely be alert, and it may turn into a fierce battle. So he said seriously, "Let's go in together later, and try not to separate. The other party is in the dark, and we will suffer if we are not careful." "Don't worry, boss. We're a team of 4. No one else can stop us." Iza laughed, his yellow hair swaying in the wind. "That Scarface won't show up, but if he dares to come, I'll kill him. Can you please stop bragging?" Erpang glanced at him unhappily and said, "I didn't know who it was before." He was so scared of a fox that he almost peed himself. He actually hid in an ice hole and didn't dare to come out. "Bullshit." Iza's face flushed immediately, and he defended himself. "I wasn't prepared at that time, okay? Didn't I kill the fox later?" "Yeah, I killed him." Jujo couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands as she laughed. That fox probably never thought that one day it would die from dazzle. It didn't intend to attack you at all. It just thought of you as one of its own kind. Erpang mercilessly mocked Iza and laughed. "I thought you were my lover, but who knew you were such a heartless man, and you were like 2 whirlwinds without saying a word." Iza's face darkened, and he subconsciously touched the yellow hair on his head and said, "Get lost. I don't want to listen to you." The 4 of them searched carefully in the scenic area. At this moment, a sudden sharp white light broke through the air and swept towards the fat man in the front. "Careful." Jujo reacted the fastest. He flipped his hand and conjured up a fireball, which smashed towards the white light. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the white light and fireball both dissipated in the air. The fat man took 3 steps back, still in shock, and said, "Fuck, that was a close call. Damn, I'm the only one out of the 4 of them who has no offensive power. These people only pick on the weak." Su Wei used all his mental strength. Although the range was only 20 meters, he still faintly caught a trace of energy fluctuations. His eyes flashed, and he roared southwest. Chase! The four of them ran wildly in the direction Su-wei pointed. A few dozen meters later, two black shadows suddenly flashed in the bare bushes ahead. Scarface! Iza shouted loudly. Erpang, be careful, this grandson can flash. Be careful, he might sneak attack you. Erpang's special ability is Resurrection. He can restore objects to their original appearance, but he has no substantial attack power and can only protect himself. Su-wei calmly gave the order. Huangmaoer, run to the highest point in the north and use the wind and snow to block their way. Good. Sure. Su-wei continued to roar. Don't worry about anything else. Rush to the front, block the road up the mountain, and restrict their range of movement. Okay, boss. Jujio rushed out without hesitation. Erpang saw her coming on stage and rushed over. Jujio, let me help you. You have your mission. Su-wei grabbed Erpang's arm and said seriously, clear all the snow around us. I'm worried they'll set a trap. But Jujio, Erpang knew how powerful Scarface was and was worried that Jujio would be in danger. She will be fine as long as I'm here. You should get back to work. Su-wei was speechless. This fat guy is good in every way except that he is too dull. He has a simple mind and no brains at all. Drink. Erpang then stretched out his hand and gently stroked the area in front of his eyes. The next second, the ice and snow around him disappeared, revealing soft and dry land. Even frozen soil can revive. Su-wei looked at the land beneath his feet that was as good as new and exclaimed, "Fuck, this is really awesome." With Erpang clearing the way in front, Su-wei's speed increased a lot. Scarface and his companions did not expect that Su-wei and others would catch up with them so quickly. They moved left and right several times and headed straight up the mountain. Call! Iza stood on a small slope on the north side, with his hands stretched out and raised above his head. Suddenly, ice and snow rushed over, and the snowflakes in the sky instantly blocked his view in front. Fuck, these guys are so fucking perverted. Scarface cursed bitterly, grabbed his companion, and flashed to the left, saying, "Second brother, go kill that yellow-haired guy, then meet up with fourth brother, fifth brother, and the others." Good. Brush. A sharp white light flashed towards Iza. Iza was using his special powers and couldn't dodge in time, so he could only hastily collect the energy and fall straight back. A white light flashed past his scalp and shaved off a strand of yellow hair. Chapter 174. I didn't recognize the great man. Bang! Iza fell heavily to the ground, then got up with a grin on his face. Fuck, I'm gonna die from the fall. Su-wei couldn't see the situation clearly and could only shout, Huangmaoer, are you okay? It's okay. Iza responded loudly. Erpang, keep chasing. Su-wei gritted his teeth and ran towards Scarface's landing point, but before his spiritual body could cover him, Scarface appeared again. Brush. Su-wei only felt a flash of white light before his eyes. He subconsciously opened his spiritual space, and the white light disappeared before his eyes. Fuck, are they that perverted? The attacker opened his mouth wide and said to Scarface, Brother, why would we mess with perverts like these? Scarface gritted his teeth and said, Fuck, did I provoke them? They were the first to come and seize the territory, and they killed the third brother right away. So what do we do now? The companions looked to the north, where Iza was guarding. If they wanted to attack, they would have to endure the baptism of ice and snow, but Su-wei, with his invincible defense, was chasing them relentlessly. Let's kill that little bitch. The companion looked at Jujio, who was closest to them, and shouted, Let's run up. There's a dense forest up there. If we get into it, they'll all die. Hey, don't. Scarface didn't react in time and reached out to grab it but found nothing. At this time, his companion had already rushed forward, and two white lights flashed towards Jujio one after another. He was very confident that even if these two attacks could not kill Jujio, they could force her to give way. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. The delicate and lovely girl in front of him stood there coquettishly. When she saw the white light coming, she didn't even dodge and directly threw two fireballs. Bang! Bang! The white light was dispersed by the fireball. But this time the fireball did not dissipate, but rushed towards his companions with its residual power. Call! The fireball hit him accurately, and without even a second to react, his whole body was covered in flames. Boss, save me! His companion panicked immediately, because he found that the flames on his body could not be extinguished at all, and as if they had life, they grew stronger and stronger. Originally, if he had been a little more alert, he would not have been hit. Although the fireballs of Chirp Chirp were powerful, their attack speed was not fast, and he could have avoided them as long as he was prepared. But the bad thing is that he was deceived by Jiujiu's pure lowly appearance. I thought she was a soft girl, but I didn't expect her to hit a wall. The scarred man at the back hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and moved forward. He held a sharp dagger in his hand, and with a few quick moves he approached Jiujiu, then slashed at it twice in a quick and random manner. His purpose was not to attack, but to force Jiujiu to stop. Only by making her too busy to take care of herself can the flames on her companions have a chance to be extinguished. Otherwise, as long as the Chirp Chirp energy continues to be supplied, the flames will continue to exist until their companions are burned to ashes. Sure enough, when Jiujiu saw Scarface's dagger coming, he subconsciously dodged 2 steps and then conjured up 2 fireballs to hit him. Swish! Swish! With 2 space flashes, Scarface easily avoided the fireball. At this time, his companion also put out the fire on his body and retreated more than 10 meters with his embarrassed body. After Scarface saved his companion, he was about to disappear, but Su Wei caught up with him. Buzz! The 2 people who were about to disappear on the spot felt their bodies sink and were trapped in place. Scarface's face suddenly turned pale. He tried desperately to use the space flash, but found that his feet seemed to have taken root and it was difficult for him to move. This means that Su Wei's energy is far superior to his. From a distance, Iza breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Scarface being tied up. He gathered his energy and trotted over. Fuck, he almost got beheaded. Iza looked at Scarface and his companion with lingering fear and said viciously, Boss Su, kill him. Jiujiu also came over at this time, smiling with a relaxed face. You are so lame, Iza. You can't even beat a dart thrower. At this time, Pang picked up a small golden awl from the ground and said suddenly, So it's a dart. But a dart at this speed is more powerful than a bullet. It's not easy for Iza to survive. Iza was so angry that he jumped up and down and said, Fuck, I'm a hero, okay? You guys talking like that is so disheartening. Su Wei rolled his eyes, interrupted the 3 people's bickering, and said, Okay, there are only 2 of them. They have 3 more people in the dark. Be careful. Jiujiu glanced at Scarface and asked, Boss, what are you going to do with these 2 people? The energy of an intermediate psychic should be quite strong, right? Su Wei said with a smile. Don't. Scarface's face suddenly turned pale. He already knew what Su Wei was going to do. There are only a few ways for a psychic to improve. He himself has been in the radiation zone, so how could he not know Su Wei's thoughts? Big brother. Scarface immediately became timid, struggling on the spot and begging. You've already killed one of my brothers. At most, we'll give this place to you. You don't have to kill me, right? But someone told me that being ruthless is the way to survive in the radiation zone. Su Wei smiled at him, his face ready to open at any time. If I let you go, wouldn't that be nurturing a tiger to harm me? Who? Who said that? Scarface's companion yelled. He's bullshit. We in the radiation zone are always kind to others and help each other like a family. Who are you calling fart? Jiujiu stretched out his hand and conjured up a fireball, then walked towards Scarface angrily. Scarface's companion was choking on his words. He was covered in black, and his clothes were full of holes from the fire. After a while, he said, Little beauty, spare me. I didn't recognize the real you. This sentence is sincere. Who would have thought that such a harmless little girl could be so cruel? If it weren't for his elder brother's loyalty in not abandoning him, he would have probably become a grilled whole lamb by now. You Mount Tai. Your whole family is Mount Tai. But Jiujiu didn't appreciate it and said disdainfully, Do you have any culture at all? How can you compare a woman to Mount Tai? His companion wanted to cry, but couldn't. He could only say again, Little beauty is right. I have no education. I am illiterate. You are a heroine. Please forgive me. Jiujiu rolled her eyes at him and teased him deliberately. Get lost. You're the heroine. I'm clearly Sailor Moon. Scarface glanced at his companion speechlessly, then said to Su Wei, Brother, I know why you're here. How about we make a deal? You say. The spiritual space that Su Wei had just opened was quietly closed again. Aren't you here just for the strange beasts? Scarface got to the point and said, This is my territory. Chapter 175, Firefox. What did you say? Scarface had just finished speaking when Jiujiu, Iza, and Pang all looked at him. No, this is your territory. I'm here to help you look after it. Scarface said with a helpless smile, so I know where the intermediate level monsters are. With Su-Wei's energy, primary alien beasts are no longer of much use to him. Scarface is very smart. He knows that Su-Wei is eager to improve his abilities, but the number of intermediate-level exotic beasts is very scarce. Even if they occupy the scenic area, it will not be easy to find those intermediate-level exotic beasts in a short time. Bosu. Iza leaned close to Su-Wei and whispered, although this scar-faced man is evil, what he said is not wrong. Intermediate-level exotic beasts are indeed difficult to find. We have been in the radiation zone for so long and have only encountered 2 or 3. Su-Wei nodded, made a judgment in his mind, and asked, how many people are there in total? 6. Are they all intermediate-level psychics? Scarface nodded and said, we met by chance and then teamed up to occupy this scenic spot. One person's power is limited after all, and many people in this scenic spot are jealous. Go and call the remaining ones. Su-Wei glanced at Scarface's companions, then looked at Scarface and said, you stay here as a hostage. A glint of joy flashed in his companion's eyes, and he hurriedly said, I'll go right away, but you can't harm my boss, otherwise we will die or we will fight you. In a word, are you going or not? Su-Wei simply glanced at him indifferently and said coldly, do you know that many villains die because they talk too much? The companion said no more nonsense and ran into the woods. Soon, 4 people with different appearances walked out of the forest. Is this all of you? Su-Wei asked. The companion nodded and said, we brothers are all here. I hope you will keep your promise. We will help you find the strange beast, and you will let my brother go. Iza looked at the filthy and ragged superpowers with disdain. Aren't you called the Tiger Gang? Why are you acting like a bunch of refugees? Su-Wei glanced at Iza unhappily and said, stop talking nonsense. There's a shortage of food and clothing here. Do you expect them to all be dressed in suits and have shiny leather shoes? Then, Su-Wei took out several sets of chains, handcuffs, and even hoods for guarding prisoners from space. Would you like to put it on yourself? Or should I help you put it on? Scarface stared blankly at the pile of things on the ground and said in despair, brother, what the hell are you doing? Did you rob the Public Security Bureau? Su-Wei also laughed and said, haha, I didn't expect that these things would actually come in handy. When he and Zhuang Chong looted the abandoned police station, these things were just taken casually. Anyway, his mental space was unlimited, so it was empty anyway. The 5 natives reluctantly accepted their fate and put shackles on each other. Su-Wei and the others then followed the guidance of Scarface and headed towards the back mountain. After a few minutes, Su-Wei found a problem. The deeper they went, the weaker the wind and snow became. When they reached a deep place, the wind and snow even stopped slightly, with only a few snowflakes floating down occasionally. This place is so weird. Jujio took in the surroundings and blinked her big eyes as she asked, why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Back to your hometown, Iza said with a sly smile. Perhaps you lived here in your previous life, haha. Roll. Jujio glared at him angrily, then said to Su-Wei, boss, I feel a little familiar. Look, there's not even a bit of snow here. This is the territory of the Fire Fox. Scarface turned around and pointed to a very hidden cave in front of him, saying, look, that's its cave. No wonder. Jujio, a fire elementalist herself, nodded in realization and said, I just felt that there was something strange about the elements in the air here. Is the Fire Fox a mid-level exotic beast? Su-Wei asked. Yes. Scarface held the shackles in his hand and explained, only powerful beasts can change the elemental reserves in the air. Then get to work. Su-Wei nodded, pointed to the cave that was half a person's height, and said, go in first and lure the Fire Fox out. Scarface suddenly felt like he had lost his parents. He said with a bitter face, brother, I'm handcuffed. I can't use my supernatural powers at all. I'll die if I go in. Su-Wei glanced at him mercilessly and said, that's your problem. I only care about the results. Scarface hesitated for a moment and said, Old 5, go and force that beast out. Lao Wu's special ability is the wind element. He walked forward to the cave entrance and waved his hands in the air a few times. Suddenly, a strong wind blew and the howling cold wind poured into the cave. Squeak! A few minutes later, a shrill scream suddenly came from the cave, and then a red shadow rushed out of the cave. Everyone was on alert, and Su-Wei used all his mental strength. But no one expected that firefox was so fast that it flew far away before anyone could even see it clearly. Its fur was so shiny that it seemed to be flickering with fire, and its pair of red eyes seemed to be surrounded by flames. Call! Just as everyone was still reacting, the firefox jumped onto a huge rock, opened its mouth, and spit out a fireball the size of a fist, heading straight for Lao Wu's face. This mutated firefox obviously had a high level of intelligence, so it knew who disturbed it, and the first person it attacked was Lao Wu. Fuck! Lao Wu was horrified. Because he was still in shackles, it was extremely inconvenient for him to move. It was impossible for him to escape, so he could only quickly control the wind to resist. But the hurricane did not blow away the fireball, but instead made it even stronger. At this critical moment, Jiujiu suddenly took action. She also shot out a fireball and hit the fireball. Lao Wu looked at the two fireballs so close to him and closed his eyes resignedly. At such a close distance, even if Jiujiu could defeat the fireball, the aftermath of the explosion would still be terrifying. What? The next second, Lao Wu was stunned. What he expected did not happen. The two fireballs did not explode after the collision, but instead merged together in an instant, forming a larger fireball. A fireball floated in front of Lao Wu's eyes, and the blazing flames inside it kept flickering. Jiujiu reached out to control the fireball. Her fair little hand paused in midair, pressing forward fiercely, as if wanting to completely devour the elements within the flames. Sizzle. There was a crackling sound from within the fireball. The firefox on the boulder here seemed to be stunned for a moment. Its red eyes flashed, and it looked at Jiujiu in confusion. Roar! The firefox opened its mouth and spit out another bigger fireball. Jiujiu also stretched out his hand and conjured up a fireball. The two collided again and merged into one. Chapter 176, Firefox vs. Lowly. Su Wei and others did not dare to act rashly after seeing the situation. Jiujiu is now continuously outputting energy. If someone interferes, it is likely to cause her energy to become unstable, which will backfire on herself. Everyone could only stare blankly at the expanding fireball. The sizzling sound of swallowing inside was more like a silent contest. A few minutes later, a thin layer of sweat appeared on Jiujiu's fair forehead. Iza noticed that Jiujiu's legs were trembling slightly. He quickly said to Su Wei, "Boss Su, something's wrong. Jiujiu looks like she can't hold on any longer." Su Wei also noticed it and frowned, saying, "Logically speaking, Jiujiu is a mid-level psychic. Few people at the same level can beat her. That firefox." At this point, Su Wei suddenly frowned and looked at Scarface, saying coldly, "Is this firefox not an ordinary mid-level exotic beast?" Scarface's eyes were dazed for a moment, and he said, "I don't know either. We fought it before, but its power wasn't that strong back then. Stop playing dumb with me." Iza slapped him and said coldly, "The speed at which alien beasts upgrade is inherently faster than that of people with special abilities. How could you not know this? I think you did it on purpose." Erpang was furious and raised his hand to press on Scarface's eyebrows. This is the way that people with special abilities plunder the energy of their peers. They introduce their own energy into the opponent's body and drain the opponent's energy when the opponent is unable to resist. "No, I was wrong." Scarface finally got scared and said hurriedly, "I admit, I brought you here because I wanted to take advantage of your fight with the firefox to escape, but it really is a mid-level monster. I didn't lie to you about that. Is the intermediate alien beast so powerful?" Su Wei frowned slightly. If it weren't for the suppression of his own supernatural power level, even if he faced Firefox, his chances of winning would still be uncertain. Iza frowned and said, "Even mid-level beasts have different strengths. The one Jiujiu is facing has clearly surpassed the level of ordinary mid-level beasts. It is very likely that it will be upgraded soon." "High-level alien beast?" Erpang cried out. "If that's the case, all of us here will die. No, I have to go help Jiujiu." "Save your energy." Iza grabbed his arm and said sternly, "You're not an offensive psychic. You'll just be fed up if you go up there. Bosu." After saying that, he looked at Su Wei again. Su Wei didn't say anything, but just quietly moved forward a few steps. Then he used all his mental power to instantly cover the firefox within his range. Squeak! Firefox seemed to sense the coming danger and subconsciously took a small step back. But it is still in a stalemate with Jiujiu. The fireball, which had expanded to a size larger than a wheel, flickered with blazing flames in the sky. In the freezing winter of -50 degrees Celsius, people around it even began to sweat. At this moment, Firefox and Chirp had no way to retreat. If one of them could not hold on and retract the energy first, he would be killed by the fireball he created. Boss, don't do it. Suwei was just about to use his spiritual space to imprison the Firefox and absorb its energy, but Jiujio, who was in the battle, shouted in panic. Jiujio, what are you doing? Erpang shouted anxiously. If you keep fighting, you'll die. Get lost, Jiujio shouted breathlessly. Can't you just wait for me a little longer? Then she shouted again, Boss, don't do anything yet. I feel like this Firefox is about to break through. What? Iza was horrified and shouted. Then what are you waiting for? If it really breaks through, we will all die. I'm afraid Boss Su is no match for it. That's not the case. Jiujio gritted her teeth. Her pretty face was covered in sweat, and her light pink skirt swayed in the wind. She stared intently at the fireball in the air and shouted with all her might, I can feel it doesn't actually want to kill me, but rather wants to use my power to break through. Can strange beasts use the energy of superpowers to break through their own levels? Anti-promotion? Everyone was stunned. They had never heard of such an operation before. From the end of the world to now, it has been less than a year. Most people with superpowers simply don't have enough time to fully understand this new world. They can only accumulate experience and find the laws of superpowers in the experience. Take Su Wei, for example. He is a complete novice with no common sense. Up to now, the only way he knew to level up was energy plundering. Then there are the methods that Jiujio told him, such as obtaining energy through food intake or accumulating elements in the air. So when Jiujio proposed this new discovery, everyone present showed a solemn expression. Even Scarface and the others were quiet. Are you sure? Su Wei frowned and shouted. I don't know the power of the high-level beasts. What if we're all finished? Jiujio became serious, a rare sight. Her eyes were determined, her pretty face full of excitement, and she said in a sweet voice, I'm not sure, but it's worth a try. Okay, then I'll help you raid the battlefield. Suwei no longer hesitated and took another big step forward. He was standing right between Firefox and Chirp, with a rapidly expanding fireball above his head. Suwei's eyes were cold and serious, and he exerted his mental power to the limit. Even a dead tree within a radius of more than 20 meters centered on him was now under the cover of his mental power. If there is even the slightest mutation, Su Wei can destroy everything within the range in an instant. But this is only limited to the moment. If Firefox really breaks through the level, it means that its energy will be at the same level as Su Wei. Under the circumstance of equal strength, Su Wei had no confidence at all. Sizzle. The fireball continued to expand, and Jiujio's face became paler and paler. The fireball in the sky was so big that it could cover everyone present. The scorching flames were as strong as the sun, burning the people around so much that they unconsciously retreated. Even Su Wei felt vaguely uneasy, because he suddenly discovered that his spiritual space could not absorb the energy from these fluctuations. This means that the energy level of the fireball at this moment has exceeded Su Wei's own energy level. This also sounded a loud bell for him invisibly. Under the same level of superpowers, mental power is useless. In other words, if Firefox really breaks through, he will no longer have any ability to defend himself, and even his spiritual space will show signs of collapse. At this moment, Jiujio could no longer stand steadily. She bent her legs slightly and gritted her teeth to refuse to fall down. On the boulder, Firefox's condition was not much better. It clung to the edge of the stone tightly, its whole body shaking constantly, and its originally fiery red eyes began to dim slightly. Chapter 177, Destruction. The battle between the man and the beast continues. But everyone knows that the results will come soon. The aura of destruction was spreading rapidly. Scarface felt extremely regretful at this moment. If he had known this would be the result, he would never have brought Su Wei here even if he was beaten to death. Firefox's energy has exceeded everyone's expectations, and Jiujio's endurance is even more unbelievable. Fuck, is this guy still human? Iza opened his mouth wide and muttered, if the energy of this fireball collapses, not only will we die, but the entire scenic area will be in trouble. If we look at it according to everyone's previous understanding, people with special abilities are not invincible. They just have more powerful abilities than ordinary people, but they are still mortal after all. But now, the strong smell of death gave everyone a deeper understanding of superpowers. Perhaps superpowers were not what they originally thought. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. At the same time, the fireball in the air gradually stopped expanding and emitted a stronger crackling sound, like the sound of a high-voltage cable leaking electricity. I can't hold on any longer. With a mournful cry, Jujio fell to the ground as if drained of everything. Squeak! The firefox also let out a mournful wail and fell onto the boulder. Its fiery red eyes completely lost their luster and were covered with a layer of deathly gray. As both sides ran out of energy, the fireballs in the air began to spiral out of control. Sizzle! There was a loud, crackling sound and tiny flames as it fell to the ground. Everyone around instantly felt a powerful energy sweeping towards them, leaving them without the strength to resist. Run! Scarface was the first to rush out, saying in horror, "The energy exploded. We can't stop it." Suwei's face turned pale. For the first time, he felt that he was so close to death. But he didn't run away, because neither Iza nor Pang ran away. What they're thinking about at this moment is not their own safety, but how to save their friends. Brush! Pang raised his hands, and the power of recovery was invisibly injected into the fireball. The crackling sound was immediately suppressed, and the fluctuations of the surrounding energy also slowed down. "Iza, help me!" Without Pang shouting, Iza also used his ice and snow power. Snowflakes fell from the sky like a white blanket, covering the fireball. The energy within the fireball became much more stable and no longer spread around. Suwei took the opportunity to rush over, picked up Jujio, and ran out. Iza and Pang were struggling to resist and didn't even have the strength to move. No, they won't last long. Suwei ran out a few steps, put the unconscious Jujio aside, and turned around and ran back. Boom! The mental power instantly enveloped the fireball, and the mental space absorbed it with all its strength. But even though Suwei used all his strength and even began to overdraw the energy in his body, he only managed to absorb a little of the remaining power of the fireball. Can't hold on any longer? In a trance, Suwei felt a little regretful. He did not regret saving people, but he regretted coming here. Otherwise, Jujio would not have died, and Pang and Iza would still be living well. After only holding out for a dozen seconds, the three of them gradually began to lose strength, and the energy in their bodies was almost exhausted. At this moment, everyone knows, we can't hold on any longer. Fuck, come on. D or D. Iza was the first to run out of energy. He fell to the ground powerlessly, closed his eyes weakly, and waited for the verdict of death. Chirp! Immediately afterwards, Pang couldn't hold on any longer. He fell down with a bang, turned his head hard to look at Jujio beside him, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. CNM, brother, you tried your best. Half a minute later, Suwei couldn't hold on any longer. He gritted his teeth and took a big step forward, forcibly covering the fireball with his spiritual space. Fight hard. This is a life-threatening way. The space in the mind can store items and absorb energy below its own level, but it cannot absorb this fireball. So the result of forcibly absorbing it can only be mutual destruction. Boom! The fireball disappeared in the air in an instant. At the same time, Suwei also closed his eyes. It was as if a thunder exploded in his mind. His mental space collapsed instantly, and his mental power dissipated in the air. In the center of the endless lake, there is a lush green island. Sunwater smiled brightly. Suwei, it's so cold. Why haven't you come back yet? Didn't you say you would take me for a ride? The scene changes, and 1,000 miles of glaciers appear. The cold wave from Siberia froze the whole world. In the heavy snow, a pretty figure gradually approached. Am I beautiful, or is Joey Wong beautiful? Joey Wong, you really have no romance at all. The picture changes quietly. On the grassy field where it is like spring all year round, Sun Wanner walks slowly in a long dress. Suwei, why do you think people should live? I have no idea. Brother, people's hearts are too complicated. If you don't work hard, no one can help you. The scene suddenly changed again. Fuck, he finally woke up. Suwei opened his eyes blankly, and what caught his eye was an excited fat face and a flying yellow hair. Chirp, your boss is awake. Iza jumped up high on the spot and shouted towards the door. Come quickly, your boss seems to be stupid. Ding 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 ding. A burst of quick footsteps was heard, and the next second Jojo's figure appeared beside the bed. It was still that cute little Lolita, still wearing that light pink hanfu, and still that fair and delicate little face with 2 lines of tear marks on it. "Why have you become ugly?" Sue said in a hoarse voice, looking at Jojo's haggard and pale face. "Where is your Jojo? Didn't you say that it was your symbol?" "I haven't washed my hair in a long time." Jojo's long hair was scattered on her shoulders, and she murmured subconsciously, "Boss, didn't you say you would give me a set of the best toiletries?" "Oh, I forgot." Sue also replied blankly. "What the hell is going on here? It's completely irrelevant." Isa looked at the two of them speechlessly and reminded them, "Boss Sue, what do you feel now? Right?" Jojo suddenly came to his senses and subconsciously grabbed Sue-Wei's hand, saying worriedly, "Boss, you've been in a coma for half a month. I thought you." As she spoke, tears began to flow from Jojo's eyes uncontrollably. Sue could have clearly escaped at that time. With his ability, as long as he escaped from the core area of the energy explosion, the residual force would not be able to hurt him at all. But he did not run away. Instead, at the last moment, he chose to sacrifice himself and save everyone. If that fireball really exploded, there would be no chance for anyone present to survive. Chapter 178. Kill everything below your level instantly. Jojo looked at Sue-Wei lying on the bed, her eyes full of heartache. "Boss, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, none of you would be in any trouble." Ultimately, this incident was caused by a misjudgment on the part of Jojo. Firefox wanted to break through, and she also wanted to gain information about improving her superpowers. But no one expected that it would turn out like this. Sue was about to speak, but suddenly froze in place. Jojo suddenly became worried. She seemed to have guessed something and choked up, saying, "I'm sorry, boss. I'm really sorry. It's all my fault. I hurt you." The reason why people with special abilities can control the elemental energy between heaven and earth is largely due to genetic mutation. But this time, Sue overdrew his own energy. According to the rules of ordinary superpowers, he might now become an ordinary person again. A psychic who cannot use energy is useless no matter how high his level is. "Don't worry, Boss Sue. Even though you're disabled, the 3 of us will definitely protect you." Isa looked at Sue seriously and said, "Let's set off for Yuntai City now. Don't worry, as long as Isa, am here, no one will dare to hurt you in the future." Erpang also nodded and said, "That's right. You risked your life to save us, so this kindness should be repaid with your life." Jojo cried like a pear blossom in the rain, her delicate little face full of sadness. "Boss, don't worry. From now on, I will never leave you even a step. I will take care of you for the rest of my life." "No." Sue was comforted by the 3 people and felt a little bit amused and helpless. "How can I be useless? And I'm only a little old. Do I really need you to take care of me in my old age? Aren't you out of energy?" Jojo stopped crying and looked at Sue in confusion. "Yes, overdrawing energy is a taboo for people with special abilities." Erpang sighed with worry. "I've seen a person with special abilities before who overdrawn his energy during a battle. Although he survived by chance, his special abilities were no longer useful." Fearing that Sue didn't understand clearly enough, Isa continued, "The energy of a mutant is sustained by the elements between heaven and earth, just like cell fission. As long as one cell survives, it can fission into countless others. But once the cells are exhausted, the basis for fission is lost." "Is there such a thing?" Sue suddenly realized. That is to say, as long as the energy element in the body exists, even if only a little bit is left, it will recover over time. "That's the theory." Juju wiped the tears from her face suddenly looking like a clown. She said aggrievedly, "The 3 of us were just exhausted at the time, not overdrawn. So after half a month of recovery, we've gotten a little better. But now our strength is only slightly better than those of the junior psychics. But boss, you..." At this point, Juju choked up again. "I'm Fina." Sue suddenly smiled and whispered to Juju, "If I hadn't borrowed the energy from that fireball, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to make another breakthrough in the short term." What?" Guilt turned into joy, and Juju exclaimed in surprise. "You made a breakthrough?" "Yeah, I just discovered it too." Sue nodded with a smile. "Fuck, Boss Sue is awesome." Isa said in shock, "You're already a high-level psychic, and you can actually break through. So what level are you at this time?" "I don't know either." Sue shook his head helplessly and said, There's no fixed level division for us psychics. Just interpret it however you want. Have your skills improved now? Pang asked the key question. Sue grinned. Try it. Let's give it a try. I haven't even seen a high-level psychic before. Boss Sue is even better than a high-level psychic now. His skills must be amazing. Who's coming then? Sue looked at the three people, but they all took a step back at the same time, with horror on their faces. Sue shook his head and smiled. In that case, let's go together. The three of them could not help but resist. Sue's mental power exploded instantly, and powerful energy fluctuations enveloped the three of them. An indescribable restraining force made the three of them change their expressions at the same time. Boss, it hurts so much. Jojo's face flushed, and her body trembled slightly. Boss Sue, I feel like I'm going to die. Iza breathed hard, his yellow hair moving without wind. He shouted loudly. Stop! I can't take it anymore. After their mental strength was withdrawn, the three of them fell to the ground helplessly. I am suffocating. I feel like the oxygen in the air has disappeared in an instant. I don't even have the strength to resist. There's nothing else around except the energy confinement. It was the first time that Pang spoke so many words, and he fell to the ground with a look of fear on his face. Jojo was stronger than the other two, but said weakly, Boss, I just felt your energy, which is several times stronger than that fireball. I can't control any elements, and the energy in my body seems to have opened the floodgates, as if you will drain it at any time. Sue didn't say anything and activated his mental power again. The three of them were startled at the same time and suddenly froze in place. This time, the energy fluctuation did not affect them at all, and they even felt as if they were doing whatever they wanted. Iza looked around in confusion and said, Hey, why do I feel more energetic? Indeed, I feel the elemental energy around me is very abundant. A hint of surprise appeared on Pang's face, and he said, I don't even need to absorb it. It can automatically be absorbed into my body. Me too. Jojo's pretty face was filled with surprise as she said, but our energy elements are obviously different. I'm fire. Iza is ice. And forget about Pang. He's a special element. There's no way we can share elemental energy. Sue said calmly, My energy does not belong to a specific element. In other words, it is a universal element. So cool. Jojo cursed subconsciously, her pretty face blushing as she said, Boss, from now on you'll be truly invincible. Anyone who enters your mental range will be drained of their energy with just a thought. Yes, Sue and she said with confidence and pride on their faces. As long as there is a psychic below my level, there is only one result. Instant kill. What about your spiritual space? Is it still usable? Jojo suddenly realized something and said worriedly, With so many supplies, if we lose them, we won't have a good life in the future. Of course it works. And Sue glanced at him, and Iza disappeared instantly from the spot and fell out of thin air from another direction the next second. Bang! Iza stood up with a grin on his face, blushing, and said, How is that possible? I've seen some people with special abilities who possess special abilities, but no matter how strong or weak they are, they can't take a living person. That's them, I'm me. Sue's smile was confident and calm. Lin Shan said she would help me reach the summit of the cloud platform. In the past, I wouldn't even dare to think about it, but now, we will definitely reach the summit of the cloud platform. Chapter 179, Domination of the Radiation Zone. After Scarface and several others disappeared, the scenic area became a paradise for people with special abilities. Many people with special abilities around here came here to hunt for curiosities, but most of them were low-level people with special abilities. It was difficult for them to catch a low-level special beast, let alone a high-level special beast. So when Sue and his four companions appeared in the scenic area, several low-level psychics who met them by chance fled the scenic area without even thinking about it. Pang was not used to this condescending feeling and frowned. It's really that serious. We don't mean to bully them. You have to adapt to this environment. Sue walked in front and said calmly, Different status means you will see different scenery. They're no longer on the same level as you. Then what level am I at? Pang scratched his head. Stupid. Of course he's a master. Jojo glanced at him and laughed like a silver bell. You think you're so weak, but you don't know that in this world, people who are stronger than you are rare. Hey, Iza looked at Pang with a scornful look, shaking his head helplessly. You're obviously a strong man, but you act like a coward. Get lost. I'm a strong man. Pang cursed back. Deep in the scenic area, Su Wei fully unleashed his spiritual power, covering an area of nearly 100 meters. After carefully sensing it, he suddenly smiled and said, "We're lucky. There's a wildcat in front of us on the left." "Hey, let me do it." Iza chuckled and rushed up quickly. The snow mist was flying all over the sky, like smoke and dust, filling the sky above the scenic area. The vision was instantly blocked, and Iza's yellow hair fluttered in the wind in the snow and fog. Suddenly, a large cat with spots all over its body rushed out from the ice and snow. Meow. The big cat's hair was all over its body, and its body was even larger than an adult tiger. Its hair shone with cold light like steel needles. It shuddered all over, and hairs as hard as steel needles burst out from its body. Swish! Countless steel needles stabbed towards Iza. Call! The icy and snowy wind formed a hurricane, carrying the steel needles into the sky. The big cat didn't expect that its attack would be broken. It let out a wild cry and pounced towards Iza at a rapid speed. Fuck, this little thing is pretty crazy. Iza spat and waved his hands wildly, sending hurricanes of wind and snow towards the big cat. The big cat dodged left and right very flexibly. Hurricanes passed by its side, folding up a lot of its hair. Iza frowned. After a brief fight, he roughly tested the level of the big cat. It was a mature, intermediate-level monster. After 2 consecutive attacks, the big cat's speed did not slow down at all. Iza's face suddenly turned serious. Damn, this beast is not easy to deal with. It has too many attack skills and can even launch hidden weapons. Can you do it? Pang shouted from behind. If not, come back and we'll do it together. It's just a small scene, don't worry. Iza roared, and a huge piece of ice and snow rose from the ground, smashing towards the big cat with a whistling cold wind. Bang! Meow! The big cat was hit hard, fell to the ground with a scream, and then retreated frantically. Want to run? Too late. Iza sneered, and countless pieces of ice and snow hit the big cat. The overwhelming wind and snow wrapped the big cat completely until its shape could no longer be seen. Meow! In the center of the snowstorm, the big cat's cry became shrill. It was obvious that it could not withstand Iza's powerful energy, and now there was no hope of escape. The blizzard lasted for about 2 minutes. At this moment, the place where the big cat was had become a small hill of ice and snow, pressing down on its body. The pinned big cat let out a few weak cries. Iza came in front of it and put his hand on the big cat's forehead. The latter immediately struggled frantically, but no longer had the energy to resist. A few minutes later, the big cat was completely dead. Iza retracted his energy, squinted his eyes, and felt the energy in his body, and sighed. Luckily, Boss Su helped restore the energy, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to kill this beast. After Iza killed the big cat, Su Wei had a general understanding of the power of the strange beast. The energy of a mid-level alien beast is stronger than most aliens of the same level. If Iza's energy had not been improved after the last battle, he might not be able to win. The 4 continued to search in the scenic area, but most of the strange beasts they encountered were no match for them. Su Wei didn't even have to make a move. The 3 of Jojo alone swept away those strange beasts. We still need to continue improving our abilities. Su Wei gradually gained some insights and said to the 3 of them, if all psychics can upgrade, then we will definitely encounter stronger beings in the future. Invincibility is only temporary. That's right. Jojo nodded and said seriously, since the boss can transcend the current level of superpowers, it's hard to guarantee that others can do the same. We still have a long way to go. Afterwards, Su Wei and others stayed in the scenic area for 7 or 8 days, and almost swept away all the intermediate-level exotic beasts there. However, the high-level exotic beast that Iza mentioned did not appear. Until the 9th day, Su Wei led them out from the depths of the scenic area and said, "It seems that this place is no longer valuable. Why don't we prepare to return tomorrow?" Iza said excitedly, "That's great. I can finally leave this damn place." "Are you leaving tomorrow?" Jojo's delicate face was filled with joy as she said, "I haven't seen you for a long time. You look like me. By the way, your sister is a celebrity, but why has no media ever reported on you before?" Su Wei was a little confused. Although being a celebrity is a glamorous profession, it also comes with a lot of troubles. In particular, there is no privacy at all. Who is in the house, and what happened will be found out by those puppies in the first place. As a popular young actress, Bai Menglu's popularity is naturally needless to say. But Su Wei had never listened to a book before. Bai Menglu also had a younger sister. Jujo skipped along, saying casually, "My sister never contacted her family. She cut them off before she signed with the company." Su Wei was a little surprised and asked, "So cautious?" "It's not caution, it's resentment." Jujo shook her head helplessly and sighed. "My sister and I have the same father, but different mothers, and my father hasn't been very kind to her. Ever since she started school, she's always been self-sufficient and has never had any involvement with our family. Even during holidays, we just give her a simple phone call." "I see." Su Wei nodded suddenly and then asked, "But your sister is so famous, doesn't your father?" "My family is not short of money." Jujo knew what Su Wei meant and said casually, "After my sister became a celebrity, my father felt that she was a disgrace to the family, so we contacted each other less and less." Chapter 180, Return. I feel happy when I go home. No matter what time it is, home will always be the safest harbor in people's hearts. Even if this home is broken and cold, people will still be reluctant to leave. Snowmobiles sped along the road. Jujo opened the window and let the biting cold wind blow on her face. Her delicate, fair face was filled with emotion as she said, "I thought this trip to the mountains and rivers was just a mission, but now that I'm leaving, I'm a little reluctant. By the way, I forgot to ask you, what happened to the firefox after I fainted that day?" Su Wei drove the car, his eyes fixed on the front. "Disappeared. You're not dead." Isa shook his head and said, "I was the first one to wake up, and then I saw Boss Su and the others lying in the snow." As for the firefox, it had long disappeared. Erpang asked absent-mindedly, "Could he have been killed by Scarface and the others?" Su Wei affirmed, "No, if Scarface and the others dare to come back, I don't know if they will kill Firefox. He will kill us all. After all, the hatred between us is already very deep." Jujo thought for a moment and said, "If that Firefox hadn't died, it would have definitely upgraded to a high-level beast by now." The car was speeding ahead, stirring up layers of flying snow. About 200 meters behind, a fiery red fox was following the car slowly. After driving for 4 or 5 hours, Su Wei stopped at the entrance of a deserted shopping mall. "Let's take a break. We'll be home in about 2 hours." Su Wei jumped out of the car, took out a barbecue grill, and said, "Erpang, Huang Mao, come and give me a hand." "Fuck, boss, you're awesome. You like Doraemon, right?" Isa unpacked a pile of semi-finished ingredients, while Erpang came to the mall lobby, activated the power of revival, cleared a large area of snow, and revealed the original appearance of the hall. Several people sat around the barbecue grill. Isa held up a grill pan and said to Jojo with a smile, "Warrior, can you lend me a light?" "Get lost." Jojo threw a fireball into the grill and cursed, "You're going to eat the word beautiful girl? Warrior, you sound like a Suicide Squad member." Isa laughed and put various skewers on the stove. While grilling skewers, he said to Su Wei, "Boss, we are now in a life-and-death relationship. As for the salary, what do you think? Eat well, and live well." Su Wei generously held up 3 fingers and continued, "I'll help you increase your energy once a month. In about a year or 2, all 3 of you will become high-level psychics." Su Wei's universal elemental power is a great blessing for those with special abilities. As long as you follow him, even if you don't absorb the elements between heaven and earth, you can quickly increase your energy, just like a hungry cub that meets a wet nurse who is caring enough for you. Only once," Isa said a little disappointedly. "It would be great if it were once a week. I can break through in less than half a year." "Fuck, do you treat me like a cow?" Su Wei angrily scolded. "I have to accumulate too, okay? By the time you break through, I'll be exhausted by you. Once a month is good enough." The fat guy was more honest. He said gratefully, "Under the boss's spiritual power, my energy is increasing faster than when I absorbed a mid-level alien beast before. This is already amazing." "That's right, you greedy fellow." Jujo punched Isa with her pink fist and said angrily, "If the boss hadn't saved us, you would have turned to ashes by now. Do you know how to repay a favor?" Isa's face flushed after being scolded, and he whispered, "Why don't I understand? I just want to break through quickly. After all, we will be fighting with the boss in the future. How can we be too weak?" Su Wei smiled and said, "There aren't many people with special abilities in Yuntai City, and those as powerful as the 3 of you are even rarer. So there's no danger at the moment, but we can't let our guard down." "All right, boss." Jujo suddenly remembered something and said seriously, When I was at the Southwest base, I heard Shun Qiansha mention that there was a very powerful psychic at the Chaoyang base who could attract lightning. Lightning-related abilities? Iza asked in surprise. Generally, those with this kind of special abilities are at least mid-level, and there's a good chance they're high-level. Yes, I speculate that the other party is very likely a high-level psychic. Jujio gnawed on a stick of roasted corn and mumbled, lightning-related abilities are different from ours. Lightning elements are inherently rare in the world, and as the saying goes, scarcity makes things valuable. Therefore, the energy he possesses must be stronger than ours. No matter what department he is from, if I meet him, I will just kill him. After Su Wei's energy was upgraded, high-level psychics no longer posed a threat to him, so he was naturally full of confidence. Jujio took a sip of juice and frowned. Why do I feel so cold around me? She's a fire-type mutant and is not afraid of the cold. So when these words came out, everyone started to be alert. Erpang frowned and said, if someone can make Jujio feel cold, then he must be a person with special abilities or a strange beast. Su Wei used his mental power to its fullest, and the entire building was under his control. In a second, a giant snow-white python appeared in his mind, its scarlet eyes staring at them, ready to attack at any time. Su Wei suddenly smiled and said, the extra meal is here. Erpang and Iza also laughed. They always say that no strange beast poses a threat to them now. Even if it is a high-level strange beast, as long as Su Wei is there, it will be destroyed in a blink of an eye. Let me do it. Erpang volunteered. He himself did not have the ability to attack, but the energy of an intermediate psychic should not be underestimated. Even if he did not have attack skills, the energy threat alone could defeat the opponent. Brush. The power of revival swept across the surroundings, melting the hard ice and snow, and then slowly disappeared. A white snake hiding in the ice and snow soon had nowhere to hide. It also realized that it had been discovered, and its scarlet tongue rustled wildly. Puff! A crystal-clear water ball was spit out from the snake's mouth and landed on Erpang's head. Erpang did not panic, but raised his hand and swept it over his head. The light green power of recovery enveloped the water ball. After a few seconds, the water ball burst and disappeared in the air without a drop falling. It's a mid-level alien beast that has just evolved. Its strength is not very strong. Erpang smiled easily, raised his hand, and sent out a force of revival, covering the white snake. The white snake subconsciously wanted to resist, but her energy was far inferior to that of Erpang. The water ball she spit out had no time to expand before it was destroyed in front of her eyes. Chapter 181. Changes in the Cloud City. If it were placed somewhere else, this white snake would definitely be the local bully. Unfortunately, it was born at the wrong time. Just after breaking through the intermediate level, it encountered a group of perverts. It didn't even have a chance to escape, and could only become food on the other party's barbecue grill. Iza urged Erpang impatiently and jokingly said, hurry up, the meat is overcooked. Fuck, you're the one doing it for me. I don't have any attack skills, so I can only grind it to death. As he spoke, Erpang released another force of recovery. The white snake was wrapped in powerful energy and could only desperately spit out water balls to resist. Try to use the water balls to break through the light green energy barrier. But after more than 10 minutes, the white snake was exhausted. It no longer had the energy to resist and could only lie limply on the ground, twisting its body constantly. Brush. Sweat was also visible on Erpang's forehead. He released another force of recovery, and the powerful energy suddenly enveloped the white snake. This time the white snake did not resist, but allowed the energy to enter its body. In just a few seconds, it consumed all the energy in its body. He's finally dead. Erpang wiped the sweat from his face and walked towards the white snake with a smile. Although this snake has just broken through the intermediate level, its energy reserves cannot be underestimated. If Erpang absorbs its energy source, his strength will be greatly enhanced. Call out. Just as he was about to take action, a red shadow suddenly flashed outside the building in the distance. Erpang dodged subconsciously and casually released a force of recovery. But the red shadow didn't even dodge, but rushed straight towards the white snake. In almost the blink of an eye, the white snake's body on the ground disappeared. Erpang shuddered and shouted, "What is that?" Firefox. Jojo was standing at the outermost edge. Her energy was much higher than Erpang and Iza. She saw the red shadow clearly at a glance and shouted in surprise. It's actually still alive? Isa said in disbelief. I just felt its energy fluctuations. It's very powerful, much stronger than me. Su Wei's energy was the strongest. Even a firefox was inferior to him. He activated his mental strength to the fullest and continued. Giorgio's guess was correct. It has broken through and is now a high-level exotic beast. Fuck, this is even possible, Isa said with some fear. We walked at least 300 kilometers and it actually followed us here. It's terrifying. Ordinary animals cannot even withstand the extreme cold, but exotic beasts can, and the higher their level, the greater their tolerance. Take Giorgio, for example. Even in severe cold weather, she can still wear cool clothes because her fire element is very strong and can block the cold even if it is not released. But why didn't it attack us? Erpang asked in confusion. It snatched the white snake away, surely to absorb its energy, but it let us go. This doesn't make sense. Like monsters and people with special abilities, the most direct way to improve their abilities is to plunder. As for improving oneself by absorbing the elements between heaven and earth, except for Su Wei, who can transform any element into a universal element and absorb it, it is a very long process for other psychics to absorb the elements between heaven and earth. There are so many kinds of elements between heaven and earth, and they mix together to form this world. It is precisely because of its complexity that it is very difficult to absorb. It shouldn't be malicious, right? For some reason, Jujo always felt that this firefox was as close to her as Mo Min, which was why she helped the firefox last time. Isa was a little speechless and said, Sister, that's a strange beast. Even if it has consciousness, it's still an animal. How much intelligence can it have? Could it be that it thinks of you as a friend? Su Wei nodded seriously and said, It's not impossible. Boss, did you feel it too? Giorgio looked at him with her big, twinkling eyes. Su Wei smiled and said, The firefox's energy was very strong, but when it rushed over just now, it controlled the energy fluctuations on its body very well, as if it was worried that the residual power would hurt us. Then why is it running? Erpang was a little puzzled. It's probably because of the difference between humans and animals. Animals and humans are different after all, especially wild animals like this. It's hard for them to build trust with humans. Maybe they're still watching, worried that we might harm them. Isa still didn't believe it, curled his lips and said, It's just a fox, but you're making it look like a mythical beast. Never mind it. Su Wei sat back down, took a skewer of mutton, and said as he ate, Hurry up and eat. Let's continue on our journey and try to get home before dark. The days after the end of the world are very short, only about 9 hours from dawn to dusk. After having their meal, the group set off again. By the time they arrived at the city on the clouds, it was already dark. Hey, this is a big city. Isa jumped out of the car and looked at the towering tall buildings around him. He couldn't help but sigh. I only saw these on my phone before, but now standing here, it's really shocking. The entire city was shrouded in ice and snow. The towering central building seemed to reach the sky, and dark clouds were connected to the top of the building. Su Wei didn't say anything, but just looked quietly at the familiar yet unfamiliar buildings around him, with a smile on his face. In more than 20 days, the city center seemed to have changed its appearance. Many of the buildings that were originally covered with ice and snow have their foundations exposed, and the snow on several main roads has also been cleared, providing direct access to several important locations, especially the city on the clouds. Looking from the door, the whole community now looks more like a city within a city. Most of the houses in the villa area had lights on, and there were also many people living in the high-rise area. If it weren't for the icy and snowy environment around him, Su Wei would have thought that he had returned to the pre-apocalyptic era. In just over 20 days, the walls of the villa area were raised by 10 meters, and the connected protective nets acted like protective locks, isolating the villa from all external dangers. Bang! Su Wei was about to speak when he heard the sound of smashing and looting coming from a shop on the roadside. Xiaoyong, don't go too far. An angry voice came from the store. We've already given you the food. What else do you want? Another arrogant voice rang out, cursing, Fuck, do I even care about this little bit of food from you? Go ask around in Cloud City and see who dares to talk to me like that. Xiaoyong, leave some space for others. Stay like that, you idiot. I'm going to tell you straight. I'm attracted to your sister. Let her come with me, and you'll have no worries about food and clothing. You won't have to worry about your next meal. Otherwise, fuck you. I'd rather starve to death than sell my own sister. Okay, then you can continue to starve. Let's go. Sue looked into the store and frowned unconsciously when he heard that. Fuck, aren't you just relying on your eldest brother being the foreman? Otherwise, how could you possibly want to live in Cloud City? Ah, Phoenix. The arrogant voice sneered and cursed. Just wait for me. If I don't get you today, I'll be your nemesis from now on. Chapter 182. Then do you know who I am? Bang. The glass door of the store was kicked in and shattered. A young man with a short, flat head, holding an iron rod in his hand, hit the head of an angry young man. Several followers he brought with him also surrounded him with ferocious looks. When a group of people attack one person, the result is obvious. The young man named Song Chao was hit by a stick and blood immediately flowed from his head. But Xiaoyong didn't intend to stop and hit Song Chao's arm hard again, and there was a sound of broken bones. Song Chao wailed and fell to the ground, holding his head tightly with his hands. Several followers rushed up and started beating and kicking Song Chao, who was surrounded, had no chance to resist, and was beaten beyond recognition. Elder brother. At this time, a girl of about 18 or 19 years old ran down from upstairs. She was quite pretty and had a bit of the temperament of a beautiful girl next door. Stop fighting, the girl cried as she ran over, pushing the followers hard and shouting helplessly, help, help. The cry attracted several neighbors who settled next door. There were 7 or 8 people standing outside, but their expressions were indifferent, and there was not even a trace of emotion in their eyes. It seems that in their eyes, this is just a painless drama. No one will save you. Xiaoyong grabbed the girl's hand with a sinister grin. After glancing around, he said with a lewd smile, ask them if they dare to come over. They're just a bunch of beggars. It's lucky they're still alive. If they dare to offend me, they'll be gone tomorrow. Do you believe it? The girl was desperate and cried loudly, as if venting her anger and helplessness. Stop crying. It makes me upset. Xiaoyong hugged the girl in his arms and pretended to comfort her. Jingjing, why did you reject me? If you follow me, not only can you live in the Cloud City, but you can also use water and electricity. Do you know what this means? The construction of a city center has just started. Except for the city on the clouds, the refugees outside who are seeking survival are still living in a cruel environment with lack of food and clothing. If Lin Shan had not promised to provide them with a meal every day on the condition of reclaiming the land, these people would probably have starved to death long ago. What makes people helpless is, once the new class system is formed, human greed can no longer be concealed. Those who live in the city on the clouds are inherently superior to the refugees outside. At least they have stable food and a comfortable living environment. As a result, people outside tried their best to get in, while people inside, after having enough food and clothing, developed an endless sense of superiority and treated these people outside as pigs and dogs. Xiao Yongqiang hugged the girl, but the girl was struggling desperately. You don't want to see your brother beaten to death, do you? Xiaoyong's words instantly hit the girl's soft spot. She stopped struggling and let Xiaoyong hold her in his arms and take advantage of her. Song Chao was beaten until he was covered in blood. He lay weakly on the ground, gritting his teeth and growling. Xiaoyong, I'll fuck your ancestors. Don't touch my sister. Ha, what if I touched it? Xiaoyong grinned grimly, ripping open the one on the girl's chest, reaching his hand inside, and laughing wildly. Aren't you going to kill me? Come on, do it. Song Chao roared with bloodshot eyes. He tried his best to stop Xiaoyong, but he didn't even have the strength to crawl over. Huh. Xiaoyong groped the girl unscrupulously and laughed arrogantly. You are just a dog, including you. Across the road, Su Wei and others who had just returned home witnessed this scene with their own eyes. However, in the end times, this kind of thing is not uncommon. At the beginning, Su Wei had never seen anything 10 or 100 times uglier than this. But Iza had just come from the countryside, and his temperament still retained some simplicity. His eyes immediately turned red as he cursed. Fuck, why doesn't this scumbag just die? Damn it, in my entire life, the people I despise the most are those bastards who force women of good families into prostitution. That's right, people like this deserve to die. Erpang also said angrily. There was a scoundrel like this in Shishan town before. Not only did he rape someone's wife, he also raped the girl, forcing the mother and daughter to jump off the building. This bastard should be shot. But Jiujiu, who is always lively and cheerful, didn't say anything. She just looked at Xiaoyong coldly, with her right hand hanging behind her, and quietly transformed into a fireball. Su Wei felt the energy fluctuations around him, quietly reached out to disperse the fireball, and grabbed Jiujiu's wrist. Jujio was stunned for a moment, looked at Su Wei in surprise, and a blush appeared on her face for no apparent reason. Su Wei didn't look at her, but just smiled and said, "No need, he's just a little bastard. Using supernatural powers on him is too much of compliment. Ordinary people should punish him the same way ordinary people do." After saying that, Su Wei walked over. "Who are you?" When Xiaoyong saw him, he was punched in the face before he could even open his mouth. Bang! Su Wei's attack was very powerful, and he knocked Xiaoyong down with one punch. "Fuck, are you fucking tired of living?" Xiaoyong was caught off guard and knocked down. He quickly got up, spitting out a mouthful of blood and cursing. "Do you fucking know who I am?" Su Wei looked at him indifferently, as if he was looking at an ant in the mud, and said with a smile, "Then do you know who I am?" "I don't give a damn who you are." Xiaoyong punched Su Wei furiously and shouted, "Brothers, get him! I'm going to let him know who's in charge here." Su Wei dodged this level of attack by simply turning his head, then kicked Xiaoyong hard onto the road. The girl also took the opportunity to escape from Xiaoyong's control and ran to her brother. After Xiaoyong was kicked, he and several of his followers surrounded Su Wei. "Fuck, I'm really laughing. In this part of Cloud City, there are actually people who dare to fight me." Su Wei didn't say anything, but just looked at him with a little pity. This kind of look is not very harmful, but it is very insulting. Xiaoyong exploded instantly and roared, "Brothers, kill him for me!" Not far away, Jujio and the other two were watching a show. They certainly didn't have to worry about Su Wei's safety, so they were very relaxed. "Fuck, boss, you killed them with just one look, okay?" Iza shook his yellow-haired little boy and said speechlessly, "Hey, invisible pretense is the most deadly." The fat man admired Su Wei 100% and said with a smile, "Do you think the boss is the same as you? He just wants those people to suffer a little more. They deserve it anyway." "Fart," Iza retorted unconvincedly. "I think the boss is just trying to play cat and mouse. Are you too annoying? Watch if you want to, or get lost if you don't." Jujio interrupted their argument unhappily, saying with a cold face, "The boss wants to use this to teach someone a lesson. You can't even understand this. Are you a pig?" "People? Where do they come from?" Iza asked, unconvinced. Jujio rolled her eyes and yelled at him, "Get lost. I don't want to talk to a moron." Chapter 183. How close? When an ordinary person fights a person with special powers, it is like an ant wrestling with an elephant. However, Su Wei did not use any skills, but just released some mental power. In a few minutes, he knocked down Xiaoyong and several of his men. "You're such a scoundrel, and you're trying to imitate others?" Su Wei stepped on Xiaoyong's broken arm and said coldly, "Even if I give you a chance, you're useless." Xiaoyong wailed and rolled back and forth. Su Wei ignored his struggle and stomped on him again. "How could Cloud City produce a scum like you? If the world is dominated by people like you, it would be better to destroy it. Fuck, don't leave if you dare." Xiaoyong was beaten badly, but he still howled unconvincedly, "I've sent someone to report it. When my brother comes, he'll definitely kill you. Do you believe it? Okay, I'll wait for him." Su Wei folded his arms, his face unusually calm. "Here." The girl helped up her brother whose face was covered in blood. "Thank you, brother." Song Chao struggled to his feet, bowed to Su Wei, and said, "You'd better leave quickly. This matter is my fault, and I don't want to implicate you any further." Su Wei smiled at the brother and sister and said, "It's okay. I'm not afraid of being implicated. His name is Hu Yong, and he has quite a few followers." Seeing that Su Wei was indifferent, the girl also advised, "Besides, his brother is the foreman of Cloud City. You'd better leave quickly, otherwise they will definitely retaliate." Su Wei had just returned and was still unclear about many things, so he casually asked, "Is the foreman very capable?" "It's really impressive." The girl glanced at Wu Yong timidly and said softly, "People from Cloud City, even if they are just ordinary technicians, are not something we can afford to offend." Jujio walked over, patted Su Wei on the shoulder, and said, "Boss, why does it feel like Cloud City is like a den of demons right now? How come these people have become so domineering?" "You ask me. Who the hell should I ask?" Su Wei's face was cold. He was really angry. He said coldly, "What the hell is wrong with Lin Shan? It's only been a few days. How could she make the house into such a mess?" Lin Shan." Song Chao was surprised when he heard Su Wei's complaint. "Do you know Manager Lin?" Su Wei felt like laughing when he heard this title and nodded. "Supervisor? I guess we know each other. No wonder you're not afraid of Wu Yong." The girl breathed a sigh of relief, then said with some worry, "But Manager Lin is such a big shot. How could she possibly be involved in such a trivial matter? Why can't she be in charge?" Jujo asked, arrogantly saying, since she's been given these rights, she should be fair and just. Otherwise, how is she any different from those bureaucratic capitalists before her? She didn't have a very friendly impression of Lin Shan. After all, when she first came to Cloud City, Lin Shan was hostile to her and was wary of her everywhere. "Who are you?" The girl looked at Jujo hesitantly. She had lived here for dozens of days and had never seen anyone dare to comment on Lin Shan like that. She was a little confused for a moment. Jujo had a sweet smile on her pretty face as she said, "Me? I'm just a cute little fairy who's loved by everyone. And I'm also the boss's personal bodyguard." "How close?" Sue suddenly smiled and joked. "Bah, you're such a scoundrel." Jujo's face flushed red, and her fair neck was all pink. "It was just a metaphor. Don't take it too seriously." Isa happened to come over and laughed when he heard this. "Hey, I'm afraid it's not the boss who's overthinking it, but you, right?" Jojo's pretty face flushed with shame, and she raised her fist angrily, glaring at Isa with gritted teeth. "Little yellow-haired boy, do you want to die?" Just a joke, just a joke." Isa immediately got scared. Wu Yong, whose leg was broken, was half lying on the ground. He happened to see Jojo's snow-white legs from the ground. A greedy grin suddenly flashed in his eyes. "I didn't expect that there would be such a top-notch product outside of the Cloud City." Wu Yong licked his lips and gave Jujo a lewd smile. "Little sister, aren't you cold wearing so little? You're just a useless boss, all show and no substance. Why don't you just follow me? My skills will definitely make you feel great, and I guarantee you'll have enough to eat every day." Everyone turned around, and 7 or 8 pairs of eyes stared at Wu Yong. Ise gave Wu Yong a thumbs up with a sympathetic look on his face and sighed. "Brother, you are really brave." Wu Yong sneered nonchalantly. This is my territory. No matter how good you are at fighting, what can you do? If you apologize now and let me play with this little sister for 2 days, I may consider letting you go. Otherwise, what else?" Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from outside the crowd. "Otherwise, none of you will survive." Wu Yong stared at Su Wei fiercely and said coldly, "Whatever you did to me just now, I will definitely pay you back 10-fold or 100-fold later." "Yeah." A woman walked out of the crowd, wearing a neat and exquisite professional suit, clean and neat makeup, and a face that was cold but beautiful and charming. Wu Yong saw the woman's greedy eyes and then froze in place. You are Manager Lin?" Lin Shan ignored him and walked straight to Su Wei, saying calmly, "You're back. Is this the result of your governance?" Su Wei fixed his gaze on Lin Shan's face and said with a hint of disappointment in his tone, "If this is the case, we might as well have just run away." Deep down, Su Wei didn't want to see the situation. At the beginning, everyone was ambitious and vowed to dominate Yuntai. Now they seem to really have a chance, but this result is not what Su Wei wants. He is still kind at heart and cannot be cold-blooded. If the price of dominating is becoming someone you hate, then it's better not to be a hegemon. Lin Shan's face turned grim. She knew what Su Wei meant and could only helplessly say, "This kind of thing can't be stopped. Whether it's a new order or an old rule, when there are interests, someone will cross the line. I don't want to hear your big talk. I understand the principles, but now things have happened." Su Wei glanced at the refugees around him calmly and said, "How are you going to solve this?" "Bosu." Just as Lin Shan was about to speak, Crazy Donkey and others who had not been seen for a long time all ran out. "Haha, brother, you're finally back." Zhuang Chang came up and gave Su Wei a bear hug, saying excitedly, "I thought you were dead outside." In the entire Cloud City, there are no more than 3 people who dare to speak to Su Wei like this. Zhuang Chang was one of them. He patted Su Wei's shoulder vigorously and said with a smile, "You have no idea how busy we have been these days. We've been working nonstop." Su Wei nodded to Zhuang Chang and the others and said calmly, "Thank you for your hard work." Chapter 184. All of them are big bosses. Zhuang Chang noticed that Su Wei was in a bad mood and was stunned for a moment. "What's wrong?" he asked Lin Shan blankly. "Why are you not happy after returning home? Did something happen?" Lin Shan's face was a little grim. She said, "Our boss Su wants to be a saint. Look, I'm in training right now. You guys better be careful or you'll be punished." Training. The smiling faces of Crazy Donkey and others suddenly became serious. Everyone thought that since Yunshang City was developing so well now, when Su Wei came back and saw these achievements, even if he didn't praise them too much, he would definitely give some compliments. After all, everyone present has been working hard for the construction these days. In addition to the deserved compensation, what subordinates want to see most is praise from their boss, which is also a recognition of their hard work and value over the past few days. But unexpectedly, Su Wei got angry as soon as he came back. For a moment, the atmosphere on the scene was a little awkward. Su Wei was angered by Lin Shan's sarcastic words and said with a dark face, "Can't you speak properly, woman? What's wrong? You can't even listen to me say a few words to you." "Of course I can. Who are you?" "Now the sky is the boss and you are the second, so you can do whatever you want." Lin Shan said to Su Weilong without showing any weakness. "If you think I'm not qualified, just change someone else." After saying that, Lin Shan left without looking back. Su Wei was so angry that he turned around in a circle and cursed. "I fucking believe your nonsense. I can't do anything without you, so what? What are you so arrogant about?" Lin Shan turned around suddenly and shouted at him angrily, "Su Wei, go to hell." Su Wei was so angry that he wanted to curse in the street, but was stopped by Zhuang Chang. "What's wrong with you? You're already causing trouble right after you got back." Zhuang Chang tugged at his arm and whispered, "Everyone heard you were back and rushed out to greet you. Manager Lin ran faster than us grown men. Didn't he just want to see you sooner? What's wrong with you? Can't you just talk it out?" Su Wei was stunned for a moment, then said unhappily, "I don't want to argue with him. The problem is..." He recounted what had just happened and said coldly, "It's true that we want to develop, but we also need to keep those people under us in check. Otherwise, what the hell is the difference between us and those bureaucrats?" "Wu Yong." After hearing this, Zhuang Chang frowned and said, "I've never heard of such a person. Do you know him?" Li Rui and Chu Sheng both shook their heads and said, "No, we're in charge of the security team's training. Besides, there's so many people coming and going these days. How could anyone know him?" "Wu Yong, is your brother called Wu Gang?" Crazy Donkey frowned and turned to look at the front of the shop. Wu Yong was already dumbfounded at this moment. He looked at the Crazy Donkey with a stupid look on his face, his body shaking constantly. After Tsong Lin Shan appeared, he realized the seriousness of the problem. Then Crazy Donkey, Chu Sheng, Zhuang Chang, Li Rui, each of these people is one of the top bosses in the city on the clouds. When they stomp their feet, the people around them will tremble. But now they all came for one person. I didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary young man had such a high status. From Su Wei's attitude towards these people just now, everyone around him could see that they respected Su Wei very much, and even looked afraid. "Who the hell are you?" Wu Yong lay on the ground with a pale face, looking at Su Wei in horror, and said in a trembling voice, "You've beaten me enough. Please spare me." Begging for mercy now is the wisest option. Otherwise, anyone present could decide his life or death in an instant without taking any action. Crazy Donkey slapped him and yelled, "I'm asking you a fucking question. Is your brother's name Wu Gang?" If Chu Sheng and others are suppressed by status, then Crazy Donkey is completely a personal deterrent. He was originally a gangster, and now he is in charge of the public security issues inside and outside the City of Clouds. Anyone who wants to make a living here is under his control. Moreover, Crazy Donkey was notorious for his ruthlessness. He once beat to death 2 troublemaking refugees with his own hands and hung their bodies on the main street for 3 days. From then on, everyone inside and outside the Cloud City remembered the 3 words Crazy Donkey. There is a saying circulating even within the company. It is better to mess with Director Lin than with the mad donkey. Lin Shan's pride is engraved in her bones, and she disdains to take revenge on these ordinary people. But Crazy Donkey is different. If Lin Shan is the king of hell, then he is the black and white impermanence. The life and death of these people are directly in his hands, and he has the power of life and death. I was wrong. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please, please forgive me." Wu Yong was no longer afraid at this moment. He knelt on the ground in a daze, begging for mercy. Crazy Donkey didn't bother to waste time talking to him. He shouted to the few followers following him, "Go find Wu Gang. 5 minutes. If you don't see Wu Gang, get out." The boss got furious, and his subordinates ran away in panic. "Hey, big donkey." Jujio pinched the donkey's waist and asked, "Who is this Wu Gang? What does he do? He sounds very powerful." Crazy Donkey knew that Jujio was a person with special abilities, and he couldn't afford to offend her. So he could only politely say, "Miss Bai, Wu Gang is an electrician here. He has some skills, so I promoted him to foreman. TSK. I immediately guessed he was your man. Otherwise, why are you so nervous?" Jujio glanced at Crazy Donkey with a hint of disdain and said in a delicate voice, "What kind of boss is he? What kind of subordinates do he have?" The corners of Crazy Donkey's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything, but his face looked very unhappy. "Sure," Sue suddenly said to her coldly. "You can't talk to your own people like that. I believe Lao Lu is unaware of this. Watch your words." Crazy Donkey was stunned for a moment, then looked at Sue with a much more relaxed expression. "Hey, are you kidding me, boss? It's clearly because of his poor discipline that this disgusting thing happened down there. So why are you scolding me instead?" Jujio pinched her waist angrily and stared at Sue with her beautiful eyes. "Stop talking." Isa pulled him back and whispered, "Even I can see that this Crazy Donkey is of a high status. You blatantly slapped him in the face in front of everyone. How could the boss possibly side with you?" "But I wasn't wrong," Jujio said angrily. "Bullying men and women is the most disgusting thing. If the people below dare do it, it means the people above don't supervise them properly, right?" Erpang smiled innocently and said, "That's right, but we are not them. There is no reason for us to meddle in their affairs. Why can't you do anything about it?" Jujio looked at the young sibling sympathetically and said angrily, "If I were humiliated, would you care about me?" "You?" Isa suddenly laughed and said unhappily, "You'd be lucky if you didn't humiliate others, okay? Who would dare to humiliate you? These little bastards?" Jujio's pretty face turned red and she cursed. "Get lost. I'm not a violent woman." Chapter 185, The Mad Donkey's Methods. And at this moment, the protagonists of this incident, the Song Dynasty brother and sister, were stunned. They probably never imagined that an ordinary bullying case would expose so many senior managers in the Cloud City. In the eyes of ordinary people like them, any one of these people who stepped forward would be enough to crush Wu Yong to pieces. For a moment, many people around him began to sympathize with Wu Yong. He is the first one who can offend so many big guys at the same time since the development of Cloud City. At this moment, Wu Yong wanted to die. He didn't expect that he couldn't even save his life just for robbing a girl. "Boss, the people are here." At this time, Crazy Donkey's two younger brothers came back with a middle-aged man with glasses, exactly 5 minutes later. Wu Gang looked at the big guys in front of him with a bewildered look on his face and said in a panic, "Brother Donkey, what's going on? Did something happen?" Crazy Donkey pointed at Wu Yong, who had broken arms and legs, and asked, "Is this your brother?" Yes. Wu Gong nodded subconsciously. "You're pretty awesome then." Crazy Donkey sneered, grabbed Wu Gang's hair, and said harshly, "Who gave you the right to let your brother bully men and women out there? Did I ever tell you to follow the rules?" Wu Gang was so frightened that he stuttered a little, "Donkey, brother Donkey." Bang! The Crazy Donkey slapped Wu Gang so hard that half of his face was swollen. "Fuck you. How many times have I told you to take care of your men and the thing in your pants? Are you fucking deaf?" "Brother Donkey, I'm innocent. I didn't do anything." Wu Gang staggered after being hit, but he didn't dare to fight back. He could only cry out that he was innocent. "Unjust." Bang! Another slap in the face, and finally the left and right sides of his face became symmetrical. Crazy Donkey grabbed Wu Gang's hair and roared, "You think I don't know what you've been doing these days with holding some of the workers' rations and eating and drinking is fine. But did I ever tell you that this is a special period and you shouldn't cause trouble? Don't cause trouble." Although Crazy Donkey is also a gangster, he has transformed from a gangster to a manager over the past year, and his thoughts, methods, and style have naturally changed. He also knew that countless eyes were now staring at the city on the clouds. In fact, many of the people who gathered here from all over the place do not recognize these high-ranking managers at all. Moreover, as the doomsday situation gradually became clearer, many forces in Yuntai City began to mark their own territories within the city. During this sensitive period, if these people were to rebel, the harm would be immeasurable. Even the situation they had worked so hard to build would collapse in an instant. To put it simply, now is not the time to enjoy. But there are some blind people who not only harm themselves, but also harm others. Sue just watched from the side and didn't say a word from beginning to end. Crazy Donkey knew that he wanted to see how he could solve the problem, and also wanted to use this incident to scare the monkeys and warn these managers who were getting complacent. Li Rue was the most astute, worried that the fire of war might spread to him. He waved his hand and said, "Brother Donkey, you can handle this matter. We're leaving first." Chu Sheng glanced at the silent Su Wei and also shrank his neck. "Let's go, old donkey." Except for Zhuang Chong, several other big guys present fled the battlefield in a panic and went back to beat their men. "Fuck," Crazy Donkey cursed angrily. "Are you still human?" Although he was scolded, he was also helpless. Su Wei obviously wanted to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, but his subordinates were not up to the task, so he had to be the only one to play the chicken. "Fuck you, it's all because of you." The Crazy Donkey pressed Wu Gang's head and punched him twice. Wu Yong, who had a broken leg, could not escape either. He was pinned to the ground and rubbed wildly by several security guards. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Wu Yong was already dying. The Crazy Donkey finally stopped and shouted to the onlookers, "Brothers and sisters, this matter is due to my failure to supervise properly. I apologize to you all." As he spoke, Crazy Donkey bowed to everyone present. Everyone present looked at the Crazy Donkey quietly. No one spoke, but no one left either. They're all people who come from all over the surrounding areas to make a living, but even if they're just trying to make a living, they should have the most basic dignity. After all, they are paid according to their work, not beggars. If this happened in the first few days of the apocalypse, Crazy Donkey would definitely not be so humble. I'm afraid he would have shot these people to death long ago. But now it's not possible. He must lower his attitude. Rome was not built in a day, and certainly not by one person. Anyone who wants to succeed cannot do it alone. He needs supporters, and more importantly, a large number of willing contributors. "Brother," Crazy Donkey walked up to the Song Dynasty siblings and said politely, "Ultimately, this is our fault for inadequate supervision. Don't worry, I will definitely deal with these two bastards and give you an explanation, and I will also give you appropriate compensation." The Crazy Donkey, who has been living underground for many years, is inherently fierce. Even though he was very restrained, the girl was still a little timid and shook her head, saying, "No, no need. We can leave here as long as you don't bother us anymore." In her opinion, Crazy Donkey was forced to do this by his superiors. She didn't know Su Wei's identity and was worried that if Su Wei and the others left, these people would wait for an opportunity to take revenge. "Don't do that." Crazy Donkey subconsciously glanced at Su Wei and said with a wry smile, "Just live here peacefully. In a few months, our power department will be completed. By then, this street will be the first power supply area. If you leave now, there will be no room for you when you come back." The street outside the city on the clouds is about 700 or 800 meters long, surrounding the entire community. The community has now achieved self-sufficiency in its power supply, and further development will certainly be outward expansion, but there are 2,000 to 3,000 people living on this street. Further out, closer to the city center, tens of thousands of people are working hard to open up wasteland. So the words of the Mad Donkey are very tempting. If the Song Dynasty brother and sister left now, tens of thousands of people would flock here. Some people would be able to grab something, while others would not. They would not even be able to find a toilet. But the girl looked timidly at the dying Wu Yong. Seeing this, Crazy Donkey pulled out his pistol without hesitation. Bang! Bang! The brothers Wu Yong and Wu Gang died, tragically in the street, ending their sinful lives. Crazy Donkey looked at the two of them expressionlessly, then said to the frightened Song Chao brother and sister, "Don't worry, Cloud City is a place where rules are followed. If something like this happens again in the future, you can report it to the Public Security Department, and I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Chapter 186, Power and Ambition. The two shots fired by Crazy Donkey directly shattered the thoughts of everyone present. More and more people took to the streets. They were ordinary people who were clearing the land here, clearing snow, repairing roads, and building houses every day just for a meal. It could be said that without these people, there would be no Cloud City's current splendor. But they're the people at the bottom of society. Since the end of the world, they have suffered cruel disasters, endured the sins of human nature, and experienced the despair of life. But they are human beings, after all, people with flesh and blood and thoughts. They may be able to survive for a meal now, but what about in the future? When there are more and more unequal orders and the gap between people becomes wider and wider, will they still be willing to live for a meal? You don't even have to wait until the future. Now, at this moment, There are many people like Wu Yong and his brothers. They rely on various relationships or abilities to exploit and bully the people around them. If Su Wei didn't have any great ideals, he would just be living a miserable life. Then he doesn't need to pay any attention to these things and just let those people fend for themselves. He won't be affected anyway. But now it's different. Lin Shan's appearance ignited his fighting spirit and gave him greater ideals. In the security room at the gate of Cloud City. Fuck. Chu Sheng leaned against the window and looked outside. He said to the people around him, "Old Donkey is really ruthless. I've been working on this land for so long, and this is the first time I've seen him shoot a gun. I have to open it." Li Rue shook his head helplessly and smiled. He was appointed by President Su himself as the security captain. Before, we were few in number and couldn't show anything, but now it's different. What's the difference? Chu Sheng is not cut out to be an official, and he has followed Yu Suaowei since the very beginning. Both the master and the apprentice are of the type who are not interested in competing with the world. They do whatever work is offered and never consider power. But Li Rue is much smarter than them. Moreover, as the city on the clouds has developed to this point, not only Li Rue has felt the importance of power, but even Zhuang Chang has a vague desire for it. Who doesn't want to be the big brother? Li Rue looked at Chu Sheng speechlessly and said, "Brother Sheng, I find that you are really suitable to be an instructor. No other position is suitable for you." Chu Sheng cursed angrily. "Fuck, stop teasing me. I'm not stupid. I can hear it. All right, this time, Lao Lu has secured this position." Lin Xiaofeng smiled in admiration and said, "I originally thought that Lao Lu would definitely upset President Su this time. But today, his actions were reasonable, well-founded, and measured. He suppressed the situation with 2 bullets, and then calmed those people down with a combination of coaxing and deception. With such tactics, was he really a gangster in his past? There are talented people in the underworld too." Li Rue and Lin Xiaofeng were of similar age and had a close relationship. He half-jokingly said, "If Crazy Donkey doesn't get this done today, who do you think President Su will let take his place? Fuck, stop talking conspiracy theories to me, okay?" Lin Xiaofeng glared at him angrily and said, "Don't you know that what my sister hates most is fighting for power and profit? This has nothing to do with your sister. Why is it okay?" Lin Xiaofeng said speechlessly, "My sister is the general manager, and I'm his younger brother. You bastards are always staring at me. If I step out now, Crazy Donkey will hate me to death." Chu Sheng curled his lips and said to the 2 of them, "Isn't he just a security captain? Look how anxious you 2 are. You know nothing." The 2 of them cursed Chu Sheng at the same time. "Oh my god, are you 2 getting carried away, or am I too weak to lift a knife?" Chu Sheng pinned them down on the table with one hand each, grinning. "Come on, try to scold me again." Wrong. The 2 of them quickly begged for mercy, and Lin Xiaofeng smiled and said, "Brother Sheng, you're awesome. Please spare my life." Chu Sheng let go of the 2, folded his arms and said, "I'll spare your lives, but you 2 need to tell me why you're both so obsessed with the position of security captain." "It's very simple." Li Rue rubbed his neck and said seriously, "Power." Chu Sheng said with some disdain, "Fuck, he's just a security captain. How can he have a security team staff officer like you?" As the number of security team members continued to increase, Lin Shan renamed the original security team as the Security Corps, with Zhuang Chang as the head, Chu Sheng and Yu Suaowei as deputy heads, and Chu Sheng as the chief of staff. It sounds like children playing house, but these people really have power. Today, the number of security personnel has increased to more than 2,000. Even if the combat effectiveness is still not up to par with that of a group of this size, the momentum is already incomparable. And among those present, each one of them is a person who can decide the life and death of countless people with just one word. Li Rue shook his head helplessly at Chu Sheng and sighed. "Although our makeshift team can't be said to have any military or political factions at the moment, in the final analysis, we are all from the military faction. But Crazy Donkey is different. He belongs to the political faction. There is no way the public security team can be mixed up with the security corps." "So what?" Chu Sheng was still confused and asked, "How many of us are there? How many of them do they have? Power and numbers are not the same thing, right?" Lin Xiaofeng gave him a sullen look and explained, "If we continue on this path, the city center, or even most of Yuntai City, will be ours. By then, imagine what position Crazy Donkey will hold. City Police Department, Chief." Li Rui spoke word by word. By then, the entire population of Yuntai City will be under his jurisdiction. Putting aside the enormous power he holds, the benefits alone will be astronomical. That's right. Lin Xiaofeng continued. So, Crazy Donkey will definitely not give up this position. His future is much brighter and more stable than ours. Chu Sheng suddenly understood something and murmured, if that's the case, when we really take over Yuntai City, Director Lin will definitely be the undisputed candidate for mayor. After all, President Su never takes the initiative to seize power. He only acts as a behind-the-scenes boss. Then, besides the mayor, Crazy Donkey is really awesome. Li Rui nodded and said, we are all veterans who have worked with President Su. Let's put aside the past grudges. If we only consider our contributions, Crazy Donkey deserves this position, so he will definitely not give up. Chu Xing nodded and said, that's right. He is ambitious and absolutely unwilling to be outdone by others, let alone just being a small role. Lin Xiaofeng rolled his eyes at him in annoyance and said speechlessly, do you understand now? Understood. Apologize to us. Li Rui said to Chu Sheng with a look of disgust. Apologize for your rudeness just now. Oh my God. Chapter 187. The Ugliness Beneath the Beauty. In front of the store, Crazy Donkey put away his gun and came to Su Wei respectfully. He bowed slightly and said seriously, I'm sorry, Mr. Su. This matter is entirely due to my lax supervision. Don't worry. From today on, the public security inside and outside Cloud City will be absolutely stable. Su Weiqing glanced at him and suddenly smiled. Do you think that the reason I am so angry is just for the overall situation? Click. Crazy Donkey's heart trembled slightly, and he said quickly, no, that's not what I meant, Mr. Su. But that's what you mean. Su Wei smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, but you did a good job, so don't worry, the position of security captain is still yours. Call. Crazy Donkey breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he truly relax, and said to Su Wei with a smile, Boss Su, I know you feel it's unfair for these people. Su Wei didn't say anything, just looked at the people around him. These people include old and young. They have survived until now, and their experiences must have been more cruel than Su could have imagined. He is not a saint, and he has made up his mind from the beginning that he will never be a saint. But he is also a human being with flesh and blood and emotions, so when he faces these people in person, he can't be cold-blooded. He can sacrifice people who have nothing to do with him for his own goals, but that doesn't mean he can be indifferent to sin and ugliness. But reality is cruel, even crueler than we imagined. Crazy Donkey glanced at Jujio and the others without leaving a trace, and sighed. Some people are born at the top, able to influence the lives of millions with a wave of their hands. But some people are oppressed by various existences throughout their lives. This is not something that can be changed by human power. The fat man's honest voice rang out, and he said to Crazy Donkey, why not? As long as everyone is kind-hearted, the world will always get better. Do you know where the city with the highest governance ranking in all of China was before the apocalypse? Crazy Donkey pointed to the building in the city center not far away. It's here, Yuntai City. But do you know how many people are in Yuntai City's underground organization? Crazy Donkey held up 4 fingers and said, 400,000 people, not counting the petty thieves and thugs on the surface. What do you want to say? Erpang looked at Crazy Donkey in confusion. Any beautiful place has its share of ugliness, but most of it is hidden in the darkness, so you can't see it. Crazy Donkey smiled at him and said, we can only try to beautify it, but we can't eradicate it. Why not? Crazy Donkey glanced at the dark clouds in the sky and said, because of profit, because of power, because of greed, because of desire, and because no one is willing to be mediocre, and no one is willing to be squeezed into the mud to survive. In the silence, Su Wei suddenly laughed. He changed his previous cold attitude, patted Crazy Donkey's shoulder jokingly, and teased, fuck, I haven't seen you for a month. When did you become a philosopher? The Crazy Donkey was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled happily and said, you flatter me. I'm just a gangster. I just suddenly put on official clothes and suddenly felt something. Let's go. I heard you guys are planning a welcoming banquet. We can't go home until we're drunk tonight. Su Wei took the lead and walked towards the city on the clouds. Behind him, Jujio asked in confusion, is that all? Of course it's over. Isn't everything resolved? Su Wei smiled at her, then turned back to the Song Chao siblings and said, brother, I'm sorry for what happened today. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Uh, uh. Song Chao was stunned for a moment before quickly nodding to Su Wei, until Su Wei and others disappeared in the community. The girl finally reacted and looked at the place where Su Wei had left, muttering to herself, "Brother, who is that person?" "What?" Song Chao turned his head mechanically. "That boss Su. We've been here for over a month, but we've never seen him." The girl recalled Su Wei's smile and said, "Even big shots like Director Lin respect him. And those big shots, they never smile or smile. This proves that he is more powerful than these people." Song Chao also looked at the gate of the community with a faint glint in his eyes and said, "One day, I will become one of them, respected and looked up to by others." What Crazy Donkey said is right. No one is willing to be mediocre. Building 104. 23 days later, Su Wei finally returned to this place. It was still this familiar house. The snow around it had been cleared away, and even the frozen soil of the green belt was exposed. Although there were no plans to embellish it, it added a bit of life to this doomsday. The entire villa area is clean. Even if it snows occasionally, the patrolling cleaning staff will clean the ground as soon as possible. At this moment, Jujio and others finally understood what the Crazy Donkey meant by rights. As they walked along, although the snow in the high-rise areas had not been cleared, the overall environment was still covered with ice and snow. Icicles hung on the window frames, and layer upon layer of snow fell. In the villa area, everything looks brand new. Even the previously damaged exterior walls and decorations have been repaired as much as possible. From Area A to Area D, the front of each villa is clean. Some yards even have electric motorcycles parked, and lights are swaying inside the houses. Although most of this was given by Su Wei, they also built it up bit by bit from scratch, especially Building 104. The bright and beautiful lights inside make people feel as if they have returned to the time before the end of the world. Ding dong. Su Wei rang the doorbell. Isa was puzzled and asked, "Isn't this the boss's own home? Why do you have to knock on the door?" Jujio was inexplicably deep and said calmly, "He is our boss, but there's another person over here who is his boss." "Huh?" Pang said in surprise. "The boss is so awesome. And he actually has a boss? How much more awesome must his boss be? Could he possibly be able to catch a H-bullet with his bare hands?" Jujio was inexplicably angry and asked, "Why do you talk so much nonsense? Aren't you annoying?" Pang shrank his neck in grievance and whispered, I didn't say anything. Drop." The video surveillance on the villa door was turned on, and a beautiful face appeared inside. Su Wei laughed immediately, grinning and shouting, "Open the door quickly, the master is back." Sun Wanner was not as enthusiastic as he had imagined. She didn't even smile or shed a tear of reunion after a long separation. Instead, she had a dark face and pinched her waist, full of anger. "You still remember to come back?" "Ga." Su Wei was stunned on the spot, then pretended to be angry and said, "What's the matter? I've been gone for a month, and you can't tell the difference between the big and small kings again? Watch your tone, okay? I've been busy with too many things at home recently, so the update is very late. Please forgive me, and I will definitely give you a lot of support." Chapter 188, Apology and Welcome. I feel happy when I go home. After being apart for more than 20 days, Su Wei finally understood what it meant that the hardest thing is missing someone. Su Wei had endured and held it in for more than 20 days. His mind was now full of those images, and he just wanted time to pass quickly and reach night. But Sun Wanner obviously didn't think so. With a cold face, she cursed, "Su Wei, you just came back and you're already looking for trouble for me, right? Fuck, what am I looking for?" Su Wei was so angry that she jumped up and down. "I just got home, and as the hostess, you didn't even greet me, and you didn't even let me in? What's going on? Is there a man hiding in the house?" Sun Wanner's pretty face was frost-covered, and she glared at him with her beautiful eyes. "Say it to me again." "No, I just got back, okay? What's going on? I even brought you some local specialties from Xinjiang City, and you're treating me like this?" As he spoke, Su Wei took out 2 salted fish that were frozen hard from the space. Sun Wanner didn't bother to pay attention to him and asked, "What were you doing outside just now?" "What did I do?" Su Wei, who had been so confident and self-righteous, suddenly froze for a moment, then wilted, I didn't do anything." "Okay, then you can spend the day outside." Sun Wanner turned and walked towards the bedroom without looking back. "We can talk about it when I remember." "Fuck, How can I let you bully me on my territory? Sue cursed and prepared to enter the password. GA. He stopped raising his hand midair and suddenly remembered that for safety reasons, he closed the combination lock on the door when he went out and gave the only key to Sun Wanner. Fuck, let's go out. Was the house robbed? Sue turned around a few times and shouted inside. Sun Wanner, open the door for me. Roll. Fuck, if you don't open the door, I'm gonna kick it. Sue pretended to raise his leg. If you can kick them open, I'll let you ride me like a horse. Sun Wanner said something obscene. Come on, I'm watching. Try kicking one and see. The security system of this villa is top-notch. Even if Sue was a person with superpowers, it would be useless. Kicking him would be a complete waste of time. Boss, do you really need to take action on such a small matter? Let me do it. Isa came to the door excitedly, and the power of ice and snow emerged. Call. The snowflakes in the sky gathered together in an instant, forming an icicle. This strange sight also attracted many neighbors to come out to check, and then they saw Sue and others who were turned away. Sue kicked Isa, interrupting his spellcasting and cursing. Fuck, you want to tear my house down, huh? How about I come? Jujo walked forward with a grin and said deliberately, Don't worry, boss. I know my limits. I'll just melt the lock, but you'll have to get a new one later. Sue looked at the two of them speechlessly, raised his hands, and said, My ancestors, I was wrong, okay? Can you just be quiet, little idiots? You are the idiot. Jujo cursed and turned away, ignoring him. Sue continued to shout into the intercom. Sun Wanner, I'm telling you, my patience has its limits. If you don't open the door for me. Inside the room, Sun Wanner took a sip of coffee and said calmly, What do you want? I didn't. Sue choked and said bravely, I'll divorce you. Sun Wanner's beautiful eyes turned cold, and she smiled and said, All right, if you divorce me today, tomorrow I'll find someone who's more handsome, better at work, and more obedient than you. What the hell are these vicious words? All around, the neighbors next door are looking at this side. Sue was instantly devastated and yelled angrily, Fuck, haven't you ever seen a couple quarrel? Go back and play with spoons. Brush. Sue's deterrent power was still terrifying, and the outside became quiet in an instant. He stood outside the door speechlessly and said helplessly, Wanner, I was wrong, okay? It's quite cold outside. Can we open the door first? Go and apologize first. Sun Wanner glanced at him. Fuck, why do I always have to apologize to her? She's your dad. Aren't you spoiling her too much? Are you going or not? Sun Wanner's beautiful eyes were slightly furious. I just don't understand. Were you two enemies in your past life? Why are you arguing as soon as you get back? I didn't mean to argue with her. Sue was not in the right, so he could only soften his tone and said, but her words were too venomous. She simply looked down on me. I don't care. Sun Wanner rolled her eyes at him and hung up the video call. Either you go and apologize, or you stay out today. Beep. Sue stood outside the door in a daze, looking like he was saying, What the hell is going on here? I'm a master of this house, okay? Boss, look at us. Isa smiled awkwardly, pointed at her pang, and said, We agreed before we came here that we would provide food and accommodation. You can't break your promise. Get lost. Can't you see I'm homeless? Go find a place to live. Sue rolled his eyes and walked out. Boss, where are you going? Jujo followed, holding up her little skirt. Where the hell can I go? I need to apologize. Sue walked towards 103 next door, pointed across, and said, You guys go to the command center and wait. I'll be there soon. Looking at Sue's back, Jujo stomped her feet in anger. TSK what? You're so timid when talking to her, but you're so aggressive when talking to me. Jujo pinched her waist angrily and whispered, If you make me angry, I won't serve you anymore. Really? Then let's go. Let's establish our own mountaintop. Isa came up to Jujo and joked, With the three of us having the skills, we can have a good time anywhere. Jujo glanced at him angrily and cursed. Get lost. I'm not going anywhere. I'm blaming him. You're in trouble. Isa suddenly looked shocked, pointing at Jujo and shaking his head. You are the one who is miserable. Your whole family is miserable. Jujo kicked him angrily. Isa looked sympathetic and shook his head, saying, Do you know that you look like someone who has fallen in love just now? TSK, you've fallen. I'm not okay. Jojo's pretty face flushed instantly, but she raised her head and pretended to be calm as she said loudly, Look, he looks like a toad that has turned into a spirit. How could I possibly like him? Hey, You looked like this last time when you were being stubborn. Ise exposed her mercilessly and smacked his lips and said, but it's no wonder. Giorgio's blushes turned red at his sarcastic tone, and she angrily threatened. No wonder. I'm warning you. If you dare to spread rumors again, I'll turn you into a roasted pig, believe it or not. The two of them went to the villa opposite while playing and joking, but they didn't notice that Erpang, who followed them, didn't say a word the whole time. He lowered his head and remained silent, his face full of loss. Chapter 189. Brother is so charming. Bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. Who is it? Lin Xiaofeng was annoyed by the rapid banging on the door outside. He said angrily, is this the soul-calling thing? Can you be a little gentler? Fuck, Mr. Su. Su Wei stood outside the door with a dark look on his face. Where's your sister? Lin Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment, then quickly pointed upstairs and said, my sister just came back from the construction site and is in the inner room right now. Oh, I have something to ask her. Su Wei walked towards the bedroom, not forgetting to remind Lin Xiaofeng. Well, I have something personal to do here. Please leave first. Don't, Mr. Su. Lin Xiaofeng quickly stopped Su Wei and said, my sister. Don't worry, I won't do anything to her. I just want to tell her a few words. Su Wei ignored Lin Xiaofeng's obstruction, went straight to the bedroom, and pushed open the door. Su! Lin Xiaofeng wanted to stop it, but it was too late, so he had to turn away in a hurry. A scream piercing the eardrums came from inside the house. Su Wei stood at the door in a daze, looking at the white and smooth body in the room, and the pair of delicate jade feet had several big blisters on them. Bang! An unknown piece of clothing was thrown on Su Wei's face. Fuck! Su Wei hurriedly retreated in embarrassment and said awkwardly, it's not even dark yet, woman. Why are you changing clothes? Su Wei, I'm going to kill you sooner or later. Inside the house, Lin Shan's roar resounded throughout the villa, and all kinds of things hit the door with crackling sounds. Even though Su Wei was outside the door, he could feel the force. Su Wei touched his nose in dissatisfaction and said nothing more tactfully, while Lin Xiaofeng stood beside him with a speechless look on his face. Your sister is changing clothes, and you, as her younger brother, don't you know how to stop me? Lin Xiaofeng looked at him with a wronged expression and said speechlessly, why didn't I stop you? You didn't listen to me and insisted on rushing in, okay? Why didn't I hear you? Have you heard what I have to say? The two of them were blaming each other. Click! The door opened. Su Wei subconsciously took a step back. Lin Shan was wearing a warm pajamas, a large robe on the outside, and a pair of cotton slippers on her feet. It's all a misunderstanding. Su Wei smiled awkwardly at her and pointed at Lin Xiaofeng and said, it was this guy who didn't explain clearly in advance. I thought you were working there. Lin Shan looked at him without saying anything. Besides anger, there was also a barely noticeable blush on her face. No, don't look at me like that. Su Wei's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said, I felt that my words were not very nice when we were outside this afternoon, so I came to apologize to you. Can't you still be able to move on without me? Lin Shan's expression improved a lot. She glanced at the two of them calmly and sat on the sofa, saying, you're the boss. If you want to be a saint, then go ahead. Well, let's talk properly. Su Wei took out a pot of lavender peonies from his space and said, Giorgio found these words near the cave of a fire fox monster. She wanted to give them to her sister, but I snatched them away. Consider this my apology to you for what happened before. In weather of -40 or 50 degrees Celsius, not to mention peonies, even cacti can't survive. It's hard to imagine how luxurious this thing is at this moment. If it weren't for the energy element of the fire fox that changed the state of the area around the cave, he would have found this living plant sooner rather than later, even if he had run himself to pieces. You really are. When Lin Shan saw the peony, her face immediately turned unhappy. This is a purple peony, which was very rare in the past. How could you just randomly find a flower pot and plant it? It's just a flower. Why is it so particular? Su Wei sat down nonchalantly and said, I just had a really cool little brother. With him around, any flower can survive. Lin Shan carefully held the flower pot, placed it next to the radiator, and fiddled with the roots that leaked out. Hearing this, she turned around and asked, a person with superpowers? Well, it's a special ability. To put it simply, it's restoration. Su Wei said with a smile, holding the water cup. For example, this water cup can restore broken and deformed objects. There's such a perverted ability. Lin Shan stood up in surprise and asked, "Where's that person? Does this resurrection have any effect on people? If we could resurrect the dead, that would be really awesome." "No." Su Wei shook his head and smiled again. "If even humans can be resurrected, then they are not superpowers but gods." 2. Lin Shan felt a little disappointed. She fiddled with the flower branches and smiled. "But being able to recover is already amazing. We're currently at a bottleneck in land reclamation. Many large equipment has been damaged, and it's difficult to find replacements. Then we can even restore the water supply system. The power supply system is easy to deal with. Even if there is no wind power generation, coal-fired power generation can be used as a substitute. The water supply systems have always been the same. If there is no way to connect the equipment to the underground river, it is impossible to use tap water. Nowadays, there are snow rivers and glaciers everywhere, and it is simply a fantasy to want to draw water from underground. But now with Erpang joining us, water supply is no longer a luxury. Where is he? Take me to see him." Lin Shan instantly switched to strong woman mode, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she excitedly said, "You must be generous to talented people, otherwise they will most likely be poached by others. Don't worry, I'm full of charm." Su Weiqie smiled confidently on the sofa. Lin Shan rolled her eyes at him and said, "Stop talking nonsense. I'll take charge of the construction matters. Let's go to the headquarters." "Well, I'm here to apologize to you." Su Wei looked at Lin Shan helplessly and said with a wry smile, "Give me some appreciation." Lin Shan glanced at him and said calmly, "You are the master of Cloud City. There is no need to apologize to me." "Hey, I'm sincere. Okay, can't you just talk nicely?" Su Wei jumped up again and said, "I'm giving you gifts and making amends. What else do you want? I told you, you are the supreme commander here, and no matter how powerful I am just a subordinate, so you don't need to apologize to your subordinates at work." Lin Shan looked at Su Wei seriously and said solemnly, "The commander-in-chief will not make mistakes. Even if he does make a mistake, someone has to take the blame. Do you understand? The way of the king and the hegemon?" Su Wei was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, "We don't need to do that now, right? Besides, I'm not." "You still don't understand." Lin Shan shook her head and said suddenly, "What do you think the people want most at this stage?" Su Wei stared at Lin Shan blankly, and suddenly felt a sense of strangeness. Chapter 190, Hope, Brother-in-Law. This woman can always carve confidence into her bones. Her powerful abilities and wisdom are so great that even if people try their best, they can only look up to her. "It's Hope." Lin Shan, like a wise man with a comprehensive vision, said sternly, "Do you think that as long as you keep them well-fed and clothed, they will submit to you and do whatever you want? But you're wrong." So wait a month, silent. What has enabled humanity to develop over the past 2,000 years? Lin Shan patiently explained, from agriculture to industry, from trade to technology, the driving force behind human progress has never been the need for food and clothing, but rather the hope of a better life. With this hope, they can unleash their endless potential, and any difficulties and hardships can be easily overcome for them. Lin Shan pointed at the dark sky outside and sighed, but now their hopes are shattered. At the end of the world, all efforts become in vain. The accumulation of thousands of years of human beings seem to have returned to the starting point overnight. What we need to do is not just provide them with food and clothing, but also give them a promising future. Only when their hearts are filled with hope will they truly recognize you as their commander. Lin Shan looked at Su Wei seriously and said softly, "I know you are kind-hearted, so I don't blame you. On the contrary," at this point, Lin Shan suddenly laughed. "If you're truly a cold-blooded and ruthless ruler, then I will be truly chilled." "That's a nice thing to say." Su Wei shook her head unhappily and said with a smile, "Big sister, have you forgotten how you scolded me today? You deserve it." Hearing the word, neat, Lin Shan's pretty face suddenly turned red. Soon she turned stern and said, "I've devoted my life to you, and yet you embarrass me in front of so many people. Shouldn't I be angry with you?" Okay, you're right about everything." Su Wei surrendered, made a gesture of invitation, and said, "Then please come in, Director Lin. Everyone is waiting at the headquarters, so it's a good time to arrange the next stage of work." In the command center, 3 sets of electric radiators surround the living room. The temperature here now remains around 5 degrees Celsius above zero, 24 hours a day. Although it is not as warm as Su Wei's villa, it is still an ultimate enjoyment in this environment. Li Fu Wei and several young people without families live here to save trouble. With the people who take turns on duty, this place is very lively every day. Crazy Donkey curled up on the sofa, pointed at Chu Sheng and others angrily, and cursed, "Fuck, you guys are really no good. Old Donkey, don't be so naive. You've made a fool of yourself this time." Zhuang Chong crossed his legs and said with a smile, "We'll all ask you to do something tomorrow." "Do something?" Crazy Donkey pinched his cigarette and took a deep drag, shouting, "If I hadn't reacted quickly, if those people had rebelled, President Su would have skinned me alive." By the way, President Su wasn't like this before. Chu Sheng was a big mouth, and he never thought about what he wanted to say. There are not many people dying these days, so that's about it. Please stop talking nonsense. Crazy Donkey glanced at him and said, "Boss Su, this is like Liu Bei throwing a child. If I hadn't reacted quickly, you wouldn't be able to see me now." Yuzue smiled and said, "Not really. You are a meritorious official. President Su will not kill meritorious officials indiscriminately. I won't do that now, but I'm afraid it's hard to say." Li Rue glanced at Jujio and the other two and said bluntly, "We've fought so hard, but this is all we can do. How can we possibly stop the trouble on streets? Even if Donkey's 2 shots can temporarily suppress it, there will always be more. Human nature is greedy. When interests are unbalanced, the gap between the rich and the poor will arise, and then some people will take risks." Jujio knew that Li Rue was talking to the three of them, so she curled her lips and said, "We are the boss's bodyguards, so don't project your petty thoughts on us." Forehead. Li Rue didn't expect Jujio to speak so bluntly. He was so embarrassed that he couldn't speak for a moment. Iza spoke more directly, saying calmly, "I don't even bother being a captain or a supervisor. It's so tiring. I'm just waiting for the boss to introduce me to a top socialite. That would satisfy me." "Ah." Chu Sheng couldn't help but laugh and said, "A top socialite. Have you grown all your hair yet? Being young doesn't mean you're not capable, right?" Iza shook his yellow-haired little brother and said proudly, "I've fucked countless women at night, and my golden spear is unstoppable. Do you want to die? How dare you tell dirty jokes to me?" Jujio slapped him with a red face, and Iza wilted instantly. "What about you, brother?" Li Fugyer was about the same age as them. Seeing that Erpang didn't like to talk much, he hooked his arm around his neck and said with a smile, "Do you want me to introduce you to some amazing girls?" I don't want it." Erpang immediately blushed and lowered his head, then secretly glanced at Jujio. "Haha, I don't think it's because they already have a clear goal, right?" Chu Shengjian smiled and glanced at Jujio. He said, "You're such a cunning kid. You want to become the boss's brother-in-law right away." "What does a brother-in-law mean?" Erpang was confused. Chu Sheng laughed meanly and said, "It's just a boat. The boss took the elder sister, and you stole the younger sister. TSK, TSK. From now on, we will all be polite to you." I didn't." Erpang blushed immediately and quickly waved his hands to explain. But the more he explained, the more outrageous it became, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Jujio also understood the meaning of a boat and blushed angrily. "You want to die, don't you?" Brush. A small flame suddenly appeared above Chu Sheng's head. Sizzle, sizzle. The flames flickered unsteadily, burning Chu Sheng's hair and emitting a burnt smell. "I fuck." Chu Sheng was so frightened that he dare not breathe. He looked at the flames with trembling eyes and said hurriedly, "Sister, I was just joking. Don't. Someone's going to die." The people around were so scared that they scattered like birds and beasts. Li Rue smiled awkwardly and said, "Jujio's sister, we were just joking. Brother Sheng isn't a bad person. He just had a bit of a bad mouth. It's not that serious." "Huh, so I'm a bad guy." Jujio puffed out her chest and said coquettishly, "My sister has nothing to do with the boss, and I also have nothing to do with Erpang. Do you understand?" Erpang was stunned for a moment when he heard this, looked up at Jujio, and then hurriedly lowered his head. I understand. Chu Sheng nodded with tears in his eyes and begged for mercy. "Sister, blame me for being mean. Please spare me. This is the gap between ordinary people and those with special abilities. This is only in the city on the clouds." Jujio has been very restrained. If it were someone from outside, Chu Sheng would not even have the right to have an equal dialogue. Chapter 191. Leaders never make mistakes. Su Wei and Lin Shan saw this scene as soon as they arrived at the door. Chirp, what are you doing? Su Wei was very aware of Jojo's terrifying power. If they really started a fight, few people would be her match. Brush. Su Wei glanced around, and the flame disappeared in midair. Chu Sheng then fell on the sofa with a thud, scratching his hair in embarrassment, and jumped away from Jujio in a few jumps. Boss, this guy is such a jerk. Jujio pointed at Chu Sheng and said in a delicate voice, You even want someone like this? I seriously doubt your character now. Su Wei looked at Chu Sheng speechlessly, his face darkening as he said, What the hell are you talking about again? You can't change this habit, right? How about I ask you to go to the central building and sweep the snow for 2 more days? No, I was wrong, Mr. Su. Chu Sheng shook his head with tears in his eyes. When Su Wei was leaving, he assigned management tasks to everyone, but only sent Chu Sheng to sweep snow in the central building. At first, Chu Sheng didn't understand what was going on. Later, he found out that it was the chief's wife who was making things difficult for him. As for why, everyone could guess why after seeing him work so hard for 20 days without complaint. People who talk badly will always be beaten. Okay, everyone find a place to sit down. Lin Shan sat on the sofa next to the center with a cold face. Su Wei smiled upon seeing this, sat in the middle, and whispered to Lin Shan, Is it really that serious? It makes me look like a dictator, like I'm really ruling the world. Without rules, there will be no order. Lin Shan replied quietly without looking at him, and said to the people present, Today we are here to welcome President Su back in triumph. In addition, we also welcome 2 new friends. As she spoke, she looked at Iza and her Pang and said with a smile, Miss Jujio is an old friend. Everyone here knows you. Since you 2 are friends of President Su, you are our friends too. From now on, we will all eat from the same pot. If there is anything I cannot do, please bear with me. Iza and her Pang felt a little restrained by Lin Shan's aura and formal attitude. Manager Lin, you're too polite. We're the boss's lackeys. We'll do whatever the boss says. There's no need to be so formal. Iza smiled awkwardly, and her Pang nodded stiffly, saying, We don't want positions, we just want a place to live and food to eat every day. Hearing this, everyone smiled. It could be seen that these 2 young men are of simple character. Perhaps they don't understand the status and value of people with special abilities, but everyone present does. Especially after Jujio showed off her skills just now, their understanding of people with special abilities has become even deeper. To ordinary people, people with special abilities are the masters. How can that be possible? Lin Shan smiled widely, completely different from her usual cold and serious look. Her queenly charm overwhelmed the whole audience. Even Jujio felt a little inferior and kicked her feet unconsciously. She continued, Cloud City is a fair and just family. Those with ability will naturally receive corresponding treatment. The greater the ability, the higher the treatment. Of course, Lin Shan glanced at the 3 of them again and continued, This doesn't mean we only value ability. On the contrary, compared to ability, our President Su values character more. What do you think, President Su? Su Wei smiled and nodded, then said to the 2 of them, I'm just like that. Whether I have the ability or not is secondary. The first thing to consider is whether we can be friends. Otherwise, no matter how strong someone is, they won't become one of us. TSK, the boss, is so official. Juju muttered softly. I can tell from the way Lin Shan taught him to say that. Lin Shan didn't care when she saw Juju mumbling. She smiled and said, I guess you all know what happened on the street today, right? Everyone was silent. Lin Shan glanced at Su Wei and continued, It's true that I didn't handle this matter comprehensively enough. I only focused on the immediate development and ignored the safety and security of the people. Everyone's eyes were on Lin Shan, especially Chu Sheng and others, whose faces were full of confusion. When did Lin Shan admit her mistake? In other words, since Lin Shan came to the City of Clouds, everything she did and every word she said was convincing, and even Su Wei had to admire her abilities. But today she actually admitted her mistake. The first one to react was Li Rue. He looked at Lin Shan thoughtfully, and suddenly a look of admiration appeared on his face, but he didn't say anything. Behind any successful leader, there is a group of silently dedicated executors. Lin Shan is such a person. She was willing to use her own prestige in exchange for Su Wei's glorious image, with the aim of making Su Wei an admired leader. And a leader will never make mistakes. Boss Su just criticized me harshly about this matter. Lin Shan ignored everyone's thoughts and continued. So before the banquet, I have only 3 things to say. First, Lin Shan stood up, her domineering aura radiating from her eyes as she solemnly declared. It's the same old saying, whether now or in the future, President Su will always be the absolute leader. No one can disobey his orders. Seeing that no one spoke, Lin Shan raised her voice a little. Does anyone have any questions? No. Li Fugier spoke first. Crazy Donkey and the others also expressed their views. Manager Lin, you're worrying too much. All of us have owed our current lives to President Su's kindness. Yes, Li Rue followed up. Don't worry, whether now or in the future, we will absolutely obey President Su unconditionally. Chu Sheng and Yu Zui didn't say anything, just smiled and nodded. Lin Shan also knew that with their personalities, they would never rebel in their lives unless they suffered a great injustice. Zhuang Chang stood up and said calmly, Manager Lin is right. A team must have a decisive figure. Who has the final say? I'll just say one thing. Drink water and remember its source. He looked around with a sharp gaze. If I ever discover anyone disloyal to President Su, I'll be sorry. No matter who you are or how powerful you are, the 2,000-man security team will make you pay an unbearable price. Crazy Donkey and others present became serious. They knew that Zhuang Chang was definitely not joking. If they asked who Su Wei trusted the most among those present, even Lin Shan might not be as good as Zhuang Chang. Vice versa, Zhuang Chang's trust in Su Wei is not comparable to theirs. After more than a year of changes, Zhuang Chang is no longer the honest uncle he used to be. He saw too much ugliness in human nature and grew from a small security guard to a military commander with 2,000 men under his command. These words were full of pressure. This is the confidence. Chapter 192, The Deterrence of the Superpower. So what if he is a mutant? When a real war comes to an end, any advanced weapons are just auxiliary, and everyone will eventually return to the most primitive fighting. Are the psychics still useful at this time? That's Su Wei, a pervert who is invincible within his range. If he is surrounded by an army of 2,000 people, he can only run away. You can kill 10 or 100 people, but what about 1,000 or 10,000 people? There will also be a moment when the energy of superpowers is exhausted. At that time, they're not even as good as a new soldier who has just entered the battlefield. Just one bullet can rebuild him. Jiu and the other 2 looked at each other. No matter how dumb they were, they could tell that the second half of Zhuang Chang's words were directed at them. Because now the only ones who can pose a threat to Su Wei are people with special abilities like Jiu. As long as the number of ordinary people is less than a certain level, Su Wei is undoubtedly invincible. Uncle, you think too highly of us. Jiu pouted, lifted her pink hanfu, and stood up, saying with a wry smile, let alone the 3 of us. Even if there were 30 more of us, we wouldn't be a match for the boss, okay? Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Su Wei smiled awkwardly and proudly. Being low-key is bullshit. Jiu, with 2 cute little balls on her head, glanced at Zhuang Chang and said, since Uncle Zhuang has said so, let's express our stance too. The 3 of us have always been the boss's lackeys. We were and are now. Jiu flipped his little hand, and a fireball appeared in his palm. She looked at everyone with a sweet smile and said, don't let me find out that any of you betrayed the boss. Otherwise, I will show no mercy. Call. The fireball hit the cabinet at the door and burned it down to a frame in just a few seconds. Seeing Jiu take action, Iza understood what she meant. He stood up and said with a smile, look at you. What kind of destruction are you doing? What if you burned someone? As he spoke, Iza shook his little yellow hair and waved his hand to send out a force of wind and snow. The temperature in the room dropped sharply, and everyone shivered subconsciously. Brush. The cupboard that was originally emitting sparks was instantly frozen, as if it was covered with a glass cover, while the flames inside were still shaking. Li Fugue stared blankly at Jiu and the others, terrified to the point of being dumbfounded. Fuck, is this really something a human could make? Chu Sheng and others were also stunned with fear. They had heard about the horror of people with special abilities and had just seen Jiu take action, but nothing was as vivid as the scene before them. This is no longer something that ordinary humans can understand. Lin Shan was also a little surprised, but she quickly regained her composure and felt much more at ease. She believes it. From now on, These people's loyalty to Su Wei will reach a new level. Don't worry, it's not over yet. Although Jojo doesn't have the same aura as Lin Shan, her abilities are so powerful that people dare not look directly at her. She nudged the fat guy beside her, smiled, and said, "Don't just stand there and watch." Erpang couldn't quite keep up with her train of thought and asked innocently, "Jojo, what's wrong with me? You're such a fool." Jojo lost all her momentum after being treated like that. She pouted and said angrily, "What's wrong? The cabinet is broken." "Oh." Erpang then stood up, and the light green power of revival enveloped the burnt and broken cabinet. The light green energy fell on the cupboard bit by bit, melting the ice cover almost in the blink of an eye, followed by the dancing flames. As soon as the power of resurgence came into contact, the uncontrolled flames disappeared into the air. Next, everyone in the house saw a scene that they would never forget. The cabinet, which had been burned to the point where only its frame remained, began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the ashes on the ground disappeared. In just a few minutes, a cabinet that had been burned beyond recognition was restored to its original appearance. "Ai!" Chu Sheng stood there in a daze, stumbling over his words as he looked at Su Wei. He said with wide eyes, I fought President Su. Is this a magic trick? I don't believe it. I don't believe it's real." Crazy Donkey was also shocked, his mouth hanging open. He was no better than him, stammering, Is this still a supernatural power? This is a god, right?" Everyone looked at the cabinet that had been restored to its original state. The room was so quiet that one could hear their heartbeats. "Hey, sit down. It's tiring to stand." Isa smiled and waved at them, which woke up everyone who stood up unconsciously. Li Fuguei finally reacted and looked at Isa and sighed. "Brother, are you still human?" Isa's face was filled with pride and smugness. He pretended to smile naturally and said, "Look at what you said. If we are not human, then are we ghosts?" "But you..." Li Fuguei pointed at Erpang and couldn't calm down for a long time. He sighed. "You're such a pervert. I can understand fireballs, I can accept ice and snow, but you... If I die one day, brother, you must save me. From now on, we'll be half-brothers, and no one else can stop us." What Li Fuguei wants to say is what everyone wants to say. Chu Sheng and others all cast their eyes on this fat man who was taciturn, honest, and looked stupid. Being watched by so many people, Erpang felt a little uncomfortable and said, "I can only restore objects, not living things, so I can't save you." Li Fuguei let out a sound of disappointment, then turned around and said excitedly, "That's pretty cool, right? Bro, I have a cell phone here. Can you restore it for me?" As he spoke, he took out a broken phone without a screen from his pocket. Erpang took a look and shook his head in embarrassment, saying, "I can only restore it. I can't rebuild it. Do you still have this screen? If so, I can help you." "What do you mean?" Li Fuguei looked confused. Jojo explained speechlessly. That is, he can only restore things whose elements are intact in the surrounding environment. For example, if you remove half of it and take it far away, that means the elements of the cabinet are incomplete, so it can't be restored. The same goes for your phone. Its screen is no longer here, so Erpang can't restore the missing elements. "Oh, is that so?" Li Fuguei nodded blankly, then hooked his arm around Erpang's shoulder and said, "It's okay. It's still awesome. No, it's really awesome." Indeed. Even though Erpang's power of resuscitation has many limitations, in the eyes of top psychics like Su Wei, it is already considered a very cool ability. This is truly an all-round restoration master. From now on, as long as Erpang is there will be no more losses, and even more resources can be developed. Chapter 193. The Competent Take the Place. If the abilities of Jojo and Isa shocked everyone, then the appearance of Erpang simply overturned their understanding of the world. Even Lin Shan was stunned for a long time before she reacted, with a bright light shining in her beautiful eyes. Pang. Lin Shan spoke somewhat unnaturally. Erpang scratched his head and smiled, saying, "Manager Lin, you could just call me Su Tian." "Okay, Su Tian." Lin Shan changed her address and said with a smile, "The second thing I want to talk about is the personnel adjustments in Cloud City." Brush. Countless eyes were focused on Lin Shan. Everyone gradually came out of their shock. Although the psychics were very awesome, no matter how powerful they were, it was their own ability. What everyone cared about most was themselves. With the addition of Jojo and the other two, everyone knew that things were about to change in the city on the cloud. As for how to change, it is up to Su Wei, or rather, it is up to Lin Shan to decide. At this moment, no one would question Lin Shan's right to speak. They knew Su Wei's character too well, and they also knew that without Lin Shan, Yunshang City would fail in at most half a year. Everyone here is one of us, so I won't be polite. Lin Shan looked around with her beautiful eyes, and her arrogant aura made people dare not look directly at her. We are currently facing a bottleneck period of growth. Lin Shan said seriously. Firstly, the progress of clearing the land in the city center is not going smoothly. The ice layer that is dozens of meters deep is simply not something that can be cleared by human power. Although President Su previously provided a lot of large excavation equipment, which is very useful, the consumption is also astonishing. At present, many energy sources are still non-renewable. For example, natural energy, such as oil, natural gas, and minerals. With the advent of the Ice Age, many resources are permanently sealed underground. Not to mention whether they have the ability to recover. Even if these industries can be restored, can they operate as usual? Su Wei also became more serious after hearing this and asked, "Is our power supply system sufficient to supply the consumption of the city center? How is that possible?" Lin Shan shook her head and said, "I went to the Yongxing power plant a few days ago. It's the largest power plant in Yuntai City, but it's located to the west. If we want to occupy it, I'm afraid it will take some effort." Yongxing power plant? Su Wei frowned and asked, "Is it the power plant next to the Yanshan base?" "That's right, at most 5 kilometers away." Lin Shan's face was a little cold as she said calmly, "We have no contact with the people from Yanshan. When we went to war with the Southwest base, they were the smallest and internally unstable. However, the 6 major bases have been expanding rapidly over the past 6 months. If we rashly try to occupy the Yongxing power plant, it might cause a fight. Starting a war now is not a wise option." Su Wei shook his head, thought for a moment, and said, "But we need to develop, and they need to develop too. It would be great if we could share resources. Sharing comes at a price." Lin Shan glanced at the crowd. "We don't lack resources right now, but they'll definitely ask for exorbitant amounts. So, we can't take the initiative to approach them unless we have no other choice. Being proactive means being urgent." Li Rue suddenly smiled and said, "Manager Lin, although it's not convenient for us to start a war right now, we can still put some pressure on them." "You mean?" Lin Shan glanced at him and suddenly smiled. "It's okay to test it out. Our President Su is free anyway, so let's find him something to do." "How do you say that?" Su Wei smiled and said, "You are all big bosses now, and I'm just a worker. Socialism is like a brick, and I will move wherever I am needed." Lin Shan looked at Jiu and the other two with a smile and said, "Top-notch weapons never need to be used. Just shocking them is enough. Just like the H-bomb, it has been around since the 1990s, but until now, it has only exploded once in Zio Benzi's home. A great man once said, having no sword in hand and having a sword but not using it are two different concepts. In the apocalypse, people with special abilities are like H-bombs. They don't need to be used often, but they must be there." Jiu felt somewhat disgusted with Lin Shan, a profit seeker. She curled her lips and said, "We listen to the boss. We do whatever the boss says." Lin Shan naturally wouldn't compete with a little girl. "Okay, we'll discuss this later." She smiled faintly and said, "Next is the issue of personnel adjustments. President Su, do you have anything to say?" Su Wei waved his hand and said, "No need, you can arrange these things." "Good." Lin Shan nodded and said seriously, "Crazy Donkey." "Here." Crazy Donkey stood up with a smile. "From today on, the Cloud City Security Team will be officially renamed the Cloud City Security Department and will be expanded from the original 50 to 200 people. You will be the department head, responsible for all of our territories." "No problem." Crazy Donkey nodded seriously and then said, "But when selecting these personnel, do we select them from within or recruit them from the streets? First, tell me what you think." Lin Shan was about to speak, but Su Wei waved his hand to signal her not to express her opinion yet. This is a test of Crazy Donkey's view on the current situation. Crazy Donkey paused for a moment, thought for a moment, and said, "That's what I think, Mr. Su. Nowadays, we so-called old hands are no longer enough to support such a large business. Moreover, if we want to develop, we must first abandon our prejudices. Only those with the best abilities can take up the responsibilities." "Well, go on." Su Wei looked at him with some satisfaction. Crazy Donkey was delighted and continued. "So we must not only recruit new people, but also vigorously promote the principles of Cloud City: fairness, justice, and openness. That is to say, no matter who it is, as long as he has the ability, he can participate in the selection. Su Wei smiled at him and suddenly said, "But I remember you have quite a few people under you, and they are all old men. You're not afraid of doing this." Before he could finish, Crazy Donkey said sternly, "Now is not the time to rest on our laurels. We've only just started out. If we start out by acting like a family business, we won't get far, even if we have a strong foundation." "Is this the old donkey?" Chu Sheng muttered to Li Rue beside him. "It sounds like Manager Lin said this." Li Rue's expression remained calm as he whispered, "Don't you understand? This is an era of innovation. If Crazy Donkey was only satisfied with the position of Minister of Public Security, do you think President Su would use him?" Chu Sheng sighed softly. "Old Donkey is indeed quite capable. I used to think he was just a gangster who only knew how to kill people to gain respect. Now it seems that we were all wrong about him." Li Rue glanced at him with a smile and said, "Haha, no one who can sit here is a waste. Isn't that me?" Chu Sheng laughed at himself and said with a bit of disappointment, "Compared to you guys, I feel like a fool." Chapter 194. Are you brothers? Chu Sheng is probably the kind of person who seems to be indifferent to the world, but is actually very thoughtful. Li Rue looked at him helplessly and said with a smile, "If you are a waste, then all of us are waste. At least I am not as good as you." Chu Sheng felt that Li Rue was trying to comfort him, so he said unhappily, "Are you teasing me? Why do you think President Su wants you to be the head of this security group?" Li Rue didn't explain, but asked seriously, "You think you're not as good as me, but my position is lower than you and elder you. Is it because Su Wei values your loyalty? Isn't it?" Regardless of Chu Sheng's loyalty to Su Wei, his character also makes him not the kind of person who would easily change his mind. Therefore, many people in Yinshang City, including Chu Sheng himself, felt that the reason why Su Wei valued him so much was just because he was honest. Is Fuguei loyal to President Su? Li Rue looked at Li Fuguei next to him and continued, "His life was saved by President Su. Among us, no one is more loyal to President Su than him, right? But why doesn't Su Wei use him?" Chu Sheng frowned and said, "He's still a little kid with no experience. How can he be trusted to do things? Mr. Su is not stupid." Li Rue was speechless. "Fuck." Chu Sheng smiled awkwardly and said, Sorry, I forgot you're only 19." Li Rue rolled his eyes at him and continued, "When President Su hires people, loyalty is definitely the most important thing. But if you only have loyalty but no ability, he would rather spend his own money to support you than let you take power. You treat your brothers well, and they all obey you. Isn't that right?" Li Rue smiled at Chu Sheng and continued, "You never show favoritism when doing things for others. Even Crazy Donkey and I can't help but promote some of our own people, but you never do that. Among the 6 little golden dragons in the security group, the third one with the highest position is only a platoon leader. This shows that you are fair and impartial." Chu Sheng blushed a little, but his eyes were clearly more confident. He smiled and said, "Fuck, you really have a good mouth. Are you talking about me?" Li Rue cursed with a dark face. "Stupid. I don't need to waste my time talking to you." The two of them whispered to each other until Lin Shan called Chu Sheng's name. "Chu Sheng." "Exist." Lin Shan stared at him in confusion and said calmly, "You're still the deputy head of the security group, mainly responsible for expansion and recruitment. Li Rue's position remains unchanged. Is there any problem with you two working together?" "No problem," the two answered loudly. "Li Fuvi." Lin Shan looked at Li Fugier, who was flirting with her pang, and said, "You will report to the resources department tomorrow. President Su has found some military professors for you. From tomorrow on, your task is to study hard." Li Fugier looked at Lin Shan blankly and said with a bitter face, "Manager Lin, I haven't even graduated from elementary school. Can those professors teach me well? You should just let me go back to being a supervisor. This is what Mr. Su meant. Whether you go or not is not my business." Lin Shan ignored him and started announcing the next job appointment. "Brother." Li Fuguei had just said something with a timid face when Zhuang Chong slapped him on the head. He pulled Li Fuguei aside and cursed him softly. "You're such a dumbass. Su Wei is training you, you know? Look at the jealous eyes of those people. They're almost ready to eat you up, and you still don't want to go? So what do you want to do? Just keep on living like this, a hooligan for the rest of your life. I was wrong, Brother Zhuang. Although Li Fuguwei was a little naughty, he was very smart and immediately understood the deep meaning. Su Tian, from today on, you'll be the supervisor of Cloud City. Lin Shan looked at Pang with a warm smile on her face. In addition to the salary that President Su promised you, the headquarters will give you an additional salary every month, the same as Chu Sheng and the others. Pang stood up in confusion, but I don't know how to be an overseer. It's better for me to stay with the boss. Let someone else be the overseer. Isa laughed and joked. Are you stupid? You don't even want to be an official. Cut. Jujo rolled her eyes at Lin Shan and pouted. She's clearly trying to win people over. She's attracted to Pang's abilities and wants to use him as a laborer. Lin Shan didn't look at Jujo. Her smile remained unchanged as she said to Pang, to be honest, I have selfish motives in letting you be the supervisor. After all, there are some reconstruction issues that require your help. Pang scratched his head unconsciously and smiled modestly. I don't have much ability. No one is a fool. If Lin Shan were to use sweet words to trick Pang into being the supervisor, not only would Jujo and Isa be disgusted, but Pang himself would also be unhappy. But what Lin Shan said was very realistic. You have the ability, and I need your ability. So please help me. You can choose the salary and benefits. It's that simple. Now it was difficult for the honest and simple-minded Pang to refuse. Su Wei also smiled and said, when we were in Shishan, I promised you that I would never let you go hungry again. Now I mean what I said. From now on, if you need anything, you can come to me and Lin Shan. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you. We are already brothers who have experienced life and death together. Are you brothers? Pang looked up at Su Wei, and a light gradually appeared in his eyes. Su Wei smiled and said, a talented person will never be mediocre, no matter where he goes. I hope you can make the most of your abilities. I believe Aunt Lianhua is in heaven, and she also hopes that you can achieve something great. Good. Pang's hesitant look instantly became firm, and he said seriously, Boss, don't worry. I will definitely work hard and make my mother proud of me. The corners of Jojo's mouth twitched a few times, but she still didn't say anything. Okay, that's all for the personnel arrangements. Lin Shan waved her hand to suppress the chaos, and then said loudly, now comes the third thing. This is so annoying. Are we going to have dinner or not? Jujo couldn't stand it any longer and pouted. I'm the boss's man, not your employee. If you don't serve me dinner, I'll leave. The smile on Lin Shan's face froze for a moment, and there was a hint of coldness in her beautiful eyes. A starving ghost reincarnated? Su Wei saw this and quickly said to Jujo, the kitchen is already making it. Don't worry, it's all your favorite food. Jujo didn't appreciate it and said unhappily, do I need a meal from you? The third thing is easy. Lin Shan looked at Jujo and continued, that's Mr. Su's personal problem. I don't think he needs 2 bodyguards at all given his current strength. What did you say? Jujo suddenly exploded and looked at Lin Shan angrily, her beautiful eyes almost spitting fire. Chapter 195. What are you excited about? It is said that 3 women make a drama, but 2 women become a battlefield. Jujo pinched her slender waist, her fair little face full of anger, and stared at Lin Shan coldly. Lin Shan was not to be outdone, and looked at Jujo with disdain. The smell of gunpowder instantly filled the entire room. At this moment, the room was so quiet that the only sounds were rapid breathing and countless pairs of wide-open eyes. The corner of Chu Sheng's mouth twitched, and he subconsciously muttered, fuck, is this the harem war? The original wife is going to fight with the favorite concubine. Ize, who was closest to him, heard this and said subconsciously without thinking, you idiot, which one of these 2 is the original wife? It's obviously the mistress who took over. Brush. Iza's words drew everyone's attention in the room to him. Fuck. Isa shuddered subconsciously, then suddenly woke up and said, Boss, I don't think I'm suitable to be a bodyguard, so you should choose someone else. Su Wei's face was as dark as the dark clouds in the sky. Crouching dragon and phoenix chick. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Why'd I end up with 2 of you weirdos? Seeing that Isa wanted to escape, how could Su Wei let him, the culprit, go? Buzz. With his mental power fully activated, everyone in the room was pinned to the spot. Lin Shan was also trapped in the spot and said with difficulty, Su Wei, are you crazy? Let me go. I can let you go. But how can I talk to you properly? Su Wei glanced at Jujio and Lin Shan and said with a bitter face, I just got back. I haven't even eaten or been home yet. Can you please stop making trouble? There was nothing wrong with what he said, but it was paved with ease's words. Su Wei's current behavior is like that of an old landlord trying to stop a fight between his concubines. Even if they really have no such relationship, others probably won't believe it. Fuck, you're still awesome, brother. Zhuang Chong was stuck in place, but with a smile on his face, he said, if only I knew your trick, I wouldn't have to worry about fighting with 8 wives in the future. Zhuang Chong, do you want to die? Lin Shan's pretty face flushed with embarrassment, but she couldn't move at all and could only vent her anger in her eyes. Jujio's face also turned slightly red, and she said in a delicate voice, Boss, please let me go first. I promise not to quarrel with her anymore. Is that okay? This soft and coquettish sentence made Su Wei numb. Granny, Su Wei stared at Jujio with tears in her eyes, cursing. Can you please stop adding fuel to the fire? Don't you think this isn't chaotic enough? Jujio's beautiful eyes flickered a few times, and she said aggrievedly, What's wrong with me? She's already apologized. Besides, she's not your wife. Why would she care how many bodyguards you hire? Huh? Lin Shan suddenly sneered. Jujio glanced at her provocatively and said, Auntie, what are you laughing at? I laugh at you for being so childish. Lin Shan's beautiful eyes flickered, and she suddenly said softly, You like him, but does he like you? You're talking nonsense. I don't like him. Jujio blushed and said in panic, He looks like a toad. How could I like him? Lin Shan expressed no pressure in dealing with a spoiled little lowly. She sneered, Then why are you so excited? Jujio choked for a moment, then suddenly laughed. I think you like the boss, right? Otherwise, I'm just a bodyguard. Why are you so excited? Lin Shan paused for a moment and said coldly, Am I excited? Under the influence of Su Wei's spiritual power, everyone could only stand there blankly, but the words, eat melon, were written all over their faces. Especially Chu Sheng, Iza, and other bastards. Their eyes were full of excitement. They were happier than if they had picked up money. I'm not eating today. Su Wei was really helpless and could only choose the best strategy among the 36 strategies, running away. After he left, everyone in the house was released, and the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Everyone tacitly kept silent and went back home. Bang! Su Wei banged on the door in panic. What's going on? Is someone calling again? Sun Wanner opened the door and saw Su Wei's panicked expression. Didn't you go to the meeting? And is the celebration banquet over? Su Wei rushed in angrily, and after closing the door, he said with lingering fear, It's still a celebration party. I'm lucky to be back alive. After helping him take off his protective suit, Sun Wanner brought him slippers. Did you have meal? Look at me like I've eaten. Su Wei pointed at himself in embarrassment and said speechlessly, I don't know what's wrong with these 2 women. After listening to him recount what had just happened, a trace of imperceptible disappointment flashed across Sun Wanner's fair face, but quickly returned to normal. Doesn't this show that you are attractive? She poured him a glass of juice, picked up her apron and said, What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Casual. Bang. Sun Wanner knocked on the pot and cursed. I only deserve 1 casually now, right? Beef noodles. Beef noodles, okay. Su Wei shrank his neck. He felt that these women were all suffering from some serious illness. He said speechlessly, From today on, I'm going to stay at home in seclusion. No one can stop me from coming. Sun Wanner said with amusement, Why? Were you scared by that little girl, Jujio? Or were you scared by Lin Shan? This is not your style, is it? What's my style? Su Wei lay on the sofa and stretched comfortably. Only here can he truly relax without restraint. Aren't you known for your infinite charm? Sun Wanner took the braised beef from the refrigerator and a handful of noodles. She smiled and said, They might be a little attracted to you, but that's normal. Hey! Su Wei sat up from his sofa with a somersault and glared at Sun Wanner. Big sister, don't you understand your place? Or do you not understand my place? But what I said is true. Sun Wanner stared down at the gradually boiling water in the pot and said calmly, You risked your life to save Jujio, so she will naturally treat you differently. As for Lin Shan, Su Wei asked, What happened to Lin Shan? Nothing. Sun Wanner subconsciously raised her head and casually stirred the noodles in the pot. She may not like you, but she is the best match for you. If she becomes the hostess of this villa one day, she will definitely be a great help to you. Listen, is this even human language? Su Wei laughed in anger. So you've already found a new employer? Get out. Sun Wanner turned around and glared at him. So what do you mean by that? Su Wei was a little anxious, really anxious. Are you still half asleep or something? Is that what you should say? Then what should I say? Sun Wanner looked back at him and said tenderly, you know very well what Lin Shan is capable of. If I'm gone one day, she'll be the most suitable person for you. Chapter 196. I also have my own value. What? You want to go to heaven? Su Wei angrily scolded. What's wrong with your brain, woman? I was just making an analogy. Sun Wanner brought out a pot of beef noodles, filled a bowl, and handed it to Su Wei, saying, eat it quickly. This stew has been there for several days. It will go bad if you don't eat it soon. Su Wei started to eat with the bowl in his hand and drank 2 more bottles of beer. Then he wiped his mouth with relief and lay comfortably on Sun Wanner's thighs. Comfortable. Sun Wanner gently pressed his shoulders, and the fatigue of more than 20 days was instantly swept away. At night, the moon is bright, but there are no stars. With a long moan, the two of them fell naked on the bed. Villa inareachi. Jujo angrily held a mango and took a big bite. Sister, that Lin Shan is so infuriating. Jujo looked at Bai Menglu angrily and said vaguely, she actually wants the boss to fire me. Eat slowly. You're starving to death and reincarnating as a ghost. Bai Menglu scolded her, wiping away the juice from the corner of her sister's mouth with her hand. I know Lin Shan. She's a capable person. Fisk, that's all she's capable of. If you dare, let her fight me. I'll just fireball her. Jujo waved his hand arrogantly, revealing 2 fierce little fangs. Bai Menglu slapped Jojo's hand away in annoyance, rolled her eyes, and said, do you think I'm you? I'm always fighting. Jujo raised her little face and said unconvincedly, what's wrong with fighting? The boss once said that whoever has the biggest fist is the boss these days. Otherwise, it's useless to talk to the sky. You'll only get beaten. You? Bai Menglu smoothed the hair from her ears and hesitated for a moment before asking, is your boss nice to you? Does he bully you? Of course not. Jujo shook his head randomly and said with a smile, the boss is a mean guy. Although he is usually mean, he is definitely not confused at the critical moment. If he hadn't risked his life to fight, you would have seen me. After hearing Jojo's statement, Bai Menglu patted his plump breasts in shock and breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you guys were doing well this time, but fortunately, I'm glad you're back. Sister. Jujo put down the mango in her hand, looked at Bai Menglu seriously, sat up straight, and said, you like the boss? That kind of like, you know. Bai Menglu blushed and said shyly, how old are you? You keep saying I like it, I like it. You have no shame. Although the two are sisters, they have rarely been so close to each other before. Especially when they are together and talking about a man, the atmosphere always feels inexplicably tense. What's the big deal? Jujo curled her lips in dissatisfaction and said seriously, didn't Sun Wanner get into Building 104 because she was proactive enough? When talking about Sun Wanner, Bai Menglu, the popular young actress at that time, actually had a flash of envy in her eyes. She silently looked out the window in a certain direction and said lightly, that's different. Some people appear just at the right time, but for some people, I'm afraid they're just a second late and miss everything. But isn't happiness something that must be earned? Jujo couldn't understand why her sister, who had always been proud and cheerful, had become so sentimental. Bai Menglu smiled at her sister, stroked her hair, and said with a smile, I have seen too many misses and forced things in the entertainment industry over the years, but it is useless if it is not yours. Why is it useless? Jujo didn't like her sister's weakness and said in a delicate voice, I'm going to force it. I'm determined to be your bodyguard. No one else can help me. Bai Menglu's hand stopped in midair, and she stared at her sister blankly, with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. What's wrong with you, sister? Jujo asked puzzledly. Nothing. Bai Menglu shook her head suddenly and said, go wash your hands and have dinner. We gave out roast duck today, and I saved some for you. Sister, didn't they give you some extra food? Jujo was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, I'm a hero after all, right? This Lin Shan is really too much. She actually treated you like this. I'm going to find her. In the Cloud City, distribution is based on work. Especially after Lin Shan came, everyone devoted themselves to the construction, and only those who worked were eligible to share the food. On the contrary, no matter how great your connections are, it won't work. Everyone here, except the two in Building 104 must abide by the rules and regulations. Come back. Bai Menglu quickly grabbed Jojo's arm and said unhappily, "How do you know I wasn't given anything?" Every 3 days, the supply department distributes a batch of supplies to those captain-level leaders. They said you were a first-level employee, so you brought a lot of food and expenses, but I put them all away. Huh? I see. Jojo finally calmed down a lot and said, "Then why don't you use it? Why put it away?" Bai Menglu held her sister's hand, a motherly smile on her face. "You worked so hard to earn that money. How can I just sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor?" "What are you talking about? We are sisters, okay?" Jojo said angrily, "When I made a mistake as a child, you were the one who took the initiative to admit it to Dad, and Dad punished you a lot for that. Later, you became a star, knowing that Dad didn't like your career, but you still did it without hesitation. You have no idea how much I admire you." Bai Menglu stroked her sister's hand and said with a smile, "Why should I be admired? In my father's eyes, I am just a rebellious daughter who has brought disgrace to the family." "That's not the case." Jojo hurriedly shook her hands and said seriously, "My family always said I was smart and that I was the best at pleasing others. But I really hate that kind of deliberately trying to please others. But you're not like that. You have your own persistence and ideals, and you'll never change them because of other people's opinions. That's all in the past. Why are you talking about this? Come and have dinner." Bai Menglu smiled sadly and pulled Jojo to the kitchen. Jojo served rice and advised, "Sister, I can't use up all those supplies. Besides, what's mine is yours, so why don't you use them? I have my own value too." Bai Menglu held the cooking pot and turned back to Jojo with a bright smile. "I may not be a superpower, nor do I have your powerful abilities, but I have hands and feet. Why can't I support myself?" The instant roast duck was served. Bai Menglu placed the largest duck leg in her sister's bowl and said with a smile, "Look, this is the result of my week's work, and this is a reward only given to the best workers. Isn't it great, sister?" Jojo felt an inexplicable pain in her nose and choked up, "Sister." Chapter 197, Thermal Mechanical Power Generation. Perhaps the end of the world has changed many people, or perhaps some people have always been like this. At this moment, Bai Menglu had lost all her former glory, yet she was still radiant. That innate pride and persistence seemed to be shining. In the early morning, the sky was still dark. Su Wei was awakened by the beeping sound and picked up the intercom in annoyance. "Say," from the other end of the intercom, a clear, Oriole-like voice chirped, "Boss, hurry up and get up. The sun is shining on your butt." "Fuck," Su Wei said with blurry eyes. "Is there any sun above your head? I'm going to be in seclusion for a month. Don't bother me if you don't have anything to do." "But didn't you say yesterday that you were going to the Yongxing power plant?" Jojo immediately yelled into the intercom. "I woke up at 6:30 and spent 2.5 hours putting on makeup. Don't go too far." "Fuck, are you or am I going too far?" Su Wei yelled angrily. "You've only been back for 1 day. Are you the production team's donkey? Are you rushing to work? I'm telling you, I'm not a boss who likes to give out raises." "You are the donkey, the big lazy donkey." Jojo huffed. "I just wanted to show off a bit to stop that Lin Shan from being so cocky every day, like she's the only one doing the work." Thinking of yesterday's farce, Su Wei instantly sobered up a lot and said speechlessly, "Big sister, we are not done yet, right? Stop talking nonsense and just say whether you're going or not." Jojo yelled into the intercom, "If you don't go, I'm going to the headquarters to take up duty. I heard Lin Shan is on duty today, so I'll have a chance to talk to her." "Fuck. Oh my god, you're awesome." To be honest, ever since the city on the clouds gradually became more regular, there were so many things to do every day that even though Lin Shan had already finished most of the tasks, he still felt a little overwhelmed. These days, Su Wei could be said to be exhausted both physically and mentally. He also missed the time when the apocalypse just started. No one disturbed him, and there were not so many trivial things to do. He would wake up naturally as soon as he opened his eyes every day and then go to sleep naturally. Although it is boring, it is really comfortable. Not like now. Looking at Sun Wanner sleeping naked, Su Wei sighed helplessly, climbed up from the bed, and covered her with a thin blanket. Sun Wanner felt the shaking of the Simmons mattress and looked at Su Wei with sleepy eyes, saying, "Are you going out?" "Well, we agreed yesterday to go to the Yongxing power plant." Su Wei smiled and touched her cheek, saying softly, "You can go back to sleep. I'll be back in the afternoon. But I miss you so much." Sun Wanner, with a look of grievance, reached out to hold Su Wei's waist, moved her head into his arms, found a comfortable position, and closed her eyes. I don't know who said yesterday that Lin Shan should move in. Su Wei patted the perky breasts in annoyance and said in feigned anger, "What? Was she conquered by me last night?" Roll. Sun Wanner giggled and reached out to hit Su Wei's leg. She covered her face with his abdomen and said vaguely, "I'm just testing you to see if you've been too arrogant lately." Su Wei laughed and scolded, "I float? I wouldn't dare to. How can I float as high as you?" After a long period of tenderness, Sun Wanner reluctantly let go of him, sat up, ruffled her hair twice, and said with narrowed eyes, "All right, you can go now. Fuck, you're so heartless." After coming out of the villa, Jujio, Iza, and Erpang were already waiting at the command center. Beep, beep. Su Wei honked the horn a few times while sitting in the snowmobile. The next second, Jujio was seen running out happily in a brand new black dress and a pair of big leather boots. "Boss!" Jujio pinched both sides of her skirt with her hands and turned lightly in front of the car. She smiled sweetly at Su Wei and said, "Boss, do you think I look good?" Su Wei smiled and asked, "Is this your dark lowly style?" "What?" Jujio pouted in dissatisfaction and said, "This is obviously the Balabala fairy, and she's the most powerful black fairy." Although Su Wei had never seen this children's play, he knew the general plot. He was a little speechless and said, "Isn't the black magic fairy a villain?" "TSK. Who says villains can't be good? Besides, I just love being a villain and asking you to control me." Jujio glared at him with her beautiful eyes and said, "Look at how miserable the good guys are in those TV dramas. The lives of villains are really YYDS. Okay." Iza shook the little yellow-haired boy and said arrogantly, "But the villain died more miserably in the end, right? Get lost." Jujio glared at him with disdain and slammed him. "You're just a spunky young man. What right do you have to criticize me? Do you think you're an ADC just because you dyed your hair yellow?" In this joyful atmosphere, the four set out on the journey to Yongxing Power Plant. A distance of more than 30 kilometers is not very far. But this time Su Wei was not in a hurry, so he drove very slowly. It was a rare chance for him to relax. Of course, the atmosphere would have been even better if there weren't two chattering lunatics next to him. Yongxing Power Plant is one of the 4 major power plants in Yuntai City and the largest one. It supplies electricity to most of the urban area of Yuntai City and makes a lot of money every year. Although money has become waste paper for humans now. As the pace of reconstruction becomes more and more stable, currency will eventually reappear. The power plant in front of us represents inexhaustible wealth. Su Wei got out of the car and looked at the huge, frozen object in front of him. He smiled at Erpang and said, "How is it? Is this scale difficult?" "It's definitely not realistic to recover all at once, but it's possible to recover some smaller devices." Erpang wandered around the power plant, occasionally looking back and saying, "Boss, give me 2 days to restore this smaller production line." Su Wei was delighted at first, but then a frown appeared on his face as he said, "But this is a solar power production line." Iza was a little confused and said, "They are both generating electricity. Is there any difference?" Su Wei rolled his eyes at him and said, "Nonsense, we're all eating. Can you eat the same thing for breakfast and dinner?" "Boss, come quickly." In the distance, Jujio jumped and waved at him, shouting, "I found a heat energy machine. We can use this." How thermal energy is converted into electrical energy after operation of mechanical equipment is also the mainstream power supply method in various countries today. Especially after the end of the world, thermal energy machinery can not only replace solar power generation, but also has much lower maintenance costs than solar energy. Erpang trotted towards Jujio. After taking a look at the massive production line, he said with some embarrassment, "This is a bit large. It won't be easy to restore in a short time." Chapter 198, Tang Swordwoman. The thermal energy machine is huge, and the entire production line is as big as a shopping mall. Erpang stood in the middle of the factory, and the power of recovery fell around him like light green stars. The ice and snow were melting at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the collapsed and damaged equipment around them were slowly restored, and even the control machines became brand new. If this guy were to farm, he'd be the reincarnation of Shinno. Su Wei exclaimed in amazement, smiling at Jujio. "Thanks to you this time, I've gained a great general." "TSK, I didn't see how you expressed it." Jujio wore dark makeup, looking like a little witch who had fallen into the human world. Tell me, considering your good performance, the organization allows you to make an excessive request. Really? Juju said happily. Of course, brother, my word is my bond, okay? Then I want you. Juju paused. Iza was immediately shocked and said, fuck, am I going to be promoted to the boss lady? Gigi, we have a good relationship, right? If you become the boss lady in the future, you have to take good care of me. Roll. Juju blushed and said to Su Wei, I want you to find a new job for my sister. She's been sweeping snow every day and her hands are cracked from the cold. It makes me feel so bad. Su Wei was stunned for a moment. Your sister, Bai Menglu? Juju said sadly. My sister has suffered a lot over the years. Outsiders only see her glamorous appearance and the thousands of people who admire her. But no one knows that she was a supporting actress for 7 years and lived in a dark basement for 7 years. Boss, I know there were some misunderstandings between you and my sister, but it's been so long. It's time to let it go. Huh. This matter has long passed, okay? Am I that petty? Sue smiled unhappily and said, I really don't know anything about your sister. This was all arranged by Lin Shan. But when I get back, I can give her a heads up and find her a sinecure at the headquarters. Well, there's also the question of remuneration. Juju looked at Su Wei seriously and said, Tell the resources department to reduce my salary and give it to my sister. Consider it her salary. Is it really that troublesome? Ize smiled and said, Yours is your sister's, right? That's just as bad. Juju glared at him and said, My sister is a very strong-willed person. She doesn't want to rely on anyone else to live, and she certainly doesn't want to be a burden to me. In the entertainment industry, which is a big melting pot, it is indeed rare to be able to maintain self-respect and self-love and not be blinded by the prosperity. Sue felt a little more favorable towards Bai Menglu and nodded, saying, I understand. I'll do it when I get back. At this time, Pang collected his energy and came over with a smile. Boss, do you think this is okay? It's not okay, it's too okay. Su Wei smiled and nodded, saying, When you go back, your salary will be increased by half on the original basis. Work hard, young man. Thank you, boss. Pang looked at Su Wei gratefully, with a gleam in his eyes. He used to be a little fat boy with low self-esteem, always feeling that he was useless. Even after becoming a mutant, he still felt that he was no match for Juju and Iza, and was a useless piece of shit with no offensive power. But after arriving in the City of Clouds, both Lin Shan and Su Wei expressed high recognition of his abilities, and the people around him also respected him. He would never have dared to imagine such treatment in the past. Even after the end of the world, the people in Shuja village relied on him for survival, but they only treated him as a blood supply machine and did not have the slightest gratitude or respect for him. Perhaps because he had no father's support since childhood, Pang has a strong sense of inferiority in his bones. There was light in his eyes at this moment, as if he had found the value of his existence. Brush. As the four were talking, several figures suddenly flashed outside the factory. After the energy upgrade, the coverage range of Su Wei's mental power can reach a distance of 100 meters, and he can instantly capture the surrounding energy fluctuations. Someone's coming. Upon hearing this, Jojo's pretty face suddenly became serious. She flipped her little hands, and 2 fireballs appeared in her palms, ready to attack at any time. Iza also released energy fluctuations. Pang has no attack skills, but he no longer just hides behind others. The power of resurgence surrounds his companions. The surrounding elemental energy instantly became active. Jujo clearly felt that the control of the fireball in his hand had become more sensitive, and a slight swing could unleash powerful energy. Wow, Pang, you're so awesome! Jujo exclaimed in surprise. So the power of resurgence can be used this way. Next time I fight, I won't have to worry about running out of energy. With the blessing of Pang's power of recovery, everyone seemed to have an invisible energy tank. Call! A tang sword flashing with cold light came towards Su Wei with the force of breaking through the wind. Who is this clown? How dare he attack my boss? Iza took the lead, gathering the power of ice and snow, and 2 ice cones as thick as thighs flew straight towards the figure. Swish! The figure couldn't avoid it and could only swing his sword. 2 ice cones shattered on the ground, and the figure's speed slowed down a lot. Only then could everyone see the appearance of the person coming. The woman was about 30 years old. Although she was slim, her figure was average. She was wearing a black cloak similar to a cape. Although she looked ordinary, her eyes were particularly bright and lively. Brush. The woman paused for only a moment before swinging her knife again, slashing toward Su Wei. Call. The fireball, blessed with the power of revival, flashed with the aura of destroying everything. The woman swung her sword and it collided with the fireball. She thought that her full-strength sword could disperse the fireball, but she didn't expect that as soon as it came into contact, the fireball seemed to have life and merged with the sword. The blue flames spread rapidly along the blade, and the woman felt the heat and subconsciously let go. But the flames did not stop and spread to the woman's arm without any connection. Drink! The woman, Queen Song, retreated 7 or 8 steps, subconsciously releasing energy and frantically dispelling the flames on her arms. Although she was very decisive, the flames still burned her skin and a big hole was burned in her cloak. Hey, you actually blocked it. Juju looked at the woman with a grin and curled his lips, saying, "Are intermediate-level psychics so worthless these days? How come anyone can fight me?" The woman looked at Juju with a hint of fear in her eyes. She never expected that such a delicate and cute little Lolita could have such powerful energy. Hey, where are you from? Juju stepped forward and kicked the gleaming black tang sword, then said casually, "This sword is not bad. Any other ordinary weapon would have melted into pieces long ago." The woman wanted to go up and grab the knife, but after moving, she quickly retreated. Juju was too powerful, far beyond her ability to contend with. If she continued to fight, she would probably lose her life. Chapter 199, Testing. Su Wei was not at all surprised by her arrival. He walked forward with a smile and said, "You came right out and attacked me. It seems you were prepared. Tell me, who sent you here? And your accomplices, let them come out." The woman glanced at Su Wei, gritted her teeth, and said nothing. "Don't tell." Juju stared at the woman with a smile, flipped her hand over, and a fireball appeared in her palm. She said, "Our boss has a bad temper. I advise you to be more tactful." Iza also folded his hands and smiled at the woman. "Hey, big sister, my boss is very lustful, especially when it comes to older wives. I see that at your age, you should be married, right? Be careful." Su Wei cursed with a dark face. "You are almost going to fight with Chu Sheng. I don't know you. Someone paid a lot of money to ask me to test you." The woman finally spoke, then looked back at the door and said, "Those outside are my companions. They're just warriors, not people with special abilities. I hope you can let them go." "Warrior?" Su Wei suddenly asked. "Do you know Yu Wei?" Looking at all the warriors in the south, there are few who don't know Yu Wei. "Master Yu," as expected, the woman nodded immediately after hearing this and said, "He is our country's leading martial arts master. My master is very familiar with him." "Oh, so Wei replied indifferently. You and Mr. Yu." The woman thought Su Wei was trying to get close to her, but she didn't expect his attitude to be so cold. She was a little panicked for a moment. "He's my little brother now," Su Wei said to the woman with a smile. "Since you have nothing to do with Yu Wei, I won't feel any pressure to kill you," etc. The woman never thought that Su Wei asked this question just to kill her without any burden. She finally panicked. After all, everyone is afraid of death. "You can't kill me." "Reason?" Su Wei glanced at her indifferently. "I know you're very powerful, so I never thought I could kill you. I came here just to test you, really." The woman said earnestly, "The one who hired me was Xie Ting. He's from the Yunshan base." Su Wei seemed to have expected this and asked casually, "Is he here?" The woman was dazed for a moment, then nodded. "He's just outside the factory. Go, bring him to me." "What?" The woman was a little surprised that Su Wei suddenly wanted to let her go. "I'll only wait 5 minutes." Su Wei ignored the woman and looked outside. "If he doesn't show up within 5 minutes, I'll go to Yuntai base and invite him in myself. You'll have to bear the consequences yourself." The woman left in a panic. She didn't dare to question Su Wei's words. Although Su Wei didn't take action just now, the woman clearly felt an astonishing energy fluctuation around Su Wei. "Boss, are you just going to let her go like this?" Iza asked in confusion. "What if she runs away?" Su Wei smiled and said, "She won't run away." "Why?" Iza was puzzled and pointed to the outside of the field with her little finger. "You will know if you go outside and take a look." Outside the factory gate, 4 warriors holding tang swords stood there blankly, still bending forward, but they did not move. The female warrior originally thought she had escaped, but after seeing this scene, she shook her head helplessly. It seems that this person's power is far more terrifying than she imagined. 2 or 3 minutes later, the woman came back, followed by a well-dressed young man and 2 serious-looking psychics. Both of them are low-level psychics, and they are extremely nervous at the moment. What are you afraid of? We didn't really hurt him. Compared to the people around him, the young man seemed particularly relaxed. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, we are here to discuss things, not to fight." The woman glanced at the young man with some resentment and said coldly, "Then why did you let me test you? You don't understand this, do you, Sister Kayin?" The young man smiled at the woman and said casually, "Negotiations also require proper methods and techniques. If your sneak attack just now was successful, it would mean that Wei's ability is just SOSO. But now you have failed." So, the woman rolled her eyes at him with a cold face. The young man smiled and shrugged, saying, "So this means that we have less to gain." The woman didn't understand these twists and turns and said coldly, "The worst that can happen is that I won't cooperate. If you don't cooperate, you will be eliminated." The young man put away his smile and said seriously, "We are too weak right now. Compared to the other 4 bases, we have no chance of competing. Everyone is pursuing development right now, so a war may not start in the short term, but what about in the future? I don't understand these things, but as long as you know them, that's all." The woman didn't seem to mind these things. She waved her hand and said, "That Su Wei is very powerful, and at least one of the 3 psychics around him is more powerful than me. That little girl is too scary. What if? You have to be mentally prepared. Now that we're here, there's no point in thinking about this." The young man laughed and strolled into the factory. "Brother Su, I've heard a lot about you." As the young man entered the room, he smiled and nodded at Su Wei, then came forward and said, "Xieting, my humble brother. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me." Su Wei glanced at the young man, a very friendly young man, about the same height as himself. "Who is Xieting Yu to you?" The highest person in charge of Yinshan Base is Xieting Yu, who used to be the deputy chief of staff of a certain military region. After the doomsday came, he used some unknown method to win over a group of stragglers and took down Yinshan Base. "It's my father." Xieting was straightforward. He knew that this information could not be hidden from the city on the clouds. Since it could not be hidden, deliberately concealing it would seem a bit petty. Su Wei smiled at him and suddenly asked, "So, Master Xie is here today to declare your sovereignty?" Yongxing Power Plant is located in the western suburbs. Logically, it has long been beyond the scope of the city center if divided according to the current tacit territorial divisions. This area in the western suburbs should be under the jurisdiction of the Yinshan Base. But in these days, there is no such thing as should. As long as your fist is strong enough, the entire Yuntai city can be yours, but otherwise, even if you sign 100 written contracts, you will not be able to keep the territory you are supposed to lose. That's not right. I've always heard people say that Brother Su is a high-level psychic with unparalleled courage. I just want to see your grace and grace. I just didn't expect. Xieting shrugged helplessly and said jokingly, "You didn't even make a move, but you beat my men to a pulp." Su Wei smiled faintly at him and said, "No, it's just that I have a bit of personal charm, and everyone is willing to follow me to do things." Forehead. Xieting's mouth twitched, and he smiled again. "Of course, Brother Su, when you stand here, your personal charm is so strong that I can't even open my eyes." Su Wei smiled at the woman with the Tang sword and said casually, "Haha, I'm just average. How can I compare to you, Brother Xie, who has so many talented people under him?" The corners of Xieting's mouth twitched again, and he was choked and speechless. Chapter 200, Deadly Dewusu. Jujio heard the conversation between the two and said with a dry groan, "How disgusting. You two are so hypocritical." "Who is this?" Xieting looked at Jujio and said with a smile, "My cousin said she was defeated by a little girl just now. I guess it was this beautiful girl, right?" Jujio glanced at Xieting and said arrogantly, "Why? Do you want to avenge her?" Xieting was choked again and said with an awkward smile, "How could it be? There is no acquaintance without fighting. In the entire Yinshan Base, the most powerful psychic is Xieting's cousin Xiekiyun. Even she can't withstand a single attack from Jujio. So how can Xieting dare to disobey?" Su Wei smiled and said, "We just arrived in the western suburbs, and you came here after hearing the noise. It seems that this area of the western suburbs has been completely taken over by you." "Ah." Xieting laughed loudly twice, not hiding anything, and said, After all, this is right next to home. It's always better to be careful. Besides, after a brief pause, Siet Ting pointedly said, Brother Su, your Cloud City won't have its gates open, will it? After all, there are too many cunning people these days. We have to be on guard. Since you're so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. Su Wei nodded and smiled at him, saying calmly, of the 4 power plants in Yuntai City, Yongxing Power Plant is the largest and the closest to our 2 companies, so I plan to develop it. Siet Ting glanced at the equipment in the factory and said with some surprise, Brother Su really has some capable people under his command. May I ask how you managed to restore this place? Yapeng. Su Wei waved his hand to call Air Pang over, patted his shoulder, and said to Siet Ting, This is a brother of mine, and our majors are just right. How is it? Is it okay? Hearing Su Wei's slightly proud tone, Pang subconsciously straightened his chest. Siet Ting smiled bitterly and shook his head. This isn't just okay, this is too good. The power of resurgence. Siet also looked at Pang in surprise and said in shock, We just got the news that there's a person with superpowers in Europe who has awakened a similar superpower. We originally thought it was a rumor, but we didn't expect such a superpower to really exist in the world. Su Wei immediately grasped the key point and asked, Can you contact other countries? Countries around the world are currently in a semi-closed state. The reason is that the satellite systems of various countries have been affected by cosmic radiation, and most satellites have lost contact. If Siet had not inadvertently revealed it, Su Wei would have thought that all communications in the world had been cut off. Siet Ting glanced at his cousin unhappily, then nodded helplessly. We have 2 satellite towers at our Yunshan base. One of the global satellites is still functioning normally, so there's a chance we can receive signals from other countries. That's good. Su Wei smiled and said this without thinking. Su Wei's tone was very casual, but Siet Ting's heart skipped a beat. Brother Su. Siet Ting looked at him with some trepidation. Satellite tower maintenance costs are very high and require a very high level of expertise. Do you understand what I mean? Understand, Su Wei said with a smile. Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't say I was stealing yours. Siet Ting would never believe him. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, but the look in your eyes clearly shows that you want to take action. I'm not afraid. Everyone knows that whoever can master cutting-edge technology will have more say in the future. However, the strength of the Yunshan base is too weak. If someone attacks, they will have no ability to defend these things. Siet Ting wanted to say something else, but Su Wei interrupted him with a smile and got straight to the point. Okay, since you want to talk, then tell me your conditions. Shouldn't you discuss the terms first? Siet looked at Su Wei with a vigilant look. Negotiation is about taking the initiative. The western suburbs is currently the territory of the Yunshan base, and Su Wei has come here uninvited this time. So naturally, he has to express his attitude first and let the host consider it. But he said this first, as if he was taking the initiative. All right, we've already laid our foundation. It doesn't matter who negotiates first. Siet Ting, still very aware of the current situation, said helplessly, Brother Su, our request is simple. As long as you agree, we can agree to join forces with Cloud City to jointly develop this power plant. You say. Su Wei's tone became even more indifferent. Siet Ting was helpless, knowing that the initiative was no longer in his hands. He could only follow Su Wei's rhythm and said, We need resources, weapons, daily supplies, food, and most importantly, we are running low on energy. If the power plant is completed, it must be supplied to Yunshan base first. The Yunshan base is located in the suburbs, and its infrastructure is not very good. Moreover, they're not close to rivers or mountains, so there are no energy reserves to be discovered. If this place were in the past, its development prospects would be very good. But now is the end of the world. Everyone is worried about resources, who will take out extra reserves for others to develop. Su Wei thought about it in his mind and said, As long as the quantity of daily supplies and food is not too large, I can agree to it now. But regarding weapons and energy, I still need to discuss it with my family. Siet Ting looked at him puzzledly. Brother Su can't make the decision? I can do it, but I'm afraid you'll cheat me. Su Wei said half-jokingly, I know nothing about business. I need to ask my military advisor for advice. Siet Ting suddenly realized Brother Su is talking about Lin Shan. Lin Shan's presence in Yunshan City was no longer a secret, especially given the Lin family's previous influence in Yuntai City. Many upper-class people knew her. That's right. That's it. Siet Ting suddenly sighed in frustration. looking as if he had lost his parents. Su Wei said with a bit of amusement, "What do you mean? Why do you seem to wilt when you hear the name Lin Shan?" "Mr. Su, you don't know." Xieting raised his head and sighed, saying helplessly, "The old man of the Lin family and my father are good friends. We have known each other for a long time." Su Wei smiled and said, "Then we are all friends. Isn't that better? Then I'd rather not have this friend." Xieting had a frustrated look on his face and shook his head. "Do you know what Lin Shan's nickname was in our old circle? Deadly Wusu. Grass. What a catchy nickname. I suddenly want to go to the bar." Su Wei subconsciously had a picture in his mind. A dance floor with shining lights, a beautiful young lady with fair skin and long legs, and the explosive DJ waves. The Lin family has been in business for generations. When it came to Lin Shan, after returning from studying in Europe, she single-handedly built the nationally renowned South China logistics. Xieting said with some despair, "In our generation, Lin Shan was simply the pinnacle of existence. She was what adults called the other people's child. When she was in kindergarten, she used a deflated ball to trick our family's golden locket away. My father beat me for 3 days because of that.